I was betrayed, left to die as the apocalypse began, and then bam! My dead wife's supplies revealed a hidden strength I never knew I possessed. Suddenly, I could see hidden weaknesses in the shambling hordes outside, turning them from terrifying monsters into easy prey. Now, I'll not only survive, I'll conquer this new world, and get my revenge. This year, at 30, I lay on the bed like a corpse. A woman stood beside me, dressed in a black business suit, a white, low-cut top revealing a hint of allure. Light makeup couldn't hide the dryness and indifference in her eyes. Li Ying, my ex-wife. Things are getting worse, she began, her voice flat. The internet's buzzing about this T-virus, a global pandemic. Hanhai's about to be quarantined, my government contacts told me. I'm evacuating. She paused, sighed. I'm a gold digger, I admit it. I couldn't stick it out with you. I was tired of worrying about the mortgage, of agonizing over whether to add an egg to my beef noodle soup. I chose a better life. Cheng Gang, he's rich, handsome, younger, responsible. He gives me everything I want, and, most importantly, he loves me. So I left. Maybe I did the right thing, who knows? Maybe you see me as a bad woman, but I made my life better. My body trembled slightly. She continued, without stopping, you should leave Hanghai too. This is genuine advice. But knowing you, the divorce hit you hard. You probably won't listen. I prepared things for you: food, water, medicine, candles, cigarettes, full gas tanks, self-defense weapons. Looting's rampant, the police, hospitals, everyone's overwhelmed. If you stay, hide. This food will last you a year. Hopefully, by then, it'll all be over. She turned, leaving a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. 7 years vanished with the apocalypse. 3 months later, Hanghai, once bustling, was a dead city. Zombies filled the streets. They weren't surprising, just like in those apocalypse movies. Stiff, bloodthirsty, soulless. My apartment's on the 18th floor. I'm on the balcony, watching them with binoculars. Few living people remain. Most are gone. Others are trapped, like me. I counted Li Ying's supplies. Enough for 2 or 3 years, easily. The city has no power, no internet, no water, no gas. But Li Ying got me gas tanks and barrels of water. I could survive. After the virus hit, chaos erupted. People hoped it would pass. But it didn't. People fled, or became what they are now. The loneliness numbed the pain. The hurt from Li Ying's leaving it's still there, but buried. 3 months, and I've healed, at least enough to think about survival. A noise from the next balcony. Lu Tianyu and Qin Xiaoyan, my neighbors. Their balconies just over 4 meters away. Lu Tianyu waved. I sneered, ignoring them. Li Ying's affair involved them. Cheng Gang, Xiaoyan's boss, a young bachelor. They set her up. They looked down on me. Before the end, they barely spoke to me. Now Lu Tianyu's face was pale. Heard the radio? Hundreds of millions infected. One bite, you're a zombie. Scary, huh? I kept watching. Brother, he continued, our food's almost gone. Li Ying bought you tons of stuff. We're desperate. Could we buy some? I smiled coldly. A bag of instant noodles is 500,000 yuan. Can you pay? His smile faded. Qin Xiaoyan's face flushed. Even if I introduced Li Ying to Cheng Gang, she cheated. You couldn't keep your wife, so you're mad at us? My body trembled. I turned, glared at her. You'll starve, I said coldly. I turned away. Lu Tianyu called out, don't go. Xiaoyan retorted, don't beg him. Let's just go out. A slap. Lu Tianyu roared, are you crazy? Have you seen what happens to those who try to escape? I shut the door. Their argument faded. Hate wasn't the main feeling, more sadness. I ate, checked my watch. Noon. The loneliness gnawed. I needed to tire myself out. Push-ups, sit-ups, running in place, jumping jacks. Hours a day, for 3 months. I'm stronger now. Almost 1.8 meters tall, 140 pounds. Down 40 pounds from before. I was overweight, now I'm fit. I needed to be strong. One day, I'd have to face those things outside. 6 o'clock. I collapsed, asleep instantly. I dreamt of that day, years ago. I just left the army, searching for work, needing Li Ying. Her cold, stubborn, arrogant face. A pounding, shouts. I jolted awake. My face was wet. A woman's voice, Qinan. Open the door. Save me. Lu Tianyu's dead. The neighbor killed him. I rushed to the door. Qin Xiaoyan, pressed against it, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes widened when she saw me. Open the door. Please. I frowned, glancing past Qin Xiaoyan. Moonlight sliced through the hallway, illuminating Lu Tianyu sprawled on the floor, a walker clamped onto him, blood everywhere. Seeing Xiaoyan's terror, I sighed, then without a second thought, opened the metal door. She practically crawled inside, and I slammed the door shut. She was on her knees, sobbing. I ignored her, sat on the sofa, grabbed a water bottle, took a swig. My muscles ached. Finally, I sneered, "What's the problem?" "We're out of food," she wailed. "Haven't eaten since yesterday. We argued with you, then tried other apartments hoping for something. We went to old Wang's, the door was open. The living room was fine, but the kitchen old Wang was a zombie. We ran. I dropped my keys. He knocked Tianyu down. I was too scared to go downstairs. I frowned. Why lock your door when you leave? Afraid of thieves?" She just cried harder. She didn't know why she locked it, probably panic. Eventually, her sobs subsided. I checked the clock, past 2 a.m. I stood, sleep on the sofa. Go home in the morning. I locked the door. I was worried that Fool would let zombies in. Unnecessary, really. She wouldn't dare venture out. I've seen countless people devoured. It's terrifying from a distance, but up phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme that helpless fear crushes you. Especially a woman like Xiaoyan. I ignored her, went to bed, waking at 10. July in Shanghai is stifling. I grabbed some underwear and headed to the bathroom, forgetting she was here. The door was shut. I pushed it open and froze. Xiaoyan was on the toilet. She wore a tight black tank top, her chest was obvious. It was short, exposing her midriff, and white shorts were bunched around her knees, her bare buttocks slightly bloody. She was attractive, though I usually never looked at her that way. She was just a neighbor I disliked. But seeing her like that, I had a physical reaction. She was terrified, blushing, avoiding my gaze. But it was impossible. She never saw me without my shirt on. The musculature, honed from my daily exercises, my erection. It was breathtaking. Her voice trembled, "Qinan, your bathroom lock's broken. Can you leave?" To prove I didn't care, I went to the sink, washed my face. "Don't you know we're out of water? Why use the toilet?" Your toilet's cleaner," she mumbled. "I used toilet paper, threw it out," I said, walking out and closing the door. She remained on the toilet. After a few minutes she came out, disoriented. She leaned against the wall, looking at me in my underwear. "Shouldn't you get dressed?" I blushed, a little angry. "This is my house." Then, addressing the still unsettled Xiaoyan, "You can leave now." Her head swam. 2 days without food, crying all night. Tianyu eaten, it was a nightmare. She slid down the wall, weeping. I knew what she needed. I cooked rice, stir-fried vegetables, scrambled eggs, and 3 other dishes. I'd preserved vegetables with salt. Some eggs were slightly spoiled, but they smelled better than nothing. I put the food on the table, glanced at her. "Eat." The aroma of the food reached her. She looked up, almost uncontrollably. Months trapped, mostly instant noodles. Now she was starving, and the aroma was too tempting. She got up, sat, and ate quickly. The first few bites were hesitant, but soon she devoured it. She'd never tasted anything so good. With her final bite, she looked at me nervously. I'd only eaten a third of my rice. Her usual arrogance was gone, she was a beggar. I went to the kitchen. There's more rice. She thanked me, hurrying to the kitchen. My gaze drifted to Cheyonne's back, to her backside. The bathroom scene popped into my head, reigniting the fire I'd thought extinguished. I despised myself. Men are lower body animals, I muttered. Besides, I'd been alone for months. Depressed, I stood, went to my room, and pulled on white shorts and a black tank top to cover up. Back at the table, I saw Cheyonne still eating. Embarrassingly, we were wearing matching outfits. After eating, she cleaned up. She leaned against the wall, lost. I watched her coldly. She looked helpless. I'd phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme psychology books. Leaning against walls signals insecurity. What should I do with her? Kick her out? Leave her to die? I was irritable, indecisive. So, I ignored her and started my daily workout routine. She watched, a look of surprise and relief on her face. Aha, that's why I'm stronger. Daily exercise. Hours passed. By 5, I collapsed onto the sofa. She remained by the wall, a statue. I panted, grabbed a towel, and wiped my sweat. Want to stay? I asked. Her eyes lit up. She nodded eagerly. Okay, I said, let's discuss terms. Terms? She echoed nervously. We dislike each other. We've been neighbors for years and barely exchanged 100 words, I said. She nodded. It was because of her husband, Lu Tianyu. He constantly badmouthed me to her, saying Li Ying married beneath herself, that I was worthless. Xiaoyan sort of understood. She wasn't angry with me, exactly, just envious of Li Ying. She earned less, dependent on her husband. She kept this resentment buried. But she could be more open with me. Tianyu hated me too. Talking badly about me was cathartic for them both. But there was something else. Tianyu seemed to fancy Li Ying, even having a secret meal with her. That was unacceptable. So she set Li Ying up with her boss, Chen Gang. She knew him. He was a womanizer. She'd seen him hurt countless women. When he and Li Ying got together, she thought, go for it, Chen Gang. Hurt her. Send that woman to hell. Memories flooded her face. She blushed with anger. I watched her, unsure of her thoughts. I cleared my throat. What do you think? She startled, collected herself. Nothing. We don't like each other, I said. Living together has its issues. But I can't just leave you to starve or be eaten. I'm not heartless. If you stay, we need rules. She nodded. I held the cards. She needed to survive. A sense of satisfaction filled me. If you stay, you follow my rules. Clean, cook, laundry. No arguing. Agree? She nodded silently. 6 o'clock. Cook. Then clean my room and do laundry. Don't use detergent, reuse the water to wash yourself. I'll wash my face later. She hesitated, wanting to protest, but what was the point? She sighed, accepting her fate. She knew to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme, she had to obey. A lopsided deal struck. We started living together. Having a woman around made life feel better. 3 months alone, lonely. Now someone was here. Even if I didn't like her, she was alive. Attractive. Time flew. Another 2 months passed. I was stronger, working out every day, with Cheyonne doing the housework. It was a life of ease, and I hadn't even known I could enjoy one. I was once a homemaker too. My co-workers laughed, calling me a henpecked husband, but I just smiled. I thought Li Ying and I were together because of love. We were a family. Why did it matter that she earned more and I did more housework? Sales were harder than security. It seemed logical. It didn't feel humiliating. Until she left. Love was insignificant. Marriage, birds of a feather, flocking together, fleeing at the first sign of trouble. Thinking of it brought me pain. 5 months since the outbreak. People still tried to escape from buildings, seeking food, but ending up dead or turned. Lucky or unlucky, I didn't know. Daily, I watched from the balcony. Rescue seemed hopeless. Shanghai was a dead city. I hadn't seen a living soul in days. Then I thought of Li Ying again. Without her supplies, I'd be dead. I held a small radio, our only link to the outside. Noon. I turned it on. Music, then a woman's voice. Good afternoon, listeners. This is Doomsday Radio, Su Tianzhou. 5 months since the outbreak, the end is here. Our camp, Yundang Mountain, is the 10th survivor's haven. About 4,000 survivors here. The radio crackled, the announcer's voice beautiful but the news grim. We've lost contact with other havens. Things are worsening. Supplies are dwindling. The biggest threat isn't zombies, it's hunger. Our patrols lose people every time they go out for supplies. Life is hard. There's no hope. But don't give up. We don't know what tomorrow holds. And more bad news, the virus is mutating. Zombies are smarter, stronger. The cheerful voice reporting terrible news filled me with anger and frustration. I switched off the radio, staring out at the street below, furious. Xin and Xiaoyan's voice startled me. I turned, seeing her uneasy expression. We'd lived together for 2 months, so I was confused. What is it? Her voice trembled. We're low on water. My heart sank. Life was getting harder. How much is left? I asked. More than 10 barrels in the spare room, she said, maybe 100 bottles. But it won't last long. What then? What then? My brow furrowed. Even the government havens were struggling. How could we survive? The answer came to me, I had to leave. Our home was a refuge for now, but soon it would be a prison. To survive, I needed to kill zombies. Offense is the best defense. I looked at Xiaoyan, said nothing, left the balcony, and headed to the spare room. She followed. The room was stacked with water. On the dresser, knives. Li Ying had left them for me. Before the full outbreak, she'd intended them to deter thieves. Now, they were essential. I picked up the katana, testing its weight. It felt good. I'd been a security guard for 3 years, and my skills were sharp. Months of intense exercise had honed my strength, speed, and resilience. Back in my room, I pulled on my old army fatigues and sneakers. Xiaoyan watched me, puzzled. What are you doing? Ignoring her, I packed a small bag with lockpicks and other useful items, shouldered it, and gripped the katana. Her heart skipped a beat. You're going out? I was just finishing up when I turned, looked at her. Yes. She gasped. After 2 months, she hardly recognized me. Zombies were out there. We had enough water for a month. We weren't desperate yet. What gave me the courage? She couldn't understand. I checked myself one last time, raised my head. Wash my dirty underwear. She started to speak, but stopped. She knew arguing was futile. I wouldn't listen. She went into my room and picked up my laundry. Sunlight streamed into the hallway. A walker shuffled back and forth, the floor stained with blood and decaying limbs. When I opened the door, it lunged, clawing at the door, roaring. Its eyes bulged, one completely obscured by dried blood. I recognized it, old Wang, the neighbor. I steadied my breathing. Fighting zombies requires more than strength, you need courage. These creatures aren't terrifying, just teeth. A bite and you're infected. Doomsday Radio outlined the weakness: destroy the brain. Air enters, oxygen neutralizes the virus, putting it dormant. In a few hours, the virus dies. Within minutes, I was calm, fear conquered. I raised the katana, plunged it into the walker's head, twisting the blade before withdrawing it. 10 seconds later, it fell. I breathed out. The desire to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme surged. I put on dish gloves, opened the door. Cheyenne was pale, horrified. I smiled faintly, ignoring her, dragged the walker to the window, tossed it out. The stench of decay was sickening. I frowned, grabbed a broom and dustpan, cleaned the remains. Cheyenne watched, trembling. She'd never seen me like this. Tears welled in her eyes. She realized the remains I was sweeping belonged to her husband, Tianyu. After cleaning the hallway, I entered Old Wang's apartment, searching every room. No other walkers. I found food in the kitchen, water in the spare room, all of which I moved to my apartment. I've always been good at lockpicking. It used to be a side hustle. Now, a survival skill. In under a minute, I picked Cheyenne's lock. I turned, looking at her, still trembling. Want to get some clothes? She was wearing Li Ying's clothes. Their bodies were similar, but there were subtle differences. She cautiously stepped to the door, peering out. The hallway was clean, though stained with dried blood. I frowned. I checked Old Wang's place. No other walkers. This floor is safe. Xiaoyan practically sprinted out of my apartment and into hers. I shook my head and followed. Her place was bigger, 30 square meters more than mine, with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. Her parents bought it, so they weren't burdened with a mortgage. Seeing her home after 2 months away, it felt gloomy, empty. In her bedroom, she filled a large suitcase with clothes. She chose tight, athletic gear, leaving the fancy, cumbersome outfits behind. Who needs pretty clothes in this world? I searched her place, taking anything useful back to my apartment. I found her struggling with her suitcase zipper, her hand fumbling for it. She was wearing a pair of Li Ying's tight white nylon pants. She looked at me, anxious. What are you doing with these? My heart skipped a beat. I grabbed the suitcase without looking at her. I'll wear them. What? She asked, confused. I was already leaving. Leaving? I'm locking the door if you're not coming. Her body trembled. She ran after me. Back at my place, she got a water jug and started filling the basin. I was shirtless in the bathroom, sweating profusely. Killing a zombie and carrying stuff shouldn't cause this much sweat. I was still nervous. Cheyenne, holding a clean towel, looked at me, blushing. The earlier incident sprang to mind. We're low on water, she said softly. I washed my face, took the towel, and started wiping myself, ignoring her. We need to conserve water. No washing your face unless I say so. Use your bathroom, don't make my apartment smell. I'd ignored her bathroom trips, but water was now a problem. She blushed deeper. I don't dare go out. I'll clear out every apartment on our floor, I said, living or dead, more space, more supplies. I finished washing, tossed the towel in the basin. I looked at Cheyenne, a sly smile creeping across my face. Scared to use the bathroom alone? I'll come with you, but nothing's free. You have to pay. Pay? She asked, bewildered. I provide food and protection, you cook and do laundry, that's a trade. You want more, you'll have to give something in return. Other services? She repeated. A light dawned in her eyes. Her face flushed crimson, she bit her lip. She didn't ask further, turning to the kitchen to cook dinner. I watched her go, laughing to myself. Without moral constraints, we're all animals. Competition, survival, killing, continuation. After dinner, she carefully cleaned the dishes, conserving water. I sat on the sofa, toying with Li Ying's lingerie. She went to her makeshift bedroom, but I stopped her. She approached me fearfully. Over 2 months, my attitude had changed. Initially indifferent and disgusted, now indifferent, but with desire. She was almost 30. She understood my gaze. Fear, but no resistance. She'd seen the apocalyptic movies, knew what happened to vulnerable women without moral safeguards. I threw a black silk-made outfit at her. Put it on. Her body trembled. She didn't pick it up. I hated myself, consumed by lust. After hesitating, she picked up the outfit, whispering, "Can I change in my room?" "Your room?" I sneered. My eyes dropped to her neck. It was so long, and the angle when she bowed her head was beautiful. I nodded. Okay. She quickly retreated to the spare room. I was left alone, breathing hard, staring out at the unchanging sunset. After what felt like an eternity, she emerged. The setting sun illuminated her. Black hair, delicate features, a white face, and the barely there outfit revealing everything beneath. I was captivated. I'd never seen a woman look like this. After a while, I approached, picked her up, and carried her to my room. I could feel her trembling. The room was dark. The sun had set, the moon not yet risen. Holding her, feeling her shiver, I thought of Li Ying. The lust faded. We lay together, silent. She was scared, pressed against me. The smell of me dizzying her. Why wasn't I doing anything? Just holding her? As she drifted off to sleep, I said, "I met Li Ying at the job fair." Her fear eased. My arms felt strong, safe. She was different then, I continued. Kind, tenacious, idealistic. I was captivated. I even asked for her number and address, something I never did before. She joined a pharmaceutical company, I became a security guard. I was full of hope then. Education, income, looks, it didn't matter. I loved her. Many men chased her. I was probably the dumbest. I'd buy her breakfast every morning, bring her water every night. 728 times, in a year. I never said anything. I was too cowardly. But she felt like a gift from heaven on our anniversary, handing her a bottle of water, she didn't take it. She took my hand instead. "Xinan, let's get married." Xiaoyan could feel my heartbeat quicken. The memory made my heart pound. She was in my arms, no fear. It was strange, held by a near-naked man, listening to his story about another woman. We were married 2 years, respectful but distant, happy enough. Then came 3 years of struggles, arguments, a slow fading of our marriage. By year 6, everything blew up. The income gap widened, our social circles drifted apart. We'd been trying for a child for 5 years. Both healthy, yet no children. Our sex life was always a problem. She's fiery, imaginative, craving passion, but passive. We even saw a therapist. We were incompatible. We slept in separate beds, rarely together. Then you introduced her to Chun Gang. She changed. Distant, until she finally left. Xiaoyan's heart ached. My words were simple, but my love for Li Ying was evident. I fell silent. Xiaoyan's sleepiness vanished. "I'm sorry," she whispered. I sighed. No one's to blame. If I'd been better, less of a worry, we might have made it. I failed. I couldn't hold on to her. Who can I blame? The night was quiet, eerie. The distant zombie roars were familiar, but Xiaoyan wasn't scared. She was absorbed in my sadness. "Do you miss her terribly?" she asked softly. "Yes. Why wouldn't I? I didn't deserve her, but I loved her fiercely. Love is selfish. I hated you for introducing her to Chun Gang. She might not have left so soon if it weren't for you. Who knew, in this zombie-infested city, a man and woman lay embraced in a quiet corner. Noon. I woke, warm in her arms. Seeing her, my desire rekindled. I noticed a bite mark and dried blood on her lip. Had I done that? I didn't remember kissing her. She slept soundly. I dressed quietly and left the room. Last night felt uneasy. I thought I was faithful. After 5 months apart from Liang, I'd been consumed by lust. Xiaoyan had cooked for 2 months. I looked in the larger bedroom. Rice, noodles, pickles, dozens of kilos of eggs, all stinking up the room. I cooked rice, fried 4 rotten eggs, and added some pickles. Xiaoyan emerged, wearing one of my white silk shirts. It concealed her figure, accentuating her long legs. She'd slept soundly, the best sleep since the outbreak. Even with Tianyu, it wasn't this peaceful. She squinted at me. I avoided her gaze. Eat? She saw my simplicity, a certain cuteness. For 2 months she'd been wary. But after last night, hearing my story, she wasn't afraid. My discomfort grew. I pretended to be stern. Why are you staring? Eat. She chuckled. Master, can I wear your shirt? It's cold. I was stunned. You, what did you call me? Master. You made me wear only underwear yesterday. It's uncomfortable. Can I wear your shirt? If you say no, I'll take it off. She started unbuttoning her shirt, revealing her cleavage. Damn it! This woman was tempting me. Frustrated, avoiding her body, I pulled up a chair. Wear whatever. My tone was softer than I intended. She smiled, wrapped her arms around my neck, kissed me. Thank you, master. She sat, added eggs to my bowl. Master, eat more. My scalp tingled at master. I shoved food in my mouth. Don't call me master. You're so cheap. She almost laughed. She saw my simple nature. Like Forrest Gump. Waiting for Liang, year after year, just breakfast and water. A simple but difficult task. 5 months of daily workout, simple, yet difficult. Hardship is repetition. In this materialistic world, that kind of dedication is rare. She decided to turn things around. No more caution with me. We ate, the atmosphere strange. I stared at the dishes. Aren't you cleaning? She looked at me. I felt a chill. We were neighbors for years, she said. I thought you were a lazy slob. These past 2 months I didn't know you. You're like a grumpy lion, and I'd offended you. I was scared, thinking you'd devour me. But last night I'm not afraid. Because you're not complicated. Just a simple man who loved a woman and was content with that. Liang wanted more. You weren't compatible. I did you a favor. You needed to learn about life. Mendon phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme only for women. I frowned. Self-righteous. I was terrified when you took me to your room last night, Xiaoyan said, still smiling. But I'm not afraid anymore. My husband's gone. You're divorced. A lone man and woman trapped, what can you do? You're kind. You wouldn't kill me, even after what happened. At worst you'd take me. I don't love you, not yet, but last night I realized I could give myself to you completely. You kept me alive. I owe you gratitude, not fear. I was taken aback. I didn't understand her. Finally, I said, your husband's been dead 2 months. Can you really be with another man so soon? She nodded sadly. Sometimes, we don't even know what we want. Tianyu and he got me drunk, then pressured me into marrying him. His family was wealthy, his income good, it seemed peaceful. But after a year, he was having affairs. We fought, but I stayed. He kept seeing other women, and I just endured it, numb. Over the last couple of years, he treated me worse and worse. Hitting, yelling. I was nothing to him. He could divorce me and find a younger woman, but I couldn't do the same. I thought that was my life. Then the apocalypse hit. Life's funny. Every good thing has a bad side. I lost everything, yet I'm alive. It's like a rebirth. A new chance. Maybe it's for the best. I stared at her, seeing a light in her eyes I'd never witnessed before. Was this my annoying neighbor? The woman who'd been terrified of me? After a long moment, I said, "You're still pretty, not exactly tofu residue." She smiled, a genuine, joyful smile. She stood, the white silk shirt billowing. Her legs were on full display, making my heart pound. "I'll clean up. Are you going out today?" I chuckled, wondering what had caused this shift in her. I didn't argue, just donned my gear and left. She quickly washed the dishes, then changed into workout clothes. Kitchen knife in hand, she stood at the door, peering out. I was gone. Had I already gone downstairs? Anxious, she crept down the stairs, spotting me on the 17th floor, picking a lock. "Be careful," she whispered. "Stay there," I said. "If you're in danger, run home." A warmth spread through me. Something was changing inside her. I opened the outer door, then the inner lock. A low growl. "Walkers." I recoiled slightly, then opened the door with my knife. A woman, wearing only shorts, was inside. Pale, gray skin, bloodless, bite marks on her neck, matted hair, black eyes, and exposed teeth. I recognized her Liwa from our building. She always greeted me cheerfully. I sighed, slamming the outer door shut. The noise alerted the walker, who clawed at the door. Another walker emerged from a bedroom, Liwa's husband. They were both clawing at the door. I didn't hesitate, beheaded them both. Decapitation is the most effective. I kicked the door open, sending the bodies tumbling. I went inside, checked every room, then tossed the bodies downstairs. Shayan rushed in. She'd become brave. She had a broom in one hand, a dustpan in the other, a kitchen knife at her belt. "What are you doing?" I asked, bewildered. Her face pale, she said, "Cleaning up for you." I took my katana and chopped up the two heads. "Throw these downstairs." "You dare?" Her face blanched further. She shook her head, then nodded. "I'm scared, but I have to overcome it. I need to survive. I want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme with you." I was moved. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme with me? Why? Didn't she hate me? She swept up the brains, tossed them out. The room was spotless. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme with me? Suddenly, my mood lifted. Maybe she's suitable. She's ready for the apocalypse, like me. I started gathering supplies: food, water, candles, weapons. Anything useful, we took to the 18th floor. After half an hour, she was guarding the stairs. I started on the next apartment. Practice makes perfect. The apartments had 2 doors. I became efficient. By sunset, we'd cleared 6 apartments, killed 7 walkers, gathered 2 months' worth of food and water. A successful day. Back on the 18th floor, Shayan was exhausted, leaning on the sofa, soaked in sweat. Her silk shirt clung to her body. We rested, then she started laughing. "You're strange," I said. "Why are you laughing?" "I don't know. I just feel like laughing." "You were scared of walkers, but not anymore." "Why?" "Because of you. With you, I'm not afraid. Seeing you kill them so easily, I want to try too. Tomorrow, okay? Because of me?" My heart warmed. I smiled. "You're quite tempting." What a little minx *, I thought. "Your stamina is weak," I told her. "Start exercising tomorrow. I'll clear out the walkers. When you're ready, you can help. The outer door will protect us. It's mostly about courage." "Are you clearing the whole building?" she asked. "Yep. then the area outside. Might as well keep busy. She smiled, nuzzling me. Unexpected. The old security guard's a zombie hunter. I still couldn't get used to Xiaoyan's change. I just want more space to move around, I mumbled. Doomsday Radio said the virus is mutating. Some zombies are stronger. How strong? She asked. They're evolving in different ways, I explained. We've seen strength and speed types. Who knows what else will evolve? More space means better survival odds. She was shocked. Zombies evolving? After a pause, I stood. Instant ramen tonight. You look tired. Clean up, then we'll eat. She was surprised I was cooking. It was only the second time since she'd been here. I'd become more considerate the closer we got. Before, I'd been blunt and harsh. Now gentler. She was pleased. She went to the bathroom, picking up the basin I'd used to wash myself yesterday. Hesitantly, she tossed in a towel, undressed, and washed herself. I started the noodles. I also used the same water to wash myself, then joined her for dinner. Afterwards, we went to bed early. We were both tired, especially Xiaoyan. She followed me to my room without hesitation. Darkness fell. Xiaoyan tossed and turned, afraid of the dark. I was breathing evenly. Asleep? She was a little disappointed, but smiled faintly. It was September, cool at night. She slipped under my covers. I wasn't asleep. I felt a cool body press against mine. My breath hitched. I turned, pulling her phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Master, you're so warm, she murmured. Do you want? She whispered. I hesitated. I'm not ready yet. She was annoyed. Asterisk not ready, but still so excited. Asterisk my hand was already inside her clothes, the feel intoxicating. I'm always gentle with women I care for. Slow kisses, gentle touches, slow entry no passion. That's why things cooled with Li Ying. But with Xiaoyan it was different. I liked her, but it wasn't love. I'd never touched Li Ying like this, never felt this excitement. My breathing grew heavier. Why do you call me master? She was burning up. Don't you see? I'm wearing that maid outfit. My hand didn't stop. I'm not ready yet, I repeated. The night passed with my self-pleasure and her frustrated longing. The next day we woke early. I'd slept well, dreamed sweet dreams. Xiaoyan hadn't. Dark circles under her eyes, a resentful look. Asterisk, does he have some kind of problem? Asterisk, she wondered. Asterisk, he touched me all night and didn't want me. Asterisk, she didn't know I was enjoying it, like a kid discovering the pleasure of teasing. After breakfast, Xiaoyan started exercising. I got dressed and started clearing out the apartments. With yesterday's experience, I was much faster. In a day, I cleared the whole building. 30 zombies, 11 starved corpses all thrown out the window. Just me and Xiaoyan left in the building. Then, I started on the outdoor zombies. It was different. I'd lure a few near the door, then kill them through the outer door. These zombies were unlike the ones I'd seen months ago. Faster, more agile, even climbing stairs. Their nails were long, hard, and sharp, effective weapons. Would a scratch infect you? I wouldn't risk it. I gathered supplies from the apartment's: food, water, candles, medicine, weapons. Enough to last 4 or 5 months. Food wasn't the problem, water was. My zombie killing skills improved. I no longer needed to lure them inside. I could face them directly, beheading them quickly, with one strike. Within a month, the building was clear. It was a high-end building, 5 18-story buildings, large apartments. The complex was surrounded by a 5-meter wall, 3 gates. I locked them all. I spent another month gathering supplies from the other buildings, enough for 3 or 4 years. Everyone had stocked up before the virus. Maybe some residents evacuated, leaving their supplies behind. Xiaoyan was thrilled. She even used 10 barrels of water for a hot bath. 2 months later, we were in the honeymoon phase. She considered herself my wife, calling me husband, Lao Qin, Xiaonan, and eventually just husband. I didn't correct her. November in Shanghai was cold, nighttime temperatures near freezing. I was on the balcony, a new sofa bed making it more comfortable, scanning with my binoculars. 10 p.m. Xiaoyan, in a thick down jacket, joined me. She snuggled into my arms. Husband, what are you looking at? Aren't you cold? I put my arm around her, cigarette in one hand, night vision binoculars in the other. You think there are any other survivors in Shanghai? I asked, melancholic. She frowned. 8 million residents, 8 million expats. 7 months probably not. I sighed. Doomsday radio's gone silent. Things are getting worse. Xiaoyan's hand landed on my stomach, cold. I shivered, but she didn't stop. Shanghai was the first city hit by the T-virus. Within 10 days, people were fleeing. The government tried quarantine, but it only lasted a few days. The virus spread too fast. Tianyu and I are from Shanghai. My parents are abroad. I wanted to evacuate, but I didn't know where to go. It seemed better to wait it out at home. I never imagined things would get this bad. There was no sadness in her voice. She smiled. But I'm glad I didn't leave. How else would I have met you? I exhaled a plume of white breath. It was near freezing on the balcony. I flicked my cigarette butt down. Met me? We've known each other for years. She pulled away, looking up at me. I feel like I've known you a lifetime, even though it's only been 4 months. Isn't that strange? I smiled and nodded. Her voice softened. She gently rubbed my cheek. Husband, when did you want me? Were you worried about what would happen if we died? Weren't you ready? Couldn't you let go of Liang? I smiled wryly, lit another cigarette, and inhaled deeply, saying nothing. Silence stretched out. Finally, she forced a smile. Husband, you're so brave. Aren't you terrified of those zombies? They're terrifying. You're not normal. Actually, I said, I'm not normal. Back in junior high, they called me Fool Qin. She blinked. Fool Qin? Why? First year of junior high, I recalled. My deskmate, Lina, was a tomboy, a bully. I was shy, introverted. She tormented me. One day, she threw a caterpillar into my shirt. I finally snapped, fought back. She called me a coward for hitting a girl. I couldn't stand it, so I challenged her to eat the caterpillar. If I ate it, she'd call me dad. If I didn't, I'd kowtow and let her bully me. Her mouth dropped open. You really ate it? Yep, I grinned. I burned it with my lighter, then ate it while it was still wriggling. My classmates were sick. Lina, after vomiting, knelt down and called me dad. I became a monster, Fool Qin. She begged the teacher to move seats and avoided me after that. She had a pained expression. Husband, you're not stupid, just disgusting. Ha, I'm not stupid, I said. She stared at me, an emotion blooming in her eyes. It was nice being with someone like me. Husband, I'm cold, she said, pressing her face against mine. Let's go inside, I said, taking her hand. As we headed towards the living room, a streak of fire shot across the sky, a falling star with a long purple tail, crashing into the complex. The ground shook. We stared at each other, shocked. A meteorite? A satellite? Smoke filled the air. The zombies outside roared. I was dressed, katana in hand, cautiously approaching the impact site. The moon was full, illuminating everything. 7 months since the outbreak. The apocalypse was terrible for humans, yet seemingly beneficial for the Earth. No factory emissions, cleaner air, brighter moonlight. I approached the impact site. A 3-meter tall cone-shaped object lay there, about 1.5 meters wide at the base. The metallic surface glowed purple, eerie and mysterious. Xiaoyan and I exchanged a look, a shared question in our eyes. What was it? I gestured for Xiaoyan to stay back, then approached the cone, carefully pricking it with my knife. A beep. I jumped back, pulling Xiaoyan with me. The base glowed a dazzling purple, then vanished. 2 beams of light red and blue shot into the sky, then descended, landing before us. Our hearts pounded. We watched. The light faded, revealing 2 swords. A huge blue blade, 1.67 meters long, 30 centimeters wide. Shiny silver, the metal unidentified. The hilt was simple, easy to grasp. The red blade was smaller, slender, straight, and made of some red, non-metallic material. It was bizarre. I hesitated, then reached for the blue sword. It felt cool, smooth. Xiaoyan followed suit, grabbing the smaller red sword. She tried to pull it from the ground, but couldn't budge it. We exchanged another look. Suddenly, my hand burned. The hilt of the giant sword was heating up. I tried to let go, but my hand was stuck fast. The same happened to Xiaoyan. We cried out in shock, pain overwhelming. The swords began to writhe, like living things, breaking apart into millions of cells, dividing. They transformed into 2 flesh and blood pythons, no skin, just writhing red flesh and blood. Xiaoyan fainted. But my eyes widened. The pythons began to shrink, seeming to burrow into Xiaoyan and me. An hour later, the pythons were gone, the searing pain faded. I was drenched in sweat, then blacked out. I awoke to Xiaoyan's voice. Xinan. Husband. Wake up. I opened my eyes to see her face. I breathed deeply, sat up. We were home. The sun was high. Noon. Are you all right? I asked. Tears welled in Xiaoyan's eyes. She threw herself into my arms, sobbing. I woke up and you were here. I called you, but you didn't wake up. I was terrified. She cried harder, genuinely frightened. I hugged her, stroking her hair. I looked around. The crater, the cone, the swords all gone. A dream? I raised my right hand, the hand that held the giant sword. A strange symbol was etched into my palm. A burn mark? I grabbed Xiaoyan's hand. She had a similar mark, but different. It wasn't a dream. I helped her up. I stretched, kicked, and found myself perfectly normal. Are you okay? Any pain? I asked. Tears still streamed down her face, but she stopped crying, twisted her neck and hips. I'm fine. I nodded, staring at the small crater. It was strange. I couldn't figure it out, so I helped Xiaoyan back to our apartment. Back home, the changes were apparent. We climbed 18 flights without tiring. That was normal for me, but Xiaoyan was astonished. She felt no exertion at all. For days, we were preoccupied, discussing the cone and swords, what they were, where they came from, where they went. We had no answers. I suspected I knew. I'd seen those swords turn to flesh and burrow into us. It was more bizarre than zombies, and I didn't want to scare Xiaoyan. We continued our routines, noting the changes in our bodies. Xiaoyan could easily carry 100 pounds of rice, displaying superhuman strength and speed, unaffected by gravity or resistance. Her hearing and sight were enhanced, perceiving things hundreds of yards away. My changes were different. Superhuman strength and resilience. I could punch through a brick wall without hurting my fist, jump 20 feet, and crater the ground on landing without injuring my feet. Like the Hulk. Xiaoyan was amazed. She knew it was related to that night, though she didn't understand how. It was a good thing, she thought. I was more concerned. Those swords had fused with us. Our changes were caused by them. I'm an atheist, so I concluded they were alien technology. There was no other explanation. After adapting to our new abilities, several uneventful days passed. We accepted our new selves. Superhuman abilities meant better survival odds. Life settled into a comfortable routine. We slept together, my hands never far from her, though I always hesitated to go further. We'd walk the complex, exercise, breathe the cleaner post-apocalyptic air. Our bodies were stronger. December arrived, Shanghai grew colder, but we felt no chill in our light clothing. No work, no money worries. It was good, but a little monotonous. We needed entertainment, zombie hunting. I'd leap 20 feet onto the complex wall, then drop into the open space, Xiaoyan in my arms. Zombies swarmed us. They were stronger, faster. Normal people would be torn apart. But we weren't normal. Xiaoyan wielded my katana, a blur of motion, slaying dozens in moments. I used two 30-kilo, meter-long machetes perfect for my strength. I'd cleave through them. We did this several times. We seemed invincible, but always retreated. Too many zombies. The more we killed, the more appeared. We'd return to the complex. Within a week, zombies were overflowing the complex, even climbing over each other to get in. We were trapped, yet helpless. 8 months since the outbreak. New Year's Day, 2016. Xiaoyan made breakfast salted egg dishes. Afterward, she poured 2 glasses of wine, set the table, and went to the bedroom. I was in bed, only shorts on. The window was open, temperature near freezing, but I felt no cold. Xiaoyan wore black leather pants and a tight black vest. Her body was stunning. Almost 6 months with me, she knew she loved me. Not with flowers or grand declarations, but a slow accumulation of fondness, building into love. She kissed me, her kiss passionate. I pulled her phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, my hands on her hips. Your figure's improved. Nice curves. I murmured. Husband. Dinner. Happy New Year. She said. I opened my eyes. New Year's already? Happy New Year. Wife. I said softly. The term felt new, meaningful. We kissed, I caressed her, arousing her, then we got up. I looked at the egg dishes and smiled wryly. No meat for ages. We talked, then went to the balcony. Sitting on the sofa bed, feeling the winter sun. It was odd. Near freezing, lightly dressed yet warm. The sun was weak, yet comforting. Zombies swarmed below, some having climbed over others to get in. They had rudimentary awareness. They knew we were here. Zombies surrounded the complex, I couldn't see the end. I lit a cigarette I'd started smoking daily. Dozens of cigarettes in the spare room, looted from other apartments. I took a long drag. Husband, I want one too, Xiaoyan said. I smiled, offering her my half-smoked cigarette. Seeing her lips, my body reacted. She coughed violently after her first puff. I smirked. You'll learn, wife. She knew what I meant. She glared, then suddenly asked, was Liang a smoker? My expression faltered. We'd been married for years, but she'd never smoked. Seeing my discomfort, she chuckled, then looked downstairs. Her body tensed. I looked, confused. Her face paled. Husband, look at that zombie in the courtyard. It seems to be watching us, she whispered, panicked. I followed her gaze. A 7.5-foot zombie stood in the courtyard, looking up. My enhanced senses better than normal, though not Xiaoyan's clearly saw it. It was staring at us. Motionless, pale gray skin, dried blood on its mouth, eyeless sockets terrifying. Even I, fearless, felt uneasy under its gaze. I grabbed my machetes. I'll go check it out. I leaped to another building's 16th floor balcony, then down to the ground. Xiaoyan watched nervously, admiring my jump. Zombies attacked, but I dispatched them easily. My speed felt faster than usual, though not Xiaoyan's level. Was I absorbing her abilities? I reached the giant zombie. It remained still, tilting its head, observing me. A chill ran down my spine. It wasn't just aware, it was thinking. It raised an arm, long black nails gleaming like metal in the sun. I raised my machetes defensively, but it moved first. It launched itself, clearing more than 30 feet, landing beside me. Whoa! Incredibly fast and powerful. An upgraded zombie. A claw slashed towards me. I blocked with my machetes. Asterisk clang. Asterisk metal clashed, the zombie recoiled. I examined my blade's 5 deep gashes. Its claws were incredibly hard. Before I could react, it attacked again, leaping to my side, claws slashing towards my head and waist. I fought back furiously. I was shocked by its strength and speed, nearly matching mine. An upgraded zombie. I couldn't afford to be careless. I feared its claws. One scratch, and I'd be infected. The battle raged for an hour. I was exhausted, using every ounce of strength to parry its blows. Then, a blur of motion. A katana sliced towards the zombie. Wife! I shouted. It was Xiaoyan. She couldn't jump down like me, but she'd run down the stairs, worried about me. Her enhanced abilities had made her fearless. Her strikes were lightning fast, 6 cuts in an instant. She retreated to my side, scanning the area. Even with her strength, the cuts barely damaged the zombie. Its skin was tough. But the wounds made it roar in fury. I stepped in front of Xiaoyan. What are you doing here? She smiled, circling me. I want to fight with you. I smiled, I liked her. More than that, perhaps. Be careful. She hissed, then engaged the zombie. I followed, slower than her. She dodged easily, moving behind it, slicing deep. The zombie roared. I managed to strike its shoulder. Asterisk roar. Asterisk it lunged, and I cleaved through its torso, splitting it in half. I raised my other machete, beheading it. The zombie collapsed. Xiaoyan sheathed her katana, grinning. See? My wife strikes, the boss dies. Let's see what loot it drops. I smiled wryly. Other zombies were approaching. My machetes were ruined. New weapons needed. I scooped Xiaoyan up, leaped to the balcony, and returned home, utterly exhausted. After returning home, the first thing Chinan did was to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme all the curtains of his house. The upgraded zombie obviously already has a certain amount of thinking ability. Chinan is not only a little scared, if it knows how to attack, it is not impossible to jump on its balcony at night and then enter the room to kill himself and Qin Xiaoyan. Thing. Qin Xiaoyan looked at Chinan's nervousness, feeling a little uneasy, and asked, "My husband, can't we all go for a walk in the yard in the future?" Chinan smiled comfortingly at her, and said, "It's not impossible, just be careful in the future." Not only are these monsters getting stronger and stronger, they seem to be getting smarter, but they can't find out where our 2 nests are. Qin Xiaoyan was soothed by Chinan's smile and nodded happily. Then stretched out his hands and said, "Husband, hug me. I was scared by the upgraded zombie just now." Chinan reluctantly walked to Qin Xiaoyan's side and hugged her back to her own bedroom. This woman is so coquettish. Li-Ying never interacted with him in the past. Qin Xiaoyan lay in Chinan's arms and asked with some worry, "Husband, you said those zombies are getting smarter, what should we do in the future?" Chinan's hands climbed up to Qin Xiaoyan's double peaks, squeezed a few times, and said, "It's nothing terrible. Hide. If you can't hide, we will run. Now we all have special abilities, if we still need it. Worry. What should ordinary people do?" Qin Xiaoyan nodded and did not speak. The two hugged quietly for a while. Chinan raised his hand, picked up the radio, and turned on the switch. Qin Xiaoyan said, "No one has been broadcasting for a long time, why are you listening to it?" Chinan sighed and said, "Maybe the 10th gathering place for survivors set up by the Yundangshan government has been occupied by zombies. It is more than 200 kilometers away from us, and I still think maybe we can go to them." Woolen cloth. Xin Xiaoyan said, I don't want to go, I just want to be with you. Xinan smiled a little happily. With such affectionate words, Liang never seemed to have told him before. The relationship between people is really wonderful, how he and the woman in his arms are so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Feelings? Suddenly, a long-lost female voice appeared on the radio. Good afternoon, dear listeners and friends, this is Doomsday Radio, and this is Su Tianzhou. It seems that it has been a long time since I passed the message to everyone. I am unfortunate to tell everyone that the Yundang mountain gathering place has fallen. After countless zombies rushed into the camp, I was lucky to survive. Bless myself, and express deep remembrance to those who died. Xin Xiaoyan and Xinan looked at each other, their eyes full of surprises. Xinan hurriedly sat up and turned up the volume of the radio, and Xin Xiaoyan, who had been burned by the heat that Xinan had touched, also calmed down. The two leaned on the head of the bed and listened quietly. My current location is Jianhai City, which is now called Wangyu City. There are about 20,000 people in the city. This is not a gathering place for survivors established by the government. There is already anarchy here. Su Tianzhao's words contained sorrow that could not be erased. No matter what, those who have survived, cherish your lives. Now I will tell you the latest information about zombies, and hope that the survivors can hear it so as to increase the chances of continuing to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. T-virus is completely out of control and there is no antidote. At least I don't know of any R&D team studying how to eliminate the threat of T-virus. With the upgrade of T-virus, a large number of upgraded zombies also appeared. There are several kinds of information we currently have. Giant zombies, also known as abnormal eaters. Their appetite is very large, they can eat everything, of course, the most favorite food is the flesh and blood humans. The two giant zombies we have seen are more than 6 meters tall. They are extremely powerful, and their defenses are extremely strong. They can't be killed by ordinary bullets. The weakness of this kind of zombies is slow movement, so see it must run away immediately. In addition, their hearing is very good. They can fuse human ears with their own cells, which is very weird. Jumping zombies, this kind of zombies is terrible. They are the smartest alien among all upgraded zombies. Their power and speed evolve steadily, and they are the greatest enemy of mankind. They are good at jumping, their bodies are very flexible, they can be killed with a gun, but it is difficult to hit them. It is really difficult to have a chance to survive when encountering such zombies. The Yundang mountain gathering place is the first to be attacked by the jumping zombies, resulting in there was a gap in the defense, and they were finally broken. They are terrifying, and they know how to cooperate with each other. Must be careful. Skull zombies, this kind of zombies are not high in IQ, but they are the most evolved ones. Their body size is similar to ordinary zombies. The only difference is that their skulls are grown on the outside. The stiff skulls make their weaknesses. That is, the brain is wrapped and it is difficult to be attacked. The skin of skull zombies is also very hard, and ordinary bullets cannot penetrate their bodies. Their defense power is stronger than that of giant zombies. Currently, there are only these 4 types of upgraded zombies we have encountered, but I believe that there are definitely not only these 4 types of upgraded zombies. The T-virus is really terrible, it is like the gods and demons handed down from the world, it is creating a large number of brand new creatures. These creatures have completely different body structures and circulatory systems from humans, and they are even different from each other. The only thing all zombies have in common is that they are ferocious, like to kill, and feed on humans. In fact, even if zombies do not eat for a long time, they will not die, but even so, they are still unwilling to let go of any chance to eat humans. This may be God's punishment to mankind. Once again, I hope that the survivors who heard the radio broadcast of the Doomsday can cherish your lives. If you just want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme, I suggest you come to Wangyao. For the people of the last days, this is heaven and the underworld. If you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme like human beings, I suggest you not to come. Because this place is just the underworld for people in the real sense. There is no heaven. When he said this, Su Tianzhao's voice was filled with crying, and it was still suppressed at first, but slowly she couldn't cry. Xinan and Qin Xiaoyan listened quietly. They had never seen Su Tianjiao, and they didn't know what happened to them that made Su Tianjiao cry so sad. After a while, Su Tianjiao calmed down his own tone, and finally said, "Okay. Survivors of the end times. This may be the last time I will broadcast the radio to everyone. I hope you can all survive. If you really don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme anymore, death is actually a kind of happiness." After saying this, there was a rustle on the radio, and the signal was interrupted. Is death also a kind of happiness? Xinan didn't know, Wanyu City, such a sad and poetic name, what kind of story is behind it? Why does Su Tianjiao say that there is heaven and the underworld? Qin Xiaoyan's little hand was gently supported on Xinan's face, her eyes were shining directly at Xinan, and she asked, "My husband, what shall we do in the future?" "What do you think?" Xinan kissed Qin Xiaoyan gently, and said, "I'm thinking, the zombie we encountered today should be a jumping zombie? The strength is really not so strong." Qin Xiaoyan smiled and said, "I was not killed by you with my help." Xinan laughed and said, "Yes. You are the best." After speaking, he started to take off Qin Xiaoyan's clothes. Qin Xiaoyan was ridiculed by his actions, and shouted, "Husband, you are naughty again." When she saw Xinan's fiery eyes looking at her, her heart shook slightly, her breathing was a little cramped and asked, "Husband, what are you doing?" Xinan's hand did not stop, and after taking off Qin Xiaoyan, he began to take off her clothes. As he took it off, he said, "This last days is too dangerous. I think I'd better eat you up soon. Otherwise, what a waste if you really die." As he spoke, his hands were already firmly rubbed on Qin Xiaoyan's chest. "Ah!" Qin Xiaoyan let out a soft cry, breathlessly said, "My husband, what you said is true, you really want me." Xinan's breathing also rose rapidly, he lay on Qin Xiaoyan's body and screamed in a low voice, "Be quiet. Don't talk." The movements of his hands became more violent. Qin Xiaoyan said unwillingly, "After torturing me for so long, do you finally want me?" "Ah!" After another soft cry, Qin Xiaoyan whispered, "Husband, my elder is still Li Ying's." Xinan didn't wait for her to finish, but already covered Qin Xiaoyan's lips with her own mouth. Indoors, there was a lot of spring, and everything seemed to be soaked up by the men and women on the bed. What is the relationship between these innumerable zombies in these last days? Qin Xiaoyan's voice sounded from time to time, "Husband. You are awesome. So you really don't have any problems. You are a real man." After a long time, the two people on the bed were finally quiet. Qin Xiaoyan lay on Xinan's chest, and drew back and forth with his fingers on the heart-shaped scar on Xinan's chest. Xinan leaned against the bedside and lit a cigarette. Qin Xiaoyan had actually seen this heart-shaped trace on Xinan's chest with a cigarette but she had endured without questioning before, but now, the two of them have truly become a husband and wife, so when she sees Xinan after spitting out a smoke ring, Qin Xiaoyan asked, "Husband, is this heart-shaped scar on your chest burned by yourself? It must be painful after so much scalding?" Xinan's body trembled slightly, and then said, "You are young, you don't understand." After saying this, he squeezed out the cigarette but in his hand and pressed it on Qin Xiaoyan again. But Qin Xiaoyan exclaimed in shock, but she couldn't stop this crazy man. It was another sunny morning. Xinan got up quietly and glanced at the sleeping woman naked on the bed, with a smile on her face. Yesterday was really crazy. They tossed from 12 o'clock at noon until 12 o'clock in the evening, and they didn't even know how many times Xinan did it. Xinan also tried various techniques and postures on Qin Xiaoyan. This was unprecedented between Li Ying and Li Ying. When I walked to the living room, opened the corner of the curtain and looked out, there were many zombies in the community. After observing for a while, there were no upgraded zombies. Xinan opened the balcony door, jumped on the sofa bed, and picked it up by the bed. A cigarette was lit, and he took a deep breath. This cigarette can be regarded as a tribute to the 7 years of marriage that passed away. Xinan thought secretly in his heart, closing his eyes. Xinan's ears rang all kinds of messy sounds. "Ha!" Opening his eyes again and looking into the distance, Xinan suddenly realized that he could see the situation a few hundred meters away. At the crossroad there, a group of zombies were wandering back and forth. He could even see the appearance of each zombies. He even recognized one of the zombies as his neighbor in the same unit downstairs. What is going on? Why does own vision and hearing become so acute overnight? Can I really absorb her special abilities through phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme contact with Qin Shaoyan? Xiaonan was a little surprised. He hurriedly returned to the room, put on his clothes, and took the Japanese sword a few times from the balcony on the 18th floor to the ground. Looking at the zombies coming around, Xiaonan didn't hesitate and rushed forward. When he stepped out, his body jumped out more than 10 meters away, as if teleported out, which was even more terrifying than Qin Shaoyan's speed. In the past, his speed was actually not slow, relying on the explosive power of his muscles to jump several meters. But now, this feeling is completely different. Xiaonan knows that this is a special ability. When he exercises, his body seems to lose the gravity of the earth without any obstruction. In this case, powerful muscles, the explosive force brought his speed to a limit. This limit is far from the fastest human speed. The most important thing is that when he is moving fast, he can clearly catch the various movements of the zombies around him. They are like entering a slow-motion world, slowly raising his hand, and slowly using the sharp claw. Attack yourself. Xiaonan slashed out with a knife, and directly split the opposite zombie in half. Then walked past the zombies that were divided into two halves. This feeling is really cool. Xiaonan can be sure that if he encounters yesterday's jumping zombie at this time, he will definitely be able to kill it with a single blow. The perfect combination of strength and speed, coupled with the coordination of hearing, vision, and physical strength, now Xiaonan has once again gained a great ascension. After fighting happily for a while, after killing all the zombies in the community, Xiaonan once again returned to the balcony on the 18th floor. Sitting on the sofa, breathing heavily, but still unable to calm down. Why can he get Qin Shaoyan's special ability? Is it because of what the two did yesterday? This not only reminded him of the magical kung fu shown in some martial arts novels, picking yin and replenishing yang, and supernatural power? After thinking for a long time, without an answer, Xiaonan returned to the room and got the sleepy Qin Shaoyan up, and asked her to see if her power had also gained ascension, and if she had also absorbed her own special abilities. Qin Shaoyan didn't have any strength because of Qianan's tossing yesterday. After Qianan's efforts were persuaded, she reluctantly made a few attempts. When he hit the wall with his fist, Qin Shaoyan's pink hand was directly broken. Jumping straight up, the result is only more than half a meter high. In other words, Qin Shaoyan's muscle strength and body strength are nothing ascension. After dealing with Xiaonan, Qin Shaoyan immediately returned to the bed and went to sleep again. Only Xiaonan did not know what the crux of the problem was. Life has returned to plainness again. Xiaonan has reduced the scope of his own activities, only in the unit, and rarely goes out. He is afraid of attracting more powerful upgraded zombies. After all, everything outside is unknown. Qin Shaoyan finally found the fun of own life. She took all the potted plants in everyone's homes to the 18th floor and began to enjoy making flowers and plants. The two also lived a healthy couple's life, perhaps because of the strengthening of their bodies. They basically had to do it every night, and the duration of each time was at least 1 hour or more. Such days made Qin Shaoyan very satisfied. Winter and spring come, the sun and the moon are flying, and when the time enters April, a full year has passed since the time of the T-virus outbreak. Xiaonan and Qin Shaoyan are like hibernating animals, hiding in the room on the 18th floor and hardly going out. During this period of time, Xiaonan never received a broadcast from Doomsday Radio, that is to say, all news from the outside world was interrupted. In fact, after a year, the two have fully adapted to the current way of life. Although they can't go out, they can only hide in a small space, but they don't feel boring to accompany each other, and their relationship deepens day by day. If it weren't for Qin Shaoyan's occasional mention of such a sentence or two, Xiaonan would not even think of Li Ying's name. In fact, he had not forgotten that woman, but had already hidden her deeply in his heart. Now they have a lot of reserves in food, but not much water. If it's just for food, it's still enough for them to use for half a year, but they have to take a bath. Seeing Qin Shaoyan's daily reserve of water is getting less and less and sighing, Xiaonan is a little restless. He decides to go out of the community and search for resources in a larger area. When he told Qin Shayan about this idea, Qin Shayan had a worried expression on her face, but there was no objection. Again, this house is a safe haven when there are materials. When the materials are gone, it will become a cage. If you don't go out, you will not be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for too long. After discussion, the two decided to let Qinan go out alone to explore the way first. Qin Shayan already knew that Qinan's current strength, speed, power and defense, coupled with abnormal hearing and vision, should not be a problem if he can't escape when encountering ordinary dangers. In this case, it doesn't make much sense for her to go with her, so it's better to wait at home. After making a decision, he naturally had to act immediately. The next day, Qinan woke up early, after finishing everything up, holding the Japanese sword. Under Qin Shayan's thousands of warnings, he went out of the house. The purpose of this time is to explore the way, so Qinan did not fight with the zombies. Now his speed is very fast, and he can basically walk around the zombies normally. When encountering a group of zombies that cannot be avoided, he can also jump onto nearby buildings to avoid danger. In this way, after leaving the community, Qinan ran to the south. He remembered that a few kilometers south of the community was a large supermarket. Maybe go there and get a lot of gains. The journey went smoothly, bypassing the layers of ordinary zombies, and finally reached the destination. There was a little sadness in Qinan's heart. There were so many zombies on this street. The city of Hangzhou used to have a population of more than 16 million. I wonder how many people are still alive today. The supermarket is a chain supermarket of Century Lianhua. It has 3 floors. In the past, Qinan phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme visited. The first and second floors of the supermarket sell food and the third floor sells all kinds of home appliances. At this time, the front door of the supermarket is locked. Ha! Qinan was taken aback for a moment. He listened carefully and found that there seemed to be someone talking in this supermarket. And not alone. In fact, those voices are really very soft, and normal people can't hear it outside, but Qinan is not a normal person. Survivor! Qinan was excited for a while. He went around the supermarket, and sure enough, several doors of the supermarket were locked from inside. Backing the Japanese sword in his hand behind him, Qinan jumped to the roof of the supermarket and found an open ventilation window. From the ventilation window, he entered the supermarket and reached the 3rd floor of the supermarket. As soon as he landed, Qinan was stunned by the scene in front of him. This place is completely different from a year ago. The 3 floors of the huge supermarket are divided into 2 areas by connecting shelves. In each area, there are 50 or 60 men. There are various beddings on the ground. Some of the men lie down and sleep, some of them gather together to play cards, and some sit there in a daze. All of them looked dirty, and it seemed that they hadn't taken a bath for a long time, just like beggars who were seen in the street on weekdays. Most of these men are young adults. Qinan watched for a long time, only to see a boy about 10 years old in this half of the east. He was squatting there, holding a paintbrush in his hand, painting something on the ground. Are these the survivors of the last days? After being trapped in the supermarket for a year, it seems that they have had a hard time. Suddenly, Qinan frowned and felt something was wrong. Why is there no woman? At this time, people in the supermarket also found Qinan, who had jumped in through the ventilation window. The eyes of more than 100 people all focused on Qinan, and they all showed expressions of surprise that could not be believed. Qinan felt a little hairy when he was seen by these people. He hadn't been in contact with outsiders for a year. At this time, facing the eyes of so many people, he would naturally feel very uncomfortable. In this way, after a stalemate between the 2 sides, they suddenly stood up from the eastern area and walked towards Qinan alone. The distance between the two was about 50 meters, and as he approached Qinan, he found that the man looked a little familiar. Brother Qin? Is that you? The man asked incredulously. Wang Chang? Are you still alive? Chapter 13. Hearing Qinan's voice, the man laughed a few times, and then ran quickly, grabbed Qinan's hand, and exclaimed happily, God! Qin brother, am I not dreaming? Ah, you are still alive. Qinan was also excited. He was genuinely happy. This kind of happiness distracted him and ignored the faintly heard woman crying from afar. When the concentration is not enough, Shinan's hearing can no longer hear sounds from far away. The man in front of him was Wang Chang, a former colleague of Shinan, a handsome young man, 6 years younger than Shinan, only 24 this year. I just joined the job 2 years ago. At that time, Shinan liked this young man very much and took good care of him in his work life, because he came to Hangzhou to work alone, and Shinan phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme invited him to eat at home. Seeing his acquaintances before the end of the world, Shinan was naturally extremely happy. Wang Chang enthusiastically took Shinan to the east area. During the walk, Shinan looked at the shelf with some doubts. The people over there no longer paid attention to the arrival of his newcomer. What should I do there? What are you doing? As for the people in the eastern area, when Shinan passed by them, they smelled some pungent smell, perhaps because they hadn't had a bath for a long time. Some of these people will look up at him indifferently, and then look away, without a trace of emotion in their eyes. Shinan's heart was full of doubts. What they experienced this year made them so numb. After walking through the area where dozens of people were, a big round table appeared behind him. Wang Cheng took Shinan's hand and let him sit on a round chair beside the round table. There were thermos bottles and disposable cups on the round table. Wang Cheng gave Shinan a full glass of water and then sat next to Shinan. The enthusiastic attitude made Shinan a little flattered. In his memory, Wang Cheng's character is a bit introverted. After drinking, Shinan couldn't help but ask, "Wang Cheng, have you been in the supermarket all year?" Wang Cheng stroked his hair, and Shinan found that his face was clean and tidy. It was obvious that he had to pay more attention to hygiene than the other people on the ground. A warm smile on the young man's face made Shinan feel warm in his heart. "Brother Qin, don't you know that on the day the T-virus broke out a year ago, I was shopping in the supermarket, and as a result, there were zombies biting people on the street. At that time, everyone ran out and wanted to go home." The brother was timid and hid in a small room in the supermarket. The supermarket manager is a very decisive person. He saw the chaos outside and made a decisive decision, closing all the doors of the supermarket, and then looking for heavy objects from the inside to block the doors. In this way, I was trapped in the supermarket for a year. Hey, I wanted to wait for the rescue, but unfortunately, the rescue is far away. It is estimated that the whole country is now in a state of anarchy. Now that there are all zombies outside, if you want to go out but can't get out, you can only get trapped here. When Wang Cheng said this, he picked up a thermos bottle and poured himself a glass of water. He drank a big sip and continued, "Brother Qin, how did you get in? I think you are still carrying a Japanese army thorn behind your back. How are you doing this? The human ninja is? How did you come over this year?" Shinan smiled slightly and replied, "At that time, your sister-in-law prepared a lot of food for me at home. I have been hiding at home this year. Now I almost run out of food, so I came out of the house to try my luck and see if I could. Can't find some supplies." Shinan briefly introduced the situation of On, but did not mention Qin Xiaoyan and the strength and physique he possessed. Wang Cheng asked puzzledly, "Brother Qin, how many kilometers away is your home from this supermarket?" "The streets are full of zombies." "How did you get here?" Shinan was taken aback for a moment. After thinking about it, he decided to keep the matter of strengthening the physique, and said, "Be bold and careful, and I came here avoiding zombies all the way. Hey, I was too forced to do it, and I didn't need it if I didn't come out." "That's right. It's also very lucky, and this journey can be considered as a surprise." Wang Cheng laughed heartily and said, "Then Brother Qin, your luck is really good. By the way, where is the sister-in-law? Is the sister-in-law still at home?" Shinan's expression suddenly became a little sad, and he whispered, "I divorced your sister-in-law more than a year ago. She left Hanghai City before the outbreak of the T-virus. Now I don't know where Daoist is." Wang Cheng felt Shinan's loss, and patted Shinan on the shoulder to show his comfort. Then stood up, picked up the thermos and shook it, and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, there is no hot water. When I go to fill some, there is a small boiler behind our supermarket." After speaking, he turned and left, opened the door of a room and walked in. Shinan saw an acquaintance, and when he reminded him, he once again remembered the woman who was deeply hidden in his heart. Liying, where are you now? Is it life or death? If you are alive, how will you be doing well? A few minutes later, Wang Cheng walked out of the room, carrying a pot of hot water, and filling Qin with a glass, and then continued to chat about the interesting things about the two people together before. He was very talkative, and he was even better than a year ago. A lot more cheerful. When you work in the company, you have to face your colleagues with a smile, and when you come home, you have to face Liying, who is increasingly indifferent to him. The feeling of suffering from gains and losses makes people feel chest tight when they think about it. Forget it, don't want to. Don't you have a good time with Qin Shaoyan this year? A little bit of time passed. After half an hour, Qin had already drunk half a water bottle of boiling water, and Wang Cheng seemed to have a dry mouth, and talk less and less. Qin finally found an opportunity to ask own question. Wang Cheng, why are you guys all here? Where are the women? I just seemed to hear a woman crying. Wang Cheng was taken aback for a moment, and asked, can you hear a woman's cry? Qin nodded and listened carefully. There were really women crying, and it seemed that they weren't one. I wanted to continue to ask Wang Cheng what was going on, but suddenly my head felt heavy, as if it was the feeling of being drunk. Qin hurriedly stood up, but his steps were unsteady, and he went backwards and almost fell. Fortunately, Wang Cheng hurried to catch him and asked, Brother Qin, what's the matter with you? Qin shook his head. When he raised his head to look at Wang Cheng, he discovered that he saw Wang Cheng's double image and his concerned expression. With some apologies in his heart, Qin said, it's okay, I don't know why I feel dizzy, don't worry. After saying this, Qin felt that On's head became even more dizzy. Soon the strength of his body was useless, and he couldn't stand still, and eventually fell to the ground and fainted. Before completely losing consciousness, Qin could still hear Wang Cheng's concerned voice, Gu Qin. What's wrong with you, Gu Qin? I don't know how long it took, Qin slowly woke up from a coma. The whole body is aching, and there is no strength at all. He wanted to stand up, but suddenly realized that he was actually tied up. Shocked, Qin opened his eyes and found that he was really tied to a wooden chair by Wawada, and not far in front of him, Wang Chengjiang and three men were drinking around the round table. Finding that Qin was awake, Wang Cheng smiled and walked to Qin with a glass of wine, patted Qin on the shoulder, and laughed, Old Qin, you said you have been hiding at home for a year, why don't you continue to hide? Now, I want to run here and fall into the hands of the little master. Qin looked at Wang Cheng, who was smiling frantically, frowned, and asked, Wang Cheng, what are you doing? Wang Cheng raised his hand and slapped Qin's face hard, but Qin only felt pain in his face. What happened? After strengthening his skin and muscles, his defenses are very strong. Why does it hurt so much after being hit by Wang Cheng? Qin tried to use force, trying to stretch his own rope, but found that his whole body really didn't have any strength. Suddenly, Qin was a little desperate. Did his own strengthen his ability and disappear? Wang Cheng's sneer came, and his tone was as cold as his laugh. Ha! The surname is Qin, don't you know? I used to fucking annoy you the most when working together. Always pretend to be a good old man and take care of me. Do you think you are my parents? Does daddy use you? Pooh. He spit out and spit on Qin's face, then sat back at the round table again and continued to drink with the three men. These three men were all topless, and the oldest of them, a man in his 30s, asked, Fourth, do you think this man's wife is beautiful? Wang Cheng, the old fourth in his mouth, laughed and said, That's pretty beautiful. This kid is called Qin. He used to be in the same company with me. He worked for a few years longer than me, and he always took care of me. I hate to die. The only thing is that his wife is pretty. This kid is a complete idiot, and he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme took me to his house for dinner. He may not know until now, I secretly fucked his wife twice. That woman's strength in bed is really unbearable. Qin was taken aback when he heard this, and then shouted angrily, Wang Cheng. You fucking bullshit. Wang Cheng looked at Qin, who was howling, smiled coldly, with a trace of contempt in his eyes, and said, Qin, I didn't lie to you, is there a mole on your wife's butt, and is there no hair under her? The man called the boss beamed his eyes and asked, "What? She didn't cut it herself, did she?" Wang Cheng shook his head and said, "No, I asked her. She said she was born like this and never grew out." Ha ha ha. The four men all laughed. But Chinan, who was tied to a chair, was stunned. He really couldn't believe that Li Ying would have happened to Wang Cheng like that. But what Wang Cheng said was not bad at all, so Chinan couldn't help but believe it. "Li Ying, why are you doing this to me? Why?" Chinan wanted to shout, but couldn't make any sound. 2 lines of tears rolled down in his eyes. Wang Cheng looked at Chinan, who was crying, and smiled even more proudly. He told the boss and a few people how to get in touch with Li Ying, how to finally go to bed, and the various details of the bed. All of this, listen to Chinan's heart, every word, they all plunged deeply into his heart. That woman said, "Did you have any passion with him? In the past few years of marriage, she has been like a living widow. This kid Chinan seems to have some psychological disorder." They have also seen a psychologist. It seems that Chinan's physical function is very good. Soundness means that when facing his wife, he feels that his wife is a goddess and cannot be easily profaned. Haha, he didn't know, his goddess is actually a bitch, and the sorrowful person when I was in bed, and the street it doesn't make any difference that miss who's doing a shot for $30, haha. Chinan's heart was broken, he could even hear his own heartbreak, and he was so numb that he had forgotten to cry. Wang Cheng and the 3 men drank while talking and laughing, and found that Chinan had no sound. He stood up and walked in front of Chinan, seeing Chinan's face pale, his expression dull, his eyes blood red but lifeless, as if he was stupid. The old man shouted from the seat, "Fourth, why do you keep him? Kill it." Wang Cheng returned to his seat and smiled, "I drank so much drug drinking water before, and I was irritated by me. I guess I was silly. Wait to see if I will wake up, I haven't played enough for him, if what is silly tomorrow I will throw him out to feed the zombies." The boss nodded, and said to the other man, "Second, go get the women out. Daddy just heard the fourth talk about doing other people's wives, which made me itch." The man called the second chuckled, stood up and walked and said, "Boss, what do you envy about? Aren't we doing other people's wives every day?" After he finished speaking, Runijing walked down the 3rd floor. In a room on the 2nd floor, which used to be a supermarket storage room, opened the door and closed the room with women. The older ones were in their 30s and the younger ones were only in their teens. They looked pretty good. These women are all naked, tied to their wrists by a long rope. The second child laughed obscenely, pulled the rope by one end to get the women out of the room, and dragged them to the 3rd floor. The men who had nothing to do on the east side of the 3rd floor of the supermarket saw the dozens of naked women standing up, their eyes glowing with fiery light. The men on the other side of the shelf frowned upon seeing this scene. The leader of them is called Li Zichuan, the department manager of this supermarket before. Li Zichuan had a trace of anger in his heart at this time. He shouted to the man who claimed to be the boss across the shelf, "Lu Dong, I think we should talk about it. Don't you be afraid of retribution if you do something inferior to a brute?" Lu Dong, the boss, smiled coldly, stood up and untied a woman in her 30s from the rope, and pulled it into his arms. He held her chest with his big hands and squeezed it forcefully. The woman was in pain and let out a low moan. Lu Dong pinched the woman's chest and said to Li Zichuan, "Manager, have you been accustomed to watching this for half a year? Daddy has said, or you can come over and play with the daddy, take your women, take them out too, let's have fun together. Otherwise, just leave my business alone." After finishing speaking, he ignored Li Zichuan, pressed the woman to the round table, took off his pants, and started the business in the public. His movements were very rude, and the woman was crying in pain because of him. The other women were also distributed by the second child to other men in the East area. For a while, the East area became the women's the underworld. Painful crying, confused tunes and laughter were endless. Li Zichuan shook his head helplessly, returned to his own people, and sighed deeply. The other men on the west side also suppressed their own hearts. Faced with the east side, how to keep one's heart is not easy for every man. Chinan had no reaction in his eyes without any thoughts, and everything in front of him seemed to have nothing happened to him. His heart was broken, and once again he was severely torn apart by the woman he had hidden in his heart. Suddenly, someone pulled the corner of his clothes. Sheenan tilted his head unconsciously, and beside him, a little boy was standing there. This little boy is the one that Sheenan saw before scribbling on the ground with a paintbrush. The boy's small face is dirty, but he has a pair of big and pure eyes, and the black pupils are immature, which makes people feel love after seeing it. Looking at the boy, Sheenan's heart gradually became less painful, and his numb brain gradually began to think. The boy showed a sweet smile. He looked around. All the men in the eastern area were busy. Under each of them, there was a naked woman pressed against him. No one paid attention to him. Shooting his hand into his arms, the boy took out a fruit knife that was not too long. He slowly used a fruit knife to cut the rope that bound Sheenan. Sheenan watched the boy's movements without any reaction for a while, until the boy cut the rope. Sheenan finally regained consciousness. His heart still hurts because of Li Ying. But he knew that he couldn't die here because of Qin Shaoyan. Sheenan suddenly discovered that Qin Shaoyan is so important to him. If he hadn't had a happy, comfortable and happy life with Qin Shaoyan over the past few months, he might be really crazy at this time. Lightly moving his hands and feet, Sheenan's own special abilities seem to have disappeared. He is now an ordinary person. Could it be that the medicinal properties suppressed the special abilities that the strange giant sword in his body gave him? At this time, there was no time to think too much. Sheenan stood up slowly, took the little boy, and walked towards the stairs on the second floor little by little. These men on the ground were completely immersed in their boundless desires, and they didn't find two people who were trying to escape against the wall. At the top of the stairs on the second floor, Qin Anong wanted to pick up the little boy and run out. Unexpectedly, the little boy tightened his hand, pointed at a woman who was crushed by a man, with tears in her eyes, and said softly, "Help my mother." Sheenan's heart twitched. He looked around and saw that it was a 38-year-old woman. Upon closer inspection, he actually recognized this woman. Lu Wenwan? The former business manager of Datong Corporation? With a sharp turn, Sheenan bit his own lower lip with his teeth and saw a steel pipe on the ground beside him. He quietly bent down, picked up the steel pipe, and then exhausted all his strength, hitting him on Lu Wenwan. On the back of the man's head. After a muffled sound, the man fainted to the ground. Sheenan took a step forward and pulled up Lu Wenjuan's hand, while the other hand held the little boy and quickly ran to the second floor. This group of men were so devoted, they didn't notice the departure of the three of Sheenan. In one breath, he ran to the first floor of the supermarket and found an escape phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme for the fire. Sheenan did not hesitate to open the small door from the inside, then pulled Lu Wenwan and the little boy out of the supermarket. There are not too many zombies outside, but Sheenan, who has lost his enhanced ability at this time, can't go back to his own house anyway. After hesitating slightly, Sheenan closed the small door of the fire passage. He hated Wang Chang, but he still didn't want to let all the people inside die. If the small door was not closed, zombies would definitely enter. Observe the surroundings. There was a small 3-story building tens of meters away from the supermarket, which used to be a public bath. Sheenan remembered that before the outbreak of the T-virus, it seemed that this bathhouse was closed. The owner seemed to have left the country with his family, and the house was always empty. I believe there is no one inside. Taking a deep breath, Sheenan took the two people and rushed towards the small building. On the way, zombies came around. Although he had lost his strengthening ability, Sheenan still didn't have any fear in the face of ordinary zombies. He held the steel pipe in his hand and pierced the heads of the approaching zombies. 1, 2, 3 He ran all the way, killed 9 zombies, and finally reached the 3-story building. Sheenan broke the glass of the small building with a steel pipe, then cleaned the glass fragments on the window frame with clothes. He got in first, and then pulled Lu Wenwan and her mother from the outside. When he hugged Lu Wenwan, who was not covered in any clothes, there was no evil thought in his heart. All he had at this time was hate. He never knew that hating someone could make him so peaceful. After entering the room, Sheenan cautiously began to search to see if there were any zombies. This behavior has become a habit of him. In a year, Sheenan has killed thousands of zombies, so in the eyes of ordinary people, these terrifying monsters are not terrible to Sheenan. The first floor and the second floor are all bathrooms, and the third floor is the home of the head of the household. After Qinan carefully checked that there was no danger, he took Lu Wanwan and her mother to the bedroom on the third floor. It was finally safe for the time being. Qinan sat down on the bed with a little bit of depression, while Lu Wanwan cried bitterly while holding his son. Qinan's heart suddenly missed Qin Xiaoyan. Perhaps it is not love between him and Qin Xiaoyan? But after being with each other for so long, that woman is already a cure for him. With her presence, he can temporarily forget the woman Liang. Liang, where are you now? Are you still with Cheng Gang? Qinan secretly made a decision. He was going to find that woman. I found her and asked her personally why she treated herself so cruelly. Didn't the two come together because of love? Is love really that fragile when facing reality? Closing his eyes, the strenuous exercise just now made Qinan's breathing a little dignified. In fact, he is still stronger than ordinary people, and he can kill 9 ordinary zombies in one go. However, the lack of strengthening ability still made him frustrated. All this is because of Wang Chang. Why is this so? Perhaps Wang Chang is just such a person, but in the real society, people hide themselves. When the end of the world comes, there is no bondage, no moral restraint. After the human nature is exposed, most of them are ugly. This is human nature. Until today, Qinan finally realized the cruelty of the end times. In a small supermarket, more than 100 people have been quarantined for a year, and their human nature has degenerated like this. Qinan can imagine that other gathering places for survivors may not be much better. After more than 10 minutes, Qinan's breath finally calmed down. He looked at Lu Wanwan, who was holding his son, and said, "Manager Lu, do you still know me?" Lu Wanwan was just sobbing at this moment. Hearing someone calling her Manager Lu, Lu Wanwan was taken aback for a moment, raised her head, and looked at Qinan with tears in her eyes. After a glimmer of doubt flashed in his eyes, he said unconfirmed, "Are you the security of Datang Company?" Qinan nodded and said, "Yes, my name is Qinan, you may not know my name? I remember that I always met you at that time. You are a very nice person, and I would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme joke with us at that time." Lu Wanwan thought of Qinan, and she said, "You have lost a lot of weight. You used to be quite fat, so I don't dare to recognize it." Qinan nodded and said, "Tell me about what's going on in the supermarket?" Lu Wanjuan's gaze stagnated, and there were more tears in her eyes. It has been a year of life in general, making her miserable. Chapter 15. Her voice is suppressed and low, telling of her experience in the supermarket this year. My son Li Chen and I were trapped in the supermarket when the T-virus broke out. At the beginning, it was okay. Li Zichuan and Lu Dong, managers of the 2 departments of the supermarket, organized everyone to seal up all the entrances of the supermarket. There was also a lot of food in the supermarket. We were waiting for rescue. A few months have passed, but the rescue still has not arrived. The 400 to 500 people trapped in the supermarket have to eat and drink every day, so the supplies are dwindling and conflicts are rising day by day. Lu Dong gathered some employees in the supermarket to drive out those of us who are not in the supermarket, so that the materials in the supermarket can make them phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme longer. So the 2 groups quarreled in the supermarket first, and then Lu Dong took the initiative. The melee finally ended in Lu Dong's victory. Li Zichuan didn't fail completely. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. He gathered 40 or 50 people who shared his opinions, divided the forces in the supermarket, and said that if Lu Dong wanted to kill them all, they would fight. Lu Dong also didn't want to make the fish dead, and he was willing to divide forces with Li Zichuan, but the food in the supermarket was also distributed according to the ratio of 6 to 4. Lu Dong accounted for 60% and Li Zichuan accounted for 40%. Most of the people on Li Zichuan are a pair of couples. The reason why they are willing to be within Li Zichuan's sphere of influence is also because Li Zichuan can still be regarded as a normal person. They can rely on him to protect their own wife. There is no one to protect a disadvantaged woman like me with only one child. Lu Dong and Li Zichuan agreed that women like me without a man should belong to Lu Dong's management. At that time, I already knew his purpose. The 2 months after the division of the forces were fine. I was able to distribute a small amount of food, and occasionally I was taken advantage of by the people of Li Zichuan. But slowly, the rescue was indefinite, and Lu Dong's behavior became more and more ruthless. He first designated some internal team members, and then ordered the internal team members to control all the young women and lock them in a room. After that, he asked some old people and boys to go to the first floor. That day, my son Li Chen hid in a corner on the third floor to play. He was not discovered by their internal team members and escaped. On the first floor, Lu Dong took his internal team members, and nearly 200 old people and children who had no resistance to them drove out of the supermarket. In his words, keeping these people is of no use, it can only take up resources and waste food. Later, they found Li Chen and wanted to drive Li Chen out. I went to beg them. I took off my clothes in front of Lu Dong, and begged him to let my son go. In Lu Dong's laughter, I was pressed under my body one by them. For 2 days, I was crushed by dozens of men. Having said this, Lu Wenwan cried again and cried for a long time before continuing. Later, they decided to let my son go. It was Wang Chang's suggestion. At that time, I thought maybe he's still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme some old feelings. After all, he was a colleague of a company before, and I was really kind to him at that time. However, later I discovered that Wang Chengqi was a pervert. He is a person that Lu Dong trusts. They also formed 4 brothers, who belonged to the head of Lu Dong's group. Wang Cheng would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often /phoneme lock me and Li Chen in the same room, and then do that with me and let Li Chen watch. When doing it, he would say something very abnormal, and he would ask Li Chen if he would like to do it with me. Li Chen didn't understand this at all, he just squatted on the ground and cried. And when I listened to my son's cry, I would cry even more miserably. All of this seemed to make Wang Cheng even more excited. He always left my body when he was halfway through with me, beat Li Chen hard, and then returned to continue. He would press my body, half smile, and tell me how it feels to hit my son. He is really a pervert. A person with a twisted mind. After that, all the women were randomly played with by them, and they didn't have any defense ability at all. Li Zichuan and the others looked at them and tried to stop him several times, but under Lu Dong's tough attitude, he retreated. He is not ruthless with Lu Dong, because Lu Dong is a lonely family member, and most of the people on Li Zichuan's family are with their families. They only seek self-protection, and they no longer care about us women. The life like the underworld, day after day, seems to be far away. It seems to be far away. After speaking, Lu Wenchuan's voice became lower and lower, but the tears in his eyes flowed more and more violently. He not only sneered at himself. It seems that he still hasn't really seen what human nature is. It can be so evil. Wang Chang. Xinan never thought that one day he would kill someone, but now, his heart is full of killing intent. He is going to kill them all, kill all the human beings who have lost their humanity. Standing up from the bed, Xinan searched the room, found a set of women's clothing, threw it to Lu Wenwan, and then said, "Now you have escaped, Manager Lu, you are a very cheerful person, your nightmare it's over, let's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme your life." Lu Wenwan woke up from the blurred consciousness. Yes, she wants to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme, and she still has a son who needs her to take care of. Isn't this the meaning of her persisting for so long and not choosing to commit suicide? Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme. For the son. Although Xiao Li Chen is only 10 years old now, his experience this year has made him mature a lot. He also knew that he was out of danger, crying while comforting his mother. When he was in the supermarket, he didn't even dare to cry, because as long as he cried, he would be beaten by Wang Chang. Xinan found a half-meter-long watermelon knife in the kitchen. Sighing, Xinan missed his own enhancement ability. If he still had the enhancement ability at this time, he could rush into the opposite supermarket without hesitation and kill all the people he wanted to kill. Leaning over the window and looking at the sun outside, it should be 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know if Qin Xiaoyan will be worried if she hasn't gone back yet. He knew that although Qin Xiaoyan also had special abilities and had extremely fast movement speed, she wanted to rush through layers of corpses and come to here a few kilometers away from home. It should be very dangerous. Xiaoyan, don't leave the house, wait for me to go back. Qinan thought secretly in his heart. After searching the other rooms again, Qinan returned to the bedroom without finding anything useful. Indoors, Lu Wenwan is already neatly dressed. The upper body is a pink tight-fitting fleece, and the lower body is wearing white tight-fitting trousers. Lu Wenwan, who puts on the clothes, looks much more energetic. As a 38-year-old woman, Lu Wenwan's figure is well maintained. There is not much fat on her belly, her calf is slender, her buttocks are curled, and she has the charm of a mature woman. She used to be the manager of the business department of Datang Corporation. She has to contact with different customers every day, so she naturally grows a good skin. For her memory, Qinan is friendly. At that time, every time she met Lu Wenwan in the company, she would greet Qinan proactively, "Little security guard, do you have my package?" But now, things are wrong. Lu Wenwan has also adjusted his own state. Her personality is actually very cheerful and optimistic, and her ability to withstand stress is also very strong, otherwise she would not be a manager of the business department. She has this title, but she has worked hard at Datang Company by relying on her strength little by little, without any moisture at all. Seeing Qinan who walked in, Lu Wenwan was a little nervous. Qinan looked at and touched her own body just now, but it didn't matter. 1 year of the underworld life made her look down on matters of men and women. She just didn't know Qinan. How will they treat their mother and child, and where will their future go? Qinan lay on the bed casually. He needed to rest, thinking about his next plan. He guessed that it was Wang Chung who dropped drugs and other things in the water he was drinking, and it was these things that suppressed the own strengthening ability, but now the effect of the medicine has passed, and he woke up, but the strengthening ability has not been restored. Why it is like this? After thinking for a while, to no avail, Qinan raised his head and looked at Lu Wenwan, who was standing quietly in the corner of the room, hugging his son. If before, I would not dare to be so casual in front of Lu Wenwan. Qinan smiled slightly, patted the bed for fear, and said to Lu Wenwan, "Manager Lu, sit down, don't be nervous." Lu Wenwan nodded, straightened her hair, took her son to sit on the corner of the bed, and looked at Qinan embarrassedly. "Don't call Manager Lu, Datang Corporation no longer exists, you can just call me Sister Lu. Now this city is full of zombies. We are orphans and widows. If we want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, we will need your help in the future. If you don't leave us behind, I can give myself to you." Lu Wenwan spoke plainly, but Qinan was stunned. He didn't expect this woman to be so direct. It seems that during this year, she understood the reality and the human nature of the doomsday better than herself. She didn't think she could protect them without paying, so she chose a direct showdown just to survive. Qinan remained silent for a long time and said, "Sister Lu, then I won't call you the manager." As a man, facing a beautiful mature woman, he can act recklessly without being accused or judged. This is naturally a kind of temptation. But I don't want to do this, don't worry, I will try my best to protect you, who makes me your little security guard. Lu Wenwan was a little shocked when she heard what Qinan said, and was more touched. A year ago, in her eyes, this man would never have an intersection with her. 1 year later, in her eyes, this man seemed to be a legend. People. After experiencing the slaughter of human nature, can she still believe him? Lu Wenwan didn't know it herself. The two were speechless, and Li Chen did not make a sound obediently, just lying in his mother's arms. The room was quiet, and occasionally I heard the roar of zombies coming from outside. As time passed and the night gradually deepened, Qinan became a little uneasy. "Xin Xiaoyan at home, what is doing right now? Do you miss yourself?" The clock points to 9 o'clock. It was a bit gloomy tonight. Xin Xiaoyan lay on the balcony and looked out. The zombies wandered around in the community. Her enhanced ability allowed her to see at night. Her eyebrows were frowned, and her heart was intersecting in suffering and waiting. Why hasn't Qinan returned? Is it in danger? Thinking of this, Xin Xiaoyan couldn't wait any longer. She turned and went back to the room, put on a pair of sneakers, a pair of leather pants on her legs, and a tight black waistcoat on top of her upper body. She wore a short black leather jacket that was also tight. Then she opened the room with 2 kitchen knives in her hand. The door, went downstairs out of the unit, and fumbled forward in the direction where Qinan left. There were a lot of zombies in the small area at this time. Qin Shaoyan wanted to get around them, but there were too many of them. After seeing Qin Shaoyan's figure, they all surrounded them frantically. Qin Shaoyan had no choice but to kill the zombies one by one with the knife in her hand. At this time, there were already many zombies on the ground of the community, and the smell of rotten everywhere in the community was pungent and unpleasant. Around the entire community and in the community, thousands of zombies have decayed, mosquitoes are everywhere, and it is depressed and decadent. While killing, they usually ran. After half an hour, Qin Shaoyan finally crossed the fence and ran out of the community. Outside the community, there are more zombies. She doesn't have the strong muscles of Qinin, and can't jump and climb nearby buildings to avoid large areas of zombies. She can only rely on her speed to fight and run. A little bit of time passed, and Qin Shaoyan's breathing became rapid and solemn in the face of the endless zombies, and fear slowly climbed into her heart. She was a little scared. These monsters could not be killed at all, and her physical strength was limited. She wanted to return to her own home on the 18th floor in the community, but a belief kept her from turning her head, but continuing to rush forward. She wants to find Qinin, and now she finally understands her own mind. She has fallen in love with that man deeply. Without him, she cannot phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phonemon. After another half an hour, Qin Shaoyan was exhausted, but at this time he had just ran out a few hundred meters, and there were already hundreds of zombies killed. No! She has no ability to move on. Qin Shaoyan looked around quickly, and there was a shop nearby with the door open. Qin Shaoyan rushed in quickly, and then locked the door tightly. In the store, two zombies were moving slowly. Qin Shaoyan put away the knife and chopped off the heads of the two zombies, then dropped the knife weakly, crying bitterly. Outside the door, the sound of zombies knocking on the door, accompanied by their roar, tortured Qin Shaoyan's heart. Qin Shaoyan knelt on the ground, crawled a few times, pressed her body against the door, and said in pain, "Qinin, where are you?" Qinin was already asleep at this time, completely unaware of what happened to Qin Shaoyan. 3 hours later, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Qinin suddenly got out of bed. On the other side of the bed, Lu Wenwan hugged Li Chen and was sleeping soundly. Qinin got out of bed gently and walked out of the bedroom. He didn't take off his clothes when he slept. He carried the watermelon knife in his hand. Qinin's eyes flickered with cold light. Tonight is destined to be a night full of killings. When I reached the first floor, I jumped from the window to the outside. There was no moon, the night was dark, and the surroundings were quiet. Qinin had actually discovered one thing a long time ago. These zombies will become quiet after 12 o'clock in the night, and they seem to have entered a state of rest. This is different from the early zombies. The early zombies have no consciousness, and naturally they don't understand to go to rest. With the T-virus being upgraded, the T-virus is changing the body structure of the zombies, giving them a certain sense of consciousness. Since they are conscious, then the zombie's brain will continue to operate, so they need to rest. So after midnight, even if the zombies basically enter the rest period, their actions and reaction capabilities will become slow, just like those zombies with stiff hands and feet when the T-virus just broke out, weak but not too strong. Offensive. Qinin moved forward slowly step by step, avoiding the zombies' phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to him as much as possible, but if he couldn't avoid it, he quickly lifted the knife and chopped off the head of the zombies. Finally, he crossed the street and returned to the supermarket. After a small circle around the supermarket, Qinin found a small window 2 meters above the ground. He jumped, clung to the window sill with his hand, broke the glass of the window, and climbed in through the window. It's dark on the first floor of the supermarket. Faintly, Qinin heard footsteps coming here, and he hurriedly hid himself behind a container. A few minutes later, the voice came. "Who is over there?" A man asked in a quiet voice, holding a flashlight in his hand, and taking pictures around. No abnormalities were found. Then another man's voice sounded, and said, "Let's go, who else? I'm tired of patrolling night and day. All the exits are blocked, and the zombies can't get in again, so let's go back to the 3rd floor. Monitor Li Zichuan's group of people," the boss said. "That group of talents are our real enemies. Sooner or later kill them, and then bring the women they protect over to play." The man who spoke first smiled, and then said in confusion, "It's better to be careful." I clearly heard the sound of glass breaking just now. After he finished speaking, he took a flashlight to take pictures, and finally turned around boringly, wanting to leave. From their conversation, Xinan has concluded that they are members of Lu Dong and Wang Cheng's gang. After gritting his teeth, Xinan said to himself in his heart, "Let go and do it. These people are more terrifying demons than zombies. Kill them. Don't treat them as human beings." Encouraging himself, Xinan gently let go from behind the container. With cold sweat in his hands, he tightly held the handle of the watermelon knife, and then slowly moved forward, then accelerated, rushing behind the two with his fastest speed. Without any hesitation, Xinan put away the knife, exhausted all his strength, and slashed at a person's neck. This watermelon knife was very fast. With a single knife, the blade cut into half of his neck and hacked it to death. Without any hesitation, Xinan took a kick, kicked the person's body, and then swung the knife to another person. His actions were too decisive. The person holding the flashlight didn't react at all, and was caught by Xinan. A knife hit the face head-on. Xinan has killed thousands of zombies, and who can make perfect for this kind of hacking and assassination? After the stab hit, he raised his leg and kicked the man down, then rushed up and slammed his mouth with his foot. The man originally wanted to scream because of the pain, but Xinan gagged his mouth with the soles of his shoes. Swinging a knife, Xinan finally pierced his throat and killed him. The sweat on his forehead slowly dripped. The first time he killed someone, Xinan was even more nervous than when he killed a zombie for the first time, and even a little bit of fear arose in his heart. This is a completely different feeling, killing. After calming his breath for a while, Xinan slowly searched for the stairs leading to the second floor. After climbing up the second floor, Xinan looked around and found no one to watch the night, so he went on to the third floor. When he reached the top of the stairs on the third floor, Xinan looked inside. At this time, the dark clouds dispersed, and moonlight shot in through the small window on the roof. A few meters away, dozens of men could be seen faintly sleeping on the ground. They seem to be sleeping very hard, maybe it's because they consume too much energy on women during the day. Walking forward slowly, Xinan held the handle of the knife tightly. When he reached the nearest person, he stretched out his hand and took out a dagger from his arms. It was a weapon that Li Ying had brought to Xinan before leaving. The dagger is very sharp, but because it is too short, it is not suitable for killing zombies. It has never been used before. At this time, it can come in handy. Xinan approached the dagger to the throat of the person closest to him, then gently placed the watermelon knife on the ground with his other hand. After that, he quickly covered the person's mouth with his hand and swiped the dagger forward. Cut the throat and kill without making a sound. Xinan was a soldier, and some assassination skills that he had learned in the army before came in handy. In this way, Xinan killed one by one. When he killed more than 30 men, he finally made a mistake. He didn't cover the mouth of the person who was about to kill and made him scream. Ah! After the shrill cry, everyone was awakened. Including the people from Li Zichuan on the other side of the container and the people from Lu Dong on this side were all awakened. Xinan didn't wait for them to react, holding the dagger to one side, holding the watermelon knife in both hands, and starting a real hack and kill. He was so skilled at hacking people, he even felt that there was no difference between hacking people and zombies. Every knife is rushing to the point, and every knife is trying hard to chop off the opponent's head, just like killing a zombie. After a scream of horror, Xinan chopped more than a dozen people, almost everyone killed with a single knife. The four brothers, Li Dong Wangcheng, who slept in the innermost part, the first action after waking up was to escape. They could only hear a cry of pain, and they thought it was a zombie. The four of them got into a dressing room not far behind at almost the same time and locked the door tightly. But Li Zichuan was a little quieter. With the moonlight at this time, Li Zichuan could vaguely see that the murderer was not a zombie, but a living person carrying a knife. Even so, in the face of such a bloody scene, Li Zichuan was still heart palpitations. After killing all the people outside, Xinan didn't plan to let go of the culprit. He was carrying a watermelon knife stained with blood, and he was already full of murderous aura at this time. He felt that On's mind didn't seem to be very clear, and he buzzed with a headache. Killed dozens of living people in one breath, as long as it is a normal person, it will be eroded by Heart's demon. Wang Chang. I must never let you go. Qinan strode to the locker room and slammed the door with his feet outside. The door was just a small wooden door, not very strong. Qinan kicked it a few times. The wooden door has appeared loose. The four inside the door finally realized that the murdered devil that appeared at midnight was not a zombie. Lu Dong yelled in a trembling voice, his voice a little hoarse, "Who are you? Is it Li Zichuan? You go quickly, please don't kill us." There is no more logic in his words. After waking up from sleep, anyone will not be calm in the face of such a killing scene. Boom! Qinan used the strongest kick to finally kick the small wooden door open. The room was a little dark, but Lu Dong and Wang Chang were all scared at this time. They hugged each other like a woman, all over. Shaking, looking at the dark shadow of the front knife, he didn't even dare to make a sound, as if it were a god of death. In fact, if they fought desperately at this time, they might not have the chance to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. After all, Qinan was just alone. However, Qinan killed dozens of people in a row, with a murderous and bloody smell on his body, which made Lu Dong and Wang Chun lose the courage to resist. It was not clear what was going on inside. Qinan turned around, took the flashlight placed there on the round table, turned on the switch, and it was ready for use. Returning to the dressing room, he took a few shots inside and saw the four people hugging each other. He smiled coldly and walked in with a knife. The four of them pushed each other and screamed in horror. Recognized by Wang Chang, Qinan didn't hesitate or say anything. He didn't want to condemn Wang Chang. He didn't want to cry like a woman how much he hated Wang Chang's insult to him yesterday. He didn't want to know whether what Wang Chang said yesterday was true or false. The only thing he had to do at this time was to kill him. Chop him into pieces. There was no scream of killing, only a ruthless action. Qinan threw the flashlight on the four of them, and then rushed forward a few steps with the swaying light beam. Cut with one knife, and slash mercilessly. Every time you go down, you can hear the shouts of four people together. I don't know who was killed. Every time it goes down, a bloodstain will splash on Qinan's face, arms, and clothes. Without knowing how many knives he had cut, Qinan almost collapsed. His whole body was already covered with blood. Finally, the world was quiet. The four people in front of them couldn't make any more noises, and the group of Li Zichuan outside the locker room didn't make any noises. They were all frightened. Qinan turned to lean against the wall and let his body slowly fall to the ground. He couldn't open his eyes a little, as if splashing blood splashed into his eyes. He raised his hand and tried to wipe it with his sleeve, only to find that the cuffs were also stained with blood. Taking a long breath, Qinan felt his heart beating very fast. Killed more than 40 living people in one breath, making him almost collapsed. At this time, the other side was a little sober. Why did he kill these people? Are these people really to the point where they must die? Qinan's heart was a little messy. I closed my eyes, and the scene of yesterday appeared before my eyes, the white-flowered women lying on the ground, and the men lying on their bodies laughing and laughing. Yes. He is not wrong, these people should be killed. The so-called chaotic times, now that no one cares about moral constraints on people, he is willing to stand up and recreate a society with laws. He never felt like a savior. Before the end of the world, he was just a little security guard. He was just a somewhat simple, somewhat silly, kind and honest man. He longs for good, he hates sin. He didn't want to see the stain of human nature, exposing it to one's eyes. Even though he himself has a lot of dark sides of human nature, he still wants to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme hypocritically. Isn't it? Sometimes a little hypocritical can the world be quieter. From this moment on, Qinan felt that his own mentality had completely changed. Perhaps he killed dozens of people in a row, causing his temperament to be distorted. He wanted more. He used his own hands to create a new world. After breathing for a while, Qinan stood up on the ground with a watermelon knife, staggering towards the outside. Across the shelf, when his figure appeared in the eyes of Li Zichuan's group of people, these people couldn't help but retreated a few steps, and they felt that their own hearts began to beat quickly. The dark clouds in the sky outside had disappeared, and there happened to be a beam of moonlight shining on Qinan's body through the window. What a cruel killing! In people's eyes, they saw a man wrapped in blood. He couldn't see his appearance clearly. In the dim night, there was only a pair of bright eyes looking at them mercilessly. Those eyes were the same color as his body, and they were indifferent in the red. Li Zichuan's body trembled unnaturally. Looking at Qinan, it took a long time to find his own voice. He squatted and said hard, "Who are you? What are you doing? So many of us are not afraid of you." There was no expression on Qinan's face, and the killing made him ruthless and fearless. After taking a look at Li Zichuan, Qinan said, "I won't kill you. You haven't committed too many wrongs, and there is no reason to die. But you can't get rid of evil, and you can't save you when you see weakness, and you are not a good person." Li Zichuan lowered his head in shame after hearing Qinan's words, and the people behind him were in the same mood. In the end, Li Zichuan spoke on behalf of them. How to save? The government is gone, and there are all zombies outside. We don't know if we can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme until tomorrow, so what else is there to care about others? Li Zichuan's voice was a little excited, but Qinan was slightly taken aback by his words. His mind recovered a trace of sobriety and reason. Qinan smiled bitterly at self-deprecating. Yes, now that he has lost his strengthening ability, even he himself doesn't know if he can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme until tomorrow, and it is ridiculous that he still wants to save others. After being confused for a while, Qinan shook his head again. His head was really dizzy, and the blood chi beside him made his thinking still messy. Maybe he can't save others, but he can at least save himself, save his own soul. He must not fall, he must not give up humanity. After a long silence, Qinan said, "I will kill everyone who should kill. You guys can do it yourself." After speaking, he took a step forward, ready to leave. At this moment, Li Zichuan suddenly said, "Wait." Qinan stopped and looked at Li Zichuan with a puzzled look. Li Zichuan hesitated for a moment, then plucked up the courage to say, "I think you are capable. We have been trapped here for a year. No one has ever left here, and no one has ever come in. Except for you now. I admit, come out, you are the one who was caught by Wang Chang with drugs yesterday. I saw it when you ran away. You were let go by the child and then knocked out a person and escaped with the mother and son. Including Lu Dong and Wang Chang and all of us. After knowing that you fled the supermarket, they all thought you would be eaten by the zombies outside. I didn't expect you to come back and kill all Li Dong and all of them. You are so bold." Qinan frowned slightly and interrupted him, "What do you want to say?" Li Zichuan said, "I know, I am not a qualified leader. I have been trapped in this supermarket for a year. Although I tried my best to protect the people around me, I couldn't take them out of the current predicament. I don't know if you want to stay. Come down and be our leader? In this troubled world, the rescue we are waiting for seems to be far away, impossible to come. I listened to the radio before and said that now the whole world is a world of zombies. We don't know how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Do you have the confidence to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme? Qinan was a little dazed by Li Zichuan's question, but still replied without any thought, "Of course. Of course I want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme." The woman named Li Ying appeared in his heart. He must find her and then ask her something personally. Li Zichuan was very excited about Qinan's answer and said, "Then can you be our leader and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with us? We can completely obey any arrangements with you, okay?" Li Zichuan has no choice but to do this. Although he is the head of this group of people in name, but now even he himself is insensitive every day, he can't see tomorrow at all, he is almost overwhelmed by his sense of responsibility as the leader of this group. He wanted to be relieved. How decisive to do things. If you follow him, maybe you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme longer, maybe you will go directly to the underworld, right? No matter what, Li Zichuan wants to take a gamble. Qinan fell into deep thought. The end of the world is coming. What is the meaning of living? Do you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the cracks of death, or do you work hard to build a world you want? The answer to this question was already in Qinan's mind. Of course it was the latter. Looking at all the people here, Qinan's heart slowly calmed down, and his mind became clearer. In the darkness, he could not see their looks, but from their tense breath, he could hear their strong desire to survive. Qinan smiled slightly and said to Li Zichuan, "Do you think I can be your leader?" Li Zichuan nodded vigorously. Qinan said again, "These people have the same ideas as you?" The people around Li Zichuan also nodded one after another. Their actions varied, but their attitude seemed very sincere. They were a group of people who couldn't see the future. Someone was willing to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme them to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme, then this person was their hope. Qinan finally let out a long sigh and said to Li Zichuan, "Is there a place to take a bath here?" Li Zichuan ran hurriedly, bypassing the long shelves, and came to Qinan and said to Qinan, "Come with me, there is a water pipe on the second floor where you can take a bath. The connection is underground water, but the water is a bit cold." Qinan nodded and looked at the corpses beside him and said, "Call someone to sort out the corpses here, release all the women who have been locked up, and find some clothes for them to wear. Tomorrow morning we are coming to talk about the relationship between us." Problem. As soon as his voice fell, those people took the initiative to act. Qinan's killing image was indelible in their hearts. They were already frightened birds in these last days, and Qinan's strength made them scared. Qinan followed Li Zichuan to the second floor and washed the blood off his body. Li Zichuan also found a set of clean clothes from the clothing shelf in the supermarket and put it on Qinan. When Qinan cleaned himself up, the night was really deep, and Qinan asked Li Zichuan to leave by himself. He found a corner in the second floor and went to sleep slowly. In his sleep, he dreamed of Li Ying, Qin Shaoyan, and countless dead bodies lying in front of him, and blood all over his vision. Perhaps such a dream will always haunt him and become an indelible nightmare. Chapter 18 The Leader. The cry in his ear awakened Qinan. He stood up abruptly, and the watermelon knife he had been holding in his hand stood upright in front of him. Li Zichuan was so frightened by Qinan's movements that he took 2 steps back and fell directly to the ground. Qinan frowned. He had experienced too much last night. He actually fell asleep in such a place that he could not completely control. It was too dangerous. Looking at Li Zichuan, who fell on the ground with a full face, Qinan couldn't feel his malice. Putting the watermelon knife away, walking forward 2 steps, reaching out to lift Li Zichuan from the ground, Qinan asked casually, "When is it now?" Li Zichuan was a little timid. He was actually not a timid person, but Qinan's killing last night was too shocking. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, everyone has gathered on it, waiting for the leader to go up and meet everyone. Qinan nodded and waved to let Li Zichuan go ahead, while he followed behind Li Zichuan, holding the watermelon knife in his hand, and walked to the 3rd floor. "Are you really going to be a shit leader?" Qinan asked himself. His head is swollen now, and he slept for a night and didn't seem to free himself from last night's killing. Killed more than 40 people in one go. How can he forget it easily? So his mind at this time is actually not completely clear-headed. On the 3rd floor, more than 100 people gathered. Qinan frowned and looked at it. Among the more than 100 people, they were still divided into 2 parts. One part was 40 or 50 women. They should be the women who had been imprisoned and played with Lu Dong before. Their faces were very pale, their footsteps vacantly gathered together, a little at a loss. On the other side are the 40 men and 40 women deployed by Li Zichuan. These women didn't know where they were hiding before, but now that Lu Dong and others have died, they dare to come out in an open manner. At this time, they are with their husbands, cooking together. The cooking tools are pots of various sizes. Leaning against the window, use plastic waste paper and wood to raise the fire on the ground. Some rice and some bacon are burned in the pot. The food supplies in the supermarket seem to be very complete. The preservation is also very good, and you can even see some vegetables inside. When everyone saw Qinan and Li Zichuan coming up, they quickly put down what they were doing, and hurriedly walked over to stand in line, just like elementary school students. Li Zichuan said to Qinan, "There are a total of 83 women and 42 men. Chief, you can introduce yourself to us, and set the rules by the way. We don't need to talk about human rights in these last days. In short, you will be our boss in the future. As long as you can keep us alive, we will listen to you." There is a hint of excitement in Li Zichuan's tone. He doesn't care that his own leadership is about to be handed over to others. So many people have to eat and drink to survive. For a man of good nature, this is actually a drag and a burden. Sheenan glanced at the crowd, feeling a little bit in his heart. Did he really want to be the leader of Li Zichuan? Do you have this qualification? Seeing everyone's timid and hopeful eyes, Sheenan's heart finally became firm. What's there? Isn't it just living together? He has killed thousands of zombies. Bring these men and women to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in this city full of zombies. Even if it is difficult, why not do your best? After a light cough, Sheenan said, "Hello everyone. My name is Sheenan. Before the T-virus broke out, I was a security captain in a company. I believe that many of you here may have a higher status than me. However, now is the end of the world, with zombies rampant, all over the world in crisis. Therefore, all the status before the end of the world have been cleared. I will not look down on you, and will not care about your previous identities. Li Zichuan, let me be the leader of everyone. I am willing to accept. Because I feel that I am more capable than you when facing zombies. I have killed thousands of zombies in this year. This is the source of my confidence." Some of you have killed zombie? After these words were said, more than 100 men and women all grew their mouths in shock and couldn't believe it. Thousands of human-eating monsters outside were killed by the man in front of them. This is so shocking. Everyone dared not speak, nor dared to question. Sheenan looked at the surprised and admired eyes of everyone in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel a little proud. He doesn't actually want to brag about himself, but he knows that if he wants to control people's minds, he must use means to make people fear or respect. He must firmly grasp these points and let himself be in front of everyone. The performance is very good, so that he can truly become the leader of these people. Sheenan had already thought of the way to go in the future. He wants to bring these people back to the community where he lives, and then search for more survivors. Only when everyone gathers together can he have more powerful strength. He even imagined that one day, he could establish a kingdom belonging to his own. This may be a dark side of human nature. When people feel that they are important to others, they may be a little forgetful. Just as Sheenan was about to continue his speech, suddenly a loud noise came from downstairs, and everyone was panicked. Sheenan was also taken aback. He ran downstairs in a hurry, while Li Zichuan followed him closely, and the others followed them. He kept running downstairs, and when Sheenan looked at the supermarket door, he was stunned. The huge metal rolling door, 4 meters high and 3 meters wide, had been knocked open. It is 6 or 7 meters tall, and its huge head is the size of 6 or 7 normal human heads. It has no skin, and the fleshy pieces are stuck to the body. When it moves, the black and red fleshy pieces will wriggle back and forth, looking abnormally nauseous. The monster has no hair, but has more than a dozen ears on the top of its head. The edges where the ears meet the head have black and red bloodstains, as if they were stitched up with a needle, and they are not arranged regularly. The monster's mouth is very big. Yellow juice will stay from the corners of the mouth when it is opened, and the sharp teeth of that mouth look very scary. Sheenan was completely stunned. What is this? Suddenly, he remembered the previous Doomsday radio broadcast. Is this the giant zombies among the upgraded zombies? Roar! The monster roared, shaking the shelves of the entire lobby on the first floor. The people behind Sheenan screamed in surprise when they saw such a terrifying monster. Some of them slumped directly to the ground, while more people hurriedly ran back. Li Zichuan, the nearest to Sheenan, was trembling. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Sheenan's arm, and let out a hoarse roar. Boss! Haven't you killed thousands of zombies? You must save us, you must stop the zombies. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly chased the crowd and ran to the 3rd floor. Sheenan stood there a little dull. He suddenly felt so ironic, and he also felt ridiculous. As the giant zombies got into the supermarket, behind him, more zombies rushed in. They are like a group of children who have discovered a fairy tale world that they have never set foot in. They rush into the supermarket quickly and continuously. Sheenan shook the watermelon knife in his handshake, and finally had no courage to rush up to fight the group of corpses. In the end, he can only turn around and ran to the 3rd floor. On the third floor, everything in front of Qin was a little unacceptable. The group of people in front of him was the group of cowardly humans who lined up in front of him just now. At this moment, they are scrambling for this ladder to climb to the top ventilation window, and they want to climb to the top. The most pitiful are those women, no one cares about their life or death at all, and those men with wives. At this time, most of them have given up their own wives, just crawling up on their own, just to survive. Only a few couples limp on the ground, hugging each other and crying, seemingly waiting for the judgment of the god of death. After turning his eyes, Qin saw Li Zichuan. He had already climbed halfway up the ladder, and at this moment, a woman below him who followed him up grabbed his foot. Li Zichuan lowered his head, his face full of horror. The woman raised her head and cried, "Managerly, give me a hand, my legs are soft." But Li Zichuan did not stretch out his hand, still climbing up forcefully, yelling, "Let go of me! Quickly let me go!" He yelled a few times, but the woman didn't let go. Li Zichuan was really anxious in the end. He suddenly slammed his own foot on the woman's face, and stepped on both feet, kicking the woman to the ground directly. This situation made Qin look silly. It turns out that the so-called kind person, in front of fear, in front of death, is the true human nature like this? He always thought that Li Zichuan was a good person and a responsible person. In the end, it turned out to be nothing more than that. What about yourself? Just a few minutes ago, he boasted that he wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with such a group of people. Qin smiled bitterly. He really began to despise himself. No wonder Li Ying chose to leave him. It turns out that he is really a bad man. Slowly turned his head and looked at the long stairs leading from the second floor to the third floor. There, a zombie already showed its head, and more zombies slowly appeared behind it. Qin suddenly felt that it was really difficult to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in such a world. He had experienced too much in these 2 days. Humiliated by colleagues who used to be good young people, lost their special abilities, watched a group of men unscrupulously play with women, experienced personally the once corporate elite Lu Wanwan was willing to use the body in exchange for capital in order to survive, and saw a person who thought he was kind. Responsible men do whatever they can to survive. Is this the end of the world? It turned out that for a year when I was hiding at home, I didn't let myself recognize the true face of this end of the world at all. The zombies had already rushed halfway to the stairs, and Qin's eyes had seen the scene of his murder last night again, with blood all over the floor. Suddenly he didn't want to run away, he wanted to rush down, fight with the group of zombies, let him finally die. At this moment, the skylight on the roof was broken, and a long fire hose fell down. Qin looked up, and a woman's face appeared in the sky window. Her face was dirty and her hair was messy, but Qin recognized at a glance that the woman was Qin Shayan. "Husband! Come up soon!" Qin Shayan's voice was filled with crying. Seeing Qin Shayan, Qin suddenly wanted to cry. He wanted to plunge into the woman's arms and tell her that he had killed a lot of people. He was really scared now, afraid of himself, afraid of this bloody apocalypse. He subconsciously stretched out his hand and grabbed the fire hose. Qin could no longer see Qin Shayan downstairs. Qin Shayan's strength today is much greater than that of an average adult man. But the killing of one night has almost made her lose her strength. Last night, she hid in the store alone and cried for more than 2 o'clock. Qin Shayan and Qin are not the same kind of people. She is a realist, and Qin is more idealistic. Realists are comfortable with the situation. They don't care about what they want, but whether they can satisfy themselves with what they get. It can be said that this year's life with Qin has made Qin Shayan very satisfied. Qin never said that she loved her, but Qin Shayan knew that she really fell in love with that man. Love his simplicity, love his sadness, love his kindness, and love his rudeness on the bed at night. She can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme without him. This kind of love is very strange. Obviously it shouldn't be so deep, but she fell in love deeply. Therefore, Qin Shayan, who had been hiding in the store, finally chose to rush out. Just like Qin's observation, the zombies at night are numb and clumsy. After they become conscious, they also need to rest their brains. This allowed Qin Shayan to bypass some zombies smoothly in the early stage. However, after going out for a few hundred meters, there were more and more zombies, and there was no way to detour. When Qin Shaoyan approached the zombie a few meters away, the zombie's keen sense of smell could detect her presence, and recovered from the numb and clumsy rest state, and rushed towards Qin Shaoyan one after another. Qin Shaoyan could only swing a knife and use her speed several times faster than ordinary people to walk and fight among the zombies. The minced meat of the zombies splashed on her body, her face was extremely disgusting. She should have been terrified, but Qin Shaoyan already had a goal. She is going to find Qinan. Even if she dies, she will die with that man. With such determination and goals, she became fearless, like a brave and invincible goddess of war. I don't know how many zombies I killed, and I can't tell if I'm walking in the direction Qinan is going. Qin Shaoyan simply killed the zombies facing her. The direction of few zombies. Kill all the way until the huge monster appeared at an unknown street corner. Giant zombies. When Qin Shaoyan saw the zombie appear, her whole heart was entangled. The zombie looked too terrifying and powerful, and Qin Shaoyan didn't have the confidence to fight. So, she turned and fled, and while fleeing, she continued to hack and kill the zombies approaching her. In this way, she ran all the way and fought all the way. In the end, she didn't know how much she was spared. She was finally chased to the Century Lianhua supermarket. Facing the countless zombies behind him, Qin Shaoyan was almost desperate. Fortunately, on the side of the supermarket, she found an iron ladder that could climb to the top of the building. When she climbed to the top of the building, looking at the endless sea of corpses downstairs, she finally couldn't help crying again. No matter what, she was a woman after all. At this moment, her super hearing made her hear the noisy sounds in the supermarket. For a moment, she was overjoyed and hurriedly searched around, and finally found a skylight on the top of the building. When she lay on the window and looked down, she saw Qinan standing there in a daze. This was too surprising. She hurriedly searched around and found that there was a fire hose installed on the roof, so she ran over to pull the hose and broke the glass of the skylight. This just happened to rescue Qinan. When she saw Qinan standing safe and sound in front of owner, Qin Shaoyan burst into laughter with tears in her eyes, ran and threw herself into Qinan's arms, yelling, "My husband, I have found you. I am afraid to die. You are not coming back." Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Husband. Husband. She desperately squeezed her mature and full body into Qinan's arms and forgot the endless sea of corpses downstairs. Qinan was moved to hold Qin Shaoyan. He never knew that this woman turned out to be so cute. The relationship between people is really unclear. Two people who were strangers a few years ago have become each other's favorites at this time. Holding Qin Shaoyan tightly, feeling her enthusiasm, Qin Shaoyan also climbed onto Qinan's body, lifted her feet off the ground, hugged Qinan's neck, and kissed him passionately. Time seemed to freeze. After an unknown period of time, Qinan suddenly found that Qin Shaoyan seemed to be lighter, holding her like a small toy doll. Qinan was taken aback for a moment, and then concentrated on feeling. Immediately, a lot of noise was infinitely amplified. Qinan hurriedly hugged Qin Shaoyan to the edge of the building and looked far away. He could clearly see the ugly faces of those zombies hundreds of meters away. Is his strengthening ability restored? Qinan could hardly believe it, but Qin Shaoyan didn't know what Qinan's reaction meant, and looked at him suspiciously. Qinan laughed loudly, holding Qin Shaoyan's butt in both hands, and squeezed it twice, causing Qin Shaoyan to shout out, "Jiao Jiao, ah! Husband, what are you doing?" Qinan gently kissed Qin Shaoyan's small mouth, and laughed, "My wife. I found out that you are really my goddess of luck. I swear, I will love you well in the future." Qin Shaoyan was stunned. Did this man say to love her well? Happiness came so suddenly. At this time, there were more than a dozen people on the top floor of the supermarket, and they were survivors who climbed up from below. Seeing them, Qinan hurriedly put Qin Shaoyan on the ground, ran to the sky window where he had just climbed and looked down, and saw that there were already zombies underneath, and besides the dozen people standing on the top of the building, the people below were already eaten by zombies. Qinan's face became pale, and a sense of decadence arose, lingering in his heart for a long time. At this moment, Qin Shaoyan walked over, leaned into Qinan's arms, and said with a trace of fatigue, "Husband, you hold me. I have no strength at all. I started fighting at 2 yesterday. I didn't see you until this morning. When it comes to you, I think I'm going to faint. Xinan hurriedly stood up and picked up Qin Shaoyan, only to realize that her face was flushed, her eyes blurred, and she was actually about to faint. Did you find yourself after killing all night? Xinan was moved again. It turned out that this woman is so worthy of deep love. Li Zichuan was one of the few people who had escaped. He also saw Xinan. He shrank and wanted to come over, but he didn't dare. He looked down from the window blankly and saw the zombies full of the room and people's cry for help. Finally, the cry for help disappeared, leaving only the roar and chewing of the zombies. In the end, he knelt on the ground feebly, and the pain continued. Like several people beside him, he also knelt on the ground and began to cry. They climbed up on the faces of their companions. They gave up their own wives and their own friends, and finally survived. They are kind by nature, but when faced with death, they gave up their nature. Today, they are alive, but they are more uncomfortable than dead. Xinan looked at them and sighed deeply. What can he say? When he faced death himself, even though he didn't retreat cowardly, wouldn't he be helpless? He can't blame them, because these people have paid a lot to survive, and they may get regrets that will linger in their lives. Looking around the group of corpses that were out of sight, Xinan had only one idea: trying to escape, and never let Qin Shaoyan die with him. After observing for a while, Xinan found a path. 10 meters away from the roof of the supermarket, it was a cottage area. As long as he could jump to the roof of that cottage area, he could escape, but the question was where to escape? Xinan thought for a while, and suddenly remembered something. His family's community is located in the north of Hanghai City. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the suburbs. 60 kilometers north of Hanghai City, there is a huge prison for felons. There is a 10-meter high wall and a strong iron prison door. The most important thing is that it has left the urban area, and it is estimated that there will not be so many zombies in the urban area. Xinan didn't want to go back to his previous home. There were two reasons. First, the situation was surrounded by zombies. There was only one escape: phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route / phoneme in the bungalow area. He had no choice. Second, my home is still in the urban area, and there are too many zombies around, and once besieged, it is difficult to escape. Now that zombies are getting smarter and smarter, and giant zombies appear, if they stay in the city, they will face more and more problems in the future. Thinking of this, Xinan no longer hesitated, holding Qin Shaoyan, walked to Li Zichuan's side, took a look at them, and then said, "You can wait here now. I can only take one person at a time. I will try my best. Come back to pick you up. If you encounter any problems on the road and can't come back, don't blame me." After Xinan finished speaking, he ignored them, holding Qin Shaoyan, who was already asleep, sprinted, jumped off the top floor of the supermarket, leaped more than 10 meters, and landed on the bungalow opposite. Li Zichuan and others were shocked when they saw Xinan's movements. They couldn't believe that an ordinary person could jump so far. Has he ever been an athlete before? Xinan ignored what Li Zichuan and the others were thinking. After falling on the roof of the first bungalow, Xinan continued to move forward and jumped on the roof of the second bungalow. In this way, jumping one after another, Xinan avoided the corpse group, left the downtown area of Hanghai, and ran towards the prison in the north of the city. After leaving the city, he kept running along the highway, and the zombies encountered on the road became scarce. Xinan did not go to entangle the zombies, but kept running at his fastest speed. Finally, at the end of the highway, I got off the path and ran across a large field. The Changbei prison finally appeared in front of me. The area of Changbei prison is very large. Thousands of prisoners have been held here, and they were all heavy criminals. Many of them have been sentenced to death with a reprieve. Xinan remembered reading the news. A few days before the outbreak of the T-virus, the society was in turmoil. In order to maintain stability, many serious prisoners in this prison were shot to death. I hope there won't be too many zombies inside. Behind the prison is Jiulong Mountain, and Jiulian Mountain is continuous, surrounding most of Hanghai City. This is really a good place. Even if you are surrounded by zombies in the future, you can escape from the mountain. The speed of zombies running on the mountain must be very slow. Sheen encircled the prison and found that there were only 2 doors in the prison, one door, and a small door at the back. Both doors were closed, and the solid iron door was difficult to open from the outside. He raised his head and looked at the surrounding wall. It was 10 meters high and there was a power grid at the top of the wall. With Chinan's ability, he couldn't jump on it. How can this be done? At this moment, Qin Xiaoyan woke up. She squinted her eyes to look around, and asked suspiciously, "Husband, where is this?" Qinan said, "Changbei Prison." Qin Xiaoyan was a little confused, and asked, "Aren't we going home anymore?" Qinan nodded and said, "I can't go back. The way home is full of zombies, and they have been sealed off. Moreover, in this situation, it is not safe to continue to stay in the city." Qin Xiaoyan nodded, "Yes, I also noticed it when I left home. Our community is now smelly. The corpses of the zombies we killed are all piled up near the community. Their rotten smell is really unpleasant." Qinan smiled and said, "Yes." Qin Xiaoyan's physical strength recovered. She jumped from Qinan to the ground, looked around, raised her head and asked Qinan, "How can we get in?" Qinan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Qin Xiaoyan tilted her head and thought for a while and suddenly said, "Why don't you throw me up? Do you have so much energy?" Qinan was taken aback for a while, watching Qin Xiaoyan not speaking for a long time. Qin Xiaoyan stuck out her tongue and said, "I just talk about it casually." Qinan thought for a while, but said, "Actually, you can try. I'm afraid that if I fail, I will hurt you." Qin Xiaoyan said indifferently, "Then try it, it's better than doing nothing under this wall." Qinan nodded and said, "Well, let's experiment a few times first." After speaking, he squatted down, put his hands together, and said to Qin Xiaoyan, "You come and stand on my hands first." Qin Xiaoyan was actually a little scared, but when she saw Chinan's encouraging eyes, she dared to stand up. Qinan said, "Are you ready?" Qin Xiaoyan held Chinan's shoulders and took a breath. "Okay, throw it away." Qinan used both hands to throw Qin Xiaoyan up. Qin Xiaoyan's body was ascending lightly and upright for more than 7 meters, and finally fell down again, making Qin Xiaoyan howl in midair with fright. Qinan didn't dare to make a sound, opened his arms below, and steadily took the fallen Qin Xiaoyan in his arms, and then nervously asked, "Xiaoyan, are you okay?" Qin Xiaoyan's face was a little pale. She held her chest with her hand, and then lightly hammered Qinan with her other hand and said, "You didn't throw me in the place, you almost didn't hit the wall." Qinan chuckled and said, "I didn't use my full strength. I just tried my best. Do you think this method will work? Do you want to try it again?" Qin Xiaoyan calmed her breath, got off Chinan's body, and then took the initiative to say, "Keep down, come here again." Qinan obediently took a pose, and Qin Xiaoyan stood in Chinan's hand again. Qinan said, "You are stronger than a normal strong man now, don't be afraid for a while, catch the power grids above and strive for a success." Qin Xiaoyan raised her head nervously, staring at the target, and then said, "All right." Qinan used his hands again and threw Qin Xiaoyan up, this time with just the right amount of strength, and directly sent Qin Xiaoyan to an altitude of 10 meters. Qinan was overjoyed, but Qin Xiaoyan, who was standing on a high place, screamed again, seeming to be frightened. Qinan raised his head below and looked at Qin Xiaoyan from a high place. He didn't speak in a loud voice, "My wife, find a way to see how to get in? Go inside and open the door. Are there many zombies inside?" When Qin Xiaoyan heard Chinan's words, her mood stabilized a little, and she stepped on the thick wall and looked inside with the power grid. This prison is really big. There are more than a dozen buildings of different heights. The huge playground has a track and a court. But because there is no one to take care of it for a long time, it looks a little sluggish. Messy hay is everywhere, and fresh young grass is everywhere. Also everywhere, hundreds of zombies moved back and forth on the playground. Qin Xiaoyan looked around and found that there were watchtowers on all 4 feet of the prison, and the watchtower was still very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the wall. So, she began to hold the power grid, moving like a corner of a wall, and Qinan nervously moved with her below, worried that if she fell, she could catch her. It took about 10 minutes before Qin Xiaoyan moved to the corner of the wall, then climbed over the power grid, and stepped on the wall of the watchtower. This watchtower is circular, and the whole circle of the tower is full of bulletproof windows that can be opened. Qin Shaoyan jumped in from an open window and found that there was no one inside. There were only 2 sniper steps with no known model. There. Qin Shaoyan saw the gun and happily picked it up and touched it a few times. She used to be in the shooting team of the sports school for several years, so her marksmanship is still good, but she hasn't touched it for many years. At this time, Qinin's voice came from outside. "Wife, what's the situation inside? Can you find a way to open the small door? I will stand outside the small door and wait for you now." Qin Shaoyan said softly, "Okay, I'll go down and take a look." The advantage of having a super hearing is that 2 people are tens of meters away, and they can hear each other when they speak softly. Qin Shaoyan got down from the observation tower, then pressed against the wall and walked towards the small door. When she first came up, she gave Qinin her own weapon and 2 kitchen knives. Now that she has no weapons in her hand, Qin Shaoyan doesn't want to have any phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme contact with zombies. Fortunately, the zombies were basically wandering in the middle of the prison playground, allowing Qin Shaoyan to reach the small gate safely. Very unexpectedly, the small door was simply locked inside, and Qin Shaoyan could open it from the inside at will. After opening the door, Qinin quickly flashed in, then hugged Qin Shaoyan in his arms and kissed softly. "My wife, you were so capable." Qin Shaoyan was a little bit ashamed of being kissed by Qinin, but she obviously felt that Qinin had changed, becoming more active, becoming more enthusiastic about herself, which made her happy. Looking at the zombies walking in the courtyard, Qinin shook his head and said, "With such a good protection wall, I really don't know why these people become zombies?" Qin Shaoyan said, "The arrival of the end of the world is already very strange. The Doomsday Radio once said that only when the zombie bites you will be infected by the virus and become a zombie. Don't you think this is weird? I remember that at the beginning, there were a large number of people were infected. Their body temperature rose and their breathing became rapid, but they did not immediately turn into zombies and bite people everywhere. Some people were admitted to the hospital. Although I was afraid of this infection, I didn't take it too seriously. It wasn't until a few days later that the first infected person became a zombie and started to bite. And the person bitten by him will become a few minutes later. Zombies, this is completely different from the state of the first batch of infected people. Like us, we have lived among zombies for a year and have killed many zombies at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range, but they have not been bitten by them. This shows how the virus is transmitted. They have become single. These people must have been infected when the T-virus first appeared a year ago. After the T-virus broke out, they would naturally become zombies if they bite one by one." Qinin nodded, and then smiled. "You know a lot. But I'm surprised. Since these zombies became zombies a year ago, they have been trapped here for a year without eating people. They are. How did you survive?" Qin Shaoyan said, "If you don't eat people, they can eat other things." Qinin was taken aback for a moment, and then found that Qin Shaoyan was pointing forward with her fingers. Qinin followed Qin Shaoyan's fingers and looked at it. A few tens of meters away, a zombie was lying on the ground, eating the soil on the ground. Qinin was startled. He didn't even know that zombies would eat dirt. Qin Shaoyan saw Qinin's surprised expression and said with some pride, "One time when you went out to clean up the zombies in the community, I heard on Doomsday Radio. These zombies have a digestive system completely different from that of humans. They can get them from the soil. Minerals can make their skin and nails harder after being absorbed." Qinin nodded, but there was a hint of coolness in his heart. These creatures are too powerful. Will human beings have a future? Shaking his head and clearing all the negative emotions, Qinin said, "My wife, you rest on the side, watching your husband. I will clean up all these zombies." After finishing speaking, he lifted the 2 kitchen knives in his hand, rushed to the nearest zombie, put away the knife, and chopped the zombie in half. The killing began. Qinin felt his own speed and strength. He once lost this kind of strengthening physique for a short time, but now he regains it again, which is of course extremely cherished. While killing the zombies, Qinin thought in his heart, "In the future, you must not eat anything, especially medicine. If you lose the enhanced ability again, then as an ordinary person in these last days, there will be fewer chances to survive." Poor After killing for more than an hour in one breath, Sheenan ran around the square of the prison until the last zombie was cut in half by him. After taking a slight breath, Sheenan felt extraordinarily refreshed. This kind of refreshment swept away the depression caused by the things he had experienced in the past 2 days. He turned around and looked for Qin Shaoyan, only to see that Qin Shaoyan was clearing the battlefield, pulling the corpses of zombies together. Sheenan quickly ran to Qin Shaoyan's side. Before he could speak, Qin Shaoyan spoke first. "I just found some gasoline in the garage over there. These corpses can't be thrown away, otherwise they will rot and make them all corpses. Stink, it's better to burn it off." Sheenan nodded and agreed with Qin Shaoyan's approach. Suddenly, he realized something and asked loudly, "Is there a garage here?" Qin Shaoyan raised his finger to a building next to the guide, and said, "There are still many cars over there." Sheenan was overjoyed and rushed over. Chapter 21. Sheenan looked dumbfounded at the row of brand new lengthened prison transport vehicles in front of him. I walked over and counted a total of 10 vehicles. These vehicles have no logos, and they are obviously specially customized to transport serious prisoners. The 6 to 7 meter long carriage has only small ventilation windows, and the brown glass on the front of the car makes people feel special and textured at first glance. Should they all be bulletproof glass? There are also the tires of the car, which are bulletproof if they are damaged. Sheenan checked around and found the keys of these cars in a cabinet against the wall. After opening the door of a car, Sheenan got in and started it a few times without success. It seemed that they had been left for too long. After getting out of the car, Sheenan opened the car and checked it, only to find that there was no battery. He returned to the big cabinet where he found the car key. In the grid below, he found that all the batteries of these cars had been unloaded. Sheenan picked up a tool to install it, then looked for the engine oil and changed it, praying in his heart, "I hope it can be turned on." He got in the car again, started the car, and it started successfully. What a miracle! He drove the car directly out of the garage. With these vehicles, it should be much safer and more convenient if you want to go out and search for supplies in the future. I just need to get some generators back, and then do the maintenance of the car. He is not good at these. I hope to meet talents in this field in the future. After driving the car to the playground, Sheenan got off the car. Qin Shaoyan had already burned half of the zombie's body with a fire, wiped off his sweat, and said to Sheenan with some dissatisfaction, "Aren't you coming to help?" Sheenan shook his head and said, "You yourself should be more careful here. If there is any danger, you can climb to the watchtower." Qin Shaoyan was a little confused, and asked, "What about you?" Sheenan said, "I want to bring back the survivors on the top of the supermarket." After speaking, Sheenan returned to the car and drove the car to the prison gate. There were several locks on the prison door. Sheenan walked into the duty booth next to him and found a dead body inside. On the table in front of him, there was a bunch of keys. He took the key out of the duty booth and came to the front door again. Sheenan tried to open the door with the key. After several attempts, he unlocked all the door locks, then opened the door, drove the car, and headed towards Hanghai City. At the edge of the city, Sheenan parked the car and jumped out of the car. Flew to the supermarket. The way he walked is still the same as when he came, bypassing some scattered zombies, and after reaching the bungalow area, he went directly to the house, dashed on the roof, and finally returned to the roof of the supermarket. On the roof of the supermarket, a dozen people in Li Zichuan were still kneeling on the ground, their eyes blank, as if waiting for death to arrive. When they saw that Sheenan didn't know where he came from and got on the roof, they all showed surprised expressions. Sheenan didn't speak, walked to Li Zichuan's side, picked him up on his back, and jumped back to the bungalow area. He returned to the prison van and threw it into the car. Then he said, "Just wait here, don't mess. Run." After talking about leaving, he went back and forth more than 10 times and brought everyone back into the car. The dozens of men in the car were full of surprises. They didn't know why this man named Sheenan turned out to have such a strong ability to run and jump on the house. Is this the Qinggong in the ancient martial arts legend? Sheenan counted the number of people, one was 18. Sigh slightly, if I can recover my special abilities sooner, maybe I can save a few more people. However, Sheenan did not suffer much grief because of this, and his mentality no longer felt too compassionate. Suddenly, he remembered Lu Wanwan, who was thrown in the bathroom by himself. He returned in a hurry, and when he rushed to the third floor of the bathroom, Lu Wanwan was crying while holding her son Li Chen. She thought Qinan had abandoned her. When she saw Qinan appear in front of her again, she couldn't make a sound when she cried. I don't know what it's like in Dao's heart. Qinan didn't say much. He put it on his shoulders, and hugged Li Chen with his other hand, and then quickly left the bathroom building, along the same road, out of the city, and returned to the car. 18 men, 1 woman, 1 child, just happened to be in a car. Qinan locked the door of the car from behind. During this period, he did not have any communication with these people. He pulled them and returned to the prison. When these people arrived at the prison and got out of the car, they were all stupid and hadn't been outdoors for a long time. Some of these people laugh, some cry, some just kneel on the ground and kiss the ground. Qin Shaoyan had burned all the corpses on the entire playground, watching Qinan come back and threw herself into Qinan's arms with joy. At this time, the sun went down, and the two of them had been busy for almost a day. Qinan held Qin Shaoyan and looked at Li Zichuan and others in front of him. At this time, he didn't want to say too much to them. Let's talk about it in the future. Life is together, and the understanding is deepened. Maybe they will accompany each other in the loneliness of the last days. Like colleagues, Xiang brothers, like friends. Okay, it's getting late too. You can sleep in the garage today. It's safe and all around it is closed. We will start to clean the inside of the prison tomorrow. If you are hungry, bear with it. I believe such a big prison must be a lot of supplies have been reserved. Enough for us to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for a while. After he finished speaking, he took these people into the garage. Everyone walked into the garage, and Lu Wenjuan's mother and son walked at the end. Lu Wenjuan glanced at Qinan and said thank you very gratefully. Qinan nodded and didn't say much to her. After she walked into the garage, Qinan closed the garage. The door was easily locked. Then turned and walked back to the middle of the playground, took Qin Shaoyan's hand, walked to the corner of the prison, and boarded a watchtower more than 10 meters high. The structure of this watchtower is very simple. 7 meters below is a circular staircase, and 7 meters above is a circular bedroom with an area of about 20 square meters. There are separate toilets, beds, tables, and chairs and so on. There are 4 square windows on the surrounding walls to ensure the light in the room, and there are curtains on the windows. There is a ladder on the wall that can be fixed to the top, which is the watchtower. There are also tables and chairs, sofas, radios, and shooting platforms in the watchtower. On the shooting platform, there are 2 blocking BU guns. Qinan and Qin Shaoyan don't know the specific models. Under the BU guns, there are a few boxes. The number of bullets is estimated to be as many as several thousand. The view from the observation tower is very good. You can not only see the panoramic view of the prison, but also see the situation outside the prison. Qinan took Qin Shaoyan's hand and told about his own experience in the past few days. He didn't conceal the slightest, and told Qin Shaoyan all about it. Qin Shaoyan sat next to Qinan and listened very seriously. Looking at the man whose face was full of sadness, her heart ached. He put his arms around Qinan's neck and gave a kiss after Qinan explained all his experiences. Husband, I think introducing Liang to Chun Gang is the most right thing I have done in my life. Qin Shaoyan said firmly. Qinan smiled bitterly and looked at Qin Shaoyan for a long time and said, I don't know, I just know that I hate you, little fairy. It's the most right thing I have done in my life. After speaking, he hugged Qin Shaoyan tightly into his arms. The two of them couldn't control it. They climbed back to the bedroom from the stairs, fell on the bed, and fell asleep tiredly until the early hours of the morning. Before falling asleep, Qin Shaoyan was still muttering, I feel so hungry. What? The next day, Qinan and Qin Shaoyan woke up early, completely awake from starvation. They didn't eat anything for a day yesterday, and they also did a lot of vigorous exercise. After getting off the watchtower and opening the garage, the people inside had already woke up. Like Qinan and the others, they had also been awakened from starvation. Looking at the listless people, Qinan knew that they couldn't help much today. Just when Chinan was about to take Qin Shaoyan to clear the prison, suddenly a man in his 20s walked over. He nodded politely to Chinan, and then said, "Chief, maybe I can help. My name is Lu Gang, and I am an armed policeman working in this prison." Chinan was completely silly when he heard that. Happiness came too suddenly. With Lu Gang, the three came to the playground, and Lu Gang began to explain the layout of the entire prison. This prison is the largest prison in the southeastern region. There are more than 3,800 felons detained, 1,000 armed police guards, and about 300 other staff. Before the large-scale outbreak of the T-virus, a mass shooting was executed, and more than 2,000 prisoners with suspended death sentence were shot. During the quarantine in the north of Hanghai City, the warden took the initiative to apply for some prisoners to be transferred to the prison in the northwest, wanting to leave the infected area. The relationship with him was very hard, so the leader approved his application. After they left, the prison guards and staff together left about 1,000 people. Chinan and Qin Shaoyan looked at each other. There were 1,000 people. Then hundreds of people were killed in the square yesterday, indicating that the amount of cleanup work has been greatly reduced. Lu Gang continued, the three largest buildings in the south are the prison's detention area, and then the labor reform factory, the prison complex, the armed police dormitory, the prison guard dormitory, the staff dormitory, the material building, the arsenal, and the comprehensive administration building, garage. This is a prison for repeat offenders. In addition, the warden has a hard relationship with the director, so the arsenal in this place is not the arsenal of an ordinary prison. The warden is a fan of ordnance, and many of the weapons equipped here are military and very powerful. If they didn't take it away, it would be cheaper for us. Military equipment? Chinan was pleasantly surprised and decided to go to the arsenal first to see what was inside. The so-called arsenal occupies a large area and is 6 stories high. The door of the arsenal is locked. Chinan finds some tools suitable for unlocking. It took 7 or 8 minutes to open the door of the arsenal. After the three of them entered, they were all stupid. Even Lu Gang felt dizzy, because he had never entered this arsenal before. At this time, the unanimous feeling of the three people is this the armament equipment that a prison should have? Entering the arsenal, the most conspicuous are the 4 tanks. After a long stun for a long time, Lu Gang rushed up and shouted in surprise, Type 99 main battle tank. This is the most advanced tank in our country. It can be equipped with a 125mm laser beam driving gun projectile. A single tank is equipped with 4, the maximum range is 5. 2 kilometers, its main weapon is a 50 caliber 125mm high-pressure smoothbore tank gun. The auxiliary weapon is a Type 86-7. 62mm parallel machine gun, remote control electric launch, and ammunition chain. The ammunition is 250 rounds in each chain, and the total amount of ammunition is 200 rounds. The control tower is equipped with a QJC-8812. 7mm anti-aircraft machine gun, which is manually controlled outside the turret and aimed with a single collimating scope. There are 300 rounds of ammunition, divided into 5 chains. The total amount of ammunition is 6,000 rounds. My mother! Lu Gang jumped on the ground a few times with excitement, then went around the tank several times, then looked for it near the tank, and then exclaimed, the ammunition is so complete. This is too exaggerated. Haha laughed. After a while, he continued to check other weapons. Grandma's 6 Type 54 heavy machine guns. Mom. 8 Type 85-12. 7mm anti-aircraft machine guns. Oh my god. 12 Type 77-12. 7mm anti-aircraft machine guns. Type 95 military BU gun. Type 88 BU gun. There are also handmines here. The 2 Chinan standing at the door were completely dizzy. Although Chinan had been a soldier, he didn't touch many weapons at that time. Simple rifles and guns were fired with phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme ammunition, but he hadn't touched other guns before. He was not very interested in guns phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. No one stipulated that a soldier must understand guns, and he never thought about being a soldier for a lifetime. And he has been discharged from the army for many years, and even if he knew something before, he would have forgotten it. Listening to Lu Gang scream like crazy at this time, Qinan didn't need to think about it and knew that these equipment shouldn't have appeared in a prison, right? Half an hour later, Lu ran back frantically and said, "The leader. I have seen it. The weapons in this arsenal are enough to equip 1,000 troops. Our warden is really a lunatic, and he is too awesome." "A little bit. This is not an arsenal, this is a museum of military weapons." Qinan smirked and exclaimed, "Lu Gang." Lu Gang was taken aback, then reacted, and immediately gave a standard military salute, saying, "Here. Chief, please instruct." Qinan said, "From now on, you will be the head of our arsenal. I will take care of all these weapons. This is our life-saving capital." Lu Gang repeatedly said in surprise that he was really excited. With these equipment, he can kill those cannibalistic monsters, and he can avenge his dead wife. Behind the crazy joy, what was hiding his broken heart? After seeing the arsenal, Qinan took the two to the material building again. This material building covers an area larger than the arsenal. It has several areas divided into it. During the exploration, dozens of ordinary zombies were encountered, all of which were easily killed by Qinan inside the material building. Food, clothing, knives, ropes, construction tools and other items were all available, and the three people who looked at them had their eyes straight. Coming out of the material building, they searched for 3 dormitory buildings in turn. Qinan and Qin Shaoyan worked together to remove all the zombies in the building. At this time, it was noon, and the 3 of them didn't feel hungry at all. Today's harvest is so great, even Qin Shaoyan is extremely excited. When they came out of the dormitory building, Li Zichuan was standing in front of the dormitory building, and said pitifully, "Leader, get some food first." Upon his reminder, several people felt really hungry. So, they went to the administrative complex, which also has everything in place. There are office spaces, single dormitories for prison leaders, and independent cafeterias and kitchens. I cleaned up dozens of zombies, and when I found the kitchen, I found that there was also a lot of food in it. The water and natural gas in this prison are all independent pipelines, so neither water nor gas is stopped. Lu Wenwan took the initiative to assume the role of a cook and made a very hearty lunch for everyone. Rice, ham, instant noodles, and mustard. Several people gorged themselves and ate a big belly. After lunch, Qinan arranged work and ordered everyone to start the general cleaning and clean up all the buildings where the zombies had been cleaned. The most important thing is to move the corpses of the zombies to the playground and burn them with fire. Qinan continued to take Qin Shaoyan and Lu Gang to visit the prison. The prisoner activity complex, which has various fitness equipment, entertainment facilities, library, etc., is so luxurious that Qinan is speechless. Lu Gang said with some embarrassment, "It is said that this is the prison activity complex. In fact, it is not allowed to be used by prisoners at all." Qinan snorted and secretly said, "I knew it. The state allocates funds, and one's own people are corrupt." After searching carefully and killing more than a dozen zombies, Qinan directly threw the corpses of the zombies out of the building through the window. Then there is a reform through labor factory. The so-called reform through labor factory is actually a garment factory with all kinds of packaged garments and various garment processing equipment. Finally, there are the 3 prisons. These 3 buildings have the largest area, the most floors, and the most difficult to clean. At dusk, the convict building in Block C was reluctantly cleaned up. This night, everyone slept soundly, really exhausted. The next day, we continued to clean up the 2 criminal buildings A and B, and it took another morning to completely remove all the zombies. While others were doing sanitation cleaning, Qinan checked all the building floors alone again, and after confirming that there was no danger, he was completely relieved. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun was scattered on the ground. Everyone was present in the conference room of the administrative building. Qinan sat on the main seat and looked at the crowd. His heart was full of emotion. If all the survivors in the supermarket were rescued, it would not be more is it lively? The other people sitting on the chairs in the conference room also looked sad. They were all men who abandoned their wives. At this time, they were full of self-blame in their hearts. Qinan seemed to be able to see through their hearts and sighed slightly. First, he said, well, you don't have to be sad. After all, you have survived, so continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in this last days for the dead. We may continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in the last days for the dead. We'll get along for a while, then I will not be humble. Starting today, I will be your leader. Do you agree? Everyone nodded. They all saw Chinan's ability to kill zombies. At this moment, it is a blessing to have such a person as their leader. Chinan smiled slightly, and then said, since we are a small group, we should look like a group. First of all, I want to set up 5 teams, the logistics team, the guard team, the combat team, the security team, and the elite team. The logistics team is naturally responsible for all logistics work, managing supplies, meals, cleaning, and washing clothes. Lu Wanwan will be the leader of the logistics team, and Lu Gang will be the deputy leader, who is responsible for arms and training. The guard is responsible for the security of the prison, standing guard, and inspecting the enemy. The combat team is responsible for going out to find supplies, searching for survivors, that is, going out to kill zombies. The security team is responsible for the security in the prison. After searching for survivors, they will be supervised by the security team. They are sure that they can join us before they can join us. The mission of the elite team is also to kill zombies, but only people with strong combat power can join. The leader of the elite team will be Qin Xiaoyan. What do you think of my arrangement like this? When everyone heard what Chinan said, they were all excited. People are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme like this. When a person is alone, there is no anger. With an organization and a team, life will feel a little more energetic, and everyone agrees. Chinan nodded and said, you all introduce yourself, and then talk about which team you want to join? Everyone was very enthusiastic and stood up one by one to introduce themselves. Chinan listened carefully. Finally, among these people, there is a university teacher named Lu Ming who teaches psychology courses in the university and was appointed by Chinan as the captain of the security team. A policeman, Sun Dihai, volunteered to be the captain of the combat team. A sports school athlete named Wang Ziyuan was appointed as the captain of the guard. Li Zichuan was appointed as the deputy chief. The rest of them also selected the teams they wanted to join. The final result is: in the logistics team, Captain Lu Wanwan, Deputy Captain Lu Gang, and only Lu Wenjuan's son, Li Chen. Guard, Captain Wang Ziyuan, 3 members. The combat team, Captain Sun Dihai, has 5 members. Security team, Captain Lu Ming, 5 members. Elite team, Captain Qin Xiaoyan, no team members. In this way, a small group of 22 people was formed, and Chinan was naturally the leader of this small group. At the strong request of everyone, this group had a name, Xin Chao. The prison was also renamed Xincheng by everyone. For a period of time from now on, they will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme together here. With the establishment, each can perform its own duties. Lu Gang's current main responsibility is to start a proper military training for everyone. Only by being stronger can you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme longer. It's been a month since Xincheng came to this huge prison, and everything is fine. Chinan was hugging Qin Xiaoyan, hiding in the watchtower, and kissing me. On the table, there is a walkie-talkie, and from time to time there will be the sound of guards reporting that everything is normal. This kind of life is really like a dream. The former prison has become their paradise today. Looking out from the observation tower, there will be a small number of zombies wandering around in the surrounding fields, and these zombies have become actual targets for the team members. In addition to practicing shooting, everyone also needs to practice holding an army knife to kill zombies. Even Lu Wanwan and Li Chen have to go through all this. In the last days, without the ability to kill zombies, how to survive? Qin Xiaoyan hugged Chinan's neck, very satisfied. She is actually just a young woman, longing for a man who loves her and a stable life. She didn't get all this before the end of the world, but she realized it a year after the end of the world. Life in Xincheng for a month is interpreted with the word happiness, which is not an exaggeration. Seeing Chinan's thoughtful look, Qin Xiaoyan said, "What do you think?" Chinan was silent for a while, and said, I want to go out and have a look. Qin Shayan was a little uneasy, and asked, aren't we good for a quiet life here? Xinan didn't answer immediately, thinking for a while before saying, of course it's good. But I always want to know if the survivors outside are as lucky as us and found a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Qin Shayan smiled, do you still think of Li Ying and where she is now? Xinan nodded and confessed, but did not speak. He was afraid that talking too much would hurt Qin Shayan's heart, but he didn't want to deceive this beloved woman. Qin Shayan suddenly changed the subject, the day before yesterday, I saw you take Lu Wenjuan's ass. Xinan shook his body and almost turned off the stool, his face instantly turning red. Qin Shayan said bitterly, yes, in this city now, there are only 2 of us women, and you, the leader, has absolute authority. Lu Wenjuan looks good and has a plump butt. I looked at her big butt, I want to take a photo when I'm in. Xinan shed cold sweat on his forehead, and said in a low voice, long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme understanding, long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme understanding. Qin Shayan said again, the so-called food and clothing thinking of spring, look at those men, look at Lu Wenjuan's eyes are like a big bad wolf looking at a little sheep. The ratio of men to women here is seriously imbalanced, so it won't work if this continues. You should go out and look for more. These female survivors came back, and then divided them into 2 for you men, so that you can sing songs every night and never get out of bed during the day. Xinan was very embarrassed, but suddenly froze, and asked, is anyone looking at you squintingly? Qin Shayan smiled slightly and said, they want to. But who dare? Your prestige is still very strong. Xinan smirked and said, hey, you are right. Which man doesn't want 3 wives and 4 concubines to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the blessings of the Qi people, it has been like this since ancient times. Qin Shayan still had a smile on her face. She looked at Xinan for a long time, only to see that his heart grew hairy before she said, husband, don't worry, if you see beautiful women in the future, I will let you accept them as little wives. I will accompany you to bed with them, so you die. Xinan's heart pounded with fright after hearing Qin Shayan's words. But Qin Shayan touched his face and said seriously, people didn't make a joke with you. If you were my husband a year ago, I would never agree with you to find another woman. But now, it's the end of the world, in the end of the world. Women are weak, without moral restraint, how can women survive if they don't exchange men's protection for beauty? In this case, why let other men take advantage of it? Don't worry, husband, when you meet beautiful women, even if you don't want her, I will help you get started. Xinan was shocked by Qin Shayan's statement and looked at her blankly. Xinan felt Qin Shayan's mood at this time, and felt a pain in his heart. He wanted to say, I will only love you in this life. But just opened his mouth, a small hand covered his mouth. Qin Shayan's eyes flashed brightly, looked at Xinan, and said softly, my husband. Don't swear. I believe you love me now and want to treat me too. Say that you will only love me. I don't want you to make such an oath. You just need to remember that you will love me forever. Man. I know better than you, there will be a woman who will seduce you, yes. If so, just put him down on the bed. Don't leave any regrets. Didn't it say in ancient times that you men are all lower body animals? Also, that Li Ying, if you meet her one day, can you say that you don't love her anymore? You have been married for 7 years. So, I don't want any vows from you, as long as you always love me, no matter how many women you play in the future, I will take advantage of it. So, really don't swear. Xinan was completely moved by Qin Shayan, and he even felt like he was capable of giving such a woman to him. In the end, Xinan did not swear, but kissed Qin Shayan's lips deeply. He really couldn't guarantee that he would be tempted by the beauty of other women in the future. After all, this was the end of the world, not a peaceful civilized era. But what he can guarantee is that he will love Qin Shayan forever, as long as she does not leave, he will not give up. The 2 were lingering for a while, and then Xinan hugged Qin Shayan and stepped down from the watchtower to begin their training. Yes, they also need to be trained. Xinan has always been studying the special abilities of herself and Qin Shayan. This special ability is obtained because of those 2 swords, so is it possible to make own ability ascension through cultivation? Over the past month, Qinan has practiced crazy. Run around the prison at the fastest speed for 5 kilometers every day, and then start doing body up, push-ups, frog jumps and other exercises for an hour, and then go for a run until exhaustion. There is a limit state of human physical stamina. Qinan's cultivation method is to squeeze himself dry and let himself enter the limit state. When exhausted and feel that taking a step is like falling into the underworld, Qinan will force himself to continue forward. This is a contest between willpower and body. When willpower loses his body, Qinan will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme faint from exhaustion, but when willpower defeats his body, Qinan can go farther and longer. Then the limit of physical stamina has been ascension. Within a month, Qinan broke through his physical fitness limit 5 times. He found that after each breakthrough, his strength, speed, jumping ability, hearing, and vision will improve. Although the improvement is very small, it's improved. Since he can make himself stronger through such cultivation, of course Qinan will work hard. Now, he also called Qin Shayan to cultivate together, but Qin Shayan phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme didn't bother to run before reaching the limit of her body, and Qinan could only smile wryly, and there was nothing to do with her. Sometime before their cultivation, when they were full of energy, they would choose to go outside the prison to find a place no one saw to cultivate. Because they ran too fast at the early stage, their running speed was comparable to that of a cheetah running all the time. This was too shocking. Qinan believed that he and Qin Shayan had strengthened abilities. It's better to keep everyone's secret. This is also him and Qin Shayan's common opinion. Once they enter the fatigue period, they will return to the prison. If they encounter a large number of zombies or upgraded zombies during the fatigue period, it is very dangerous. In Qin City, everyone is very busy, and everyone is working hard to make themselves stronger. One day seemed to be going like this again. Just when Lu Wenwan had walked out of the administration building and was about to call everyone to eat, the guard on duty at the watchtower, Wang Ziyuan, rang the alarm bell. Qinan was already very tired after a day of cultivation, but he didn't dare to be careless when he heard the alarm bell. This was the first warning to come to this prison. Dragging his exhausted body, Qinan climbed to the observation tower. Before reaching the top of the tower, Wang Ziyuan's voice sounded on his head, and said nervously, "Boss. A motorcade is coming to the west. The smoke is billowing in uncertainty, but let me say less. It is estimated that there are more than a dozen cars. They are all big cars, and they seem to be able to hold a lot of people." Survivor. Qinan was surprised and quickened his movements, climbing the stairs from the bedroom of the watchtower to the top of the tower. Wang Ziyuan was a young man who was just 25 years old. He looked at the cars in the distance and was equally happy. He smirked for a while and said, "Boss, I don't know if there is a woman in there." Qinan was speechless and glared at Wang Ziyuan. Wang Ziyuan embarrassedly spit out the snakehead. "We have been together for a month, and the relationship is still very harmonious." Qinan scolded with a smile, and then said, "If there are women, I have to get you 2 40-year-olds, and be with you every night. 30 is like a wolf and 40 like a tiger. I want to see if 2 tigers can work." Rong and Ishan. Wang Ziyuan smirked and whispered, "In fact, Sister Lu is pretty good." Qinan was very happy. It turned out that this kid was also thinking about Lu Wenwan. As he spoke, the convoy was getting closer and closer, and Qinan looked around. Hundreds of meters away, there were no fewer than 20 coherent carts. These cars have been modified and reinforced, and behind the car, in the smoke and dust, I don't know how many zombies that came with them were hidden. Qinan held the walkie-talkie in his hand and said to Wang Ziyuan, "Just stay here, and shoot when you see something. I'll go down and open the door." After finishing speaking, he ran down the watchtower and asked Wang Ziyuan to lock the gate of the tower. Qinan used the walkie-talkie to contact the others and ordered the other 3 members of the guard to go up to the other 3 observation towers, holding blocking BU guns to prevent accidents. He took other people, holding a light machine gun in hand, looking for a bunker and formed a small circle, with a large open space in between, allowing outsiders to park. Within a month, under Professor Lu Gang, everyone had a preliminary grasp of the use of firearms. Li Zichuan opened the door instead of Qinan. After all, Sheenan is the leader. If an accident happens and he is controlled by foreign survivors, the situation will become very bad. Everyone's heart is a little nervous. The door opens, waiting for the entry of outsiders. Chapter 24. The prison in front of me was like a small city. The high walls and the vastness of the area surprised everyone in the car and were delighted. Lina sat in the first car and looked at the open door in front of her. She waved her hand and ordered the convoy to stop. The girl driving the car was named Lu Dan, and she said anxiously, "Teacher, shall we not go in? The zombies chasing behind may not be able to pull them far." Of course Lina knows the predicament they are facing at this time, but she, who has moved the 3 survivors' gathering place, knows how chaotic the gathering place is now, and there is a prison in front of her. Lina is not sure what it is like inside. People. If they are criminals, if they are extremely wicked people, don't they mean that they have left the wolf den and entered the tiger den again? Next to her sat a man in his 30s. He had no hair but a bald head. His whole body was dark and he looked very vicious. At this moment, there was a very beautiful woman in his arms, and the big bald hand moved back and forth on the sensitive part of the woman. Seeing the convoy stopped, the bald head said with some dissatisfaction, "Why don't you leave? Do you want to be eaten by the zombies behind? If you want to, Daddy will throw you down now." Lina frowned and sighed deeply. Now that she is in miserable condition, what else can she fear? Stopping to face the zombies can only be death, and there may be a way of life when entering. Drive! Lina gave Lu Dan an order. Under her leadership, the convoy entered the prison in an orderly manner and lined up in the open space. Lina leaned nervously on the car window and looked out. She saw that the playground in this prison was extremely wide. She had never seen such a large prison. At this moment, she found that behind some bunkers around, someone was holding a machine gun and aimed at the convoy, and Lina's heart became more nervous. After all the cars entered the prison, Li Zichuan locked the gate of the prison and walked around to the front of the convoy, waiting for the person in charge of the convoy to come down and meet. The bald man in the car apparently found that there were people around the convoy with machine guns aiming at the convoy, and he became nervous for a while, because they had no more firearms except for a few BU guns and pistols. Obviously, in terms of equipment, there is more than one level behind. The bald head pushed the woman away and looked at the window like Lina. Not many people were seen, there seemed to be only a dozen, but each of them had a machine gun in his hand. Such a deterrent was too strong. Seeing Li Zichuan in front of him, his bald head realized that it might be the leader of the other party. He thought for a while, turned around and raised his foot to Lina's buttocks and kicked him, and then said, "Let's go and take a look, tell them, Borrow, let's take a break and we can give them women and vegetable seeds in exchange. You are telling them that we have a lot of guns, so they don't want to eat us." Lina showed a look of disgust. She was wearing a pair of white skinny jeans. After being kicked with a bald head, she left an ugly footprint on her straight buttocks. Lina had no choice. She opened the car door and walked towards Li Zichuan. While walking, she also looked at the middle-aged man, judging his likes, good and evil. Li Zichuan was very calm, but he was taken aback when he saw the woman getting off the car. She was about 30 years old, with long hair and shawl, white skin, and she was actually very beautiful. When Lina came to Li Zichuan recovered and cleared his throat and said, "Explain your situation, how many men, how many women, how many weapons, where are you coming from, where you are going, and are you the leader of this team?" These words were all fought by Qin and others. In these last days, sometimes people are more terrifying than zombies. Therefore, for those who enter Qinchang, strict investigation must be performed before they can finally decide whether to stay. Lina tried his best to make owners smile amiable, and said, "Hello. We came from the gathering place in Pannan County. There used to be more than 10,000 survivors, but they were defended by a zombie breakthrough a few days ago and we fell. People fled all the way here. We have 22 modified cars in total. There are more than 100 men and more than 300 women in the cars. We have dozens of BU guns and some pistols. Our leader is Tian Hu. Now in the car, my name is Lina. I am the second in command of this team. We just fled and came here for the purpose of seeking refuge. If you agree to our stay and repair, we have women, vegetable seeds, and some food can be exchanged with you. Li Zichuan was slightly taken aback after hearing this. Woman? Xinan and Qin Shayan hid behind a row of bunkers piled up with earth bags. Since Li Na got out of the car, Qinan's eyes have not left her. Qin Shayan noticed Qinan's unusualness. Looking at the beautiful woman, Qin Shayan was a little jealous, but she still got to Qinan's ear and said to Qinan, "What's the matter, you like this woman?" Qinan shook his head, and then said to Qin Shayan, "Do you remember what I told you about when I was called a fool of Qin when I was in junior high school?" Qin Shayan nodded, and then suddenly said in surprise, "The female classmate who bet you made you eat caterpillars, isn't it her?" With a smile on the corner of Qinan's mouth, he said, "Isn't she who else? She is one of the two women I hate the most in my life." Qin Shayan asked suspiciously, "Who is the other one? Is it Li Ying or me?" Qinan shook his head, and then said, "There is also Tang Yu, the general manager of our company." After finishing speaking, he stood up, threw the weapon in his hand to Qin Shayan, then strode out of the bunker, walked all the way to Li Zichuan, looked at Li Na, and said, "Can your women be exchanged like goods?" "Then you can change it?" Li Na stared at the man who came out suddenly. This man looked familiar, but very strange, which made Li Na's words speechless for a while. After a while, she realized that her face was a little pale, but her expression was calm. Seeing that this man is very casual, it seems that his status in this prison should not be low. Maybe he is the real leader. Li Na bit her lip with her teeth, then nodded, and said, "Yes. All the women in our team, except for 63 female students aged 17 or 18, can exchange. You provide us with asylum, and we give you happiness." When she talked, she smiled hard. Her smile was charming, sweet, and beautiful. Qinan was stunned. He hadn't seen Li Na for 10 years. Is this the tomboy in his memory? Did she change in the first place, or did she experience too much in the apocalyptic year? Qinan frowned and shook his head, and said, "You are not qualified to exchange with me. Now you have only two paths. First, accept our supervision and investigation. Those who meet the conditions can stay, and those who do not meet the conditions will be locked up. Prison. Second, get in the car and leave immediately. Your life and death have nothing to do with me. As you can see, our firepower is very powerful. There are snipers in the 4-footed watchtower of the prison. You don't have any ability to resist. As soon as you think." The smile on Li Na's face disappeared, and after thinking about it, she said, "I want to ask our leader." Qinan nodded and agreed. Tian Hu frowned. He was not the kind of smarter person. He became the leader of this team with strong force and rough style, and he didn't know what to do with the current situation. If there are zombies going out, what should I do if I want to resist the firepower and can't match others? Tian Hu glanced at Li Na, showing inquiries. The reason why Li Na can become the second in command of this team is because she has good organizational leadership skills and is regarded as a military instructor by Tian Hu. Li Na thought about it for a while, and said to Tian Hu, "I just listened to them. Now there is no choice. Even if you are put in jail, it is better than going out to die." Tian Hu was very depressed and cursed, "Grandmas. Let's do this first. Look for a chance. Daddy must grab their guns and kill them all." Li Na ignored what Tian Hu said, and got out of the car again, agreeing to Qinan's request. Qinan nodded, and then waved behind him. Lu Gang walked over with 4 people carrying a bag. When they reached Qinan's side, several people threw the bag and made the sound of metal collision. Qinan walked over, opened the bag, took out a pair of handcuffs from it, and then turned around to handcuff Li Na. Li Na was shocked and wanted to resist, but Lu Gang was already holding a light submachine gun and pointed it at Li Na's head. Li Na was so scared that she immediately stopped all movements. Qinan circled Li Na, then stretched out his hand on Li Na's body and fumbled up and down. Li Na trembled, but did not say a word, letting Qinan move at will. In the end, Qinan found a dagger around Li Na's waist and kept the dagger on the ground. Then he pressed his mouth to Li Na's ear and whispered, "You are mine." Li Na's body trembled more fiercely, but she was unable to resist. It seemed that this scene was not the first time she had experienced it. In the last days, it may only be death for men, but it is terrible for women, the underworld. Then, Liu Gang commanded his men to get the people in the convoy to get out of the car one by one, and then searched their bodies and fired their weapons. The team members escorted them to the prison in Block C. Some of these people are scared, some are numb, and don't know what the future is waiting for them. After putting everyone in prison, the guard was lifted, and Qin Cheng's people walked out of their defensive positions. Qinan unlocked Li Na's handcuffs, pushed a portion of instant noodles in front of Li Na, and said, "Eat." Li Na was very puzzled. I don't know why she was brought here by Qinan alone. But Qin Shiyan kept looking at Li Na with her eyes, her face getting darker and deeper, as if she was thinking of something. After eating quietly, everyone began interrogation work, asking these outsiders about their experience in the past year. This is an interesting thing for the people in Xincheng. Even Qin Shiyan ignored Qin Anha for the time being. Li Na ran to the C prison and played the game of interrogation. She didn't know the past of Qinan and Li Na, so she asked Qinan to face Li Na directly and slowly sort out their past. At this time Qinan took Li Na to the conference room, and the two sat face to face, but they did not speak. Qinan put his hand on own chest, his thoughts flying, recalling the dusty past. Qinan and Li Na's hometown is 500 kilometers away from Henghai, a county called Yunhai. Yunhai County is located in a mountainous area surrounded by mountains, but the small town in the mountain is the most prosperous county in the city. The two met after entering junior high school. At that time, Li Na had short hair. The little girl was 13 or 14 years old and hadn't developed yet. She was naughty like a boy with her flat body. As Li Na's deskmate, Qinan is bullied by this little girl almost every day. It was not until the caterpillar eating incident occurred in the third year of the junior high school that the war between the two men was temporarily stopped. After attending high school, it was a coincidence that they were in the same class again, and they were also assigned to the same table. The relationship between the two people is really bad, but in those years, because of their relationship at the same table, they have the most contact. After high school, Li Na began to develop, and her small chest gradually stood up. But her character has not changed much, she is still a tomboy. At that time, both inside and outside the school were very good, calling her brothers with a group of hooligans in the society, and also worshipping brothers. Rivers and lakes called her Sister Na. Now that she has become a sister, Li Na is naturally arrogant. The so-called revenge, grievances, and complaints. In junior high school, she knelt down to Qinan and called her father, so now she has a relationship on rivers and lakes. Naturally would not let Qinan go. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme. When school is over, I find a few hooligans, stop Qinan at the school gate, search for money, and finally kick so much. Being kicked by a girl, Qinan won't really hurt, but the feeling of shame made him almost mad. Li Na didn't listen to the class very much when she was in class. The teacher left her homework and she threw it directly to Qinan and asked Qinan to complete it for her. Beat Qinan. In the third year of high school, Qinan finally couldn't bear it. It was a physical education class. The teacher announced the disbandment of free activities. Li Na took two Miss Sisters and hid in the public toilet in the school to smoke. Qinan kept staring at her, and in front of the public toilet, Qinan rushed to grab Li Na's hair and beat him, venting his long-suppressed hatred. The situation at that time was so violent that it frightened Li Na's Miss Sisters. When Qinan beat Li Na's black nose and face swelling, they reacted and rushed forward, scratching, and Qinan still did not stop attacking Li Na despite the girls scratching, with his fists and feet falling on it. Li Na ignored the other girls. After that, Li Na took a week off. When she went to school again, the bruises on her face had not disappeared. She did not find a teacher, nor did she trouble Qinan again. Until the summer vacation after graduating from high school. When Qinan was about to leave school to go home, Li Na led someone to rob him and took him to a small hotel. That was the first time that Li Na let her little brothers do something, so she pressed Qinan on the bed, and 6 or 7 little hooligans punched and kicked them for half an hour, and almost fainted from the beating. Li Na is also considered to have spared her face. When a few people started their hands, she still clamored not to hit the vital parts and kicked them in the ass. After the fight, the little hooligans took off Qinan's clothes and tied them to the bed. Li Na lit a cigarette and sat by the bed, spitting a ring of smoke at Cheenen, and then contemptuously said, "So you grew up with a man? I thought you didn't grow up. You hit a woman." Cheenen trembled on the bed and roared, "Who makes you always bully me? You kill me, or I will kill you sooner or later." Li Na smiled very coldly. She suddenly pressed the cigarette butt in her hand to Cheenan's chest quickly. Cheenen almost fainted when he was scalded, and yelled in pain. Several little rascals saw Li Na's methods, and they felt a little terrible. They greeted Li Na one after another, let Li Na go play by herself. It was a surprise. Li Na and Cheenen were left in the small hotel for a while. Li Na lit the cigarette again, then with a smile on her face, looking at Cheenen will never forget Li Na's expression at that time, like a witch. Li Na scalded Cheenan's chest again, and Cheenen screamed again. There was a strange blush on her face at that time, and she seemed to enjoy the process very much. Next, she kept repeating, lighting the smoke, and then pressing it out on Cheenan's chest. A total of 6 cigarettes were lit, and a heart-shaped trace was burnt on Cheenan's chest with the cigarette. At this time, Cheenen had fainted with pain. I don't know how long it took. When Cheenen woke up, he found Li Na still sitting beside him, thoughtful. Cheenan's throat was already hoarse, and he whispered, "Bitch. I must kill you." Li Na saw that Cheenen woke up, her face turned red, and she suddenly climbed to Cheenan's chest, and her touch caused Cheenan's chest to be scalded, and there was another positive pain, which made him feel cold and sweaty. Li Na pinched Cheenan's face with one hand, and then said, "Actually, if you don't hit me, I won't treat you like that. It's just that I've known you for so many years, and I'm used to bullying you. Look at me find someone to rob you at the school gate, but I have never let anyone beat you. You don't know what it is, you beat me so badly." While she was talking, she slid her other hand. Cheenen trembled, but could not speak. With a smile on Li Na's face, she said, "You haven't had a girlfriend yet? Are you a little virgin? People say that virgins are very sensitive. How about let me try?" As she spoke, she moved her hands. In a few minutes, Cheenen finally couldn't bear it, and vented for the first time in his life. At that time, he was in tears, and he felt that he had suffered the greatest shame in his life. At a loss, Li Na used a fruit knife to cut open the rope that bound Cheenen, and then ran away quickly. When she ran to the door, she stopped and said, "I will leave here tomorrow. My family has arranged for me to go to the provincial sports school to learn shooting. We will never see each other again, bye." That was indeed the last time Cheenen and Li Na met. Cheenen was depressed at home for a long time and hated Li Na. Later, he chose to join the army. Because of the heart-shaped wound left by Li Na on his chest, his family dragged on for a long time before letting him into the army. It can be said that Li Na, a woman, is a person that he will never forget for life. He even went to the provincial sports school to find Li Na for revenge after 3 years of hard training and discharge from the army, but he didn't find it. In the year that he retired from the army, Cheenan's parents had a car accident and passed away. After being injured, he finally chose to leave his hometown and went to a large city in a neighboring province, Hanghai, to start a new life. So many years have passed. Cheenen wondered more than once about what it would be like to meet Li Na again. But now I saw it, but it was in the last days. At this moment, Li Na, who was sitting opposite Cheenen, was very upset. She found that the man was looking at her with a fierce look, and that look was full of hatred, which made her unable to understand. In her memory, she didn't know such a man. Nearly 1.8 meters tall, strong physique, and square face, the whole person looks very comfortable, but why does he look at himself like this? Cheenen sneered in his heart. He knew Li Na must have not recognized him. When he was in school, he was a little fatty, and his round face was particularly prominent. 3 years in the army made him lose weight quickly and become stronger, but now the cultivation of the last year has made him stronger. He was very short when he was in school, and his 3 years as a soldier allowed him to develop rapidly, and his height was straight to what he is now. Only he knows how much he has changed. Taking out the photos from junior high school to compare, I can't find the same taste at all. The most important thing is that this year's Doomsday Life gave him a more different aura than before. He has killed thousands of zombies, he has experienced the pain of divorce and betrayal by Liang, now he is more mature, more deep. Put your hand in your pocket, take out a cigarette, and throw one to Li Na by the way. Qinan lit the cigarette, took a sip on his mouth, and then threw the lighter to Li Na. Li Na hesitated to pick up the cigarette and lighter, and paused for a while before saying, "I don't smoke." Qinan licked his mouth, almost roaring out, "Pump!" Li Na was startled by the excited Qinan. In Qinan's murderous eyes, she reluctantly lit the cigarette and took a sip in her mouth. At this time, the sun had set and the room had become dim. Qinan walked aside, took the candle and lit it, placed it in the middle of the table, then sat back on the chair and took a look at Li Na, and said, "Take a look at what you have experienced in the past 10 years. Talk about everything." Li Na was slightly taken aback. 10 years? This is too long. Under the dim candlelight, she couldn't see Qinan's expression clearly, but she knew that this man seemed to be in a bad mood. Forget it, how can people not bow their heads under the eaves? She finally chose not to resist, and slowly entered her own memories. Chapter 26 Li Na's experience 10 years ago. I was in a sports school, learning to shoot. At that time, I would go to various parts of the country to participate in competitions. The results were not bad, and I spent 3 years like this. Later, when I got older and didn't get out of my head, I left the shooting team and went back to the sports school where I was back home. I became a teacher and taught the children to shoot until the end of the world. When the T-virus broke out, my children and I were trapped in school by zombies. Later, we met a 100-member People's Liberation Army team from the government, rescued us and brought us to a gathering place that was not too big. In fact, it was not set up by the government, the leader just cooperated with the team. The leader of the gathering place has always had his own selfishness and wants to obtain the weapons of the People's Liberation Army team. One night, they fought and suffered heavy losses because the PLA team was attacked by a sneak attack. We followed the remaining dozen soldiers and escaped. Originally, we had more than 100 students, but a dozen died that time, and 2 teachers died. This is already a blessing in misfortune. People's Liberation Army soldiers sacrificed more than 80 talents to let us useless people survive. After that, we hid everywhere, escaping from zombies, and we finally found another gathering place, which was the 10th gathering place for survivors of Yundang Mountain originally established by the government. When we first went, it was pretty good there. However, with the shortage of supplies, the contradictions in the base have gradually intensified. The unequal distribution of resources caused the ultimate division. The gathering place originally set up by the government has also become anarchy. Several powerful people have pulled up the hill. It is difficult for the weak to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme among them. No way, our female teachers can only rely on the men who accompany them to sleep in exchange for limited resources. If we don't do this, my students and I will starve to death. When Li Na said this, she paused slightly, with sadness in her eyes. Qinan's heart jumped for no reason. Li Na has changed a lot. When she was young, she was thinner and more like a boy, always with short hair. But at the moment, his hair is fluttering and his posture is mature. The little pancake on his chest in Qinan's impression has grown into 2 magnificent peaks after so many years. In fact, the biggest change in her is her temperament. She is full of femininity when she raises her hands and feet. Li Na continued to tell. Days are getting harder and harder. The nearby materials are almost as searched by them, but it is too dangerous to want to go further. The team searching for materials phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme go out and only 1 or 2 come back. Under such circumstances, they are reluctant to go out. Finally, the men caught the attention of the students. Of course, I would not agree with a few teachers and a few People's Liberation Army who accompanied us into the camp. But they threatened us with force and put us all in prison. On the day they were about to attack the students, the base was besieged by a group of corpses. Later, the upgraded giant zombies appeared, broke the wall, and the base fell. At the most critical moment, Su Tianjiao, the female anchor of Doomsday Radio, appeared and released us from the cell. We entered the day of escape for the second time. When we escaped, we were only left with 63 students, and the teacher was the only one who survived. As for the People's Liberation Army who had been protecting us, they were all on the way to escape and sacrificed to protect us. Later, when we were fleeing, we were discovered by the material search team in the gathering place of Pannan County and brought back to their camp. They built a wall around Pannan County, and more than 10,000 survivors gathered inside. Unfortunately, there is not heaven, but the underworld. There are 5 major forces in the gathering place, none of which are government organizations. Life has rules there. If you want to get food, you have to go out and find it yourself. If you don't dare to go out, you can only exchange your own things. We are all women, and the students are all children. How could we go out looking for food? However, even if I am willing to accompany anyone to sleep, the food I can exchange is not enough for me to eat by myself. In the base, all the men were catching the attention of the students. They looked at the girls without any obstruction, as if they wanted to devour them alive. We were hungry for 2 days in the base, really scared and helpless. Later, I met Tian Hu. He is the leader of one of the 5 major forces in the base. He liked me, and I became one of his women. At that time, I struggled to please him, and finally made him promise not to touch my students, so that we finally settled down temporarily. But before long, the base encountered a group of zombies. Among them, there were dozens of terrifying upgraded jumping zombies, and even a second-level upgraded jumping zombie. The wall of the base is not strong. Although there is no problem defending against ordinary zombies, it cannot be blocked by the second-level upgraded jumping zombies. The city wall was overthrown, zombies poured in, and the base fell. Tian Hu ran out with us and drove the car for a few days. Our fuel is almost exhausted, and we are finally here. Second-level upgraded jumping zombies? Xinan was stunned. He once killed an upgraded jumping zombie with his own hands until it was powerful. Then what is the second-level upgraded jumping zombie? Looking at Li Na, who was a little sad, Xinan said, "Tell me about the second-level upgraded jumping zombies." Li Na was a little stupid, but when Xinan asked, her body trembled and her face turned pale. The zombie is very tall, 3 meters high. The legs are thin and long, just like the legs of a locust. There is no skin on the legs, they are all terrible black muscles. Its hands have long nails, which are bright black, like metal. The city wall of the gathering place in Pannan County is made of cement and stones, and it is 30 centimeters thick, but the zombie only needs 3 scratches to get the city wall through. This is not the most terrible, but its wisdom is terrifying. It first pierced countless holes in the city wall, then drove a giant zombie, let the giant zombie hit our city wall. The city wall was already riddled with holes, and it was shattered after being hit by giant zombies a few times. Then, the killing of the zombies. It's really terrible. Xinan took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, zombies have evolved to this point. They are no longer purely bloodthirsty, but have obvious directional thinking, and even have the means and strategies to attack. Looking at the somewhat silly Li Na, Xinan felt a pain in his heart for no reason. Is this still the girl as big as the big sister in his memory? Standing up slowly, Xinan pulled Li Na up, then went to the single dormitory on the 5th floor of the administrative complex, opened a door, brought Li Na into it, and said to her, "Okay, let's sleep first. We will continue to talk tomorrow." After speaking, Xinan turned and left, locking the door. He suddenly discovered that when he really saw Li Na, he didn't hate her as much as he thought, perhaps because everyone had grown up. Coming out of the room, Xinan found Qin Xiaoyan standing in front of the door, rubbing his fingers. Xinan was taken aback for a moment, but Qin Xiaoyan proactively threw himself into his arms, kissed him, and then said, "I thought you won't be out tonight." Xinan smiled and said, "How could it be?" Qin Xiaoyan took Xinan's hand, ran out, and climbed up the watchtower where they used to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. When the team members on duty saw them coming, they voluntarily left to leave room for the 2 of them. Qin Xiaoyan took Xinan and sat on the bed, opened the window of the round bedroom in the observation tower, and then pushed Xinan down and crawled on Xinan and said, "My husband, I have a secret to tell you." Xinan smiled and said, "What's the secret? Do you want to eat your husband's big cigar?" Qin Xiaoyan raised her hand and patted Xinan's stomach, said she was disgusting, and then said seriously, "Husband, in fact, I knew Li Na 7 or 8 years ago." Xinan was shocked, and was speechless. Qin Xiaoyan sighed quietly, and talked about the past with Xinan. Didn't I tell you that I learned to shoot? I was in the same school with Li Na. She is my senior sister, 1 grade higher than me. She is very active in school and very famous. I met her once by chance. I like her character very much. She is like a heroine in a resolute manner. I admired her very much back then, running behind her ass every day, just like her little fan. She treats me well and takes good care of me. If someone bullies me, she will help me out. We spent a year like this, and I thought she would be my lifelong friend. Later, I met Lu Tianyu through her. Although Lu Tianyu had a job at that time, he still played outside all day, like a young man in society. When I first met, I didn't meet a few people, and I didn't know him well. Once, Li Na took me and a group of girls to KTV to sing and drink. The day I came to my aunt, I didn't want to drink. Later, at Li Na's strong request, I just drank a glass of wine. After that, you might have guessed it? I once told you that Lu Tianyu and I were drunk and robbed of my body just a few days after I met Lu Tianyu. In fact, the truth is that Li Na took the medicine on my alcohol. After drinking a glass of wine that day, I fainted. When I woke up, I was naked, and Lu Tianyu was pressing on my body. Afterwards, I asked Li Na why she treated me that way. She told me that Lu Tianyu liked me, so she helped him a little and said it was for my good. At that time, I was wearing myopia glasses, and I was fat, and after puberty, my face was full of scars left by pimples, which was really ugly. She said that I looked so ugly, so just marry Lu Tianyu. Li Na thought she had helped me a lot, but she didn't know that this marriage had always been an indescribable pain for me. From then on, I hated Li Na very much. I didn't continue to be her follower or worship her, and tried to alienate her on purpose. After that, she and I went to different shooting teams and basically never met. In fact, in her eyes, I was worthless. She never regarded me as a friend. After I alienated her, she never came to me again. Qinan was completely stupid when she heard it, and after a long time she asked, "Xiaoyan, have you had any plastic surgery?" Xiaoyan blared at Qinan dissatisfiedly, and then said, "Hate. You just got a plastic surgery." I succeeded in losing weight, and I lost weight a few years after I got married. And the P's on my face have been treated with Chinese medicine. I used to wear big eyes, and then I was equipped with invisibility, but now I have a special ability. I don't even need to wear invisibility. People are born with beauty, is it good or not? I haven't had plastic surgery, even double eyelids are born. Qinan stroked his chest with his hand, with a relieved expression. Qinan nodded in relief, and then said for a while, "So you were also a fatty before?" Xiaoyan buried her head on Qinan's neck, her face flushed, and then rubbed her head against Qinan's chin, and said coquettishly, "Don't talk, don't talk." Qinan was playful, and he discovered that Xiaoyan was really a young woman who could act like a baby. The two people frolicked on the bed for a while before they stopped. Qinan thought for a long time before finally making up his mind to tell Xiaoyan the grievances between himself and Li Na. After Xiaoyan heard this, her face turned red and white, completely shocked. After a long time, he hugged Qinan inside and said, "Husband, you are much pitiful compared to me. It turns out that your first time was to give her a hand." Qinan was flushed by what Xiaoyan said, and felt very uncomfortable. I would have known that I wouldn't tell her these details. The two lay on the bed and hugged each other silently. After a long time, Xiaoyan suddenly stood up and looked at Qinan's face and said, "Husband, this is God's will. Since Li Na has fallen into our hands, we can't easily let her go." Qinan looked at Xiaoyan's vicious and resentful expression, and said with some worry, "Xiaoyan, in fact, after meeting her this time, I found that I didn't hate her as much as I thought. I was talking about it when I was young. Now, what do you want to do with her?" Xiaoyan smiled weirdly, and squinted her eyes and said, "I want to torture her. Terrorize her. Husband, you must help me and let me breathe out." Qinan said awkwardly, "What do you want to do?" Xiaoyan said, "I haven't figured it out yet. No matter what we do, we can't make her feel better. We must take revenge. She humiliated us at the beginning, and we must humiliate her severely now. Husband, let her do it later. Your pet, be your little slave. I'll help you train her." Qinan was sweating on his forehead as Qin Xiaoyan said, and a strange emotion arose in his heart, but said in his mouth, "This is not good, right?" Qin Xiaoyan didn't seem to hear what Qinan said. She was completely immersed in the own fantasy world, and said, "Yes. Just do it. We must take revenge." In the early morning of the next day, all the management of Qin dynasty gathered in the conference room of the administration building. Summarized the interrogation of outsiders last night. As the second person in the Qin dynasty, Li Zichuan was the first to speak. There are 530 of them, among them 104 men and 309 women. According to the composition, it can be divided into 3 parts. The first is Li Na and her 63 students. Li Na seems to be a good person. Her students are very worried about Li Na's safety. It also proves that these students have been able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme until now with the help of Li Na, several other teachers and some People's Liberation Army this year. And did not suffer much damage. The second is Tian Hu and his subordinates, as well as the women attached to them, about 200. Tian Hu does not seem to be a bad-hearted person, he is straight-minded, but he is more lustful. But this is also normal. According to them, in the gathering place, people with a little bit of influence are not bad, because those women will take the initiative to exchange their bodies for food and resources, and all transactions are equal. The third is the subordinates of other forces in the gathering place, but when they escaped, they ran away with their own people and fled with Tian Hu. It is considered that they have only been attached to Tian Hu in the past few days. This is how I think. Let those students out first. They all learn to shoot. Give them some weapons and let them receive some military training. They should be good helpers in defending the city. As for the others, I intend to let them expose each other to see if they have done any heinous things before, educate them about making small mistakes, and let them go. As for the big mistakes, they should be locked up in jail first. Qinan nodded after hearing Li Zichuan's words, and thought it was good to do so. Several other people also published some own opinions. At the end of the meeting, several men began to discuss the new women. Sun Dihai said, "Leader, there is one thing that needs to be settled. You see, it's the end of the world now. Do we practice monogamy or polygamy here? Now the ratio of men to women is obviously out of balance here." After he said this, all the men laughed, and they laughed strangely, including Qin, and Qin Xiaoyan glanced at everyone present, and said disdainfully, "A bunch of stinky hooligans." But Lu Wenwan did not speak, just lowered her head and smiled softly. Qinan thought for a while, and said, "Now that there are too many people, there are some rules and regulations that need to be established. We can't sit back and eat, and the combat team needs to go out to search for resources. Just after 2 months of training, 2 months later, the combat team will start to perform missions out of the city. For those outsiders, after you confirm it, ask them if they are willing to join us, stay with those who are willing to join, and let them go directly if they are not willing to join." After hearing Qinan's words, Sun Dihai laughed and said, "How could there be unwillingness? Our city wall is reinforced concrete, 10 meters high, it is extremely safe, there is such a safe nest, in this last days, who wouldn't want to stay?" After he finished speaking, several men began to talk about those women again, saying that they were all pretty and which one was the most beautiful. Qinan was a little excited when he heard that. He wanted to run into prison to see the so-called beautiful women. After breakfast, Qin Xiaoyan went and released the 63 female students first. They were taken into the prisoners' reform through labor factory, which contained a large amount of clothing. Qin Xiaoyan has long discovered that there are clothes in his favorite style, black tight leather pants and black tight small t-shirt. Take these things out and let every girl put on them. Qin Xiaoyan looked a little drunk when those 17 or 18-year-old girls put on uniform clothes and showed off their pure and energetic figures. When she walked out of the labor camp with these girls, the men in Xinqiao were completely dumbfounded. After seeing Qinan, who was cultivating in the square, his eyes were shining and he wanted to be wrong. Qin Xiaoyan walked to Qinan's side with a smile, and whispered, "Husband, a lot of tender grass." Qinan swallowed, frowned, shook his head and said, "Hey, it's early to get married." Qin Xiaoyan sneered and said, "In the future, these girls will belong to me and be incorporated into the elite team." No, they will become a branch of the elite team, called the Mimi Sniper Team. Ha ha. Qinan looked at Qin Xiaoyan triumphantly, and he was very happy, and said, "It's up to you." Qin Xiaoyan ran away happily, as if she had regained her youth. She personally took the little girls to practice in a clearing on the square, and she was full. This gathering place seems to be different from other gathering places they have been to. Although they were put in jail as soon as they came in, they were not harmed or threatened in any way. Although those men looked at them with fiery eyes, there was nothing extreme in their behavior. Perhaps this is a good place. The only worry for them is their teacher. Where did Li Na go? Li Na was sitting on the bed in a daze. Through the window, she could see the female students who were practicing on the playground. However, her heart at the moment was not on the female student. She was thinking about the man from last night. Why does he give her a familiar feeling? Have you seen it somewhere? Just thinking about it, the door of the room was open from the outside. Li Na quickly straightened her body, sitting straight. She was wearing a pair of white jeans at this time. The pants were a bit dirty, but it did not affect the beauty of her curves. Stiff buttocks and slender thighs are all men's favorites. She wore a long-sleeved gray autumn coat, which didn't fit well, and the rough and uneven front made her move a little to see the traces of the corset she was wearing. Similarly, this Joey is also a bit dirty, and there are a few greasy handprints on it, which make people want to enter Feifei after seeing it. With a set of clothes in his hand, Qinan walked into the bedroom, glanced at Li Na, and then put the clothes on the bed. Qinan's eyes were a little cold, and he said to Li Na, "Put it on." Li Na took the clothes, hesitated, and found that Qinan didn't mean to go out, took a deep breath, and slowly began to take off his clothes. This room is a single dormitory, with a large bed in the middle, a dressing cabinet in front of the window, and a TV cabinet in the corner. There is a computer desk, and there is also a TV. Unfortunately, there is no electricity. There is a toilet on the left side of the door. Because the water and gas in the prison are independent plumbing systems, the toilet can still be used, and you can even take a hot bath. Qinan stepped forward, walked to the bed, and lay on the bed unscrupulously, with his hands behind his head, his legs stretched out and crossed together, calmly watching Li Na begin to change clothes. This year, Li Na had a very bad life. She is no different from a miss who is selling. In a year, there are not 100 men who have slept with her, and there are always dozens of them. Regarding matters between men and women, in fact, I have already seen it through, and therefore no longer care. But at this time, facing Qinan's gaze, she felt very uneasy. With his back to Qinan, when he took off his joey, Qinan suddenly said, "Turn around." Li Na hesitated for a moment, did not refuse, turned her body around, then put her hand behind her back, her clothes faded, and her beautiful body appeared in front of Qinan's eyes. Qinan looked at it for a while, and said with a trembling voice, "Go on." Li Na bit her lip and began to slowly withdraw her tight white pants, and then the small pants that were also pink. When she stood in front of Qinan frankly, Qinan was completely attracted by her body. In fact, Qinan came this time just curious. Qinan still remembers Li Na's flat figure back then, but the woman at this time, compared with Li Na back then, can be said to be completely reborn. He almost waved in impatiently, let Li Na come over and lay down beside him. The wait always seems to be long. Finally, Li Na couldn't wait any longer. She opened her eyes curiously, her face so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand frightened her and made her face flushed. The man's eyes are very deep, they seem familiar, but they are extremely strange. Li Na recalled, "Have you ever seen such a pair of eyes in one's life?" After thinking for a long time, there is still no answer. The man's hand suddenly rested on her body, causing her body to tremble. "Ah!" Li Na yelled softly. Frowning slightly, Li Na didn't like it very much. She felt that what the man did at this time made her feel insulted. But Qinan saw Li Na frowning, but there was a hint of pleasure in his heart. His face was calm, as if he hadn't done anything, he just watched the change in Li Na's expression. With an evil smile on his mouth, he said to Li Na, "How do you feel?" Li Na tried her best to keep her breathing steady. She did not answer Qinan's question. But Qinan was obviously not very happy, and increased the strength in his hand, which made Li Na's brows frown tighter. Qinan asked again, "Say it? How do you feel?" Li Na didn't know how she felt at this time, a little strange, a little bitter, a little sad, and a little angry. She looked directly into Qinan's eyes, and said with a trembling voice, "Have we met? I feel that you hate me so much." Qinan smiled, smiling happily. He was not talking, but his hands never stopped, until Li Na made a call after another, and everything was over. Qinan moved his hand to Li Na's chest again, and after wiping, he stood up and left without saying a word. When Qinan walked out of the room door, Li Na looked at Qinan's back and smiled helplessly. She stood up, rushed into the bathroom, and washed her own body. Qinan's hands like a devil still stayed in her mind. This man gave her a strange feeling, which made her unclear and unclear. After Qinan left Li Na's room, his heart throbbed. He suddenly discovered that he didn't recognize himself. He would actually do such a thing to a woman. Why did he become like this? When he was with Liang, he felt like he had made a big mistake even if he squeezed her gently. Is it because of the interaction with Qin Xiaoyan that tempered him? Qinan looked around nervously, but did not find Qin Xiaoyan. At this time, he was really a little nervous. After taking a deep breath, Qinan returned to the conference room and used the walkie-talkie to contact all Qin Chao's management personnel and ask them to gather in the conference room. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived in the meeting room. They were very puzzled. Didn't the meeting just start in the morning? Qinan looked at the people and said, "I want to tell you one thing. In fact, I've been thinking about it these days, but I haven't made a decision. I didn't make up my mind until just now." He said that he glanced at Qin Xiaoyan secretly, and said in his heart, how could he be like a kid who made a mistake and was about to run away from home? Everyone looked at Qinan with serious eyes. Qinan said, "In fact, those of us don't know enough about the current end times, because we have been hiding for a year and haven't been outside, which is very detrimental to us. In these 2 months, you must organize people to train well. In addition to training physical strength, you also have to kill zombies in actual combat, practice courage and cooperation. This will be supervised by Lu Gang. After all, he is a soldier. I plan to leave Qincheng for a period of time, to see if there is a large group of zombies nearby, and to see if there are other gathering places nearby. In short, I will conduct a big investigation." Qinan said. Everyone was taken aback, they looked at each other without speaking. Qin Xiaoyan wanted to speak, but was stopped by Qinan's eyes. Qinan glanced at the people and said, "After I leave, Li Zichuan is responsible for managing Qin City. If there are any accidents or major events, please discuss with Qin Xiaoyan. You may not have seen her skills and methods. She kills zombies. I am less." Everyone was shocked. Everyone had seen Qinan's ability. He was an expert who walked on the ground like his feet on the floor. When clearing the prison, everyone had seen Qinan kill zombies. It was as easy as killing a chicken with a knife in his hand. They don't know yet, does Qin Xiaoyan, Qinan's woman, have the same skills as Qinan? Yes, Qin Xiaoyan is the only one who has been incorporated into the elite team by Qinan. Everyone nodded and agreed to Qinan's arrangement. Qinan dismissed everyone and left Qin Xiaoyan alone. After everyone left, Qin Xiaoyan immediately slipped into Qinan's arms and said coquettishly, "My husband, can I go with you too?" Qinan shook his head and said, "This prison is a rare refuge. There are also a large number of lethal weapons here, which are very useful for us. After I am gone, you have to spend a bit of money to suppress them completely and obey our leadership. Li Zichuan and the others, we have been getting along for a while, I think they are more reliable and should be trusted. As for the newcomers, take your time to observe, don't give them weapons, and the watchtower must always be guarded by our people, I don't think they will cause trouble. That Tian who should be held in prison for the time being, as well as his former brother, so he needs to study for a longer period of time and don't let him go easily. When I go out this time, the family will depend on you. In fact, I originally wanted to go out a few months later, but now that the evolution of zombies is getting stronger and stronger, I think it's better to go out and investigate and take precautions. Anyway, you don't have to worry, I will be back at most a month. With my current skills, even if you can't beat a zombie, there shouldn't be any problem with escaping, don't you think?" Qin Xiaoyan was a little bit reluctant, and negotiated with Qinan for a while, but ended the discussion with Qinan's victory. In the end, Qin Xiaoyan held Qinnen's face and said affectionately, "Husband. Remember, I am actually a young woman, and I just want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with you forever. I don't want you to be a hero and savior in the last days. I don't want you to become the protagonist of the story. I only want you to be mine. I am yours. I only want you to die after me, and I want you to hold me in your arms when I need you." Qinnen's nose was sore. He really had the urge to not go out, stay here forever, just stay with Qin Xiaoyan. This woman never knew that the love words she said turned out to be so beautiful, never knew that she turned out to be such a lovely person. Qinnen wanted to leave Qin City. In fact, he had been thinking about it for many days, and it was definitely not a sudden thought. He has 3 things he wants to do. First, return home and bring Li Ying's photo. The reason why I want Li Ying's picture is not that I miss that woman so much. Now he only hates Li Ying, hating her for hurting and betraying his own. So he wants to take Li Ying's picture with him, and he can ask people later to see if anyone knows where this woman is going. He wants to find her, in front of her, and ask her personally why she hurt him. So ruthless. Second, he really wants to do some investigations to see what kind of situation is in the neighborhood. If one day a group of corpses besiege the city, where can they go? Now, he really wants to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well. Sometimes he even feels that the end of the world is not a misfortune for him, but a kind of luck, so that he can have such a good woman as Qin Xiaoyan. Thirdly, he wanted to see the true feelings of the last days and find out the meaning of his own existence. He believes that his special ability is definitely not for him to hide in a corner. In fact, his idea is still the same. He doesn't want to be the savior, but if he can create a city belonging to his own according to his own idea, why not do it? When I left Xincheng, it was midnight, and Qinnen didn't bring much with him. Wearing ragged jeans, wearing a short-sleeved black military vest, and a strap on the upper body, on the back, a large grass knife that is more than 1 meter long is worn, and a small waist bag is worn on the waist. There was a 5.4 pistol and 40 rounds of ammunition in the bag. The grass knife is used to kill zombies, while the May 4th pistol is used to deal with people. Running all the way, Qinnen's first destination was his own home. Choosing to come out at night is also because the zombies at night are much gentler than during the day. In fact, there is a distance of 40 kilometers from the prison to Qinnen's home. But for Qinnen, 40 kilometers, he ran within an hour, but after entering the city, the number of zombies gradually increased, and Qinnen would choose to take a detour and avoid it. Along the way, if you can hide, you can hide, if you can't hide, you kill. In the downtown area of Hanghai, Qinnen wandered around in the dark with a large number of zombies. That 18-story apartment. The apartment was full of dust for a while. Qinnen looked around and felt a little sad. He found a few life photos of Li Ying, wrapped them in plastic bags and put them in the pocket of own pants. Sighing slightly, Qinnen decided one last night's sleep in the own house. Will he still have a chance to come back to this place in the future? Thinking of the past with Li Ying, thinking of the joys, quarrels, and indifference with Li Ying in this house before, Qinnen slowly fell asleep, sleeping until 10 o'clock the next morning. After getting up, Qinnen was well-groomed, got himself something to eat, and then left home and rushed out of the city. In fact, Qinnen was really a little proud. He felt that he was lucky, because he was not like the protagonists in the previous zombie works of the last days. At the beginning, he was forced to his death and was chased by the zombies. He stayed at home for a year, accompanied by a beautiful woman like Qin Xiaoyan, and gained the ability of Transcendent in the downstairs of the community. Then he found a very good place to shelter as soon as he fled. There is an own organization and team casually. Life is so relaxing and comfortable. If the own story is written as a novel, no one will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme it. As Qinnen thought, he ran forward and saw a large group of zombies in front of him. Qinnen ran to the left. There was an agricultural bank there. You could leave the city after a 5-mile turn and a turn. There are fewer zombies outside the city, so you can fly freely in the sky. The corner of the turn was right in front of him, and just as Qinnen was about to move and turn around, a breaking phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine/phoneme sounded in front of him. This shocked Qinnen into a cold sweat. Someone attacked? Before he could think about it, Sheenan raised his right foot and stomped on the wall beside him, letting his own body fly out with that kick, abruptly preventing him from moving forward. Flying out of 7 or 8 meters, Sheenan landed and looked at the place just now, only to see where he was just going. On the ground, a big hole had been smashed out of the ground. In the next second, a terrifying monster flashed out on the corner of the street. It is about 2 meters tall, and its upper body is surrounded by black-gray bones, which protect its body like a piece of metal armor. The monster's arms were so long that they dropped down to the knees. It didn't have hands. Its hands had become 2 drum hammers the size of a human head. There is no bone attached to the monster's legs. Its legs are very strong, with black and red muscles all over the legs, and the muscles are covered with red and yellow mucus, which looks terrifying and disgusting. Sheenan took a coldly breath. Could this be a so-called skull zombie? No, it should not be a simple skull zombies. The skull zombies mentioned on the Doomsday Radio have only their heads wrapped in bones, and the zombies in front of them are even wrapped in bones. Is it a second-level upgraded skull zombie? Sheenan's heart beat violently. Run away? Still fighting? After hesitating slightly, Sheenan took his own blade from behind. He decided to try it to see how his own strength compares with the second-level upgraded zombies. What surprised Sheenan was that the way the skull zombies attacked was very creative. It almost doesn't need to bend down, 2 long arms can make the drum hammer touch the ground, and then the 2 strong lower limbs below push the ground hard, and then the front arms push backwards at the same time, and then the body of the skull zombie rotates. He flew and slammed towards Sheenan. The speed was so fast that it was difficult for Sheenan to avoid it. No way, Sheenan could only lift his foot and kick at the skull zombies. With a foot on the sternum of the skull zombie, Sheenan felt a strong impulse on his foot, and then he flew out backwards. The skull zombie smashed on the ground. What a powerful force, what a fast speed. Sheenan, who flew out and fell to the ground, did not dare to neglect the slightest. He stood up almost immediately and watched carefully at the death of the second-level upgraded skull. The skull zombies were not slow at all, they were still the same as they were just now, and then rolled again, and the whole body shot over. Sheenan was well prepared this time. He planned to slash the skull zombie. But what he did not expect was that the half of the skull zombie suddenly raised his head in mid-air, and then the skull was originally the position of the mouth. A tongue that was several meters long came out from the small gap, and that tongue was covered with sharp barbs, and it shot directly at Sheenan. Sheenan was so scared that he almost ran out of urine. Before, I thought about how the zombie's head was kept by the bones. I didn't expect it to have evolved such a long tongue. Between the sparks and flints, Sheenan could not dodge, so he could only raise the blade in his hand and roll it towards the tongue. The unexpected happened again. When the blade of the blade was about to collide with the flying tongue, the long tongue turned a turn, bypassed the blade, and continued to shoot Sheenan's head. At this moment, Sheenan was really frightened. He almost exhausted his strength, stepped on the ground with his feet, and stepped back. When he landed, he no longer had any hesitation, he just found a zombie's direction, and ran away without looking back. Oh shit. Too frightening. This guy is so powerful, maybe they are all 3rd level and 4th level upgraded zombies, right? Sheenan had never seen a skull zombie before, and naturally didn't know the upgrade process of a skull zombie. It was just the monster that Sheenan really didn't want to encounter again. While running, a trace of decadence rose in Sheenan's heart. He thought that he had a strengthened physique and should be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well in this world, but now facing the upgraded zombies, he had to run away. Think about it, too. I don't know how many weapons there are in the gathering place of tens of thousands of people, which can be attacked by zombies, let alone a person with a little special ability. In an instant, Sheenan's self-confidence was severely hit. Although he didn't collapse, he didn't dare to make any big claims. Then, he thought of Wang Cheng again. Yes. Be careful, this is the end of the world. I can't be complacent just because I have a little special ability. Sheenan woke up while thinking about other things. He doesn't have any hatred with the zombie. If he can't beat him, he won't be laughed at, right? Inadvertently, Sheenan had ran out 2 or 3 miles diagonally, occasionally looking back. There was a zombie behind him, but he didn't see the skull zombie, and felt a little relieved. No, you have to get out of the city quickly. This city is too dangerous. In case of encountering the second-level upgraded jumping zombie, Sheenan really doesn't know whether he can escape the attack of the second-level upgraded jumping zombie at his own speed. After running for a while, Sheenan finally ran out of the city and rushed across the highway to the field. His position at this time was still in the north of Hanghai City, but instead of running in the direction of Chin City, he turned to the side and went all the way. He wanted to see what Chin City's week was like. Chapter 30. Sheenan ran all the way and stopped. From noon to night, he walked about 130 kilometers, which is estimated to be equivalent to more than double the speed of an ordinary human. Walking along the way, I didn't even see the living people, the zombies all the way, the desolation all the way. Go further a dozen kilometers and you will reach Fuyao Town, which is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Fuyao Town is a small town subordinate to Hanghai City. Because of its surrounding mountain location, Fuyao used to be a scenic tourist resort. Of course, that was before the end of the world. Sheenan once brought Li Ying to this place. 3 kilometers into the mountain in Fuyao Town, there is a small village called Sanli Village. That place is a folk culture village. To put it bluntly, it means to build some old-fashioned houses with local characteristics, and then sell some local delicacies and specialties around the houses, which can attract tourists from other places. The year Sheenan went there was just in time for Labor Day. Sanli Village was crowded with people. The shabby old house cost 200 yuan a night, which was more expensive than the standard rooms of chain hotels in the city. Sheenan and Li Ying slept in such a small ancient house for one night, and that night, in the rooms next to each other, women's low groans and skin cracks were heard from time to time. Sheenan was also very restless that night. He took Li Ying's hand and wanted to do something to Li Ying, but Li Ying did not respond at all. Li Ying has never been an active person from time to time. Now Sheenan knows that this kind of woman it's called Mensa. If that night, he could unscrupulously press on Li Ying and slay her against her. I wonder if Li Ying will not cheat. I wonder if Li Ying won't leave him. Maybe he is really responsible. Thinking of what was on his mind, Sheenan had already arrived at the entrance of Fuyao Town. From afar, with the help of the dim light at dusk, you can see that small town with a small area. Sheenan squinted his eyes and took a closer look. There were no zombies on the streets of this city. In other words, there might be living people here. Stepping forward, walking forward, just entering the entrance of the town, in a small 3-story building more than 10 meters away from him, a woman shouted, "Don't move, stand there." Sheenan was taken aback for a moment. He had just thought about a lot of things on his mind, but he didn't even pay attention to the sounds around him, so he didn't realize that anyone was watching. After stopping, Sheenan tilted his head slightly and found that a girl of about 20 years old was holding a rifle and aimed at him at the window on the 3rd floor of the small building. Sheenan concentrated and listened carefully for a while, and found that no one else existed around him. He raised his hands and looked at the girl without speaking. The girl also looked at him, then waved to motion Sheenan to walk over. Sheenan was very obedient, and obediently walked to the downstairs of the 3-story building, and stood still only a few meters away from the small building. He raised his head and looked at the girl. The girl held the gun nervously and said, "Do you have any weapons?" Sheenan thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth and see what the little girl was going to do. "Yes, I have a May 4th pistol and a straw knife behind me. I escaped from a concentration camp in Hanghai City." The little girl didn't seem to expect Sheenan to be so frank, and so honestly to confess the fact that he had weapons. After thinking about it, he said, "What's wrong with your gathering place? Are you alone?" Sheenan nodded and said, "The gathering place was broken by zombies, and my companion and I also ran away." The little girl seemed to be very simple, nodded to express her belief, and put away the BU gun in her hand, and said to Sheenan, "Okay, stranger, welcome to Fuyao Town, our villagers are all hiding behind you. Come up and post a note, we can take you in, but you have to hand in your weapons to me." Sheenan was a little surprised. He didn't expect this girl to talk so easily. He glanced at the open door of the small building and hesitated, but when he thought that the other party was just a little girl, and he now has a special physique, there shouldn't be any danger, right? When he thought about it, his people had already walked into the room. The light in the room is dim. Obviously this room is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme taken care of. There is no dust on the tables and chairs in the hall. There is a pot of very bright flowers on the table. The indoor air contains bursts of floral fragrance, which makes Chin in his mood has also become much more comfortable. Climbing up the stairs, to a bedroom on the 3rd floor, the little girl was waiting for her. There are simple furniture and life supplies in the bedroom, tables and chairs are placed near the window, and a mosquito coil is lit on the table. At this time, the little girl raised the gun again and said to Chinan, "Hand over the weapon first." Chinan hesitated, feeling that a little girl should not be able to hurt herself with a gun, so he took off the shoulder bag with the May 4th pistol on his waist and threw it to the girl. The girl took the satchel, opened it, and jumped for joy. She seemed to feel better, and she even walked over and took Chinan's arm, pressing Chinan on the chair, and then taking out a self-made form from the table. What age, place of origin, original address, previous work unit, post-apocalyptic experience, etc. have to be filled in on it. Chinan sees a headache. The girl handed a pen to Chinan and said, write it in detail." After speaking, he stepped aside, sat back on the bed, looked at the mouth of the town, and occasionally woke Chinan with the corner of his eye. Chinan saw a walkie-talkie on the bed. He probably contacted people in the town to use the land. Is this a gathering place? With curiosity, Chinan began to fill out the registration form. There are really many items in it, and Chinan wrote them down one by one. Of course, except for some basic information, most of them were telling lies. After writing for 10 minutes, the girl picked up the kettle on the ground, found a disposable cup, poured a glass of water for Chinan, and handed it over. Looking at the glass of water, Chinan felt a little hairy in his heart. There was something about Wang Chang before, but now he dared not drink the water given by strangers to death, so he politely refused. The girl seemed to see through his mind, sneered with contempt, and then drank the glass of water by herself. It made Chinan a little embarrassed, but he relaxed his vigilance a little, because after he listened carefully, he found that there was still no other person's voice within a few hundred meters. He didn't believe how this little girl could treat herself. After a few minutes of writing, I finally finished the registration form. There is too much content on the registration form. Regarding the post-apocalyptic experience, it is required to write 1,000 words. Chinan wanted to break his head and compiled his own experience to make up enough words. The girl took the registration form and looked at it again. At this moment, Chinan suddenly felt dizzy. He was shocked and hurriedly wanted to stand up to control the girl, but found that his legs did not have any strength to stand up. Gradually, his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he couldn't open his eyes soon. The little girl smiled slightly when she saw Chinan's appearance, stood up, picked up the mosquito coil from the table, and sent it to Chinan's eyes with a smile. This is the ecstasy incense passed down by our ancestors. Most people will immediately attack after more than 10 minutes of smelling it. I feel weak and faint. Your stamina is so good, it took so long to work. Sample, beware of me. Don't drink my water. After the girl finished speaking, she turned around and picked up the walkie-talkie. After turning it on, she shouted to the inside, I am Lu Jia. I caught a man at the Jinko investigation point and brought a rope over to trap people. Chinan had even the heart to die at this time. Since the end of the world, he has gone out alone twice. How come this is the result in the end? After that, he could no longer control himself and lost consciousness. In Xinsheng, Qin Xiaoyan had already begun to miss Chinan, who had been away for a day. Sometimes she didn't understand the relationship with Chinan. Without any each other, she inadvertently fell in love with him. The Comprehensive Administrative Building has 6 floors, and the 6th floor of the Comprehensive Administrative Building is a private space. I heard Lu Gang say that this was a place where only the warden and his women could come. The layout of the entire 6th story is simple. There is a large bedroom of more than 100 square meters. The decoration is extremely luxurious. There is a round bed at 1 foot of the bedroom. This bed is 4 meters in diameter and can sleep 4 or 5 people. There is a study room outside the bedroom, a recreation room, a chess and card room, a private kitchen, a bathroom, and so on. After Qinan left, Qin Shayan moved here to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live slash phoneme. Lying on the bed alone for a while, Qin Shayan suddenly thought of Lina. She ran downstairs to the single dormitory on the 5th floor, opened Lina's door, and looked inside. The room was very dim. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. In a world without electricity, the night came very early, which made people feel depressed. Lina can faintly see the beautiful woman standing in front of the door with the moonlight shining in from the outdoors. She stood up a little nervously, wondering who this woman was. Why did she come to her? Qin Shayan stepped forward, did not speak, took Lina's hand, pulled Lina out of the single room, and then brought Lina up to the 6th floor into the huge bedroom. Lina looked at this large bedroom, slightly stunned. The exquisite carpets, luxurious lighting, and chic furniture all made people feel noble and glamorous. Qin Shayan walked to the sofa and took off one's jacket and trousers at will. She only wore a pair of briefs and a small bust, showing her body completely. Glancing at Lina, who was standing at the door, Qin Shayan smiled slightly and said, "Come and do it. We will sleep together in the future." Lina was slightly surprised, hesitated, and walked to Qin Shayan's side. After looking at Qin Shayan's face for a long time, she showed a shocked expression and said with a small mouth, You are like a classmate of mine." Her name is Qin Shayan, but she is much fatter than you." The corners of Qin Shayan's mouth rose even more. She laughed out loud and suddenly rushed to press Lina on the sofa. Lina was taken aback by her and wanted to resist. But compared with Qin Shayan, her strength is much smaller. After Qin Shayan has strengthened her physique, her strength is a little bigger than that of ordinary men. Looking at Lina with a complicated expression, Qin Shayan stretched out her hand, pinched Lina's smooth face, and said, "Sister Na. Didn't you expect it? We will meet again?" Lina's heart is a bit bitter. She knows that Qin Shayan hates her, and the woman in front of her is actually Qin Shayan's deity. "I just said that people are getting fat." Qin Shayan looked at Lina for a long time, then suddenly leaned on her ear and said softly, "Sister Na. Have you ever been assaulted?" When Qinan woke up, he found that he was tied up by a rope, and the place where he was located should be a cave. The area of the cave is not too big, and there are torches on the wall to light the cave into the day. The entrance of the cave was dark, and I didn't know what was going on outside. There are dozens of men around him, all tied up like him, most of them are sleeping against the wall. Qinan was uncomfortable with his smile, but didn't have time to pay attention to him. Qinan closed his eyes, concentrated his attention, and listened carefully, and found that outside the cave, he could hear the whispers of many people. But the eyes opened, the attention was distracted, and the whispers disappeared again. He moved his body, and then clenched his fists again, finally letting go. His enhanced physique didn't seem to disappear. "The last time I was hit by Wang Cheng's drug, this time it was the strange girl's fragrance. It seems that these two things have completely different ingredients. Drugs can suppress own special abilities, while Mixiang seems to only feint oneself, but does not affect the abilities." After a long loss, Qinan turned his eyes to the guy who was smirking at him, and asked, "Where are we? Who are they? Why do you want to catch us?" Hearing Qinan's question, the kid leaned over, sat side by side with Qinan, and then said, "Don't be afraid. They don't eat people. We won't be harmed." Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. This is the back mountain of Sanli village. The quarry, and the cave we are in, is actually just a small hole in a huge cave. Looking at some familiar guys, Qinan was in a bad mood. Actually, it was not because of him. It was just because he was hit for the second time. He felt that he was really useless. The young man said again, "My name is Li Wenjie, and I have been caught by them for a month. What do these guys say? I feel a bit abnormal. They are a group of women, here are women-headed. It seems that their boss intends to establish a matrilineal society. Organizations are a bit like extremists, but they are not perverted to the point of killing people. They are still normal people. Those of us must agree with their matrilineal society concept before we can be released. I am the one who has been arrested by them for the longest time. Daddy is an indomitable man, how can you be affected by them? I am actually not a machismo, but at least it must be equal between men and women? Their retro approach is too extreme, and they jumped directly into China. For 5,000 years, I have returned to the ancient society. I can't accept the matrilineal society. Li Wenjie kept nagging, obviously a nagging. Xinan was also taken aback. He can only lament the sadness of the last days. Only in the last days will there be so many weird and unbelievable things, right? I chatted with Li Wenjie again. Li Wenjie didn't seem to know their inner affair too much, he just talked a lot, and the people of the world can keep talking. After listening for a long time, people can't help being a little irritable, but Xinan doesn't hate Li Wenjie. It's hard to see such a sunny human in the last days. I was in Wangyu City before. The location of Wangyu City is to the east of Jianghai City, a first-tier city in the province adjacent to the southeast. It is estimated to be more than 1,000 miles away from here. Wangyu City is a place that makes people unable to stay for a day. There were 3 major forces there. When I left, there were nearly 30,000 survivors in the city. People think that if there are too many people, it is safe, but now this last days, human nature has changed. There, the 3 major powers exchanged women as currency. Have you ever heard of using people as currency? In Wangyu City, the 3 major forces have a total of more than 8,000 people, with weapons in their hands, controlling the entire city and more than 10,000 women in the city, and at the same time, they are responsible for protecting the safety of the city. The other men, who are attached to the 3 major forces, have to go out of the city every day to find supplies. Half of the supplies they find must be handed over to the strength of their attachment, and half are kept for their own use. They can use the materials left in their hands to exchange women for the 3 major forces, and similarly, they can also use women to exchange other things for the 3 major forces. It's so sad, there is a terrible the underworld. Listening to Li Wenjie's narration, Xinan's heart was depressed. This is really a crazy world. He thought of Su Tianjiao, the female anchor of Doomsday Radio. She seemed to have said that she was in Wangyouching. No wonder she would say that it is the underworld there, no wonder she would say that death is also a kind of happiness, no wonder she would cry like that during the broadcast. Has she also become a currency, exchanged and exchanged? Xinan suddenly felt very sad. Li Wenjie seemed to be depressed at this time, and his tone became very dull. I can't stand there anymore. When I was out of town with the team to search for supplies, I chose to leave. Then all the way north, I got here a month ago. Oh shit. Be fooled by Lu Jia's little lady. She fainted with Mixiang and caught it here. When Li Wenjie said this, he stopped talking. It seemed that he had said too much and didn't know what to say. Xinan's mood was very depressed at this time, and there was no sound in the cave. The night, gradually deepening, Xinan was a little tired. He looked sideways at Li Wenjie. The young man was already asleep. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme is eyes, Xinan thought, stay and observe, to see what kind of people this place is like? He needs to understand how other survivors phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in the end times so that he can correct his attitude towards the end times. Perhaps his current strength can hold the rope on his body and escape, but Xinan finally chose not to do so. He wants to stay, see, listen, and think about it. Let yourself be a little tired of heart and body, take a break. I don't know when, Xinan slowly fell asleep. In his sleep, he returned to that night of murder in the supermarket. He seemed to be out of the picture, watching himself killing like a devil. He killed a lot of people, more than dozens, hundreds, blood everywhere, and minced meat everywhere. Finally, he knelt on the ground and cried, crying so sad. That head turned out to be Li Ying. Xinan was frightened, he stood up desperately and ran backwards. In the end, he ran into someone and was hugged tightly in her arms. When Xinan raised his head and looked at the person, he found that she was Qin Shayan. Xinan immediately cried loudly in Qin Shayan's arms like a child. But Qin Shayan had a smile on her face, touched his head and comforted softly, saying, "My son is good, my son, don't cry." Xinan looked up again and found that Qin Shayan's face had been replaced by another person. It was a kind middle-aged woman. She smiled and looked at Xinan with love in her eyes. Xinan was stunned. This woman turned out to be his mother who died in the car accident. Mom! Chinan shouted, crying bitterly. But my mother turned into a phantom and flew into the sky. Chinan was anxious, running, shouting, "Mom, Mom! Mom, Mom, don't leave me. Everything is like a real situation." Suddenly, someone slammed Chinan hard, awakening Chinan from his sleep. Chinan was taken aback for a moment, and then found that everyone in the cave was looking at him. Chinan hurriedly backed away, looked at Li Wenjie, who was full of surprise on one side, and asked, "What's the matter?" Li Wenjie swallowed and said, "The girl came over to bring us breakfast, and you suddenly rushed over, rubbed her thigh with your face, and cried and called mother. I just woke you up." Chinan's face was full of black lines, depressed. He raised his head and looked with the light of a torch. 1 meter away, a girl in a short black dress with slender thighs was glaring at herself, and she was the girl who fainted herself with the incense. The girl's face flushed, and she said in her mouth, "Perverted." Then she lifted her foot and started kicking towards Chinan. Li Wenjie on one side quickly struggled to sit up, stood in front of Chinan, and said with a smile, "Lu Jia, don't be angry, my brother must be dreaming. How else would he call you mother? Don't beat others." "What?" Chinan's face was green, and he really wanted to find a place to get in. The girl raised her foot and stopped there. She was not kicking. She was not reconciled if she didn't kick, and her face blushed at a loss. Li Wenjie said again, "Hurry up and put your feet down. What an unsightly posture. I saw the red little eye. The girl blushed like blood dripping down, but she kicked Li Wenjie's face and said, "Rogue." Then she turned and left. Li Wenjie yelled in pain. Chinan stabilized his mind and worked hard to calm his own emotions. He secretly said in his heart that this girl called herself a pervert, but called Li Wenjie a gangster. Two completely different words explained their position in the hearts of other girls. Li Wenjie called for a while, then suddenly reacted and shouted, "Lu Jia, you little girl. How can I eat if you don't untie the rope for me?" After shouting for a long time without paying attention, Li Wenjie looked at the square box in front of him, licked his lips, and set his eyes on Chinan, dissatisfied. "Brother, I blame you." Early in the morning, it was next to the girl. "Thigh, what's your mother's name? You call a big sis little sister, and people won't be so angry." Chinan was speechless, and was completely defeated by the nervous Li Wenjie. In this way until noon, two other women finally walked into the cave with guns in their hands. One of them handed the gun to another woman to hold. She walked in and let Chinan and Li Wenjie loose the rope, watched them finish their meal, and then tied the rope back to them. Li Wenjie laughed and joked with the woman, but the woman said that her face was indifferent, and turned around and left without paying attention to Li Wenjie. After another hour, another woman came and lifted Chinan from the ground and pressed out of the cave. When he was about to leave, Li Wenjie shouted, "Brother, don't betray you. You must protect the dignity of our men." Chinan didn't know the meaning of Li Wenjie's words. Out of the small cave, after another big cave, finally to the outdoors. Early in the morning, the sun is shining brightly. Here in the mountains are full of green trees, weeds are fragrant, and the air is exceptionally fresh. The woman pressed him down the mountain road and walked down the mountain. After walking out a few miles, a village appeared in front of him, and Chinan finally showed a smile when he saw it. This is Sanli village, where he had been. Entering the village, there are many people living in the small village. They do not seem to be local villagers. There are more women and fewer men. In the end, Chinan was taken to the largest house in Sanli village and stopped. There are two women in front of the house with guns, and they seem to be standing guard. The woman pressing Chinan stepped forward to inform them, and then the two women standing guard glanced at Chinan before waving their hands to let them in. This house is a small 3-story building with a simple architectural style like a tea house in the Qingming period. Chinan stepped on the wooden stairs to the 3rd floor, which was a large bedroom. The mahogany carved flowers can be seen everywhere in the bedroom, and the atmosphere in the room is very elegant. Finally, Chinan saw the woman lying in bed reading. The woman knew that someone was coming, put down the book in her hand, and also raised her head to look at Chinan. When the two eyes met, they were both stunned. After a long time, he said at the same time, "It's you." Chapter 32. The woman lying on the bed is wearing a pair of pink tights. The shorts are not short and can keep her knees. She wore a thin white fleece on her upper body. The fleece did not wrap her body, but it still couldn't hide her fullness. The woman's face has a mature intellectual beauty. She wears black-rimmed glasses and looks solemn when she is not smiling. Such a woman will make people feel very arrogant and terrifying, but it is also the ultimate dream of countless otaku to bring down such a woman. The actual age of a woman is 27, but most people can't tell how old she is. Her mature temperament does not match her actual age at all. At a glance, she should be a person with rich experience. Perhaps in her life, there are big winds and waves, with thousands of times, so ordinary people can't see her through. Tang Yu. In Chinan's life, the second most annoying person appeared in front of Chinan when he was unprepared. Tang Yu is indeed a ruthless character. She used to be just a graduate of a college, without any background. Jing went to Hanghai City by herself and went to Hangzhou. She is the kind of person who will do whatever it takes to achieve an end. After joining a relatively powerful company for 1 year, he has become an underground lover of the company boss since he was a young secretary. In another year, she became a regular employee, and the boss abandoned her original partner and married her. In the third year, she kicked the head of the company away. After the divorce, she got tens of millions of fortunes and set up a Datang company with new building materials research and development and sales as the main body. She has a unique vision in business and can always find business opportunities suitable for the company's development. In terms of relationship, she used her body to clear the way through the obstacles of government agencies at all levels, making Datang Corporation one of the best government-supported enterprises in Hangzhou. She acted very decisively. For competitors, her principle is to have a little chance to beat the opponent to the ground without any strength to fight back. Her history of success has spread far and wide in the industry, with mixed praise and criticism. While at the company, Chinan had heard countless 8 trigrams about her. She had sex with someone today and grabbed an order from her opponent. If she had sex with someone tomorrow, how much research and development subsidies the government had allocated to her. In short, the rumor of this woman is always cannot be separated from the bed. In fact, for these alone, Chinan will not hate her. Everyone has the right to choose their own life method. Since she has not been sanctioned by the law, Chinan does not want to use own moral concepts to evaluate a person who has no intersection with him, let alone, they are still his boss. Until one rainy afternoon, that was the weekend, Chinan bought some life products from the supermarket with an umbrella and prepared to return home. On the way, he saw Tang Yu in the rain. That day, she wore very few yellow short skirts and yellow suspenders. Such a dress was completely inconsistent with her temperament and identity. She just stood in the rain, ignoring the people running around. The clothes were soaked through by the rain, and they were tightly attached to her body. From a distance, she seemed to be wearing no clothes, fully revealing her own body. Chinan was stunned for a moment, then hurried over and held up an umbrella for Tang Yu. The rain was getting worse and worse. Chinan could only shout to overcome the sharp rain. President Tang. What's wrong with you? What are you doing here? When Tang Yu heard someone calling her, he lowered his head and looked at Chinan with his eyes blankly. At that time, she was not an intellectual mature woman at all, a strong woman in business. She looked like a little girl who has not been involved in the world. Lonely, so helpless. Who are you? Tang Yu's voice was not loud, but very penetrating. Chinan took Tang Yu from the street to the side of the street while holding an umbrella, and shouted, "My name is Chinan, my company's security guard. Why are you here? Are you drinking? Do you want me to take you back? Family?" Tang Yu shook her head desperately. She no longer paid attention to Chinan, trying to break free from Chinan's hand holding her, and rushed back into the rain again. Chinan could see that Tang Yu's face had an unusual blush at the time, and he certainly couldn't give up Tang Yu's attention. There was a chain hotel on the street. Chinan put Tang Yu on his shoulders and got to the hotel room. Tang Yu struggled along the way, scratching Chinan's face. When Chinan put Tang Yu on the bed in the hotel room, Tang Yu was too dishonest after sweating all over. After that, Sheenan wanted to leave and let Tang Yu sleep in the hotel by himself. Unexpectedly, Tang Yu actually hugged Sheenan from behind, then clamped Sheenan's waist with his legs, not letting him go, and at the same time took off all the clothes on his upper body. When Na Fingxue stuck to Sheenan's back, although there was a layer of shirt, but the shirt had been soaked in rain, and it could not play a blocking role at all. Sheenan was frightened, feeling the softness of his back, his body trembled. Throwing away Tang Yu vigorously, Sheenan stood on the ground and pointed at Tang Yu and said, "President Tang, have you been drinking? Be sober." Tang Yu was thrown onto the bed by Sheenan, and she was surprised. She didn't expect this man to refuse to pick her up. Her eyes became sharp and dangerous, and she looked at Sheenan and said, "Little security guard, come here." Sheenan was completely frightened by the weird atmosphere at that time. He shook his head desperately and said, "I won't go over." His eyes did not look at Tang Yu as much as possible, but even if he didn't look, he couldn't ignore Tang Yu's nice upper body. In fact, at that time, except for his wife Li Ying, Sheenan had never seen the bodies of other women. But even so, he knew that Tang Yu's body was more plump and sexy than Li Ying's. Tang Yu sat on the bed panting, staring at Sheenan, and said, "You don't want me?" Sheenan became even more helpless. He could only say, "Miss Tang, are you drinking too much? Do you know what you are doing?" Having said that, Sheenan was already very restless at the time. Tang Yu struggled to let his body lean against the head of the bed, then forcefully unbuttoned his shorts, and took off the shorts with the panties inside. Sheenan was so scared that he hurriedly turned his back, his face pressed against the wall, afraid to look at Tang Yu. Sheenan was really innocent at that time. The temptation Tang Yu gave him was not that it was not powerful, but he suppressed himself. He should not betray Li Ying. After Tang Yu was naked, she put her hand between her legs, and then made a strange sound in her mouth. She almost tremblingly said to Sheenan, "Come here. I will never pursue it afterwards, and will give you a salary increase. Little security guard, come here. Sheenan is completely dizzy. What is the situation?" In the ear, Tang Yu's increasingly hurried voice came. Sheenan couldn't bear it. He rushed out of the room and shouted at the door, "Miss Tang, you should stay alone. You are too abnormal now." After speaking, he locked the door and rushed out of the hotel like flying. After this incident, Tang Yu and Sheenan had an intersection. In the past, Sheenan rarely met Tang Yu when he was on duty in the company. But from that day on, Tang Yu would suddenly appear in front of him. Although she returned to normal, intellectual, mature and indifferent, Sheenan would always remember the experience at the hotel when she saw her. At first, Tang Yu always troubled Sheenan. She would accuse Sheenan of dust on her leather shoes when she was at work, which affected the company's imagination. She would criticize Sheenan for arriving at the company for a minute late and ignoring the company's rules. She would at the company's annual meeting dinner. Sheenan was criticized by name only because he drank a drink when she came to their security table to toast in those 2 years. Sheenan's life was in chaos. He had to face Li Ying, who had an increasingly cold relationship with him at home, and Tang Yu, who was making trouble in the company. He doesn't understand why a big boss of a company has so much time staring at him. Later, he chose to resign. However, the letter of resignation came directly to Tang Yu. Tang Yu not only refused to let him resign, but also said that if he insisted, the company would file a lawsuit against him in accordance with the labor contract, except that Sheenan would compensate the company's 3-month salary as liquidated damages. During the company's recruitment period, if no suitable candidate can be found, then Sheenan must still work as a security guard in the company, and he cannot leave until the company recruits people, otherwise he will still be held accountable for legal responsibility. Sheenan didn't understand, since when did the small security guard of a company become so important? In short, if his resignation was unsuccessful, Sheenan continued to face Tang Yu's occasional unreasonable harassment as if he was nervous. At that time, he really annoyed this woman, and he even regretted that he hadn't been in the hotel that day. He had put this woman on the bed and ravaged it wantonly. The name Tang Yu is also regarded by him as one of the 2 most hated women in his life, and the other one, of course, is Li Na. With these memories, at this time, 1 year after the end of the world, I saw Tang Yu again and appeared in front of her as a prisoner, making Sheenan very depressed. After Tang Yu was shocked, she seemed very happy. She lay on the bed and waved her hand, causing the woman who pressed Cheenen to come in to retreat, and then stood up from the bed with a smile on her face and said, "Little security guard? I didn't expect you to be alive." Cheenen's face was gloomy and did not speak. Tang Yu walked to Cheenen's side, circled around him, and then said, "What a big change. I remember a year ago you were a fatty, and you were a fat man, but now you are a bodybuilder. Look at this strong. Yes, like a calf. It's just that the temper doesn't seem to have changed, it's still so smelly and hard." Cheenen said, "General Tang hasn't changed much in appearance, but his temperament has changed a lot. When speaking, his tone is humble, not at all like the big boss of the company back then." Tang Yu laughed a little casual, as if he had no scruples. After laughing for a long time, she began to slowly untie Cheenen's rope, and then said, "I knew it was you, I had released you long ago, and I won't let them tie you up overnight." After unlocking the rope, Cheenen walked to the sofa in the bedroom and sat down, then put his feet on the coffee table in front, took out a cigarette from the coffee table, lit it and put it in his mouth, and took a deep breath. Then looked at Tang Yu and said, "Mr. Tang, what are you doing in this place? I heard that you are building a matrilineal society?" Tang Yu was a little surprised by Cheenen's performance. His performance was so natural, he did not have the restraint of facing himself as a company security guard a year ago. Yes, more than a year, the people of life in the last days will always change from before. Isn't she the same? Tang Yu also took out a cigarette from the coffee table and lit it, then turned and sat back on the bed, leaning on the bed, looked at Cheenen with his eyes, smiled, did not answer Cheenen's question, but said, "I want to know why I used to, is that right to you?" Cheenen was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded. In fact, he had been curious and anxious all the time. He wanted to know what the woman in front of him thought about that year. Chapter 33 The Underworld. Tang Yu took a deep breath, smoking like an old smoker. Cheenen frowned. He remembered that Tang Yu hated smoking a year ago. One time Cheenen was seen smoking in the smoking area of the company, and she even deducted his monthly bonus. For this reason, Cheenen greeted Tang Yu's ancestors for the 18th generation. That year, many companies were competing for a new project launched by the company. That is to say, whoever approved the government first, then whoever took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme and seized the market. In the past few months, I broke my leg, but only a stamp from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce could not be taken off, so I invited Director Wang of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce for dinner that night. I know, in your eyes, I am a woman who relies on sex with men to make a fortune. But this society is so unfair. Powerful men can't see my hard work and strength, they just see my beauty. I usually let them take advantage of it, but then not get it, and finally achieve my goal. But that night, Director Wang put medicine in my drink. When I found out, I was already a little out of control. He wanted to take me into the hotel room, but I ran out desperately, ran into the rain, and soaked in the street. The power of the medicine made me feel helpless and almost collapsed. The pressure of starting a company also made me lose confidence in life. Although in your eyes I am a strong woman, but I am only a woman after all, no one helps me, the men who see me want to sleep with me. I really hate this. I also start to hate men. At that time I met you, and you took me to the hotel. The power of the medicine made me unbearable. At that time, I hated Director Wang so much, I thought, didn't you drug my old lady? The old lady is cheaper than the fatty in front of me, and she won't crawl back to your bed. Cheenen frowned upon hearing this, and interrupted and asked, who is Fatty? Tang Yu glared at him, with a charming light in his eyes and said, isn't that Fatty you? Are you not fat at that time? You are 180 caddies, right? Cheenen was speechless and snorted angrily. Tang Yu continued, but what surprised me was that you were so behaved and didn't touch me. I thought you were afraid that I would trouble you afterwards, so I told you not to pursue you and give you a salary increase, but even so, you didn't even take advantage of me. At that time, in my concept, when I was stripped naked and in the room with a man, no man could control himself, and could not press me under their body. But you did it. Leave me alone. In the room, I can only comfort myself, and let my medicine slowly weaken while venting. Until coma. After waking up, it was already the next day, and I went home and took a shower. When I was in the shower, I thought of you. You said you were the company's security guard. So when I returned to the company, I transferred your information. At that time, I thought, you must have some physical problems. But when I opened your information, I found out that you are actually married. This made me unacceptable, so I found a private investigator and started investigating you. Sheenan was stunned. He didn't expect the woman in front of him to be so boring. He would come to investigate a small security guard of his company and hire a private detective. Tang Yu said with a smile on his face at this time, "You may not understand my behavior, but in fact, it's normal when you think about it. People are peeping and eager to learn about other people's lifestyles. It's like walking on the street and seeing a beggar. Will you have a moment to imagine what kind of life this beggar has in order to make him what he is today? In short, I investigated you and found that your wife is still a beautiful woman, and I even think she is comparable to me. Moreover, she is also considered a relatively capable woman. I don't know how you, such a small security guard who is talented, handsome, and moneyless, has maintained a husband and wife relationship with such a woman for several years. Therefore, I am even more curious. In my spare time at work, I will visit you to see what you are doing. At first, I just went to see it a few times, and then it turned into picking your fault. I see this as a pastime, a way of decompression. And have fun." Sheenan couldn't help being a little angry when he heard Tang Yu say that he wants talents, looks bad, and wants money and money. But think about it, maybe this is true of myself. Thinking of this, he felt that maybe Li Ying had derailed, it was really compelling, and maybe he shouldn't blame her. All of a sudden, Sheenan's mood dimmed. Tang Yu continued, "Don't get me wrong. I didn't like you when I did that. It was just to resolve the boring life of life, find something interesting to do for myself, and make myself happy. Later, I really found something happy. Do you remember a kid from the security department? It's Wang Chang." When he said this, Tang Yu suddenly stopped smiling, his face turned gloomy. But Sheenan's body became trembling, and his face became pale. Tang Yu took another deep breath before continuing, "Looking at your expression, you should know that Wang Chang had an affair with your wife? Did she tell you when you divorced? In short, when the private detective brought me the pictures of your wife and Wang Chang in bed, I was really surprised and found it interesting. I even wanted to show you those pictures. Then look at your reaction. At that time, I did the same. I put the photo in an envelope and went to you. Finally, in the company's smoking booth, I saw you. You didn't have any expression on your face at the time, as if you were thinking about something, smoking cigarettes one by one. The emotions contained in your eyes are so complicated: doubt, incomprehension, sorrow, disappointment, regret, tenderness, memories, and love. Maybe you didn't know it yourself. At that time, I could see a lot of emotions in your eyes. I never knew that a person's eyes can be so complicated. Among these emotions, the only thing I didn't see was resentment. I know that your relationship is not good for husband and wife, and you have even slept in separate rooms. I thought you would resent Li Ying, but you didn't. Therefore, I know how much you love her. I also know why you have maintained a marriage for so many years. It should be because of your love for her, right? She may also love you, but she wants more. After that, you found me, awkwardly stepped on the cigarette butt, and then left. I looked at your back, holding the photo, but couldn't bear to give it to you. I can't bear to hurt you. After that, I deducted your bonus for the month. I wanted to use my unreasonable troubles and make you hate me to transfer your pressure in the family. At that time, you were in my heart, just like a little pet of mine. I can't bear you being hurt, and I can't bear you being hurt." Tang Yu said this, stopped and looked at Sheenan, but Sheenan had only one expression in his eyes at this time, and that was hate. He didn't expect that Tang Yu had discovered Li Ying's personal affair through a private detective early in the morning, which made Sheenan feel ridiculous. Tang Yu was a little worried. She walked slowly to Sheenan's side and sat down, stretched out her hand and patted Sheenan's shoulder and said, "Do you hate your ex-wife? Maybe you should hate her. I thought this woman was really real. It's annoying." Just when Tang Yu wanted to say something to comfort Sheenan, Sheenan suddenly turned around and stared at Tang Yu angrily. Tang Yu was a little overwhelmed by Sheenan's anger. Xinan suddenly pressed Tang Yu on the sofa and said angrily, "Why are you? Why are you in charge of my life? Why are you looking for a private detective to investigate me? Why are you treating me as your pet?" Tang Yu was frightened by Xinan's rude actions. She explained nervously, "I just think you can resist my temptation, but when I actively invited you, I didn't betray your wife. I'm just curious about a man like you." Xinan's anger couldn't be suppressed. His mind was very confused at this time. He hated himself, hated Tang Yu, hated Wang Chang, hated Li Ying, hated everyone. He lowered his head and bit Tang Yu's lower lip forcefully, then opened his mouth and wrapped Tang Yu's entire mouth in his own mouth. Tang Yu didn't expect Xinan to do this at all. She struggled to resist, but she couldn't compete with Xinan's strength at all. She really didn't know that this man was so powerful and so strong. At this time, she was really like a pet in his arms. Xinan suddenly picked up Tang Yu, then threw it on the bed, and finally pressed himself on Tang Yu again. Then she unbuttoned Tang Yu's pants rudely and took off her pants. Tang Yu was a little panicked, but didn't yell, just whispered, "Xinan, what are you doing? Don't do that. Calm down." Tang Yu's calm consolation did not find Xinan's reason. Xinan's breathing became heavy, and he pushed Tang Yu's fleece upwards, making her firmness and exposure undoubtedly, then untied his pants and went directly into Tang Yu's body. Tang Yu was unprepared, frowned in pain, and wanted to shout, but the shout fell into Xinan's kiss again. The wanton and rude kissing made Tang Yu a little confused, and Xinan's voice sounded low. "Aren't you curious about me? Didn't you find a private detective? Did they bring you a video of me and Li Ying in bed or something? Have you ever watched my skill?" Tang Yu felt Xinan in his body, and finally had a slight reaction, and the pain in his lower body was not so tight anymore. She had a strange feeling. She had never been in a relationship before. The men she had had were her pedals, and they were all tools she used to discard at will. In the past few years, Xinan was the only man who was different to her. Through the investigation of private detectives, she knew everything about Xinan, but Xinan had no idea what kind of person she was. At this moment, the man she thought she knew well was pressing her on the bed and had already had the closest contact with her. This kind of experience gave her a hint of excitement in the midst of gains and losses. Dressed coarsely, Tang Yu said dully, "Yes. I have watched your videos. With all due respect. If I were Li Ying, I would have derailed early. Your kung fu is like yours, like a pig." Xinan was almost as angry as a bomb exploded by Tang Yu's words. Instead of talking, he sat up, took off the clothes piled on Tang Yu's neck, and then took off his own shirt. Tang Yu watched Xinan's movements provocatively, not resisting or speaking. It was not until Xinan leaned back on her body again and pushed forward hard, that Tang Yu let out a depressed whisper. Xinan put his mouth to Tang Yu's ear, and said, "Is it cool to let a pig press on you? Stinky woman. Let me take you down the underworld." Chapter 34 Tang Yu's experience at sunset. A flash of sunlight passed through the mountains and forests and shone on Sanli village. A low knock on the door sounded from the outside, and then a woman asked anxiously outside the door, "My lady queen, are you inside?" The two people who hugged each other on the bed had actually just gone to sleep, and they spent an entire afternoon in bed. Tang Yu's voice was a little hoarse, and he said in a daze, "I'm not going to eat dinner anymore, let's go on." The woman outside was not talking, and the sound of footsteps indicated that she had left. Shaking his head, Tang Yu turned sideways slightly, and there was a throbbing pain between his legs. Frowning, her face was flushed ascending. This afternoon was too crazy, and Xinan, who she thought was familiar, also appeared so strange. What kind of posture and various techniques he tried on her ruggedly made her unable to parry at all. He raised his head and looked at Xinan's face. Tang Yu suddenly felt that this man's current changes seemed to have made him another person. In the memory of him, he should have a big fat face, but the man at this time has a square face. The lines on his face are beautiful and tight. In his memory, he was cautious with a hint of childishness, but the man at this time was wild and unruly and full of destructive power. In the memory of him, he doesn't love women and only loves his own wife, but the man at this time has done a lot of work. Obviously he has experienced many battles. Suddenly, Xinan slowly opened his eyes. Tang Yu originally wanted to avoid his eyes, but eventually met with him. Sheenan looked at Tang Yu. She was very quiet at this time. A trace of remorse suddenly rose from the bottom of my heart. Was he stunned by hatred? Hey, things have been done. Sheenan didn't want to apologize, but didn't know how to face Qin Xiaoyan. Slightly got up, opened his back and walked out of bed, and lit a cigarette on the coffee table. Tang Yu looked at Qin and naked, his face even more flushed. How did this man practice in a year? The body is so strong. Get me a cigarette. Tang Yu said softly. Qin turned and walked towards Tang Yu, passing the lit cigarette in his hand to Tang Yu's mouth. Tang Yu blushed in purple, and he dared not look at the man directly, and said angrily, "Aren't you wearing some? It's ugly to be thrown around here." Sheenan smiled and turned around, went to light another cigarette before going back to bed, and then hugged Tang Yu into his arms with his free hand. Tang Yu frowned, but in the end did not refuse, letting Sheenan hug her. "Tell me, how did you come over this year?" Sheenan vomited a smoke ring. Tang Yu's slender fingers held the cigarette but did not put it in his mouth. He sighed sadly, and then said, "On the day of the T-virus outbreak, I took Wang Cheng to the supermarket to buy things." Sheenan's body paused, and the fingers holding the cigarette slightly exerted force. The cigarette was clipped by him, half of it fell on the bed, and the other fell to the ground. Tang Yu continued, "I just wanted to ask him, I remember that you treated him well at that time. I don't know why he did such a thing. I first talked to him and fired him. As a result, the T-virus broke out. The whole Hanghai city was in chaos. A department manager named Lu Dong in the supermarket sealed the supermarket, and we hid in waiting for rescue. After waiting for half a year, rescue did not come. Later in the supermarket, those people were gradually wiped out of despair. Wang Cheng and Lu Dong called brothers and sisters. They arrested all the women in the supermarket, drove the old people and children out of the supermarket, and fed the zombies. From then on I became Wang Cheng's imprisonment. Without any ability to resist, let him play and torture. A month later, I finally found a chance, knocked him out, and escaped from the supermarket. On the way to escape, I met a few survivors who had just escaped from their homes. When they ran out of food, they had to drive away. Those men led me all the way, and finally drove out of Hanghai City. That night, we found a place to stay in a small village. Those men wanted to force me, and when they were about to succeed, dozens of female soldiers rushed in from outside. They came from the gathering place set up by the Yundang mountain government. After the gathering place was captured by zombies, they fled around together, passing through the small village that night and rescued me. From then on I have been with them. They have weapons, and I have a guarantee. These female soldiers were ordinary soldiers. Their leader was bitten and turned into a zombie when they fled. The female soldiers killed her by themselves. After spending some time with these female soldiers, they found that I was more capable of leadership, so they elected me to be their leader. We fled everywhere, then found some survivors, and finally came to Sanli village in Fuyao town. Usually we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and Sanli village, the former Fuyao town as a cover. If we find danger, we retreat to the cave in the back mountain of Sanli village to hide. During this period of time, I brainwashed them, and I want to build an organization where women are the masters. There are men among us, and those men are also people who accept our ideas. They are willing to obey orders and women, and they are willing to give up the self-esteem of men and surrender to women's feet. We always do this. If we find a survivor, we will observe him or her and instill the thoughts of our maternal society. If they accept it, they will become one of us. If they don't accept it, we will choose to imprison them and give them food, but we cannot give them freedom. We are very cautious, hiding here brewing strength. Waiting for one day to realize our dream. When Tang Yu said this, she stopped. She found Qin and was clenching the fist tightly at this time. She didn't know what the man thought of, but she didn't ask, just quietly waiting for him to speak. Sheenan didn't expect that Tang Yu could be so plain when narrating her own experience. Even those sad things, she could be as indifferent as she was telling a story. When she talked about what Wang Cheng had done to her, Sheenan was almost pissed with anger. He suddenly discovered that this woman he considered to be the second annoying woman in his life had changed his position in his heart at this time. Is it because of the passion this afternoon? Savor carefully, this woman is actually very cute. She paid attention to Owen, and it did not hurt herself. Sheenan was suddenly a little shy, for his excitement in the afternoon and the harm he had done to her. Turning his head slightly, he found that Tang Yu was looking at him. At this time, she didn't have eyes, her shining eyes were full of vigor. It seemed that no matter what twists and turns she experienced, this woman would not be defeated. She was a powerhouse in life. Tang Yu smiled at Sheenan's eyes and said, "Don't worry. I won't let you be responsible for me. I only belong to myself," and I said, "Even though I am very interested in you, I also hired a private detective. Investigate you, but I don't love you. I may not fall in love with anyone." Sheenan smiled, suddenly lowered his head slightly, and kissed Tang Yu's cheek. The softness of the kiss made Tang Yu's heart tremble. Sheenan's mouth moved to Tang Yu's ear, and he whispered softly, "The supermarket you mentioned is a chain supermarket of Century Hualien? It seems that Lu Wenwan is also trapped there. I have been to that place not long ago, and Wang Chung has been caught. I hacked to death." Tang Yu's body trembled suddenly, and he moved his head to look at Sheenan coldly, then his eyes slowly moistened, and it took a long time to say tremblingly, "He's dead? You killed it?" Sheenan nodded very hard. Tang Yu plunged into Sheenan's arms and cried loudly, full of catharsis and happiness. Sheenan sighed. It turned out that this woman was not as strong as she appeared. After crying for a long time, Tang Yu couldn't stop crying. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, but changed from a loud cry to a low sob. Sheenan didn't know how to coax her, so she could only divert her attention and said, "Lu Wenwan was rescued by me and put it in a gathering place. Why didn't she mention you to me?" Tang Yu sobbed, "Maybe it's because of my face. Lu Wenwan and I have a very good personal relationship, and we admire each other's ability to work." Sheenan said, "Look at you, crying with a child. Is this still the superior female boss of our company?" Tang Yu was a little angry, and squeezed Sheenan's body lightly, before saying, "The high female bosses are all under your weight. Why are you high above them? You men are all bad, and you are also bad." Humph. Sheenan was a little speechless. He really didn't know that this mature Wani-san, who was a few years younger than him, had such a lovely side. The two lay in bed and chatted for a while, and Sheenan took the opportunity to take advantage of Tang Yu's body. Now that this relationship has come, Sheenan will not escape. He thinks he is not an abusive person. On the contrary, he feels that he is actually very traditional. Once a physical relationship occurs, no matter what the woman's past is, he will value her very much, even if they have been intolerable. When the sun was completely down, the two men got up and freshened up. Tang Yu sent people dinner, and the two returned to bed after eating. Tang Yu was obviously reluctant to pay attention to Sheenan. However, under Sheenan's active attack, she lost her helmet and armor and had no strength to fight back. Tang Yu's charm lies in her indifference. She looked like she didn't want to have any relationship with you at all, and when imposing it on her, she would not refuse. Afterwards, he will be very indifferent. This is completely different from Li Ying's complete lack of initiative and Qin Xiaoyan's excessive initiative. Perhaps this is the legendary half-push half-just. The two of them slept the next day until more than 10 o'clock in the morning before getting up. After breakfast, Tang Yu planned to take Sheenan to see her matriarchal social group, which she called the Tang Dynasty Organization. When Sheenan heard the name of the organization Tang Yu, he not only laughed dumbfounded, but it was a coincidence. The own small team, isn't it called Qin Chao? Chapter 35. After walking out of the room, Tang Yu's temperament completely changed. She put on a pair of small red leather boots, black tight trousers, a white fleece on the inside of her upper body, and a beige over-the-butt windbreaker on the outside. With the colorful makeup, the whole person really looks like a queen. With her head held high, she didn't take a lot of steps forward, but she went very quickly, and Sheenan could only follow him closely. This woman's aura is too strong, and Sheenan feels ashamed. When I went downstairs to the outside, many people in the small village were doing things. The men gathered around, washing their clothes, and talking with a smile. The women are neatly dressed, holding weapons in their hands, and practicing. It was peaceful. When Tang Yu and Sheenan appeared in front of them, everyone looked at them with searching eyes. Xinan was a little embarrassed to be seen, but Tang Yu didn't realize it. She walked to a woman and said a few words to her. The woman left quickly, and within a short while, nearly 200 women gathered in the open space of the small village. Tang Yu proudly walked in front of them one by one, then pointed to Xinan and said loudly, "This man is a friend of mine before the end of the world. He has a very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme relationship. He stayed in my room for one night. I believe I don't. Say you guys know what's going on, right?" There were smiles on the faces of the women, and one of the women shouted loudly, "Did the queen put him to sleep last night?" When the voice fell, there was a burst of laughter. Old Xinan's face was flushed, and he secretly said in his heart, "These ladies really think of themselves as men." Tang Yu didn't speak, but just glanced at Xinan with those bright eyes. Then he waved his hand to keep everyone quiet before saying, "Of course I slept. And I slept many times." The women cheered. Tang Yu waved his hand again, and the girls were quiet. She cleared her throat and continued, "However, I don't want him to stay. Because I don't have the confidence to control him. So I want to send him away. But after all, he is my friend and a friend who has slept with him. So I decided to have a banquet today. See my friends off. Do you agree?" As soon as her voice fell, the women cheered in unison, and the men who were washing clothes were also full of joy. Xinan glanced at Tang Yu suspiciously, not knowing what the banquet meant. Tang Yu said, "Okay, all disband, you go and prepare." As she spoke all the way, the girls dispersed and rushed to the various rooms in the small village. Xinan saw people leaving, approached Tang Yu and asked, "What does it mean to have a banquet, and why did you send me away?" Tang Yu's face was flushed, she seemed a little excited, and she calmed down before saying, "Because what I want to build is a woman-dominated social form. This road will be difficult, but it is my ideal. The last days have brought me a lot of pain, but it also gave me such an opportunity to build the ideal world in my heart. Therefore, I cannot let you stay by my side, because I am the queen, and I am an example of all my people. I can't fall in love with any man. As long as it is a man, you must surrender to my feet, do you understand?" Xinan looked into Tang Yu's eyes and said, "Did I make you fall in love?" Tang Yu did not nod or shook his head, but instead asked, "Can you surrender under my feet?" Xinan hesitated for a moment, and said nothing. The two stood quietly like this. Xinan looked at Tang Yu, but Tang Yu cast his gaze into the distance. In the small village, everyone was busy. Some men went into each room and moved out the tables and chairs in the small village. Other men began to set up large pots to cook rice and vegetables on the edge of the open space. Some men have put some cooked food on the plate and brought them to the table. These cooked foods are actually ham sausages, pickles, peanuts, melon seeds, candies, sealed chicken feet and the like. I don't know where they were collected at a grocery store or supermarket. After a busy afternoon, Xinan was taken away from Tang Yu and sat on the straw mat on the side of the open space, and the straw mat was placed directly on the ground. After a while, from the Haoshan cave in Sunli village, the men who had been locked up with Xinan were also taken to the straw mats. Of course, Li Wenjie was also among them. They were all loosened at this time, and many people were very curious and didn't know what was going to happen. When Li Wenjie saw Xinan, he seemed very happy. He skipped over and sat beside Xinan and shouted, "Brother, why did you go? I thought they did what you did." Xinan, quite like Li Wenjie's character, smiled at him and said, "My name is Xinan." Li Wenjie nodded, and then said, "It turns out to be Brother Qin, so long and long." Then he leaned on Xinan's ear and said, "Brother Qin, these women regard this kind of activity as a ritual. You must hold on to it for a while. Don't be tempted by them and become them. Clan members. I watched the banquet last time. As a result, the dozen or so arrested people who were with me rebelled. I was the only one who was not accepted by them." Xinan asked in surprise, "What is a banquet?" Li Wenjie said, "You'll know after a look at it, it's boring to say it." At this time, the sun has set west, and it is estimated that it will be 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Yu, who had been separated from Xinan for a while, suddenly reappeared, and walked in front of Xinan and the others. She still scanned everyone like a queen, but did not go to see Xinan. Then he said, "You are not from my clan, but after learning about you for a period of time, I think your conduct is good, so this time let you observe our opening ceremony. If you want to join us later, you can be one of us. If you don't want to, you can only continue to be locked up." After speaking, she turned and left, leaving behind a group of inexplicable men. The sun continued to set in the west, the afterglow of the evening shone, and the small village was golden and the atmosphere was very warm. Numerous women, already sitting on tables and chairs, began to eat melon seeds and peanuts, and chatted with a smile. The men respectfully delivered the cooked food to their joisai, and then backed down. They themselves, sitting directly on the ground opposite the women's camp, huddled together to eat. Someone also brought food to Chinan and the people here. Li Wenjie grabbed 2 lunchboxes and handed one to Chinan. He opened the other and said, "It's fried rice with cabbage. I don't know where they came from. I got so many cabbage." After speaking, he ate it with big mouthfuls. The meal was almost done. A man walked out of the men's camp. He went to one side and picked up an empty basin, filled it with water, and put it in the middle of the men's and women's camp. Then he laughed and started dancing. After a while, he just kneeling on the ground, looking at the female camp. After a while, 2 girls walked out of the female camp. Their generous appearance was obviously not the first time to participate in such a ceremony. The 2 girls put one foot in the basin, and the man knelt in front of them and washed their feet. The washing was almost done. The man suddenly grabbed one of the women's just washed feet. "Then go kiss." After that, he kissed another woman. Finally, the 2 women pulled the man up and led him into a nearby house. Chinan was a little startled, and Li Wenjie finally explained to him, "This is their opening ceremony. Since it is a matriarchal society, in order to ensure the status of women, they maintain their population ratio at 1 to 2 men and women. In other words, keep the number of women more than double that of men. They currently have more than 270 women, but only 80 men. In their so-called ethnic group, there is no marriage, and men and women are separated. The woman is in charge of it, and the man is responsible for following the arrangements. Men and women are not usually together. The banquet is when everyone eats together, held 3 to 4 times a month, and it is up to their queen to decide. At the end of the banquet, this is the link. The man will hold the water basin, show his own dance, and then the woman who looks at him can come out and let the man wash her feet, and then the man will kiss the woman's favorite feet, which means that the man is willing to surrender to this woman's feet. These women will take the men home and do those things together. In other words, women have complete choices, and they can choose different men for each feast. The advantage for men is that because of the proportion of the population, generally a man can get 2 women at the same time. This is the rule set by their queen, and it is precisely because of one thing that these men are willing to surrender to the feet of women, willing to become a member of this matrilineal society. Chinan was a little silly to hear. Is this a new social system brewed in the last days? Was it created by Tang Yu? He suddenly realized something and asked, "How do you know such details?" Li Wenjie said, "I told me when Lu Jia delivered food. She also wanted to persuade me to join. Naturally daddy wouldn't do it, I'm a man." His tone was a little arrogant. A little bit of time passed, and when all the men were taken home by the women, there were more than 70 women left in the women's camp without a choice. At this time, Tang Yu walked over and said to Chinan and the others, "Anyone among you who is willing to join our tribe, if you have, you can also participate in our opening ceremony tonight." As she spoke, Chinan immediately raised his hand and wanted to join. Then, they went out one by one, just like the men before, kissing the feet of the woman who came to choose them, and then they were taken away by the woman. In the end, Chinan and Li Wenjie were left on the field, and Tang Yu and Lu Jia were the only ones left in the women's camp. Lu Jia is the girl who fascinated Chinan with Mi Xiang. Tang Yu turned around and walked to Lu Jia's face and smiled and said to her, "You haven't found a man these few banquets. Is it because you like the man named Li Wenjie?" Lu Jia blushed, lowered her head and said nothing. Tang Yu sighed slightly and said, "That man is good, but it's a pity that he doesn't want to join us." After speaking, Tang Yu returned to Chinan again, and said to Chinan with his head high, "What about you?" Chinan's face was a bit cold, and he said, "How many men have you chosen before?" Tang Yu smiled and said, "I am the queen, how can ordinary men look at it? After speaking, she lowered her head, there was a trace of tears in her eyes, and looked at Cheenen and said, I will let you leave tomorrow morning. Can I be your queen tonight? Cheenen looked at Tang Yu with emotion in his heart. He did not understand Tang Yu's persistence. Can he stay with Tang Yu to accompany her? He can't, because Qin Xiaoyan is still waiting for him in Xincheng. Then can he persuade Tang Yu to go with him? He couldn't, because he saw Tang Yu's persistence. In this case, all that is left is a sigh. Cheenen stood up, found an empty basin, filled it with water, and brought it in front of Tang Yu, then took another stool, let Tang Yu sit down, and squatted down to wash Tang Yu's feet seriously. After washing the pair of soft feet clean, Cheenen picked them up and kissed them gently. Li Wenjie on one side sighed and kept saying, Brother Qin, I am optimistic about you, you can't lose a man's face. Cheenen ignored him. After kissing Tang Yu's feet for a while, Cheenen hugged Tang Yu and walked back to the room where they slept last night. On the bed, Cheenen pressed Tang Yu's head in his own arms and felt her tears before he knew that this woman loves to cry so much. Why are you so persistent? Aren't you tired? If you follow me, I promise to treat you well. In the dark night, Cheenen felt that he had never spoken to a woman so affectionately and tenderly. Tang Yu said after a long time, I don't want it. You will leave tomorrow. I really don't love you. I haven't done it before, and I won't do it now. If you leave tomorrow, we will have nothing to do with each other. She cried as she spoke, breaking Cheenan's heart to tears. Sanli village, this night, is destined not to be lonely. In all the rooms, men and women are releasing their most primitive passions. In the open space in the center of the small village, only Li Wenjie, who was sitting on the ground complaining, and Lu Jia, who stood there at a loss, were left. A gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blue and brought a bloody breath, but most people could not find it, except Cheenen. Chapter 36. Cheenen suddenly sat up from the bed, and Tang Yu, who had been crying in his warm embrace, was thrown aside. She was more like Lin Daiyu at this time, there was no such thing as a queen. Under the moonlight, looking at Cheenan's broad arms, Tang Yu sobbed dissatisfiedly, What are you doing? You have agreed to let me be your queen tonight. Cheenen didn't speak, he focused and listened. There were chaotic groans everywhere, male and female, but in these groans, Cheenen heard extremely dissonant sounds. The sounds were creepy, it was the low roar of zombies. There are zombies. Cheenen got up and started putting on clothes. While putting on the clothes, he asked, Where is my guillotine? Tang Yu was frightened by Cheenan's actions. She also got up and put on her clothes, and then wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her hand, and said, There are several secret whistles in Fuyao Town in front. The zombies won't come over. I let them go downstairs. Cheenen didn't speak, and after getting dressed, he pulled Tang Yu downstairs, and Tang Yu finally tidied his own clothes in a hurry. After going downstairs, Tang Yu took Cheenen to find his blade and the May 4th pistol, which was originally taken by Tang Yu when he was ready to let Cheenen leave tomorrow. After bringing the equipment, Cheenen took Tang Yu out of the room and went outside. On the open space, Lu Jia and Li Wenjie were still facing each other there. They were all taken aback when they saw Cheenen and Tang Yu out of the room together. At this moment, a few people ran from Fuyao Town. They were very fast. They breathed a little shortly after reaching the clearing. They saw Tang Yu opening and saying, Queen, we found a group of zombies moving in our direction. Already entering Fuyao Town, shall we go to hide in the cave in the back mountain? Tang Yu was shocked. She looked at Cheenen in disbelief, wondering why Cheenen knew that there were zombies. Cheenen glanced at Tang Yu and said, Hurry up and let everyone wear their clothes and get their weapons. Tang Yu was taken aback for a moment. Such Cheenen was also unfamiliar. When he gave orders, he had an awe-inspiring aura. In fact, the reason why Cheenen gave Tang Yu this feeling is because he has been killing zombies over the past year, and he has accumulated some murderous aura, and in Xincheng, he has indeed been the boss for a period of time. Tang Yu waved his hand and ordered the secret whistle to inform everyone. After dozens of seconds, Xiaoshilan suddenly heard a roar. Tang Yu's body trembled, and Cheenan's hand gripped the hilt of the blade. Under the moonlight, the terrifying monster finally appeared. It has a height of 3 meters. The legs are slender and long, just like the legs of a locust. There is no skin on the legs, they are all terrible black muscles. Its upper body is equally strong, it has no skin, and it is also covered with terrible black muscles. On its hands, each of the 10 nails was 30 in length, and under the moonlight, the 10 long nails shone with a metallic light. Li Wenjie, who was still sitting on the ground, saw the zombie appear, jumped up and ran to Lu Jia, who was in a daze. He took her hand and ran back to the mountain, yelling, "Quick, Qin Gu! That is D2 jumping zombie." Qinan was taken aback for a moment, and repeated, "D2 jumping zombie?" Tang Yu's body was trembling. She explained to Qinan, D2 jumping zombies are second-level evolutionary jumping zombies. D1 and D2 are used to represent the first-level evolution and the second-level evolution. These are the major gathering places today. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme called it. Li Wenjie had pulled Lu Jia out for more than 10 meters, and he still turned around and shouted, "Run, you guys, what are you talking about there?" At this time, many men and women walked out of the rooms in Sanli village. When they saw the jumping zombies in D2, their hearts trembled. Seeing a group of people in a daze, Qinan exclaimed angrily, "What are you looking at? Let's run away." After that, he pulled Tang Yu up and was about to run back the mountain, but Tang Yu squatted down and resolutely said to Qinan, "I can't run first, I want to be with everyone." At this time, most of the people had already come out of the room, and they had already begun to withdraw back to the mountain. Some women with weapons also started shooting with guns at the small woods 100 meters away. At this moment, from the small forest, another D2 jumping zombie appeared. Everyone's heart almost stopped beating. No one hesitated anymore, and immediately used his fastest speed to start running like a mountain behind. Qinan didn't hesitate. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. He picked up Tang Yu, turned and ran towards the back mountain. 2D2 jumping zombies. What are you waiting for? Waiting to die? Shinan's speed was very fast, and soon surpassed many people running in front. At this time, the 2D2 jumping zombies had already caught up. Their speed was not much slower than Qinan. In a blink of an eye, the women running behind had already been crushed by the 2 zombies with their long claws. The scary thing is that the 2D2 jumping zombies did not stop to eat the meat of those women, but continued to chase them. This is obviously not a simple predation, but a real killing. Tang Yu lay in Qinan's arms and jumped over Qinan's shoulder to look at the situation behind. Among the few people who had just died, there was a woman who was the first female soldier with her. She had saved Tang Yu's life more than once. Tang Yu began to struggle, and shouted, "Qinan, you let me go. I can't just run away like this, I want to organize people to stop the 2 zombies, or my people will die. You let me go first, you big fat pig." Qinan's heart was a little angry. This woman is too willful. If it wasn't because they already had that relationship, he would definitely leave Tang Yu on his way at this time. Suddenly, there was a slight pain in his shoulder. When he turned his head to look, Tang Yujing bit his shoulder. It's just that Qinan's muscles are too strong, and even though Tang Yu bites hard, it only hurts his own teeth. Sighing, Qinan stopped helplessly, and then placed Tang Yu on the ground. Tang Yu Gan wanted to escape from Qinan's control and ran back, but was caught by Qinan. Then Qinan stuffed her into the hands of several nearby women carrying guns. It can be seen that these women must be Tang Yu's personal guards. From the beginning, they have been working hard to stay by their side and Tang Yu's side. Qinan looked at them and said with a serious expression, "Now, take your queen to run to the mountain with all your strength. Don't look back, and don't go to your cave. Just keep going up the mountain, and then cross the mountain to escape. There are D2 jumping zombies. Now, it's useless for you to hide in caves. They are wise. I even suspect that those corpses were driven to this place by these 2D2 jumping zombies." After Qinan finished speaking, he turned around and saw that several people were killed by 2D2 jumping zombies. He eagerly said to the women again, "The situation is urgent at this time. Don't think about coming to support me. I have my own measures. Just run away. If Tang Yu wants to come back, you must not let her come back, you know." The woman who reached out and put Tang Yu into her arms nodded nervously. But Tang Yu still screamed, "Qinan, you can't go, it's too dangerous." I will organize our gunmen to go. If you want to help, let's do it together. Shinan ignored what Tang Yu said and turned and left. Tang Yu looked at Shinan's back. She was a little confused. She suddenly felt that the image of this man in her heart was extremely tall. She suddenly remembered the memories of hiding in On's office and spying on Shinan's privacy. She had always thought that she could not have loved this man. But this meeting, what happened in the past few days, made her uncertain at this time. She struggled to get up from the female soldier's hand and followed Shinan. But the female soldier knocked her unconscious with a decisive palm, and then ran back to the mountain with her on his back. The female soldier still said, "Queen, I'm sorry, you are too uncomfortable at this time. Everyone needs you." While talking, the female soldier ran a little hard. After all, she was carrying a person. Shinan had already reached the back of the team with the guillotine knife at this time. With lightning speed, he slashed at one of the D2 jumping zombies. The zombie didn't hesitate, and waved a giant grab to meet Shinan. The claws collided, sparks and loud noises of metal impact. Shinan and D2 jumped over the zombies, and at the same time retreated 5 or 6 steps. However, Shinan's blade had left 5 traces that were not deep or shallow. But when it saw the frustration of its companions, it stopped at once. They obviously discovered that Shinan was not an annoying character. The 2D2 jumping zombies are no longer pursuing them. They sandwiched Shinan one after another, seeming to be looking for opportunities and ready to attack at any time. Shinan's heart was shocked. These D2 jumping zombies are too smart. Not only can they kill, they also know how to distinguish the strength of the enemy and choose joint operations. If the zombies are so clever, then there is no way for human beings to survive. Looking at the people behind him who hadn't run far, Shinan had no choice but to fight with 2D2 jumping zombies here to buy time for those who escaped. Then he attracted the hatred of the 2D2 jumping zombies to himself, and trying to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme them in other directions. Shinan didn't think he could defeat the 2D2 jumping zombies alone. Roar! The D2 jumping zombie behind him suddenly attacked. Shinan pressed his left foot hard, and his body jumped to the right. When his body left the ground, he immediately felt as if he had lost the gravity of the earth. The powerful leg muscles let his strength burst out, causing his body to leap 10 meters away, and finally land on the ground. Raising his hand and grabbing it to Shinan, the speed was extremely fast, with the sound of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme, making people shudder. Shinan grasped the handle of the knife in one hand and the back of the knife in the other, and then pushed outward. The blade collided with the 5 claws of the D2 jumping zombie, and there was another roar of metal. The long nails of this D2 jumping zombie did not know what it had absorbed, and now it was completely turned into metal material. Even if it was not touched by it, Shinan could still feel its sharpness. Without any hesitation, the attack of another D2 jumping zombie has arrived. Shinan flew a kick and placed it on the belly of the D2 jumping zombie closest to him, and then with the help of this kick, he made own body fly upside down. In this way, he tried his best to fight with 2D2 jumping zombies. Chapter 37. In a minute, Shinan already wanted to escape. He is not a knight written in a novel, nor a savior in a movie. Although he is not very smart, he is definitely not stupid. He knew that the danger he was facing at this time could cost him his life. Looking at the way up the mountain from the corner of their eyes, most people have disappeared into the mountains and forests. A few strong winds hit from the left. Shinan hurriedly backed away, and the sharp claws slid across his clothes, cutting away 5 scars. No! Can't hold on anymore. Escape! If it had been jumping zombies in D2, Shinan could still figure out a way to fight with them, but now there are 2, and he really doesn't have any power to fight back. After avoiding the attacks of the D2 jumping zombies 2 more times, Shinan no longer hesitated and turned to the direction where the D2 jumping zombies came, and ran to the small forest. While running, he glanced at the blade in his hand. The blade was already full of gaps, almost scrapped. Shinan vigorously threw the blade at the D2 who was chasing behind him. D2 was not in a hurry to dodge, and his body trembled as he was smashed, paused, then roared and continued chasing. In this way, 1 person and 2 zombies played a game of racing one after another. While running, Shinan discovered that D2 was actually not as fast as he could jump zombies. they rely on their strong jumping ability. If they are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to each other, they have no momentum and have the same reaction speed as their own. But now, in this competition that runs along a straight line, 2D2 jumping zombies obviously won't work. Seeing that he had a chance to escape, Sheenan worked harder and quickly shuttled through the grove. He didn't even care about the scattered branches scraping the clothes on his body. When he ran to the end of the woods, Sheenan looked back and could still vaguely see the jumping figure in the dark woods. I don't know if they can see themselves at night like themselves? Sheenan turned and ran to the right, along the edge of the woods, but didn't run out of the woods. He decided to take 2D2 zombies and go around in this woods. He ran for 1 kilometer on the left and 2 kilometers on the right. In the end, Sheenan looked for a direction and rushed out of the woods, and then kept moving forward. The 2D2 jumping zombies behind him were finally thrown away by him and disappeared. In the early morning of the next day, at the foot of the mountain, a crowd of men and women sat on the floor exhaustedly, and the night's escape made everyone exhausted. Tang Yu had already woke up from a coma at this time. Several female soldiers took turns carrying her, and finally climbed over the small mountain to the other side of the mountain. Sun Yu was regarded as the second in command in this small organization of the Tang dynasty. She frowned as she watched Tang Yu, who was helpless, and reached out her hand to touch Tang Yu's forehead. It turned out to be hot. It is a terrible thing to get sick and have a fever in the last days. Sun Yu asked everyone, "Have any of you brought antibiotics?" Everyone shook their heads. Looking at Tang Yu, who seemed to be about to fall asleep again, Sun Yu made a decisive decision and continued to want to move northward. There would be cities over there, and if there were cities, antibiotics would always be available. She didn't plan to turn back. It is estimated that Fuyao town is now full of zombies, and there are 2 more D2 jumping and wandering nearby. In any case, it is no longer a safe place. For the present plan, we can only cure Tang Yu's illness first, and then look for a new gathering place. Tang Yu was lying on her companion, her mind was a little unconscious, and there was a name silently chanting in her mouth, as if she could never forget it again. The team got up and started to move forward. No one noticed that at the end of them, Li Wenjie knocked Lu Jia stunned, then resisted on his shoulders and went in the opposite direction of them. As he ran secretly, he muttered, "What a nice girl. How can you be with a bunch of mad women? I'll take you back to the normal human world. Matriarchal society, I babble." His body is relatively strong, carrying Lu Wan, who is light in posture, can run fast. In this way, after running and resting, he finally stayed away from Tang Yu and others. He ran along the foot of the mountain, and the direction he ran to was Hanghai City. After running for a whole morning, Li Wenjie was dizzy and saw that he had entered the plains around him. There were fields, high speeds, small rivers, and lakes. Where did he go? He is not sure about it himself. Along the way, he ran wherever there were no zombies, completely lost. Putting Lu Jia on the ground, Li Wenjie panted heavily and said in his heart, "Where can I get some food?" At this moment, Lu Jia woke up and started crying when she saw the environment she was in. Li Wenjie hurriedly consoled, "Don't cry. I was thinking that there are a bunch of crazy women over there, and you will be spoiled sooner or later with them, so you will be stolen. Don't cry, don't worry, I promise not to bully you." Lu Jia cried for a long time, and Li Wenjie coaxed her for a long time. Until Lu Jia was tired from crying, she was hungry and uncomfortable, and even fainted again. Helpless Li Wenjie wanted to cry loudly. At this moment, a man's voice came from behind Li Wenjie, "You kid is really good. Did you kidnap this little girl?" Li Wenjie looked back and saw that the people burst into laughter, and said, "Brother Qin? You are not dead? It's so tough. How did you escape when one person dared to fight 2D2? Sheenan came over and sat next to Li Wenjie. He also ran around all morning, naturally too tired. He looked at Li Wenjie and said, "Run." I introduced them into the woods, and spent the whole night in the woods before turning throw them away. Li Wenjie looked at Sheenan, who was covered with rags all over his body, scratched and dusty, nodded with a thumbs up and said, "Brother Qin, believe it or not, there is meat to eat. How will I follow you in the future?" Sheenan always thinks that Li Wenjie is good. It's fate to run away in Sanli village. It's fate to still meet now. So Chinan smiled slightly and said, okay, then you will follow me in the future, but I'm not lucky. Li Wenjie laughed and said, don't worry, Dage, I'm lucky. In this way, the bad luck Chinan, the good luck Li Wenjie, and the crying Lu Jia, the three of them, under the strong advantage of 2-1, embarked on the journey to find Tang Yu's team. But after 3 days of chasing, they still didn't find the footprints of the team, which not only made Chinan and Lu Jia greatly discouraged. Now, nearly 400 kilometers away from Qincheng, Chinan finally chose to give up. I always think of Tang Yu crying in his arms. Now that they are separated, can they meet again in the future? Chinan didn't know, and didn't dare to think about it. Changing direction, Chinan intends to continue to circle Qincheng. One of the main purposes of his coming out this time is reconnaissance. Now, he has seen both D2 jumping zombies and D2 skull zombies, and he can understand the enemy's strength. Then the following things are really to explore the surrounding area of Qincheng. Situation. After walking to the southwest for 2 days, they came to the foot of the Red Dragon Peak of Jiulong Mountain. If you don't go up the mountain, then heading north here is the direction of Qincheng, and heading south is the direction of Binhai City. Binhai, as its name implies, is a city by the sea. You can reach the small island on the east side of the country, Dongji Island, by a 4-hour boat ride from Binhai. In the past few days, Chinan has become the boss of the trio. Even Lu Jia, who didn't like Chinan very much, has become obedient. Because she saw Chinan's ability to kill zombies. Although she can kill an ordinary zombie reluctantly, it is absolutely impossible to rush into the zombie group like Chinan, like a tiger into a flock. With more than a dozen zombies surrounding him, he can still do nothing. Chaos, cut off their heads one by one. 2 days ago, they found a suitable weapon in a small village with no people. It is estimated that the original owner of the house must be very fond of martial arts, and his house actually has items such as a knife, axe, and roller made of solid iron. Chinan chose a long weapon like the Yenyuan knife used by Guan Yu, weighing more than 40 catties. Holding it in his hand is very mighty, but at this moment, he has torn clothes and hangs his body. His face is full of scum that really doesn't have Guan Yu's prestige, and there are a number of red rabbits and horses missing under his crotch. Li Wenjie took a short knife that was not too heavy as a weapon, and Lu Jia was a girl who was not good at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme combat, so Chinan gave her the May 4th pistol to use. The three of them were also fully equipped, so they made their way into the western suburbs of Binhai City 30 miles away. 10 days later, Li Wenjie and Lu Jia had a strange feeling that they were very at ease with Chinan, even in the last days when zombies were rampant. In fact, Chinan didn't say much, but he seemed fearless. At the beginning, whenever the zombies approached, Li Wenjie and Lu Jia wanted to run nervously, but Chinan indifferently swung a knife and rushed forward, killing the 10 zombies clean after a while. Chinan can still avoid danger. He seems to know where there are many zombies and where there are few zombies. Following him all the way down, there are always fewer zombies on the road. The most important thing is that I have had more contact with Chinan, and I really feel that he is actually an ordinary little person. He doesn't know how to brag, and he doesn't know much about modesty. He laughs when he is happy, but he is silent when he is unhappy. He is exactly the image of an ordinary citizen in the peaceful and heyday. And such an image naturally makes people feel very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. So the three of them are always talking and laughing together, and Lu Jia will sweetly call Chinan his Chin-Dage. At noon, the sun was very strong, and it was already early May, and Chinan had been out of Qincheng for more than half a month. The three people walked phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the mountain. When there was a small road, they took a small road. When there was no small road, they took the road cautiously. Finally, they found a few rows of small brick houses by the small woods tens of meters away from the road. A small village. The three of them haven't eaten anything since yesterday morning. There may be a gathering place in this area, because all the nearby houses have traces of being turned over, and it is the kind that is turned thoroughly, basically all clear. The three of them walked to the small village with hope. When they were tens of meters away from the village, a gunshot suddenly struck the three of them. A man shouted from the village, "Stand up. There, you are not allowed to go forward." Chapter 38. The miserable world. Qinan and the three were taken aback. Lu Jia hurriedly hid behind Li Wenjie, and Qinan also blamed himself deeply. He was so hungry that he even forgot to concentrate and listen to whether there were anyone in this small village. There is danger everywhere in the last days, and I am really too careless. At this moment, a person walked out of the small brick house. He walked quickly and shouted as he walked, "Li Wenjie, are you not?" Li Wenjie was taken aback for a moment, and then exclaimed in surprise, "Sixth?" The opposite person walked faster, he laughed loudly, and his name for Li Wenjie had changed. "Fifth. It's really you." The two men ran to each other, and finally embraced each other. The situation was really warm, and both Qinan and Lu Jia who were watching secretly curled their lips. Li Wenjie happily took the man back to Qinan, and said, "Boss. This kid and I were brothers in the dormitory when he was in college. He is the sixth child named Lu Yan, and I am the fifth child. Our feelings are hard. Nothing to say." Lu Yan also seemed to be very bold, and he came up directly and grabbed Qinan's arm and said, "Okay, well, I went in and said that they are all my own." In this way, a risk disappeared dramatically. Lu Yan took a few people into the small village and entered a two-story brick house. This house was also the largest house in the entire small village. There are also 8 people in the living room on the first floor. There is a table to eat, which should be ready to eat. On the table, there are a few super wild vegetables, some pickled kimchi, and there is a roast chicken just made. Lu Yan was the head of these people, and people got 3 chairs over, and then they kindly invited a few people to the table. Li Wenjie's eyes were green, and he looked at the roast chicken drooling. He couldn't believe it. "My God, are you dreaming? I haven't seen roast chicken in half a year." Lu Yan laughed. The laughter was still so hearty. He said, "Today we came out to search for supplies, and we found a pheasant at the foot of the mountain. I haven't eaten meat for several months. I should have been in the afternoon. After going back, we thought about it and decided to eat this chicken. Otherwise, we will have to pay the father. The guys in the pentagonal tower like to get a chicken and not eat it, so they lay eggs for fun." Li Wenjie gave Lu Yan a good look and asked, "Where are you hanging out now?" Lu Yan said, "It's in a gathering place south of Binhai City. It was originally a construction site with all building materials. After the T-virus broke out, the workers built a 6-meter-high fence there to protect themselves. A very big city was built and named Destiny City. There are already more than 10,000 people in the gathering place now. We are back there. There is no way. We have to go out to find food by ourselves. Half of it will be given to the gathering place, and the other part will be kept for our own use. Life is difficult." Li Wenjie shook his head, and then said, "Yeah, now in this world. There are also all those messy things in your gathering place, right?" Lu Yan's complexion became unsightly, and he slowly said, "Which gathering place is there? To survive, you have to give something. Men and women are the same. Now it is called equality between men and women. There is no need to pay in return, but not paying for the specified life. By the way, where did you come from?" Li Wenjie quickly explained his own experience briefly, and then solemnly introduced Qinan and Lu Jia to Lu Yan. Lu Yan also respected Qinan and called Dage, but when he got to Lu Jia, he called Wusao, which made Lu Jia's face flushed, and Li Wenjie praised Lu Yan as sensible. Next, the meal began, and Lu Yan actually let people take out several bottles of erguotu. This thing is considered a good thing for Mishishi. As for the so-called drinking to dissipate sorrows, both of them are just graduated college students. The society has changed before they enter the society. Their feelings are not understandable by people like Qinan pushing the cup and changing the cup. The two people chatted until the evening. Lu Yan's subordinates are 7 men and 1 woman. The woman is probably in her 30s and looks average, but her skin and figure are very good. Lu Yan drank a bit, and suddenly pulled the woman from one side, and then said to Qinan, "Dage. Since you are my 5th brother's Dage, that is also my Dage. This woman has just entered the gathering place. Husband and children died in the fleeing. No one is protected and has no craftsmanship. If you don't come out to find supplies, you'll have to starve to death. Let her accompany you tonight. We slept here today, we are driving the car, it's not safe to go on the road at night, and the line of sight is not good, and it is easy to attract upgraded zombies. Xinan quickly wanted to decline, but Lu Yan pushed the woman over. The woman's eyes were full of panic, and her body had lost her balance. Xinan had no choice but to stretch out his hand and slowly hug the woman into his arms. At the same time, he felt the trembling of the woman's body. Lu Yan didn't pay attention to Xinan, but turned to face Li Wenjie, who was also drunk, and said, "Fifth, I almost forgot to tell you something. Your mother is in our camp." After hearing this, Li Wenjie was taken aback, stood up suddenly, and exclaimed, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? How about my mother? How about my father? Was my mother bullied in the camp?" Lu Yan's expression was a little bad, and he drank another glass of wine before he said, "Your dad has become a zombie. Your mom has been in the camp for several months. Don't think too much about it. Isn't that what happened? When I went, your mother had a miserable life, but I will be better when I arrive. Hey, destroy the world, fuck." Li Wenjie didn't ask how miserable his mother was, he didn't dare to ask. He began to cry loudly. A boy who was as optimistic as the sunrise, facing the end of the world, still shed painful tears. Lu Jia sat beside him, feeling a little uneasy, and took Li Wenjie's hand with her hand to express comfort. Xinan also drank alcohol today. His volume of alcohol was not very good. After drinking a little today, he was still dizzy. Looking at Li Wenjie in pain, Xinan patted him on the shoulder and said, "Okay, listen to big brother. Yes, don't cry, let's go tomorrow, pick up your mother, and Lu Yan, I think your kid is not bad, and you will be with me tomorrow. I won't be in any Destiny City anymore, go to my Qin City." He was a little drunk talking nonsense. Lu Yan didn't know if he understood, he kept calling Dage and expressing his gratitude. Then he asked his subordinates to arrange people to watch the night. Finally, he accused Xinan and helped Li Wenjie together with Lu Jia. Entered the bedroom. After a few minutes, Lu Yan left the house with a dull expression, leaving Li Wenjie and Lu Jia inside. After Lu Yan walked to Xinan and sat down, he filled himself with a glass of wine and drank it stubbornly. Then he said, "Dage, you don't know. When I went, Wenjie's mother would rely on it. I only need to accompany someone to sleep every day to get a meal. That looks really pitiful. And I did not take care of him. I am sorry, Wenjie. I really am sorry, Wenjie. Date you say, what should I do? What should I do what?" Xinan looked at Lu Kai, who was crying like a child, and his heart was broken. He smashed the wine glass in his hand hard, cursing resentfully in his heart, "This fucking doomsday." After crying for a long time, Lu Yan was already too strong to drink and was about to faint. Xinan asked Lu Kai's men to help him to a bedroom. Listening to Lu Yan's roar, Wang Fong nodded tremblingly. After everyone left, only Xinan and Wang Fong were left in the living room. Wang Fong seems to be very introverted and does not speak, perhaps because of fear. Xinan sat alone for a long time, stood up, then walked to the second floor, found a bedroom with no one, and lay directly on the bed. His head was really dizzy. The woman named Wang Fong followed him all the time. After he entered the bedroom, she closed the door and stood beside the bed after hesitating. The body of two people. Xinan was lying on the bed, and while the effects of alcohol made him dizzy, it also stirred his mood. He thought of Li Wenjie, Lu Yan, and the way they were crying. What kind of world is this? Li Wenjie is okay now? I don't know why. Xinan feels that he likes this young man very much, perhaps because his vigorous smile and optimistic spirit can always infect him. Xinan focused his attention and listened to the voice downstairs. At this time, Li Wenjie had stopped crying, and Lu Jia was patiently comforting him. Xinan suddenly felt embarrassed. Isn't it impolite to overhear others? But he especially wanted to know Li Wenjie's feelings at this time, and especially wanted to know whether he was relieved. Suddenly, Xinan remembered Tang Yu again. When she went to a private investigator to investigate her own, did she suffer the same loss as she is today? Secretly making up his mind, Xinan comforted himself, no one knew he had super powerful hearing anyway. So even if you eavesdrop, no one knows, maybe it's not an eavesdropping? After deceiving himself, Qinan calmed down again and began to listen to what was being said downstairs. Li Wenjie apparently drank a little too much, but he was still sober. He was telling Lu Jia how good his mother was and how taking care of him, while Lu Jia listened and comforted. In this way, in the past dozens of minutes, Li Wenjie stopped talking about his mother, but thanked Lu Jia for comforting her, saying that Lu Jia was really good. Lu Jia paused, did not speak, maybe she was shy. Qinan's heartbeat speeded up a bit. The feeling of eavesdropping was really wonderful, and it made his heart itch. Chapter 39. Lu Jia finally opened his mouth and said, I'll go find a house to sleep, and you can sleep too. Li Wenjie held Lu Jia's hand like a child, and said coquettishly, don't go. Lu Jia, please don't go, I'm so scared. Lu Jia's face was flushed at this time, she really didn't know what to do. She likes this sunshine boy. When she held banquets in Sanli village, Lu Jia didn't choose any man. In fact, she had been waiting for Li Wenjie, she was waiting for him to join the Tang dynasty, and then gave her own to him for the first time. However, this man is a machismo, and he is unwilling to bow his head to a woman. Lu Jiating likes the social form where women dominate. She is a girl in her early 20s, and she is naturally full of illusions about this novelty. However, she didn't mind giving herself to a man completely, and only to that man, young girl, and longing for love for the rest of her life. But Li Wenjie's attitude of strongly refusing to join the Tang dynasty disappointed her. She even felt that the two might have no relationship. But who would have thought that she was caught by Li Wenjie now? She was indeed arrested, but she didn't feel that Li Wenjie was so hateful for this time, and she even had a small gratification in her heart. With Li Wenjie these days, she feels that she likes this man more, and she even feels that she is willing to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a lifetime with such a man. But at this time, facing Li Wenjie who was sad and pleading, she was a little uncertain. She doesn't know if Li Wenjie likes herself too? Maybe he knew about his mother's affairs and just needed comfort in his heart, so he wanted to stay with him, right? Many thoughts in Lu Jia's heart kept tumbling, making her wonder what to do. At this moment, Li Wenjie suddenly stood up from the bed and jumped off the ground. The effects of alcohol almost made him fall, and Lu Jia hurriedly got up to support him. But Li Wenjie turned around and took Lu Jia's hand, pushing Lu Jia to sit on the bed and saying, Lu Jia, you sit here and don't move, wait for me. After speaking, he walked out of the bedroom leisurely. Lu Jia got out of bed worried. She didn't know what Li Wenjie was going to do. After drinking so much wine, what should I do in case of a fall? She wanted to go out, but when she arrived at the door, Li Wenjie had already returned with a basin of water in his hand. Lu Jia looked at Li Wenjie blankly, not knowing what he was going to do. Li Wenjie put the basin of water on the ground, and then helped Lu Jia to sit on the bed again, and then brought the basin of water to Lu Jia's feet. Suddenly, Lu Jia seemed to understand something. She couldn't believe it, and covered her mouth, her eyes moistened slightly, it was tears of surprise. Li Wenjie danced a strange and ugly dance staggeringly in the room, then walked to the bed, slowly knelt down, and gently took off Lu Jia's shoes and socks, and then took off Lu Jia's feet. Put it in the water. His movements are really gentle, and the gentleness broke Lu Jia's heart. Hold the water in the palm of the hand, and then pour it on Lu Jia's instep, and then slowly stroke it with her hand, repeating this way for several minutes. When the tears on Lu Jia's eyes slowly dripped, Li Wenjie lifted Lu Jia's feet in the water, then slowly lowered his head, and kissed Lu Jia's feet, kissing so seriously. So affectionate. Lu Jia could hardly be herself, and cried out, Wenjie. Li Wenjie raised his head when he heard her scream. At this moment, his eyes were so clear that he didn't seem to be drunk, and his eyes were full of true feelings. He spoke softly, and Lu Jia quickly reached out to stop him. Don't say, please. I won't be able to stand it. But Li Wenjie pushed her hand away, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, and said, Lu Jia. Will you be the queen of my life? Although, I snatched you from the Tang dynasty, but in the future, between you and me, I am willing to surrender to your feet for the rest of my life. Let you be the queen of my life. Then, my lord, are you willing to let me be your servant for the rest of my life? Lu Jia finally couldn't control it, crying loudly, but with an excited smile on her face, she finally got what she wanted, didn't she? Sheenan was upstairs with tears in his eyes. This kid is really awesome. Sheenan smiled a little happily. He was completely infected by the happiness of Lu Jia and Li Wenjie. It was like watching a moving movie. The happy ending gave him endless aftertaste. Listening to it again, it's a bit embarrassing. Li Wenjie said, "It's really soft." But Lu Jia's voice trembled and said, "Rogue, you really hate it. Be lighter, it's the first time for others." Sheenan decided not to listen anymore. He felt that his listening was a kind of blasphemy for the two-person world downstairs. What a good girl, for the first time in the last days that she can have her own. What a good boy, he gave the girl happiness in the most memorable way. Sheenan felt that the world was still beautiful because of the existence of love. Suddenly he thought of Qin Xiaoyan, Tang Yu, and Li Ying. At this moment, a trembling hand held his lower body. Sheenan trembled slightly and looked at the woman sideways. In the darkness, Sheenan could see that her face was full of tears at this time. This is also a hard-working man. Sheenan turned over and hugged the naked woman in his arms, and then took her hand away from his own body. Sheenan doesn't have much desire now, his heart is full of love. Gently touching the woman's smooth back with his hand, Shinanru said, "Don't worry, since we met and are still sleeping on the same bed now, I will take care of you from now on, even if we don't have anything happen." The woman was a little surprised. She didn't distrust Sheenan. She could feel that this man should be a good person. She just doesn't believe in this world, or in other words, she doesn't believe in this end time. So the woman didn't shrink back, she tried her best to bring her body phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Sheenan. She has a pair of sturdy and straight chests, pressed against Sheenan's chest, and Sheenan has such a trace of uncertainty. The woman suddenly spoke in a soft and warm voice, "Do you remember my name?" Sheenan said, "Wang Feng." A smile hung on the corner of the woman's mouth, and said, "Am I ugly?" Sheenan also smiled. At this moment he and the woman were facing each other. In the dark, a woman couldn't see Sheenan's expression, but Sheenan could see her. This woman looked pretty good when she smiled. Maybe all women are not ugly when they laugh, right? So Sheenan said, "You are beautiful when you smile." The woman smiled sweeter, and said, "How do you know I am smiling?" Sheenan said, "I can feel it. Because your body doesn't tremble anymore." The woman said, "Well, because I found you are a good person. Do you have a wife?" Sheenan nodded, and then realized that the woman might not be able to see it, and then said, "Yes, she is called Qin Xiaoyan, and I have the same surname. My name is Sheenan." The woman suddenly pressed her face up, and actually kissed Sheenan's lips accurately in the dark. She said, "Sheenan, you want me. No one will know. I don't want any of your promises, just in this cruel world here, I'm really fed up. I just want to give myself to you tonight. Only tonight. I just want a little comfort. Only tonight. Okay?" There were tears in the woman's eyes, they were sincere tears. Sheenan sighed softly, what else could he do? I muttered silently in my heart, "Xiaoyan, I'm sorry." Then gently kissed the woman back, and slowly pressed the woman gently under her body. Sheenan said at the last moment when she entered her body, "Wang Feng, I have a wife, so I can't promise you. The only thing I can give you is that you don't have to worry about eating and drinking in the future, do you understand?" The woman smiled, and she hugged Sheenan's neck, and then said, "Don't promise. I have never worried about eating or drinking. After my husband and children died, I was tired of this end of life." After she finished speaking, she pressed Sheenan's head down so that her lips met, making her two bodies compatible. This is destined to be a beautiful night. After a long time, the two people in the room calmed down. Wang Feng held Sheenan contentedly and slowly fell asleep. It was late at night. Sheenan concentrated and listened carefully. Two people's footsteps were walking back and forth around the house. Is that a night watchman? In the last days, people always dare not be careless in order to survive. Sheenan held the woman in his arms, gently brushed her back with his hand, with a smile on his face, and whispered, "Salute to the night watchman." The moonlight shot in from the outdoors, and the May moon was a bit cold. Qinan pulled the quilt and wrapped Wang Feng in own tightly. Slowly, he fell asleep. This dream is a little sweet. He dreamed that his mother and father did not die in the car accident. He dreamed that Liang did not divorce him and that they had a son. The 5 members of the family are happily together. In their dreams, they will never be separated. The night was getting deeper, and the outdoor night watchman gently pulled down his collar. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme seemed a bit cold tonight. Maybe summer will come if you blow this cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme a few more times? At 10 midnight, a D2 jumping zombie walks slowly under the corner of Jiulong Mountain. It still has a good night vision ability in the dark night. 100 meters ahead, the small village where Qinan and others lived appeared in front of it. Like a real hunter, it lowered its body and slowly approached. This is a kind of subconscious that is formed for a long time. It knows that with this kind of house appearing, there may be food in it. In the small village, 2 night watchmen are back to back, talking in low voices, chatting about their life before the end of the world. They need to chat with each other so that they don't fall asleep. At this time they are actually very sleepy, but their responsibility prevents them from sleeping, so they can only keep their eyes open. At this moment, the rolling sound of a rock alarmed a night watchman. He hurriedly stood up, picked up the gun in his hand, aimed at the place where the sound was made, and watched nervously. But the other night watchman turned back and stood at the door of the room, also armed with a gun. This is also the sense of cooperation they have formed for a long time. When they find danger, one person will investigate and confirm, and the other will cover and warn them. In other words, if the person in front encounters danger and dies during the investigation, the person behind will immediately convey the arrival of danger to the own team. At this time, the night watchman responsible for the investigation and confirmation has already begun to move forward step by step. Suddenly, a pair of dark red twinkle pupils appeared in the dark night, and the night watchman had a big heart, and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 gunshots, experience told him that the enemy was not hit by him. The other night watchman behind him had already let go of his voice and shouted loudly, "Get up! There is a situation." As soon as his voice fell, he heard a scream in front of him, "Ah!" Then, with the help of the faint moonlight, he saw that his companion's head had been separated from his body, and beside his companion, a terrifying zombie was standing there. He was so scared that he almost lost his voice, but still struggled to exhaust his last strength and shouted, "It's D2 jumping zombie." It's D2 jumping. His words were only halfway through, and the D2 jumping zombie had already jumped in front of him. With a wave of his giant claws, he easily tore his body to pieces, and he could not even let out a painful cry at the last moment. Sleeping Qinan suddenly got up from the bed, and Wang Feng had already sat up at this time, his body trembling with stern expression. She heard the cry of the night watchman. Her husband and child were killed by a D2 zombie. Qinan didn't have time to think too much, jumped out of bed and shouted to the dazed Wang Feng, "Get on your clothes." While talking, he went looking for own clothing. Putting on the underwear, the torn jeans, and the shoes. When he picked up the clothes, he found that the clothes were really unwearable. They were all broken strips of cloth. This kind of clothes could not be worn after they were taken off. Qinan was a little annoyed. He was busy rushing along these days, and he was walking in places where zombies were scarce. But since there are fewer zombies, there are more survivors, so naturally there are fewer things left, and Qinan has not been able to find a change of clothes in one place. At this time, Wang Feng had already put on his clothes under Qinan's prompt, and was standing by the bed at a loss. Qinan walked over and grabbed her shoulders, and then said, "Just stay on the 2nd floor and don't go down. No matter what, as long as I am not dead, I will come to pick you up, do you understand?" Wang Feng nodded, eyes full of emotion. No longer nostalgic, Qinan took his own long knife at the door and rushed downstairs. In the living room on the 1st floor, it was a massacre at this time. The 1st floor of the private house here is relatively high, which is equivalent to 2 floors of ordinary rooms. Once you enter the door, it is the so-called living room, and the space of the living room is very spacious. Lu Yan and the others listened to the warning from the night watchman. They were already neatly dressed and brought weapons to the living room. Although they do not have as many zombies as Cheenen has killed, they are more sensitive to zombies, because every time they face zombies, whether they are ordinary or upgraded, they are in danger of losing their lives, so they dare not be careful. Cautious. Cheenen had just come downstairs, and a wailing came in and out of his ears. The D2 jumping zombie had entered the living room, and another of Lu Yan's men was torn apart by it. This spacious hall is very conducive to its jumping. It leverages on the four walls, and then leapt around in the air. The speed is too fast. Lu Yan and the others kept pulling the trigger while holding the gun, but they couldn't hit it at all. Ah! There was another scream, and another person was killed. Cheenen shouted anxiously, "Get out! Or go back to the room and hide." Hearing his call, one of them rushed out, while the other hid in the room. However, the jumping ability of D2 jumping zombie was too strong. Its feet slammed on the wall, reaching the side of the person who wanted to escape, swiping down his claw and smashing his head. After that, he didn't stop, and his feet stepped on the doorframe and the volley. His body was like a flying arrow from the string, and it directly shot into the room where the other person was hiding. The space in the room is not large, only less than 20 square meters, and the people in it can't avoid the attack of D2 jumping zombies in such a small space. Ah! A few seconds after a scream, the D2 jumping zombie flew out of the room and went to the living room again. At this time, only Cheenen, Lu Yan, and his two subordinates were left in the living room, as well as Li Wenjie and Lu Jia, who had just run out of the room. Seeing three people die in front of Owen in an instant, Cheenen's heart was heavy, and he blamed himself a little. If he was not so sleepy because of drinking, then he would definitely discover danger in advance, and these poor people might not die. Without hesitation, Cheenen carried a long knife and flew to the D2 jumping zombies. At the same time, he shouted, "Go upstairs and find a room to hide." His speed is very fast, but D2 jumps zombies faster. It stepped on the ground and leaped sideways. When its body was about to hit the side wall, it stepped on the wall with its foot again. Then, with the help of that step, its body escaped Cheenen's attack and flew directly towards the front. Lu Jia, who was going upstairs. Lu Jia was so frightened that her legs were weak, and she sat on the stairs. Li Wenjie beside her strode without any hesitation, and stood in front of Lu Jia. Lu Yan, without any hesitation, stood sideways in front of Li Wenjie. D2 jumping zombie has already reached them. Its speed is too fast. It is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand. It is difficult for ordinary people to avoid it, let alone in this gloomy room. After a sound of breaking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme, Lu Yan's head was directly scratched by the 5 claws of the D2 jumping zombie. But its attack did not stop because of this. The sharp claws continued to move forward, and while swinging, the sharp tip of the grip left 5 deep scratches on Li Wenjie's shoulder. Li Wenjie cried out in pain, and covered his shoulders, where the blood was bleeding. With a roar like crazy, Cheenen chased from behind the jumping zombie in D2, slashed it, and slashed at the back of the head of the jumping zombie in D2. D2 jumping zombie felt the threat from behind, and jumped sideways, avoiding Cheenen's attack. Cheenen didn't dare to move randomly. He hid at the top of the stairs, and said to Lu Jia, "Hurry upstairs." Lu Jia stood up weeping and supported the injured Li Wenjie, and the other 2 surviving Lu Yan's subordinates stumbled upstairs and hid in a bedroom. Cheenen's face was solemn, and he finally fell into a desperate situation for the first time. Now he can't escape but can only fight. He must protect the people he thinks is worth protecting. Upstairs, Lu Jia held Li Wenjie in her arms, crying. He felt as if his own wound was burning, and the cells there seemed to be dividing rapidly, making him unhappy. Soon after, this pain suddenly began to transfer, from his shoulder to his neck, and finally into the brain. After that, the pain intensified, and it felt like my own brain was being eaten by hundreds of millions of bugs. The pain lasted for about a few minutes, and suddenly the pain disappeared. Li Wenjie felt as if several warm currents flowed from his brain, moisturizing his whole body, and it made him feel very comfortable. At that moment he understood that he had been infected and was about to become a zombie. A drop of tears remained. Li Wenjie didn't know if everyone who became a zombie would cry at the last moment, but he cried. He opened his eyes hard and looked at Lu Jia, who was already in tears, smiled slightly, and then said, "Kill me." I'm about to become a zombie. I can feel it myself. His voice was low and hoarse, like a ghost falling into the underworld, struggling to crawl out. Lu Jia's face was pale. She hugged Li Wenjie tighter and cried out, "No! No! You can't die! Don't become a zombie!" Li Wenjie smiled bitterly. He was full of various emotions, but he had no time to express. Two of Lu Kai's men saw Li Wenjie, who was about to become a zombie, and hurriedly picked up his own gun and wanted to kill Li Wenjie. Lu Jia noticed their movements and raised her head and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Go out! Don't kill him!" The two shook their heads, and one of them said, "We do it for your own good. You are the first person to eat when he becomes a zombie. Let go of him." Lu Jia's mentality was already a bit unclear. She suddenly took out the May 4th pistol from the bag around her waist and pulled the trigger at the two people at the door. Boom, bang, bang. After 6 gunshots, the two people vomited blood and slowly fell to the ground. Lu Jia cried helplessly and murmured, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't let him die. I can't let you kill him." While she was talking, the hand holding the gun was trembling and dropped, and it landed on Li Ziwen's abdomen. He felt his own vision began to become blurred, and his hearing and smell slowly became more sensitive. He even smelled Lu Jia's tears, which were all bitter. With the last trace of saneness, Li Ziwen opened his mouth hard and said to Lu Jia, "Mom, help me find her." Then, after exhausting his last strength, he suddenly raised his hand to avoid the May 4th pistol in Lu Jia's hand, put the muzzle in his mouth, and under Lu Jia's horrified eyes, he squeezed the trigger without hesitation. Boom! With 2 gunshots, Li Ziwen exploded On's head in front of Lu Jia's eyes. During the fierce battle, the gunshots upstairs chilled Qinan's heart, and then Lu Jia's shout made Qinan's eyes blood red. He knew that Li Wenjie was scratched, and he could roughly imagine what happened upstairs. He just didn't know whose hands Li Wenjie died in the end. Was it Lu Jia? If this is the case, what kind of experience will Lu Jia experience? A few minutes later, 2 rapid footsteps came upstairs, and Qinan, who was fiercely fighting with the jumping zombies in D2, looked at the stairs from the corner of his eye. There, Lu Jia ran down from upstairs, while Wang Feng was still behind her. Wang Feng was trying to pull Lu Jia back upstairs, but Lu Jia had already rushed downstairs like crazy. Holding the May 4th pistol in her hand, she went downstairs and raised her arm and squeezed the trigger forcefully. However, she had forgotten the grab, and there were no bullets. Wang Feng held her hand by her side and said, "Girl, go up and go." Qinan was distracted, and was forced back by the claw of the jumping zombie in D2. When he staggered back, he stepped on the corpse of one of Lu Yan's men on the ground. The corpse suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Qinan's leg, then he raised his head, let out a roar, and bit at Qinan's leg. He has also changed his body. Qinan hurriedly swung a knife and chopped off his head. At this time, D2 jumping zombie was attracted by Lu Jia's crying. It turned around and rushed towards Lu Jia. Qinan looked anxious and could only swiftly dodge in front of Lu Jia. He didn't even have time to lift the knife to stop the D2 jumping zombie's offensive. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and the man hugged him tightly. His body seemed to be trembling. With a muffled sound, the person's body was pierced by the 5 claws of the zombie, and then the zombie waved her arms, and even split her in 2, killing her directly. Qinan lowered his head and looked at holding half of On's corpse. That was Wang Feng. Qinan shed tears almost without warning. He didn't actually feel the pain in his heart, but he still cried. He knew that his heart was so painful that he couldn't feel it. Qinan didn't shout, but waved his hand to place the half of Wang Feng's body hanging on his body by his feet. The D2 jumping zombie has flashed to the ground 5 meters away from him. After Qinan put down half of Wang Feng's corpse, he didn't even look at her. He just held the long hilt with both hands, staring at D2 jumping zombies with blood-red eyes, and then yelled, "Kill!" His people flew out with his voice, and this time, he exhausted all his strength. The muscles of his arms seemed to be screwed together, and all the strength burst out in an instant. The powerful killing intent aroused all the potential power hidden in the deepest part of his body, and then merged into his attack on the zombie. Since the last days, the negative emotions he has experienced from all the things he has experienced are rising in the bottom of my heart like a spring. Killing, merciless, resentment, betrayal, regret, pain, loss, and powerlessness, these emotions are transformed into a kind of complexity. The catalyst of, coordinated with him with murderous aura, rushed into every corner of his body together, once again aroused more potential power, merged into his arms, and poured into the knife. The power of this sword exhausted his blood and life, as if this sword fell, he himself would die from exhaustion. However, Cheenen didn't care. His only goal was to kill the D2 jumping zombies in front of him. When the D2 jumping zombie saw Cheenen attacking, his hands were raised, 10 long nails were crossed in front of him, and a hard net shield was lined. Then, the knife and the shield hit together. Snapped. There was a cracking sound. It's horrible. The metallized nails of the jumping zombie in D2 were chopped into pieces by Cheenan's knife. What's more terrifying is that Cheenan's long knife also followed D2's jumping zombie's nails. 3 cuts. The long knife handle only leaves a bit less than 20 centimeters in length. Without pause, Cheenen, who should have been exhausted, broke the limit of his body in an instant, poured all the strength of his body into his arms again, and then waved the head of the tightly only 20 centimeters long knife and slashed towards D2. Jumping on the neck of the zombie. At this time, the D2 jumping zombie has lost several of its nails, which means it has lost its best attack and defense weapon. It was taken aback for a moment, and it didn't even react to how it should deal with Cheenan's attack. It almost habitually raised its hand again, trying to cross its fingers to block the incoming attack. But it had forgotten that after breaking 7 or 8 of its 10 fingers, the mesh metal shield formed was already broken, and Cheenan's blade had shrunk by 1/3. The blade head of less than 20 centimeters passed directly through the broken net shield and slashed fiercely on the shoulders of the jumping zombies in D2. This knife broke the defense of D2's jumping zombie's skin and cut it directly into the flesh as deep as 10 centimeters. The D2 jumping zombie roared in pain, and it jumped back quickly, and then didn't dare to step forward, but kept yelling at Cheenen, seeming to express anger and fear. Cheenen did not stop in the slightest. He released the potential power of his body that had already made him exhausted, but at this time his mental energy was unprecedentedly powerful. He could completely rely on mental energy to make his own body without killing D2. Jumping zombies will never fall. Carrying the knife, Shin Anfei jumped to the D2 jumping zombie, and slashed away again. This time, the D2 jumping zombie did not defend itself. It quickly retreated back out of the room and wanted to escape. Sheenan's eyes locked tightly on the D2 jumping zombies, and there was nothing in his eyes, except for the figure of the fleeing zombies. With both legs apart, Sheenan chased up with his fastest speed. When his speed is full, he was originally faster than D2 jumping zombie, not to mention that he is now surpassing the limit of his own physical strength time and time again, which means that his speed is getting faster and faster. After chasing for less than a minute, Sheenan had already reached behind the jumping zombies on D2, swung a knife and cut them down, leaving a scar on the zombie's body. The zombie clearly understood fear, it roared but did not dare to stop to fight Sheenan, and could only continue to escape. But Sheenan would never give up killing it. No matter which direction the zombie flees, Sheenan will follow it and kill him. In 10 minutes, he has left unknowable scars on the zombie's body. Sheenan himself didn't realize that his strength and speed were already greatly ascension at this time. This is related to his surpassing the limits of his own body again and again in the battle. Although it has not been a long time to fight the D2 jumping zombies from the beginning to the present, Sheenan really stimulated the potential of his life to fight, as if he had entered a violent state. The zombie was already running slower and slower at this time, it also had physical limits, and at this time, its body was already weak enough that it could no longer be completely controlled by the T-virus parasitic in his brain. Its muscles have reached a point of exhaustion. Sheenan flew up and kicked the zombie to the ground, and when it wanted to stand up, Sheenan's knife was already on his neck. This knife was fatal. The blade was less than 20 centimeters long and plunged deep into the neck of the zombie. Sheenan did not pull the knife out, but instead held the handle of the long knife with both hands and pressed it down forcefully. Under Sheenan's power, the head of the knife penetrated into the neck of the zombie little by little, and the zombie was already unable to struggle at this time. In the end, the knife head finally penetrated the zombie and cut the head abruptly. Sheenan's eyes were blood red and still didn't stop. He didn't say a word. He lifted the knife and landed on the head and body of the zombie with a single knife. He chopped the zombie into pieces, minced meat, and minced pieces. Time slowly passed. Sheenan didn't know how many knives he had cut. The moon moved slowly to the west. When the sun in the east showed a small bright mark, Sheenan fainted. He let go of his hand holding the knife and fell to the ground. And in front of him, there is a disgusting pool of black and red flesh. In the muddy flesh, even a bit of bone fragments cannot be seen. They are all chopped into powder by Sheenan using the half of the knife, and they are wrapped together with the minced meat of the jumping zombies in D2. Sheen City, in the room on the top floor of the Comprehensive Administration Building, Qin Shayan and Lina hug in sleep. A zombie roar faintly came, and Qin Shayan frowned slightly and woke up from her sleep. The dim light of the sunrise scattered in the room. Qin Shayan opened her eyes and looked at Lina in her arms. There were tears in the corners of Lina's eyes. She didn't know if she had a sad dream. She suddenly got up, then pressed Lina under her body and bit her lip. Lina woke up in pain, frowned and let out a soft moan. She didn't know why Qin Shayan had changed so much. Before, she was just a simple and cowardly girl, but now she is like a monster, torturing herself every day. Yes, let alone Qin Shayan, isn't she also changing herself? Even she doesn't even recognize herself. If only a few years ago, how could she allow this woman to crush herself under her body? Lina shook her body, trying to push Qin Shayan away, but she failed again. Compared with her, Qin Shayan's strength was much greater. Qin Shayan let go of Lina's mouth, then put her hands on the firmness of her chest, and began to squeeze hard. Lina stopped speaking, silently enduring. She felt that Qin Shayan's hands were so powerful, like a man, she seemed to squeeze her out. She kept tears. Perhaps many years ago, she was really sorry for the woman in front of her. But now, she has no regrets for her, only hatred. Lina secretly vowed not to let her turn over for another day. If so, she would definitely put Qin Shayan under On's body, and she was tortured in pain. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Li Zichuan has already gotten up to start inspections. Since Qinin left, he has always been up so early because he was always awakened by dreams and dreamed of the epitome of life in the supermarket that year. Today, most of the outsiders have been released. They are considered non-staff members of the Qin dynasty. As long as Qinin agrees to come back, they can become real members of the Qin dynasty organization. There are more foreigners than locals. Naturally, Li Zichuan, the deputy leader of the Qin dynasty, feels uneasy, so he has to patrol around every day to see if there are any abnormalities. Lu Ming is also patrolling. He is the captain of the security team. The focus of his inspection is only people. Lu Ming will secretly pass by the door of the outsiders living in the staff dormitory to eavesdrop on whether they have any ambitions. He deliberately arranged 8 of them to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in one room, just to hear what they all like to talk about behind their backs. The battle captain Sun Dihai was asleep on the bed at this time. He doesn't care about anything now, but with the desperate training of his subordinates. He knows that he is Qin Chang's sword and will reach out to kill the enemy one day. He must have enough sleep to preserve his physical strength. Wang Ziyuan stood on the observation tower, guarding the surroundings. As the captain of the security team, he was hands-on. He put his own duty time at dawn, because it is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme this moment when people are most likely to be paralyzed. Lu Wenwan was lying on the bed alone. She had just woke up from her sleep, and now she has shared a room with her son Li Chen. They all sleep in the single dormitory on the 5th floor of the executive hall. She was thinking about Wang Ziyuan's confession to her last night. That young man, he is more than 10 years older than him. Is it possible between them? And the husband who has been missing for more than a year, is he still in the world? Xin Chang, like the dawn night, is very quiet, but in this quiet night, I don't know how many people are ready to get up and start a new day. The night of the last days seems to be very short. People always have insomnia. Maybe they don't want to waste their lives, because no one knows whether they can continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme tomorrow. The sun finally rose, and the sky slowly lit up. Chapter 42. Cheenen opened his eyes, and the sky was blue without clouds. But there was a drizzle in the sky, and it felt cool when it fell on the body. After a long sigh, the appearances of Wang Feng, Li Wenjie, Lu Yan and others appeared in front of them. Cheenen tried to suppress the pain in his heart, calmed himself down, and relieved himself. In the last days, one must dare to face life and death and parting, otherwise there will be no courage to continue living. Cheenen felt that he had learned a lot again. Although he couldn't explain it clearly, he knew that as he grew up, he understood the world better. Slowly stood up from the ground, his body aching, watching the meat mashed by him in front of him. Cheenen's stomach kept rolling. He looked away and prevented himself from spitting out, then turned and returned to the small village. Pick up the broken long knife. After recognizing the direction and walking about 5 or 6 miles, Cheenen returned to the hut where he lived last night. In the cabin, Lu Jia sat at the top of the stairs in a daze, holding Li Ziwen's body in her arms. Cheenen stepped forward, looking at the hole above Li Ziwen's head. His heart suddenly hurt. Lu Jia moved her lips slightly, and said softly, "He committed suicide." Cheenen was taken aback for a moment, then stretched out his hand and pulled the frail and weak Lu Jia into his arms. Lu Jia cried in a low voice, but there were no tears in his eyes. The tears of last night had already flowed. After hugging like this for a while, Cheenen got up and picked up Li Wenjie, walked outside, and began to dig the soil with his hands. Lu Jia followed behind him, saw Cheenen's movements, and squatted down, digging up the soil with his hands. She was not as strong as Cheenen, and the skin on her hands was not as thick as Cheenen's, so after digging for a while, bloodstains appeared on her fingers. Cheenen didn't stop her, let the pain in his hands replace the pain in his heart. In the morning, Cheenen buried Li Ziwen, Wang Feng, Lu Kai and others in the soil, and piled up graves for them. Be safe in the earth. Farewell to my friends. Cheenen thought this in his heart. After Wang Feng's tomb was built, Cheenen gently kissed the land on the grave, saying in his heart, "Woman, go and reunite with your husband and children. I hope you will have no suffering over there. Only happiness." After finishing this, Cheenen walked up to Lu Jia, who was still silly, and asked, "Does Li Wenjie have any last wishes? Did he mention his mother?" The stupid Lu Jia suddenly became angry in her eyes, as if she had been infused with the source of life's power. She raised her head and looked at Cheenen and said, "Let me help him find his mother." "Can you help me?" Cheenen smiled slightly, and said, "Let's go to the Destiny City now." "Did he say his mother's name?" Lu Jia shook her head worriedly. "No, he didn't come in a hurry to say." Cheenen nodded, and then said, "I heard Lu Yan say that he occasionally helps Li Ziwen's mother and will give her food. When we go to people who know Lu Yan, we will always find out the news." After speaking, Cheenen turned around and walked towards the south of Binhai City. Lu Jia lowered her head and glanced at Li Ziwen's grave one last time, and then followed Cheenen's footsteps. They left the small village and found a fortified truck not far from the foot of the mountain, and there were some things in the truck. Cheenen estimated that this car should have been left by Lu Yan and the others. The two ate something first, and then got in the car. Cheenen drove on the highway around the city. When I was driving, I found that there was a CD player in the car. When I opened it, it was a miscellaneous collection containing many classic old songs. Cheenen put the CD back and turned on the switch. The singing voice from the speaker was, "I am a wolf from the north, walking in the boundless wilderness. The stern north phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blows, and the long yellow sand passes by." Lu Jia put his arm on the car window, looked at the scenery flying by outside, and exhaled a long breath. Lu Jia seemed to feel Cheenen's state of mind. She turned her head to Cheenen, looked at Cheenen, who was dancing and shouting songs like a madman while driving in the car, and then laughed after a while. Yes, she will always put that man in the most important position in her heart, as long as she misses it. "Ah!" Lu Jia shouted. Then he laughed loudly. Her laughter infected Cheenen, causing Cheenen to drive the car faster, and the out-of-tune song became even more unpleasant from his mouth. Going all the way, until a large group of corpses appeared on the road ahead, Cheenen drove the car off the highway and continued on the path around the road. Now, both of them looked very embarrassed, and they were all dirty. People could understand their situation at a glance. They must be survivors who didn't know how many calamities they had escaped before finally surviving. As dusk approached, they drove through an empty town, where there were no living corpses on the streets, and some were killed and piled on the side of the street. Sheenan is calmed down now, not singing with howling ghosts, but the catharsis in the afternoon has really made him forget the pain for a while. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires, but in modern society, people in life usually know what is best for them. The so-called death cannot be resurrected, so those who are alive must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme happily. Sheenan let his own thoughts follow the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme and drove lazily. At this moment, his car was stopped by 7 or 8 people. This group of people are carrying large packages behind them, with a lot of stuff inside. It may be the small team that came out to search for supplies in Destiny City. It is not far from Destiny City. The captain of this squad turned out to be a woman. She was wearing a pair of camouflage pants and a blue tight-fitting tank top. The exposed skin was a bit dark, but on the edges of the neckline and underarm vests, she could be seen from time to time. It's probably because I haven't had a bath for a long time, and the skin leaking outside is stained with too much mud, so it looks very dark, right? The woman's face is darker. It should be because she deliberately wiped a lot of black and gray on her face, which made her face blurred, but even so, she can be judged by looking at her unconcealed delicate features. It might be a beauty. Holding a dagger in her hand, the woman knocked on the window to signal Sheenan and Lu Jia to get out of the car. After shaking in front of Sheenan, he asked, "Survivor?" Sheenan frowned slightly, "Isn't this nonsense?" But he nodded patiently. The woman said, "We are the search team of Destiny City. According to Destiny City's regulations, once a survivor is found, if the survivor is willing to hand over all the supplies, then he can enter the city and be sheltered. Of course, can he survive in the city? It depends on your own ability. Do you have anything you can turn in? If not, then we shall assume that we have not met before, and we will go our own way. If so, I can take you back to Destiny City and pay back. Maybe I can find a temporary residence with you." Sheenan glanced at the woman, then stretched out his hand to remove the pocket on Lu Jia's body and threw it to the woman. The woman was stunned after opening her pocket, and then there was a surprise in her eyes. A 5.4 pistol and 32 bullets. This is a very expensive thing. In today's end times, weapons are as valuable as food. Taking a look at Sheenan, the woman jokingly said, "Old man, you are real. Are you afraid that I will kill you after you give this thing to me? So this gun will be my own, and you don't need to hand it over. Guards in the city." Sheenan smiled slightly, and then said, "This gun was originally given to you. I don't want to take it in a gathering place. I'm looking for someone. I hope you can help me. In this way, I won't be with this gun." Anyone said that as long as your people are willing to keep the secret, then this incident has never happened. The woman was taken aback for a moment. She looked at the man with a beard and a stinky smell in front of her, and his clothes in ragged clothes. She couldn't understand. Who is so important to him? Who are you looking for? The woman asked Sheenan and shook his head, and then said, "I don't know what her name is and what she looks like, but if I want to find her, I must first find a man named Lu Yen." "Do you know Lu Yen?" The woman nodded and said, "Not too familiar, but we know. Because our search areas are the same, we have eaten and drank together." Sheenan said, "So, do you know any women around him that he takes care of?" The woman smiled slightly and said, "If you want to ask me something, just continue to exchange what you have." After she finished speaking, she turned her gaze on Lu Jia, and then said, "This little girl looks okay. Why don't you let her and my brother sleep and I will help you?" The men nearby laughed loudly, and began to look around Lu Jia's body. Lu Jia was a little angry, but more timid. She slowly moved her body behind Sheenan without saying a word. Sheenan was very calm. He looked at the woman and said, "This girl is my brother's wife and can't be exchanged for you. How about I accompany you to sleep for a while? Do you think it is good for you?" His words caused a commotion among the people present, and several men had already begun to roll their arms and sleeves, wanting to come up and teach Sheenan. The woman stopped everyone's movements. Her eyes were shining, and she was even more curious about Cheenen. What made this sloppy man so calm and courageous to molest herself? Looking at Cheenen's calm and deep gaze, the woman became a little uncomfortable, and suddenly turned and walked towards the depths of the small town. When she left, she said, "Just leave the car here. This is the parking lot of our third search team. Point, every inch of space in the city, there is no place for us people to park, I will take you into the city first." Looking at the woman's graceful back, Cheenen did not hesitate, and took Lu Jia's little hand to follow. The other men followed them, forming a fan shape, guarding them while walking, very nervous and very professional. As the woman walked, she thought secretly, "Stinky man, dare to molest me. Waiting for the city to make you look good." As she thought about it, she said casually, "My name is Lanyue." Cheenen's heart beat violently. Blue Moon. The name is so special and so familiar. That was the worst time for the relationship with Li Ying. Li Ying proposed to sleep in separate rooms. And after separation, he became a stranger to Cheenen. She wakes up in the morning and goes directly to work, and when she comes back late at night, she goes directly to her own bedroom. Even if Cheenen took the initiative to show her okay, she would not respond. If Cheenen became anxious, she would even lock herself in the room and cry alone. Cheenen didn't know what was wrong with Li Ying, but he understood a little bit in his heart that he might lose her. Every night in the room alone, thinking of things with Li Ying, Cheenen would smoke, one by one, the pain and depression only he knew. He needs to be liberated, needs to be released, otherwise he will collapse. Therefore, he chose to go online, find some strangers to chat, and talk to them about his own thoughts and pain. At that time, he knew someone, a woman named Lanyu. Cheenen fell in love with this name the first time he saw it. He typed to Lanyu on the internet, "Your screen name is so nice." Lanyu sent him a smiling face, and then replied, "This is my real name." Cheenen was taken aback for a while, typing in disbelief, and asked, "Really? That's a special name. And it sounds very nice." Lanyu was a smiling face again, and then said, "Your name is ugly, fatty." "Ha ha ha, are you really fatty?" Cheenen was a little shy, so he recovered his shy expression. After that, every night, they would talk till late at night. Cheenen will talk to her about the affairs between herself and Li Ying, about the company in Tangyu, about her annoying female neighbor Qin Xiaoyan, and even about Li Na, who brought him shame for the first time in life. In short, Cheenen will tell Lanyu all his Rui scepters on the chat tool. There is nothing wrong with Rui scepter in Lanyue's life. In Lanyue's words, she is a beauty and a rich second generation. In reality, many people chase her. She said that she is only 19 years old and she is still a virgin. Anxious to give herself to anyone, she wants to enjoy her life as a complete woman. Two people who are very different in the real life have become the best confidants on the internet. Later, instead of chatting via text, they changed to chatting via voice. Lanyu's voice turned softly as Cheenen imagined, and Cheenen's uncle's voice also made Lanyu very fond of it. Gradually, the names of the two began to change. Lanyu liked to call Cheenen Fat Uncle, while Cheenen was called Lanyu Xiaoyea. This makes people feel very cold in the real life, but everything on the internet is so natural and harmonious. Lanyu is a girl full of fantasy. After getting acquainted with it, she began to ask questions that made it difficult for Cheenen to answer. How much time can Cheenen spend with Li Ying during the couple's life? What posture should you use? Will Li Ying be called? Does it sound good? Wait a minute. But because of these problems of Lanyue, Cheenen felt a strange excitement, so Cheenen would be very restless when chatting with Lanyue by voice. Finally, once again, Lanyu used her own voice to seduce Cheenen while chatting. She would make various groans, then speak various love words, fantasize about various plots, and provoke Cheenen's senses. After that, the names of the two changed. Lanyu would call her husband Cheenen very enthusiastically, but Cheenen was embarrassed to call her wife Lanyu, just Xiaoye. This is the only derailment in Cheenen's life, and it was spiritual. In fact, when the computer is turned off, Cheenen doesn't think about Lanyu at all. He is sad for his own marriage, and he is thinking about how to repair the relationship with Li Ying. In his opinion, Blue Moon is just a person who can comfort his injured soul in the virtual world, but in the real world, it is impossible for the two to have an intersection. In the last year or so, Sheenan has completely forgotten Lanyu. So at this moment, will the woman walking in front of her be the same person she knows on the internet? Sheenan's heart beat fast, and he actually had a small expectation in his heart. I remember Lanyu said that she had a blue half-moon tattooed on her left chest, and above that half-moon, there was a Mickey Mouse in a daze. At that time, Sheenan laughed at him for a long time. He phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme said, "Come to Xiaoyaya, let fat uncle kiss your Mickey Mouse." At this time, Lanyu would say to him in a delicate voice, "Hate." Looking sideways, the crescent moon in the sky has slowly risen, and the cold moonlight shone in the small city, turning the small city into silver. After walking for 20 minutes, passing through the small city, a forest can be seen in front of him, and after walking for another 10 minutes, a city appeared in front of Sheenan through the forest. The height of the city wall is about 6 meters. There are crenellations built on the city wall. The distance is several hundred meters. Sheenan can clearly see that there are people holding machine guns on the crenellation as a warning, carefully counting the number of machine guns. The wall that can be seen is estimated to be 4 or 5. At this time the gate of the city was open, there were roadblocks in front of the gate, and some were patrolling around with guns. Everyone who wants to enter the city must be searched and paid for the entrance fee. Lanyu quickened his pace, and everyone hurriedly followed. When he reached the gate, a big man with a beard came over, with a smile on his face, and shouted, "Xiaoyaya, you are really in time. The gate is about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, and you don't want to come back." "I can't get in." Satsuki. After hearing this, Sheenan frowned, feeling very upset. Lanyu waved his beard with the same color, and then the people behind him handed half of the collected supplies to the beard, acting as if it were an official business. The beard didn't delay too much, and called someone to count the supplies, and then sent someone to search the bodies of a few people briefly. When someone came to search for the body, Lanyu took the initiative to hand the May 4th pistol into Bearded's hand, and then pointed at Sheenan and said, "This is the entrance fee for the two of them. They seem to be looking for someone and don't plan to stay permanently. It's up to you." After finishing talking, he ignored Big Beard or talked to Sheenan, and went straight into the city. The bearded man looked at the May 4th pistol with his eyes shining. Haha said with a smile, "Look for someone." "Okay, please come in, there is a registration book at the door, just write your name and the city where you are before the end." It seems that phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme receives new survivors, so he is not interested in Sheenan in the two. He just hurriedly found own subordinates, and seemed to ask them to get him some May 4th pistol bullets. Sheenan didn't speak, and led Lu Jia straight to the gate of the city. There was a table, and on the table sat a woman with little clothes. After a glance at them, he threw a form in Sheenan's hands. Shinanjin, she didn't wear clothes at the time, and the pants underneath were tattered. Her whole body was stinking because she didn't take a bath for many days. The woman looked at Sheenan and didn't bother to look at it again. Now in the last days, she is dressed like Sheenan. People are everywhere. Writing down the names of himself and Lu Jia in the city where he was before the end of the world, Sheenan strode into the so-called Destiny City. He really did not expect that entering Destiny City should be so simple. It seems that the owner of Doomsday City is very confident. He is not afraid of any criminals to make trouble. On the contrary, he may think that as long as anyone enters Destiny City, he can be in them. Oil pricked out of his body. Entering the city, Sheenan was shocked by the sight in front of him. In the center of the city, there are 5 huge buildings, which are 20 stories high. The reason why it is said to be a huge building, because the 5 buildings together make up almost 1/6 of the entire city. The huge buildings are next to each other, forming a pentagonal shape. With the huge building as the center, 4 continents extend out, leading to the 4 gates of the city. On the fan-shaped land between the roads, there are all kinds of self-made houses. In fact, these houses are very simple, some are built with bricks, some are built with yellow mud and grass, and more are tents of different shapes and sizes. These tents are also homemade. Some hold up a few wooden sticks and wrap it with a layer of plastic, even if it is a home. Sheenan never thought that these people would have lived so miserably. Then why do they still hide in this so-called Destiny City? Because of safety. Lan Yu didn't know where she came from. She cleverly saw Qinan's question and said, Destiny City is actually a good place. The rules here are still very humane. They will not buy or sell, and will not allow some malicious crimes, such as theft, robbery, and rape. It's free here. You can come if you want, you can leave if you want, as long as you follow their rules. You can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here. Destiny City was originally established by a group of construction workers, and later a regular army fled here and became the master of the city together with the workers. When they started, they kindly took in the survivors and provided them with food. However, there are more and more people, but less and less materials. There is no other way but to formulate some rules to make this small society stable. In fact, there are many similar gathering places across the country. Although the early zombies were numerous, they were not terrible. As long as a wall was built, they could be blocked outside. Now it's different. A large number of upgraded zombies appeared, and their powerful strength caused many gathering places to be captured by zombies. Therefore, people can only move from the original gathering place to other gathering places, and can't always run around. In this world, there are zombies there, so it is still safer for such gathering places. People choose to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here in order to survive. They are different from our resource search teams. We originally have our own team. After we come here, we can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme on our own. Most of them are lonely, without a team, and without weapons. These people will occasionally go out to try their luck with them, but people like them who have little combat experience go out and meet zombies. They are scared to death. How can they find food? Lan Yu's voice was calm, and there was no pity in her eyes. After she said this, she glanced at Qinan and then smiled slightly. Come on. Didn't you mean to inquire about things? It's dark now. Find a place for you to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Then I will help you with two things. Now, think about the exchange. Ha ha. After she finished speaking, she entered the civilian area, that is, the fan-shaped area, passed through the thatched huts and small tents, and walked for more than 10 minutes to a tent made of canvas. Qinan and Lu Jia have been following her all the time. Lan Yu raised the tent curtain, then smiled at Qinan and said, Please come in, this is my home. Chapter 44. This is a small space with an area of only 14.5 square meters. In fact, compared with the surrounding tents, this tent is also medium in size. It is 2 meters high, allowing Qinan to walk straight inside. There is a small single wooden bed in the tent, and the wooden bed is covered with clean and tidy bedding. There is a small round table next to the wooden bed. On the round table is a candle lamp covered with a layer of glass. Lan Yu removed the glass cover of the candle lamp, then lit the candle inside, and then covered the glass cover again. The candle lights in our place must have a glass cover to prevent fire. Such a dense living space would be terrible if it catches fire. While she was talking, she took out a large blanket from under the small round table and spread it on the ground next to the small wooden bed. While she was laying the blankets, Qinan continued to visit this small home. Next to the small round table, there was a small wardrobe that was not too big. Next to the cabinet was a wash basin and a kettle. Then there were 2 small sofas side by side. Next to the small sofa, there was a horizontal small cabinet. Still a small cabinet in general, the circle of the tent is basically filled with things, and only a little gap is left in the middle. Although there are many things, they are all neatly arranged, and it can be seen that the owner has taken care of this small house more carefully. After Lan Yu finished laying the blanket, she stood up and patted her scared hand, then turned and smiled. Okay. I'll make a floor for you tonight. I've never been so kind, I don't know how, it looks more pleasing to your eyes. So you must to repay me. You must exchange something particularly valuable with me. Lu Jia came to an unfamiliar place with a little restraint, but Qinan was able to deal with it calmly. He took Lu Jia to the side of the wooden bed with some carelessness, and then let Lu Jia lie directly on the bed. This kind of action stunned both Lan Yu and Lu Jia. Lan Yu angrily said, What are you doing? That's my bed. Qinan smiled slightly, and said to Lan Yu, I'll use something for it. Lan Yu frowned. She suddenly felt that she was really nervous today. How did you think of letting these two people sleep in your own home? In fact, what she originally meant was to let them spend the night on their own ground tonight, and then come up with a way to properly rectify Cheanan tomorrow, and have already reported revenge for being molested by Cheanan today. What she never expected was that this Cheanan turned out to be a disgusting commodity. Lu Jia wanted to get up, but Cheanan held her shoulders and smiled and said, "Go to sleep. I haven't slept much since last night, so I must be exhausted." In fact, Lu Jia is really tired and sleepy, and her mental pressure is also great at this time. Li Wenjie's voice and smile always appear in her mind. When her head touches the pillow, her eyelids can't be opened, her head immediately more dizzy. Not struggling, Lu Jia closed her eyes and fell asleep in a deep sleep. Looking at Lan Yu, her eyes widened and she couldn't believe that this woman was damn it better than that smelly man. Pretending to be asleep? She would not believe that a person would fall asleep so soon. She was about to rush over to wake Lu Jia, but Cheanan was already blocking him. Cheanan thought that he smiled very gently, but in Lan Yu's eyes, he felt that the smile meant sinister and cunning. Lan Yu stepped towards, retreated and said, "What are you doing?" Cheanan sat down on the edge of the blanket and said, "What else can you do? You help me find someone, provide me with a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, and be my guide in the future. These are 3 things. That's right. To provide me with food in Destiny City these days, these are 4 items. I am thinking that you have helped me so much. What should I exchange with you?" With a cold face, Lan Yu sat down on the sofa and smiled. "Do you think I'm a bully? Tell you, I can find my brother right now and throw you out." Cheanan ignored Lan Yu's anger. He stood up, walked to the wash basin, put the towel on the wash basin in the wash basin, and then began to wash himself. He had no clothes on his upper body at this time, and the pants on his lower body were also torn, and his whole body was full of smell. These few days are really the hardest days since the end of the world. Wiping his face clean, Cheanan glanced at Lan Yu, whose face was already flushed with anger, and said, "Using your hand towel to wash your face is the 5th thing. I also hope you can help me find a set of clothes I can wear. It would be better to get a razor. My beard has not been shaved for several days. This is the 6th and 7th thing. You have done so many things for me, you should really think about it. Let me exchange it with something. I must not be cheaper." Lan Yu was so angry that she didn't want to be angry anymore. She actually took a rogue back home. According to her temper, she should immediately rush out at this time and ask own subordinates to come in and smash the man's body. But she didn't do it, because her subordinates were not there tonight. They went to work. The material search team has rich experience in killing zombies, so the person in charge of Destiny City will hire them to clean up the zombies outside the city, and provide corresponding rewards according to the difficulty of cleaning the area. After coming back from the outside today, there happened to be a task of cleaning up the zombies. In order to make everyone's life better, several men all took the task and left Destiny City from another door. Lan Yu was very afraid of the dark, so she didn't go. Sitting on the sofa, looking at Cheanan who had cleaned up and down, Lan Yu decided to bear it. She got up from the sofa, walked out of the house, went to her brother's tent nearby, took a pair of clothes and a razor, and then returned. Cheanan took the clothes gratefully, and then shaved his own beard clean. The whole person was refreshed a lot. Lan Yu sat back on the sofa again with anger, and looked at Cheanan who had been put in order. She was taken aback for a moment. Unexpectedly, after packing up, this man is not ugly. He has this very square face, which looks a little ordinary, but it is very good looking. The man is actually very strong. Lan Yu discovered it a long time ago, but his whole body was dirty just now, which made Lan Yu automatically ignore his strong and toned figure. At this moment he cleaned himself up. Lan Yu looked at him a little embarrassed, so she turned her head to the side. Cheanan generously took off his own trousers, and then put on the clothes that Lan Yu gave him, which actually just fit. After tidying up, Cheanan walked back to the blanket, then lay on it, crossed his legs, and looked at Lan Yu, who was only 1 meter away from On's feet, and smiled slightly. Lan Yu was sulking, but did not speak, and the room suddenly became very quiet. After a long time, Cheanan suddenly said, "A house of 60 square meters. There are toilets, baths, and even hot water. The rooms are fully equipped with internal martial arts, and they have double beds and big beds. The bedding is all. It's new. You don't have to go out to kill zombies, and you will also have food. You don't need to put on your face, and you don't have to put on your face, and there will be no men who want to invade you. You can even go to the gym occasionally and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme a book. Or go for a walk outdoors. There will never be zombies or other things to harass you. I can give you a life like this. Do you think you can use this in exchange for the help you gave me just now? Are you willing to accept it? Lan Yu looked at Qin lying on the blanket in astonishment. She asked suspiciously, "Did you dream?" Qin smiled, opened his eyes and beckoned, and said to Lan Yu, "Come here and I will tell you." Lan Yu hesitated, then slowly walked to the side of the blanket and sat on the corner of the blanket. Qin suddenly sat up, then took Lan Yu's arm and let her lie beside him. Suddenly being pulled down, Lan Yu cried out in fright. Qin hurriedly said, "Hush! Don't shout, I will wake up Lu Jia on the bed in a moment." Lan Yu stared at Qin and asked, "What do you want to do?" Qin said, "I said it. Just to give you a comfortable life, in exchange for your help to me just now and the next few days. Can you change it?" Lan Yu looked at Qin's eyes full of temptation, but she was actually really moved. But she didn't believe what Qin said, she thought he was bragging. Lying face to face on the blanket with Qin, they were a little phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme at this time, and Lan Yu could feel Qin's breathing, which made her very uncomfortable. In fact, Lan Yu hates phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme contact with men, and she doesn't feel anything special about Qin. She even hates Qin because Qin molested her as soon as they met, and she was in her home. Also recklessly acted like a hooligan. But the Blue Moon didn't know what she should do now. It was all her fault. When her little brothers come back tomorrow morning, she will definitely make him look good. If you don't fight half dead, you will also be crippled 1/3, Lan Yu thought bitterly in her heart. Qin's eyes were full of expression and looked at the Blue Moon phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme at hand. He is now 80% sure that the Blue Moon in front of him is the little moon he is in the online world. That Xiaoye is someone who doesn't know how to reject others. Every time Qin needs comfort, he can only ask. Xiaoye will use her charming voice to satisfy Qin. Moreover, after this period of contact, Qin judged by sound, his thoughts would never be wrong. After the end of the world, what happened to this girl? Now she needs to go out with a group of men to kill zombies, and she still lives in such a small space. Isn't she a rich second generation? How about her parents? Qin met her on the internet 2.5 years ago, which means she should be only 22 years old at this time. The cruelty of the last days is something everyone will experience. Qin feels that he is considered good because he has been hiding in his own home with Qin Shaoyan. After leaving home, he found a perfect place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in Xincheng. So how did the Blue Moon in front of her spend more than a year? Qin looked at Lan Yu and said, "Tell me about how you came here this year. If you tell me, I will send you a sniper gun that has a long range." Lan Yu's eyes lit up slightly. Qin smiled. He remembered Xiaoye from the past, who had said countless times that she liked the sniper gun the most and always wanted to own one. Lan Yu's eyes became crescents, and her tense body slowly relaxed. She found that although she was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to this man, she didn't feel any threat from him. Moreover, at this time, the man was quite honest, just lying there and did not do anything to violate her. How does he know that I like the sniper gun? Maybe it's something I like just casually? Lan Yu thought like this. She has not chatted with any man in this form. Not feeling Qin's threat gave her a special feeling, as if she was lying on the bed when she was a child, and her father was sitting on the side, listening to her telling her one day's experience at school. Chapter 45. What's to say? The same thing. Everyone has everyone's misfortune. And everyone's misfortune is different, but each different misfortune has the same misfortune. Lan Yu said a word as if she was talking a tongue twister. Qin laughed, because he had heard Xiaoye say it once on the computer chat tool before. This made Sheenan even more certain that the blue moon in front of him was the blue moon on the internet. Sheenan looked at Blue Moon's dark black face and sighed, "Where are your mom and dad?" Lanyue frowned, and then said, "After the T-virus broke out, we took a lot of bodyguards and fled into a gathering place. In the camp, Dad established own power, and then he changed. He started to play with women crazy. It's a very abnormal kind of play. Finally one day he died in the hands of a woman. That woman pierced his heart with scissors when my father was doing it with her. My father is dead, my mother and I have no support, and one of our bodyguards has mastered my father's influence. He treats us very badly, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme molested my mother and me. Later, the bodyguard who was loyal to us secretly took my mother and me away from the camp. We hide everywhere, but we can meet zombies everywhere. Of the more than 40 bodyguards that escaped, there were only 20 left. Later, we were ransacked near Wanyu City by the people in the city, and they took my mother away. Originally, I wanted to rescue my mother, but the bodyguard refused, so I cried and played a rogue. They had nothing to do with me, so they let me wait in a safe place, and then they went to save people. Went to 18 for the first time, and returned to 13. Went 15 for the second time, and came back 10. I went to 10 for the third time, only 7 came back. After that we gave up, and the Wanyu City material search team encircled us because we destroyed their city wall and almost let the zombies enter the city. They hated us. In order to escape their encirclement and suppression, we fled far away, and finally arrived here, relying on our hands, to kill the zombies every day to barely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live phoneme. Lanyue said calmly and did not cry, maybe she has been crying for too many nights. Sheenan sighed slightly, he didn't know if he could do it, but he was willing to try for her. Add one more item, I will help you rescue your mother. Lanyu widened her eyes in amazement and looked at Sheenan. After watching it for a long time, he curled his lips and said, bringing. Sheenan smiled and said, what is your mother's name, what are its characteristics, and how old is it? When we leave Destiny City, I will send you back to my territory and save your mother. Lanyu looked at Sheenan and said with some uncertainty, you said, you want to take me out of Destiny City? And do you have your own territory? Sheenan smiled bitterly, and then said, why, am I not like a person with a territory? Lanyu remembered Sheenan's sloppy look when she first met Sheenan today, and she couldn't help but shook her head and said, it's not like it. Sheenan sighed slightly, and then said, anyway, I promised you, you can't do anything if you don't believe me. If you don't accept it, I can actually not go. Lanyu paused slightly. Although she really didn't believe in the man in front of her, it was better than no hope, right? She suddenly stood up from the blanket, then ran to a small cabinet, and took out a notebook and a pen from it. Then returned to the blanket and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme and write in the notebook. Party A, Blue Moon. Party B. She paused. Sheenan opened the mouth and said, Sheenan. Party B. Sheenan. Party A agrees to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme. Party B, find people, provide food, and accommodation in Destiny City these days. And let the bed of Party A to female companions of Party B to use. Party B agrees to leave Destiny City with Party A and Party A's male companions afterwards, to a private realm with a large room of 60 square meters, a double bed, a water heater, a bathroom, a library, a gym, a large square, and no zombies harassment life. And free food is provided to Party A as a reward. And a sniper B gun was also presented, and by the way, Party A's mother was rescued from Wanyu City. After Lanyu finished writing this, she giggled chuckly, covered her mouth with her notebook, glanced at Sheenan secretly, and then said, we seem to be playing family games, you are going to promise me and never can the dream come true? After she finished speaking, she was still smiling, but when she was smiling, tears finally slipped from the corner of her eyes. Sheenan raised his hand distressfully and wiped away the tears from the corner of Lanyu's eyes. Then, took the notebook and pen from Lanyu's hand, and wrote on it, Party B's signature, Sheenan. Then handed it to Lanyu again. Lanyu looked at the words written in the notebook, her eyes became blurred, she used the pen a little trembling, and signed the name of Own on the back of Party A. Then transcribed another copy and re-signed. After that, she folded the 2 sheets of paper and put them in her own jacket pocket. Then another one was sent to Cheenen. Cheenen also followed her example, carefully folding the piece of paper and putting it in his own pocket. Lan Yu looked at Cheenen, sobbing, "Uncle, you must be a liar." Cheenen laughed, touched Lan Yu's head, and then said, "If I am a liar, I will lie to you first, and lie to your heart." Lan Yu's face blushed slightly, her mouth pursed, and she said in dissatisfaction, "I'm really nervous today, I don't know why I brought you back." Cheenen said, "Fate." "Okay, tell me about your mother." "This day, you are looking for a mother for someone else." "The reason why I came to Destiny City is to find a mother for a brother of mine." Lan Yu was really stupid this time, and it was not until a long time later that she said, "My mother's name is Lu Ruyan. She is 37 years old this year. Her biggest feature is her beauty." Cheenen was taken aback for a moment. 37, 22? He couldn't help asking, "How old did your mother and your dad get married? Are you your mother's birth?" Lan Yu said, "My mother gave birth to me when she was 15 years old. She and my dad were married when she was 18. Cheenen was completely shocked, and after a while, he said, depressed again, "You said her biggest characteristic is beauty?" Lan Yu nodded, and then said, "Well, the beauty is so beautiful that it will bring disaster to the country and the people. I don't know how to say it, anyway, you know it." Cheenen curled his lips and said, "Where can I be more beautiful? How can I say it's a 37-year-old woman?" Lan Yu shook her head seriously and said, "No, she is a fairy." Cheenen looked at Lan Yu's expression and felt a little bit irritating, because this woman was too serious at this time. Feeling very uncomfortable, Cheenen hurriedly changed the subject and said, "Okay, let's not talk about your mother, you were telling me about Lu Yan. Don't you say you know him? He has been killed by the D2 jumping zombie. Do you know what kind of woman he usually takes care of?" Lan Yu felt a little regretful when she heard that Lu Yan was dead, but after all, it was not a very familiar relationship. It was just that she had eaten together twice before, until her subordinates were relatively familiar with Lu Yan. After thinking about it, Lan Yu said, "I don't know which woman Lu Yan usually takes care of, but I can take you to find his wife tomorrow." "Shouldn't his wife know?" Cheenen was overjoyed and said, "He used to have a wife. That would be much easier. The person I'm looking for is his classmate's mother. I guess his wife must know this." Lan Yu sighed regretfully and said, "It's a pity that his wife is already pregnant. Knowing that Lu Yan is dead, I don't know how to feel sad." Cheenen was stunned for a moment. He could imagine how difficult it would be for a woman without a man and with a baby to survive in this world. It seems that Lu Yan's wife is going to be brought back to Qincheng. After all, he also likes the boy who is bold and generous. He is a man willing to die for his classmates. Cheenen did not forget that it was Lu Yan who stood in front of Li Ziwen that night. Although Li Wenjie was still dead in the end. In the room, both of them were silent for a while. Lan Yue is destined to have insomnia today. She didn't know how the man she brought home with her foolishness today would affect her future life. However, Cheenen recalled the past, bit by bit with Lan Yu in the online world. "Do you want to tell her?" Cheenen's face suddenly turned red, and he couldn't say it. Forget it, the blue moon in front of him feels like a little girl who hasn't been involved in the world, and the blue moon on the internet is a criminal little fairy. Cheenen really can't equate the two, even if he can basically be sure that the two are the same person. Perhaps in Lan Yu's inner world, there are many ideas and interests in matters between men and women, but her performance in the real world is still simple and shy, and Cheenen doesn't want to break it. He was afraid that after telling everything to Lan Yu would be embarrassed, and if that was the case, he would be ashamed himself. The two hadn't spoken, and slowly fell asleep like this. In Destiny City, there are 6,000 to 7,000 people living in a large tent area. At this time, it was only 8 o'clock at night. People have nothing to do and can only hide in their own snail house. In many tents, depressed men and women groaned. Perhaps only at this time can people forget the damage caused by the end times, release the most primitive needs, and get the most true satisfaction. There is a light rain in the sky tonight, and the rain falls on the tent. Because of the different materials of the tent, it will also make various strange noises. These sounds are intertwined to form a beautiful chord, like a grand concert by nature. Outside the south gate of Destiny City, there were more than 300 people in the team cleaning up zombies. 7 or 8 of them were a small team, watching each other and advancing forward. Every once in a while, the city will send such a team to clean up the zombies. Otherwise, there will be more and more zombies. If the roads in and out of the city are blocked by them, it will be difficult to get resources from other places when they leave the city. Therefore, the action to clean up zombies is a good thing for the power class in the city or for the material search team below. There were 8 people under Lan Yu. At this time, they were covering and advancing forward. Their method of killing zombies mainly relied on cold weapons such as knives and sticks in their hands. They would only use guns in times of crisis. This night, they have killed dozens of ordinary zombies. In fact, for ordinary zombies, as long as they are not besieged by dozens of zombies at the same time, but a few zombies are killed, then there is no danger. While marching, Wang Yu, who led the team, suddenly stopped. There was a plain in front of him. This plain was called the Jiangsu Zhujian Plain, and the connecting city on the other side of the plain was called Jiuxing City. The population of Jiuxing City is relatively dense. Before the end of the world, the local population plus the foreign population totaled 20 million. Its area is also very vast, with many towns and villages below. Jiuxing City is more than 200 kilometers away from Destiny City, and is a place phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme visited by material gathering teams. Wang Yu looked at the darkness ahead, and under the moonlight, he frowned. The companion behind him approached him and asked, Wang Yu, what's the matter? Is there anything wrong? Wang Yu shook his head, and said, how do I feel that the horizon in the distance is fluctuating back and forth? The companion looked into the distance, he shook his head, and then said, it's dark, just your eyes are so good. I think you are dazzled, right? Move forward quickly, try to go back to bed before 2 o'clock, I also dated a little lady. Wang Yu smiled slightly, then led everyone to move on, and when he found the zombies, he surrounded him and killed them. The light rain is still falling, but it is not cold at all tonight. In the rain, there will be occasional warm winds. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Qinan and the 3 people got up early. Lu Jia slept very heavily last night, but didn't sleep well, and had a dream all night. Lan Yu took out a few bags of bread from her many small cabinets and threw them to Qinan and Lu Jia, and then said, the shelf life is 1 year, and now it has expired for more than 2 months. After eating it, you may want to go to the bathroom, but you don't eat it. It's wasted again. So let's eat it, not to kill anyone. Qinan curled his lips and said, will you give us this? Lan Yu has opened the bag of bread, and said, this is a good thing, it's hard to find now. Qinan was speechless, so he opened the bag, ate the dry bread, and drank the water offered by Lan Yu. Lu Jia is not picky, and she is not so in the mood, she has always been depressed. After eating breakfast, Lan Yu took Qinan and Lu Jia out of the house and shuttled among the strange-shaped tents. It took about 40 minutes to walk before a small house built with mud and weeds. Lan Yu took out his watch and took a look, and then said, it's almost 7 o'clock, the team that went out of the city to clean up the zombies should be back soon too. They used to come back at this time. Let's hurry up and ask questions, and then finish quickly. Okay? Qinan nodded, and then went forward to knock on the door of the thatched cottage. The door opened after only 2 knocks, and Qinan and Lu Jia were both taken aback by the woman coming out of it. Although this woman is very beautiful and tidy, she must be 40 years old no matter how she looks. Qinan was stunned for a few seconds and then hurriedly said, hello big sister, I want to ask if Lu Yan's wife lives here? After he finished speaking, he looked at Lan Yu with his eyes. Who knows that Lan Yu walked up to the woman and smiled slightly, and then said, Qinan, you don't know, let me introduce to you, she is Lu Yan's wife, Lu Yan. Lu Yan, these 2 people are Lu Yan's friends, come over and want to ask you to find someone for them. The woman smiled and nodded. Her temperament is very good, and it makes people feel extra quiet when she laughs. She moved her body aside, and then said to Qinan's 3 people, then come in quickly. Lu Yan has gone out to search for supplies these few days, and has not returned yet. Qinan was a little embarrassed and walked into the thatched hut with Lu Jia Lan Yu. He didn't expect that Lu Yan would still like this kind of old mature woman. In the room, the furnishings in the room are very simple: a bed, a few tables, and a few chairs. The woman hurriedly wiped the chairs, and then asked Chinan to sit down. Then she sat on the bed and asked, "Who are you looking for? Do I know? Or does Lu Yan know? Actually, I might not be able to help. As long as you are busy, I usually don't go out of the house and I know very few people." Chinan hurriedly said, "It's like this. I have a friend named Li Wenjie, who is also a classmate of Lu Yan. I heard Lu Yan say that Wenjie's mother is here, so we came over and wanted to pick her up." The woman suddenly trembled all over, and then she slowly shed tears. She stood up and said in disbelief, "What are you talking about? Are you Wenjie's friends? Where is he?" "I am his mother." "I am. It's Li Hong. Is it me that you are looking for?" What Li Hong said made Chinan and Lu Jia completely stupid. They had long mouths and could not speak for a long time. But Li Hong suddenly realized something. Her face turned pale, she sat back on the bed feebly, then covered her face with her hand, and started crying in pain. He still said, "Wenjie, Mom has no face to see you. Let Mom die." No one was talking in the room, only Li Hong was crying. After a long time, she cried a little less, and then slowly began to tell her experience. A few months ago, Li Hong and her husband fled alone near Destiny City and were attacked by zombies. His husband was bitten by a zombie and turned into a zombie in the end. Li Hong had no choice but to run into Destiny City alone. A woman in her 40s, with nothing, it is too difficult to get food in the city. She hid in a corner, was hungry for 4 days, and was about to starve to death. After that, the old man pressed on her and went to take off her clothes. She resisted desperately, but the old man said, "Are you going to starve to death or phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme?" She was in tears at that moment. When she was in another gathering place, she phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme saw this kind of thing, but at that time he was protected by her husband, and her husband could go out to kill the zombies to find food, but now she is alone. Facing death, she became weak. In the following month, in order to survive, she gave up her dignity and became a walking dead. But even so, she still can't feed herself, because she is over 40 years old, and few men are willing to exchange food for her night. Because there are too many young women, they are better choices than her. Finally, she met Lu Yan. They knew each other. Lu Yan used to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in her home for a few days. Since then, Lu Yan has connected her to the place where she lives and drove her to support her for free, which made Wang Hong feel very lucky. The material search team seems to be better than ordinary people, but in fact it is not much better. Because not every time you go out, you can gain something. And every time I went out, I faced death. Therefore, the people in the material search team have become realists. They are drunk today, and who will take care of tomorrow's life and death? Lu Yan's other teammates, with the rest of the food, will find a beautiful woman and then squander the food in exchange for happiness every night. Lu Yan was also a boy of Blood Qifang gang, but his leftover food was used to raise Li Hong. Over time, Lu Yan became unbalanced. Finally, one night, he was drunk and pressed on Li Hong's body, but Li Hong only fought back slightly and let him go. The next day, Lu Yan knelt in front of Li Hong, crying like a child. He slapped his mouth hard and shouted sorry for Li Wenjie. Li Hong also cried, but she couldn't resent Lu Yan, she could only hate the cruel apocalypse. In the end, she forgave Lu Yan and in turn comforted him. But with the first time, there will naturally be a second time, and every time Lu Yan regrets it and blames himself. Li Hong got used to it slowly, and finally she took the initiative to talk to Lu Yan. Her husband is dead, and her son is not sure where he is going. She is willing to be Lu Yan's woman with Lu Yan. After hearing Li Hong's words, Lu Yan cried with joy and vowed to treat her well. In this way, the two lived a married life, and, just a month ago, Li Hong was pregnant. When she finished narrating all this, she continued to cry. Chinan sighed softly, but was relieved. He walked to the bed and took Li Hong's hand and said, "Aunt, don't cry, I think the child in your stomach should be a gift from God." Li Hong was slightly taken aback when he heard Chinan's words, her eyes were very puzzled. Xinan said, Lu Jia, come here. Lu Jia had already burst into tears at this time. She walked over, slowly knelt in front of Li Hong, pressed her head between Li Hong's legs, and wept softly. Li Hong stroked Lu Jia's head in surprise, wondering who this strange girl was. Xinan said, she is the girlfriend of your son Li Wenjie, and she is your daughter-in-law. Li Hong was stunned for a moment, then lifted Lu Jia's face with joy. Lu Jia cried out, Mom, I will take good care of you in the future. Li Hong was also agitated. She didn't expect Lu Jia to call her mother, but after 10 seconds, she suddenly realized something and turned her head to Xinan, her eyes full of sadness and fear. Xinan frowned, and then slowly spoke about how he met Li Wenjie, how he met Lu Yan in the small village, what the two said after drinking, and finally Lu Yan died with him in order to save Li Wenjie. Again. When Li Hong heard that her own son and Lu Yan were both dead, she almost fainted from crying. Lu Jia just cried, trying to comfort Li Hong, but couldn't say a word. Xinan hurriedly said, Aunt, you have to take care of your body. You are a child with Lu Yan now. Lu Yan died to save Wenjie. Even if Wenjie knew about your relationship with Lu Yan, he would not blame you. Yes. You must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme well. Raise your child. Listening to Xinan's comfort, Li Hong slowly reduced her cry. Yes, there is still a little life in her belly. Xinan said, Don't worry, Aunt, I will support you in the future. I am here this time to pick you up. I have a gathering place where food is sufficient and life conditions are much better than here. You can clean up. Download things, we will leave here today. Li Hong nodded, but couldn't stop crying. Xinan looked uncomfortable and said to Lu Jia, Don't cry, just stay with Aunt here. Help Aunt pack things up and just bring a few clothes. Lu Jia nodded, then sat beside Li Hong, comforting softly, and finally the two embraced and wept. With a depressed mood, Xinan led Lan Yu out of the room. I didn't expect it to be like this. The most terrifying thing in the last days is really not zombies, but human twisted souls. However, the marriage of Lu Yan and Li Hong prevented Xinan from defining him. In fact, they did not violate any morality, they may violate ethics, and they would be laughed at in the society before the end of the world. But now, it's nothing at all, this is the end of the world after all. Lan Yu was on the side, looking at Xinan secretly, and then slowly walked over and took Xinan's corner and said, Uncle. Do you really have an own gathering place? Xinan glanced at Lan Yu and said, When I first saw you, I thought you were a little Wani-san, but now I see you, is it a little lowly? Go and wash your face, let the uncle look at you, what does it look like? Lan Yu chuckled, and then said leisurely, My personality is relatively childish, but in these last days, who can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme by acting like a baby? I can only let myself look mature, so that others can less beat me. Attention! Looking at Lan Yu with a gloomy expression, Xinan knew that she must have experienced more suffering this year than herself. In order to divert Lan Yu's sadness, Xinan suddenly said, I ask you something. Lan Yu raised her head and said, What? Xinan mysteriously put his mouth phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to Lan Yu's ear and said, Are you still a virgin? Lan Yu's face blushed to the root of her ears, and she lifted her foot to kick Xinan's little brother. Xinan quickly drew away in fright and fled. The trace of sadness that Lan Yu raised up also turned into anger towards Xinan. Chapter 47 Lu Yan's wife too. After Xinan escaped from the front of Lan Yu, he began to wander around, officially visiting the City of Destiny. The people here seem to be doing really well. Although the so-called tent area is very chaotic, with strangely shaped houses everywhere, but Xinan walked for a while and did not see any disputes between people, which shows that the security here is very good. Sometimes women walked up to Xinan and asked him if he had food. They were willing to exchange them for themselves, but Xinan smiled and refused them one by one. There is not much sadness on people's faces. Some people are wearing tattered clothes and lying on the ground numbly. Someone nearby will come and kick him so much and ask him if he is dying. Ask him if he has something to exchange for food. If so, even if there is very little, people are willing to provide him with meager food to save his life. This situation shows that the people here are still kind. Xinan dodged from left to right, passed through small houses, and walked towards the 5 buildings. After walking for about 30 minutes, I finally left the tent area and came within the scope of the 5 buildings. The outer ring here is a huge ring, it is 10 meters wide, and the ground is made of cement, and the ring is surrounded by 5 buildings. The building has 20 floors and is about 80 meters high. The most peculiar thing is that there are no windows at 30 meters below it. The cross-section of each building is very wide, estimated to be as long as 2,000 meters, but in such a long wall, there is only a large thick iron gate that is 4 meters high and 2 meters wide. The 2 sides of the iron door are embedded in the rails of the wall, and they are obviously controlled by something like a jack gate, which is a lifting door that can move up and down. In front of the door, there were several soldiers in uniform, armed with submachine guns on guard. Sheenan raised his head and looked up. Suddenly someone next to him started to speak. "Young man, you look so beautiful." "New here, right?" Sheenan looked sideways. A middle-aged man in his 40s was standing not far behind him, looking at him with a smile. Sheenan nodded embarrassedly, and then said, "Yes. The city I entered yesterday. I am going to leave today, I just come to Destiny City to find a friend." The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback when he heard Sheenan's words, and said, "Aren't you going to stay in Destiny City?" "As far as I know, Destiny City is the most humane or most human gathering place in the southeast area." Listening to the middle-aged man's tone, Sheenan judged that this man must be the right class of Destiny City. In order not to happen in the city, Sheenan politely bowed slightly to the middle-aged man, and then said, "I think Destiny City is also very good, but my friends are in other gathering places, so I can go back to find them." The middle-aged man nodded clearly, and then said, "Yeah. In these last days, it is rare to have a few friends, cherish it. I just saw you have been around the 5-corner building and looked at it, right? Interested?" Sheenan nodded and said, "Yeah. How long did it take to build this?" "It is so huge, it should be enough to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in tens of thousands of people?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly, shook his head and said, "It just looks big outside. The prototype of this pentagonal building has existed a few years ago. It was originally a factory built by a foreign-funded enterprise in the suburbs. In order to promote their corporate culture, they built this building into this shape and it is so huge. However, due to funding problems, the construction of this building was suspended after the 3rd phase. The construction workers could not get their wages, so they lived on this building. 2 months later, the T-virus broke out. In order to protect themselves, the workers connected the 5 buildings that were originally adjacent to each other, and after modification, they became the current Pentagon. The 30-meter lower floor of this building is solid, filled with cement and steel, and the wall is 100 meters thick, which is absolutely defensive. The 50 meters above are for people. There are 3,000 soldiers, 500 workers, and more than 500 soldiers and workers' families. There are almost 4,000 people in total. There are various facilities, weapons, livestock, vehicles, stored food, artificial fields, etc. in the building. In addition to people and objects, people always need space where they can move around freely. With these 4,000 people living in it, this building is basically saturated. Even if we are besieged, the amount of food stored in the building, together with the artificial fields and domestic animals, can keep us alive for more than 10 years. Sheenan was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect that there were so many mysteries in this pentagonal building. The middle-aged man seems to be in a good mood today and has a great desire to talk. He continued to say to Sheenan, "I think you may have guessed it. My name is Chen Shua. I am currently the highest commander of Destiny City. The commander of the army. Now that the organization can't be found, I've been trapped here. I'm ashamed. There were 30,000 officers and soldiers in our military zone, and more than 20,000 people became zombies overnight. We killed a large number of former comrades in arms, and finally fled here. Never dared to leave again, so I huddled in such a safe place to hide." Chen Shua preached here. There was no emotional change, he had clearly seen through the life and death of people. Sheenan said, "You Pentagonal Tower, don't you allow people to enter and leave casually? I still want to go in and take a look." Chen Shua said, "It is true that people are not allowed to enter and leave at will, but since we are so fate, I will give you a room and let you stay for one night." Sheenan hurriedly said, I have a few friends who are all women. Can we have 2 rooms? Leader, you let me stay for one night, let me feel the environment here, and wait for you to come to our gathering. I must treat you to a big meal. Chen Chua laughed loudly. He thought this man who was well informed was very interesting. In Chinan's body, he could not feel the depression and pain of people in the last days, and the feeling that Chinan gave him was as if he had never experienced this last days. Chen Chua is different from Chinan. Although he also hid in this Destiny City for nearly a year, when the T-virus broke out, he personally killed many of his phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme comrades in arms, and even the old military commander who would become a zombie with his own hands. Shot to death. He has the sad memory and shadow of the last days, but he can't feel it from Chinan, which makes Chen Chua a little envious. He took out a pen from his body and handed it to Chinan's hand and said, I'll send someone to arrange the 2 highest level houses for you. Come to this door to find a guard, and they will take you there. You can do it tonight. Come in, and with my pen, you can go in and out of the Pentagon freely. Don't forget to return it to me when you leave. Chinan hurriedly took the pen, thanked him repeatedly, and then asked strangely, My lord, are you not afraid that I am a bad person? Let me enter the Pentagonal Tower so easily? Chen Chua had already planned to leave. After listening to Chinan's question, he stopped and said, First, whether it is the Pentagonal Tower or Destiny City, we are not afraid of the arrival of outsiders, because in our eyes, zombies are always better than people. Terrible. Second, when you enter the Pentagonal building, someone will naturally monitor your every move. What bad things can you do? Third, why do you do bad things and what motives? I can't think of it. That's why I let you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in and feel the life in the Pentagonal building. Now in this end of the world, it may be difficult to find a place, it is so comfortable. You guys have fun, and you won the lottery. Who made me today? I am in a good mood. Chinan was not talking about gossip, he kept thanking him, and watched Chen Chua leave. The luck is simply too good to be able to meet the supreme leader of Destiny City. Chinan originally wanted to leave here today, but since he had the opportunity to visit this Pentagonal building, he was naturally very willing. I don't know if there is a bathroom in the Pentagonal building with a soft bed? He hasn't slept well for several days. Going back to Lan Yue's little home happily, the room is unlocked, and there is no one inside. Walking to the place where Li Hong lived, Li Hong was chatting with Lu Jia about all sorts of funny things about Li Wenjie when he was a child, making Lu Jia laugh endlessly, seeming to temporarily forget her sadness. Chinan asked with some worry, Aunt, where is Lan Yu? Li Hong's eyes were a little swollen. She obviously had been crying for a long time. She looked at Chinan and smiled, and then said, Didn't Miss Blue Moon go out with you? She has never come back. Chinan was very helpless, so he could only ask Li Hong to tidy up the clothes she wore on weekdays, and then took her and Lu Jia into the Pentagonal building. Under the leadership of the soldiers, he sat on the artificial elevator made of pulleys and reached the highest point. In front of the 2 rooms arranged by Chen Chua on the 20th floor. The layout of the 2 rooms is basically the same. The area of the room is more than 30 square meters. There are separate bathrooms and toilets. The Pentagon has self-dug underground water pipes and uses solar energy to heat the water. In other words, it can be washed here. Hot shower. The floor in the room is carpeted, and a double bed is placed in front of the window. There are also wardrobes, tea cabinets, and other furniture in the room. They are neatly arranged, and it really feels like a big bedroom in a hotel before the end of the world. After Chinan entered the room, he went directly to the window. The window extended 50 centimeters outward, which meant that it had a windowsill 50 centimeters wide. Chinan climbed on the windowsill and looked down, and he could capture most of the scene of Destiny City in his eyes. It really is a good place. It seems that I can finally get a good night's sleep tonight, take a break, and leave for Qingqing tomorrow. After returning home, the first thing Chinan must do is to find a way to expand the city of Qin. Seeing the scale of the Pentagonal building, Chinan was a little jealous. Even if this building is surrounded by hundreds of thousands of zombies, as long as the food is constant, there will be no danger. It is really safer than Xincheng. After arranging Li Hong to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in a room, Qinan left the pentagonal building to look for Lan Yu. He didn't know where the girl had gone. There was no way, Qinan could only go to Lan Yu's house and lay down. Lan Yu's bed was waiting for her. After a few days of hard work, Qinan's sleepiness hits as soon as he lay in bed. I don't know what Qin Shaoyan and Xincheng is doing right now. And Tang Yu, who is missing, are you well? After Qinan thought of the two, he was slightly stunned. The woman he can think of now, Liang can't even rank second? This is 1 year apart. If a few years pass, will Liang be completely forgotten in his heart? Qinan didn't dare to think about it. Time. It's really a terrible thing, it can obliterate everything, but it makes people unable to compete. Slowly, Qinan fell asleep. Chapter 49. Qinan and Lan Yu were sitting on the bed in the room at this time. The bed is really soft, and it feels very comfortable to sit on. It's been a long time since Lan Yu sat on such a soft bed. She looked at Qinan, who was lying on the windowsill and looking down. She was really curious about this man. Why could Qinan enter the pentagonal building? This pentagonal building is a realm belonging to the insiders of Destiny City and never let outsiders enter. It seems that Qinan is really capable. She didn't know that it was Qinan's luck that she met Chen Shua in a better mood. Qinan suddenly lay back on the bed, and then sighed long. He suddenly remembered the conversation with Li Wenjie that day. Li Wenjie said, "Brother Qin, do you believe me? I am very accurate in seeing people. I dare to guarantee that I will eat meat with you. How about I will play with you in the future?" Qinan said, "Okay, then you will follow me in the future, but I am not lucky." Li Wenjie said, "Don't worry, Dage, I'm lucky." Qinan smiled bitterly. It seems that Li Wenjie's good luck is not as strong as his own bad luck. Why is he so unlucky? It seems that wherever he goes, then death and slaughter will follow him wherever he goes. Feeling a little depressed, Qinan said to Lan Yu, "There are only 2 rooms, go next door and squeeze with them." Although the zombies are already surrounded, we are now in the middle of 80 meters and are safe for the time being. Lan Yu hasn't gotten free from her dead brother's back, and of course she's not in a good mood. She pouted and said, "Go. Why are you alone in such a big bed?" Qinan laughed angrily by her, and sat up and said, "The 2 women next door, how can I go?" Lan Yu thought for a while, and then said, "I'm not going phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. This bed is comfortable for 2 people to sleep, but 3 people are a bit crowded. I will sleep with you. Anyway, I slept with you last night." Qinan was taken aback for a moment, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that Lan Yu put down his defenses against him. She slowly moved her hand to the trouser pocket, and inside it was the contract she signed with Qinan. It was a beautiful dream Qinan gave her. Perhaps it is for this reason. Qinan ignored Lan Yu, he climbed onto the windowsill again and looked down. At this time, the behavior of the corpses was very strange. They did not immediately attack, but stopped at a distance of 500 meters from the city wall, and surrounded the city of Destiny in a large circle. Seeing this scene, Qinan was surprised that this kind of behavior of zombies is too strange. What are they waiting for? Wait for more ordinary zombies? Probably not. At this time, the group of corpses is estimated to have hundreds of thousands. So they are waiting for the more powerful upgraded zombies to arrive? Qinan took a deep breath. If they have evolved D3 jumping zombies, it would be terrible. Qinan didn't want to see those zombies anymore. The more he looked at him, the colder his heart became. So he got down from the windowsill again and lay down on the bed again. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme your eyes, thinking wildly in your mind, the question you think remains the same: why are the zombies besieged and not attacked? In addition to the previous 2 reasons, there may be a third one. Do they want to negotiate with humans? Qinan smiled bitterly, his own thoughts were too empty. If zombies are really so smart, then humans don't need to resist. Just wait for death. In the afternoon, the 2 people in the room did not speak. Qinan was lying down thinking about something. Lan Yu leaned against the wall to reminisce about her brother who didn't know his life or death. Until 6 o'clock in the evening, someone knocked on the door of the room. Sheenan got up from the bed and opened the door. The guard who had brought them to the room came. The guard took 4 square boxes in his hands and handed them to Sheenan and said, "Our head said, I have a real relationship with you. Just let you in the Pentagon, Destiny City was surrounded by zombies, and now I can't drive you out. If you are willing to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in the Pentagonal building, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here. If you don't want to, you can leave at any time. These are dinners, and they can be left at the door after they are eaten. Someone will collect them." Sheenan thanked him flatteredly, and also said that it was nice to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in the Pentagonal building, and they don't want to go out. The guard also said politely, "No thanks, you are the guests of our team leader after all. The Pentagon has limited space for activities. There are no lights in the corridor at night and it is dark. It is best not to go out. You can go downstairs to the courtyard during the day. Looking at the chickens and pigs we raise, there is no other pastime anyway." Sheenan has a cold sweat. What is so good about chickens and pigs? It seems that this soldier has maintained the simplicity before the end of the world. Thanks again for sending it away. Sheenan sent 2 boxes of lunch to Li Hong. They had also found the zombies besieged downstairs, and they were very uneasy. Sheenan comforted them for a while before returning to their own room and having dinner with Lanyu. Lanyu screamed that she had a bad appetite and didn't want to eat it anymore, but when she saw the yellow and bright fried eggs in Sheenan's box lunch, her stomach screamed. Sheenan snickered. He remembered that Lanyu had told him on the internet that she was a foodie herself. In this way, Lanyu, who was in a bad mood, ate the box of lunch without leaving a single grain of rice. After eating, Sheenan first went into the bathroom and took a hot bath. The temperature was just right. For a person who hasn't bathed for many days, it is simply too comfortable. After washing, Sheenan walked out and let Lanyu also go to wash. Lanyu hesitated a bit, but in the end she still did not resist the temptation of a hot bath. She really hadn't had a hot bath for more than half a year. When she was a child, Lanyu reluctantly walked out of the bathroom. She wore a small vest on top and a pair of black tights on her bottom. She didn't wear socks on her feet. She thought Sheenan must not see her in a dark room. However, she didn't know that Sheenan could see at night. Sheenan, lying on the bed, saw Lanyu coming out of the bath. His eyes straightened. He knew that Lanyu was a beautiful woman, but he didn't expect Lanyu to be so beautiful. Her facial features are exquisitely carved, her skin is delicate and polished, and her figure is as beautiful as a heavenly work of art. Lanyu is actually very mature. She seems to be 24 or 5 years old, which is far beyond her actual age. This is not to say that she is old, but a kind of taste, a kind of mature charm. Lanyu touched the bed with some embarrassment, and quickly pulled the quilt to wrap herself tightly. Moonlight shot into the window, and Lanyu knew that Sheenan was looking at her. She became even more shy, her face turned blush, and she said angrily, "Why are you looking at me all the time?" Sheenan coughed awkwardly, and then said, "I finally believe that your mother is a beautiful woman, otherwise how could you give birth to such a beautiful you?" Lanyu covered her head with a quilt, and after a while she calmly said, "You are wrong, I can only be regarded as a pretty girl in front of my mother." Sheenan smiled and said, "You can really help your mother with advertising." Lanyu's voice was still very calm. "Not like a joke at all," she said. "I told you, my mother is not a human, she is a fairy. She is a bewitching elf. Any man in front of her will become crazy." Sheenan was speechless, he really couldn't imagine how beautiful a woman could be. Wuyu City. Sheenan suddenly wanted to go to the place known as the Underworld to take a look. He thought of the female anchor of Doomsday Radio again. She is in the Underworld at this time. Is she doing well? That kind woman, for a long time, used her beautiful voice to bring people hope. What about herself? Does she feel that it is better to be alive than dead now? Lanyu slowly released her head from the quilt, and then took 2 deep breaths, seeming to be bored. Sheenan lay on his side, looking at Lanyu, and said softly, "Are you an otaku before?" Lanyu simply turned On's body sideways, facing Sheenan. She couldn't see Sheenan's expression in the dark. "Why do you ask?" Lan Yu asked in confusion. Qinan said, I usually think that rich girls like you like to go out to sing, drink and dance at night. You don't have to worry about tomorrow's life, you can enjoy life to your heart's content. Lan Yu blinked, and then said, My mother doesn't let me go out to play at night, so I am basically at home at night. I have never been to Haldi before. I wanted to go there, but I never had a chance. Qinan asked, Then what do you do at home at night? In the darkness, Lan Yu's face turned red, and after thinking about it, she said, Don't do anything at night, just go online and chat with friends online. Qinan said playfully, Oh? What kind of friends and what do you talk about? Lan Yu's blush was about to bleed. She seemed to be a little angry, pouting and said, Uncle, why are you so lonely? Guess it yourself. I don't bother to tell you. After speaking, she turned around, and then ignored Qinan. Qinan looked at her curvy shoulders exposed outside the quilt, and a strange body rose up. He flattened his body with a bit of distress, and then did not look at Lan Yu. Indoors, the two people were not talking, and they seemed to fall asleep until late at night. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Qinan suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly got out of bed, put on his clothes, and then quietly walked to the door and listened. His current ability has improved, which seems to be related to the battle he killed D2 before. In that battle, he surpassed the limit of own body time and time again, making himself stronger. This kind of strength is very balanced. Strength, speed, physical strength, eyesight, hearing, all have been improved. Qinan can now not only hear sounds from 500 to 600 meters away, but can also distinguish and choose between these sounds. Of course, the prerequisite is that he must concentrate his energy to accomplish such a thing. This also made Qinan very awake. If he could hear all the sounds around him casually, wouldn't it be annoying him to death? Concentrate your attention, and all the voices within 500 yuan can be heard in your ears. Li Hong and Lu Jia next door were still talking in low voices. There were people snoring in other rooms, and Qinan didn't hear anyone in the aisle outside. It seems that if Chen Shua said that he would send someone to monitor him, it should scare people, right? He opened the door gently and walked out. He wants to see if there are any secrets hidden in this building. He doesn't know why he wants to do this, maybe it's just an attitude toward the end of the world. When you arrive in an unfamiliar place, you should control all possible dangers, which is the way to survive. Chapter 50. Inside the empty promenade, it was pitch black. The powerful night vision ability and super listening skills make Qinan an excellent dark practitioner. This building was too big. Qinan raised his foot gently and slowly fell down, but at a very fast speed, floating around in the building, listening to everything. After making a big circle around the five-cornered building, Qinan found that it was located on the highest 20-floor building, which was entirely a dormitory area, and found no abnormalities. He hesitated. Should he continue to probe down? After thinking for a while, Qinan decided to continue. This is the end of the world, and you must be prepared when you arrive in an unfamiliar environment, even if there is no danger. Find the stairs and go down to the 19th floor. There is still darkness in the building. Qinan found that the layout of this floor seemed to be different from the 18th floor. He was walking and suddenly he stopped physically, because he heard a familiar voice in a room more than 300 meters away from him. From the house. Chen Chuha? He used to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme on this floor. Why didn't he sleep so late? Qinan curiously found a corner of the wall, slowly squatted down, and then confirmed that there was no one nearby. He focused completely and locked the room. He heard the conversation between the two men clearly. Chen Shua sighed long and said, Dr. Wang. I think I'm really crazy, so I will listen to you. The person he called Dr. Wang said in an old voice, and it is estimated that his age should not be too young. Head Chen. You are doing this to benefit mankind. If we want to defeat zombies, we must understand them. If we can unlock the secrets of upgraded zombies, then naturally we will be able to find out their weaknesses and how to deal with them. Don't you agree with me? For the benefit of mankind? Qinan was taken aback for a moment. Are they developing effective drugs for the treatment of T-virus? Qinan was overjoyed and continued to listen. Chen Shua's voice was very flat and said, To tell you the truth, Dr. Wang, I actually don't think we will get any results. It's not that I don't trust your expertise. It's just that this T-virus is incredible. It shouldn't belong to the Earth. Who would have thought that the Earth was still good a year ago, but now it is already rampant? When the T-virus just broke out, the military commander and I went to a national military conference call, thinking that this virus should be caused by our hostile country. But look, now there are zombies everywhere in the world. This is not a fight between nations at all, but a disaster for all mankind. The Ministry of Health of the People's Republic of China has established a T-virus treatment drug homework group to study day and night. What is the final result? The laboratory virus leaked, causing all experts to become zombies. After the catastrophe broke out and a large number of zombies appeared, the country still did not give up, and it is still conducting research on the T-virus. But now, more than a year has passed. Because of the loss of transportation, electricity and information networks, we are already in anarchy. State. Chen Shua, was huddled in the Pentagon, and there was no news from the higher-level organization. Actually, I really want to give up. It's good to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme till I die like this. We are all small people, and currently life is in the end of the world. Dr. Wang's voice was a little anxious, and said, Head Chen, you must not give up. We have now got such an important thing, it is too rare. I believe that this will be a signal for humans to fight back against zombies. We will definitely win. Chen Shua's tone was a little contemptuous. He said, Ha! You are doing research because your brain is broken. I tell you, this is a signal that mankind is about to die. In the near future, on this planet, humans will be replaced by another species, and their name is zombies. Chen Shua's voice was a little excited. Dr. Wang obviously disagrees with Chen Shua's point of view. He seems to be talking about something, but Chen Shua interrupted. I worked hard to build Destiny City, thinking that I can use my own ability to help the survivors to the greatest extent possible. After all, we are soldiers. We are members of the country. But now, just because of you, I have to give up the same kind of people outside. 16 D2 jumping zombies, a dozen or more D1 giant zombies. And hundreds of thousands of ordinary zombies. You and I know that a 6-meter wall can't stop them at all. Now, they surround Destiny City, but they don't attack, they obviously come for it. We send it out, so there may be a chance for people outside. Dr. Wang seemed to stamp his feet a few times before he said, My big captain. The zombies outside are no different than wild beasts. Although they have some intelligence, their essence is still killing and preying, even if they are sent out. Those zombies won't retreat, why don't you understand? Now that abandoning the outsiders can bring hope to mankind, why don't you understand? There was no sound in the room. Xinan frowned. He didn't know what it was in the two people. After a long time, Chen Shua slowly said, You said they are beasts. Can you explain why they besieged the city and did not attack? I think they are waiting for us to return it. Dr. Wang said frustratedly, You have to give me some time. The equipment here is so crude. Chen Shua said, I can give you time, anyway, my time is all. But the zombie won't give me time. If it flashes out in the pentagonal building, then I don't know what will happen. There is too much. There are so many unknowns, it is too dangerous. So, at 12 o'clock tomorrow, if you can't come up with a conclusion that makes me give up my current idea, then I can only send it out. Shell? Incubation? Xinan felt that they seemed to be talking about an egg. Egg? Zombie? Xinan was stunned. He clarified what he meant, the zombies outside came for an egg. So what does this egg have to do with zombies? Could it be said that zombies already know how to reproduce? And this egg is the offspring of those zombies outside? Thinking of this, Xinan's face was extremely pale. If this is the case, it would be terrible. Just as Chief Chen said, if a species as powerful as zombies has the ability to reproduce, then one day, humans will be replaced by them. In the room, the two people stopped talking. Later, Dr. Wang let out a long sigh, then opened the door and seemed to have left. Xinan hurriedly stood up, quickly rushed to the 18th floor, returned to his own room, and then took off his clothes and went to bed. His heart kept beating, shocked at what he heard tonight. Perhaps it was a loud movement that made a sound, and Lan Yu was awakened. In the darkness, she wrapped the quilt tightly with some horror, and then tremblingly said to Qinan, "What are you doing?" Looking at Lan Yu's weakness, Qinan felt a little pain in his heart. Try to make On's voice as soft as possible and then said, "What else can I do? Get out of bed and go to the toilet, P." Lan Yu was taken aback for a moment, then blushed, as if she was embarrassed to make a fuss about On. After lying there for a few minutes, she slowly got up, and then said to Qinan, "I'll go too, please cover your ears and don't overhear." Qinan asked incomprehensibly, "Listen to what?" Lan Yu hurriedly entered the bathroom and ignored him. After a while, the sound of water was not clear from the bathroom. Qinan was speechless. This little Nizi, if he didn't remind him, he wouldn't care about this at all. It seems that she is indeed the kind of young woman with an extremely evil heart. Qinan was relieved by Lan Yu's little evil. Although what he had just heard was shocked, it was not enough to knock Qinan's spirit down. There are some things, since you have to face them if you can't avoid them, it's useless to care too much. Since Liang left him, he has found that he has become very self-comforting. At this time, Lan Yu had already walked out of the bathroom, flushed and got into the bed. Qinan looked at Lan Yu jokingly and said with a smile, "Ah, it's all so big, and I want you to get up and pee." That sound was really loud just now, hasn't it been a long time? The toilet can make you leak. Lan Yu was ashamed and anxious, she sat up from the bed angrily. She waved her small fist and rained on Qinan's chest, shouting, "Bad guy! You bad guy!" Seeing the action, her body was floating back and forth, making Qinan, who can see night vision, be stunned for a while. Qinan suddenly grabbed Lan Yu's hands, and then pulled her body into her own bed and embraced her. He inadvertently remembered the interaction with Lan Yu on the internet before, and suddenly became a little hot. Faced with the scene where she was suddenly hugged by Qinan, Lan Yu was frightened. She didn't dare to move. After a long time, she said softly, "Uncle, I won't beat you. Will you let me go? I want to sleep." Qinan endured his own desire and said softly, "Just sleep like this, lest you hit me again." Lan Yu was anxious, she cried, "I really won't hit you anymore, you let me go." While struggling in Qinan's arms, Qinan felt Lan Yu's body and wiped his body, cursing secretly in his heart, "Hell." However, he did not let go of Lan Yu. He wanted to get closer to his relationship with Lan Yu. In the previous psychology class, it was said that a long-term hug can make two strangers less aware of each other, especially men and women. Between in bed. So Qinan didn't talk, so he hugged Lan Yu, closed his eyes, and forced himself to sleep. In front of Qinan's power, Lan Yu was basically a primary school student. She struggled for a long time, sweating all over her body, and unable to escape Qinan's grasp. Finally, Lan Yu gave up, panting and lying still. Suddenly she magically discovered that Qinan's breathing was very steady, and she was actually asleep. The restless body slowly relaxed, and Lan Yu was also tired from tossing herself, found a comfortable posture in Qinan's arms, and fell asleep slowly, helplessly. In Destiny City, many people did not sleep. They huddled in their tents, some praying, some weeping, some shivering, but there was no anger in their hearts. The zombies besieged the city. That kind of suppressed horror is for the extinction of life. The survivors for more than a year are a kind of irresistible fear. They are helpless to the extreme. Of course, there are some people who are not afraid, because he has already put life and death aside. His wife and children have all died in this catastrophe, which makes him no longer afraid. Lu Haichuan has been standing on the head of the city, looking at a D2 jumping zombie 200 meters away. They stand like statues, using their bloodthirsty notoriety to terrorize all the people in the city. Time flies. At around 4 o'clock in the morning, Lu Haichuan suddenly coughed a few times, and then softly said with a voice that he could only hear, "Go to hell." Chapter 51. At this time, Lu Haichuan was standing on the city wall at the south gate. He was the commander-in-chief of the city defense outside the Pentagonal Tower and the leader of all the material search teams. He held a walkie-talkie in his hand, put it to his mouth and said, "Commanders, this is Lu Haichuan, please reply when you receive it." He only said it once, and a reply came from Bais Taki. The commander at the north gate receives it, the commander at the south gate receives it, the east gate receives it, and the west gate receives it. A smile hung on the corner of Lu Haichuan's mouth, and it seemed that facing the besieged city of zombies, everyone did not dare to relax. I order, wake everyone up, prepare to attack after 10 minutes, and target all the heavy machine guns and sniper BU guns at those D2 jumping zombies. After giving the order, Lu Haichuan looked at the full moon hanging to the west. The moonlight is abundant today. Perhaps this is the last light before dawn and darkness? He is about to attack the zombies at this moment. He knows that this is the time when the zombies react the slowest in a day, and most of them have entered a state of deep dormancy. In the face of zombies, he has a wealth of combat experience. 10 minutes later, the four commanders heard from each other, and everything was ready. Lu Haichuan was a little excited. He had never faced so many D2 jumping zombies at the same time. His wife and children were eaten by this killing devil. Aim at D2 and shoot me. With an order, fire was shining on the four walls at the same time, and the gunshots rang loudly. Human beings first opened the prelude to the battle with the zombies. Qinan suddenly sat up from the bed, and the gunshots outside had already rang out. Zombies have begun to attack the city? Qinan hurriedly climbed from the bed to the windowsill, opened the window and looked down. Lu Chua was also awakened by the gunfire. He frowned, feeling a little clear in his heart. He still knows a little about the man Lu Haichuan. He hates zombies more than anyone. I don't know who attacked first on both sides. At the head of Destiny City, countless bullets flew towards those D2 jumping zombies, but D2 jumping zombies did not dodge at the beginning, and withstood the first wave of attacks. Each D2 jumping zombie was hit by more than a dozen bullets. One zombie was directly headshot and fell to the ground and died instantly. LV Haichuan, holding a telescope, was overjoyed, and he was born with a ha-ha laugh. Although bullets can break their physical defenses, as long as they don't hit the critical point, they won't die. After waking up from the dormant state, D2 jumping zombies began to move quickly, and the speed became faster and faster. They backed away from time to time, sometimes dodged from side to side, and sometimes jumped forward, avoiding the bullet attack on them. 10 minutes later, the moon quickly set to the west, dawn is about to come, and darkness covers the earth. Lu Zichuan picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered, "Stop shooting and light the torch on the head of the city. Get ready for the zombie siege." Within a few minutes after the order was given, the shooting on the head of the city gradually stopped, the torch was lit, and Destiny City was exposed in the darkness. The whole city is sober at this time. Some of them are still hiding in their own small homes, but more people walked out and looked at the defenders of the four walls, not knowing how the fighting was going outside. No one spoke, and no one went back to sleep. On the 20th floor of the pentagonal building, Lan Yu pressed her body tightly against Qinan. After hearing no gunshots downstairs, she whispered, "Uncle, I'm a little scared." Qinan comfortably patted her but in comfort, and then said, "Don't be afraid, go back to bed and sleep for a while. Now, without the moon, your vision is blocked and there is no way to shoot. You can only wait until dawn or the zombies. Go under the wall." Lan Yu was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly yelled, "Why are you touching my ass?" Qinan was frightened by Lan Yu's roar and leaned against the wide wall, staring at the angry Lan Yu, and explained, I didn't mean it, you were kneeling there just now, your body pressed against me. I can only shoot your ass when I raise my hand." Blue Moon came down from the windowsill with anger, then rolled to the bedside, covered the quilt, and ignored Qinan. Qinan smiled bitterly. He felt that he couldn't sleep anymore, he didn't have a trace of sleepiness anymore. Wait a minute. It is early in May. It is estimated that in half an hour, the sun will rise, and when the sun rises, the real battle should begin. Time is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme long in the waiting. In a daze, Qinan seemed to sit on the windowsill and fell asleep. When he woke up again, the sun had already exposed half of its head from the east, and it was dawn. Lu Haichuan's tense four-city tour, what he didn't expect was that 16 D2 zombies were killed in the attack before dawn. He couldn't suppress the joy of inner breath at all. Before that, he had never successfully killed the D2 jumping zombies, because they always hid in the corpses and attacked at the best moment. In any case, Lu Haichuan is excited and has even stronger confidence. Perhaps he can repel the corpses in this besieged city. In a closed city experiment on the 15th floor in the Pentagonal building, Dr. Wang rubbed his eyes and sat on a chair tiredly. His two assistants were leaning on the wall, a little weakened, and seemed to be more exhausted. In front of them, an egg-like object with a black shell was placed on the table. It is half a meter long, 30 centimeters wide, without any edges and corners, and the skin is very smooth. Dr. Wang is now 60 years old. He hasn't slept all night, and he is really overwhelmed at this time. His eyes are all over. Reluctantly, Dr. Wang accepted the advice of the two assistants and went to the next room to lie on the bed and went to sleep directly. After the two assistants sent him away, they returned to the laboratory and immediately sat on the ground. One said, "Too fucking tired." The other said, "Yeah, let's squint for a while and still be lazy." After speaking, the two closed their eyes and fell asleep on the ground leaning against the wall. Time passed. 10 minutes later, there was an inaudible crisp sound, and the hard eggshell actually cracked a pattern. After that, the crackling sound continued, and the cracks on the eggshells grew more and more. Suddenly, a figure stood up from the table and shot the eggshells flying everywhere. Among them, several fragments were shot directly at the two assistants who were sleeping on the ground. The hard fragments were like throwing steel knives. The two assistants were directly shot to death by egg pieces while they were asleep. A low roar came from the monster on the table. It is less than 1 meter tall, human-shaped, and covered in red, yellow, and black mucus. It is very similar to the form of D2 jumping zombies. Strong and powerful limbs, 10 long black iron nails. It is obviously different from D2 jumping zombies. Because it also has long nails on its feet, the nails bend inwards, firmly grasping into the wooden tabletop. There is a curved bone spur on its forehead. The black bone spur is like a unicorn's unicorn. The morning sun shines in, and the unicorn gleams with cold light. Slightly narrowed his blood-red eyes, it raised its head and sniffed in the air. The bloody breath made it intoxicated. Its 10 toenails that grabbed into the tabletop shrank slightly, and then flexibly jumped from the tabletop to the ground, walked to the corpses of the two assistants, lowered their heads, and started to bite their flesh with sharp teeth, and quickly swallow into the abdomen. 10 minutes later, 2 adult men were swallowed by it together with their bones. During the swallowing period, its body is constantly changing, and the fuzzy flesh and blood is growing and churning at a speed visible to the naked eye. The purple liquid did not know whether it was blood or body mucus, dripping on the ground, exuding a foul smell. When he ate the 2 men, he stood up again. His height was a full 1.5 meters, and his body became stronger. It began to pace slowly, wandering around the room, and finally reached the wooden door, gently raised its arm, and scratched the wooden door with its paws, leaving 5 deep marks on it, and then it slammed forward, smashed the wooden door and rushed out. In the corridor, its figure is like a ghost. It can jump out 15 or 6 meters in one jump. Because it has long nails on its toes, he can hang his own body on the roof and crawl. In short, its actions are faster than D2 jumping zombies, but its power seems to be inferior to D2 jumping zombies, because it is still in its infancy now. It is a newly born killer, in the Pentagon, began to look around for its own prey. Above the Destiny City wall, Lu Haichuan is still patrolling the city, checking the quantity of ammunition and the configuration of personnel. He was going to attack the 11 undead, but already scarred D2 again 10 minutes later. But at this moment, those D2s suddenly looked up and roared as if they had been stimulant. Then, the originally calm corpse group behind them began to fluctuate, and the roar of zombies continued, and they began to step forward and walk towards Destiny City. Lu Haichuan was shocked. He quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered all weapons to fire immediately, killing the remaining 11 D2s. However, those D2 jumping zombies stepped back one after another, and finally disappeared in the group of corpses. Lu Haichuan yelled, "Damn it! What a good opportunity he wasted! Why did this zombie suddenly begin to attack the city?" There is no time to vent the regret in their hearts. Everyone is nervous, and the war is really about to start. The Pentagonal building suddenly became noisy. Sheenan was already neatly dressed at this time, walked to the door and opened it to check. In the dimly lit corridor, people's shadows shuttled around. They were all armed soldiers. They were rushing downstairs, hurriedly walking. It seemed that something major had happened. Li Hong opened the door next door and poked her head out. She looked around nervously, and only after seeing Qianan's figure did she show a relieved expression on her face. I don't know when Qianan has been regarded as a dependency by her, because from Lu Jia's mouth, she has said that this man is the one her son Li Wenjie is willing to pursue. Qianan glanced at her and said, "Go back to the room, lock the door, don't come out." Li Hong immediately hid in the room obediently. "What's the matter?" Lan Yu asked. Qianan didn't look back, but said the same thing to her. "I'll go out and have a look, you lock the door in the room, don't open it if anyone knocks on it." After speaking, he walked straight out of the room and closed the door tightly. At this moment, the soldier who delivered him food yesterday came over and said to Qianan, "Hurry up and go back to your room. There was an attack inside the Pentagonal building." I don't understand what happened at this moment. But the order from above, it is the highest level of defense. Now the Pentagonal building should be very dangerous, we don't have time to take care of you. After he finished speaking, he walked directly in front of Qianan, holding a weapon in his hand, and disappeared from the stairs. Qianan hesitated slightly. Is it the highest level of defense? He remembered the conversation between Chen Chua and Dr. Wang overheard last night. Could it be that egg? Qianan didn't follow the soldier's arrangement. He slowly moved to the top of the stairs, ready to go downstairs to take a look. The soldiers passing by didn't pay attention to him at all, they were very nervous. Along the way, Qianan found that the soldiers were walking in a hurry. Many rooms were open, but there was no one inside. Perhaps the soldiers were too anxious when they were called out to lock them. In an open door, Qianan saw a long knife hanging on the wall in the room when he passed by. The length of the sword is longer than that of a normal Japanese sword. The blade is slightly curved, and the long sword has no sheath. It can be seen that the blade is very sharp. Qianan walked in and held the knife in his hand. It weighed more than 20 kilograms. Although it was still a lot lighter for him, it is always good to have a weapon in his hand now in an unclear situation. Holding the knife, Qianan returned to the corridor, then found the stairs and walked down. On the 19th floor, there were more people, and the soldiers were very nervous. At this moment, a group of people came at one end of the corridor. When they walked to Qianan's side, Qianan found that Chen Chua was in it. Chen Chua obviously saw Qianan too, walked to Qianan and stopped, without any expression on his face, and said, "Young man, how did you sleep last night?" Qianan nodded and said, "I haven't slept so well for a long time, thank you, Chief Chen." Chen Chua glanced at the long knife in Qianan's hand, frowned, and said, "Now something has invaded the Pentagonal building, it's downstairs, you can go back to your bedroom." Qianan shook his head and said persistently, "Is that egg hatched? Maybe I can help." Chen Chua was shocked and his eyes suddenly became solemn. After staring at Qianan for a long time, he asked, "How did you know?" His tone was severe, as if he was ready to ask someone to take Qianan down. Qianan was very calm, and said, "Head Chen, you know that I am not your enemy right now. Trust me, maybe I can really help you." After all, Chen Chua is a person who has experienced big storms. Looking at the calm Qianan, he fell into thinking, and then sighed slightly, "Follow me, don't run around." After speaking, he continued to move forward. Qianan hurriedly followed. These people walked for a long time and came to a large house. This was a conference room, a large round table, and more than 20 long chairs around it. Chen Chua walked to the head of the conference room first, but Qianan stood behind Chen Chua and said nothing. A soldier entered the meeting room and opened the curtains of the meeting room. Sunlight shot in and the meeting room became bright. Some other managers also entered the meeting room one after another and found their own position to sit down. They looked a little surprised at the man behind Chen Chua. They didn't know who this strong man with a long knife was. Could it be the new bodyguard that Head Chen found? After everyone sat down, Chen Chua glanced at the trembling old man who was sitting under him and said, "Dr. Wang, you can explain the situation. Now there is no need to keep it secret." Dr. Wang's face was full of wrinkles, he looked very haggard at this time, his voice was a little hoarse, and he slowly said, "Everyone. My name is Wang Haitao. I believe everyone knows me. I have been in the Pentagonal Tower for half a year. I have been responsible for the research on upgraded zombies. The goal is to find their weaknesses, then defeat and kill them. A few days ago, I followed our scouts out of the city to investigate the situation outside. In fact, our real intention was to catch a D2 level zombie so that my research could go on better. On the way, a D2 jumping zombie was found by us. We began to follow it far away, looking for opportunities to seize it. Sheenan was slightly stunned when he heard that these people were too courageous to follow the jumping zombies in D2. Dr. Wang sighed slightly, and then continued, on that day, we followed D2's jumping zombie and unexpectedly found its lair. It was in the Grand Hall on the first floor of an abandoned hotel building on the outskirts of Jiuxing City. A few scouts and I hid in the vent pipe, through the gap of the blinds, nearly 100 meters away from it, slowly observing it, looking for a chance to shoot. The performance of D2 jumping zombie was a bit exhausted. It stood in the center of the auditorium, as if it was going to sleep. This makes me and the scouts very excited. But at this moment, another D2 appeared. The scouts are very nervous, but I am still very excited. I never know how these strange creatures communicate when they are not going to eat. I think that finally the opportunity has come that day. Even if I can't successfully catch back D2, you can also understand some of their habits. But what I didn't expect was that after a while, the third and fourth D2 jumping zombies appeared again. In the end, 16 D2 jumping zombies gathered in the auditorium. Faced with this situation, the scouts and I all scared stupid. The scouts even signaled me to retreat immediately. They couldn't estimate how great the danger was. But I don't want to go, because I have never seen so many D2 jumping zombies gather together. Although I know that D2 jumping zombies have the ability to fight together, I have never seen so many D2 jumping zombies appear together. When indecisive, abnormal changes arise. A D2 jumping zombie grabbed a living woman from a cabinet in the auditorium. The woman was young, probably around 20. The woman was naked, she was in a coma, but judging from her weak breathing, she hadn't died yet. At this moment, all of us were stunned. We didn't expect that D2 jumping zombies would actually capture humans without killing or eating them, but close them up. Their evolution has made them not purely rushing for food. They already have more complex behaviors and consciousness. The woman was taken to the middle of 18 D2 jumping zombies, and then they began to kiss the woman's mouth one by one. Maybe it can't be called a kiss, but I can't find other words to replace it. When kissing, they spit a fist-sized piece of meat into the woman's mouth. That piece of meat seems to have an independent life. Once they leave the body of the jumping zombie in D2 and enter the woman's mouth, they will desperately get into the woman's body from the woman's esophagus. The woman was awakened, she desperately wanted to struggle, but her body was controlled by other D2 jumping zombies and couldn't move. When each of the 18 D2 jumping zombies vomited a piece of meat into the woman's mouth, and these pieces of meat finally entered the inside of the woman's body, the woman was finally tortured to death, bleeding from her 7 orifices. She looked terrible. At this time, the woman's belly was already swollen, as if she was pregnant. After that, those D2 jumping zombies left one by one, leaving only the dead women. The scouts and I hid in the ventilation duct for 2 days, without food or drink, until the last D2 jumping zombie left. We took the courage to leave the ventilation duct and came to the woman's side. The soldier threw the woman's belly away with a dagger. Her esophagus and internal organs had been squeezed and ruptured. We found a black egg in her swollen uterus. We were so shocked that we finally chose to bring the egg back to the Pentagon. Dr. Wang said here, everyone in the conference room had their mouths grown, their faces were pale, and they were in a state of stupidity, including Sheenan. Dr. Wang continued, I once studied a jumping zombie's corpse that is between the D1 and D2 abilities. Its structure is no different from the ordinary D1 jumping zombie, except that the nails are longer than the ordinary D1 jumping zombie. 1 point, the muscle composition is a little tighter. The body appearance is slightly different. At that time, I never knew the origin of it. I thought he was a second-level upgraded zombie, but after I met a really powerful D2 jumping zombie, I discovered that the zombie should still be of D1 level, but he should it is the king of the D1 level. I call it the D1 jumping corpse king. I think it was these corpse kings who eventually evolved into D2 upgraded zombies. After seeing the reproductive behavior of D2 jumping zombies with my own eyes, I finally realized that this is how the corpse king came. They used the essence of their own body to conceive a huge embryo with complete cell elements in the body, and then put these embryos into the womb of a human female, let them split and combine, find the best way of composition, and finally become an egg. Or it's an egg. Then the thing hatched from this egg should be the young D2 jumping corpse king. D2 jumping zombie king will make his own body more perfect and powerful when he grows up. After going through the maturity period, he should be upgraded and evolved, and eventually become a D3 level upgraded zombie. I think this is the evolution of upgraded zombies. Although it is a conjecture, this conjecture should be extremely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the truth. So, at this time in our pentagonal building, that black egg has hatched. It should be a D2 level jumping corpse king. Chapter 53. There was no sound in the meeting room. This is the second time Chen Shua has heard Dr. Wang say about his research results. But after listening to it, I still couldn't suppress the shock in my heart. At this time, someone asked, "Dr. Wang, do you mean that zombies already know how to reproduce offspring?" Dr. Wang sighed slightly and nodded. Zombies are already a brand new species. They are like created by gods. Although originally evolved from humans, their abilities are more powerful, just like heaven-defying. It took humans how many years have passed before they have evolved to what they are today. But zombies are evolving every generation. Their reproduction is not a simple reproductive behavior. Their reproduction is more like a kind of inheritance. Concentrate their essence and gather together to create even more powerful offspring. I can't figure out why they behave like this. I hope to find out the reasons, and then find a way to stop their inheritance. The T-virus outbreak has only been more than a year, and now in front of our eyes, a D2 level jumping corpse king has appeared. In other words, D3 will officially debut soon. If it is allowed to develop, I don't know how humans will contend with D4 and D5 level zombies when they appear. Dr. Wang sat in the chair very decadently. His figure looked thin and thin. It seemed that after speaking these words, he was a lot older. Perhaps this old scholar knows the dangerous situation facing humanity better than anyone else. It's just that he wants to use his own professional knowledge to bring hope to others, but also to prevent himself from despair. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie placed next to Chen Shua rang. "Leader Chen, Hua Zifeng will report to you. All exits on the 15th floor have been closed by us. The personnel on the 15th floor were only half evacuated. That monster killed more than 100 people. Some people became zombies and were killed by us, while others were eaten directly by it. Monsters are growing fast. Someone just saw that it is nearly 2 meters tall, and now it has been hidden. We can't lock its position, we can only lock it in the 15th floor B area. Please appoint the team leader what to do next." More than 100 people died. The faces of the people in the meeting room became paler, and they felt a deep fear. At this moment, another voice came from the walkie-talkie. Had. The 4th Battalion was attacked. The stairway we guarded has been broken through by a monster. It killed more than a dozen of us and rushed out of Zone B on the 15th floor. Now it has entered Zone B on the 16th floor. Its speed is too fast, we can't hit it at all. Chen Shua sighed for a long time, took the walkie-talkie in his hand, and said, "The order is as follows: everyone immediately withdraw from Zone B, and then all floors in Zone B will be closed." Xinan had been standing behind Chen Shua. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a huge letter B on the corridor wall in his room. Xinan bent down slightly and leaned over Chen Shua's ear and said, "Head of the team, does the B area refer to a floor, or what?" Chen Shua was startled by Xinan's sudden noise. He had forgotten that Xinan was standing behind him. A man sitting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to them said, "The Pentagon is made up of 5 buildings connected together. The 5 buildings are the same, but gates are built between them. The so-called Area B refers to one of the 5 buildings, and is not divided according to floors." Xinan heard the man's words, nodded, thanked him, and then asked Chen Shua, "Head, is the room you arranged for me in Zone B?" Chen Chua turned around and looked at the two guards standing behind him. One of them stepped forward and said, "Yes, the team leader, the room arranged for them is in Zone B." The next moment, Xinan rushed out of the meeting room without saying a word. "Follow the path when you came," and ran to the room where you lived. Chen Chua frowned slightly, and then said to the guards, "Go and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme someone to follow him. This kid is pleasing to my eyes, I can protect it as much as possible." The soldier nodded, but after he walked out of the meeting room, Xinan was no longer in sight. Lan Yu was hiding in the room alone at this time, and the chaotic footsteps outside the door made her feel extremely uneasy. 20 minutes later, the messy sound outside slowly became quiet. She wandered in the room for a while, and then slowly walked to the door, put her ear on the door and listened. It seemed that there was no one outside the door. This made her even more scared. She wondered if she should stay next door with Li Hong and Lu Jia. After thinking about the meeting, Lan Yu's hand touched the door lock. But at this moment, a strange sound outside the door gave her body a halt. She gently pressed her ear to the door again and listened carefully. The strange voice is getting closer. It seems to be a heavy gasp. It seems to be a low roar. Lan Yu's body trembled slightly. She wanted to retreat away from the gate. But when I retreated, I fell to the ground with unsteady steps, and my head hit the wall and made a noise. Outside the door, the strange voice suddenly disappeared. The pain made her a little intolerable, but the fear made her shudder even more. After waiting for a few minutes, no strange sound was heard outside the door. Lan Yu pretended to be courageous and stood up slowly. But just as she stood up, the door of the room was suddenly hit hard by something outside. "What?" Lan Yu hurriedly backed away, climbed onto the bed, and then wrapped her body tightly in the quilt. There were tears in her eyes, but she dared not make any sound. She prayed for someone to accompany her and protect her at this time. But who will come? Mother? Dad? Those bodyguard brothers who have been following her for life and death? Finally, Xinan's figure appeared before her eyes. Lan Yu prayed lowly, "Uncle. Where are you? Come on. I'm so scared to death." Pang. There was another impact, and the doorframe of the gate was cracked open. Immediately afterwards, the third impact smashed the door open. A black claw slowly penetrated into the broken door and stirred the broken door a few times. The sawdust was flying, and a big hole appeared. Outside the cave, Lan Yu saw the monster with blood-red eyes. She bit her own lower lip tightly with her teeth. The corners of her lips were already bleeding red, but she still didn't dare to make any noises. The monster outside the door lifted his nose and smelled it. He smelled the breath of blood. At this moment, a bright light flashed and slashed directly at the monster's head. The monster hurriedly jumped away, and then all its four-legged long nails plunged into the sidewall. Then, like a spider, it climbed to the roof of the shed, hanging upside down and looking at the attacker. Xinan gasped slightly. He came here as fast as he could. Turning his head through the broken door, he looked at the room shivering, wrapped in a quilt, crying into a tearful blue moon. He smiled as much as he could, and said, "Don't be afraid. Uncle won't come here. Yet." Lan Yu stared at the sturdy man outside the door in a daze. At that moment, his figure became the only one in her heart and could never be erased again. Call. Taking a long breath, Xinan held the long knife in his hand tightly with one hand. This battle. He can't avoid it again. He wants to protect Blue Moon, Li Hong, and Lu Jia. Xinan thought of Li Wenjie who died in front of him. That big boy full of sunshine and breath. In fact, they spend a very short time together, and their relationship is not deep. But in these last days, the goodwill between people is precious, because they will face life and death together anytime, anywhere. Even if they just met for the first time. D2 Leaping Corpse King moved back and forth on the roof, and it seemed to have noticed Xinan's unusualness. It was very careful and cautious. After standing for less than 30 seconds, D2 Jumping Corpse King finally couldn't bear the desire for killing. With all of its limbs, it suddenly flew towards Xinan. Xinan felt its moving speed, and felt a little relieved in his heart. After all, this so-called Corpse King was just born, and should be still in its infancy. Its speed is similar to that of ordinary D2 jumping zombies. Cheenen didn't evade, but turned sideways slightly, and then should do his best to slap the D2 Jumping Corpse King. When swinging the knife, it will make a sound of breaking the air resistance. That's because his strength and the speed of the knife have made the resistance generated by the air to a very terrifying point. After breaking through these resistances, his attack was powerful and terrifying. D2 Jumping Corpse King waved his hand and collided with Cheenan's long knife. It had already waved its other claw and wanted to continue attacking Cheenen. However, the force of the collision between the knife and the claw caused its body to stagnate, and then flew out more than 10 meters backwards and fell to the ground. Cheenen also took 4 or 5 steps backwards, but it was much better than the D2 Jumping Corpse King. Cheenen felt more at ease. He found that the speed of this D2 Jumping Corpse King was indeed the same as that of ordinary D2, and it seemed to be more agile in movement, but its power was 1 point worse than that of ordinary D2. The guy who was just born, even if it can evolve into D3 when it matures, it is now just a little monster in its infancy. Perhaps facing ordinary people, it can already become a killer. But in the face of Cheenen with great strength and speed, it still can't pose any threat. Let you die today. This is what Cheenen thinks, and he does it like this. He didn't have any hesitation, his feet pressed hard, his body moved forward like a ghost, and he continued to cut with a knife. D2 Corpse King was terrified. It moved quickly to avoid Cheenan's attack, then climbed up the wall and started to flee. When it ran away, it hit all the candles on the wall, and the corridor became gray. But this can't affect Cheenen, who has supervision. D2 Leaping Corpse King is fast, but Cheenen is faster and ran more than 10 meters. On the stairs leading to the 19th floor from the 20th floor, Cheenen slammed and blocked D2 Leaping Corpse King, and then swung a knife to it. The Corpse King avoided and wanted to continue to escape, but Cheenan's other knife had already slashed with the sound of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. The speed was too fast, and the blade almost disappeared into the darkness. D2 Leaping Corpse King could only raise his claws to stop Cheenan's attack, but was repelled by Cheenen by 7 or 8 meters. Cheenan's body became excited, and strength was constantly pouring out. He found that the knife in his hand was much stronger than the weapon he usually used. It should belong to a kind of army knife, made of fine steel, and collided with the claws of D2 Jumping Corpse King several times, without leaving any marks on the knife. This allows his strength to be maximized. At this moment, Chen Shua's soldiers also rushed up with a few people with guns. They were ordered by Chen Shua to protect Cheenen. When everyone saw the man carrying the knife, looking at each other quietly 7 or 8 meters away from the monster that fell on the ground, they were slightly stunned, because they found a trace of horror in the blood-red eyes of the monster. This bloodthirsty monster seems to be afraid of the man carrying the knife? What exactly is going on? In the conference room on the 19th floor of the Pentagon, everyone was very nervous. Li Ziki, the deputy leader, was the man sitting next to Chen Shua. In order to relieve his nervousness, he said to Chen Shua, "Leader, who was that young man just now? I thought I was your new bodyguard after following you." Chen Shua smiled bitterly and said, "No. Yesterday I went to talk with Lu Haichuan about some urban defense security agreements, and met outside the Pentagonal building when I came back. Yesterday I was in a good mood. Seeing that he was curious about the Pentagon, I invited him to stay for one night, occasionally letting go of my kindness, and facing the life and death of those survivors with a long-term indifference. After a long time, I don't know myself. By myself." Li Ziki smiled slightly and said, "Head Chen has always been a good person." Chen Shua looked strange, glanced at Li Ziki, and then said, "Don't mention the word good person in the last days. In the dictionary of the last days, this word should have been removed." Li Ziki shook his head helplessly, not talking. Chen Shua sent a message for a while, picked up the walkie-talkie, and said to the inside, "Xiao Feng, did you find that kid? Hurry up and take him and his friends out of Zone B. You are limited to 5 minutes to complete the task. In order to avoid unnecessary, we have to temporarily phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause /phoneme the B area." The little Fong in his mouth was called Fong Lei, his guard, the one sent to protect Cheenen. At this time, Fong Lei, together with several other soldiers, stared at the battle in front of him dumbfounded. It was shocking. How can a human being so fast? At the dim stairway, Sheenan once again swung his knife to the leaping Corpse King D2. He has completely controlled the opponent's speed, making it impossible to escape. Sheenan discovered that own speed is indeed much faster than before. Strength, defense, hearing and vision are naturally synchronized with speed. Therefore, his combat effectiveness is much stronger than when he killed D2 jumping zombies last time. It seems that the battle played a big role in his strength of ascension. In that battle, he unleashed his maximum potential time and time again, surpassing the strongest limit of his body time and time again. Under this temper, he became stronger. Must not let it escape today. Sheenan thought in his heart, his movements became more agile and rapid, and he had a strange feeling, as if every time he attacked, he would squeeze out the energy of his whole body. This feeling appeared in the last battle to kill D2 jumping zombies, but he didn't care. But this time, his feeling was very clear, because the D2 jumping Corpse King in front of him was trapped in a very small area by his attack. It could not escape, only dodge, and when dodge, appeared on his body. More and more scars. Is this another special ability? Sheenan didn't know, and he didn't think much about it during the battle. At the entrance of the stairs, Fong Lei, who was completely stupid, was finally awakened by the sound from the walkie-talkie. He put the walkie-talkie to On's mouth in a panic and then said, "Head. I have found Sheenan, but some accidents happened here." The conference room was already very quiet. When everyone heard the news of the forward position coming from Chen Shua's walkie-talkie, they all listened attentively. Chen Shua frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong? What's the accident?" Fong Lei's tone on the intercom was a little weird. He said, "We have found the person you asked us to find on a stairway on the 19th floor of Area B. But he is now fighting that monster. We can't help." What? Everyone in the conference room was shocked. They all met Sheenan just now, and they also noticed that after Sheenan left, Chen Shua sent Fong Lei to protect him. Then Fong Lei said that the person fighting with the monster at this time should be the young man just now. Is he fighting with D2 jumping Corpse King alone? What to use, machine gun or hand thunder? Chen Shua seemed to know everyone's doubts, and did not hesitate to ask, what is he using to fight the D2 level jumping Corpse King? Is he alone? How long has he been fighting? Chen Shua's question seems to hold the key. Fong Lei said on the walkie-talkie, "When we found him, they were beating, now it's almost 10 minutes. Then D2 jumping Corpse King is now at a disadvantage, and his whole body is injured. It seems that he won't last long. The weapon used is a long knife." Everyone in the conference room fell into a foolish state again. A person, with a knife, hit the D2 jumping Corpse King, who had just killed 100 people, and hit his whole body. This is too exaggerated. It is impossible to believe it. Chen Shua stood up from the stool, pressed the walkie-talkie tightly to his mouth, and exclaimed, "Please be more specific. Didn't it mean that the monster couldn't even shoot bullets? Didn't it mean that it was very fast? How could the kid hurt it with a knife?" After Chen Shua finished his question, the meeting room was quieter than before, and everyone seemed to be afraid to breathe, and quietly waited for the answer to the question. Fong Lei's voice finally came from the walkie-talkie. "Yes. The speed of the monster is indeed very fast, it can leap 10 meters away directly with 1 foot on the ground. But that kid is faster. It can catch up with the monster just halfway through its leap, and then force the monster back to its original position with the long knife in his hand. His power seems to be very great. The monster uses its long claws to resist the attack of his long knife. Every time the claws collide, the monster will be knocked back 4 or 5 meters. Almost at the same time, the kid jumped to the monster again and slashed at it again. Ah, another cut. Oh my god, he cut off one of the arms of D2 jumping Corpse King. Ah, too fierce." Fong Lei's voice on the walkie-talkie has become confused because of excitement. The soldiers near him also uttered cheers and cheers, all of which were communicated to everyone in the conference room through the walkie-talkie. Chen Shua in the meeting room couldn't sit still anymore. He walked directly to the door of the meeting room, pushed the door out, and everyone behind him quickly followed him. The soldiers guarding all the way in the corridor saw that the regiment leader rushed out of the meeting room. They didn't know what happened, they could only follow closely. The meeting room is set up in Zone E, which is still some distance away. At the beginning, Chen Shua just walked quickly, but later turned into a run. Behind him, everyone speeded up and ran along with Chen Shua. When he finally arrived at Area B, Chen Shua picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, "Fong Lei, which stairway are you on now? What's the situation?" Fong Lei's trembling voice came from the walkie-talkie, "At the 6th stairway. D2 Jumping Corpse King has been killed by him." Outside the pentagonal building, Lu Haichuan's face was pale. The zombies have been attacking the city for more than an hour. At the beginning, D2 jumping zombies were hidden in the group of corpses, and they couldn't be seen at all. In front are ordinary zombies and D1 giant zombies. The D1 giant zombies are 6 meters tall, and Lu Haichuan concentrated all his firepower and attacked those phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme D1 giant zombies. However, their strong defensive power, allowing bullets to hit them only in exchange for their roar and speed reduction, but they can't stop their progress. In the face of this situation, Lu Haichuan could only let people use a rocket launcher to attack. Destiny City is different from general gathering places. There are regular PLA troops and powerful firepower equipment. The People's Liberation Army does not participate in defending the city, but provides strong fire support to the defenders. That's why a weapon with such a powerful bazooka appeared. Facing the attack of the rocket launcher, the giant zombies were finally hit hard, and one by one was killed and fell to the ground. But at this time, because most of the power was concentrated on attacking these upgraded giant zombies, ordinary zombies had already piled up under the city. They just rushed forward unconsciously, the back stepped on the zombies in front, and then they were stepped on by the later zombies. The zombies stepped on their companions and climbed up. Some zombies have climbed to a height of 5 meters, and they can climb onto the fence. At this moment, the D2 jumping zombies that were originally hidden in the group of corpses suddenly appeared. They were actually injured. The attack before dawn left a dozen bombs on each D2 jumping zombies. Whole D2 jumping zombies roared in anger, desperately rushing towards the fence. They stepped on the bodies of ordinary zombies, and for almost 10 seconds, they broke through the fire blockade of the city guards and rushed onto the wall. Lu Haibed closed his eyes. He knew that once this group of guys entered the city, it meant that everything was over. Their rapid movement technique makes it difficult for bullets to hit them, and the dense survivors in the city will become their last defensive weapon. 11 jumping zombies, running wildly in the city to kill, will quickly turn many people in the city into zombies. At that time, Destiny City will fall. Lu Haichuan smiled bitterly. This is the third city break he has experienced. This time, he may not be able to jump off, he will die. In the city, the survivors, looking at the D2 jumping zombies leaping in, fled in horror. They felt that death was walking towards them step by step. A few minutes later, Lu Haichuan finally opened his eyes and died. Before dying, he also had to pull up a few D2 jumping zombies to be his back. However, looking inside the city, Lu Haichuan was stunned. The imaginary killing didn't even appear. After the 11 upgraded zombies entered the city, they did not bite anyone. Instead, they ran directly to the bottom of the Pentagon, using their claws to grasp the walls of the Pentagon, and hitting the walls with their bodies, as if in that pentagonal building, something is calling them the same. Lu Haichuan suddenly realized after a while. He grabbed the machine gun in the hand of a person next to him, and then yelled, "Come over, a few people, and other people shoot on the spot. Don't let the zombies climb up the city. Pour gasoline down and burn them to death." His voice fell, and people had already descended down the wall ladder to the ground. He was originally a very strong man, holding a machine gun in hand and striding forward, which was quite proud. A few tens of meters away from the pentagonal tower, Lu Haichuan lay down on the ground, set up his machine gun, and fired frantically at a D2 jumping zombie. Several people who came down with Lu Haichuan, seeing this situation, became courageous. They even walked closer to the pentagonal tower, and then used guns to shoot at the other D2 jumping zombies. In the end, all D2 jumping zombies were killed. The people in the city fell into silence. On the city wall, the defenders did not have time to pay attention to what happened in the city. They were fighting hard just to survive. After the city was silent for a while, cheers finally came. People did not expect that the terrifying D2 jumping zombie would be killed so simply. Lu Haichuan slowly stood up from the ground, then his legs softened and knelt on the ground again. He lost his voice in pain. Earned. Wife, child. I killed 16 D2 jumping zombies today, and I will avenge you. His cries were very contagious, and in an instant, the people around him also cried. Then this kind of sorrow began to spread throughout the city, out of control. In the pentagonal building, in front of the 6th stairway in Zone B on the 19th floor, it was quiet. The group of people walking through the corridor were all speechless at this moment, and it was hard to believe the picture in front of them. The monster called the D2 Leaping Corpse King has fallen to the ground, motionless. The man with the single-handed sword panted slightly, as if his body was very tired. He was Qinan. After a long time, Chen Shua was the first to walk to Qinan's side, and said with some uncertainty, "Young man, did you kill this zombie?" Qinan glanced sideways at Chen Shua, and then at the group of people crowded at the top of the stairs, looking at him like a monster, not only felt a little scalp tingling. "I'm too involved, I don't know when this group of people came." Turning his gaze to Chen Shua again, Qinan smiled slightly, and then said, "Well, I killed it. This zombie was just born, and you also said that it is still in its infancy. Although it is called the D2 Jumping Corpse King by you, its strength is not strong enough to be invincible." Qinan said that, just trying to conceal his own special ability, which was his trump card. But Dr. Wang rushed over and shouted, "It killed more than 100 people on the 15th floor. Do you still say its strength is not strong enough?" Qinan scratched his head with his hand before saying, I have studied martial arts." Fan Lei at the elevator entrance stepped forward and ran to Qinan's side and said, "Dage, what martial arts do you learn? Is it floating on the water or walking in a lost track? Your speed was too fast just now. It's like moving instantaneously. I have never seen such a fast pace. I have also learned martial arts. I am a disciple of the 37th generation of Shaolin laymen. My name is Fan Lei. Can you accept me as a disciple and let me practice?" Qinan was a little overwhelmed by Fan Lei. But Chen Shua was completely defeated by his own soldiers. This stupid boy was too real. He believed in what he said. Chen Shua took Qinan's hand, and then said to Dr. Wang, "This D2 Jumping Corpse King's corpse will be handed over to you." After speaking, he strode away from the crowd, directly pulled Qinan away, and brought him back to the meeting room. The officers and soldiers in the pentagonal building became busy again. They began to clean up the bodies of those who died on the 15th floor and check whether there are other uncertain risk factors. Dr. Wang ecstatically asked people to return the corpse of the D2 jumping zombie to the laboratory on the 15th floor. He was about to dissect the zombie, which was a biological specimen that had never been obtained. In the meeting room, Chen Shua and other managers from the pentagonal building gathered together. Qinan finally got his own seat. Everyone did not speak, waiting for Chen Shua as a representative to answer the many doubts in everyone's mind. Chen Shua spoke very formally, and then said, "Little brother, what is your last name? I remember you said that you are here to find a friend, and you are leaving next. I don't know where to go?" His tone and attitude were very kind. Qinan was a little flattered. After all, he was the head of the Right Track Army, and he was a small security guard a year ago. Although they all wear uniforms, their nature is far worse. If it were during the anti-Japanese period, if Chen Shua was considered the 8th phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme army, his Qinan would not even count as a local armed militia. So Qinan didn't dare to entrust him, and said politely, "Head Chen, my name is Qinan. After finding friends, I plan to return to our gathering place." Chen Shua nodded, and then went to, "What do you think of our pentagonal building? Do you have any plans to stay? If you want to stay, you can bring all your friends from other gathering places." Qinan was taken aback. He didn't expect Chen Shua to say this. He thought about it for a while and then said, "The pentagonal tower is indeed a good place for refuge, but I don't want to stay, I still want to go back to the gathering place where I was." Oh. Chen Shua nodded slightly, and he finally confirmed the guess in his heart that this young man named Qinan was really different. He has the ability to kill a D2 jumping corpse king alone, and he refuses to accept the protection of On, which proves that his gathering place must not be simple. After a slight silence, Chen Shua said again, "Little friend Qinan is really not immortal. Although the zombie was just born and still in its infancy, we have all experienced its strength. You can do it by yourself. Kill, I don't think it's as simple as martial arts, right?" Qinan secretly said in his heart, and finally asked the question. He smiled indifferently, and then said, "Head Chen, in fact, we are both smart people. I know you are just curious about why I can kill the zombie. I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child, and I have been training hard for 30 years. This is not an overnight effort, and I can't pass it on to anyone." Chen Shua smiled slightly. He understood what Qinan meant. Even if Qinan had something special, he couldn't share his differences with others in general. Maybe it's unwilling, maybe it's impossible to do it at all. Then it doesn't help if you are asking yourself. Chen Shua said, "So, where is your gathering place?" Qinan said, "In fact, it's not far. Walk from here to the side of Jiulong Mountain, then cross Jiulong Mountain, and you will be there after walking dozens of kilometers." Chen Shua nodded, not questioning Qinan. Just when he was about to speak to the others in the conference room, a soldier walked in outside the conference room. "Report." The soldier gave a standard military salute. Chen Shua said, "What's the matter?" The soldier said, "Well, Lu Haichuan has killed all the upgraded zombies. Now he is cleaning up the ordinary zombies outside the city. Just now he sent someone to say that the ammunition is somewhat insufficient, and I hope we can reinforce them. If we can send someone to help they clean up, then they are willing to increase the tax for entering the city to 60%. The people in the conference room were shocked again. Remove all upgraded zombies? This is even more impossible. In their thoughts, 16 D2 jumping zombies and a dozen D1 giant zombies brought 100,000 corpses to attack the city, and the City of Destiny would definitely not be able to keep it. That's why they put all of their people in the Pentagon and gave up all the people outside, and did not make senseless sacrifices to resist. But, what's the news from this soldier? Are the soldiers crazy? Or are they crazy? Chen Shua sighed a long time later, and then said, "Lu Haichuan, I understand that he will not lie. Immediately send 1,000 soldiers from the Pentagonal building to reinforce them, and then let their men come to collect ammunition. By the way, Lu Haichuan will be sent to Lu Haichuan. Please come up, I want to ask what the situation is." After hearing this, the soldier seemed very excited, and said loudly, "Yes." Then he ran out quickly. Chen Shua looked at the soldiers and sighed slightly. The internal problems of the Pentagonal building seemed to be resolved. 10 minutes later, Lu Haichuan entered the conference room with a haggard face. Chen Shua personally pulled a chair and let him sit next to On, and everyone in the conference room also stood up and nodded to him. Lu Haichuan sat on the chair, took the tea from the guards, and drank gulps. Chen Shua waited for him to adjust his breath before he said, "Old Lu, I am really ashamed. Let you die outside and hide yourself in this Pentagonal building." Lu Haichuan smiled and shook his head and said, "Leader Chen, I know your difficulties. Although this Pentagonal building is safe, it can only allow 4,000 people to rest and recuperate. But Destiny City has 10,000 people. If they all hide in the Pentagonal building, it will destroy the food supply system in the Pentagonal building, so when the food is all eaten, everyone will die together. While you protect yourself, you can provide us outsiders with the greatest help." "I can't thank you enough." Chen Shua nodded in embarrassment. He really admired the man in front of him. After the polite remarks, Chen Shua went straight to the subject and said, "Old Lu, how did you kill those upgraded zombies?" Lu Haichuan didn't hide anything, and told all the things that happened outside the Pentagonal building. Finally, he said, "You really didn't see that dozens of D2 upgraded zombies, they want to enter the Pentagonal building like crazy. Regardless of the bullets that were fired at them, the energy of seeing death is like the anti-Japanese fighters of our 8th phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme army. I am also very curious, what is attracting them in this Pentagonal building? I wonder if Captain Chen can give it to me. Don't be confused. Chen Shua was taken aback for a moment, and he finally understood something. It seems that the D2 jumping zombies outside are related to the D2 jumping corpse king in the Pentagon. Or it might be a low-frequency roar, or it might be a brainwave. When D2 jumping corpse king was about to be killed by Cheenen, it must have released a distress signal to the outside, which caused the ordinary D2 jumping zombies to desperately want to break into the Pentagon. Thinking of this, Chen Shua glanced at Cheenen again, and then told Lu Haichuan what happened one by one. Lu Haichuan's eyes straightened. It was not until the last heard that Cheenen had killed the D2 jumping corpse king independently. He looked at Cheenen with a complicated look, and could not move away for a long time. Cheenen was very cautious by him, and could only smirk at him. Finally, Chen Shua announced the end of the meeting and asked the managers of the Pentagon to cooperate with Lu Haichuan to clean up the zombies outside the city. Although more than 100,000 zombies are terrifying, they are backed by powerful munitions, and it is not impossible to eliminate them all. Lu Haichuan also said goodbye and left. He had to go outside to direct the battle. After all, he was the current commander of Destiny City. When only Cheenen and Chen Shua were left in the room, Cheenen immediately stood up and wanted to leave, but Chen Shua left him behind and took him back to his own study. It was a large window room on the 19th floor, covering an area of more than 60 square meters. The interior of the room was simply decorated. Apart from the sofa, coffee table, desk and bench, there were only a few pots of green potted plants. Chen Shua took a cigarette from the coffee table, lit one for Cheenen, and then said, "Cheenen, I am facing a very big problem now, don't you know if you want to listen to me?" Cheenen sat on the sofa, took a deep breath and asked, "What is the problem with Chief Chen? Can I help?" Chen Shua smiled slightly and said, "Tell me about your gathering place first. You must tell the truth, it is related to whether you can help me. It is also good for you." Cheenen didn't understand what Chen Shua meant. After thinking about it, he said, "My gathering place currently has only a few hundred people. It used to be a huge prison. The food reserves in the prison were pretty sufficient, and we basically didn't go out after we got in. I searched for some materials outside. The prison wall is 10 meters high, but there are no wall tunnels, only 4 watchtowers. I am going back this time to strengthen the wall." Chen Shua smiled and said, "Have you finally admitted that you are the master of that gathering place?" Cheenen was taken aback, and then smiled, "I have never denied it, but we haven't talked about this topic before. I'm talking about a small gathering place, it's not worth mentioning." Chen Shua nodded, then sighed leisurely, and said, "The internal contradictions in the Pentagonal building are becoming more and more obvious." Cheenen is puzzled. The Pentagonal building is so safe and has a food supply system. Why is there a contradiction? The fight for power? He did not speak, waiting for Chen Shua to continue speaking. Chen Shua took a mouthful of cigarettes before speaking. There are 2 problems. The first is the ratio of men to women in the Pentagon. There are 3,000 male officers and soldiers and 500 male construction workers in the Pentagonal building. After adding more than 200 male family members, there are only more than 200 women left, and these women all have husbands, and their husbands too. In the Pentagon. This has caused a serious imbalance in the ratio of men and women, and the problem has become increasingly serious. The peaceful life in the Pentagonal building makes those lads become like beasts in rutting. Of course they can go to Destiny City to find women, but the population limit of the Pentagonal Tower cannot allow them to bring women into the Pentagonal Tower at a dangerous moment. Just like this time, I have discovered the dissatisfaction of many officers and soldiers. In the besieged city of zombies, we closed the Pentagonal building to prevent any latecomers outside the building from entering. But among these latecomers, many women and the officers and men in our building are already married. Let them give up their own women and hide themselves in the building. The pressure and pain they endure is obvious. If things go on like this, mutiny will inevitably arise. The second is the attitude towards the end of the world. The 3,000 young male officers and soldiers in the Pentagonal Tower are the main part of the population here. They are strong, young, and full of longing for life and the future. But the last days have made their future illusory. After they came here with me, they couldn't get out of it. The latecomers provided us with the taxes paid so that our people could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme well without going out to find supplies. This has caused the young soldiers to become more and more depressed and boring in this repressive, stable, and boring life. They are all eager to go out, to feel the end times, and to find their own life in the end times. Although the performance of this situation is not outstanding, I have already experienced it. The Pentagonal Tower is very safe. If I can spend my whole life here, it is actually quite good. The most important thing is that my wife and children are with me. My family is perfect, which makes me even more reluctant to give up my current stability. You may think that I can let them go outside to search for supplies and experience life in the last days, just like the latecomers of Destiny City. But in that case, they still belong to the Pentagon in Destiny City. A group of people come and go in and out. Very insecure factor. What I need is stability. The so-called stability is to control together in my hands. Only in this way can I guarantee the safety of everyone in the Pentagonal building. After Chen Shua finished speaking, he took another cigarette, and then looked at Qinan. Qinan was amused secretly after hearing this, thinking that if he was a young man who had never touched a woman, he probably wouldn't want to be locked up in this penthouse for the rest of his life, right? Seeing that Chen Shua stopped talking, Qinan took the initiative to say, "Then what does Head Chen want me to do for you?" Chen Shua said, "You should be 30 years old, you are a young man. And through short contact, I think you are a good person and have a very good martial arts." Hearing Chen Shua said that he knows martial arts, Qinan couldn't help but blush. Chen Shua didn't seem to notice Qinan's expression, and continued, "The most important thing is that you still have a gathering place. I think if you want, I can ask my people if they want to change to a life. Think, then you can take them away." Qinan's head was short-circuited. Thousands of people. This is no small matter. Does he have the ability to feed them? Chen Shua seemed to see Qinan's difficulties. He said earnestly, "I have become a cowardly person in the end times. But who says that a cowardly person loses the right to go on in life? Therefore, I want to change the current situation, make the Pentagonal Tower become stable, and remove all unstable factors from the Pentagonal Tower. After that, we will maintain the current appearance. Destiny City will be semi-closed to the outside world. We will no longer take survivors easily. Only those who conform to our philosophy will we let them in. After reaching a certain online level, we will be completely closed. The Pentagonal Tower is also in a semi-enclosed state. Only entry is allowed, and no exit is allowed. We will reasonably absorb some people from Destiny City into permanent residence in the Pentagonal Tower according to the ratio of men to women. In this case, perhaps the outside of the building is the end of the world, and there is only Taoyuan in the Pentagonal building. If you are willing to help me take away those restless lads, you will do me a great favor. When we escaped from the military base, we carried a lot of weapons, so I would not be stingy at all." Qinan was a little moved. He does have own ideals now, and wants to build a city that belongs to own according to own ideas. So what does he lack most? Isn't it just an army that obeys orders and has a strong combat capability? If they can become their supreme officer and continue to carry out militarized management to meet their personal emotional needs, then they should be able to be firmly controlled by own. After thinking about it, Qinan finally nodded slightly, and then said to Chen Shua, "Head Chen, since you can trust me, then I have nothing to refuse. On the contrary, I think I should thank you, but you plan to give it to me. An army." Chen Shua smiled, then shook his head, and said to Qinan, "Young man, what you said is wrong. I didn't trust them to entrust you to you. You and I are only a short-term friend, I don't know you at all, so how come trust? I'm just a little selfish, just want to completely remove the potential risk factors of the Pentagon, so that I can have a better life. Of course, I do think that you are a good person and will not casually treat those young people. The soldiers took the road to a dead end. However, in these last days, what can be certain? After leaving the Pentagon, the life and death of those people will have nothing to do with me. Even if they want to turn back, I will not accept." Qinan looked at Chen Shua's smile, and his body trembled suddenly. Yes, in the last days, what else can be certain? At the end of the conversation, Sheenan returned to the 20th floor tiredly, returned to the room, looked in through the damaged doorway, and found that there was no one inside. He shouted nervously, "Blue Moon?" As soon as he shouted, the door next door opened. Lan Yu and Li Hong and Lu Jiao walked out together. They were all extremely happy to see him returning. Lan Yu even came over and gently grabbed his arm, and said in a crying voice, "Uncle, where have you been? I really scared me to see you hit the monster, thinking you can't come back." Lu Jia told me, "Don't worry, you used to hack to death a D2 jumping zombie with a big knife." "Is it true? It turns out that you are so powerful." Sheenan looked at Lan Yu, who was acting like a baby next to him, and couldn't accept it. At this time, Lan Yu took care of herself completely. Her mature and sexy look was not like a little girl at all, but her tone of voice was like an authentic little girl. This kind of vision and feeling the contrast made Sheenan feel very strange. He smiled lightly at Lan Yu, then entered the room where Li Hong and the others lived, and asked, "Is the battle still fighting downstairs?" Li Hong said, "I guess it will be over soon. The Pentagonal Tower has sent troops to increase the number of people. Although there are many ordinary zombies, our weapons are also very powerful." Lan Yu was a little angry that Sheenan didn't respond to her, but she was blocking Li Hong and Lu Jia, but she didn't lose her temper, so she stood a little embarrassed by the wall and played with her own finger. Sheenan climbed onto the windowsill and looked down. During the week of Destiny City, the fire was blazing into the sky, and the zombies roared in the fire. It seemed that there were still tens of thousands of zombies, but there were no upgraded zombies, so clean up. It should only be a matter of time to pick up these zombies, and the danger of Destiny City has been eliminated. At this time, the Chenhua soldier named Fong Lei came into the room and smiled brightly and charmingly at Sheenan, which only made Sheenan feel uncomfortable. Holding 4 lunch boxes in his hand, he put them on the table and said, "Boss, let's eat." Sheenan was taken aback and asked Fong Lei, "What do you call me?" Fong Lei scratched his head with embarrassment, and then said, "Call you boss. I heard Chen Tuan tell me. I decided to follow you. It's safe to be safe in this 5-cornered building, but it's too boring. I was about to suffocate me. Chen Tuan did not let me go out casually. Many of our brothers have already been suffocated." Sheenan laughed when he heard it. It seemed that not everyone was longing for peace. No matter in any era, there are always some people who are unwilling to be lonely. They are the pioneers of history, and they are the promoters of the progress of the times. How many years later, this group of people will be named in history? Maybe a hero, maybe a villain. But no matter what it is, they have used their unwillingness to be lonely all their lives, letting their names remain in the long river of history. After a small sigh, Sheenan thanked Fong Lei and started eating with the 3 women. Fong Lei regarded himself as Sheenan's personal soldier, and he came to deliver water and cigarettes later, which made Sheenan a little embarrassed. The day passed very quickly, and in the evening, the fire outside the city was gradually extinguished, and the zombies were basically cleared. The people in the city were cheering, and they didn't care about the suffocating, unpleasant smell in the air after the zombies were burned. After experiencing the siege of zombies, they survived. This is the most important thing. This day has gone through a lot. Sheenan fought another battle with D2 Jumping Corpse King. He was very tired and went to bed early in the evening. But Lan Yu, who had not been talking to him, jumped into bed after he went to bed, and took the initiative to find a comfortable position in his arms and slowly fell asleep. This night, the city was very quiet, and the people who were unable to escape had gone through fear, helplessness, excitement and joy, and all that was left was fatigue. The next day, early in the morning, Chenhua sent someone to build a 5-meter-high platform on the open space in front of the Pentagonal Tower, and then let him install loudspeakers in many places in Destiny City. After that, all the people of Destiny City, including the inside personnel of the Pentagonal building, gathered in the open space in front of the stage. Everyone was very puzzled. They didn't know what important things the mysterious Destiny City Lord had to announce that he had set up such a big battle. After Sheenan had dinner in the morning, they were invited down by Chenhua to the Pentagonal Tower. When Sheenan stepped onto the 5-meter-high platform and faced the nearly 10,000 people in front of him, he was a little shocked. It seems that there is still a long way to go to build an own city with a large population. Now there are only 10,000 people in front of him, and his legs have already begun to tremble, and he is very nervous. Chen Shua is obviously used to seeing this kind of scene. He is standing in the middle of the platform at this time, his aura is calm and he is not nervous. After clearing his throat, Chen Shua said, "Hello everyone. I am the Lord of Destiny City, Chen Shua. Believe that many of us here know me, but haven't seen me. Today, to gather all the soldiers and civilians of Destiny City here, there is a major event to announce to everyone. Before that, let me introduce someone to everyone." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Qinan with a smile. Qinan reluctantly walked slowly to Chen Shua's side. In the audience, those who are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme can see what Qinan has become, and those who are far away can only talk about it, not knowing who this person is. Chen Shua continued, "This one is called Qinan. His gathering place is on the other side of the Jiulong mountain range. The straight line distance from us is not too far. It is estimated that it took 3 or 4 days to walk over a mountain. Why do you want to introduce Qinan to everyone? Because now, you are about to face a choice. First of all, the internal staff of our pentagonal building. Starting today, the pentagonal tower will be in a semi-closed state, that is to say, only entry is allowed, no exit is allowed. We will create the most stable and lasting environment. I hope everyone can understand that if you are not sure that you can stay in the Pentagon for the rest of your life without going out, then I hope you can choose to leave, whether it is for you or for your willingness for those who stay in the pentagonal building, it is a great good thing. So what if you leave and go there? This is the purpose of my introduction to Qinan. His gathering place will welcome everyone very much. It is also relatively safe. I believe our internal members have heard of Qinan's deeds more or less after yesterday's events. He is a powerful person who can kill upgraded zombies independently. Then you young soldiers, if you are eager to fight in this last days and realize your value, I will not stop you. I also assure you that following Qinan, you will completely out of your own sky." Chen Shua's voice was loud, and his words were ear-splitting, and Qinan, who was beside him, was shocked in his ears. At the same time, he also admired Chen Shua's ability to speak. What else can follow him to walk out of the sky that belongs to you? Qinan really wanted to laugh, there were still dark clouds above his sky. However, Qinan couldn't say anything, because he had promised Chen Shua yesterday. Below, the insiders of the Pentagon, that is, 3,000 soldiers, 500 construction workers, and 500 family members, began to whisper and discuss in a low voice. Chen Shua's decision obviously had a big impact on them. Do you want to stay in the pentagonal building until you die, or follow a stranger to experience the new life? They are completely lost. Qinan looked at the insiders of the pentagonal building below the stage, with some contempt for Chen Shua in his heart. Chen Shua believed too much in the pentagonal tower, and Qinan felt that there would never be a complete Pure Land in the last days. Moreover, the closed-door training can only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to destruction in the end, and history has already proved this. Seeing the crowds downstairs talking louder and louder, Chen Shua said, "Okay. The discussion is over. Now you need to make a choice. If you are willing to stay, you can go directly to the Pentagon, and if you are willing to leave, you can go to the clearing over there." The debate among the insiders of the pentagonal building became louder, and everyone was lost in the face of the sudden multiple choice questions. As soon as Chen Shua's words fell, one person rushed out of the camp of internal personnel. He was Fang Lei, Chen Shua's personal guard. Fang Lei's speed was too fast, like a 100-meter sprint athlete. Waiting for Chen Shua's order, he immediately ran out and rushed to the finish line with lightning speed. When he stood on the clearing, he lowered his head in embarrassment only when he was alone. Immediately afterwards, a few people walked out of the phalanx and came to Fang Lei's side. They were all the people who saw Qinan fighting with D2 Jumping Corpse King on the stairs yesterday. As soldiers, they themselves like to fight and worship force. They have been completely overwhelmed by Qinan's force. Gradually, a large number of people in the camp flocked to the open space. Some of them have heard of Qinan's deeds, some are unable to adapt to the life of the pentagonal building and wait to die, and some are eager to wander around the world to find a lover of their own. Their reasons are different, the only thing in common is that they all made a choice. Gradually, in addition to the soldiers, those construction workers who came here first began to walk towards the open space. Before the end of the world, they were the most ordinary people in society. They did the hardest and most tiring work, but they couldn't enjoy a good life. They once imagined that they could have a second life and choose a new one. Life. After the end of the world, they were trapped in the building they built, doing nothing all day long, making these ordinary workers feel that life has completely lost its meaning. If life is meaningless, why are you still alive? In the end, they chose to go out. Within 20 minutes, the camp of insiders had made a choice. I roughly counted the number of people. About 2,000 soldiers and nearly 300 construction workers chose to leave. Such a number surprised Chinan. Chinan originally thought that for people in the last days, life should be the most important thing. Unexpectedly, these people were willing to leave the safe Pentagon to face the life and death and the unknown outside, which is too hard to understand. In fact, what Chinan thinks is wrong, because most of these people have not faced much life and death. They came here shortly after the outbreak of the T-virus, and have not been here for more than a year. They still don't understand this. World. Chen Shua took a look and nodded slightly, which was almost as he expected. Then, he began to inquire about the outsiders in Destiny City. Similarly, who wants to leave with Chinan? The arguments from outsiders are stronger than those from insiders. Most of them are people who have truly experienced life in the last days. They have seen women being ruthlessly played with, they have seen someone eat their own children because of hunger, they have seen father and son crippling just to avoid the pursuit of zombies, they are more realistic and eager for safety. Finally, after Chen Shuai gave the order to choose, everyone's discussion became quieter, and they were waiting to see who was willing to leave. After a while, the first person to choose to walk into the open land turned out to be Lu Haichuan. Lu Haichuan's prestige in the eyes of outsiders is stronger than that of Chen Shua. As soon as he walked over, some members of the material search team immediately followed. Then there are some women. The reason they have gone is because the men who are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to them are already there, and they have no choice. Just like that, another 20 minutes passed. More than 2,600 people stood in the open space. In this way, adding together, nearly 5,000 people chose to leave, which is exactly half of Destiny City. People are very uneasy. The people of Destiny City finally made the choice that bears their destiny. After the choice, they will take a different path, and no one can tell what is waiting for them to fall on the ground. Chen Shua was very relaxed, smiled at Chinan, and said, "Brother, come over and talk to your people. Their future destiny is in your hands." Chinan tremblingly walked to the center of the stage, where there was a microphone, which was connected to dozens of loudspeakers, which could diffuse his voice so that most people could hear him. This microphone is obviously self-made. Chinan doesn't know how it works. Maybe it's a bit similar to the local phone in Text Middle School when he was a child. Chinan tried his best to calm himself, then turned sideways to the 5,000 camp, and slowly said, "My name is Chinan. In order to be responsible to you, I think I must tell you my true situation. The first is my gathering place. It is a fairly large prison. It is 10 meters high and strong. Its area is a bit smaller than Destiny City. There is no safe building like the Pentagon. If you insist on it, then it can only be those prisons that once held prisoners." As soon as Chinan's voice fell, there was a burst of laughter from the 5,000 people in the camp. Chinan felt very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the people, not at all as high as Chen Shua. Chinan also laughed, and relaxed, not so nervous, he continued, "In fact, there are not many people in my camp. There are only 20 internal personnel, including a woman and a 10-year-old boy. These team members are not soldiers and do not have very strong abilities. They are the most ordinary people before the end of the world. Some are teachers, some are supermarket managers, and some are students in sports schools. In short, they are really ordinary people. There are hundreds of outsiders in my place, they just came when I left the camp. I haven't figured out their details yet, so they can't be regarded as my insiders. In other words, I have no team, the only thing I have is a camp. If you go with me, I will do my best to let you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme better, and you will become the person I trust the most. However, if you follow me, you must listen to me and let me be your boss. The camp was in a commotion, but Cheenen turned out to be a polished commander. Then why should people like them recognize him as the boss and listen to him in the future? Cheenen blushed a bit when he saw the reaction of the people in the audience. He shouted Fong Lei. As soon as the voice fell, Fong Lei rushed out of the 5,000 camp and shouted, "Boss! Any instructions?" Many soldiers in the camp were stunned. Everyone knew Fong Lei, that was Chen Shua's personal soldier, and his combat effectiveness was extremely strong. I heard that he had studied martial arts in Shaolin Temple for several years. Why did he call Cheenen the boss? Woolen cloth? It's really puzzling. Cheenen said, "You come on stage." Fong Lei ran up to the wooden platform and then stood behind Cheenen. Cheenen said, "You tell everyone, why should I make everyone recognize me as the boss?" Cheenen actually had no choice. He didn't know what to say at this time. He could only make the best move to see if Fong Lei, who had seen his true strength, could help him support the scene. Fong Lei was obviously very on the road. Standing in front of the microphone, he said in a loud voice, "Everyone knows me, my name is Fong Lei. I used to be the guard of the Chen regiment. He has been responsible for protecting the safety of the regiment leader, but the regiment leader is here. The pentagonal building is already very safe, so I don't need to protect it. So I chose to leave, follow Boss Cheenen, to see what the last days are like." You may not know why Fong Lei is so willing to follow Boss Cheenen. That's because I have seen his strength. I believe that many people in the pentagonal building have heard of the incident last night. However, none of you have seen it with your own eyes. Everyone knows that the D2 level upgraded Leaping Corpse King killed more than 100 of us on the 15th floor in the blink of an eye, including more than 70 of our fully equipped warriors. It is so fast, it shuttles in the corridor like a ghost. But when I arrived in front of my boss Cheenen, only one face to face, my boss Cheenen killed him with a knife. Let me tell you, Cheenen Boss is a secret inheritor of ancient martial arts in modern society. He knows Qigong and internal power, and he can run on the grass and fly on the water, and take the enemy from the army. The first level, that does not even blink an eye. Cheenen heard the face turn white and red from behind, and quickly came up to stop Fong Lei from continuing. He was a little confused. I go. This kid is just right to tell the story, and later he will be described as the Monkey King Sun Wukong. Fong Lei was stopped by Cheenen and immediately gave a military salute. Then he bent down and bowed at 90 degrees, then knelt down on one knee and gave a punch with both hands. He looked humble and looked at the 5,000 people in the square. Totally silly. Chapter 58. People not only thought in their doubts, maybe this young man named Cheenen really has some god-tier skills. Among the 5,000-person phalanx, the deepest feelings are those soldiers. Most of them know Fong Lei very well. Fong Lei is very arrogant. Among the soldiers in the pentagonal building, he can be said to have beaten everyone and is invincible. So now he is so humble to Cheenen. It seems that Cheenen is definitely a person with strong strength. Lu Haichuan squinted his eyes and looked at Cheenen, who was a little embarrassed on the stage, with a smile on his face. He knows what happened yesterday, which is also an important reason why he chose to leave with Cheenen. If it wasn't for Cheenen to kill the D2 jumping zombie king in the pentagonal building, then at this time, he, or most of the people in the city, might have died. Lu Haichuan was a policeman before the end of the world, and a really kind policeman who served people. He has a heart of gratitude and feedback. Cheenen indirectly saved his life, he is his lifesaver, he is willing to follow him and survive with him. Therefore, after Fong Lei stepped down, Lu Haichuan stepped onto the high platform again. Cheenen looked at Lu Haichuan's arrival for a moment, wondering what he was going to do. At this moment, the 5,000 camp is quiet. Lu Haichuan's prestige is very high in the entire Destiny City. Even the insiders of the Pentagonal Tower respected him well. It can be said that Chen Shua did nothing as the Lord of the City of Destiny. So what does the behavior of such a person now represent? When everyone was puzzled, Lu Haichuan stood in front of the microphone and then said, Lu Haichuan declares allegiance to Chief Qinan and will unconditionally obey any arrangements made by Chief Qinan. If I violate it, I will not die. Eaten and wiped by zombies. As soon as his voice fell, the 5,000-man team boiled again. Their hearts are suddenly settled. A powerful Fan Lei and a prestigious Lu Haichuan, who are willing to offer allegiance to Qinan without hesitation, it shows that Qinan is definitely not a simple character. There must be something extraordinary about him that allowed Fan Lei and Lu Haichuan to take him to the sky with such fanfare. The next moment, the team of 5,000 people did not know who was leading it, and slowly fell to one knee, cupped fist with both hands, and shouted and said, "We are willing to be loyal to Chief Qinan." At this time, the entire Destiny City was shaken, including Chen Shua. Chen Shua didn't expect that Qinan would gain the power of this group of people so easily. There was a slight sourness in his heart, but he couldn't say anything, because it was he who contributed to this incident. If Qinan became the first hero of these people, then it would be Chen Shua. The next thing was simple. Qinan said a few more briefly, and then ordered Fan Lei to temporarily become the highest officer of the original Pentagonal internal staff, and Lu Haichuan as the highest officer of the others. With two of them who were familiar with the situation helping him manage, Qinan became a lot easier at once. Then he was polite with Chen Shua, and said that occasionally, he would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme move around between the two gathering places and visit each other. After that, with a team of 5,000 people, ready to set off and return to Qincheng, they chose the safest phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route / phoneme, which was to go out from the north gate of Destiny City, head northeast, then cross Jiulong Mountain, and walk along the foot of the mountain to the west, and finally turn to the north and continue walking for a while. Can reach Qincheng. Faced with such dramatic remarks, the three women, Lan Yu, Li Hong and Lu Jia, no longer know whether they should be happy or surprised. They didn't expect Qinan to have such a huge army inadvertently. Lan Yu was behind Qinan, while looking at his back, she put her hand on the contract in her pocket. She felt that what Qinan gave her did not seem to be an unattainable dream. But Qinan made all the preparations vigorously, and left the Destiny City with his team. While leaving, although Chen Shua was a little unwilling, he still fulfilled his promise, and in line with the idea of doing good to the end, not only armed the equipment of the 2,000 soldiers to the teeth, but also nearly 1,500 to which Lu Haichuan belonged. The material search squad of 100 people is also armed to the teeth. It was a big gift to Qinan. When they were parting, Chen Shua burst into tears and told Qinan to take good care of these people. He also said that if there is a chance, he must come back phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme, just like an old man marries his daughter. It made Qinan feel grateful and awkward. Finally, when he walked out of the City of Destiny, his thoughts began to drift towards Qin City. I wonder if the woman Qin Shaoyan misses herself. Qin Shaoyan was sitting alone on the watchtower at this time, looking at the scenery outside the prison. Within the range that the naked eye can see, there is no more zombie in sight. Qinan has been walking for nearly 20 days. In 20 days, thanks to the efforts of the members of the Qin Dynasty organization, Xincheng has undergone some changes. 500 of those latecomers were basically released. Only Tian Hu and his dozen henchmen were still in prison. Qin Shaoyan treats Li Na pretty well now, and Li Na is very cooperative. They still sleep together at night, but during the day, Li Na began to help Qin Shaoyan manage the more than 500 latecomers. Qin Shaoyan thinks that Li Na is a person who knows her. After all, it should be safer to let her manage the people she knows. This is because Qin Shaoyan showed her ability to kill zombies in front of them. When people saw Qin Shaoyan rushing into the group of zombies with a pair of knives in hand, it didn't take much time to kill all 70 or 80 zombies. After that, they no longer have the heart to resist, and they also actively join Qin. This organization became a member of the Qin dynasty. In addition to training, they also began to reinforce Qin City under the leadership of Li Zichuan. The so-called reinforcement is mainly to build the corridor of the city wall. This is actually not difficult. They found an abandoned brick factory in the northern suburbs of Hanghai City, and a cement factory nearby. There are a lot of finished bricks and cement inside. After being transported back to Qin City, they began to build another wall inside the Qin city wall. The distance between the two walls was 8 meters wide. After the construction was completed, under Li Na's suggestion, they filled the walls with cement and huge stones, which was regarded as thickening the prison wall to nearly 9 meters. The reason Li Na would suggest this is because she has seen the mighty power of the upgraded giant zombies. The wall is so wide, so naturally there is a tunnel above it. On both sides of the tunnel, crenellations, machine gun bunkers, and 64 3-meter-high small sniper towers were built. These small sniper towers are all built on the corridor, with 16 on one wall. Obviously this is for those 63 female students learning to shoot. The heavy weapons in the arsenal have been moved to the bunkers on the walls. Because of the bunkers, there is no need to worry about these heavy machine guns, grenades, rocket launchers, and hand thunders getting wet by rain. Lu Gang believes that weapons should not be moldy in the arsenal, and they must be given maximum mobility. The so-called greatest mobility is that you can go into battle at any time. Li Na selected 300 of the most reliable people from the 500 foreigners and gave them to Lu Gang. Lu Gang selected 200 people with combat potential for key training, allowing them to temporarily shoulder the heavy burden on the city wall. Operational tasks of weapons. Today, Qin City can be said to have been armed to the teeth, and can face a battle of zombies. This is the thing that everyone in the Qin dynasty team is most worried about. They look forward to Qinnan's return soon and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the overall situation. At this time, Qinnan had just left Destiny City. What he didn't expect was that when he left Destiny, there were 500 or 600 people who chose to follow them. These people were basically latecomers to Destiny City. Perhaps it was the momentum of the 5,000 people who knelt down and pledged allegiance to Qinnan that shocked them. In short, some of them ran into the team with fanfare, and some quietly followed behind to join the team. Qinnan didn't pay any attention to these things. The only thing he wanted to do now was to return to Qincheng as soon as possible. Therefore, he began to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the people on the road day and night. Fang Lei's 2,000 regular army was divided into two parts, one in the front and the other in the postponement. Lu Haichuan's team is naturally divided into two parts, one on the left and the other on the right. This formation completely protects other unarmed personnel. With such a large team, it is naturally impossible to encounter zombies on the road. But they have a very powerful scout like Qinnan, so they can naturally avoid a lot of risks. Usually it was walking a certain distance. Qinnan asked everyone to stop and rest, and then he started to investigate forward at his fastest speed, and killed all the zombies he saw by the way. Therefore, when everyone restarts on their way, they will find that on the way they are walking, you can see the corpse of a zombie without a head everywhere, but it is difficult to see a living zombie. This made Qinnan more and more mysterious in everyone's hearts, and his loyalty to Qinnan became higher and higher. After walking for a day and a night, they finally arrived at the foot of Jiulong Mountain. They chose to camp in the mountain forest. Generally, zombies rarely run to the mountain on their own initiative, so it is safest to spend the night in the mountain forest. The soldiers took the initiative to take on the task of vigil. They seldom leave the pentagonal building this year. Now such a long journey not only makes them feel tired, but also feel very excited. They are imagining what their future life will be like. We took a rest in the forest for one night, and in the early morning we continued on our way. Everyone came out of Destiny City with food, and those without food were also helped by members of the material search team under Qinnan's arrangement. They took out their stored food and distributed it to everyone. Of course, the members of the material team were a little dissatisfied. They got back the food with all their might. Why should they give it to others for free? But this order was issued by Lu Haichuan instead of Qinnan, which made it difficult for them to refuse. People have different minds. They slowly shuttled through the mountains and forests. In the process of driving, they even encountered some survivors hiding in the mountains. They were shocked to see such a large team passing by. But they are not really stupid, but slowly follow this team to see where they are going. In this way, in 4 days, after crossing the Jiulong Mountain, the team of more than 5,500 people became 6,000. Continue walking along the foot of the mountain. Qinnan has never been in this generation. he just knows how to proceed according to the map. At this time, they were already in the mid-levels of the mountain. They walked all the way and found that there were many artificial caves on the mountain. These caves were obviously exploded with explosives. I don't know what they were doing. At this time, a construction worker suddenly came to Chinan and said to Chinan, "Leader, I am more familiar with this generation. I have been here before. Some of the potholes here are from the quarry, and some are made by the iron factory. There is a small city not far away, and that small city is called Jiangong City. Because there are a lot of factories gathered there. What kind of reinforced cement plants, electroplating paper mills are all there, and they were once major production polluters. In order to ensure the air quality in the urban area, Hanghai City moved all these factories to this mountainous area far from the outskirts of the city. Let's go to the city to take a look, maybe we can get a lot of building materials. With building materials, we can expand and strengthen our base." Chinan was overjoyed and asked the person, "What is your name?" The man smiled and said, "My name is Lu Jiangang, I was originally the captain of the pentagonal building team. I can't find my wife, so I followed you. I don't want to be locked up for a lifetime by what I built." Chapter 59. When Chinan heard this, he almost knelt to the ground and kissed Lu Jiangong's feet. It turns out that the pentagonal building was made by him. Lu Jiangang saw Chinan's joy and was very proud. He continued, "Actually, there are other reasons why I am willing to come with you. This prison in the north of Hanghai City is a great place. We can completely build a real big city with the prison as the center. The existence of the Jiangong City gave us a material processing plant, and then no electricity and no machinery, but some local methods can still allow us to produce the building materials we need to use. Zhulongshan is a cornucopia. It is very huge. And the products are rich, and for us it is also a natural source of raw materials. Changbei Prison is in the surrounding mountains, so the surrounding mountains become our natural barrier. Of course, it does not mean that there is no need to build a city wall to protect it, but at least a group of corpses can't get past us over the mountains. If we can seal the entrance to the mountain, then we can do whatever we want inside. Completely build a city that belongs to us. It's actually not difficult to seal the entrance of Huanshan Mountain. We have Beilongfeng on the left and Beilongwai on the right. It is this mountain range that surrounds us. The shortest distance between Beilongfeng and Beilongwai is only 10 kilometers wide. We can seal it slowly. Even if one day, the tide of corpses arrives, and we can't stop it, we can leave here and escape into the Jiulong Mountains. The reason why Jiulong Mountain is called Jiulong Mountain is because its mountain range is very long, spanning 6 provinces, stretching for more than 3,000 kilometers, high and low, just like 9 long dragons connecting end to end. Listening to Lu Jiangong's narrative, Chinan has blossomed in joy, and Lu Jiangang showed him a picture that is too beautiful, which has already made him dream. After walking all morning, I finally arrived at the Jiangong City that Lu Jiangang said. As he said here, there are huge factories everywhere, and there are piles of building materials all over the city. There were thousands of zombies in the city. Chinan gave an order and led a team of 1,000 people into the city, killing all the zombies in the city. Chinan also personally killed more than a dozen D1 level jumping zombies. The harsh methods shocked the soldiers and finally understood Fong Lei's feelings. After the Jiangong City was cleared out, they simply rested in the city for one night, supplemented the supplies, and continued on the road the next day. After walking for another day and night, passing through some villages and small towns, killing all the zombies inside and evacuating the materials, it feels a bit like a ghost entering the village back then. They have never seen anyone who kills zombies so easily. Finally at dawn, the figure of the huge prison could be seen from a distance. There was uncontrollable excitement in everyone's hearts. Is that a new home for OWN in the future? It seems that this prison is not too big, but it has a 10-meter high wall, and on the high wall, there are all kinds of small towers. I don't know what they are used for. Chinan is also very curious about Qincheng's changes. It is almost a month since he left Qincheng. In a month's time, I don't know if Qin Shaoyan has changed her appearance. Is she thinner or fatter? Everyone speeded up their steps with different thoughts, and walked towards Qin City. In Qincheng, everyone is practicing hard on the playground. It is 7 o'clock in the morning, but they have been up for 2 hours. Lu Gang seems to be an extremist. He wants these people to become warriors who are worthy of 100. They have all experienced the decadence of the last days, and in this Qin city, a different atmosphere is quietly washing away their dusty hearts. Food will be provided free of charge here. There is no need for them to go out to kill zombies. The women here do not need to betray themselves to get a good life. In this case, what are they not satisfied with? They are willing to become a member of Qinchang. On the watchtower, Wang Ziyuan was on guard as usual, and he was in charge of the Nanchang watchtower today. In fact, Nanchang is very safe here, because there are no big cities behind it, only some villages and small cities, behind which is Jiulong Mountain. The corpse group generally wouldn't go up the mountain without being driven away. But Wang Ziyuan didn't let up. He was a person who died once. He escaped from the supermarket, which made him cherish his life extraordinarily. Moreover, he now has a woman he likes. Thinking of Lu Wanwan, Wang Ziyuan's heart is full of sweetness. Yesterday he had the courage to suddenly hold Lu Wanwan in his arms, kissed her on the mouth, and pinched her chest. Lu Wanwan just called him with a blushing face, "Little villain." This is a beautiful night without falling asleep. At this moment, Wang Ziyuan suddenly discovered that a group of people appeared vaguely at the foot of the mountain a few kilometers away. He hurriedly picked up the spectacles to confirm that there was really a group of people, and the number could not be determined because it was too far away. What is certain is that there must be a lot of people in that group. Wang Ziyuan hurriedly rang the alarm bell. As soon as the alarm bell rang, the people who were training on the playground were taken aback, and then rushed to the four walls and ran back to their respective positions, checked their weapons, loaded ammunition, and waited silently. In fact, they had to experience this kind of acting once a day. As he shouted, everyone became nervous. Xin Xiaoyan is sleeping with Li Na in a room on the 6th floor of the administrative district. Her relationship is very delicate now. There is not much communication, but they get along with each other. Maybe just because of that charming night half a month ago. That night, Xin Xiaoyan used to torture Li Na with her fingers. After several times, she made Li Na panting and lost her helmet and armor. Xin Xiaoyan liked this game. What she didn't expect was that Li Na, who was already lying limp in the bed, launched a counterattack when she was not paying attention. She could have easily removed Li Na's restless hand from her legs, but Li Na said something that made her unwilling to resist. "I heard them say that your man has been away for 10 days. Do you miss him? Will he treat you like this before? Will he? I think he will. He must like to see your expression at this time." In this way, Xin Xiaoyan finally did not resist, and Li Na succeeded. It was after that day that the relationship between the two developed into what it is now. A knock on the door awakened Xin Xiaoyan. A female member of the sniper team shouted outside the door, "Leader!" Many unidentified people came from Nanchang, and they all seemed to have weapons. Xin Xiaoyan hurriedly jumped out of the bed when she heard it. Li Na was awakened by Xin Xiaoyan. She didn't dare to hesitate after hearing her words, and hurriedly put on her clothes. The two went out together, and Li Na went to the corridor and transferred all the 63 sniper team members to the south wall, then spread out, looking for their own shooting angles. Xin Xiaoyan and Li Zichuan boarded a corner of the observation tower together, holding the walkie-talkie in their hands, and proceeding to make combat deployments. After everything was ready, Xin Xiaoyan took a deep breath, making her breathing steady. She knew that the people who came were not zombies, so who were they? Looking through the binoculars, they all carry this weapon, the blackened piece, and I don't know how many people there are. No matter what they want to do, they cannot be allowed to enter the city. When the group of people walked more than 700 meters away from the southern city of the prison, Xin Xiaoyan said to Li Na through the walkie-talkie, "Pig. Let the team members shoot to frighten them." Li Na frowned. Although Xin Xiaoyan treats herself well now, the name she calls her is really hard to accept. At this time, there was no time to think about it too much. Li Na was holding a telescope and found that those people were all dressed in military uniforms, and there were even many people wearing military caps. Li Na put the walkie-talkie in her hand and gave an order, "Aim at the military cap and don't hurt anyone." The 63 team members raised their guns as much as possible. They knew that even if they couldn't hit anyone, they couldn't kill each other, otherwise the fight between the two sides would be inevitable. Shot! Li Na gave an order, and 63 grabs rang together. 18 shots were fired and all others hit the target. 45 military caps were shot off, but no one was injured. Li Na looked through the binoculars and nodded in satisfaction. On the other hand, Fang Lei, who led the team at the front, immediately stopped the team from moving forward after hearing the gunshot. After checking, they found out that 45 military caps had been knocked off. Fang Lei was stunned. "I drop, what kind of marksmanship is this? And why are they so accurate? A small unit of the regular army does not have so many sharpshooters, right?" Fang Lei hurried to the back of the team and reported what had happened before to Qin and Qin and smiled slightly when he heard it, and it seemed that those shooting team students had come in handy. He nodded and then Lei said, "Stay on the spot, watch my gestures." After he finished speaking, he strode forward by himself. When he left the team and walked 100 meters, he couldn't stand still. On the observation tower, Qin Xiaoyan could clearly see who the standing man was even without using a telescope. She screamed in shock, and then quickly descended from the observation tower. On the southern city wall, there was only a small door. Qin Xiaoyan said to Li Zichuan, who had been following him, "Quickly open the door, those people are all brought back by my husband." After speaking, she herself opened the small door and rushed out. Li Zichuan hesitated. What if Qinan was kidnapped back? Looking at Qin Xiaoyan's leaving figure, Li Zichuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it, the two heads are outside, what else can he do? While ordering the gate to open, Li Zichuan also ordered the weapons of the city wall to turn their spear heads and aim at the city, not to relax their guard. Li Na, who had been looking out with a telescope on the city wall, trembled slightly, and the man was back. Now, she knew that the man was Qin Xiaoyan's husband, but she still didn't know what his name was. Because people in the Qin dynasty just call him the leader or boss. Inadvertently, what Qinan did to her in the room that night quietly rose to her heart and made her heart beat faster. Lu Haichuan had also caught up from the back of the team at this time. While looking at the huge prison, he listened to Fang Lei's recount of his previous experience. At this moment, the small door in the city opened wide, and a figure flew out of the city like a ghost and flew straight towards Qinan. He was swept by the figure within a few seconds at a distance of several hundred meters, and the speed was so fast. Lu Haichuan gaped. Lu Haichuan knows that Qinan is not simple, and has the ability to solo kill the young D2 jumping corpse king. Obviously, this woman who ran out of the city must also have extraordinary abilities. Lu Haichuan squinted his eyes. At this time, he could clearly see that the person lying in Qinan's arms was a woman, but when she was just running, all that Lu Haichuan could see was a phantom, but he couldn't tell the difference. That is male or female. This can only prove that her speed has surpassed the limit that human beings should have. It's like a cheetah rushing to eat. Lan Yu also saw the scene where the two embraced each other. She sighed secretly. For Qinan, she actually already has a good feeling, which is not love, but it is very likely to easily turn into love one day. However, at this time, all possibilities are broken. In any case, she will not be with a married woman. Lan Yu tried his best to keep own eyes away from the two embracing people, and her heart was full of loss. Qinan was extremely excited about the woman in his arms. He felt the deep love radiating from the woman. Gently lifted her head buried in front of her chest with her hand, and looked at her face. The woman was actually full of tears. "Xiaoyan, I'm back," Qinan said affectionately. Although Qin Xiaoyan cried a bit miserably, the smile on her face was flowery. "Husband, I want to kill you. If you don't come back, I want to go out to find you." Qinan took a deep breath and poured it into Qin Xiaoyan's mouth. This deep kiss made everyone in the city and the city know what kind of relationship they are. After lingering for a long time, Qin Xiaoyan only realized that behind Qinan, there were still many strangers staring at the scene they were performing. Wei flushed, Qin Xiaoyan hurriedly broke free from Qinan's embrace, and then said embarrassedly, "Husband, who are these people?" Qinan smiled slightly and said, "Tell you slowly tonight." After that, he waved back and yelled, "Enter the city." After an order was given, the huge team began to move, followed behind Qinan and Qin Xiaoyan, around to the main gate of Qin City, and walked into the city in an orderly manner. On the corridor of the city wall of Qin City, everyone was slightly taken aback when looking at the brigade of thousands of people. Li Zichuan and others simply couldn't understand, how could Qinnan's trip bring so many survivors? Qin Shang became lively all at once, and Lu Gang and Li Zichuan were called by Qinnan to let them follow Fong Lei and Lu Haichuan respectively. First, they had to arrange accommodation for the newcomers. Nowadays, food supply has become a big problem. Qinsheng's food reserves are rich, but they are only enough for everyone now to eat for a month. Therefore, it is urgent to send out a material search team. Because of the entry of more than 6,000 people, Qinsheng is truly a small town. To avoid confusion, it is necessary to quickly formulate laws and regulations and implement management personnel at all levels. Qinnan felt his head big at this time. Running around in front of people, it's so busy. Qin Xiaoyan was naturally frightened by the many newcomers. She had temporarily put aside the excitement of seeing Qinnan again, and helped Qinnan in command everywhere, and she became a group. There are enough dormitories in Qincheng. Fong Lei's 2,000-man soldier team and Lu Haichuan's 1,500-person search team were arranged in the armed police dormitory building, prison guard dormitory building, and staff dormitory building. These people almost occupied the 3 dormitory buildings. The others were arranged to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in cells in Block C prison. Although it is a cell, the conditions inside are also good. After all, this is a relatively advanced super prison. The accommodation conditions are better than people's previous accommodation conditions in Destiny City. The house is at least square and square, with a certain amount of space, rain and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme, and safe. Qinnan arranged Lan Yu and Li Hong and Lu Jia in the single dormitory on the 5th floor of the Comprehensive Administration Building. Lan Yu shared a room with Li Hong and Lu Jia. This was also considered a fulfillment of the promise to Lan Yu. Most of it. After Lan Yu entered the single dormitory belonging to On, she was full of emotions, and damn its uncle didn't lie to her. He really gave her a good house as he said to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. But Lan Yu was not happy. When she was busy outside, she hid in the dormitory alone and cried in a low voice. Just remember her ignorant love for Qinnan. Love is gone, naturally it hurts my heart. The noisy Qin Shang was quiet until the evening. Qinnan organized a large conference almost non-stop after dinner. The venue for this meeting was in the basketball court in Qincheng. There were a lot of participants. In addition to the old Qin dynasty organization members, there were Fong Lei, Lu Haichuan, and some of the previous management personnel of all levels in the 2 camps. There were a total of 70 or 80 people. Everyone sat on the basketball court while eating peanuts and melon seeds, while discussing the development of Qincheng and the establishment of system rules, the establishment of departments, the election of department heads and the confession of a series of issues. Everyone's attitude was very positive, and the discussion continued until more than 11 o'clock in the evening. Everyone lit a lot of torches around the basketball factory to illuminate the basketball court. At this point in the discussion, most of the problems have been resolved. As a temporary recorder, Li Zichuan finally gave a formal statement to everyone about all the content discussed at the meeting tonight, and decided to start the implementation tomorrow. Li Zichuan was very excited, standing in the middle of the basketball court, watching a circle of people watching him with a smile, cleared his throat and began to officially release all the issues. First of all, warmly celebrate the official establishment of the Qin dynasty. At present, the population of our organization is 6,800 people. Among them, 2,000 are women and 4,008 are men. In order for us to have a better development and obtain a more harmonious life in the last days, we decided to establish 3 groups and 6 departments. The so-called 3 regiments are the Guard Regiment, the Fire Wing Regiment, and the Eagle Eye Regiment. The head of the Guard Regiment was Lu Gang, and the deputy head was Wang Ziyuan, with 1,000 people under its jurisdiction. Main responsibility is responsible for urban defense, military training for the whole people, and cooperating with the construction of urban defense of the Ministry of Construction. The head of the Fire Wing Regiment is served by Fong Lei, and the deputy head of the regiment is served by Li Hua, with 1,000 people under its jurisdiction. The main responsibility is to clean up all the zombies in Xinjiang for a week, set up realm points on the periphery of Xinjiang, establish a defense network, and cooperate with the construction of the Ministry of Construction for Urban Defense. The head of the Eagle Eye Regiment Lu Haichuan and the deputy head Li Dehua have 1,000 people under their jurisdiction. The main responsibility is the search for materials and survivors. The six are the Ministry of Construction and Engineering, the Ministry of Political Affairs, the Ministry of Logistics, the Ministry of Police, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Life. The Ministry of Construction and Industry is responsible for the construction of urban defense, which is also an important figure in Xinjiang at present. Lu Jiangang is the minister and has 300 people under his jurisdiction. However, all members of Xinjiang will cooperate with the work of the Ministry of Construction and Industry in the current situation. The Ministry of Political Affairs is responsible for ideological supervision. The minister is Lu Meng and has 300 people under its jurisdiction. The main role is to establish people's correct concept of the end times, to provide psychological treatment to those who have been harmed in the end times, and to identify foreign survivors. The Logistics Department is responsible for all logistics work, including meals, medical education, etc. The minister is Lu Wanwan, who governs 300 people. The Police Department is responsible for the security of the city and cracking down on all illegal crimes. The minister Sun Dihai has 300 people under its jurisdiction. The Ministry of Agriculture is responsible for the cultivation of grain and vegetables and the raising of livestock. The purpose is to establish the internal food supply system of Xinjiang. The minister is to be determined. Life Department Li Zichuan said this, paused, and everyone laughed strangely. Li Zichuan cleared his throat, and then continued with some seriousness, the Minister of Life is Lu Qin. The main responsibilities are healthy and reasonable control of the relationship between men and women. Due to the current imbalance between men and women in the city, we will not establish a marriage physique, whether it is a man or a couple. If you are willing to be together, you can naturally become a husband and wife. If you are unwilling to be together, it can be considered a natural divorce if confirmed by the Life Department. Qinan smiled bitterly when he heard this. This so-called Life Department was strongly recommended by Lu Haichuan. In the extinction of the world, the relationship between men and women has become simple and direct, and the deregulation that you want to strengthen is somewhat unrealistic at present. There are always some people who dare not kill zombies, of which women may account for the majority. So how to balance the relationship and gains and losses between men and women will be a problem that all people have to face in the last days. Therefore, this Life Department was proposed by Lu Haichuan, and with the consent of most people, it can be considered to have been established. Li Zichuan's so-called official announcement continued. During the period, the issue of internal and external personnel was also mentioned. In the last days, no one knows what kind of changes have taken place in people's mentality, so it is necessary to classify them. The result of everyone's discussion was that Xinjiang's personnel were divided into 4 levels: first, second, third, and supernumerary. According to the different levels, the treatment received will also be clearly differentiated. At present, Xinjiang is basically composed of first-class and second-class members, and Tianhu, who is still in prison, can only be regarded as a non-staff. In addition, latecomers will all be counted as non-staff personnel and will still be sent to prison for review and interrogation. After passing the audit and interrogation, if you are willing to join the Qin dynasty, you will automatically be upgraded to a third-class member, who can obtain food, but can only survive, and actions will still be monitored. After a longer-term assessment, if you have made meritorious service, or are guaranteed by a first-class team member, you can be upgraded to a second-class team member. Second-class members can enjoy better rights, such as eating better food and not being supervised. The only requirement is to dare to kill zombies and have a certain fighting ability after training. The first-class members are the core members of the Qin dynasty. They can fully trust, issue weapons, and become members of the real managers of Xinjiang. They can enjoy all the rights of Xinjiang and must perform all obligations. Such a policy of grading people seems to be somewhat unequal, but in the last days, what is equal? It is impossible to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme for nothing, no matter where you are. At 12 o'clock in the night, Li Zichuan finished the summary and presentation of all the contents of the meeting, and then asked Qinan to speak for the last time. Qin Chang now has a bit of boss style. After saying some useless scenes, he added, "We will also establish a special operations team. At present, this team has only 2 members, Qin Xiaoyan and me. After understanding and investigating, we will allow suitable candidates to join in, and the only function of the special operations team is to fight against upgraded zombies." Qian's words made everyone look at Qin Xiaoyan in an instant. At this time, Qin Xiaoyan was charging on his eyes and did not notice the other people at all. She just looked at Qinan, hoping that Qinan could find that she was paying attention to him. Everyone is a little helpless. Does this somewhat nymphomaniac woman also have the ability to kill upgraded zombies independently? Li Na paced back and forth in the room very uneasy. After the man came back, she was locked into an apartment on the 5th floor by Qin Xiaoyan. Life in Xincheng for the past month has made her worry about gains and losses. More than a year after the end, she lost too much. Faith, happiness, and yourself. If it weren't for the end, she would have had a very good life, a man who loved each other, and a career she liked, but now these are far away from him. She doesn't know what she will face in the future. Thinking of that night, Li Na's body trembled slightly. She knew that the man must have a hatred towards her, but why? Li Na thought about it repeatedly, but there was no result. The meeting on the basketball court finally ended. People disperse one after another, and their minds are also different. Some people are happy, some are confused, and some are making their own plans. Qinan and Qin Xiaoyan have only happiness in their hearts. Holding hands, the two returned to the 6th floor of the Comprehensive Administration Building. Qinan told Qin Xiaoyan about his 1-month experience. There was hardly any concealment in his story. He talked about Tang Yu who disappeared, Wang Feng who died, and many of his own feelings. The reason why he said that there was almost no concealment was because he had concealed something, and that was everything about Blue Moon. He did not tell Qin Xiaoyan that Lan Yu used to be his lover on the internet before the end. This was one of his secrets. He did not intend to tell anyone, even Lan Yu. Qin Xiaoyan had been listening carefully to Qinan's narration. Tang Yu's appearance made her feel a little bit sour, but Wang Feng's death made her very sad. After listening to Qinan's experience this month, Qin Xiaoyan briefly described Qin Cheng's affairs to Qinan. In the end, she buried herself deeply in Qinan's embrace, and the two of them stayed awake all night and fought until dawn. Life has entered a peaceful track. Everything in Xincheng looked good. The Eagle Eye Group would transport a large amount of supplies back from outside every day, while the Firewing Group slowly cleaned up the zombies near Xincheng and gradually expanded the scope of cleaning. Other departments also handled things in an orderly manner, and the city was peaceful, as if people had left the end times and returned to the civilized modern life. Except for the 3 things, Qinan continued to cultivate his own body, organize managers to hold meetings and accompany Qin Xiaoyan to show his affection. He became idle. He has seen Li Na twice. Li Na is now Qin Xiaoyan's personal maid. Qin Xiaoyan takes her wherever she goes. When Qin Xiaoyan and Qinan are together, she will order her to return to her own room and lock herself up. Qinan had no attitude towards this. He himself didn't like Li Na too much, and Qin Xiaoyan's actions were not too excessive, so she let her go. He has seen Lan Yu several times, but there is not much overlap. Lan Yu always smiles unnaturally when he sees him, and finds a reason to leave quickly. He had taken the initiative to talk to Lan Yu about going to Wangyu City to find her mother. So Qin Cheng couldn't do without Qinan now, and he could drag this matter back for a while, because his mother had been trapped in Wangyu City for a while, and what should have happened must have already happened, so just let the flow go. For Lan Yu's thoughts, Qinan felt surprised for a while. If On's mother was locked in another place, he would definitely rush to rescue him as soon as possible. Could it be said that Lan Yu has a bad relationship with her mother? He told Lu Wenwan about this matter. Lu Wenwan smiled and said to her, "You have no special relationship with that girl. If you meet in peace, why should she let you risk saving her mother? Even if she is in a hurry, she can only wait. Otherwise I must use what she has to exchange with you. I think that girl always avoids you. I am afraid that you have bad thoughts about her, right?" Xinan couldn't help smiling bitterly after hearing what Lu Wanwan said. For Lan Yu, he had a lot of undivided thoughts, but that was only in the virtual world. Now, facing Lan Yu's deity, although Xinan also thinks he likes that beautiful woman, he doesn't want to interact with it. There are more intersections. Because he now has Qin Xiaoyan beside him, this woman who makes him love more and more. 2 months passed slowly. Everything in Qincheng became more and more stable, and Xinan and the managers below became more familiar with each other, and basically achieved complete control of Qincheng. Inadvertently, it entered July. It has been 1 year and 3 months since the outbreak of the T-virus. Like every day, Xinan returned to the city from cultivation outside the city, which happened to be lunchtime. After lunch, he walked in Qin City alone. Lu Gang in the city is organizing military training, while Lu Jiangang outside the city is busy with the expansion project of Qin City. He wants to build a larger, taller and stronger city based on the southern wall of Qin City. According to him, the biggest feature of this city is that in addition to ground construction, there will also be underground construction. Once completed, even if it is built by millions, the zombies besiege the city, and there is no worry about the danger of the city being broken. Xinan didn't bother these busy people. Sometimes he felt that he could get all of this, and it was really God's favor. Walking along the runway of the playground, Qin Xiaoyan brought Li Na over. Qin Xiaoyan saw Xinan and plunged into Qinan's arms enthusiastically. Seeing this, Li Na wanted to consciously return to her own residence. But Qin Xiaoyan stopped her and then said, "Husband, we are going to see those 200 non-staff personnel. They are still in prison now. There must be a solution, right? You can't keep eating for nothing. Drink? Do you want to come with us?" Xinan smiled slightly, then took Qin Xiaoyan's hand and said, "Okay. Anyway, I'm boring now." After speaking, he and Qin Xiaoyan were walking in front, while Li Na walked with her head down 7 or 8 meters away from them. Xinan glanced back at Li Na secretly, and then whispered to Qin Xiaoyan, "You haven't played enough yet?" I think Li Na is also very pitiful. She is obedient to you. It's almost enough. With her ability, she should be able to do it now. A member of the group, but you still asked her to be a third-class member, and I feel a little unbearable when I look at it. Qin Xiaoyan smiled evilly, and then said, "She is indeed very pitiful now. In the month you left, I got along well with her. I originally planned to let her go like this. But when I saw her husband, I feel angry, especially when I see the heart-shaped scar on your chest that she scalded back then. I hate her even more. As the saying goes, she was the most poisonous woman's heart. You said she was a little girl at that time and she was so cruel. I think she must have pretended to be honest now, so I plan to observe for a while and let her go." Xinan frowned slightly after hearing Qin Xiaoyan's words. His hand inadvertently touched own chest. "Yes. It's okay not to remember. As soon as I remember, the hatred for Li Na can be filled in my heart immediately. Forget it, let Qin Xiaoyan continue to torture Li Na for a while, as a sulk that has been suppressed in her heart for so many years." Xinan wanted to drive, so he was relieved, and then asked Qin Xiaoyan, "You are with me on weekdays? In order to prevent her from recognizing me, don't you always keep her? Why do you want her to follow us for a few days?" Qin Xiaoyan smiled and said, "Do you remember that Tian Hu? Li Na was Tian Hu's lover before, and she was still forced. I want to see what it was like when they met again." Xinan was taken aback, and secretly said, "It really is the most poisonous woman's heart. Wherever the scar is heavy, she will expose it. Today, those non-staff personnel are all locked in the prison in Block A." When the three entered the prison, Lu Ming from the political department came out to greet them. These people are basically the survivors who came to Qin City with the team on the road when the leader returned from Destiny City. Many people have been hiding in Jiulong Mountain for half a year or even longer. None of these people passed the psychological test, and some people pointed out that they had done some bad things, so I didn't release them for the time being. It's just that there is no evidence to prove that they are indeed guilty. Once confirmed, we will hang them. The three Qinan listened carefully, and slowly, they finally reached the place where Tian Hu was detained. Li Na saw Tian Hu, her body trembled slightly, but she didn't speak. Tian, who has been imprisoned here for 3 months. Most of those who followed him have been released. Now the main force of Qin Anqing has become a military team led by Fong Lei and a material search team led by Lu Haichuan. All Lu Ming doesn't have to worry about Tian Hu going into chaos. Then there are other reasons why it was not released. Lu Ming said to Qinan, several of his cronies reported that he had forced 2 7-year-old girls in the gathering place in Pannan County and eventually caused them to die. Now I have basically confirmed this to be a fact. So the crime he committed can be hanged. Qinan frowned and nodded slightly. This is depraved human nature. Across the prison fence, Tian Hu heard the voices of a few people outside, and rushed over directly and roared in the prison, "Let me go out! Please, I'm a good person, I'm really a good person." He has a big bald head and a vicious appearance, which makes people feel that he is not a good person at first glance. But at this time, he tries hard to make himself look harmless. His strange expression is a bit cautious, which makes Qinan and Qin Shaoyan both frown. But Li Na looked calm, as if she had never known Tian Hu before. At this moment, Tian Hu finally saw Li Na. He seemed to have caught a life-saving straw, and shouted at Li Na, "Little bitch! You plead for me. Let them let me go." After speaking, he went to Lu Ming and said, "Minister Lu, I will let Li Na's little bitch sleep with you, okay? Her kung fu is very good. She is very obedient in bed. You ask her to pose any difficult postures. Can do it. Please let me go." Tian Hu has been imprisoned for 3 months, and he has obviously collapsed. He regarded political minister Lu Ming as the supreme leader here, and he even wanted to use Li Na to bribe Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was a bit awkward. He glanced at Li Na, but this woman was very beautiful. But Li Na's identity is very special. Qin Shaoyan has given orders that no one is allowed to talk to Li Na. Everyone can see that there must have been some grievances and hatred between these two women. It's just that Qin Shaoyan is now a queen, and Li Na is a humble slave. Li Na stood there like a statue at this time. Her face was pale, but there was still no expression on her face. Only a trace of sorrow in her eyes could let people know that she was alive. It was very miserable. Qinan's heart suddenly hurt. He didn't know why he felt heartache when he saw Li Na's expression like this. The intersection between the two of them should obviously be hatred. Qinan ignored the fact that there is only one step between hatred and love. Qin Shaoyan thought that humiliating Li Na would make her happy, but at this time she was not happy. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme, and was a little annoying. She looked deserted, and then said to Lu Ming, "Minister Lu, since he has confirmed his crime, I think it will be killed for these 2 days." Lu Ming nodded quickly and said, "Okay, Shaoyan. I know what to do." After Qin Shaoyan finished speaking, she stopped paying attention to Tian Hu, walked to Li Na, grabbed her clothes with her hand, and pulled her away from Tian Hu's prison. Then he said to Qinan, "Husband, this person is too boring, let's go see other people." After she finished speaking, she took Li Na, who looked dull, and walked forward quickly. Qinan and Lu Ming looked at each other. Qinan shook his head bitterly, "Woman's heart, sea needle. Can't understand at all." Lu Ming gave him an understanding look, and then the two men quickly followed. The aisle of this prison is very long. The prison is lit with torches, and there is sunlight coming in from the window, so the sight line is good. The two women walking in the front slowly slowed down. Qin Shaoyan looked to both sides at random. Suddenly, she stood in front of a prison door, looked inside, with resentment on her face. "Look." However, Li Na, who had a sorrowful look, turned her head inadvertently and saw the people in the prison. Her expression immediately changed. She opened her mouth slightly, and there were tears in her eyes, and her body slowly trembled. Such a scene made both Qinan and Lu Ming dumbfounded. Who was in that cell? It turned two women into such an appearance. Chapter 62. The two accelerated their pace and walked directly to the cell. Qinan was taken aback for a moment, and then glanced at Lu Ming very surprised, his eyes full of puzzlement. There is a man and a woman in the cell. They look alike, and you can tell at a glance that they should be a pair of siblings or siblings. Their skin is very white and smooth. This whiteness is not pale, but slightly ruddy in the whiteness. The man wears a pair of black-rimmed glasses, looks gentle, and his black eyes are very pure and clear, which makes people feel good at first sight. Although he is gentle, he is not weak, with a height of nearly 180 centimeters, handsome lines, and a strong body. He is a handsome man. The woman has long hair and a shawl, and her face is not covered with chalk. The peculiar face of Melon Seeds is as if it were drawn by a drawing software. Her eyes are also very dark. Her temperament is quiet and elegant yet charming and charming. So much temperament is dissolved in one body, but it makes people not feel pretentious, on the contrary, it is more harmonious. Is an out-and-out beauty. Cheenen couldn't figure it out. Why are such a pair of beautiful men and women still locked up in jail? What have they done? At this moment, Lena suddenly rushed to the prison door, and the tears in her eyes flowed faster and more urgently. She shouted loudly, "My husband! Is my husband you? My husband, you are still alive. I know you are alive. My husband! My husband!" Her voice changed from loud to small, and eventually her hoarse voice made her almost silent. The handsome man inside was taken aback for a moment, and then rushed to the door in disbelief. He grabbed Lena's hand with one hand across the prison door, and lightly touched Lena's cheek with the other hand, which was trembling. There were tears in his eyes, and then he tremblingly spoke softly, "Nana. Is it you? Is it really you?" His voice is deep and magnetic, which makes people feel very comfortable to hear. Cheenen stared at them blankly, not knowing what was in Dao's heart. Lena cried for a while, then suddenly turned to Neil, then crawled to Qin Shayan's side, and said to Qin Shayan, "Shayan, my husband is inside, I beg you to let him out. He is a good man, he must be there. What kind of misunderstanding was it that you locked up?" Qin Shayan ignored her, because her eyes had been looking at the woman behind Lena's husband. The woman apparently also spotted Qin Shayan, her body trembling, as if she was terrified. Cheenen noticed this situation. He pulled Lu Ming aside and asked softly, "What's the situation with the two people inside?" Lu Ming said, "They are a pair of twin brothers and sisters. The big brother's name is Chen Iku, and the little sister's name is Chen Sidian. My hometown is in Yunhai County in the neighboring province." Cheenen was shocked. Although these two names hadn't been remembered for many years, he still had an impression. Yunhai County is the hometown of Cheenen and Lena. In the first year of Cheenen, a star couple appeared in the county. Her husband is a policeman. He once rescued 7 fallen children ashore by himself, but he lost his life. His wife is a laid-off worker. She bravely fought with a gangster who grabbed money from elementary school students at night and was stabbed to death. They both died in the same year, and they were less than 2 months apart. At that time, their deeds were broadcasted in counties, cities, labor-saving and even CCTV news broadcasts. The two were called the cutest people that year. After their deaths, they left behind a pair of twin children, named Chen Iku and Chen Sidian. The reason why Cheenen can remember these two names is not only because of the idiom remembering bitterness and sweetness, but also not only because of their parents, but also because of their academic performance. At that time Cheenen was in the 2nd middle school, and the two were in the 1st middle school. They were in the same year but different schools. After the death of the parents of the two siblings, life is also under the management of the government, and the school is exempted from their tuition. The descendants of such a pair of celebrities will naturally receive a lot of attention from all walks of life. It was found that the two brothers and sisters had very good academic performance. In the final exams of the first year of junior high school, the two were tied for the first place in the county with perfect scores in all subjects. In the 2nd and 3rd grades after that, both of them completed the exams with full scores in all subjects. It is already very difficult to get a full score in an exam, but they are like this for this exam. This can be called a legend. Coupled with the prestige that they have such a pair of heroic parents, these two brothers and sisters, in the entire Yunhai County, no one knows it. Cheenen hadn't seen the two brothers and sisters in those years, but he was very interested in their affairs, even considered their little fans. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glanced at the prison again, and said in his heart that the two people in front of him should be the original brother and sister. "It's true." Lu Ming's voice continued, "After you left, we trained for another week and decided to try to walk far away. After all, searching for supplies is a way to go, so it is better to go early than to go late. That time, Sundihai took a dozen people out in a prison truck. They walked a long way, and finally reached Yushan County, west of Hanghai City. There were not many zombies in that county, and they drove a prison truck with complete weapons and equipment, so they boldly entered the city to search for supplies. Later, they discovered that 2 villas were surrounded by more than 100 zombies, and there were survivors in the villas. So they were rescued, and there were 5 people in the 2 families. One of them is a husband and wife. There should be nothing to ask you. The other is twin brothers and sisters and an old woman. The old woman cried and said that the twin brothers and sisters ate her daughter and wanted to kill her. She locked herself in the bedroom and escaped by locking the door. When we came, she rushed out for help. The twin brothers and sisters said it was the old woman who ate her own daughter. They wanted to stop but were trapped in the bedroom. Until the day we went, they had just escaped and put the frantic old woman in the bedroom. The couple in another family, that is, their neighbors, said that the old woman is the stepmother of the little girl, and she usually treats the little girl badly. She beats and scolds when she talks, so they guessed that the old woman must have eaten the little girl. It should have nothing to do with the 2 siblings. As for the 2 brothers and sisters, there seems to be nothing to do with the old woman. The 2 brothers and sisters took refuge in her house a few days ago. After bringing them back, I also conducted repeated interrogations, but the public was justified, the mother-in-law was justified, and the witness was completely speculative, so I was not sure, so I locked up the brother and sister and the old woman. I have never known how to deal with it. Sheenan was a little dizzy, and the case seemed a bit complicated. But what shocked him was that cannibalism. This kind of thing finally happened before his eyes. Although he had only heard about it, he shuddered when he thought that the cannibal would be locked in his own prison. Sheenan said to Lu Ming, "Go, take me to see that old woman." Lu Ming nodded, then led Sheenan to the end of the aisle and turned left to the door of the first cell. Sheenan looked in through the cell door, and there was a woman lying on the bed inside. She is about 40 years old, she looks very haggard and looks very average, but she is indeed in good shape. At this time, her clothes were messy and white flesh was exposed in many places, but she didn't care at all, she was in a daze. Lu Ming explained, "This woman is already half crazy. She speaks upside down, and she is very mad, saying that she will kill us all. If I let me judge, I believe the twin brothers and sisters even more." Sheenan did not speak, but frowned slightly. Why is this woman going crazy? Was it because she saw Ont's daughter being eaten by others, or was she emotionally stimulated by eating her own daughter? By the way, the girl who was eaten was not born to the woman. It's really complicated. At this moment, the woman who had been in a daze suddenly stood up from the bed, and then rushed to the door of the prison madly. Her eyes were round and she stared at Sheenan, her eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. Unusual bad experience. Lu Ming hurriedly pulled Sheenan back and said, "Be careful, this woman is going crazy again." Sheenan didn't speak, he walked slowly forward, approached the cell door, looked at the woman without fear, and then softly said, "What do you want to say?" The woman didn't speak at first, but her own lips pressed with her teeth. She bit her teeth deeply into own lips, and blood dripped from the corners of her mouth. After a while, there were tears in her eyes, and then her body trembled and whispered word by word, "I didn't eat Xiaoling. You are all deceived by their appearance. They are the devil. They escaped from the underworld. Those zombies were sent to the world by them. They want to kill us all." She spoke a long time, but she didn't yell, and she even spoke very smoothly and slowly. Sheenan looked at the woman for a long time before saying, "Are you crazy? There are no demons in this world, and zombies cannot be sent by them. If you want me to believe you, you have to prove that you are not crazy. This way I can find out the facts, and then give you justice." After the woman heard what Sheenan said, her body trembled, and she whispered, "I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Really? They don't believe that I'm not crazy, can you believe me? Can you?" Sheenan nodded, and then said, "I believe you, but your current state is too bad. I will come back at this time tomorrow." At that time, I hope you can be like a normal person and tell me all the causes and consequences of things. The woman was not talking. After a long time, she nodded tremblingly, then slowly backed away, saying, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Finally, she sat back on the bed in the cell. Xinan's eyes revealed a coldness, and he turned to Lu Ming and said, Go. Go and see those two brothers and sisters again. Lu Ming was amazed by the performance of the old woman. From the time she was brought back, she yelled and screamed every time she was interrogated, and then bumped around her body. She had never been quiet. Why was she so honest in front of Qinan? Shaking his head in confusion, Lu Ming followed Qinan's footsteps and returned to the cell where the two brothers and sisters were being held. At this moment, Li Na still knelt beside Qin Shaoyan, crying and begging. Qin Shaoyan stared coldly at Chen Sidian in the cell. Chen Sidian was still sitting motionless and trembling. Qinan impatiently said to Qin Shaoyan, My wife, don't sell it, do you know that woman? Qin Shaoyan nodded slightly, then leaned her body on Qinan, and said softly, Yes, she is Chen Sidian, Lu Tianyu's lover. I found out that Lu Tianyu and I were together less than a year after we were married, but there was no way to stop it. Until 1 month before the end of life, she went to the hotel with Lu Tianyu. I saw it with my own eyes. Qinan heard Qin Shaoyan's words and his head got bigger, which was too complicated. Chen Sidian turned out to be the underground relative of Qin Shaoyan's former husband? Qinan just felt that this world was really too small at this time, and the world of the last days seemed even smaller. Chapter 63. Seeing Li Na, who was kneeling on the ground and praying to Li Shaoyan, Xinan's heart was agitated. He said to Li Ming next to him, I will come back tomorrow. After speaking, he stretched out his hand to pull up Li Na on the ground, and then the other hand held Qin Shaoyan, and directly returned to the room on the 6th floor of the Comprehensive Administration Building. Throwing Li Na onto the bed, Qinan took Qin Shaoyan to sit on the sofa, and then asked Li Na, Let's talk about it, tell me everything about Cheniku and you, from your acquaintance until today, if you speak well. I will let your husband go. If you speak badly, I will kill him tomorrow. When Li Na, who was thrown down on the bed, heard Qinan say this, she hurriedly climbed up and sat up, shouting with tears in her eyes, I say. Aku and I met in junior high school. At that time, we were not in a school. Once we went to their school to find a Miss I know to play. I met him on campus, and I fell in love with him. But the feelings in junior high school are hazy, even though I like it, I don't know how to express it. When we arrived in high school, we were still not in the same school. He studied well and went to a key high school. But at that time I knew a few boys who liked to fight in their high school, so I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme ran to their school to play, and gradually became acquainted with him. For him, I also fought with a girl in their school. Later, he went to university to save effort, but my academic performance was not good and I didn't get admitted to university. So I asked my family to find someone to help me get into the sports school in the province. The sports school is very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the university he attended. I went to the sports school just to accompany him. Qinan suddenly interrupted and asked, Cheniku and Chen Sidian went to the same university, right? Li Na stopped crying, she suppressed her own emotions and nodded. Qinan asked, So, you and Chen Sidian are also very familiar with each other? Li Na nodded again. Qinan said, Well, you can continue talking. Qin Shaoyan kept listening. After listening to Qinan's questioning, she clenched her fists and stared at Li Na. Li Na ignored Qin Shaoyan's murderous eyes and continued, In my second year in sports school, I established a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship with Iku, and we have been together since then. Iku is a really good person. At that time, everyone around him liked him, and several girls wanted to chase her, but he refused them, all because he loved me. After graduating from college, he returned to his hometown to work. He said that after his parents died, the elders in his hometown raised him. Go back to work hard and give back to your hometown. How could such a good person do any bad things? I know that the people you imprison in jail are all non-staff personnel and may be hanged to death. So I saw him. I'm a little nervous when I'm locked in, he really can't do bad things, please let him go. When Li Na said this, she cried again. Qinan interrupted him and said, I ask you, why were you not together in the last days? Li Na said, before the end of the world, he went to see little sister in Hanghai City, that is, Chen Sidian. After graduating from university, Chen Sidian did not return to his hometown to work, but went to work in Hanghai City. Xinan nodded, thinking slowly in his heart. Qin Shaoyan suddenly said, "When did Chen Sidian and Lu Tianyu met?" Li Na was taken aback for a moment, and she thought for a while and said, "They should have met early too. When I became boyfriend and girlfriend with Yiku, Lu Tianyu and Si Tian have known each other for a while." Qin Shaoyan's eyes were gloomy, and she looked at Li Na's coldly opening. "Do you know, when did Lu Tianyu and Chen Sidian have an affair?" Li Na was taken aback and said a little excitedly, "Why? Sidian is a celibate. She is still not married yet. How can they have personal affair?" Qin Shaoyan looked at Li Na for a while, then retracted her gaze, turned to Qinan and said spoiledly, "Husband, I don't care if Chen Sidian has done anything bad. You must hand her to me. I must revenge." Qinan smiled slightly and pretended to be angry. "Hey, it seems that you still love Chen Tianyu. How else would you be so angry?" Qin Shaoyan panicked and hurriedly said, "Husband, I was just angry that Chen Sidian caused me so much pain at that time. I admit that no matter what, the couple who have been with Chen Tianyu for so many years have a little affection, but I really don't love him. You have to believe me. The big deal is that I don't want revenge, can't it? Chen Sidian, if you like, just put it away. Husband, don't be angry." Qinan shook his head slightly and said, "Chen Sidian is not what I want to let go, because she and Cheniku are accused of eating someone's daughter. Now there is no evidence, it is not certain, but it is very difficult to let it go." "N.S. What?" Qin Shaoyan exclaimed with Li Na. Chen Shaoyan was okay, just shocked. But Li Na knelt to the ground like crazy, climbed in front of Qinan, and cried, "I know you don't like me. Although I don't know you, I can see that you hate me. It's because of me. Are you entangled with Shaoyan in the past? I beg you, you can torture me no matter what you want, don't be wronged. He is a good man. It is impossible for him to do such a thing." Seeing Li Na crawling between his legs, Qinan frowned slightly. He finally knew why Li Na changed from a tomboy to such a feminine woman today. Women become gentle because of love and beautiful because of love. It seems that Li Na loves her husband deeply. "Yes, I have been in love since the first teens, and now it has been more than 10 years. How can we not love deeply?" Qinan suddenly felt that he didn't like seeing Li Na like this, and stood up. Qinan said to Qin Shaoyan, "I'll go out for a walk, please comfort her, don't bully her." After speaking, he left the bedroom. Out of the bedroom, downstairs, to the side of the playground. There is a small park, and the lawn above seems to have just been repaired, and it looks like a carpet on the ground. Across the small stone road, there is a stone round table in the center of the trees and flowers, and a few small stone benches are placed beside the round table. The air around is very fresh, and it is one of the few outdoor places in Xincheng where you can relax. Qinan sat on the stone bench and thought for a while. No matter what, he couldn't take the act of cannibalism lightly. He stood up, returned to the prison again, found Lu Ming, and directly took the crazy old woman out of the cell, and then brought her to the small park where she was allowed to sit on the stone board. Qinan sat opposite her, and the two of them were alone in a small space with an elegant environment. Qinan felt that such an environment might calm this woman down. His perception told him that there must be something wrong with the two brothers and sisters. Looking at the woman in front of him, Qinan tried his best to make the smile on his face look sincere, and then said softly, "I wanted to look for you tomorrow. But I don't think it is necessary anymore, because you are not crazy at all. I just got a lot of excitement, I understand you very well. Now, you can tell me your experience slowly, don't get excited. You say it, I believe it, and I will avenge your daughter later, kill those two cannibal demons. Let them fall into the underworld and never phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme beyond them. What do you think?" Suddenly there was a look in the eyes of the woman who was originally sluggish. She put her hands on the table with a little excitement, and some couldn't believe it. "Do you really think I'm not crazy? Do you really believe everything I say?" Qinan smiled and nodded, then put his own hand on the tabletop of the stone table, stretched out, and took the woman's hand. The woman's hands are cold and soft. After the woman was held by Chinan, her body trembled slightly, and she burst into tears with excitement. Chinan calmed her patiently for a while, and then said to her, "Okay, can you talk about it?" The woman nodded vigorously, and then said, "My name is Li Wanhua. Before the T-virus broke out, my husband prepared a lot of food at home. He is a doomsdayist. He has always believed that one day the end will come, so if there is an epidemic and the flu virus spreads across the country, he will prepare food at home. But this time he guessed it, and tomorrow is really coming. We just kept hiding at home like this, never going out. Xiaoling is 10 years old this year and is the child of my husband and his ex-wife. I married into their family when Xiaoling was 2 years old, and Xiaoling was the one who brought up her. I treat her like a biological daughter. Xiaoling is a rather naughty child. She phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme does some bad things, stealing money from the family, or deliberately destroying things at home. I would scold her when she was disobedient, and sometimes beat her twice when she was anxious. Isn't it true of my mother? But I am not Xiaoling's real mother. So my beating and scolding Xiaoling was seen as a vicious stepmother in the eyes of others. I really don't care what they think of me. I just hope Xiaoling can be a good person and don't learn bad things. What's wrong with me? Li Wanhua said this, crying loudly. Chinan had a headache. It seemed that the woman's thinking was indeed somewhat unclear. But he didn't dare to interrupt Li Wanhua's unclear mind, so he could only let her play at will. Li Wanhua cried for a while before continuing. After the T-virus broke out, there were zombies everywhere, and our family of 3 is safe at home. But my husband's situation is getting worse and worse. He says every day that the devil is coming and he wants to take away all 3 of our family. We can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme anymore. We must die, otherwise it's heaven defying. I thought he was a little crazy, so I started to sleep in a separate room with him. Xiaoling followed me. I was afraid that if he was crazy, he would hurt Xiaoling. In this way, half a year after the T-virus broke out, my husband opened the door one night and rushed outside, and then never came back. From then on, only me and Xiaoling depended on each other. Our neighbors Lu Wenyuan and his wife were also trapped at home. They don't store as much food as mine. They knew that my husband was no longer at home, so they paid attention to my food. 3 months after my husband disappeared, one night, Lu Wenyuan broke the window of my house, jumped in from the outside, took 3/4 of our stored food, and left us a quarter. Since that day, Xiaoling and I have been frugal, just to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme one more day. In this way, until 2.5 months ago, we had very little food left, probably only enough for a week. That day, I was worrying about the food, and suddenly there was a hurried knock on the door. Are they calling for someone? Help! As soon as I heard the voices of a pair of strange young men and women, I thought it was a survivor, so I kindly opened the door and let them in, but there were many zombies behind them. I hurriedly shut the door. The door of our house was reinforced by my old public iron plate, and 3 locks were added, so zombies can't get in. After I locked the door, I saw their brother and sister. At that time, I thought, what a beautiful brother and sister this is. But I don't know, they are actually demons in human skin. Li Wanhua said here and cried again. After crying for a while, she continued to tell. In the first 2 days, they performed well, spoke politely, and took the initiative to help me with some work. I told them that the food was almost gone, and they said that if the food was gone, the 2 of them would take our mother and our son to escape. They told me about their experiences. They came from Hanghai City. Before the T-virus broke out, they also prepared a lot of food. I hid in the house for a whole year, and only left when the food was gone. Their home is on the outskirts of Hanghai City, where there are not many zombies. After they drove away from the house, they arrived in Yushan County and entered a small supermarket, where they hid for more than 10 days. Then, the back door of which small supermarket was smashed by zombies. They could only escape through the front door and ran out of my house all the way. At this time, the zombies chasing them had surrounded them. They had no choice but to try to knock on my family, and they were finally saved by me. In this way, we lived together for 2 more days and ran out of food. I told them, I won't leave, I will die at home. Xiaoling is still young, and I want them to take Xiaoling away when they run away. They fully agreed, saying that they would take Xiaoling away the next day. But that night, they broke into my room and tied up Xiaoling and me. I didn't know what happened at the time, and I was so scared. I begged them not to hurt my Xiaoling. But they are not humans at all, they are beasts. That man named Chen Yiku, QJ me and Xiaoling. The next day, something more terrifying happened. They held a knife at our mother and daughter, discussing which one of us to eat. I was frightened, crying that they let us go, but they are inhumane. The woman said, still eat Xiaoling, Xiaoling is young and tender. She also said that the fat woman who ate in the supermarket before was too fat, and she was disgusting with everything she ate. I knew then that it was not the first time that they could eat people. Later, they killed Xiaoling in front of me, and then when talking about this, Li Wanhua didn't cry, she just looked pale, her eyes were blank, as if she had lost her life. Xinan clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with bleeding. Li Wanhua continued, in this way, in 2 days, Chen Yiku would vent on me many times a day, and when he finished venting, he went to eat my daughter's meat. That night, I woke up from a nightmare and watched the remains of my daughter's bones piled on the table in the living room, and I couldn't stop crying. I rolled and crawled to the table, hit the table, and then continued to cry. Maybe it was my daughter who blessed me when I knocked a knife off the table. They used that knife to chop up my daughter. At this moment, the door of the room they lived in opened, and 2 people discovered that I had broken the rope. I was horrified at the time. I stood up and rushed into another bedroom, locked the door inside, and pushed the cabinet over to block the door. They tried to open the door outside, but they didn't succeed. I dared not sleep in the room all night until the next day. A group of people came and killed all the zombies surrounding my house with machine guns. After they entered the room, they wanted to take away the 2 demons who had eaten my daughter. I was in a hurry, I couldn't let them go, so I tried to remove the cabinet and then rushed out. But just as I rushed to the door, the bitch pointed at me and said that I had eaten my own daughter, and that I had locked them in the room. I want to refute, but when I see those people look at me, they seem to really believe what that bitch said. I know that that man and woman are demons in hypocrisy. Their appearance is so good, they look so good. No one must believe me. At this moment, my neighbor Lu Wanyuan and his wife were also taken out of the room by them. They asked Lu Wanyuan if he knew anything about my family. Lu Wanyuan actually said that I should have eaten Xiaoling. He said that I was a stepmother, and he usually wanted to kill Xiaoling. I cried and said I didn't, but nobody believed me. I pointed at Lu Wanyuan and scolded him, saying that he was a thief, but he said that I always did wrong things, so I lied to others. He also said that I was so conscientious that I even ate my own daughter. I really don't. I really didn't eat Xiaoling. Li Wanhua's emotions became agitated. Xinan hurriedly squeezed her hand, then looked into her eyes and said loudly, "You didn't eat Xiaoling, I believe you." Li Wanhua looked at Xinan's eyes, she slowly relaxed her body, and then continued, "Later, those people brought us here. Someone came to interrogate me, but he came in and said that even his own daughter would eat it. It was really inhuman. I knew that they must have listened to the words of the 2 demons and were deceived by them. At that time, my mind was so messed up, I yelled to them, hit them with my body, and then told them that it was not Xiaoling I had eaten. I know that I have a mental problem now, and I always can't control myself. Maybe my behavior made them think it was meaningless to listen to me, so they locked me up. After that, someone came to interrogate me again. My mind was very confused. As long as someone said, "Did you eat your daughter?" I will be very excited, I will hit them. After a few times, they said I was crazy. I actually feel crazy too. But I know, I can't be crazy. If I am crazy, what will my Xiaoling do? My Xiaoling will definitely blame me, and blame my useless mother for not giving her revenge. So I can't be crazy. I insist. For more than 2 months, every day, there will be a voice in my mind. It will say to me, "You crazy man, did you eat Xiaoling? Eat your own daughter." I'm here to cheer myself up and fight it. I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme yell at it loudly, not me. I didn't eat Xiaoling. You have to believe me, There are people in my heart who say this to me every day, so I will refute it. But those people see me yelling every day, yelling that I did not eat Xiaoling. They even thought that I was really crazy. They even thought that it was because I ate Xiaoling that I was so stressed and went crazy. Gradually, I knew that I couldn't behave badly anymore, and I was fighting with that voice in my heart every day. But I will not yell out, I just yell in my heart. Finally, you are here. You say you believe me. You didn't ask me if you ate Xiaoling. You are different from them, I know, you were sent by Xiaoling, sent to avenge her. I must tell you all the truth. I know that after I tell you I will be really crazy, so you must give Xiaoling revenge, otherwise, I will never let you go. Having said this, Li Wanhua was not talking, her face was pale, her hands firmly grasped Qinan, and her eyes stared at Qinan's. Qinan's expression was very bad. He nodded and said to Li Wanhua, "Don't worry, I will avenge Xiaoling and kill them." Li Wanhua laughed after hearing Qinan's words, and then slowly closed her eyes and fainted. Qinan took a deep breath. Perhaps, in Li Wanhua's heart, there is really such a voice tormenting her, and at this time, she really exhausted her life to say all this, right? No matter what, Qinan felt that Li Wanhua was telling the truth. So how can we prove that what Li Wanhua said is true? Qinan closed his eyes and pondered. After a while, he stood up from Sherdang and sent Li Wanhua back to the prison, who had passed out. Then asked someone to arrange a house, and finally went to Qin Shaoyan, let her go and let the twin brothers and sisters out. Qin Shaoyan obeyed Qinan's arrangement and went to prison with Lu Ming. She stood proudly in front of the cell and looked inside. Chen Sidian hurriedly turned his head back, and Shen Yiku smiled slightly at her. The modest and polite smile made people look comfortable, making Qin Shaoyan a little uncomfortable. She coughed slightly, and then said, "That old woman is crazy, so we can't be sure whether her daughter was eaten by you or by her now. However, your luck is very good. You are the husband of my slave girl. She has prayed for a long time and is willing to vouch for you. I am in a good mood these days, so I decided to let you out, let you become our third-class members. You can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in another place." After speaking, Lu Ming asked someone to open the prison door and released the two of them. Shen Yiku's face was calm, but the hint of joy in her eyes was hard to conceal, while Chen Sidian was very nervous. When she came out of the prison, she didn't dare to look at Qin Shaoyan at all. Qin Shaoyan looked at her with a smile, and then slowly whispered to her ear, "You should have known Li Na a long time ago? It seems that you should call Li Na a sister-in-law? Don't worry, I will treat you well, tomorrow. I will make you my pet, and I will make you the most humble slave in Qin City." Chen Sitian's face turned pale, she did not dare to say a word, she knew that Qin Shaoyan hated herself, and it should be the kind of hate that tickles her teeth. At this time, Lu Ming called one of his subordinates and said, "Xiao Zhang, you take them to go through the procedures for third-class members, and then take them to dinner. Arrange them to prison in Block C, conditions there are better." Xiao Zhang smiled bitterly, "Minister, Block C is already full." Lu Ming was taken aback and said, "Then take it to Block B, why are you so stupid?" Xiao Zhang scratched his head a little embarrassedly, then took the two away, and warmly said to the two of them as they walked, "The prison in Block B is now a dormitory, but there are still very few people living in it. Do you like liveliness or cleanliness? There are a lot of vacant spaces there. I can arrange for you to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme on a floor with a lot of people or a floor with a small number of people. Look at your choice." Chapter 65. After Qinan sent Li Wanhua back to the prison in Block A, he returned to the 6th floor of the Comprehensive Administration Building and had a meal. Then he was going downstairs to implement the plan. Walking down the 6th floor, he met Li Na at the top of the stairs. Li Na was in a daze. After seeing Qinan, she walked over and knelt down and cried, "Please, let my husband come out. Okay? Don't embarrass him because of me." Faced with such an infatuated woman, Qinan was a little jealous. Perhaps I was really not good enough to meet such a woman, and Li Ying finally betrayed herself. Qinan thought of Qin Shaoyan again. What about between them? Will Qin Shaoyan leave herself one day? Thinking of this, Qinan was a little irritable. He grabbed Li Na from the ground and said to her, "How come your legs are so soft now? Do you just kneel to people casually?" Li Na did not speak, but cried. Qinan said, I will not embarrass anyone because I hate you. If your husband really eats people and does such an exterminating thing, then God will not be able to save him. Li Na hurriedly shook her head and said, Impossible. Iku's grandfather and grandmother are anti-Japanese heroes, and his parents are heroes who have acted bravely to save lives. He is the descendant of the hero's family. He is smart and kind. It is impossible for him to do it. What a bad thing. Chief, you don't know. When I was young, I would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme B with some little hooligans and do bad things. It was because I met my husband that I slowly changed and eventually became a kind person. He is such a good man, it is impossible for him to do that kind of conscience and annihilation of humanity. Qinan hesitated, looking at Li Na with a serious expression. Yes, how could a person with a good family pedigree do such a thing? But when Li Wanhua was telling her, her expression did not seem to be false. Qinan looked at Li Na's eyes and suddenly grabbed her hand and said, Come with me. The two went downstairs together, and then came to a cell on the second floor of the B prison. The cell here is a bit larger than the cell in Block A, and a few pieces of furniture are put in it, which is a bedroom that is not too big and not too small. The original upper and lower bunks in the cell were sawed from the middle, and then connected, and a quilt was thrown on it, making it a very large double bed. In the area where they are located, all the rooms have been modified in this way, but because they have not been occupied yet, the previous prison doors have not been replaced. That is to say, each door has a square observation hole, which can be seen from the outside. The situation in the cell. Qinan pulled Li Na into rooms 0 and 2, then closed the door, pointed to the bottom of the bed and said to Li Na, Lie down. Li Na was puzzled. She didn't know what Qinan was going to do. But she asked Qinan for something, so naturally she would not disobey Qinan's will. Li Na bent down and got under the bed, and then Qinan got in too. The space at the bottom of the bed is not large, but it is very loose for two people to lie there. Qinan pointed to a wall and said to Li Na, The next door is also a double bed. I have asked someone to open up the walls under the beds in the two rooms and separate them with wooden boards. Someone will bring Chen Iku and Chen Sidian over and let them phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in room 01. I originally planned to hide here and listen to them at night. Since you believe in your Chen Iku so much, let's eavesdrop on what they will say at night. I also hope you are right. Li Na turned her head and looked at Qinan in a daze. He didn't expect him to do such a thing. Forget it, explain to Qin Shayan tomorrow. Thinking of this, Qinan began to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme his eyes to rest. But Li Na couldn't be as calm as Qinan. The bed curtain was lowered, and the bed was dark. Li Na thought that she could hear her husband's voice for a while. She was sad and happy. She has been in love with Chen Iku since she was a teenager, and now more than 10 years have passed. If there is no end of the world, they should be able to reach the white head, right? But now, in the last year of the world, she wanders around, her body is already broken, what face is there to see her former lover again? Time slowly passed, waiting was a pain, and finally, the sound of footsteps sounded. Xiao Zhang's voice was loud and he said as he walked, You guys. I said to take you to the 3rd floor. There are already some people living there. It's very lively. You still don't want to? Then you can only come to the 4th floor. There is no host here yet. Congratulations on being the first tenant on the 4th floor. After he finished speaking, people had reached the door of room 01, opened the door, and said bitterly to Chen, Brother Chen, although you are brothers and sisters, there is nothing taboo about living together. But if you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme separately, then I can take Chen Miss to the girls' dormitory area. Don't be polite with me. You are now the 3rd class members of Qin Chao, and you are also your own. Can you talk about everything by yourself? What's more, Chen Miss is so beautiful, I am very willing to serve. Before Chenny could speak hard, Chen Sidian said softly, Brother Xiao Zhang, no, I am afraid of the dark at night and dare not sleep by myself. Xiao Zhang nodded, and then said, Well, you will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in room 01, and when someone comes later, you will move into room 02 and room 03 in turn. Don't worry, our Eagle Eye team is very powerful. I believe there will be other survivors living in before today. When you want to be clean, there will be no more. Chen Yiku and Chen Sidian hurriedly thanked Xiao Zhang again. After arranging everything, Xiao Zhang chatted with them for a long time. His eyes were always on Chen Sitian's body, and Chen Sidian kept blushing. Finally, the sun was about to set, and Xiao Zhang reluctantly left. The Chen brothers and sisters stayed alone in the room. After Xiao Zhang left, Chen Yiku walked out of room number 1 in Ling, and walked gently in the corridor. Through the observation port of each room, he looked into the room. All the rooms on this floor, they are indeed empty. After carefully checking twice, Chen Yiku returned to room 01, then lay down on the bed relaxed, and said to Chen Sidian, "Little sister, I can finally get a good night's sleep. These two more you, sleeping on the small bed in that prison, almost broke my waist." Chen Sidian glanced at Chen Yiku on the bed, gave him a sweet smile, and said, "Have you seen it? No one here?" Chen Yi bitterly smiled, and said, "I have watched it twice, there is no one alone, it is so pure." Chen Sidian said with some dissatisfaction, "The little Zhang just now, those thief eyes have been staring at my chest, I really want to dig out his eyes." Chen Yi comforted, "Well, who made you look beautiful? Come and lie down on the bed for a while." Chen Sidian nodded, then went to bed, lying on the bed and chatting with Chen Yi bitterly. The content of their chat is nothing more than how hard they have been locked up for these 2 months, and what will happen in the future, just like a normal pair of brothers and sisters. Under the bed next to them, Qinan and Li Na were very nervous. Because the wall under the bed has been opened up and replaced with a layer of wooden planks, even Li Na can clearly hear what the other person is saying. Listening to her husband's familiar voice, Li Na really wanted to rush over now and rush into his arms, but she did not dare, because Qinan was by his side. She could not destroy Qinan's plan to eavesdrop on her husband's conversation, otherwise Qinan would definitely will punish her husband for this reason. Li Na coldly despises Qinan in her heart. She really treats a gentleman like a villain. Who is her husband, don't you know? He is a kind, righteous, responsible, good man who is 1 in a million. However, such a good man, 1 year after the end of the world, she is no longer suitable for him. For more than a year, she has been forced to have a relationship with more than a dozen strange men. How can she be so good? Where's the man? Li Na's heart was full of bitterness. Time passed while waiting. At 7 or 8 o'clock, the 2 brothers and sisters Chen Yiku seemed to be asleep. Qinan could hear the steady and faint breathing. He gently turned himself sideways and looked at Li Na, who was lying flat on the ground with his eyes open, in a daze. This woman has changed a lot. Her dress at this time is Qin Xiaoyan's favorite outfit, black leather pants and black tights. Looking from Qinan's side, Li Na's body was perfectly curved. Smooth forehead, high nose bridge, strong nose tip, thin mouth, perfect neck, bulging peaks, flat belly. How did this woman develop into this way after years of not seeing each other? Qinan remembered his revenge against Li Na on the day he left Qincheng last time, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Li Na knew that Qinan was watching him at this time, but she had no other intentions. She swore that even if she died, she would never let other men touch her body again, because she was about to meet his favorite man in this life. The 2 of them remained silent until 2 o'clock in the morning. Qinan was already a little sleepy. He really didn't know why Li Na was so energetic that she could keep her eyes open and look at the bedboard. Suddenly, Chen Sidian made a strange sound. "Big brother, take off your clothes and go to sleep, it's so hot." Qinan was taken aback for a moment and looked at Li Na. Li Na's eyes moved slightly, but there was no other reaction. After a while, after a sparse undressing sound came, the next door fell into calm again. Qinan and Li Na are actually very nervous at this time, especially Li Na. She has never experienced this kind of feeling. After 10 minutes, there was another conversation. Chen Sidian said, "Brother, are you awake?" Chen Yiku's voice was a little lazy. "I have taken off my clothes, can I still do it?" Chen Sidian seemed to smile, and then said, "Brother, do you really love Li Na?" This question stunned Li Na. She didn't know why Chen Sidian asked such a question. Of course, remembering suffering is love owning. Chen Yiku didn't answer immediately. It seemed that he was thinking, or maybe he didn't wake up. About less than a minute later, Jenny said bitterly, "She has been around me since junior high school, and I also need someone to marry me, so I will marry her, and tell me whether you love it or not." Sheniku said this, making Lina's face pale and bloodless, her pupils instantly dilated, and her eyes were filled with surprise and incredibleness. Why does Iku say that? Shinin was also very curious. He gently held Lina's hand with his hand, indicating that Lina must be calm. Chapter 66. The real devil. Chen Xitian's laughter came again, and she laughed a little coquettishly. He, you are the most hypocritical person, there is no one. Sheniku also let out a faint laugh and then said, "In this world, only you know me best." Chen Xitian said, "Who made us twins?" He opened his eyes and looked at the darkness, and said, "In this world, people always need a skin, even if there is a real devil in this skin." Chen Xitian gently stroked Sheniku's strong chest with his fingers, and then said, "Yes, since you killed your mother with a single knife, you are truly a devil." Next door, Shinin and Li Jing were both shocked, they didn't even dare to make the sound of breathing. Sheni said bitterly, "Just grab some money, I didn't expect to meet her. At that time, I could actually run, but I hate them who would rather sacrifice own fools in order to save others, so I chose to let her accompany my father." You. Is it bad to say that? Chen Xitian said, "Very good. Otherwise you came back and said to me that night, you killed my mother, will I have no reaction? I actually hate them too, always saying that after we are heroes, we must be good. Being a human being a good person, can a hero be a meal?" Sheni laughed bitterly, and then said, "What I didn't expect most was that after killing my mother, the two of us actually got so many benefits. There is no money for school, no money for going to a restaurant to eat, and even a bath. After the boss recognized me, he didn't want me to pay for the bath. People in this world are simply ridiculous. Ha ha." Chen Xitian also smiled, and then said, "You haven't said yet, why did you choose to marry Lina instead of someone else? I don't believe it is because she always pesters you, so you marry her. Tell the truth." Sheni said bitterly, "I can't hide anything from you. Actually, I married her because in the second year of the junior high school, she went to the number 1 middle school to find me, saying why she went to a famous tea restaurant and bought me the whole town. The best ice cream. I didn't want to pay any attention to her at the time, but she followed me flatly and accidentally spilled ice cream on my favorite shirt. This little bitch, I hate her to death. From then on, I started to treat her well, I want her to love me so much that I can't help it out. I thought about marrying her. Wait until the right time to become her boyfriend at the most romantic moment. Then when the feelings are deepest, he walks into the palace of marriage. Finally, giving birth to a beautiful baby, filled her with happiness for the first half of her life. Then when it's 35, I will find the opportunity to take the child away and hide it when she is alone with our child. Let her think she was abducted and sold by others, and from that moment on, I will begin to torture her. In the first year, I will become depressed because of the loss of our children. In the second year, I started beating her, scolding her, and insulting her. Let her be obedient like a dog in front of me. She would definitely not blame me, because she would think it was because I lost the child that I became extreme. She would even beg for mercy and beg me to rape her. In the third year, I will go out to find another woman, she will endure it, because she loves me, because she has lost my child and owes me. At that time, I will take different women home and engage with other women in front of her. After that, she estimated that she should completely collapse in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in pain every day. When she collapses, I will find other men and let them play with her. I will tell her everything when she has fallen to the point that she feels disgusting. When she knew that everything I had done for so many years was because of such a small thing as she stained my shirt with ice cream. She would not dare to believe it, and then went crazy. Her expression at that time would be wonderful, huh? I can't wait to see it. After she goes crazy, she will realize that her child was lost by me, and she will beg me to return her child to her. Because at that time, the child was her only hope of survival. But I will never give her the child, I will continue to control her with the child, and let her fall into the deepest abyss of the underworld. What a great script, it's a pity that I met the end of the world, so I can't see the end. Chen Xitian laughed and said, "Dear big brother, you are not only stingy, but also a pervert." Chen Yiku also smiled and said to Chen Sidian, "We are twins." "I am a pervert, aren't you?" Chen Sidian said, "Of course not, I have sentiment. I like to go to other people's homes. Those stinky men are obedient to death, they will stun their own wife with drugs in advance, and then open the door, waiting for me to pamper me. That feeling is so wonderful, you don't understand it at all. By the way, the Qin Xiaoyan who came here at noon today, I have visited her home the most times. Right by her side, when her husband Lu Tianyu and I were happy, she was like a dead pig. Humph, she said today that she wants me to be her slave. Would a proud person like me be a slave to a pig? She really wanted to." Chen Sitian's voice became a little gloomy. Chen Yi said bitterly, "Let's find an opportunity. Now we have come out of prison. The cannibalism is over. Lina thinks that it's not good to be like that, but she seems to be free and can follow her." Qin Xiaoyan said something. "After I went out, I told Lina about the past and let her find a chance to escape with us at that time. Then we can find a place where no one is, and be happy for a while." Chen Sidian became interested and asked, "What would you do?" Chen Yi said bitterly, "What else can I do? Of course it's eating and playing, ha, I'm so excited." Chen Sidian said softly, "Big brother, I want to eat too." Next door, Lina did not respond, she was completely stupid. She didn't even cry when she heard such unbelievable things. Xinan's irritation was not small, but he was not the person involved, so after a short time, Xinan calmed down. He looked at Lina, who was pale and had eyes wide open, and felt a little pain in his heart. "Maybe you shouldn't bring Lina to eavesdrop? A woman who loves her man deeply hears that man say such things with her own ears. It is estimated that it will be difficult to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well in her life, right?" Xinan was hurt for Lina, and he felt that there was no need to listen. The two creatures next door are no longer humans, they are evil demons. They must be from the underworld. Human nature is really too complicated. People may have many evil thoughts in their hearts, right? In the last days, these evil thoughts are infinitely amplified, making people extreme, perverted, and dehumanizing. Xinan pulled the stupid Lina out from the bed, then put her on the bed, gently lying in his ear and said, "Wait for me. I'll help you take those two things forever." Cut. After he finished speaking, he stood up, walked to the cabinet on one side, and took the military long knife that had been placed inside from his hand. When he was in the Pentagonal Tower, he used this long knife to kill a D2 jumping corpse king, so now, he will use this knife to kill those two demons that are more evil than zombies. Opening the door of cell number 2, Xinan came to room number 1 and kicked the door locked from inside. The two were frightened and hugged each other. Chen Yiku's voice trembled a little, and he cried out in horror, "Who?" Xinan walked into the room slowly, coldly looked at the two naked human figures, and slowly said, "Those who sent you back to the underworld, you are no longer fit to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in this world as a person." After he finished speaking, he raised the knife in his hand and slashed at Chen Yi bitterly. Chen Yiku subconsciously raised his hand to block it. That knife cut off his arm directly. "What?" A painful cry resounded through the entire prison. Next door, Lina lying on the bed suddenly trembled, and then slowly began to cry, crying unceasingly, like crazy. Chen Yiku took Chen Sidian out of bed with a short hand, and then ran to the door quickly. Xinan took a deep breath, thinking in his heart, "Let's run. Killing you with a stab, it's really hard to understand that I only hate in my heart." He stepped to follow the two people who ran out, and then easily overtook him, raising his hand behind the two of them with another stab, cutting off one of the arms of Chen Sidian who was running behind. Chen Sidian screamed with a trembling voice, "Ah! Big brother! It hurts!" Chen Yiku didn't have time to pay attention to her at all, because his own broken arm was also very painful, and he was bleeding continuously. The two did not stop escaping. After rushing out of the prison, they went down the stairs and ran to the outdoor square. Xinan did not run, but his speed was not slow at all. He strode out of the building, following them closely. On the surrounding city walls, there were soldiers who watched the night. They spotted them the moment Chen Yiku and Chen Sidian rushed out of the prison in Block B, yelling. The soldiers of the night watch didn't dare to be careless. They didn't know what happened. Could there be zombies in the city? For a time, the alarm bell rang throughout the city, and someone rang the alarm. All the people were awakened in the first time. They put on their clothes and put on their own equipment at the fastest speed, and rushed out of the room. Their reaction speed is very fast, because of the alarm collection contact like this kind of raid. I don't know how many times I have practiced in this period of time. When people got outdoors, under the moonlight, they found 3 people standing opposite each other on the square. Everyone knows one of them. Although some people have only seen him from a distance, and although some people don't even know his name, the only thing everyone knows is that the person is the highest commander of Qin City and the Lord of Qin City. At this time, the man was carrying a knife alone, and there were traces of blood on the knife. Opposite him, standing trembling, 2 young men and women whose arms had been cut off. Everyone wondered, what happened? Everyone surrounded the past and formed a large circle, enclosing the 3 of them. Qinan looked at the fully equipped people, and then looked at the 2 brothers and sisters who had given up running away and were sitting on the ground a few meters in front of him. He raised the long knife in his hand high, and then shouted loudly, "In the name of City Lord Qin, I declare to everyone the death penalty of the 2 opposing people. They are Chen Yiku and Chen City and brother and sister. The first crime, mother killing. The second crime, cannibalism. The third count, adultery. For these 3 sins, I will cut them into pieces. From now on, someone has committed the same sin as them. Do the same." As soon as Qinan's words fell, all the onlookers were shocked. Each of these crimes is annihilating humanity. Did the brother and sister in front of you ever do such a vicious thing? Everyone's discussion became more and more intense, and their emotions became agitated. I don't know who shouted, "Hands on the boss, cut them all." Chapter 67. The Upgrader awakens. Chen Yiku was already pale at this time. He looked at the crowd shouting around him, and suddenly laughed. His loud laughter is extremely strange, and it makes people sound creepy. Everyone slowly calmed down amidst his laughter. People looked at him coldly, thinking that he should know that he was going to die, and fell into the last state of madness before he died. Suddenly, Chen Yi struggled to help Qin City and stand up from the ground, and then shouted to Qinan, "You can't kill us. We are the last hope of mankind." Everyone, including Qinan, laughed. It seems that this kid is really crazy. A person like him who has no humanity even said that he is the last hope of mankind. Chen Yiku put one hand on On's severed arm, where blood was still bleeding. He frowned and trembled. "Little sister and I were bitten by zombies. But we are not upgraded. We must have T-virus antibodies." What? The entire Qinchun playground fell into silence. They actually didn't believe what Chen Yiku said, because no one had ever heard of such a thing. Have you been bitten by a zombie but haven't turned into a zombie? This is impossible. At this time, a person was squeezed out from the crowd. He is a bald monk in a monk's robe. This monk is nearly 2 meters tall, with a dark skin and extremely strong body. Judging from his age, it is estimated that he is only 24-5. There was a square cloth hanging on his chest, and the word 3 was written on it. This is Qin Cheng's mandatory requirement for third-class members. Every third-class member must wear such a cloth on his chest to let everyone know his level so as to better supervise and control his behavior. After all, the so-called third-class members are those who are not yet fully recognized and trusted by the internal personnel of the Qin dynasty. Qinan looked at the monk walking towards him, frowning slightly, wondering what he was going to do. The monk came to Qinan's side and gave a salute, then the urn sounded angrily and said, "Hello boss, the monk's name Vajra. Let me help you solve this guy." Qinan looked into the crowd suspiciously, found Lu Ming's figure, and waved to him. Lu Ming is in charge of reviewing foreign personnel by his own name, so he should have some understanding of the origin of this monk. Qinan wants to know what caused the monk to appear here at this time, and also said that he would help him solve Chen Yiku's brother and sister. Lu Ming hurried over and said to Qinan, "This monk came with the team when you came back from Destiny City, but he is not a member of Destiny City. He has been in Jiulong Mountain before, because he is not sure about him. What did he do? And no one knew him, so he could only become a third-class member first, and then slowly get to know him." Chinan nodded, looked at the monk again, and then smiled slightly and said, "Your name is Vajra? Do you know the two brothers and sisters?" Vajra shook his head in a naive way, and then said, "I don't know them, but I know what they are like. When I was in the north a few months ago, I killed two such people. They were both bitten by zombies and didn't become zombies. However, although they did not become zombies, they have become more terrifying monsters than zombies. My father calls them TC virus carriers, or upgraded ones." TC virus carrier? Upgraded? No one has heard of these two terms. Cheniku and Shansidian obviously didn't know the condition of their own bodies. They didn't react at all when they heard Vajra say about them. They stood there supporting each other. Vajra did not go to see them, but said to Chinan, "The upgraded ones are not zombies, but they will still like to eat human flesh under the influence of the TC virus. Such people are extremely rare. Before they were infected by T virus, their bodies did contain a virus similar to T virus antibodies. This virus is C virus. The C virus had not been discovered before the end of the world. My dad was the discoverer of it, and he named the C virus. C virus does not participate in human metabolism and does not do much harm to humans. The result of my dad's research is that the only harm of this unknown virus seems to be that it can cause the C virus to be abnormally active due to the decreased metabolism and decreased oxygen injection in the body when humans are sleeping. Physiological phenomena caused by abnormal activity are chest tightness after waking up, dizziness, and so on. However, this physiological phenomenon will disappear immediately after a person wakes up. If a person with C virus is infected by T virus, the two viruses will combine to form TC virus. The incubation period of the TC virus in the human body cannot be inferred, some may be 1 month, and some may be several years. Before the TC virus awakens from the incubation period, its carriers seem to be no different from ordinary people. The only difference is that they are more dependent on meat foods, and among all meat foods, their favorite is the living ones. Humanity. After the TC virus awakens from the incubation period, its carriers will become upgraded. What the upgraded and zombies have in common is that they are bloodthirsty and like to eat living human flesh. As for why they prefer to eat phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme human flesh, my dad's research result is because TC virus is a derivative of T virus and still has some properties of T virus. The activity of T viruses is extremely strong. One of their non-biological intelligence habit is to combine more complex and excellent biological forms to allow themselves to evolve. This habit is not a predatory behavior, without any purpose, but just a T virus. A kind of natural instinct, like a conditioned reflex. The so-called complex and excellent biological forms refer to human cells. This is also the reason why zombies like to eat living humans. Of course, if there are no living humans, they also like human corpses. TC viruses are not contagious, they have some of their own characteristics. For example, promoting the vitality of human cells can make human muscles stronger and enhance human strength and motor function. For example, it can remove some harmful viruses or harmful substances in the human body, and it may even be used to treat AIDS. But these are not the most powerful areas of the TC virus. One of the most powerful features of TC virus is to divide and promote division. In other words, they themselves will ceaselessly and infinitely split. When these countless T viruses enter the cells of the human body, they can promote the unlimited proliferation and division of human cells. Then they will give the carrier a very powerful function, which is self-repair and regeneration. This regenerative behavior is controlled by the brain's memory behavior. For example, if you cut off the arm of an upgrader, he will regenerate an arm soon. Of course, this kind of regeneration is not endless, because regeneration also needs energy. The reason why an arm is regenerated instead of other messy things is that the brain's memory behavior directs the human cells parasitized by the TC virus to imitate the human body before the injury to repair the human body's behavior. To sum up, the characteristics of the upgraded person is to have physical functions that surpass ordinary people, as well as powerful self-repair and regeneration capabilities. If the upgraded person and the upgraded person stand phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme together, they can recognize each other. If they carry the same TC virus, the upgraded person will not be able to feel the smell of fresh meat on each other's body. In other words, the upgraded person will eat each other. The way to kill them is to chop off their heads and make the TC virus parasitic human body become chaotic because of the loss of the central command center, and then burn it down. Shinan grew his mouth wide, and looked at Vajra for a long time before turning his gaze to the Chen family brothers and sisters, and found that fresh meat had indeed grown in the place where they broke their arms, but the growth was very slow. If you don't pay attention you can't see it at all. Vajra said again, the two of them have obviously just entered the state where the TC virus has awakened from the incubation period. When I first saw them, I noticed their severed arm and found that new growth seemed to be slowly growing there. Meat, so I judged that they should be carriers of the TC virus, and they are now entering the awakening period. Coupled with the fact that they said they had been infected by the T virus and did not become zombies, I am even more convinced. The chief just said that they had eaten human flesh. So guys like this who have given up their humanity will eventually become something more terrifying than zombies, because they have human wisdom. So, let me send them into the world of bliss. To free them from the confusion, this is also the task my father gave me before he died. Kill all upgraders who have eaten human flesh. Shinan looked at Own Bald Monk, couldn't help but curiosity in his heart, and asked, "Who are you on Earth? Why do you know so much?" Vajra laughed, then said, "The reason I know so much is because of my dad. He is an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, specializing in virus research. He also participated in the development of the T-virus vaccine after the T-virus outbreak, but it failed later. I know that he told me so much, and his name is Jean Sanbao." Shinan was so scared that he couldn't help being retreated. In other words, it was not shocked, it was just too shocked, and the footsteps were unstable before retreating. Vajra hurriedly said again, "You can rest assured the leader. I am different from them, although I will feel very greedy when I see people walking by my side and smelling the smell of their flesh. But I have always controlled myself very well. I can't eat human flesh. The supernatural person can eat normal food like humans to get the necessary nutrition. Human flesh is like a delicious cake in the eyes of the supernatural person, but after eating it, it will become a drug. Therefore, as long as the supernatural person controls himself and does not eat the first bite of cake, then he will never understand what it feels like to take drugs. Not only do I not eat people, I will kill the upgraded people who cannibals. This is my father's last wish." After he finished speaking, he turned his eyes to Cheniku and Chen Sidian brothers and sisters. When the two heard Vajra's words, they were also in shock. However, they also discovered that their own severed arm is constantly growing new flesh, and the growth rate is getting faster and faster. Everyone, including Shinan, turned their eyes from Vajra to Cheniku and Chen Sidian. Everyone has forgotten what to do, just watching this scene is like a science fiction movie. The arms of those two people are constantly growing. Flesh, bones, muscles, skin. 10 minutes later, they actually reborn arms. Vajra smiled slightly, and then said, "The two upgraded ones are awakened at the same time. Ha ha! You are waiting to die." As soon as Vajra finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to others and strode towards the Chen family. The two who had just grown full arms seemed to be unable to extricate themselves in amazement. Chen Sidian found that Vajra was approaching them in good faith, and hurriedly pushed Cheniku hard. But her push directly pushed Cheniku out 5 or 6 meters away. Chen Sidian was surprised to find that his own power had increased a lot before he knew it. Seeing this, Vajra laughed and said, "How about the same kind? It feels good, right? This is just the beginning. After a while, you will feel pained because of your physical awakening. If you were killed by me before then, you must thank me so much." As soon as his voice fell, Chen Sidian suddenly trembled all over, and a scorching pain was lost all over his body. Vajra said, "Has it started? The TC virus is promoting the division of cells in your body, and then they will discharge all the excess oil in your body, increase the strength of your bones and the toughness of your muscles, and you will soon become the real upgraded." After he finished speaking, people had reached Chen Sitian's side and kicked Chen Sidian to the ground. Then he knelt on one knee between Chen Sitian's chest, raised his fist and punched it down, and knocked Chen Sitian's head directly. Broken. However, even so, Vajra did not end the attack. He continued to hit Chen Zitian's broken head with his fist until it turned into a pool of meat sauce. Such a frightening scene caused the women present to back down one after another, with low voices in their mouths. The men took the weapons in their hands and all focused nervously at the two of Vajra and Chen Yiku who were still standing in the field. At this time, Qin Xiaoyan crowded out the crowd and came to Qin An's side. She didn't fall asleep until 1 o'clock in the evening. Qin An was going to take her to eavesdrop on the conversation between Chen's brother and sister tonight, but someone said that he took Li Na. This caused Qin Xiaoyan to be jealous for a long time alone in the room, and because of this, she lost sleep. After falling asleep, she didn't even hear the alarm bell ringing. After the alarm bell rang, the guards guarding the administrative complex began to check the rooms in the building after the alarm bell rang, and finally awakened Qin Xiaoyan. Qin Xiaoyan heard that there was a situation in the playground, so she put on her clothes and ran down. When she entered the crowd and reached Qin An's side, she saw a strong bald monk standing up from the ground. On the ground, the corpse of this woman can be seen. Through her clothes, Qin Xiaoyan can recognize her as Chen Zitian. With some surprise, Qin Xiaoyan pulled La Qinan's arm, and Qin Xiaoyan asked, "My husband, what's wrong?" Qin An was pulled by Qin Xiaoyan, sober from the consternation, while telling Qin Xiaoyan what happened tonight, while continuing to pay attention to the development of the form in the field. After Vajra killed Chen Zitian, he stood up from the ground. There was red and yellow mucus on his huge fist, which made people feel nauseous and nauseous. He turned around and looked to Chen Yiku to one side. Chen Yiku's face was strange at this time, and his eyes were spitting out, as if he was experiencing great pain. His mouth was open, and there were tears in the spitting eyes. He saw little sister dying in front of own eyes with his own eyes, and his heartache was almost broken. But he couldn't go to the rescue in time, because his whole body seemed to be bitten by hundreds of millions of bugs in pain, and he couldn't control his own body at all. On the surface of his skin, a large amount of oil oozes out, forming a yellow foam. However, he did not become thinner because of this. On the contrary, his muscles were stronger and straighter, and his body was also sturdy around, which almost blasted the originally well-fitting clothes. Vajra chuckled and said, "I'm fully awakened. This is the mysterious place of the TC virus. While transforming your body, it can also increase your muscles without any energy, and make your body more beautiful. Strong. This does not conform to biological principles, nor does it conform to the law of energy conversion. We can't explain all this with the original knowledge on the Earth. So my dad said that the T virus and the TC virus must be a substance that does not belong to the Earth. Now that you are truly awakened, let us fight." After speaking, he used his feet to rush straight towards Chen Yiku. The speed of running and the power of swinging his legs were actually comparable to Qin An. When the people around saw such a brave Vajra, they all let out a cry of exclamation. At this time, Chen Yiku finally got rid of the pain, and finally regained control of the body. He felt full of power all over his body. Seeing Vajra rushing over, he shouted with hatred, "You pay back my little sister's life." After a shout, he raised his hand and clenched his fist, facing the fist that Vajra had already hit in front of him. Crack! With a few crisp sounds, the two backed together, their strengths were evenly matched. Vajra bared his teeth with pain, but did not yell, but used his other hand to lift his broken arm and straighten it. Within a few tens of seconds, the arm that appeared to have been deformed quickly returned to a healthy state. Vajra tried to shake his arm vigorously, and then rushed towards Chen Yiku again. At this time, Chen Yiku's injured arm also recovered. He roared and greeted Vajra's attack again, and the two began to fight like this. Their fighting is too cruel. It is a fight with fate. They don't care about the other side's attack on own. They just want to work hard to hurt the other side. A few minutes later, Chen Yiku fell completely into a disadvantage. The speed and strength of the two are similar, but Vajra's fighting skills are obviously much better than Chen Yiku. He also knows how to attack Chen Yiku's vital point, which is his head. After hitting for a few more minutes, Vajra suddenly grabbed Chen Yiku's punch with the palm of his hand, then hit him with his body, then rode on him, hitting Chen Yiku's head with a punch. At this moment, a stern shout from the crowd suddenly sounded. "Do not want!" The shout fell, and Li Na's figure appeared. She didn't know when she came out of the prison in Block B. She probably saw Vajra and Cheniku fighting just now. When Cheniku was about to lose, she finally couldn't bear it, so she ran out to stop Vajra. After seeing Lina appear, Cheenen hurriedly flew to Lina's side, then pulled her into his arms and pressed her head tightly in his own arms. This infatuated woman, Chen Yi, has hurt her so deeply. Is she still reluctant to die? Cheenen felt that she couldn't let her see Chen Yi's death. Vajra's fist had fallen, and Lina's appearance had no effect on him. He came out of the crowd with a simple purpose, which was to kill the upgraded person and fulfill his father's last wish. Puff! After a muffled sound, Cheniku's head collapsed by Vajra's fist. After that, Vajra smashed Cheniku's head with the same brutal technique as Chen Sidian. At this moment, Lina was lying in Cheenen's arms, clutching Cheenen's clothes tightly with both hands, and fainted crying. Cheenen put Lina into Qin Xiaoyan's arms, and then said to her, she was too irritated, you should take her back to the room to rest first, don't bully her. Qin Xiaoyan took Lina, glanced at Cheenen with a bad face, did not speak, turned and left. She suddenly felt that Cheenen liked Lina in his heart, right? As a young man, perhaps he didn't know all of this at all. Now that he saw each other again after many years, he couldn't understand his own feelings anymore. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyan felt a faint sadness in her heart. Although she said that she didn't mind Cheenen looking for other women, which woman would really not mind that her own man was shared by others? After Qin Xiaoyan left, Cheenen slowly walked to Vajra, and Vajra also stood up after smashing Cheniku's head. He turned around and walked towards Cheenen, and said, "Leader, ask someone to burn their bodies." Although their heads were smashed, they are not dead yet, but at this time their bodies are in a state of chaos and they have entered suspended animation. After the TC virus in the body adapts to the body without a command system, they will still become zombies-like creatures, and they will aimlessly attack anything near them. Cheenen nodded, and then asked someone to dispose of the corpse, and then let everyone disband and go back to sleep. He took Vajra to a small room in the integrated administration building, and then said to Vajra, "Okay, sit down and talk about your origins in detail." Vajra just killed the Chen brothers and sisters, but he was as calm as nothing had happened. Seeing Cheenen's hanky smile, he said, "My father's name is Jean Sanbao, a virus scientist. When my mother died when I was young, my father sent me to Shaolin Temple to learn martial arts. I went home to visit relatives more than a year ago, and the T-virus broke out as soon as I got home. So my father asked me to stay with him in the laboratory. He and his comrades were studying the T-virus vaccine, but I had nothing to do. 2 months later, someone in the laboratory was infected and turned into a zombie, and then the entire laboratory was destroyed. Many people became zombies, and I was bitten several times. At that time, my father ran out with me. He said that if I was bitten, I would become a zombie, and he would die with me. But in the end, I didn't become a zombie, and I awakened and became an upgraded 1 month later. My strength and physical abilities are more than 10 times that of ordinary people. Dad thought I had T-virus antibodies in my body, so he began to study me, and then slowly unmasked the TC virus. We have been hiding in a laboratory owned by my father. Later, a D2 giant zombie destroyed our laboratory, and I took my father and escaped. We headed south, looking for a place to stay. Later, we found 2 people in a village, a couple. They took us into their home and provided me with food. But when we ate the food they gave us, we fainted. When we woke up, one of my father's legs was gone and they were eaten by them. I got angry and anxious, so I broke free of the rope that trapped me, and then went to fight with them. I didn't expect that both of them were upgraded like me. I am a person who has studied martial arts, so with the same physical fitness, they can't beat me. I killed one of them, but the other ran away. So I went all the way to chase the upgraded person who ran away. I have been chasing him for several months, chasing him into the Jiulong Mountains, and chasing him in the mountains for 2 months before finally killing him. At that time, I no longer knew where I was, so I lived in the mountains. Later, I saw your team. I will follow your team to Qincheng." When Vajra spoke, he kept smiling silly. To Cheenen, this kid is not stupid, but he is a real person. I chatted with him about some questions that Cheenen had doubts, and Vajra answered them one by one, and finally all the doubts Cheenen had about him were eliminated. Qinan watched the battle between Vajra and Chen's brothers and sisters, and already understood his strength. In terms of speed and strength alone, Vajra is not as good as Own, but it is not much worse. Then he has enhanced hearing and visual abilities, and Vajra has the ability to recover himself. If two people start their hands, they should be equal, right? It seems that this kid is a big help. Chapter 70 Fong Lei's craftsmanship. As soon as he reached the 5th floor of the stairs, Qinan listened carefully and found that Lan Yu's room was not only alone, but there was also the voice of a young man. Lan miss, look, this is what I found in a small town today. Chanel's bag is still new, give it to you. The young man said. Lan Yu seemed to be very happy, smiled and expressed his gratitude before saying, Wu Tian, you told me, do you want to chase me? Wu Tian? Qinan frowned slightly. He had an impression of this young man. He was about 24 or 5 years old. He was very neat and clean, and he seemed to be very enthusiastic and straightforward. He is Lu Haichuan's subordinate, and now serves as the battalion commander in the Eagle Eye Regiment. Wu Tian's voice resounded in Lan Yu's room again. Does this still need to be said? I was chasing you in Destiny City, but you always disagree. At that time, I was just an 8-person search team. The squad leader, the materials I got can barely support myself, so I didn't stalk you. But now it's different. Now I'm the battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion of our Qingqing Eagle Eye Regiment. There are 100 people, who can be regarded as people with status, and they are always a good match for you, right? Lan Yu let out a silver bell-like laugh, and then said after a while, it's dead. The bag you gave me is genuine. And for the sake of beauty, I will approve you to chase me. Wu Tian laughed exaggeratedly in the room. Qinan stayed for a while. He knew that Lan Yu had been avoiding him since returning from Destiny City, and she didn't even want the sniper BU gun that she had promised to give her. Maybe it's because of Qin Xiaoyan's existence. Doesn't she want to have intersection with herself? Qinan shook his head a little disappointed, then turned and left Lan Yu's room. Maybe he and Lan Yu maintain a good relationship now. After all, he already has Qin Xiaoyan, doesn't he? Since there is no need to see Lan Yu, Qinan went to see Lu Jia and Li Hong again. Both of them are now members of the logistics department. They were not in the apartment when they went there. They should be busy. There is no way. Qinan can only find his newly accepted younger brother, Vajra. Seeing Qinan's enthusiasm, Vajra kept calling Dage one by one, which reminded Qinan of the dead Song Wenjie. Qinan smiled bitterly. What was going on today? Heard everywhere, bumped into walls everywhere. He remembered Song Wenjie also said this to him. Qinan opened his mouth and said to Vajra, okay, but I am not lucky. Vajra laughed and said, don't worry Dage, I'm lucky. This was exactly the same as Song Wenjie said that day. Qinan hurriedly turned his head, but corners of his eyes were slightly moist. He waved his hand to Vajra and said, let's go, take you to the household registration office to complete the procedures for the first-class membership. After speaking, quickly walked downstairs, Vajra immediately followed. The so-called household registration office is located on the 3rd floor of the Comprehensive Administration Building and is under the jurisdiction of the Political Department. After completing the formalities and leaving the household registration office, Qinan saw through the window of the aisle that a group of people surrounded Qincheng at a long distance outside, not knowing what they were doing. Some curiously took Vajra out of the administration building, and then walked all the way to the crowd. Qinan found that these people seemed to be from the Firewing group. Someone found Qinan and greeted him eagerly. A voice came from the crowd and said, Dage, you have been away for half a month. You didn't go to the room to hurt your sister-in-law when you just came back. Why did you come here again? I didn't always report to you during lunch. Work? Qinan separated the crowd and saw Fong Lei standing topless, standing there with a smirk at him. In front of Fong Lei, there was also a huge furnace. Beside the furnace, there were furnaces, cold water, hammers, and so on. After a few glances, Qinan said in surprise, Xiao Lazy, are you hitting iron? There was laughter from everyone around, and then someone shouted, Brother Lei, let's say you are hitting iron, you see what our leader said. Fong Lei sighed in depression, and then said to Qinan, Dage. How can I be ironing? I'm making a sword. Xinan nodded unkindly after hearing this, and then said, "That's not the irony." The soldiers all around roared with laughter again. Fang Lei ignored Xinan angrily and began to continue his work. Xinan knew that he couldn't be really angry, so he didn't care about his attitude. Instead, he surrounded this pool of equipment and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to make swords?" Fang Lei heard that Xinan took the initiative to change the iron strike argument into a sword. He hurriedly used this step to get down. The work on his hands did not stop, but he smiled and said to Xinan, "Dage, you don't know, we are a family heritage. I don't know how many generations of ancient swordsmanship. My grandfather's grandfather is a blacksmith. He once offered our own sword to the emperor of the Qing dynasty." Xinan nodded, and then asked, "Then why do you plan to cast this sword?" Fang Lei said, "I recently went outside to clean up the zombies. I found that cold weapons are actually very useful. They cut off the zombies' heads up phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme and can kill them in one shot. If you use a gun, the sound will attract all nearby zombies. This requires heavy weapons to clear away, and once a heavy weapon is used, the loud noise will attract zombies further away, which is a waste of bullets and is very dangerous, so I decided to let my soldiers carry cold weapons in the future. Of course, the gun must be brought, but it can only be used when dealing with corpses or in times of crisis." Xinan had known this a long time ago. Fang Lei said, "I went to the logistics department to get the weapon, but they said that the knives in the weapon store were taken away by Brother Lu's eagle eyes. Hey, Jiang is still hot. Lu Haichuan preceded me. I just thought of it. No way. I went to the people from the construction department and asked them to help me build the equipment here, so that I can use my own handheld craftsmanship to build cold weapons by myself." Xinan nodded after hearing this, and then suddenly remembered that he didn't have a weapon yet. Although he has been a soldier, he is completely a layman in the use of guns, and for his strengthening physique, he can also perform better with cold weapons. If he can have a handy weapon, Xinan feels that with his current strength, may be able to fight with 2d2 jumping zombies at the same time without falling into the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. Suddenly, Xinan's inspiration appeared. He remembered the adventure that gave him supernatural powers in his own community. Xinan hurriedly asked someone to bring paper and pen, and then drew a drawing based on own memory. He studied painting for a year when he was in high school, and he also taught himself drawing software, so hand painting a 3D drawing is not difficult. Bringing the drawn drawing to Shirley, Xinan said, "Lazy, can you see if such a big sword can be refined?" Fang Lei took a look at the drawings with great interest. The size and dimensions of the sword inside were very detailed. Fang Lei frowned, and then said, "Of course it can, but it only needs to make abrasive tools, then beat and temper it. It takes a few days to quench the sword. Moreover, for such a huge sword, if you want to ensure its sharpness, then the material is only necessary. It must be done, so the weight will not be able to be used by ordinary people. It is estimated that it will weigh at least 80 catties." Xinan was overjoyed when he heard that, with his current strength, using a weapon weighing 80 kilograms, it can be said to be easy to do. He said to the other side, "It's okay, I can use it. How about you help me to cast this sword these days?" Fang Lei knew Xinan's ability, so naturally he couldn't look at him with the eyes of ordinary people, so he nodded boldly and shouted, "Dage, rest assured, I promise you will be satisfied." At this time, Vajra, who had been following Xinan, walked over, and then said to Xinan with a smile, "Dage, I want it too." Xinan smiled and hurriedly introduced Vajra to Fang Lei and others. In fact, everyone had seen Vajra that night, but because of the identity of the Vajra upgrader and his murderous methods, everyone stayed away from him. Fang Lei is not afraid of Vajra, and he is a brother with Vajra. Finally, I heard that Vajra had studied martial arts in Shaolin Temple, and he was even more happy, because Fang Lei also practiced martial arts in Shaolin Temple for several years. Now that he could talk about his temper, Fang Lei proactively said, "Okay, just make 2 épées. Brother Vajra is a superpower. It is estimated that he can use the 80 gene épée?" Vajra nodded, and then he was taken aback for a moment, then turned to Xinan in surprise, "Dage, you can also use such a heavy sword? Are you also an upgraded person carrying the TC virus?" After what he said, Fang Lei and the soldiers who knew Xinan's strength immediately showed a suddenly realized expression. Yes, Cheenen must also be an upgraded, otherwise how could he kill D2 Jumping Corpse King? There is also Qin Xiaoyan. Although her strength is weaker than Cheenen, her perverted speed is also impossible to look directly at. She must be an upgraded too. Cheenen smiled mysteriously, and after thinking about it, he said, I dare to guarantee that Xiaoyan and I are definitely not upgraded. If you insist on giving me a name to distinguish the upgraded, I think we should be considered supernatural. Stranger? Everyone was very curious. Shirley said, Dage. What power do you have? Cheenen was stunned by Fong Lei's question, and then said a little embarrassed, I am stronger and fast. Hearing and vision are much better than ordinary people. Everyone listened eagerly, but found that Cheenen had finished speaking, and not only looked at each other. Vajra turned around Cheenen twice, and then said, Dage, look for it, did you get bitten by a zombie while you were asleep, don't you know? These so-called abilities you mentioned are related to my upgraded person. The abilities are the same. By the way, I'll slash you, and you will surely repair yourself too. After speaking, he went around looking for knives. Cheenen hurriedly stopped, a little depressed. Yes, my own ability seems to be inferior to Vajra, but I have never been bitten by a zombie. Forget it, he didn't want to explain, he said with a sullen expression, anyway, I'm not an upgraded person, do you believe it or not? After speaking, he told Fong Lei to help him practice the sword, and then took Vajra away. However, Vajra surrounded Cheenen and wanted to compete with him. Cheenen kicked his ass and feet, which made him give up his curiosity and obediently continue to do his own small root class. After moving around in Xincheng for a while, Qin Xiaoyan finally found her. She stayed in the room for an afternoon. She felt sad and blamed herself when she thought that Lina might be dead. She didn't get out of this emotion until dinner. Women are so emotional and contradictory. After the three met together, they returned to the administration building for dinner. Nowadays, the management staff phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in the administrative building, and everyone eats together like a family. After dinner, Vajra went back to own apartment on the 5th floor, and Qin Xiaoyan took Cheenan's hand to the 6th floor, entered the bedroom and closed the door, snuggled into Cheenan's arms and said, My husband, I will tell you a secret. Cheenan saw that Qin Xiaoyan was still in a very bad mood because of Lina's affairs, so he teased her, What's the secret? It's not that you are pregnant, right? Chapter 71 Flying Daggers. Qin Xiaoyan touched Cheenan's chest with dissatisfaction, then touched her flat belly and said, You're just pregnant. Cheenen laughed, then lifted up the vest that Qin Xiaoyan was wearing, so that his hands could touch Qin Xiaoyan's stomach directly, and touch the smooth and delicate skin. Cheenen was heartbroken and asked, What's the secret? While talking, he put Qin Xiaoyan on the bed. Qin Xiaoyan stopped Cheenan's unruly actions, and said shyly, Don't worry, you will be working on it for a while, let's talk about business first, I really have a secret to tell you. Cheenen looked at Qin Xiaoyan's expression seriously, so he stopped frolicking, sat up his own body, and said, Okay, let's talk about it. Qin Xiaoyan got up from the bed and stood opposite Cheenen, then raised her hand and showed it to Cheenen. Cheenen looked at Qin Xiaoyan's palm. There was a red line that didn't know what it meant, like a symbol and a rune. This thing is also in his hands, but the shape is different from Qin Xiaoyan's. This was left after two strange swords penetrated into their bodies that night. Cheenen looked up at Qin Xiaoyan, not understanding what she meant. Cheenen was stunned for a moment, and then asked eagerly, What ability? Qin Xiaoyan pursed her lips, then motioned to Cheenen to look at the palm of her raised hand. Cheenen looked at Qin Xiaoyan's palm, and saw that a red leaf drilled out of her palm in the middle of that palm. Cheenen was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a leaf, but I didn't know what tree leaf it was. The leaf is 1 inch long, a small piece, and the whole body is red, with clear leaf meridians and lines. It just drilled out from Qin Xiaoyan's white skin, and when it appeared completely, it fell on Qin Xiaoyan's hand. After that, Qin Xiaoyan's hand was scarred, and there was no trace of blood. Cheenen rubbed his eyes in amazement and looked at it for a long time. Then he raised his head to look at Qin Xiaoyan and said, What is this? How did it get out of your body? When Qin Xiaoyan grasped the fist with her hand, and then opened her palm again, the red leaf in her palm had disappeared, as if it had changed a magic trick. Cheenan's mouth grew wide. This is too shocking, more terrifying than the appearance of zombies. At least the appearance of zombies can be explained in a way that humans can understand, but what Qin Shaoyan did just now, if it weren't magic, then Qinan would not understand it at all. Qin Shaoyan said, "This leaf is my new ability. As long as I want to, it will quickly appear in my hands, and then disappear at any time. I don't know what it is, I only know that it is hidden in my body." Qinan asked, "Then what does it do?" Qin Shaoyan suddenly raised her hand and pointed to a wall. I saw 3 red lights shot out from her hand, and then hit the wall one after another. On the wall, 3-inch deep traces appeared immediately. Qinan hurried over and looked at the traces of the wall. There was nothing. Is this caused by the thin red leaves that suddenly appear and disappear? This is simply flying daggers. Qin Shaoyan said, "This is the role of Hongye. I can only release 3 pieces at the same time at a time, and they will automatically disappear after hitting the target. At the beginning, Hongye can fire 6 or 7 times in a row, but I want to continue firing. You need to wait for 10 seconds, and then if you want to launch it, the waiting time will get longer and longer. It seems that launching this kind of leaf dart requires energy. You haven't come back these days. I ran out every day to find one. No one is going to study it, and I have basically figured out its performance, but I don't know how it appeared in my body." After listening to Qin Shaoyan's words, Qinan remembered the small red sword that had penetrated into Qin Shaoyan's body. It must be at work. To sum up in detail, the first ability that Qin Shaoyan has from the red sword is superb hearing and eyesight, and the second ability is that he can break free from the shackles of gravity in an instant and reach a speed that surpasses human limits. Qin Shaoyan owns flying daggers. What about yourself? The silver greatsword gives you powerful muscles to improve your strength and defense. What else? It should be that he acquired Qin Shaoyan's ability, so does it count as own second ability to acquire someone else's ability? If so, does he have other potential abilities he hasn't discovered? Thinking hard, Qinan thought about the first battle to kill the jumping zombie in D2. Song Wenjie, Wang Feng, Lu Yan and others were all killed by that zombie. I seem to have entered a violent state. No matter how many times his own power is exhausted, he can still issue a more powerful attack. It was in that state that he finally killed the D2 jumping zombie. In other words, violent state should be regarded as own's third ability, right? Qin Shaoyan looked at Qinan frowning, as if thinking. She turned and sat back on the bed, her body pressed against Qinan not to disturb him. But after Qinan thought for a long time, suddenly his eyes gleamed and grabbed Qin Shaoyan's hand and withdrew her to the bed. Qin Shaoyan was puzzled, and asked, "Husband, what are you doing?" Qinan pressed Qin Shaoyan under her body, and then said to her, "Wife, do you remember when we just got the power? You have super hearing and vision, and have a fast movement technique, but I only have power. It's just outstanding, right?" Qin Shaoyan nodded. Qinan continued, "Then you still remember the first time we did that thing in bed, and then I had your ability the next day?" Qin Shaoyan's face flushed, and she recalled slowly, as if it was indeed like that. She said weirdly, "You don't mean that the reason why you have my special ability is because you slept me? This is too old-fashioned." Qinan laughed, then took off Qin Shaoyan's clothes and pants, and said, "Is it because of this? We will know if we try it." After speaking, he was not speaking, but his hand movements became more and more rush and rude. Moan softly in the mouth, and occasionally call her husband a few charmingly. 3 hours later, the 2 men lay on the bed exhaustedly. Qin Shaoyan was so tired that she almost collapsed, and after a long rest, she said, "Husband, I think you are getting stronger and stronger. Is this also your ability?" Qinan laughed, and then suddenly stood up and said to Qin Shaoyan, "Okay. Tell your husband, how did you use that power?" Qin Shaoyan squinted and looked at Qinan, who was standing naked on the ground, frowning slightly, and then did not say the own power, but said, "Can you put on your underwear and see how you fling it? It's really ugly." "N.S." Qinan blushed at the old-faced Qin Shaoyan said, and hurriedly put on his own underwear, and then smiled at Qin Shaoyan a little embarrassedly. Qin Shaoyan lay on the bed and waved her hand casually. 3 red glows flew out of her hand, leaving 3 traces on the wall. Then he said, "There is no way to use it. It's like you want to grab chopsticks when you eat. I just think I want to shoot leaves, and then think where I want to hit, they will come out." Qinan was a little nervous, and then imitating Qin Shayan's appearance, suddenly raised his finger to the opposite wall. A strange thing happened. In Qinan's hands, 3 red lights were really shot out, and then 3 other marks were left on the wall. The originally lazy Qin Shayan opened her eyes wide, then jumped up from the bed, ran to Qinan's side and said in disbelief, "Really? Husband, you can do it. Great." She jumped happily, and the 2 big white rabbits on her chest also jumped, making Qinan extremely uncomfortable. He pretended to be stern, and then said to Qin Shayan, "Can you put on some and throw it around in front of my eyes? It's ugly, and yours are still too, so big. I feel dizzy." Qin Shayan reacted and subconsciously covered her chest, her face flushed. Randomly she raised her mouth in dissatisfaction, then put her hand down, pulled Qinan's hair, and pulled Qinan's face down to On's chest, shaking her upper body severely, and then said to Qinan, "Look. Isn't it ugly? You want to say it's ugly, I won't show it to you in the future, a man is still so stingy." Seeing the turbulent waves in front of him, Qinan felt that the little brother, who had just received gold from the battlefield, seemed to have heard the charge number again, and his morale was shocked. He hurriedly moved his own head away from Qin Shayan's chest, and then said nervously, "My wife, I was wrong, I will never say that again." Qin Shayan was very satisfied, and then suddenly remembered something, frowned and said, "Since you can obtain my ability through such a perverted method, what about me? Have you also obtained your ability?" Qinan shook his head and said, "If you could, you would have gained it a long time ago. Wouldn't your current strength be better than ordinary people? I guess you may not have been able to beat Vajra before you meet Vajra. After all, his defensive power and the speed is about the same as mine, and it also has its own repairability. But now you have the ability to attack from a distance, so if you match your speed, even if you can't beat him, you should not be defeated by him. You should also prepare 2 pistol, in fact, your speed, hearing, and vision combined make you more suitable for long-range combat. As long as others can't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to you, you can attack others at will." Qin Shayan nodded and agreed with Qinan's words. The 2 discussed for a while, and also explored the source of their own abilities, and then there was no result in the end. In the end, Qin Shayan spent too much energy due to the bed fight with Qinan, and fell asleep while chatting. Thinking of a lot of things since the end of the world, I returned to continue thinking about the abilities of myself and Qin Shayan. I wonder if there are any other abilities in this world? It was 12 o'clock in the night before Qinan finally fell asleep. At this time, outside the southern city of Qin City, there were still many people who were not asleep. They are all a group of hard laborers, they don't use special abilities, and many people even don't have the courage to kill zombies. They can only rely on their own labor to protect their own lives. Lu Jiangang, Minister of Construction and Engineering, looked at the already formed foundation and was very excited. He likes building houses, so he studied architecture and became a construction engineer. Before the end of the world, he relied on his own profession to mix well in society. After the end of the world, he still relied on his own profession to survive. The foundation in front of him covers an area more than 10 times that of the current Qin city. Lu Jiangang wants to build a super fortress. In his plan, the city should have a wall of 20 meters thick and 50 meters high. Under the city, there must be underground passages that can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme to all directions. Outside the city, there must be hundreds of guard towers, and these towers will be built very strong, and they will be connected to the main city through underground passages. Then this main city will become the new Qin city. At that time, this prison will become a subsidiary city for accommodating outsiders. Chapter 72 Time has entered August. In Xinjiang, the Ministry of Agriculture is busy in the fields around the Xinjiang playground. Some people take care of the vegetables and rice that they produce during their hard work, while others feed domestic animals. These domestic animals are brought back from outside by members of the Eagle Eye Regiment and Fire Wing Regiment. They are extremely precious. After the first meeting, the Minister of Agriculture was nominated by everyone, named Lu Degue, 40 years old. His ancestors have been peasants for generations, relying on the ground to eat and the sky to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme until the end. When he was in Destiny City before, he was miserable, and his talent was not taken seriously. But now that he came to Qinsheng, his life was completely different. It was as if he had left the end times and returned to the previous life. Qinan brought Qin Shaoyan and Vajra back from cultivation outside the city. His current strength is enough to kill 2D2 jumping zombies. Qinan discovered that his abilities could be improved through cultivation, so he also forced the somewhat lazy Qin Shaoyan to practice hardship with himself every day. Now, half a month's hard work has allowed Qin Shaoyan to launch 4 red leaf flying daggers at the same time, and the number of consecutive launches has increased to 10 times. Qin Shaoyan is very happy with this result, so she has never been forced by Qin into cultivation, and slowly became active. Vajra also followed Qin to do internal training every day, but it was obvious that his effect was not good, and his abilities did improve during penance, but it was very inconspicuous. But even so, Vajra would still follow Qin every day, like a little tail, never crying hard when cultivating. Moreover, cultivating with Qin also allowed Vajra to see Qin's abilities, and he finally admitted Qin and Dage's identity from the heart. Vajra is now also a member of the Special Operations Team. No one disputes this decision, because most of Vajra's strength has been seen with their own eyes. Qin walked through the lush vegetable field and met and chatted with Lu Degue for a while. Lu Degue, who is honest and friendly, is very cautious and polite in front of Qin. In order to make him more comfortable, Qin praised his work a few times before leaving to find Fong Lei. 4 soldiers followed Fong Lei, 2 of them, each carrying a long flat iron box made of metal. The iron box is 1.7 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. After seeing Qin, Fong Lei happily ordered people to place the iron box on the ground, and then opened the lid of the box. 2 épées were placed inside. Fong Lei said, "Dage, these 2 swords can be used by you and Vajra. They are too heavy." 83 caddies. Qin smiled slightly, then walked to the 2 iron boxes and looked inside. The 2 swords are exactly the same in size and size. The smooth blades and huge blades make people look powerful. The colors of the 2 swords are slightly different. One blade has a slightly blue light, while the other has a slightly red light. Fong Lei explained, the manufacturing process of the 2 swords is exactly the same. It may be during quenching. The difference in temperature caused a little color difference, but it does not affect the quality. Vajra walked over and saw 2 swords that he liked very much. Qin said to him, "Vajra, try the sword." Vajra yelled, "Good." When his voice fell, he stooped down and took the 2 big swords in his hands, one left and one right, and Fong Lei and the 4 soldiers were dumbfounded. The weight of the 2 swords together is more than 160 caddies. Vajra is 2 meters tall, holding 2 1.67-meter long swords, and looks very harmonious. He swung the 2 épées a few times, and then said, this sword. The weight is just right. It is estimated that when you encounter the upgraded skull zombie, you can also break its defense." After speaking, Vajra took the double swords and played in front of a few people. The mighty momentum was shocking. A few minutes later, Vajra stopped her figure, her face remained unchanged, and she said to Fong Lei, "Your brother. What a good sword." Fong Lei was also very happy, and smiled. Swords are naturally good swords, but people are not cheap at all. Everyone laughed in unison. Vajra waved his left hand, at a distance of 7 or 8 meters, threw the heavy sword glowing with blue light directly at Qin, and said, "Dage, I will use this red one." The 83 gene heavy sword was still in the air, causing a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Fong Lei and others hurriedly avoided, for fear of being hit by the heavy sword. Qin stretched out his hand and took the épée in his hand, feeling pretty good. Fong Lei said, "Dage, the sword must have a name. Give it a name." Qin smiled and nodded, thinking for a moment. A name suddenly appeared in his heart. This feeling was weird, as if someone had been chanting this name in Qin's heart, and he didn't know if it was his own thought, or someone was giving him a hint. Qin was stunned for a while before he said, "It's called the Shin Tian Heavy Sword." Everyone thought it was good, a very domineering name. Vajra exclaimed, "Then my sword is called Shin Di." A black light flashed across everyone's faces, black lines all over their faces. This name sounds too non-mainstream. Qin didn't care, but it was just a name anyway. Throwing the Xiantian heavy sword back into Vidra's hand, Qinan said, Vidra, you will carry both of these swords in the future. If I want to use it for you, how about you take care of it for me? Vidra nodded boldly, put the two swords into the iron box, and then closed the card lock on the box. To make it easy to carry, Fong Lei installed a strong iron chain on the iron box. Vidra carried the two iron boxes on his back at the same time, and the two iron chains crossed his chest. It looked like walking in a movie. The sci-fi warriors that came out were very mighty. Vidra is also very satisfied with the equipment, threatening to carry these two swords wherever he goes in the future. Everyone was speechless again, and the two swords together would cost more than 160 kilograms. Every day, if they were normal people, they would not be crushed to death. Suddenly, everyone began to admire Vidra's status as an upgraded. But who dare not try to get the zombie bite so much? What if he becomes a zombie without being upgraded? After thanking Fong Lei, Qinan and the three returned to the administration building. Vidra returned to the own room, and Qinan took Qin Xiaoyan to visit Li Hong. Li Hong's belly is already big now, and she is pregnant with Lu Yan's child. Lu Jia has been with Li Hong all the time, taking care of her hard work, just like her biological daughter. After speaking some caring words, after coming out of Li Hong's room, Qinan told Qin Xiaoyan about Lan Yu's mother. After speaking, Qinan said, Xiaoyan, the city is stable now. I want to leave Qincheng and go to Wangyao. After all, I promised to rescue Lan Yu's mother. Qin Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly became sad, and said, then can I follow you? Qinan sighed slightly, and then said, I want to take Lan Yue and Vidra only. After all, the situation in Wanyu City should be very complicated. The distance between Zhanghai City and this place is also very long. I don't know how long this trip will take. Qincheng always needs someone to take care of it. Although I don't think Fong Lei, Lu Haichuan, and Li Zichuan will betray me, there must be a principal in the city. You don't care about anything in the city, between them. Because of your existence, there will be nothing wrong with each other. If you are not there, I am afraid that they will conflict with each other and eventually phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead /phoneme to instability in Xinjiang. Qin Xiaoyan nodded, and then said, actually, I am quite willing to stay in the city. As I said, I am a young woman, and what I want is a stable life, just like this, but I will think yours. What if I miss you? After she finished speaking, she hugged Qinan's body. Qinan also stretched out his hand, put his arm around her waist, and then said, if you miss me, go to the big brother middle finger. Qin Xiaoyan was taken aback for a moment, then looked up at Qinan incomprehensibly. Qin Xiaoyan blushed. She said slightly angrily, only you will spoil the atmosphere. I found that you are getting more and more hooligan. You are not the honest little security guard at all. Qinan laughed loudly, and then said, then you agree? Qin Xiaoyan nodded and said, who made me your wife? I will listen to you unconditionally. As long as you love me. Qinan sighed again and kissed Qin Xiaoyan several times in his arms. After sending Qin Xiaoyan back to the room, he went to find Lan Yu alone. When Lan Yu heard that Qinan was going to Wanyu City to rescue her mother, she was so excited that she even ran to Qinan's side, took Qinan's hand, and shouted, Uncle! You are so kind! Her actions made Qinan a little embarrassed. After the two returned to Qincheng from Destiny City, it seemed that they had never had such an intimate interaction. After Lan Yu got excited, she suddenly said, Qinan, do you know Wu Tian? Qinan's expression froze, and then nodded, I have seen that kid several times, what's wrong? Lan Yu said with some embarrassment, his marksmanship is very accurate, and he also promised to help me save my mother, can we go together? Many people on the road also take care of it. Qinan tried his best to put a smile on On's face, and asked, are you in love with him? Lan Yu blushed, and then said, no, but he is chasing me. Qinan nodded, then stopped talking, just feeling very depressed in his heart. Lan Yu looked at Qinan for a long time and suddenly said, Uncle, when I was in Destiny City, I always thought you were good. But after coming back, I found out that you have a wife. Believe it or not, what if you without a wife, I might still chase you. Qinan smiled bitterly, yes. He already has Qin Xiaoyan, why should he be so greedy? Looking at Onlanua with a gentle face, Chinan said, "Okay. Then take him, you clean up, and then go and inform him. We will be on the road tomorrow and drive in a car, hoping to find him on the road. Where to go, or go to Jianghai City, but there is a way to go." Lan Yu nodded excitedly. Chinan turned around and planned to leave. When he was about to walk out of the door, Lan Yu suddenly hugged him from behind, pressing his firm chest against his back, causing a ripple in Chinan's heart. "Uncle, you are really good. I shouldn't be so indifferent to you at this stage and avoid you. In fact, all this is because I found that I like you a little bit, and you have a wife, so I and myself awkward. But now I figured it out, maybe I don't like you, but you give me a sense of security that others can't give me. I'm only 22 years old. I have never been in a relationship before. So I may not know what love is. In short, I will not avoid you in the future, because you are a good person." "Am I a good person?" Chinan felt that such a name was really ironic. At this moment, Lan Yu cocked her feet behind him, tried her best to keep her mouth phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Chinan's ears, and said in a low voice, "Uncle, tell you a secret, I'm still a virgin." After speaking, Lan Yu let go of the hands that hugged Chinan, pushed him out of the door, and then closed the door, leaving Chinan alone in the corridor, unwilling to leave for a long time. Yes. In the last days, people may not be able to decide their own destiny, but they can choose what kind of person they want to be. At the end of August, the Jiangnan area is the hottest time of the year. However, since the end of the world, this sultry heat has become insignificant, and even a hint of coolness can be felt in the oncoming phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. On the highway, 4 modified and reinforced cars were parked at this time. On the grass tens of meters below the highway, a dozen people gathered for lunch. Lu Yuanchou is 73 years old this year. Before the end of the day, he had a cerebral hemorrhage, paralyzed half of his body, and was unable to walk normally. But now, he can walk like a normal person, and he hasn't taken any medicine for more than a year when he has fled around, but the diseases that have entangled him for so many years seem to have disappeared. I haven't looked for him phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Lu Yuanchao did not believe that high blood pressure, diabetes, and cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, these human beings cannot be cured by medical means, but can only reduce and control their recurrence. They can recover without treatment in a few months. Therefore, Lu Yuanchao launched a bold conjecture. He believes that there must be tiny T-virus particles all over the Earth's air today, but people cannot detect them with instruments. So, all humans should be infected with T-virus. It's just that a large part of humans have become zombies, and a small part of humans may not become zombies because of T-virus antibodies in their bodies. This kind of antibody is not many in the human body, just can neutralize the T-virus in the air. It should be able to regenerate, so that it can always neutralize the T-virus, so that these antibody-bearing humans will not become zombies and can continue to be humans. However, when these people are bitten by the zombies can inject excess T-virus into the human body through their teeth or their claws. This will destroy the ability of the antibody to resist the T-virus, and the bitten person will become a zombie. It is unfortunate to become a zombie, but those who have not become a zombie are lucky. Because the T-virus must be a super powerful virus. It can kill other kinds of harmful viruses in the human body, and it should be able to repair the body. If this is the case, it can explain why got sick and slowly got better after the end of the world. Now, he is 73 years old, but he has a feeling of being younger and younger, and his symbol of a man who has been sleeping for many years has also been on the rise in the past few months. When he told these conjectures to Lu Xia, his great-granddaughter, Lu Xia would only coldly say to him, "Old hooligan." At this moment, the old hooligan was sitting on the grass, holding dry bread in one hand and mineral water in the other, while chewing in his mouth. "You don't believe what I said. Just say this bread. The expiration date has passed too early, but now we rely on these expired foods as staple food. But which one do you see is sick? Which one is bad? Poisoned? Nothing. This proves that our body, like zombies, has been changed by the T-virus. It's just that we still retain humanity, and the zombies have lost these things. However, the appearance of upgraded zombies proves that the T-virus itself should have a soul, at least these viruses should have a master. I think it must not be a creature on Earth. It may be born in the universe, wandering around. Its shape is like a huge cloud of smoke. When it meets the Earth, it enters the atmosphere, is divided into countless small particles, and then merges into the air, and finally changes all the living things on the Earth. For some reason, it cannot be allowed to survive on the Earth in the form of intelligent life, such as oxygen, or something else. But its power makes it naturally have a way to solve this problem. Because its lifespan may be as long as universe. There are upgraded zombies first, then D2 upgraded zombies, and then D3, D4, D5, and higher level zombies will appear. When they evolve to their final form, they are probably the ancient creatures of the universe. At that time, it will be the real end of the Earth. It may represent destruction, the destruction of all living beings. When it destroys the Earth, it will turn into a cloud of smoke, floating in the universe until it encounters the next living planet. Lu Yuanchao's expression was very solemn, as if a devout believer was telling the story of their Lord God. Almost none of the other dozen or so people listened to him, thinking that he was an old madman. There was only one woman in her 30s named Wu Yan, who looked at Lu Yuanchao with unblinking eyes and listened to his narration. This group of people are all survivors. They met during the escape, and then they continued to escape together. They are Lu Yuanchao and great-granddaughter Lu Xia, Wu Yan, and his husband Li Dongfeng, Wang Hui and her 3 students Lin Jie, Zhao Liang and Han Shui, as well as Li Kai, Zhang Yunlong, and Wang Yunji. At this time, at the southern end of the highway, a modified and reinforced jeep approached quickly from a distance. Lu Xia immediately discovered that a dozen people quickly packed up the food on the grass and returned to their car. The men took all kinds of guns from the car and used the car as a shelter, aimed at the oncoming vehicle. A few minutes later, the jeep stopped 7 or 8 meters away from them. As soon as the door opened, 2 strong men walked down from it. They are precisely Qinan and Vajra, who have been away from Qincheng for 3 days and have been on the way. Lan Yu and Wu Tian sat in the car and did not move. Qinan looked at the guarded group of people opposite, with a kind smile on his face, and then slowly walked over to them and said, "Hello. There are 4 of us, 3 men and 1 woman. I am the captain and have a rental plane BE guns, 2 May-4th pistols, and some cold weapons. Our goal is to go to Wangyu City near Jianghai City." This is what Qinan listened to Lu Haichuan's current practice of meeting strangers to greet each other, reporting the staffing of his team to the other party, showing friendly intentions. Then see which party has more people with more guns. If they are willing to go together in partnership, then the party with fewer people and fewer guns must obey the instructions and arrangements of the other party. If they don't want to go together, then they will go their separate ways. In the last days, it is not safe to be with any stranger, but in the face of the surrounding zombies, it is necessary for someone to take care of each other. That's why people have formed such a weird way of greeting. In the opposing team, the man named Li Dongfeng strode out. He threw the BU gun in his hand to his wife Wu Yan, then walked to Qinan with a smile on his face, and said, "We are 11, for 7 females and 7 males, I'm the captain, for rifles, 1 submachine gun, and 6 pistols. I'm also going to Jianghai City." Qinan looked at the group of people behind Lu Dong. It was the old man and the girl next to him that caught his eye. The old man is estimated to be in his 70s, right? The gray-haired face is full of wrinkles, but looking flushed. It seems that the body is very healthy and tough. The girl is about 1.7 meters tall. Although the clothes she wears are not tight, they still cannot cover her hot figure. The girl's face is very pure, it looks like she is only 18 or 9 years old, then her appearance and figure together, it should be the legendary child's face. While Qinan was observing, Lu Dongfeng said, "If you are willing to hand over that sniper BE gun, we are willing to let you join our team." "How?" Qinan thought for a moment. The road ahead is still far, and it would be a good thing if a few more people can go on the road together. He turned and nodded. Wu Tian walked down reluctantly in the car, and then threw the gun in his hand to Lu Dongfeng. After Lu Dongfeng took the gun, he was very happy. He smiled and handed the gun to Li Kai, and then took the ordinary BE gun in Li Kai's hand to Wu Tian's hand, and then said to Qinan, "Your people are still under your control. If you don't want me to go with us, the sniper BE gun will not be returned to you. We haven't finished lunch just now, come on, come over and eat together, it's a welcome banquet." You are welcome to join our big team. When he speaks, he has a strong aura, and it is estimated that he should be a leader at the end of the world. The two teams merged, everyone came to the grass again, took out food, and continued lunch. However, Lu Dongfeng's people didn't put the gun away, but put it where they could get it at any time, obviously in order to prevent the four of Qinan. On Qinan's side, Vidra didn't care about eating the food they sent. After he had eaten it for a while, Qinan started to eat. This is another use of Vidra as an upgraded person. Try poison. The powerful TC virus in his body allows him to basically not be afraid of any poison. If the food is toxic, the TC virus in his body will become active due to the influence of foreign toxins, so that Vidra can feel the body. The changes in the food can also tell whether toxic substances have been placed in the food. The dining table is the best place to ease the atmosphere, whether it is before or after the end of the world. Halfway through the meal, Lu Yuanchao, an active old gangster, came to sit next to Qinan and greeted Qinan on his own initiative. Naturally, Qinan introduced himself enthusiastically to him. After that, Lu Yuanchao began to approach Qinan Tao constantly, and he was not like an old man in his 70s at all. Xiao Qin. I don't know what's going on, uncle, I think you really like it. How old are you this year? Qinan was embarrassed by Lu Yuanchao's enthusiasm, and said, Uncle Lu, I am 31st this year. Lu Yuanchao laughed and said, Is there a wife? Qinan nodded and said yes. Lu Yuanchao's old face sank immediately, and after a little thought, he said, It's not good to have a wife. But it's nothing. A man is born in troubled times. It is normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Look at that girl. With that, he pointed on to Lu Xia, his great-granddaughter. Qinan followed his fingers and looked at Lu Yuanchao, who was a few meters away from the fiery girl. Lu Yuanchao ignored Lu Xia staring at him and continued to say to Qinan, Xiao Qin. That is my great-granddaughter, who is almost 18 years old this year. Do you want to look like it and make you a little chant? After listening to Lu Yuanchao's words, Qinan almost didn't bite off his own tongue. But the hot chick couldn't stand it anymore, and rushed to grab Lu Yuanchao's ear and shouted, You old hooligan, no one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. Lu Yuanchao, who became mute, was abandoned by Lu Xia. After eating, he was driven into the car Qinan and the others drove. The little girl Lu Xia speaks very hard, she doesn't seem to be an underage girl at all. Don't you want him to be your great-grandson-in-law? Then follow him, lest I look at you annoying. After saying this, Lu Xia smiled and invited Lan Yu and Wu Tian to get in the car she was driving. Lu Dongfeng walked over at this time and said, Xiao Qin, don't mind. Actually, this is our rule. Once a new team member joins, they will be separated, so that we can understand each other better. All for safer work. Go down. Qinan felt that it made sense, so he agreed to let Lan Yu Wu Tian follow Lu Xia. Everyone returned to their own car, and then the small team slowly followed the highway and drove to the northwest. Vidra was quite worthy of his own size. After eating, he fell into the car and fell asleep on the back seat. He put 2 iron boxes with épées under the car. Qinan drove and sat in the front row with Lu Yuanchao, their car caught in the middle of the small convoy. After the car started, Lu Yuanchao, who had been dumb for a long time, said, Xiao Qin, I am very accurate in seeing people. I can tell at a glance that you are a good and capable person. Qinan actually didn't dislike this old man who talked a lot but was very interesting, so he said kindly, Uncle, why do you say that? I was a security guard before the end of the world. Nothing to do. Lu Yuanchao snorted coldly, before the end of the world is before the end of the world, and the world is different after the end of the world. The reason why I said you are a good and capable person is not just flattering you. I can tell it from the blink of an eye. N.S. Qinan smiled bitterly and said, Then you have to tell me, Uncle, why did you see through it? Lu Yuanchao said, It's actually very simple. There are 3 reasons why you are capable. First, you are the head of your 4-person team. Just now, when my great-granddaughter said that she would let the girl and the boy take a car with her, both of them looked at you with inquiries in their eyes, which can prove that you are indeed. It is the boss of your team, and also has more prestige, they have to ask you for any action before they dare or can act. This proves that you have leadership skills. Second, when we first met, our people were very nervous with their guns on guard, but you did not, or even took out the guns, which shows that you are not afraid of us at all, or there are ways to deal with us. And the one who got out of the car was you and the silly big guy who slept behind. The girl named Lanyue and the young man named Wu Tian stayed in the car, indicating that the two of you who are capable of dealing with us are the two of you. Don't tell me that you are innocent and that there are still many good people in the world. It has been more than a year in the last days, and encountering strangers in a simple person will not be so careless as you are. This can only show that you are playing pigs. In your eyes, we can't even talk about tigers. Third, when eating, you only have the stupid guy to eat, and the other three pretend to chat. When the stupid guy confirms that the food is okay, you will start eating together. This proves that you have a high status in the heart of the stupid man, and he is willing to listen to your orders and risk the danger to try the poison. This proves once again that your personality charm is at least in the heart of a stupid man, and it is extremely tall. With these 3 points, I can't say that you are a capable person. Sheenan was amazed. He didn't expect this old man to have such a strong analytical ability. He almost couldn't help asking, "Uncle Lu, how do you see that I am a good person?" Lu Yuanchao smiled and said, "There are also 3 reasons. First, Lan Yu is a beauty. I saw her eyebrows with the boy named Wu Tian, and it is probably not a couple relationship. You can see that there are such beautiful little girls under your hand to make eyebrows with other men, which can only show that you are not good. Second, when our captain asked you to sniper the BU gun, you delivered the gun with little hesitation. After our team got together, you didn't look around to check our equipment and supplies. This shows that you are not greedy for money. Third, and most importantly, I look at you like a good person. My old man looks at people very accurately, or the sixth sense is very accurate. A person who is not greedy for money and is regarded as a good person by my old man must be a good person." Sheenan laughed. This little old man was really interesting. Lu Yuanchao also laughed, and said to Sheenan, "In fact, I said that my great-granddaughter will be your child. I really have this idea. Our family has 4 generations in the same house, there are 23 people, and I will spend 71. On the night of our birthday, zombies were rampant in the city, and the T-virus broke out. Our whole family was trapped at home. We were sleepy for a month, and the food was about to run out. My filial children decided to escape. I was paralyzed on the bed and it was impossible to walk with them. But they didn't want to give up on me. There was no way. I said that if they didn't leave, I would commit suicide, so that they would be driven away. But I didn't expect that after I was hungry for a day, my great-granddaughter Lu Xia showed up. She didn't leave, but stayed, and said she would die with me. But I was so touched by the old man. I'm almost dead, how can I let my little great-granddaughter die with me? So I encouraged her and took me out. After that, she went out and got a car, then lifted me to the car and we fled. I don't know if it's my luck or her luck. We escaped in a dangerous way, but we were always able to save our lives. Half a year after the T-virus broke out, the 2 of us fled to the Jiulong Mountains. The Jiulong Mountains are the collective name for several mountains. These mountains are connected one by one. Our father walked one by one. I don't know how far we have gone. I think there should be 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. I lived in the mountains like this until a month ago, relying on my great-granddaughter to hunt and feed me. That day, she came back from hunting and told me that she had met our former neighbor. The man said that he had seen my grandson and granddaughter-in-law, who was Lu Xiao's parents, near Zhanghai City. That's why we decided to leave the mountain and look for them over there. However, how hard is it to find a person in the last days? I am an old immortal, if one day I die, Lu Xia is left alone, how pitiful. So I want to give her TOEFL to you. Because I believe in own vision. Sheenan listened carefully to Lu Yuanchao's account. Suddenly, he realized what was wrong, and after thinking about it, he asked, "Uncle, you said you were paralyzed when the T-virus broke out?" Lu Yuanchao nodded and said, "Half-body discomfort is basically equivalent to paralysis. But after 2 months of fleeing with Lu Dan, I can walk barely, and after 4 months, I can walk like an ordinary person, and it will be completely better after half a year. You can even run a few steps. Are you weird? Xinan nodded and said, that's really weird. Lu Yuanchao immediately came to the spirit and told Xinan about his own conjecture. He was stunned at Xinan, admiring the old man's imagination. Lu Yuanchao finally said, it's a pity, no one believes me, they all think I'm an old madman. Xinan smiled and said, this thing is not good. I know that there are indeed some components in the Taoist class that have not been discovered by humans before the end of the world. It is called C-virus, and it is a beneficial virus. It is my little brother's father, discovered by a scientist. Lu Yuanchao said, right? Humans always think that they understand everything. In fact, they haven't even studied and understood the parts of their bodies. They just want to conquer the world government Earth. What a joke! Xinan laughed and said, Uncle, you have the potential to be angry young people. I am very happy to chat with you. I don't think you look like an old man in his 70s at all. Lu Yuanchao sighed, it's 73. I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect that the more I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, the better I feel now. I don't have any diseases anymore, you say, for an old man who has been sick for a long time. What could be better than this? Xinan nodded, and then said, I think, maybe you are right. I know that zombies are constantly evolving, and they seem to regard evolution as a very important thing. One day, the intermediate form of zombie evolution is really what you call an ancient universe creature. Lu Yuanchao smiled and said, Shaoqin, I can really talk to you, so just take my great-granddaughter, what do you think? Xinan laughed and said, don't worry. Even though I can't accept her, I promise to help you take care of her. By the way, even with you, you will all be my people in the future. Lu Yuanchao finally showed his happiest smile and began to do his best to flatter Xinan. Great-grandson-in-law, then this is a deal, no matter what happens, you can't abandon us. Xinan didn't care what Lu Yuanchao called him, just asked, Master, why would you rather mix with the me you just met, but not follow Lu Dongfeng and the others? Could it be that Lu Dongfeng is not a good person? Lu Yuanchao turned his lips together and said, we joined their team half a month ago, so I can't say that they are not good people, but I just look down on them. Their affairs, I don't want to look so simple on the surface, for a long time. You'll know if it's done, it's very messy. Xinan was funny, but he didn't expect this old man to have high demands on people. It was a great honor for him to be admired by him. At this moment, the car in front stopped. Xinan got out of the car to check it out, and walked to the front, and found that Lu Dongfeng was standing by the car and watching. Xinan bypassed them and looked forward, slightly taken aback. His eyesight is much better than others. Although he can't see what is going on in the distance, he can see a general idea. At a glance, for kilometers away, the ground is full of surging zombies. The corpse group is here. Lu Dongfeng asked Zhang Yunlong next to him, your boy has good eyes. You quickly see if there are zombies over there? Zhang Yunlong set up the pergola, frowned and looked at it for a while before saying, it seems to be too far away, I can't see clearly, I feel that the horizon is fluctuating back and forth. Xinan stepped forward and said to Lu Dongfeng, Brother Lu, don't have to look at it. My eyesight is very good. I have already determined that it is a zombie, and it is still a group of corpses. I don't know how many there are. Now we have to change our direction, or return on the same road, or abandon the car and get off the highway, and try to avoid the corpses before they arrive. Lu Dongfeng nodded nervously, and then said, just abandon the car and go to the site at the high speed. Our car is almost out of gas, and we can't drive far. Xinan nodded and agreed with what he did, because his car was almost out of gas. In this way, everyone brought everything they could bring. Xinan awakened Vajra in the car, then took the old man Lu Yuanchao and got off the highway with the team, and then walked in the direction of due north. The north is a plain landform. Crossing this small plain, there should be a small city ahead, right? Today's geographic location is not known to everyone, and at this time they can't control so much, it's important to escape. In fact, for the corpse group, even people with special abilities like Xinan and Vajra dare not challenge them. The corpse group is a terrifying enemy than any upgraded zombies. Once surrounded by them, it will be impossible to escape. Everyone supported each other and quickly crossed the small plain. After a few train tracks, they finally realized that there was actually a city in front of them that was not too small. When the female teacher saw it, Wang Hui said, "I've been here, Yiqing City, a not too big city, because of its bad location, average economic development, and a small population." Lu Dongfeng said by her side, "The population is not too large, it is estimated that there are more than 1 million people. If they become zombies, it is enough for us, but we must enter the city or bypass it and continue northward. 2 roads. Which one do you choose?" Wang Hui said, "The neighborhood here is very desolate. There is no decent city within 100 kilometers. Our food reserves are now low and we urgently need to replenish it." Lu Dongfeng thought for a while, and then asked Xinnan's opinion. Xinnan didn't want to enter the city, because there will be upgraded zombies in the city, but food is indeed a problem right now. Once you bypass the city, it may be difficult to find food in this desolate plain. Moreover, they currently do not have a car, and they will walk very slowly. Thinking of the upcoming corpse group, Xinnan said, "Then we must hurry up, find food within an hour, and then we will retreat soon. I just saw that the cross-section of the corpse group is very long, that is to say, we are currently haven't got rid of them yet." Everyone was very nervous when they heard it, but it was also terrible to have no food, so everyone finally decided to fight quickly. I quickly passed through the outskirts of the city and searched a few small villages on the outskirts of the city. Sure enough, there was no food. People have searched this place so many times. More than a year has passed since the end, and now it is really harder and harder to find food. There was no way, everyone had to cross a few small villages and continue to go deep. Finally, some scattered zombies appeared in front of him. What Xinnan didn't expect was that Lu Xia, the childlike chick, had 2 long knives in her hands, and the first one rushed up. Her speed is not fast, but the method of killing zombies is not at all ambiguous. Basically, once she has passed, she can chop off the head of an ordinary zombie. This shows that her strength is quite large, at least better than that of ordinary men. The ones are bigger. Lu Dongfeng and others also hurried over to help. Everyone didn't use a gun, and they used a variety of cold weapons. The 4 women Wang Hui, Wu Yan, Han Shui, and Wang Yunji did not step forward. It was obvious that they lacked the courage to kill zombies. Xinnan saw that the 4 of them couldn't watch, so he went up to kill the zombies. He didn't use the Xintian heavy sword, but took an ordinary long knife and rushed forward. In his opinion, killing ordinary zombies with ordinary knives is enough, and it saves effort. But Vidra is different. The big black monk directly took out his profound earth épée from the iron box, and then dashed forward, and the zombies he encountered were basically smashed by his sword. The appearance of killing zombies is too sturdy. It was dumbfounded to see the others, and the scattered zombies nearby were not enough for Vidra to kill. In a short while, he had already rushed out 500 or 600 meters, clearing all the zombies in front of him. "Everyone, you look at me, I look at you," their faces are full of astonishment. This great monk is too ferocious. Xinnan had just killed a zombie with a knife at this time, and when he saw the situation in front of him, he knew that he didn't need to do it himself. So he turned around and called a group of people in a daze, followed Vidra quickly, and went into the city to search for vegetarian food. At this time, everyone looked at Xinnan's eyes, and they didn't expect such a character to be hidden in his team. Lu Dongfeng came over and smiled and said, "Brother Qin, your friend is too violent, right? With him, I think we will be much safer." Xinnan smiled politely and said to Lu Dongfeng, "Captain, let's enter the city quickly, we must hurry." Lu Dongfeng nodded hurriedly, and then a few people entered Yiqing City unimpeded. Everyone remained vigilant, but moving forward, getting more and more frightened. Because there were broken corpses of zombies everywhere along the way, almost none of them were spared, they should all be smashed by the great monk's épée. Everyone couldn't help looking at Xinnan, who was still carrying 2 iron boxes at this time. They want to know whether Xinnan also has the same powerful abilities as the Black Iron Man Vidra. Entering the city without risk, Vidra, who cleared the road, also ran back and said to Xinnan, "Dage, I found a large supermarket more than 2,000 meters into the city. When everyone heard him, they were shocked again, their eyes rounded. Sheenan understood everyone's feelings, so he asked, "Are there no zombies along the way?" Vajra chuckled, then said, "There are so many more than 200. Lu Dongfeng asked idiotically, "Brother Vajra, how did you get there?" Vajra glared at him very dissatisfied, and then replied, "Kill it." Lu Dongfeng's forehead was sweating coldly, and the others looked at Vajra and thought it was cute and scared. The lovely thing is that there is such a master of killing zombies around. What is feared is such a master still a human? In short, since the road ahead is unobstructed and the target is found, there is nothing to hesitate. A few people cover up and finally reach the supermarket. This area is the edge of the city and belongs to a newly developed zone. Except for some factories, there are some small high-rise residential buildings. Opposite the street from the supermarket, there are two tall residential buildings, one with 35 floors and one with 32 floors. There are zombies passing by. Creatures like zombies are so strange. They usually don't stop their own footsteps and just walk and walk. If they can't see a living person, they are actually very gentle and quiet, except for their looks a little scary. So although Vajra has cleaned up a lot of zombies just now, the zombies further away are walking here aimlessly. In fact, they didn't find Sheenan and the others at all, walking around was just their instinct. Sheenan and the others did not hesitate anymore. They went around the supermarket and found that the supermarket doors were all locked from the outside, and the locks were also rusted. It is estimated that when the T-virus broke out, this supermarket should belong to the future. The state of business, right? A group of people looked at the 3-story large supermarket and was excited. If it was really closed before the T-virus broke out, wouldn't it mean that there must be no people inside and there will be a lot of food? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't wait any longer, went straight up from the car passage to the top of the third building, then found the skylight to open it, and jumped down one by one. The supermarket was very dark. Lu blindly touched the window and opened the curtain of a window. After the light entered, everyone looked around. Although the supermarket was covered with dust, the things for sale were all neatly arranged. Obviously no one has moved. Everyone checked the third floor and found no abnormalities, so they walked down the stairs to the second floor. The second floor was also pitch black, and after the curtains around it were opened, the crowd immediately stayed behind. There is a dazzling array of things here, and almost the entire second floor is eaten. "Ha," Lu Dongfeng said to everyone, okay, this is home, scattered. 2 people in a group, free to purchase, gather here for 40 minutes. As soon as his voice fell, Vajra, the Black Iron Man, rushed out like a whirlwind, yelling, "I'm a group of my own, don't grab anyone." Everyone was speechless for a while. After that, Li Kai and Zhang Yunlong also rushed into the food army. Then Xiao Liang and Han Shui were in a group, and Wang Hui and her other student Lin Jie were in a group, and then walked deep into the supermarket. Wu Tian directly took Lan Yu's hand and ran inside, and said as he ran, "Go, Xiaoya, we will gather in 40 minutes, how much can you get, and what do you like best to eat?" Lan Yu didn't speak, but looked back at Sheenan. There were some complicated emotions in her eyes, but she did not stop, and soon disappeared at the corner of the shelf. Lu Dongfeng smiled and glanced at Sheenan, and then said, "Brother, then I will go too." After finishing speaking, he took Wang Yunji's hand and walked in. Sheenan was stunned, and secretly asked Lu Yuanchao next to him, "Isn't Lu Dongfeng's wife Wu Yan?" Lu Yuanchao also said in a very low voice, "Yes, but Wang Yunji is Lu Dongfeng's lover." Sheenan was fierce and looked at Wu Yan. She didn't have any expressions, and she didn't seem to care at all. Lu Xia also stepped forward and was about to go shopping alone. Lu Yuanchao hurriedly pushed Sheenan, and then said, "Boy, protect my daughter." Sheenan was helpless, thinking that he was going to find something to eat anyway, but fortunately he did not back down and followed Lu Xia. At this time, Lu Yuanchao himself and Wu Yan were left. Wu Yan turned around and smiled at Lu Yuanchao, then walked over and took his arm, and said softly, "Lu Dage, let's go in too." Lu Yuanchao was shocked, and said in an extremely embarrassing manner, "I said Miss Wu, my old man is 73 this year, you should call me uncle." Wu Yan laughed, and then said, "Don't you say that you were infected by the T-virus? You also said that you are cured from all illnesses, and that the more you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, the younger you are?" Lu Yuanchao nodded, and then said, "That's the truth. Don't you find that my legs and feet are very good when you get along with me these days, not like a dying old man at all?" Wu Yan said, "Yeah, it's not like it. I still hear you brag with them, saying that you have been dead for many years." The little guy has phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme raised his head very aggressively recently. After speaking, she reached out to grab Lu Yuanchao's crotch. This frightened the old man. Thanks to his heart disease, he was healed for whatever reason, otherwise he would really be scared to death. In fact, Wu Yan just made an action. Seeing Lu Yuanchao's scared expression, she laughed and stopped her hand stretched out. Then he pulled Lu Yuanchao and said, "Hurry up, old hooligan, I'm going to die in a tight assembly time in 40 minutes. After she finished speaking, she dragged the reluctant Lu Yuan and walked inward, and then said as she walked, "You are telling me about your conjectures. I am interested, and I like to listen to your stories." Their conversation was heard by the Qin Security Ministry, who was more than 100 meters away. Qinan was very interested, but he didn't expect the old man Lu Yuanchao to have this kind of luck. At this moment, Lu Xia, who was walking in the front, suddenly turned around and returned, and then delivered a few large bags to Qinan's hands, and said, "Since we are here, then we will be in a group. You are a man, you take things. I will choose. If you like, you can tell me, I will help you put it in the bag." After speaking, she turned and continued walking. Qinan was slightly startled. This little girl really didn't look like an underage. In this way, the two started a big purchase one after another. Qinan followed Lu Xia, looking at her back. Maybe this girl did a leg model before the end of the world, right? She has a pair of extremely long legs, but the legs are slender and straight, but there is a hint of plumpness in the skinny. Although she is wearing loose trousers, the beautiful lines of the legs are still visible. At this moment, she suddenly stopped and turned around, and Qinan almost ran into her. Lu Xia's eyes are very bright, dark and deep. Because she is 1.7 meters tall, although she is 9 centimeters lower than Qinan, but with her long hair, her aura does not belong to Qinan at all. Her face was cold, and then she said to Qinan, "Is your name Qinan? I don't know why my grandfather likes you. But I warn you, you are 31 this year, and I am 10 days away from becoming an adult. You are already married, I'm still a little virgin, so it's totally inappropriate between the two of us. Don't think about hitting my attention. Although it's the end of the world, although I'm a woman, I'm not afraid of you. If you don't want me to be with when you do that kind of thing, I cut your little brother for you when you are very cool, so just keep me away. Also, don't stare at my ass and thighs from behind." Qinan paled by Lu Xia's threats, feeling cold between his legs. This chick, she's too ruthless to speak. Chapter 76. Qinan became a little angry, and secretly said in his heart, "It was obviously your grandfather who insisted to give you to me, and it was not that I wanted you." He originally wanted to leave, but then he thought that he was a man in his 30s. The other party was indeed a minor girl who was only 18 years old in 10 days. Why should he be angry with her? So Qinan nodded slightly, and then pretended to be calm and said, "Little sister, I Qinan swear again, even if you take off your clothes and kneel in front of me one day and beg me to favor you, I won't even look at you." Lu Xia was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled lightly. This was the first time Qinan saw this girl smile. She smiled so beautifully, like a magnificent flower in full bloom. Qinan quickly controlled own emotions, then let own eyes leave the smiling face and said, "Okay, little sister, let's start shopping. Dage is not as knowledgeable as you threatened me to be a coolie for you. What do you want to eat? Hurry up and put it in the bag." Lu Xia nodded in satisfaction, then put away her smile, and began to look around. The food she picks is the most practical. The so-called most practical is something that occupies a small space but is full of care. She doesn't even look at some of the snacks that little girls like to eat. Looking at Lu Xia like this, Qinan suddenly thought of Lan Yu. It seems that the personality of these two people should be changed. Lan Yu is 22 years old this year, but her temperament is like a little lowly. The girl in front of her was dissatisfied with 18, but she was very mature in doing things and talking, like a Wani-san. Human appearance and age seem to be really just skins, and the human heart is the most real existence. As he walked forward, Qinan suddenly found that there were many birthday candles and some small cakes on the shelves. These small pastries are as big as a fist, and they look like birthday cakes. The outside of the pastry is wrapped in a hard metal shell. The metal shell is covered with a transparent hard plastic like a window, allowing Qinan to see the small pastry inside. Shape. After hesitating slightly, Qinan took advantage of Lu Xiao's failure to pay attention, and put the little pastry and birthday candles into his own jacket pocket. After that, when nothing happened, continue to move forward. As I walked, I thought, after all, it's the 18th birthday, which means coming of age. Turn around and talk to old man Lu that the candles on the cake are all there, so let him, the grandfather, celebrate his birthday for his own granddaughter. At that time, his Qinan won't participate. After all, this girl is not easy to provoke, and he doesn't want her to have any misunderstandings. Lu Xiao walked quickly. Once he saw what he needed, he immediately turned around and threw it into the bag that Qinan held. Qinan followed him mechanically, extremely boring. Suddenly remembered what I had just heard about the interaction between Old Man Lu and Wu Yan. I wonder what they are talking about now. Qinan began to concentrate. He is now able to hear any sound within 700 meters. Of course, he doesn't have to concentrate and lock a place to hear more clearly. First of all, he is targeting Vajra. This kid actually likes to eat jelly. He was saying at this moment, I haven't eaten it for a long time. So many jelly, take it back and pack it all. Qinan was speechless and skipped him directly, locking in the next voice. Those are Lu Dongfeng and Wang Yunji. Wang Yunji said, just tell me, when will Wu Yan be driven away? Lu Dongfeng said, hee, my dear, we used to be husband and wife after all. People say that husband and wife are good for one day. Now in the last days, if you drive her away, how can you let him phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme as a woman? Wang Yunji said coldly, she broke into the company and hit me by the hair. Everyone in the company has seen it, and you don't care. Lu Dongfeng said, at that time, my parents liked her the most, what can I do? After all, I cheated. And, in the last days, I took her and escaped with you, but it can't be better for you. Besides, didn't you also grab her by the hair and beat her twice? In other words, you won in the end. Wang Yunji said, well, you don't want to chase her away. If I am upset in the future, I will beat her up. You have to help me. Lu Dongfeng said, yes, but you can't put two heavy hands, just vent your breath. Qinan frowned when he heard it. This kind of person, without the shackles of law and morality in the last days, would simply abandon his original partner and step on his feet. It was really shameless. But it's okay to think about it. They at least didn't treat women as a tool for casual pastimes, and they didn't eat human flesh. They were more human. Now that there are too many injustices in this world, how can they manage it? Jumping over them, Qinan continued to search and heard the conversation between Chao Liang and Han Shui. Chao Liang said, Han Shui, do you think teacher Wang Hui and Lin Jia have an affair? Han Shui said, what do you care about so much? You just need to know that the teacher is kind to us. If it weren't for her after the end of the world, we would have died long ago. Chao Liang sighed, and then said, Han Shui, we have been running around at this stage, and it's been a long time since we made friends. Han Shui said in a coldly tone, don't forget that we have broken up. I am not your woman. I am not obliged to make affection with you. If you want to, you can change it for something. Chao Liang said, speak up, what do you want? Han Shui said, what I want most now is to find a place and take a hot bath. Chao Liang said with a little discouragement, now everyone is acting together, and we have been on the road. Where do we go to take a bath? And we have to take a hot bath. Han Shui snorted and said, then just keep me away and useless. Qinan sighed. It seems that these two children are only 15 or 16, not as big as Lu Xia. Continuing to switch and search, the voices of Lan Yu and Wu Tian came into his ears, hesitated slightly. Qinan still listened. Wu Heavenly Dao, Xiaoye, please promise me, is it okay to be my woman? I will love you with my heart. Lan Yu was silent for a long time, and then said, wait until I find my mother who is talking. Don't keep walking around me, hurry up and decorate more food. Do you plan to starve in the next few days? Tell you, even Qin Dage who hasn't eaten will divide him into me. Then you will be hungry. Wu Tian's voice was a little anxious, and said, okay. I'm going to get it. What do you like to eat? The leader and the girl named Lu Xia are a group. I just seem to see them over there. They are a group. Of course the food they get back is 2 points. How can I give it to you? Don't worry, although I don't have a strong leader, it's okay to eat 100 or 80 caddies. Anyway, I have been a few years. Bing. Do you like ham sausage? What about peanuts? After that, Wu Tian almost talked to himself, and Lan Yu's voice never sounded. Xinan felt a little boring to hear, so he continued searching and locked the next voice, and as soon as this voice came into his ears, he was startled. Wang Hui moaned a little tremblingly, ah! Then Lin Jia's voice came, smelly woman, let me touch it. Wang Hui said, Lin Jia, let's not do this anymore, I am your teacher. Lin Jia said, I tell you Wang Hui, if you don't listen to me, I will show your nude photos to Han Shui and Chao Liang. So you should be honest. Wang Hui cried and said, no, Lin Jia, I beg you, it hurts me so much. Lin Jia said, you better be obedient. Don't be wrong. Wang Hui seemed to have conceded, and she agreed, then, in 2 minutes, we still have to take food back. Lin Jia's voice was a little excited, he shouted, okay. Ha ha. After that, Wang Hui sighed in pain. When Qinan heard that there was such a thing, his anger suddenly rose, as if he walked over and caught the 15 or 16 years old boy named Lin Jia and beat him up, but then he thought that he still needed to estimate Wang Hui's face. After all, they are a teacher-student relationship. If everyone knew it, it would be embarrassing for Wang Hui, right? With anger suppressed in his heart, Qinan wanted to end his own eavesdropping, but inadvertently, a voice had entered his ears, and that was the voice of the old man Lu Yuanchao. Lu Yuanchao said, Wu Yan, let me ask you something. Wu Yan's voice was still so coquettish, and said, what's the matter with the old hooligan? Lu Yuanchao said, do you remember that night 7 days ago? Wu Yan said, remember, didn't we stay at a survivor's house that day? He tried to snatch our guns in the middle of the night, but was killed by Lu Dongfeng by mistake. Then, didn't we go back to our rooms to sleep? Lu Yuanchao said, yes. But I got up to go to the bathroom again an hour later. The body of that person was always in the living room. When I came back from the bathroom, I saw you walking out of the room. You lie on that person's body and lick that person's face with your tongue. After Lu Yuanchao finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Xinan was very interested. After about a few minutes, Wu Yan sighed for a long time, and then said, Lu Dage. Actually, I really like you. Although you are old, you are humorous and very smart. You say you are so smart, don't you? Don't know what to say and what not to say? Lu Yuanchao said, I'm an old man, of course I know that some things shouldn't be said, but people. I am always too curious. Wu Yan said, okay. Lu Dage, don't worry. Although you have seen my little secret, I will not treat you like you. Who makes me like you? But you can't tell others. Lu Yuanchao said, okay, you tell me, I won't tell others. Wu Yan laughed, and then said, I won't tell you. I mean, don't tell others what you saw that night. Because that would make people think that I am a perverted woman. In fact, that night, there was nothing. It happened, you should have seen it too, I just licked his face a few times, then I smelled him and went back to the room. Lu Yuanchao said, yes. I thought you were going to eat him. Wu Yan still smiled and said, so I said you are a smart old fox. I wanted to eat him a bite to taste, but then I finally held back. Hey, I don't know why, sometimes I just think about it. What is the taste of human flesh? Anyway, you must keep it secret to me, or I will eat you, and I will start with your little brother who has only recently come back. Lu Yuanchao said without hesitation, don't worry, the old man promises to help you keep the secret. Qinan was shocked when he heard what they said, and secretly wondered whether this Wu Yan turned out to be the same upgraded person as Vajra. Otherwise, why would she want to eat human flesh? After listening to this, Qinan felt that it was full of flavors in his heart. It turns out that everyone has their own secrets. It turns out that people's hearts are so complicated. Qinan is going to listen. Lu Yuanchao and Wu Yan are no longer talking about the topic just now. They are discussing what to eat, as if the conversation had never happened before. Qinan had no choice but to search for the last two men. Since they all overheard similarly, he didn't care what secrets the two men had in the end. The two words he heard are, Li Kai, I love you so much. Brother Yunlong, I love you, too. It is my greatest happiness to be with you in the last days. Kiss me. 40 minutes later, Qinan and Lu Xia were the first to return to the meeting place. The two stood 3 meters apart, and no one talked to anyone. Qinan was not tired at all carrying 4 big bags totaling more than 80 kilograms of food. The 2 épées were handed over to Vajra for safekeeping long ago. Now Vajra has become a habit of not leaving the sword. When fighting, he will give Xiantian to Qinan. As long as he leaves the battle, he will immediately carry the 2 swords behind him. Then he crossed the 2 chains of the iron box on his chest. It seemed that such an image made him quite satisfied. Although Lu Xia did not look at Qinan at this time, she also knew that Qinan was standing on his side carrying more than 80 caddies of food. Lu Xia is strange, doesn't this old man know that he is tired? Wouldn't he temporarily put that 80 caddy heavy object on the ground? What a fool! But think about it again, the strength of this fool is really not small, at least it should not be less than the strength of the black fatty monk. Think about the 2 boxes, should they be 2 identical épées? How heavy is it? 40 caddies? Or is it heavier? 2 people with different minds were in a daze, and the other people who went shopping slowly walked over here. Qinan sighed in his heart as he looked at the people who came by. At this moment, who can see the people who are walking towards the assembly point from all directions of the supermarket, the heart under their skin? At this moment, Qinan's body trembled suddenly. Not good. When selecting items in the supermarket, Qinan didn't even notice the movement outside because of focusing on listening to people's speeches. But at this time, a very deep breathing sound came from outside the wall behind Qinan. Although this voice was low, it was very solemn, it should have come from a big guy. Qinan listened carefully, and a harsh rubbing sound came into his ears. Of course, this so-called harsh rubbing sound is only aimed at Qinan, and only he can hear it. The voice was uploaded from the wall of the supermarket 3 meters away from behind. Qinan can be sure that there is something huge outside, rubbing the wall with his body. Qinan hurriedly handed the food carried in both hands to one hand, then stepped forward and took Lu Xia's hand, ran into the supermarket, and used his eyes and actions to stop the few people who were about to rush to gather. Lu Xia, who was in a daze thinking about things, was taken aback by Qinan's hands, and when she reacted, they had already run more than 10 meters away. Lu Xia was very angry. She didn't know why the old man suddenly acted like this. She must let him give herself an explanation. At this moment, a big hole was knocked open in the wall behind him, and the broken bricks flew out, mostly just where Qinan and Lu Xia stood before. Lu Xia turned her head and looked over there, then looked at Qinan again, finally feeling a little embarrassed. It turned out that this man was trying to save herself, but she was wronged by others. I just don't know why Qinan knows there is danger outside. What is the danger? Qinan, Lu Xia and Lu Dongfeng and Lu Yuanchao, who were already 20 to 30 meters away, finally met at one place, and they all stopped and looked out. Outside the wall with a big hole broken, a huge, round head is sticking in. That huge head is the size of 6 or 7 normal human heads. There is no skin on its face, the squirming flesh is stuck together, and there is still a disgusting mucus of black, red, and yellow on it. It has no hair, but a dozen weird ears grow on the top of its head. The edges where the ears meet the head have black and red bloodstains, as if they were stitched up with a needle, and they are not arranged regularly. Its mouth is very big, yellow juice will flow from the corners of the mouth when it is opened, and the sharp teeth of that mouth look very scary. Giant zombies. To be precise, it should be D1 giant zombies. Everyone was stunned. Where did this zombie come from? Qinan blamed himself very much. He had just been distracted to listen to the group of people in the supermarket and didn't pay attention to the situation outside. Otherwise, relying on his ear power, he can definitely hear the unusual footsteps of this giant zombie, and that will be able to take precautions in advance. The giant zombie Chinan has seen it, but he has never moved his hands in front of him, because its unusually large body puts the same pressure on people, and the giant zombie walks very slowly, and it just runs away when it sees it. At this moment, there were several loud noises on the wall at the same time. Then 3 large irregular holes were knocked out on the wall, and 3 other zombies giants also appeared outside the hole. 4D1 giant zombies. Everyone's hearts immediately cooled down. Everyone didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Without anyone talking, they turned and ran towards the stairs, trying to get down from the second floor to the first floor and then quickly exit the supermarket and escape. After a while, the entire wall was almost removed by them. After the wall was removed, they began to impact the supermarket. The huge impact force broke the ceiling between the first floor and the second floor, and between the second floor and the third floor. Falling, nothing can stop the 4 giant zombies from advancing. After running down the floor, everyone looked towards the collapsed wall, where only 8 bare feet and legs could be seen. At this time, the 8 big feet were walking forward with the body of the D1 giant zombies. The ceiling on the first floor could not hinder them, and all the hits fell on the ground. Everyone is standing at the other end of the supermarket. Wang Hui shouted, "What to do? There is no door here." Everyone's hearts trembled. Yes, the supermarket gate is opposite. If they want to go out, they must run past the feet of the 4D1 zombies. But at this time, on the side of the 8 big feet, more and more ordinary zombies are gathering. They seem to be attracted by the sound of giant zombies tearing down the wall. They follow the footsteps of giant zombies and go into the supermarket. All the outlets of the entire supermarket are blocked. "Go from the next window." Chinan shouted loudly, and then ran to the window on the side wall for the first time, but he stopped after 2 steps, and then his face became pale. Lu Xia walked past him and shouted, "Why don't you leave?" When the voice fell, her people had already reached the window. After opening the curtains, she stepped back a few steps like Chinan, completely shocked. Outside the window, there are unexpectedly how many zombies have surrounded the supermarket. When everyone saw such a scene, their hearts fell to the bottom. Wang Hui, Wang Yunji cried directly. Chao Liang and Han Shui hugged each other. Wu Yan leaned on the wall, her body trembling a little, but the expression on her face was still calm. Lu Yuanchao stood beside her, without a trace of fear, but stared at his great-granddaughter with a lot of dismay in his eyes. Li Kai, Zhang Yulong, and Lin Jia, holding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, are killing the zombies on the side wall that want to squeeze through the window one by one. Blue Moon Wu Tian blocked the ordinary zombies who wanted to come in through the window on the other side wall. Vedra was standing not far from Chinan, placing 2 iron boxes on the ground, trying to take out the heavy sword inside. As for the so-called Captain Lu Dongfeng, he stood by the wall in shock, completely knowing what was wrong. Lu Xia, who was also in a daze, suddenly reacted, and then shouted to Chinan, "Call the Black Iron Man over. The 3 of us will block the zombies in front of us. Also, if the giant zombies are not allowed to move forward, they will be cut off. Just feet." Others hurry up and look at the windows of the 2 side walls with their weapons. "Don't let the zombies come in from the outside. We can guard for a while, Wang Hui, Wang Yunji, and you 2 women don't cry. Don't dare to kill the zombies, will find their way. If they don't act, everyone will die here today." After Lu Xia said these words, she plunged the knife in her hand into the tile on the ground. Chinan was stunned. It seemed that the little girl was really strong. Later, Lu Xia took a rubber band out of her pocket, then tied her long hair with a rubber band, and finally buckled it on her head. At that moment, she seemed to suddenly change from an underage girl to a dignified one. Little young woman. Lu Xia, who turned her head, turned more beautiful, and her unbridled movements made her reveal a bold and heroic spirit. She doesn't seem to be afraid when facing danger. The commanding talent in the face of danger is really natural, as if she was born with it. The strong aura is completely incompatible with her age, but it does not violate the peace at all. Feeling, it seems that she should have been a golden horse, like a heroine who charged on the battlefield. Sheenan was slightly stunned when she saw her back, who had lifted the knife and rushed forward. She had never seen such a girl before. Lu Xia, who had already rushed to the front, sighed slightly, because she found that Sheenan and Vidra were still not moving behind On. Yes, rushing forward to face the 4D1 giant zombies and numerous ordinary zombies, how can ordinary people have such courage? She doesn't blame those two big men. After all, we have to face life and death. Then let her fight alone as before. At this time, Vidra had already held two big swords in his hands. Sheenan stretched out his hand to signal to Vidra, and Vidra threw Xiantian directly to Sheenan holding the sword in his hand. Sheenan smiled slightly and asked Vidra, "Vidra, have you killed giant zombies?" Vidra shook his head and said, "I have beaten a few people with a zombie before. Its skin is too thick. At that time, I took a knife and couldn't cut its flesh." Sheenan nodded and said, "Now that we are in a desperate situation, we can only kill the 4 giant zombies first, so that we can have a chance to survive. Let's go, you 2 and 2, let Lu Xia deal with it. Those ordinary ones." Vidra didn't seem to be afraid. He laughed and said, "Okay, boss, brother, I'm on it first." After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and flew on his body. He suddenly surpassed Lu Xia, who was running in front, and rushed straight to the 2 giant zombies on the left. Sheenan was not hesitating. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. There was no way out, so what are you waiting for? He was faster, basically a late game, but went hand in hand with Vidra, and the 2 joined hands to meet the attack of 4 giant zombies. Lu Xia looked a little dumbfounded at the 2 figures rushing past. Too fast. Who are they? Is there such a great power, and is there such a speed far surpassing ordinary humans? Maybe they still have a chance to escape today. Maybe she still has a chance to meet own father and mother. Lu Xia bit her lower lip with her teeth, and then followed Sheenan and Vidra to the front. At the feet of the giant, pieces of rubble were falling from the ceiling above the head, which was hit by the giant's advancing knee. Sheenan used his own rapid movement technique to avoid the falling rubble, and then chopped over a few ordinary zombies that ran towards him. This Xiantian AP is too easy to kill ordinary zombies. It can kill 2 or 3 zombies at the same time by swinging it almost at will. Of course, ordinary people cannot use such a heavy sword at all, and only people like Sheenan and Vidra can come. Using it, it can show such strength. Vidra looked far more brave than Sheenan. He turned a blind eye to the rubble falling from the roof, and hitting him on the head wouldn't let him slow down a bit. Therefore, he reached the feet of a giant zombie 1 step ahead of Sheenan, and then raised the giant sword to cross the shin of the giant zombie that was nearly 40 centimeters thick, and shouted, "Disconnect me." Puff! With a muffled sound, Vidra's épée sank an inch deep into the calf of the giant zombie. Although it broke its defenses, this 1-inch attack could not hurt the roots of the giant zombies. Sheenan saw that Vidra's attack did not work, and at this time he also reached the feet of giant zombies. He didn't swipe the knife to chop the zombies' legs, but put his feet on the ground hard, and his body jumped straight up, breaking through the dilapidated ceiling that had been hit by the giant zombies. Building. At this time, his upper body was covered with crushed lime soil, and the exposed skin also showed some scratch marks. However, none of these can make him hesitate, because what appeared in front of him was already the upper body of a giant zombie. Since it is an upgraded species of zombie, its weakness must also be in the head. The giant zombie saw the fresh human flesh in front of him, and his bloodthirsty nature made it roar in excitement. It raised its big hand and grabbed it into the supermarket, wanting to grab the delicious food in its hand. Sheenan saw the giant zombie's big hand attacking, jumped and stood on the zombie's arm, then raised his own hand, and shot 4 red lights in his hand, and shot at the zombie's 2 big eyes with blank eyes. Momiji flying daggers. Its attack was extremely fast, and it shot directly into the eyes of the giant zombies. The eyes of the giant zombie were obviously also fragile. The giant zombie's mouth shot by Sheenan opened wider, and the smell an angry roar that could kill people came out of the mouth. Sheenan didn't care about this, and ran forward quickly along the zombie's arm, and then stepped on its shoulders and flew to the top of the zombie's head. On the top of that huge head, there are irregularly arranged ears. Sheenan didn't know why these ears were used. He didn't have time to think so much at the moment, holding the long sword, standing on top of the giant zombie's head, and then pointed at the pierced ear and pierced it down. With this stab, he exhausted all his strength, which is a characteristic of his body, which can instantly concentrate his strength and then explode. Cheenen thinks this is a kind of supernatural ability, a kind of violent supernatural ability. This attack obviously severely damaged the giant zombies. Instead of moving forward, it started walking around aimlessly, with a loud roar in its mouth, and then raised its hands and kept patting on own head. Its two big feet swayed irregularly, and when they fell, they would trample all the zombies under their feet to pieces. Cheenen forcefully pulled out the Xiantian giant sword inserted into the head of the giant zombie, and the blade of the giant sword was covered with slimy liquid. At this time, a big hand of the giant zombie came to Cheenen, and Cheenen tried to keep his feet steady, squatting down on top of the shaking head of the giant zombie, and then stabbed out with the mysterious giant sword, pointing at the giant zombie about to fall. Palm! In this collision, the giant zombie used his greatest strength to press down on his palm, and Cheenen also used his huge strength to stab upward. When the two forces collide, the forward will naturally win. The Xiantian heavy sword directly pierced the palm of the giant zombie. Without waiting for the pierced palm to be removed, Cheenen hurriedly pulled out the long sword from his palm, then grasped the hilt with both hands and pierced the other ear hole on the huge head of the zombie, also exhausted. Fully. Puff. After a muffled sound, the 1.5-meter blade once again penetrated into the zombie's head. Cheenen's body swayed from side to side on top of the giant zombie's head. His whole body was drenched with sweat. But he knew that he couldn't relax at this time. He had to kill the giant zombie in one go, because there were 3 big guys with the same strength beside him. So Cheenen worked hard again to pull out the long sword from the head of the giant zombie, then stabilized his figure and penetrated the long sword into another ear hole on the top of the giant zombie's head. After repeating this 5 times, Cheenen pierced 7 large holes on the top of the giant zombie's head. Slowly, the body of the giant zombie stopped moving. It swayed and finally lay down on its back. At the moment it fell, Cheenen jumped from the top of its head, then fell, and just stepped on it when it fell. On the face of the giant zombie was motionless, and it was actually killed by Cheenen. Cheenen breathed heavily and said in his heart, "It seems that the ears on the head of the giant zombie are its weakness. Use a long sword to penetrate the ears on its head, pierce it into its brain, and then let in a lot of air, then the T-virus will be killed by the excessive oxygen in the air." But how can ordinary people jump on top of the 6-meter-high giant zombie like Cheenen? These series of movements of Cheenen can be said to be accomplished in one go. From the first floor to the second floor, then to the top of the giant zombie, to killing it, the whole process is actually very short, not even a minute. At this time in the supermarket, Lu Xia had just chopped over a few zombies that rushed towards her with a knife. In fact, she has been paying attention to the movements of Cheenen and Vajra. When she saw Vajra's sword slashing at the calf of the giant zombie, but only a little bit and could not hurt the root of the giant zombie, her heart sank. Originally, I wanted to rely on the terrifying strength of the black monk's big bald head, which might be able to get a beat, but this time there should be no hope. Just when she was upset and there was no other time to think about other things, she suddenly saw Cheenen jump up to a height of more than 3 meters and directly hit the roof above. This frightened her. God! Is this old man still a human? Is a person able to jump so high? What did he jump on? When she was puzzled, something that shocked her even more happened. The 3-meter-high old man who jumped up on the ground did not fall, but penetrated the roof of the shed and jumped directly onto the second floor. At this moment, Lu Xia, a calm and steady girl, is not calm anymore. How did this guy do it? Superman? Gene upgraded? Or have you studied the combined version of Qinggong and Tetagong? Some more zombies have already rushed in front of him, and Lu Xia has no time to think about it. He will kill the zombies that have reached him one by one with a knife. At this moment, a loud noise came from the front. Lu Xia hurriedly cut the zombies while looking forward. But this look made her almost sluggish. I saw the man named Cheenen, who was stepping on the giant zombie's face with some stinky farts at this time, and the giant zombie was lying motionless on the ground. It was actually killed. Lu Xia's face slowly turned red. It wasn't because of shyness, fear, or anger. She was just curious, her curious blood accelerated, and her brain was about to explode. This is incredible. In less than a minute, the man killed a giant zombie? Who is he? At this time, Sheenan's roar came from the front. Vajra. Don't fight underneath. The weakness of giant zombies is on its head. Go and pierce the ape into the ears on top of their heads to kill them. Vajra was stupidly slashing the calf of a giant zombie. There were no less than dozens of scars on that calf, but even so, it still couldn't stop the giant zombie from advancing. When Vajra was getting hot, Sheenan's shout came. Vajra, who has the status of an upgraded, has extremely strong muscle strength. After hearing Sheenan's words, he also followed Sheenan's appearance. He used his feet hard and jumped on the ground. After that, he broke the ceiling of his head and went straight from the supermarket. The first floor jumped to the second floor. After going to the second floor, Vajra's method was simpler and more rude than Sheenan. He jumped directly onto the body of the giant zombie, and then grabbed the mucus-covered and squirming muscles on its body, and crawled quickly. When he reached the top of the giant zombie's head, he only lifted the ape, and fiercely inserted the blade into the ear on the top of the giant zombie's head. In less than a minute, Vajra, who mastered the method, also killed a giant zombie. This time, this kid is happy. Quickly climbed on top of another giant zombie's head, several apes stabbed in, killing another one. Lu Xia, who was fighting hard on the first floor of the supermarket, blushed like a ripe apple. OMG! Who are these two people? Why are such powerful giant zombies so vulnerable in their hands? Lu Xia can't understand it at all. At this time, the few people who were defending on both sides, preventing other ordinary zombies from entering through the window, also noticed the appearance of the collapsed wall, and saw that in just a few minutes, the 4 giant zombies had actually been killed 3. Which makes them very excited. In fact, most of them did not see who killed the zombies, but this is not important to them. Since the most terrifying giant zombies have been killed, they should only be surrounded by a few thousand zombies. There should be a chance to escape, right? At this time, Wu Yan didn't do anything. She had always been leaning on the wall, so the movements of Sheenan and Vajra were clearly seen by her. She squinted her eyes slightly, but there was an unusual look in her eyes. Of course Sheenan would not know the thoughts of the group of people behind him. Seeing Vajra easily killed 2 D1 giant zombies under the command of On, Sheenan finally relaxed his nervous heart a bit. He swung his own Xiantian heavy sword to kill the ordinary zombies surrounding him, then turned and rushed towards the last giant zombie. As long as you kill it, then the zombies surrounding them should not be too difficult to kill by means of him and Vajra. As long as the people in the supermarket persist for a while, then they should have a chance to escape. Thinking of this, Sheenan has got rid of the ordinary zombies around him, and has reached the feet of the last giant zombies. The giant zombie is still advancing, half of the supermarket has been torn down. Without hesitation, Sheenan jumped up nearly 5 meters and landed on the shoulder of the zombie, and then made a light leap to the top of the zombie's head. But when his feet just touched the zombie's head, the soft touch under his feet shocked him. Steady your figure and look at the top of the zombie's head. This giant zombie has nearly 100 ears on top of its head. They are the size of human ears, densely arranged next to each other, making people feel a little flustered. Sheenan was stunned. Why did this zombie have so many ears? What are these ears for? Sheenan, who had many doubts in his heart, didn't have much time to think about these issues. He just still raised the long sword and pierced the long sword forcefully into one of the zombie's many ears. However, this sword went down and something terrible happened. Chapter 79 Desperate situation when the Xiantian heavy sword pierced the head of the giant zombie from an ear of the giant zombie. The giant zombie at Sheenan's feet did not roar in pain from being assassinated like the other 3 zombies. But it still screamed, and the organ used was the hundreds of ears on the head. The densely arranged ears, after Sheenan's sword pierced them, suddenly shook rapidly at the same time, and then a sharp and piercing sound was emitted from all the ears at the same time. The powerful sound waves produced by these sounds shook Sheenan's headache and fell directly from the top of the giant zombie's head. Vajra, who had just killed 2 giant zombies on the ground, saw Sheenan's body fall, jumped over and hugged him in his arms. Vajra said nervously, "Dage. Are you okay?" Chinan's mind was spinning around, and he almost fainted. He held his head and stood up hard from Vajra's arms, his body still trembling. At this time, the ordinary zombies around him came around, and Vajra swung his knife to smash the two closest zombies. But at this time, the sharp voice still didn't stop, and it spread far away. All the zombies within a few kilometers in all directions stopped all their actions when they heard the shrill sound. After a few seconds of pause, they became excited as if they were knocked out of medicine, and went to the place where the shrill sound was made. Screamed and ran. In fact, the sound made by giant zombies is a low-frequency sound wave. Such sound waves are not harsh to ordinary people's ears, and are more like the screams of insects. But for Chinan, this kind of call is extremely lethal. Seeing Vajra desperately fighting zombies in front of him, he didn't seem to be affected by the sharp voice at all. Chinan knew that it must be his own super hearing, which affected him instead. So, he pulled Vajra to the front of the owner, and then grabbed the profound earth epee from his hand and said to Vajra, "My sword is still on top of the zombie's head. Its cry has an impact on me. Go up and use it." The Xiantian heavy sword on top of it killed the zombies. "I'm fine by myself. Hurry up." After Chinan finished speaking, covering his ears with one hand, he swung his sword and began to slash the zombies beside him. The sharp sound made him unable to fully utilize his strength. Several times he almost couldn't hold the epee in his hand and threw the sword out. However, there were more and more zombies at this time, and he could only hold on. Fortunately, after listening to his instructions, Vajra had already climbed onto the top of the giant zombie without hesitation, pulled out the Xiantian heavy sword and started to pierce its head with one sword and one sword. Just when Chinan was about to be shocked and couldn't help but pass into a coma, Vajra finally killed the giant zombies, and the sharp voice disappeared instantly. Holding the Xiantian heavy sword, Vajra killed the nearby zombies from the dead giant corpse, and ran back to Chinan. Chinan was already sweating, and the blue veins on his forehead were bulging out. At this time, the situation became very bad. Originally, the supermarket was only surrounded by thousands of zombies. But at this time, under the call of that sharp cry, tens of thousands of zombies within 10 kilometers of Fang Yuan were rushing here at the same time. And there are already many zombies that are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme enough to join the team that contained the first few thousand zombies in the supermarket. The supermarket that was demolished in half, surrounded by zombies, made it impossible for Chinan and others to get out. After the sharp voice disappeared, Chinan's head gradually disappeared, and his strength slowly began to recover. However, at this time, the number of zombies was no longer a dozen or so attacking them, but one by one, pushing each other towards the supermarket. Rushed inside. Although the regained Chinan and the powerful Vajra continued to kill the influx of zombies, this could not prevent the corpse from continuing to rush into the supermarket space. Lu Xia was basically unable to help much at this time, because there were too many zombies. She did not dare to go too far, but could only hide behind Chinan and Vajra, and put their sides on the zombies who had slipped through the net. Kill. As time passed, they were slowly compressed by the zombies rushing into the supermarket crazily to the side of the first floor of the supermarket, and the remaining space was less than 200 square meters. At this moment, Wu Yan, who had been leaning on the wall to watch the play at the end, suddenly stood up and picked up a long knife from the ground. This knife was placed here by Li Kai. He was in front of the window not far away, holding a long wooden pole, pushing out the zombies that were constantly pouring out the window. Now the gun has no bullets, and the knife is too short to be easily caught by the dozens of zombie arms that stretched out in Xuancong, so Li Kai found this wooden pole as a new weapon in the corner of the supermarket to make the final resistance. The others, even Wang Yunji and Wang Hui, who were afraid to die, also joined the battle at this time. They have all kinds of weapons in their hands, standing by the window on the side wall of the supermarket, working hard to resist those who want to come in. Zombie. Everyone knows that this is a desperate situation. If you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme an extra minute, you must give up your fear and resist desperately. When humans face death, maybe most people will choose to fight with their lives, right? At least now, in this dilapidated supermarket, these people are fighting for their lives. In order to survive. Holding the knife, Wu Yan walked forward slowly, until she surpassed Lu Xiao's position, and stood near Chinan. She quickly swung the knife and slashed at the dozen or so zombies that were approaching. The muscles of her arms showed their true appearance when she used her strength. The sturdy flesh was not rough, but it was savage. A slash slashed across, and the strength was almost the same as Qin An's, and a dozen zombies phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close slash phoneme to him were all cut in half at the waist. With her move, Qin An was shocked, and while dealing with the zombies in front of him, he looked at her. At this moment, Wu Yan's face was flushed, and she said to Qin An while she was killing, "I feel like you are, and I also have strong power. Have you been bitten by zombies before?" Qin An suddenly realized that he looked at the black monk Vajra who was concentrating on killing zombies on the other side, and said in his heart, "It seems that Wu Yan is also an upgraded." Qin An smiled bitterly, and shouted to Wu Yan, "If there is a chance to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme, I'm going to talk to you. Now we are afraid we can't get out." Thinking of the possibility of death, Qin An's heart turned back and forth. After the extinction, he never seemed to face the crisis at this time. Why is this so? Are you not careful enough? Yes, he has super hearing ability, he could have insight into everything, but he was not careful enough. When the zombies came around, he didn't notice it for the first time. Is Own not strong enough? This is of course also the reason, but the most fundamental thing is that I underestimated the strength of the zombies. These ordinary zombies, although they can be easily killed by themselves, but once surrounded by them, they lose their escape path. Even if they have such powerful strength and speed, it is futile. Because there are too many zombies. Is it really going to die like this? As if to prove Qin An's thoughts, behind a large number of zombies, 30 or 40 meters away, a huge figure smashed into the dilapidated sidewall of the supermarket and appeared in the eyes of everyone in Qin An. This huge figure is 8 meters tall, 2 meters taller than the height of the D1 giant zombie. Its appearance is very similar to that of the D1 giant zombie, except that the head is bigger, and one of the hands is also bizarre. The two hands together are estimated to be the size of his body. Qin An's heart finally cooled completely. Is this the real D2 giant zombie? And the guy who just made a sharp sound with ears on his head is just the D1 giant corpse king? So what is the ability of the D2 giant zombie that appeared in front of you? Could it make a sharper sound? If that's the case, then Qin An guesses that he will be knocked down directly by that voice, right? At this moment, the 8-meter-high D2 giant zombie suddenly raised his arm. Qin An was surprised to find that there were dozens of openings in the palms of the giant zombies in D2. Upon closer inspection, those openings turned out to be human mouths, as if they were sewn on the palms with needles and threads, dozens of them. The mouth opened and closed on the palm of the giant zombie. It was terrifying. Immediately afterwards, a truly terrifying thing happened. D2 jumping zombie suddenly opened its big mouth, and then a strong gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme blew from its mouth, causing all the zombies in front of it to fall to the ground. At the same time, its huge body is like an inflated balloon being deflated, quickly compressed and squeezed. After a few seconds, the body was already flat and could not be in the flat. D2 giant zombie suddenly inhaled violently into the mouth. When he inhales, the mouths on its palms also start to inhale at the same time. The power of this kind of inhalation is so powerful that it actually sucked all the 7 or 8 zombies closest to it into flight, and then stuck to its palm. The next moment, when the body of the giant D2 zombie was already inflated like an inflated ball, there was a loud noise, and the ball-like body began to shrink rapidly until it returned to its original shape. The 8 zombies were affected by the jet thrust and flew towards Qin An and the others. Qin An looked a little silly, but the 7 or 8 zombies had already grown big mouths in the air, ready to bite him. Qin An hurriedly swung his sword and quickly hacked and killed the 7 or 8 zombies that were coming. Qin An never expected that this should only be a D2 level giant zombie, and could use this long-range attack method. Although the zombies it launched could be hacked and killed by Qin An, what about ordinary people? That would be terrible. There is not much time for Qin An to think about more things, because the zombies coming from the ground and the flying corpses shot by the D2 giant zombie have left Qin An, Vajra and Wu Yan with only the strength to parry. The formation was quickly compressed, and facing more and more zombies appearing on all sides, they seemed to have only one way left to go, death. Chapter 80. All people are beginning to despair. They don't know what kind of power there is that can free them from such a desperate situation. Cheenen didn't stop his own killing, and he didn't have any thoughts in his heart at this time, because there were fragments of flesh and body fluids splashing everywhere in front of him. There is no fear in Vudra's heart. He was bitten by a zombie and was a person who died once, so he is not afraid of death. Wu Yan has been confused about the state of Oning for a long time. She doesn't know what's wrong with herself, and her strength is much greater than ordinary people. This is a good thing, but she phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme feels hungry when facing the living people next to her. She wanted to tear up all the living people in front of her and eat them into the owner's mouth. She wanted to find out what the taste of human flesh was like. Now, it seems that On is about to be explored by the zombies. Will they tear On meat with their hands or bite them with their teeth? Wu Yan felt very excited when he thought of this, and like Vudra, he was also fearless. Lu Xiao's expression was weird at this time. She held the knife in her hand and stood behind Cheenan's trio, but she was no longer killing zombies. Her face was flushed, she seemed very shy, as if she was facing a choice that made her feel very difficult. This choice made her forget the countless zombies around, so she was not afraid. Except for the 4 of them, everyone else was filled with fear. These people also include Lu Yuanchao. He is actually not afraid of death, but he is afraid that his granddaughter Lu Xiao will die. This sensible girl is not yet 18. There are more and more zombies, and the corpses of the zombies are also covered with a thick blanket of meat on the ground. The corpse group will consume everyone immediately. At this moment, the floor tile on the corner of the supermarket suddenly moved slightly, and then was lifted by a hand. That hand removed the floor tile with a side length of 60 centimeters, and then a young man in his 20s emerged from inside. After he exposed his upper body, he shouted to everyone, "Quickly, get down from here, and finally those who come down must remember to lock the iron lid." After he finished speaking, he returned to the cave without any hesitation and disappeared. At this time, everyone would not even think about why the tiles on the ground would be removed. They only knew that they might be saved. Lu Dongfeng was the first person to react. He quickly got into the hole, and then everyone jumped out of the square black hole one by one. Cheenen walked to the back. When his head entered the cave, the legs of the zombies had already stretched out at the top of the cave. Climbing down the ladder for half a meter, Cheenen saw a square iron plate that could be pushed up. He hurriedly pushed the iron plate up, and then snapped the iron plate's sliding lock into the keyhole. When he continued down the ladder to the ground, he realized that it turned out to be an underground garage. On the walls around the garage, there were several burning torches. The garage was very large and there were few torches, so they could only use the garage. Partially illuminated. The shocked everyone was panting and limp on the ground at this time, only Vudra, Wu Yan and Lu Xia were still standing. Vudra was very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Wu Yan at this time, or it was the first time he was so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Wu Yan. He frowned beside Wu Yan, sniffing with his nose, but Wu Yan didn't have any expression, just looked at Vudra with his eyes. Vudra's eyes suddenly widened, and then jumped to Cheenan's side, and whispered in a low voice while lying on his ears, "Dage. I suddenly found that this woman has no fleshy smell on her body. She should be my kind and an upgraded person." Cheenan was speechless. It turned out that upgraded people could be identified in this way. He didn't have time to pay attention to this issue at this time, just said softly, "Wait to a safe place to talk." Then he looked around and started looking for the one who saved them. After a while, a young man appeared from a corner in the dark, with a torch in his hand and a pistol in his other hand. The young man looked at the crowd before he said, "My name is Lu Meng and I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in a 35-story building opposite the supermarket. The underground parking lot of this supermarket is connected to the 35-story underground parking lot. I saw you upstairs surrounded by zombies. Out of humanitarianism, I think I should save you. I dug the channel half a year ago, and this supermarket is my food storehouse. As a result, the zombies you brought in were destroyed. Forget it, talk about your situation. Do you have a captain?" Lu Dongfeng, who was still lying on the ground in shock, tried hard to prop up his body. He actually killed a lot of zombies just now, but this couldn't suppress his fear. After a long sigh of relief, Lu Dongfeng said, "We have 15 people, 5 women, and 10 men. Now we have guns and no bullets. We ran out when we killed the zombies. We were going to Jianghai City. I came here for food, but I was surrounded by zombies. My name is Lu Dongfeng and I am currently the captain of this team." When Lu Dongfeng said this, he glanced at Qinan secretly. Now that he knew Qinan's strength, he was a little embarrassed. In fact, everyone was busy killing the zombies just now. Except for Qinan and Lu Xia, no one paid attention to the superpower Wu Yan showed when he killed the zombies. Naturally, Lu Dongfeng didn't see it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. The young man called Lu Meng held a gun, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "There are many upgraded giant zombies in this city. Their hearing is very good, and they can detect the existence of human beings. And these giant zombies have a special ability, that is, they can attract ordinary zombies around to follow them. I saw it when you entered the supermarket. At that time, there were few zombies nearby. Do you know the reason? Because the 3D1 giant zombies and 1D1 giant zombie king are all turning behind a building more than 1,000 meters away from you, and most of the ordinary zombies are following them. After you entered the supermarket, they turned around and walked to the vicinity of the supermarket, and when they were only 10 meters away from the supermarket, the giant zombies could hear your voice in the supermarket. Then they start to hit the outer wall of the supermarket with their strong bodies, with the goal of eating you. I originally wanted to save you when you were surrounded, but I didn't know that you were good and bad, so I was hesitant. What surprised me was that you could kill the 4 giant zombies. This proves that your strength is very strong. That's why I finally decided to take a gamble to save you guys." When Qinan heard it, he knew that the so-called D1 giant zombie king he was talking about should be the D1 giant zombie king he thought of, but the name was different. Seeing Lu Meng's dilemma, Qinan walked forward with a smile, bypassing Lu Dongfeng, and said to him, "Don't worry. We are definitely not bad guys. I also solemnly thank you for saving our lives. I don't know if there is any here. What is the way out? We can leave immediately, and it will definitely not affect you." Lu Meng smiled bitterly, and then said to everyone, "Come with me, now the danger has not been resolved. Giant zombies can hear us talking underground, although it is a few meters away from the ground, but the zombies above too many, I'm afraid they will crush this place." After speaking, Lu Meng turned and left. When everyone heard that there was a danger of a cave-in, they hurriedly followed Lu Meng. Lu Meng walked and said, "Actually, I have always wanted to go out of the city, but my strength is not strong enough. I don't know how I should survive when I go out to face zombies. Although I have been hiding at home since the outbreak of the T-virus, I can also imagine that since the end of this year, the outside world must be sinister. So in the end, I didn't go out." Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Your arrival has brought us into the same situation now. Even if we want to go out, we can't get out. One of the special skills of the D1 giant zombie king killed by you is that it can emit special sound waves to attract all the zombies within a few kilometers to gather, including other upgraded zombies. In other words, in a few hours, Yiqing City will become a sea of zombies with this supermarket as the center. When everyone heard this, Qinan hurriedly said, "Lu Meng, can we try to break through the encirclement before the zombies are still around?" Lu Meng shook his head. They had already walked to the other side of the underground garage, and a door appeared in front of them. Lu Meng opened the door, everyone followed and found that this was a stairwell. Lu Meng hung the torch on one wall, then locked the door of the stairwell, and walked up the stairs, and continued as he walked, "I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme on the 35th floor now, and it's very tiring to climb the stairs. Talk and keep your energy." Everyone listened to his command and stopped talking. Since the end of the world, everyone has been running around. Although they may face death at any time, their physical strength has increased. So although the 35th floor is very high, when everyone climbed up, they only breathed a little more dignifiedly. For Qinan, Vajra, and Wu Yan, they didn't feel anything at all. What makes Qinan strange is that Lu Xia is also calm as usual, breathing is not hurried, there is not even a drop of sweat on her forehead, as if she had just walked on the flat ground for a while. When Qinan looked at Lu Xia with surprise, Lu Xiao was also looking at the three of Qinan, and the look in her eyes became more and more weird. Qinan secretly said in his heart, ordinary people don't have such good physical strength, right? Is this little girl an upgraded like Vajra and Wu Yan? But in the battle just now, although her strength was much stronger than that of ordinary people, it was far worse than the upgraded ones. It seems, looking for an opportunity to let Vajra smell it, is there any needy smell on this little girl? When Qinan thought about this, he thought badly that he couldn't smell it. Seeing her mature and hot body, he could feel the strong and attractive meaty smell a few meters away. Chapter 81. Obviously Lu Meng went up and down frequently. Although he was panting slightly at this time, his complexion was normal and he did not appear to be too tired. He said to everyone, "Come here and have a look." After speaking, he walked to the end of the corridor, opened the window and waited for everyone to pass by. Everyone walked to the window one after another, completely stupid. Below, all the zombies that can't be seen at a glance are already zombies. I don't know how many. Lu Meng sighed slightly, and said, "We are almost 95 meters away from the ground at this time. Such a height is still safe. I believe you have seen the attack method of D2 giant zombies. It can throw ordinary zombies horizontally for 50 meters, but if it is thrown vertically, it can only be more than 10 meters high. So in the corridor below, there are occasional zombies, but they are all ordinary zombies, and the number is very small. It is not difficult to kill. I said just now, I see that your strength is very strong, and you have also attracted the zombies, then I can only save you back. I hope you can find a way to take me out. If the food I reserve is only for my own use, I can stick to it for 2 months. If it is distributed to you, I can only eat it for 10 days. After 10 days, we will face a situation of food shortage. Don't think that these zombies will disperse in a short time. The last time D1 Giant Zombie King summoned zombies, those zombies only slowly dispersed after surrounding here for more than half a year. In other words, we must now figure out a way to escape within 15 days. After listening to his words, the hearts of everyone who had just calmed down because of the escape from danger writhed again. 10 days? Not to mention that they don't have any guns and ammunition in their hands. Even if they have that, it is impossible to rush out. There are too many zombies outside. Qinan was also full of sadness, because when he first entered the supermarket, he had seen this 35-story building, which can be said to be a lonely building. There is almost nothing within 20 meters nearby. In other words, Qinan couldn't rely on the explosive power of his muscles to jump and find a way to escape, because he couldn't jump as far as 20 meters. Even if I jumped to another 32-story building 20 meters away, there were no buildings around that building. These two buildings are like higher brothers who are in trouble, so lonely perseverance is here. Forget it, since I'm trapped, why do I think so much? At this time, Lu Meng had closed the window, and then led everyone to a room looking at the door and said, "The door here is open. I don't have the key. If you go in and out, don't lock the door. You must leave the door open, or you will sleep in the hallway. There are 4 bedrooms in this room, so please watch it for yourself." Qinan listened to his words and asked in confusion, "Can't the other rooms in this building be opened?" Lu Meng said, "After the outbreak of the T-virus, most of the people here left, so the doors of the rooms were locked. The security door is very strong, and you can't open it with a gun. I really don't know which factory produced it. There is nowhere to complain now." When everyone heard what he said, they all thought it was funny, and the atmosphere became a little lighter for a while. Qinan is happy, but he has the technology to unlock. Thinking of this, Qinan walked to Vajra's side, handed the profound earth epee in his hand to Vajra, and then took out a toothpick and a thin rope from his own jacket pocket. In the eyes of the crowd, they walked to a locked anti-theft door and squatted down, used a toothpick to pass the string into the keyhole, then turned the toothpick in the lock a few times, and finally took it out from the jacket pocket. An ear pick, and insert it into the keyhole. After half a minute, with only a click, the anti-theft door opened. For a while, everyone's eyes showed surprised expressions. They didn't expect Qinan to have the ability to unlock. Doesn't that mean they are likely to find more food in these locked rooms? At this moment, only a loud bang was heard, and everyone was frightened and looked at the noise. I saw the black monk Vajra smashing a sword on an anti-theft door lock, and the lock had broken and fell off at this time, and the door opened naturally. Vajra laughed and said, "Boss, you see how easy it is, you still stabbed there for a long time." Cheenan was a little blushed by Vajra's behavior. This kid is really stupid or stupid. Didn't he slap Owen in the face? But everyone is secretly stunned. This simple and crude method can only be thought of by people like Vajra. No matter what, since these doors can be opened, everyone is not idle, and carefully enter the open doors to check whether there are zombies. This is an apartment-style residence of a hotel townhouse. There are 10 households in a row, each with an area of more than 100 square meters. The decoration inside is a uniform hotel style, which looks comfortable and cozy. Everyone temporarily forgot the trouble of being besieged by the zombies, and began to search for food in the open room. As for the work of opening the door, everyone decided to leave it to Cheenan. After all, people still need to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in these rooms at night. People need a sense of security in their hearts, so it is better to have a lock to lock the door when you sleep. Vajra didn't care, and he specifically chose the room he opened to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. When Cheenan opened 8 doors and reached the last one, Lumeng walked over and said, "Dage, I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in this room." Cheenan nodded, then listened carefully, and found that there seemed to be several voices of people and women inside. He was curious to hear what they were saying. The women are discussing whether the person Lumeng rescued is a good person or a bad person. Cheenan confirmed that they were not imprisoned in the room by Lumeng, so he stopped eavesdropping. After all, Lumeng was his own savior, so he chose to hide a few women because he was afraid that his group would do it. Some bad things happen. Cheenan looked at Lumeng sincerely, and then said, "Don't worry, we are really not bad guys. If there is any problem, you can come and tell me. Although I am not the captain of this team, I can be right. You are responsible, and you will never let others do things that hurt you." Looking at the sincere face of Cheenan, Lumeng became less wary, and said, "Hey, this end of the world, when there was a radio station in the early stage, I heard a lot of cruel things broadcast on the radio station, so I felt like listening. I'm scared. There are no people inside, just my wife and the neighbors next door. We chose to stay at home when the T-virus broke out. I thought this disaster would pass soon, but I didn't expect to be trapped. Now we choose to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme together, also for safety." Cheenan nodded very understandingly. In short, we are now grasshoppers on a rope. After Cheenan finished speaking, he turned to look at the other people's situation, while Lumeng followed behind him. After an hour, everyone put the food found in the various rooms in front of them. It was not too much, but it should be enough to eat for more than 10 days. Everyone was overjoyed. Lumeng was also pleased. He opened the mouth and said, "The room downstairs can be searched after eating these things." After all, most people didn't want to evacuate back then, so they prepared a lot of food. It's moldy, but it's still edible to wash and wash. Our building is not urban water pipes, but directly connected groundwater. We take a separate pipeline, rely on solar energy to provide power, and use the principle of siphoning to be provided by a non-electric pumping system. Supply, so the water has not stopped at the moment, but there is no gas or anything else. We can only start cooking at the top of the stairs. From now on, we can join together. Also, although it is on the 35th floor, there are occasional zombies coming up here. Yes, so when you walk out of the room, you must be careful and try not to leave the room at night." Lumeng explained that the matter was almost the same, and asked everyone to choose a room to rest for a while, and he returned to the room he lived in. The people gathered together for a small meeting and studied how to divide the room. What surprised Cheenan was that everyone didn't like to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme together. It seemed that the long journey made these people want to have a safe and independent space. Li Kai and Jia Yunlong took the initiative to ask to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in a house alone, which made Cheenan feel extremely embarrassed. He could think of what the two of them would do at night, and suddenly felt that the chrysanthemum was a little tight. Lu Wendong voluntarily asked to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with Wang Yinji, but he still ignored Wu Yan, who also seemed indifferent. On the other hand, Wang Hui offered to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in a house with 3 students. This surprised Qinan. He didn't know what Wang Hui was thinking. It seemed that he needed time to talk to her. Vidra chose to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in the unlocked room. After choosing a room, several people took their food and went back to the room. The remaining few people were in a rather embarrassing situation. Because Wu Yan wants to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme with the old man Lu Yuanchou. It made Lu Yuanchou his old face flushed, but Wu Yan was too proactive and did not give Lu Yuanchou a chance to refuse. There was no way. Finally, Lu Yuanchou compromised and was dragged into the room by Wu Yan. When the door was about to be closed, the old man still shouted to Qinan with his throat, "Xiao Qin, take care of my great-grandson daughter." Qinan nodded, not nodding, because Lu Xia has been using it. Big beautiful eyes were staring at him. At the same time, another pair of eyes fell on Qinan's body, and that was Lan Yu. Lan Yu looked sadly at Qinan for a long time. After that, she seemed to make up her mind and said to Qinan, "His uncle, then I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme with Wu Tian. Don't worry, we will sleep in separate rooms and he won't let him take advantage of me." Wu Tian was overjoyed, and then stood in front of Qinan and gave a military salute, promising not to attack Lan Yu, making Qinan look like a parent. For a while, Qinan's inferiority complex filled his heart. After that, Blue Moon Wu Tian chose a family and walked in. At the moment when the door was closed, Qinan felt extremely reluctant, but didn't know what to do. His relationship with Lan Yu, in his opinion, is really special. At this time, only Qinan and Lu Xia were left in the corridor. Qinan didn't know how to face this underage girl, and he was embarrassed for a while before speaking. Then myself, he wanted to say that I would find a room to sleep by myself, but Lu Xia did not expect that. Lu Xia walked up to an open door generously, then turned around without any expression on her face, and said to Qinan, "We will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here. Come on. Just now I saw that the bathtub is relatively large and can sit 2 people." Qinan heard Lu Xia's words and looked at her peerless figure. His nosebleed almost didn't flow out. Lu Xia turned her head, glanced at Qinan, and said coldly, "I didn't say I want to wash it with you. Come in." Qinan looked at Lu Xia, who was as indifferent as a little adult, and hurriedly flashed from her into the room. "In my heart, you are not afraid. What else am I afraid of?" After entering the room, Qinan looked around and found that the living room of this family is very large, with a total area of 60 square meters. The living room is luxuriously decorated, with a bar counter for bartending, a piano set up, and a very small interior. The landscape fountain, because the building adopts the design of underground water pipe circulation, so this room has been unoccupied for more than a year, but the fountain is still working. It's extremely luxurious. Qinan sighed. If he wanted to have a house like this before the end of the world, he wouldn't be able to buy it if he disassembled his heart, liver, spleen and kidney, right? Today, such things are worthless. In such an environment in the depths, Qinan's heart became at ease, and the zombies outside were left behind for a while. He was already trapped, so let's take a few days to relax and think about countermeasures. I'm really unlucky. It seems that things keep going every time I come out. However, this also shows that it is not easy for people to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in the destruction of the world. It's a pity, I couldn't bring all the things I picked in the supermarket. Lu Xia said with a trace of regret. She walked up to the food that everyone was evenly distributed and turned over, and said somewhat disappointingly, "The time has passed. The eggs have become stinky water, the peanuts after the expiry date, the ham sausage after the expiration date, the salted duck egg after the expiration date, the rice with worms, and the dry vermicelli. Hey, there are so many things, none of them are okay. My grandfather is right. You said that we always eat this kind of food now. Why don't we have a bad stomach and we won't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme? Maybe we are really infected by the T virus, but the antibodies in the body have not let it. We become zombies, but are we stronger?" Qinan listened to Lu Xia's words and didn't know how to speak. He couldn't figure out the temper of this little girl. In fact, he was originally a man who couldn't deal with women, and this one couldn't be regarded as a woman because she was not an adult. Then Sheenan wouldn't be able to deal with underage women. Looking at the underage woman who was bending over and picking ingredients there, her plump buttocks that were erected by bending over made Sheenan trance for a while. He didn't feel how uncomfortable he was at this time, he just wondered what on earth did such a girl grow up with? To develop like this? Lu Xia picked up the ingredients, and then said to Sheenan, "You put your food in a cabinet, and then wipe the room. There is dust everywhere. Check if there are clothes in the bedroom closet, and get it straight. Go outside the window to dry, we can wear it well, and look for clothes that are suitable to wear after taking a shower. After a while, we will have to wash it well. My body is dirty. I will cook. I hope that after I make the meal, I can finish all the tasks I arranged." After she finished speaking, she walked directly into the kitchen, and then closed the kitchen door. Sheenan was stunned in the living room, not knowing what to say. How can this little girl say something familiar? In Sheenan's memory, Liang seemed to have said similar things to him, and they were very similar, basically just like the original words. She is less than 18 years old. Why is it like a housewife who has been keeping the house for many years? This made Sheenan totally incomprehensible. After a while, Sheenan smiled bitterly and worked, after seeing the dust all around him. After all, he would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here for a few days. Housework. When Sheenan took the rag and wiped it around, he felt a feeling of nostalgia. Once, at the house with Liang, he was the main force of housework, and Liang only had a few days of the year when he was willing to do housework with him. That was the happiest thing Sheenan felt. Sometimes, Sheenan also looked down upon herself, and felt that she was indeed a housewife. While thinking about these silly things, while working, Sheenan moved quickly. After wiping all the places, he mopped the floor, and then took out the clothes in the closet to dry. It was already more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun in August still hadn't set very low, but the lightly blowing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme was no longer very sultry. In the last days, except for the zombies all over the world, everything is good. Perhaps it was work that reminded Sheenan of the happy life before, and his mood began to be happy. Looking at the creatures piled up and surging downstairs, Sheenan even felt that they had become cute. I wonder how many of these zombies are lovers, and how many are father and son. During the cleaning, Sheenan found a small broadcaster with batteries, and there were many tapes and unopened batteries beside the broadcaster. This is a rare play, even before the end of the world, this kind of tape is hard to see. People mostly use the internet, MP4, or CD player to listen to songs. Sheenan flipped through the tape, found a random book, put it in the broadcaster, installed the battery, and pressed the switch. The song of unknown age came out from the broadcaster. There is a girl in the village named Xiaofang, who is good-looking and kind, with big beautiful eyes, thick and long braids. Sheenan didn't dare to turn the volume up too much, for fear of being heard by the giant zombies downstairs. With the company of music, Sheenan can work faster. It seems that people really need music. This is a 3-bedroom apartment. Sheenan opened the doors of all 3 bedrooms, then took the bedding inside out of the window and shook it a few times before throwing himself on the bed again. Turning the 3 bedrooms around, Sheenan chose the smallest bedroom and planned to sleep here at night. I chose this small bedroom because the bed and the window of the small bedroom are next to each other, and the window extends 20 centimeters outward, which means that there is a small windowsill. Sheenan can sit on the windowsill and watch the movement of the zombies below. When he was a child, Sheenan actually cleaned the place completely new. This is certainly because of his rich labor experience, and more importantly, he has a speed and strength that ordinary people can't match. Just as he laid the dining table and was about to go to the kitchen to see how the little girl was doing dinner, Lu Xia opened the door and walked out of it. She has a small bowl of rice in her left hand, and a plate of garlic scrambled eggs in her right hand. Sheenan rubbed his eyes, thinking that his eyes were dazzled. He didn't expect this little girl to make something familiar in the kitchen. Is there a balcony in the kitchen? Did she light a fire on the balcony? Or is there a stove in the kitchen? In such a high-end house, there should be no such thing as a stove, right? Sheenan walked into the kitchen suspiciously, checked the surroundings, and found no signs of overheating. Sheenan checked the natural gas again, and it really stopped. He opened the cabinet below and didn't see anything like a gas tank. That's weird. How did this little girl get things done? At this time, Sheenan found that there were 2 dishes on the kitchen cabinet, one was fried ham with peanuts, and the other was hot-boiled ham and vermicelli. Sheenan hurriedly took them out together and put them on the dining table. Sheenan was speechless, he really couldn't see through this girl, maybe as she said, the generation gap was too big. Sheenan returned to the kitchen, took the dishes and chopsticks, the 2 people sat together and started dinner. While eating, Sheenan asked Lu Xia, "How did you get these things familiar?" Lu Xia still had no expression on her face. While eating, she said to Sheenan, "Hurry up, I will take a shower for dinner, and then you will go again. When I am going to bed at night, I am telling you how I am. Cook the rice." Sheenan was really curious, but he couldn't keep asking if he didn't tell him. In this way, in a somewhat depressing atmosphere, the dinner was finally over. Sheenan almost consciously began to tidy up the dishes and chopsticks, put them back in their proper positions after washing them, and then turn off the broadcasting system in the living room. About an hour later, Lu Xia finally finished washing, changed into a bathrobe that Sheenan had prepared for her in advance, and walked out of the bathroom, and then said to Sheenan, "Okay, I have put some water for you, you go and wash it. By the way, which room do you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme in, have you chosen it?" Sheenan pointed to the small room he had chosen, but the expression on his face was a bit weird. He was really flattered, he really didn't expect that Lu Xia would even put a bath water for him. She shouldn't like own, right? So what is her performance at this time? After entering the bathroom, a confused Sheenan took off his clothes, then put one foot into the bathtub, and then suddenly all over his body, then hurriedly ran to the bathroom entrance, put his head out of the bathroom and shouted, "Lu Xia! Why is this bath water hot?" Lu Xia's voice didn't know in which room it came from. She said, "Is it too hot?" "No, I've tried the temperature." "Don't you like hot bathing? If you don't like it, just add some water." Sheenan was speechless, and shouted, I have already seen it. This is a natural gas and electric water heater, not solar energy. Then there is no electricity and no natural gas, how do you heat the water?" Lu Xia's voice was still calm, and said, "Oh, this little thing, you can wash it first, I will tell you after you wash it before you go to bed." Sheenan shouted, "Before going to bed?" Lu Xia said, "Yeah. Don't you sleep?" At this moment, Sheenan was made a little crazy by Lu Xia's calmness. He was a 31-year-old man, how could he be played between his palms by a little woman? He jumped into the bath with an aura, then washed himself fiercely, and finally put on his pajamas, rushed out of the bathroom, looking for Lu Xia's voice. "I found a large room and a medium-sized bedroom. There was no one in it." Sheenan went to the study, the kitchen, and the balcony again. There was no Lu Xia in it. Did he go out? As Sheenan thought, he returned to the small bedroom he was going to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme in, opened the door to take a look, and almost jumped up in shock. Because Lu Xia was sitting cross-legged on the bed, leaning on the window, reading the book with the last rays of the setting sun. Sheenan roared, "Didn't I tell you? I'm going to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme here tonight." Lu Xia raised her head innocently, and said, "I didn't let you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme here." Sheenan said, "Then what are you doing here now?" Lu Xia finally gave a faint smile before saying, "I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme here tonight too." Chapter 83. Sheenan is really angry. Although he was just a small security guard before the end of the world, he has been the lord of a city after the end of the world. There are thousands of people under him, and he has killed thousands of zombies. The aura should be enough to suppress any scene. But at this time, he was completely shocked by the chick on the bed. This shouldn't happen at all. So Sheenan strode into the room boldly, then closed the door back. He wanted to see what tricks this little girl was going to play. But when he got to the bedside, he woke up suddenly. Oh shit! What is this little girl wearing? At this time, Lu Xia was wearing a pure white short-sleeved t-shirt. The t-shirt is not fat, but a little tight, revealing Lu Xia's upper body curve undoubtedly. She was obviously wearing a bra inside, so the two round peaks on her chest were very symmetrical, and the t-shirt was held up fiercely. The sleek and lovely look, it is estimated that it must feel very good to the touch. She was sitting cross-legged on the bed at this time, slightly bent over. The young body made her lower abdomen without any thoughts, and the curved curve that slid from the chest to the waist was as if it had been accurately calculated by a mathematical formula, and it had reached the point of perfection. She wore only a pair of pants on her lower body. This small library is triangular in shape, small and compact, and can just cover her important parts, but her round buttocks are almost exposed because of the narrowness of the panties, and the smooth and delicate white flesh is almost exposed. Like shining. Her legs are crossed together, and her height of 1.7 meters has already given her two sexy and slender legs. At this time, the angle formed by the naked intersecting of the beautiful legs matches her body, and the level of temptation has been so beautiful. Indescribable. Sheenan is stupid. He grew his mouth and didn't say anything for a long time, until Lu Xia noticed his abnormality and looked up at him. Only Lu Xia finally broke the silence in the room. Why are you still wearing pajamas? Is it uncomfortable to sleep? I just found a pair of boxers and a vest. Go out and put on them. It's getting dark. When we come back, we lie down and talk. Sheenan didn't know how he got out of the room. He admitted that he was really seduced by this well-developed underage girl. But he couldn't understand, why is all this? Does the little girl want to get rid of the identity of a virgin before she is a child? Didn't it say that for a while? This was very popular among young people? At that time, Sheenan seemed to have seen similar reports on the internet. Or she was actually a girl with passion in her heart, waiting for a man to appear for her to be pleased. But why is it yourself? Or is she going to listen to her grandfather's words and be a kid for herself? But she doesn't seem to have such a good temper to be slaughtered. Isn't it because you fell in love with yourself? Thinking of this, Sheenan raised his hand, pulled his own face vigorously, and said to himself, I haven't fallen asleep yet. Don't dream. Slowly changing the four-legged underwear and the small vest, Sheenan walked to the bedroom with a nervous mood. When he touched the door, Sheenan was still thinking, if this little girl had to spoil herself tonight, what can we do about it? In hesitation, the door opened, and Lu Xia was already lying down with a thin sheet covering her body. Although it covered half of her body, it made her even more attractive. Sheenan cautiously walked to the bed and lay down slowly. After taking a deep breath, Sheenan-sai said, let's talk about it. Let's talk about anything you want to say. Lu Xia looked at Sheenan and suddenly felt like laughing. In fact, she had been observing Sheenan's every move. She didn't expect Sheenan to be so nervous. After slightly tidying up the bangs on her head, she said, okay, old man, don't be nervous. Her voice is very gentle and very magnetic, and the tone of her speech is not at all like an underage girl. At least compare her with Lan Yu, she feels much more mature than Lan Yu. Lu Xia continued, let's talk about why I wore so little clothes today and came to sleep with you. Don't get me wrong, what I like about you. There is a reason why I came here. First, I believe in you. Sometimes trust is just a feeling. In fact, even though we just met today, the feeling you give me is just a simple man. So I trust you. In the supermarket you also said that even if I kneel down and beg you to please me, you won't look at me. Although you did look at me a lot today, I still believe you won't touch me, right? Second, my grandpa believes you. My grandfather lived his whole life and has seen many things. Since he also thinks you are a good person, then you should be. Third, the reason why I wear so little is just to sleep comfortably. You are now an old man about 30 years old, and I am still a minor girl, which means I am still a child. So based on the above 2 points, you are already a good person, so you won't come to bully a child like me, right? Fourth, I have seen your attitude towards people, and I think it has proven your character again. Although it may be pretend, according to my judgment, the pretense should be small and you are so hypocritical. If someone pretends, they will pretend to the end. Fifth, I am afraid of the dark. I am a little girl after all. Although I also think I am very mature, I am still a minor. So I am afraid of the dark, especially now that there are zombies downstairs. I can be brave, but I am still scared. Sixth, I actually have the ability to protect myself, in case you want to do to me. I am not easy to provoke. The seventh and most important reason is that I want to talk to you, but I want to lie down in bed earlier, because these days are really tired, and I have been hiding in the mountains before, and I haven't lived so comfortable for a long time. The bed. Based on the above reasons, do you understand? Sheenan listened carefully, and laughed after a long time. This girl is really smart, bold, and mature. Sheenan felt that she could find a lot of praise words to praise her. But Sheenan didn't say these words in the end, because if he did, it would be too tacky, and it seemed that he was too naive. So Sheenan said softly, "You dress like this, and your body is so well developed, so of course, as a normal man, I will respond to you. But like I said, even if I no matter how you react to you, I will never touch you, even if you kneel down and beg me. I swear." Night had arrived, and the room was very dark. Lucia squinted her eyes and looked at Sheenan lying beside her, thinking in her heart, if I kneel down and beg him at this time, would he really do anything to me? Thinking of this, Lucia blushed and said nothing. But I thought in my heart, don't get misunderstood by the gods and Buddhas passing by, I'm just curious, but I don't like this man at all, and I even hate him a little bit. I just want to make fun of him. Sheenan continued, okay, I don't need to talk about these things anymore. Although you are young, you are not in contact with less than me. Young people have a strong ability to accept new things. So I don't think you are. The child looked. Tell me, how do you cook the food and how do you heat the bath water? Compared to you, I am more interested in the answers to these two questions. When Lucia heard what Sheenan said, she curled her lips, and then said, I'll ask you a question first. I found you, the great monk named Vidra, and Wu Yen, the three of you are killing zombies. At that time, the power and speed have far surpassed normal people. Don't say no, I saw you flying directly from the first floor in the supermarket for several meters, breaking the roof and jumping to the second floor of the supermarket. This is definitely not what a normal person can do. Do it. Tell me, why is this? Sheenan thought for a while and decided to tell her something, because he felt that there should be some secrets hidden in this little girl. Thinking of this, Sheenan said, because we all have special abilities. As for how we got this special ability, I won't tell you. Unless you also tell me some of your secrets. Lucia said, I knew it. It doesn't hurt to tell you, I also have special abilities. Although Sheenan had guessed that things should look like this, he was surprised and asked, what special abilities do you have? In the darkness, Lucia blushed. Sheenan was a little strange, and asked, what's wrong, isn't it convenient to tell? Lucia said in distress, no, it's just that my special ability is a bit strange, and it doesn't seem to be very useful. At this moment, Sheenan was even more curious. He really wanted to know what exactly was Lucia's special ability? Is it someone with supernatural powers like himself and Qin Shaoyan, or an upgraded person like Vidra and Wu Yen? In a room diagonally opposite Lucia and Sheenan, Wang Hui lives in it with her 3 students. At this moment, Chao Liang was sitting on Han Shue's bed and said softly to her, Han Shue, I just saw Lin Jie enter teacher Wang's room. Han Shue looked at him coldly and said, I told you, don't worry about teacher Wang, she is our lifesaver, and without her protection, we would have died long ago. Chao Liang lowered his head in embarrassment, and then raised his head again and said, Han Shue, let me sleep with you today. You see, you took a bath, although it's not hot water, but the amount of water is plenty. Han Shue snorted coldly, and then said, I said that we have broken up and want to sleep with me and get something to change. Even though I took a bath, you didn't provide it for me. So wait until I think about the exchange next time. Conditions, let's talk about it, now you go out, I'm going to sleep. Chao Liang walked out of Han Shue's room somewhat lonely, and then closed the door. He wanted to go directly to his own bedroom, but curiosity made him walk slowly to Wang Hui's door, put his ear on the door, and listen inside. Lin Jie, please. Let me go, it won't work there. Teacher, are you excited? There are 2 of your students next door. Are you afraid of being heard by them? Ha! Hurry up and call out. Ah! Don't Lin Jie, I can't be discovered, otherwise how am I going to be a human being? Just let me go. Chao Liang, who was listening in front of the door, had a reaction from his lower body. He couldn't control his own desires, so he secretly put his hands into his pants. He did not notice that in the darkness, a figure in the corner stood there without knowing when, staring at him, still watching every movement of him. Lu Xia's face was still slightly flushed, and after thinking about it, she said, "My ability is really useless. If I say it, you can't laugh at me." Qinan nodded, he couldn't wait to know the answer. After receiving Qinan's promise, Lu Xia suddenly sat up from the bed and said to Qinan, "Don't scare you." After listening to Lu Xia's words, Qinan sat up cautiously, and then leaned his body against the head of the bed. Lu Xia stretched out her own hand, and said, "My first ability is fire." As soon as her voice fell, a blue-yellow flame appeared on the slender and beautiful palms. The flames were like growing on her hands, without sparks falling or burning wantonly, just within an inch of her hand. Inside, burning tepidly. Qinan was shocked when he saw it. Compared with own ability, it seems that Lu Xia is a real ability that can control fire. Qinan hurriedly said, "What can you do with this fire?" Lu Xia blushed and said, "Cooking, barbecue or something." Qinan's face was green, and Lu Xia's ostentatious power was used to do such a thing. Lu Xia whispered again, "It's not that I don't want to use it for other things, but it's really useless at the moment, it can burn in my hands." Qinan said helplessly, "Well, do you have any other abilities?" Lu Xia's face turned redder, and then raised her other hand. After a while, that hand suddenly became redder and redder, and finally it was like a charcoal fire, flashing red light. Qinan couldn't believe his own eyes, and was surprised for a while before asking, "What is your ability?" Lu Xia reluctantly said, "Are you stupid? It's high temperature. Didn't you see it is hot red? I usually use it to boil water, and then I can also make barbecue. The meat is still very good. To eat, when my grandfather and I were in the mountains, I roasted him a pheasant. But it was secretly roasted. He didn't know about my powers, and I didn't tell anyone that you are the number one. One who knows." The boss who opened Qinan's mouth didn't know what to say. Lu Xia waved her hands, and the red heat and burning flames on her hands disappeared, but her two tender and slender hands were not affected in any way. After doing all this, Lu Xia looked at Qinan, and then asked with interest, "Okay, it's time for you to tell me what your power is." Qinan reacted from the shock, looked at Lu Xia with a look of expectation, and thought for a while, "One of my abilities is muscle power, and the other is violent state. I am not too clear at the moment, but I feel that it should be this." 2. Lu Xia's eyes were sharp, and she finally had the temperament of a little girl. "You mean rage? Will you transform after rage? Or become beast gorilla or be on fire?" Qinan was a little speechless when asked by Lu Xia, and shook his head. "No, it's just that there will be inexhaustible power, and it seems that the more power is consumed, the stronger the next attack will be, so I gave it a name, called Violent State." Lu Xia nodded thoughtfully. Qinan looked at Lu Xia and suddenly asked, "Are there any symbols on your palm?" Lu Xia was taken aback, and then raised the hand that had just burned in surprise. Qinan looked at her palm, and there really was a strange symbol there, which was different from that of himself and Qin Xiaoyan. Qinan was astonished for a while, then became excited, and then asked Lu Xia, "Have you ever encountered, for example, something like a sword?" Lu Xia's eyes widened, and she asked Qinan in surprise, "Have you encountered it?" Qinan nodded vigorously, and then briefly talked about the process of encountering Dajian, and then hurriedly asked Lu Xia, "When did you meet him? Tell me quickly." Lu Xia said, "I was not as early as you met. I met at the beginning of July, just over a month. My grandfather and I have been living in the Jiulong Mountains for more than half a year. But just over a month ago, we met a neighbor in the mountains. He told us that we had met my parents in the vicinity of Jianhai City. So we thought about going down the mountain to see if we could find them. We had been on the road that night, and when we arrived late, Grandpa got tired. I thought that if we continued to walk, we would soon reach the bottom of the mountain, and there must be a lot of zombies under the mountain, so we found a place to rest. But when I was half asleep, when I heard a woman's wailing, I felt terrible, but at the same time I was very curious. So I took the knife, looked around, and finally found the place where the sound was made, and there was indeed a woman crying extremely miserably. She just walked and cried like that. I was curious, and followed her behind. But when she was walking, she heard a puff, and she fell into a cave. I hurried over to look at it and found that the entrance of the cave is not too big, but there are weeds around the entrance of the cave. It is difficult to find even in the daytime. I just wondered if I should go down and see the life and death of that woman. But it was too dark at the time, and I was very scared, so I hesitated and stayed at the entrance of the cave for a long time, but the woman below was silent all the time. I wonder if she fell to death. But at this moment, an exclamation came from the entrance of the cave. It was the woman. I was very nervous at the time, and wanted to lie phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the entrance of the cave and listen carefully to how far away the woman's voice came from, so that I could judge the depth of the cave. But what I didn't expect was that a stone under my feet slipped, and it made me fall directly into the cave. It hurts to hit me. It takes a long time to stand up. After I stood up, the cave was pitch black. I looked around and suddenly found a purple red light twinkling. I didn't know what it was, but the light always made me feel more at ease. So in the darkness, I walked to the shining place, trying to pick up the beam of light from the ground. I thought there must be someone else in this cave, and knocked the woman out. In order to protect myself, I hurriedly wanted to pull the sword that glowed with purple red light from the ground. But when I held the hilt in my hand, the sword seemed to be alive, it bit my hand tightly, and finally I passed out. When I woke up, it was already dawn, and sunlight came in from outside the cave. I looked around and the inside of the cave was like a small square room. Chinan nodded slightly when Lu Xia talked about this. It seemed that her experience should be similar to her own. At the beginning, I was in the community and Qin Shaoyan was fainted after being drilled into the body by the two swords. After waking up, the thing that looked like a space-flying object with the two swords had also disappeared, only leaving a hole in the ground. Suddenly, Xinan thought that since he and Lu Shaoyan encountered two swords, then Lu Xia should also have encountered two in the cave. One of them must have penetrated into the body of the woman before, while the other one was acquired by Lu Xia. I just don't know who that woman is? Jiulong Mountain? Chinan's heart trembled suddenly and asked, "Did you find that cave in the section of Jiulong Mountain?" Lu Xia shook her head, and then said, "The Jiulong Mountains are so long and so big, how do I know which section it is? But when I woke up from the cave that day, I went to see the grandfather. We went straight down the mountain and then down the mountain. Not long after we left, we found that a material team appeared. They said it was Qincheng's material team and invited us to the city as guests. It seemed that those few people seemed to be good. But my grandfather and I planned to go to Jianghai City to find me mom and dad. They politely declined them. Then we walked for a few days, got a car, drove for a few days, and ran into Lu Dongfeng's team, and we walked halfway with them. I met you in the end. In the past month, we have circled around Hanghai City, because there are so many zombies here, and they are all on the key road, we can't make it at all. If it weren't for this, at this time, I am afraid I have already arrived in Jianghai City." Xinan almost stood up when she heard what Lu Xia said. She hurriedly asked, "The woman you met in the cave, can you see what she looks like?" Lu Xia shook her head and said, "It's too dark. I always see her back. She looks good, with long hair. She wears a pair of tight leather pants underneath, and she wears a small vest. Because Haitian can't confirm the specific color, it's always a dark color." Xinan finally took a long sigh of relief. That woman must be Li Na who ran out of Qincheng. Regardless of the time, place, and the situation at the time, you can get it right. No wonder so many people went to Li Na and didn't find her. It turned out that she fell into the cave. But where did she go when she woke up? Also, did she get a sword into her body just like Lu Xia, and finally possess supernatural powers? If that is the case, maybe even if she is alone, she should have the ability to protect herself, right? Xinan was really happy, at least he knew the possibility that Li Na could continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals liblib/phoneme. Lu Xia did not raise the question in her mind, after all, she is not interested in understanding other people's emotional life. Seeing Xinan not speaking, Lu Xia couldn't help but said, I'm asking you, do you have any other abilities? Qinan was sighing in his heart. When asked by Lu Xia, he was taken aback for a moment, and then his face turned red. Lu Xia seemed to grasp the crux of the problem, and said, do you have it? Isn't your third ability also embarrassing for you to use in front of others? Qinan looked at Lu Xia and nodded, and secretly said in his heart, don't talk about using it, I am embarrassed to tell you. My ability is to sleep with you, and it may turn your ability into mine. If you say this kind of thing, you will probably be beaten to death, right? Chapter 85. Lu Xia looked at Qinan and nodded, and asked, then what is your power? Qinan said, then what about you, what is your power? Lu Xia looked at Qinan, did not speak, and then smiled for a while. I know. Your remaining power must be very funny or useless, so you dare not say it. Qinan laughed and said, people always have to be a little secret. Besides, I'm not familiar with you again, so of course I can't be honest with you. If you show your heart to me, I will definitely meet you bare-armed, without hiding. After saying this, Qinan secretly said in his heart that I could actually say such implicit words. Lu Xia glared at Qinan, and then said, rogue. Glib tongue. The old man is really not a good thing. You seem to be honest at first, but I didn't expect to take advantage of me if I didn't pay attention. Want me to be honest with you? Mind, you have to have the material. I am a genuine D-class chest, can you take it? If the nose bleeds madly at that time, and you die from excessive blood loss, this miss is not responsible. Here we go again. How on earth was this chick raised? Not only is the figure not like a minor, but what he says is extremely hot, making Qinan really speechless. Suddenly Lu Xia stood up from the bed, her beautiful legs completely exposed to Qinan's side, making Qinan's heart beat faster. She walked over, sat her plump buttocks on the windowsill, then opened the window and looked down. Under the moonlight, the whole building was surrounded by heads. The zombies were not quiet, and roars kept coming. It seems that they are holding a happy dance party. She watched that for a while, and then said faintly, after I got the supernatural power, I have been very scared. I have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme some science fiction novels before. I don't know if I am upgraded or not. I don't know if I will become what's more terrifying than zombies. The feeling of suffering and loss is really irritating. It's good now, since I have the same kind, there is nothing terrifying even if I become a zombie. When Qinan heard what Lu Xia said, not only did he feel a little funny, did he become her kind? Lu Xia turned her head at the window and asked like Qinan, do Vajra and Wu Yan also have special abilities? In fact, my grandfather has long discovered that Wu Yan is wrong. He specifically asked me to stay away from Wu Yan and said Wu Yan. It's dangerous. I didn't know what the grandfather meant before, but now I want to come. I am afraid that Wu Yan also has supernatural powers, and was accidentally discovered by the grandfather? But the irony is that the grandfather would never think of it, he owns it. Granddaughter is also a monster. Qinan decided not to conceal the identities of Vajra and Wu Yan, so he said, they are different from us. We are regarded as superpowers, and they are upgraded. Lu Xia was taken aback and asked curiously, what is an upgraded? Qinan explained the results of Vajra's father's research to Lu Xia. Lu Xia was stunned, and she said after a long time, you mean, Vajra and Wu Yan like to eat human flesh? Qinan nodded, and then said, Wu Yan, I don't know, Vajra shouldn't eat human flesh anyway. They are only interested in living human cells because they contain T-virus-derived TC viruses in their bodies. Cannibalism is an instinctive reaction from the body, but they can be controlled. If they are not well controlled, they will become a cannibal devil. If they can be controlled well, they will be no different from ordinary people. Lu Xia stood up suddenly, then jumped off the bed, shocking Qinan. Qinan asked puzzledly, what are you doing? Lu Xia anxiously found a pair of pajamas with white background and black spots on her leg in the closet, and then angrily said to Qinan, you know Wu Yan might eat people, and let my grandfather be alone with her. Together? Qinan smiled helplessly. In fact, the reason why he chose to let Lu Yuanchao and Wu Yan sleep in the same room was to test Wu Yan, but he was always distracted and monitored the movement in Wu Yan's room. Looking at Lu Xia, who was extremely anxious, Qinan said, I advise you not to go there now. Lu Xia ran to Qinan's side, then stretched out her hand to pull Qinan off the bed, and said to him, "Hurry up. Take your unlocking tool and go and open their door for me." Qinan frowned and said, "Don't you just knock on the door and it's over?" Lu Xia anxiously stomped her feet and exclaimed, "How can it be done? If the woman wants to eat my grandfather, why would she open the door for me?" Qinan said depressedly, "She may indeed want to eat your grandfather, but it doesn't mean that your grandfather doesn't want to be eaten by her." After saying this, he was pushed and kicked out of the room by Lu Xia, picked up his own unlocking tool, and walked with Lu Xia to the house of the old man Lu Yuanchao and Wu Yan. Lu Yuanchao was lying on the bed with his head sweating profusely, breathing a little shortly. Wu Yan is standing opposite him. In fact, Wu Yan is a very beautiful woman, but the years have left a trace on her body. She has a fleshy but not too big belly, and there is a scar on her belly, which is a mark left by birth. At this time, she only wore a chest wrapper on her upper body, and only a pair of shorts that could not be worn on her lower body. Her skin is white and smooth, which is the result of her years of exercise before the end. Wu Yan is about 1.6 meters tall and has no sexy long legs, but her whole body is well proportioned. She touched On's belly and said to Lu Yuanchao on the bed, "If my son is alive, he will be 15 years old this year." When the T-virus just broke out, he became a zombie, chasing me and Lu Dongfeng in the room. Run, and then we locked him in the bedroom. We finally abandoned him. I don't know if the zombie he turned into is still alive now. I hope he can still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme. If there is a deva that is eaten by the zombies, then he can also be regarded as a continuation of me, continuing to prove that I once existed in this world. Wu Yan's tone was a little sad, and she paused, with a charming smile on her face. She walked back and forth in front of the bed and turned around a few times before she climbed into the bed, separated her legs, and sat on Lu Yuanchao's belly. "Superior." Lu Yuanchao's tone trembled and said to Wu Yan, "I said, Miss Wu, you are a man with a husband. And I'm an old man, why are you doing this to me?" Wu Yan's face was flushed. She gently raised her hand, wiped it on Lu Yuanchao's face, and then said, "I found that your skin is actually quite good. Although there are wrinkles, the wrinkles are not empty. There are fresh muscles. Besides, you are not talking about it, the more active and young you are now, look at your teeth." As Wu Yan said, she pulled Lu Yuanchao's lips with her hand, and then said, "These teeth are so neat and white. Are you really 73 years old? Why don't I believe it?" Lu Yuanchao tremblingly said, "I lost several teeth before. But after the T-virus broke out, they slowly came out again. I don't know what's going on." Wu Yan nodded, and then said, "Actually I believe your conjectures, because in the first half of the year after the T-virus broke out, we have been fleeing with our neighbors nearby. Some of them were sick before the end of the world. Old people, but it's good in the end times. Their so-called incurable diseases are slowly getting better, and those old age diseases that have been delayed for many years are not recurring, but they should be affected by what? And you, although heavenly horse is empty, it's not unreasonable. By the way, you said that little brother, who has been dead for many years, has a tendency to raise its head recently. Is it true? I just turned in front of you. After so many laps, have you been tempted?" After Wu Yan finished speaking, she put her hand behind On and pressed Lu Yuanchao's thigh. Then he moved slowly, finally grasping the male characteristics between his legs. Lu Yuanchao let out a depressed roar. I yelled in my heart, "No guarantee for the evening festival. My heart disease has high blood pressure. Come back soon. If you are here, I will go west to cultivate Zhengwood directly after being touched by this woman." There was an expression of disbelief on Wu Yan's face. She looked at Lu Yuanchao for a long time before she retracted her hand and said, "I didn't expect what you said was true. Not only did you react, but the reaction was so strong, which is really good." She slowly climbed onto Lu Yuanchao's body with a smile, then put her face on Lu Yuanchao's face, and said leisurely, "Old gangster, you don't have to be afraid of me, I'm not a pervert, and I won't do anything to you. It's just you. My personality and the way I talk to you are very similar to my first love back then. That's why I like to be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to you." Lu Yuanchao felt the woman in his body, and his heart was agitated. He hadn't been so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to a woman for many years. Although he is a 73-year-old man, he is also a man with a healthy mind, no matter how old he is now. Wu Yan lay quietly on Lu Yuanchao's body and continued to speak. My first love is as humorous, wise and imaginative as you. We have been in love for 2 years. We were originally going to get married, but when we went out for a date at night, I met robbers, who had robbed the money and wanted to rob me. He fought with 6 robbers to protect me, but he was stabbed 17 times, and he died before the hospital had time. Lost. I think if I marry him, I should be very happy. Unfortunately, he died, and then I married Lu Dongfeng. Lu Dongfeng is rich, the company's big boss, and it's not bad for me, but it's actually good for every woman. Lu Yuanchao calmed down slowly, sighed slightly, and said to Wu Yan, Miss Wu, think about the good things, at least you are still alive right now? He originally wanted to comfort Wu Yan a few words, but he didn't expect Wu Yan to raise her head suddenly, then smiled at Lu Yuanchao, and said, Why do you call me Miss Wu? I feel so itchy in my heart. After speaking, she kissed Lu Yuanchao's cheek forcefully. At this moment, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Lu Xia stood nervously in front of the door, shouting, Old hooligan, you are all right. Halfway through her words, she stopped dumbly, and the sight in front of her stunned her. I saw Wu Yan wearing very little clothes. She was riding on Grandpa's body at this time, and her body was all pressed on the body of Grandpa, and their heads were so tightly attached. What are they doing? Kiss? Lu Xia's face turned from pale to black, and then turned to an angry red. Xinan followed behind her, wanting to laugh but feeling out of place, so she could only secretly give Lu Yuanchao a thumbs up. Old and strong, the mighty is still there. Chapter 86. Xinan lit a cigarette in the living room, which was discovered during the previous room cleaning. Wu Yan was sitting on the sofa opposite him. At this time, she put on her pajamas. After Xinan lit a cigarette, she also took one out of the cigarette case, put it in her mouth, and lit it with fire. The two of them just sat in silence, and no one spoke. In the bedroom, Lu Xia's roar was heard. You old gangster! You're not serious! What do you want to do? Do you want to find such a woman to be my grandma? Are you ashamed? Are you worthy of my grandma? Are you worthy of my grandma? Are you worthy of my parents? Are you worthy of me? Lu Xia seemed to be really angry, and she spoke with vibrato. Lu Yuanchao seemed to want to lower his voice, but because his tone was rebuttal, the volume he thought was very small could also make Xinan and Wu Yan in the living room hear clearly. I said it. We didn't do anything, and it was not my initiative. It was her. She kissed me first. Lu Xia's voice rose higher, and she shouted, What? You old man! She kissed you? Lu Yuanchao yelled a few times, and then he started crying. Xinan glanced at Wu Yan with a headache, and finally said, What do you want to do? Wu Yan took a breath and said, Look for emotional comfort. You know, my husband doesn't care about me now. He has been with his former junior Wang Yunji. His conscience didn't let him treat me in the last days. Give up, but his heart has been given to others and betrayed me and betrayed his children. I don't want to blame him too much. Marriage is that way, and now it's the end of the world, what can I do? Wu Yan's tone is very free and easy. Xinan thought of Li Ying and smiled. Yes, people who may have experienced marriage failures will look at everything that happens in life in a very ordinary way. Passion, along with the past love, went to the underworld together. After thinking for a while, Xinan asked, Looking for comfort? Why do you want to find Lu Yuanchao? Wu Yan smiled slightly, and then looked at Xinan playfully, before saying, These men beside me betray my husband Lu Dongfeng. Zhao Liang, a scumbag man who wants to have sex with his first love girlfriend all day long, lives with him every day. Lin Jia, who has a peculiar female teacher playing the game of punishment and threats, and the same-sex lovers Li Kai and Zhang Yunlong. Now with the addition of the black, fat, silly and ruthless monk Vajra, there is no other woman silly boy Wu in the eyes. God, and you who seem to be unpredictable but simple and honest will not please girls. I really can't find anyone interested in me from among you. The old gangster is a bit interesting. I naturally stick to him. Xinan heard the black lines all over his face, but he didn't expect that her group of people would be criticized by her as worthless. What surprised Qinan even more was that Wu Yan knew everyone's situation so well. Wu Yan took another cigarette and then said, "I'm surprised, isn't it? Actually, this is nothing. This is one of the reasons why I like Old Man Lu. We belong to the same kind of people, we are very wise, and we all like to explore other people's secrets." Qinan nodded. Indeed, Wu Yan and Lu Yuanchao are really the same people. Wu Yan looked at Qinan and suddenly asked, "Actually, although I am interested in some secrets, there is no answer. When we were on the run half a year ago, I was bitten by a zombie, but no one knew. I thought I would become a zombie, but in the end I didn't. 2 months after being bitten, my body has undergone some changes. I have become more powerful and able to repair my wounds." After she finished speaking, she scalded her white arm with her cigarette butt. After ironing, when she removed the cigarette butt, her arm quickly recovered as before, still white as jade. Wu Yan said, "I have never dared to tell others, because this is too abnormal, until I met you today. To me, you are no different from others, but Vajra is different. I think he is my kind. Can you tell me what's going on?" Qinan smiled slightly, and then asked Wu Yan, "Do you really like the smell of humans? You think we have a charming meaty smell, and this kind of smell will make your appetite open?" Wu Yan was taken aback, then nodded and said, "Yes. But when I was standing with Vajra, I didn't feel that way. It's amazing, and that Wang Hui by her side, neither did I. Will feel this way." Qinan was shocked. Is that female teacher Wang Hui also upgraded? When did all the upgraded people appear in groups? He hurriedly focused and listened to Wang Hui's room. There seemed to be nothing unusual in the room. There was a faint and even breathing sound, which seemed to be asleep. It should be Han Shui, right? There was another person who was tossing in bed and couldn't sleep. The male sighs he occasionally uttered. Should it be Chao Liang? The other two are engaged in fierce interaction between men and women. They will speak all kinds of evil words. Wang Hui has always been passive, while Lin Jie is giving orders like Wang Hui's master, but in Wang Hui Qinan could hear a hint of joy in her voice. He felt that the relationship between the two of them might not be as simple as he thought. Distracting his attention, Qinan is not eavesdropping. After all, eavesdropping on other people's interactions on the bed makes him very uneasy. Since there is no danger for the time being, then he will ignore them first. Qinan continued to look at Wu Yan, and then said, "Then if I ask you if you have eaten anyone, you will definitely tell me that you haven't?" Wu Yan was taken aback for a moment, and sighed, "Of course not, but I have always had this desire. But you know, cannibalism requires a lot of determination even if it is temptation. I have not been able to make this determination. There were several chances that there were dead people in front of me. I wanted to experiment with the taste of dead people first, but in the end I managed to control it because I felt that once I took the first step, I might never stop. When it comes down, I will become a monster. I don't want to be like that, I just want to simply be a woman who mixes with life in the last days." Qinan nodded, and then explained Vajra's father's research to Wu Yan again. Wu Yan listened very carefully, and said thoughtfully after listening, "So, what you mean is that as long as I don't eat human flesh, then I will still be considered a normal person, and I have a special power. Is it capable?" Qinan nodded, thought about it, and said, "If you are willing to follow me in the future, I can supervise your behavior. After all, human flesh is for you, but it is tempting you all the time. You are willing to accept my supervision, and follow me. Is Vajra together?" Qinan's idea is actually very simple. If these powerful upgraded people are left alone, who knows what they will become one day. If they are placed next to the owner, he will not only have a boost, but also try to avoid them from leaving. On the road of cannibalism. Wu Yan thought for a while, then nodded, and said, "Okay, I am willing to accept your supervision. Anyway, now that Lu Dongfeng has Wang Yunji, I am really angry when I look at them. I wanted to go several times and Wang Yunji was alive. But in the end my conscience told me that I shouldn't do this, so I endured it." Qinan nodded, thinking that Wu Yan was actually a good person. After thinking about it, Qinan asked again, "Tell me what happened to Wang Hui." Wu Yan said, that woman has a weird temper. I don't have much contact with her, and I can't confirm whether she is an upgraded person. She and her male students, I have discovered a few times of their secret behavior. I thought it was King Hui was persecuted, but then I slowly discovered that she didn't seem to be persecuted, but willingly, and it could even be said that she led Lin Jie to threaten her. In short, that woman is a bit perverted, and she should be special like it. I like role-playing or being forced. I don't match her, I don't like her. Xinan listened for a while, and his human nature was indeed complicated. He suddenly felt the need to learn more about this group of people. Looking at Wu Yan seemed to understand what he meant, and continued to speak. Lu Dongfeng and Wang Yunji are nothing. I know them all. As for Li Kai and Zhang Yunlong, they are even simpler. The only thing that makes people unacceptable is theirs. Relationship. Before the end of the world, the two were both employees of Lu Dongfeng's company, which is why Lu Dongfeng was able to be the captain. The other two students of Wang Hui, Han Shui and Xiao Liang, are nothing special. Han Shui is a realist. The little girl of the author likes to measure problems by profit, while Xiao Liang is a wretched man. I have seen him secretly hit planes several times. Do you know what it means to hit planes? Xinan didn't speak, with blue veins bulging on his forehead, and slowly nodded. Wu Yan smiled, and then said, there is a problem that really needs attention. She had already smoked her cigarette, and lit another one before continuing. I think the person named Lu Meng is our savior, but we still have to be careful of him, he may have lied. Xinan was taken aback, and asked, what lie did he tell? Wu Yan said, he told us before that these people moved out when the T-virus broke out, so naturally the door should have been locked at that time. He couldn't open the lock, so he couldn't get in. But in the afternoon you removed those people. When the security door was opened, I was the first to enter in several rooms. I found that there was dust everywhere, but there were shallow traces on the dust, which seemed to be footprints. Think about it, if it is these doors were kept locked when the T-virus broke out, and no one has ever entered, so how come there are footprints? Xinan asked suspiciously, why didn't I find out? Wu Yan smiled and said, you are the last one to enter the room. Before you go in, we all check the rooms to find something to eat. Even if there are footprints in the room, it was destroyed by a group of us. Xinan was a little thoughtful, surprised by Wu Yan's observation ability, and finally more convinced that this woman and the old man were really a natural pair. Wu Yan pressed the smoke on the palm of her hand to extinguish it. Her action was very cool, and her way of extinguishing the smoke made Xinan envied. Simple and rude, it was so cool. Her scalded hand returned to normal after a while without leaving any scars. Wu Yan said, don't worry too much, I'm just guessing, maybe there are other reasons, but in these last days, we should be careful about everything, right? Xinan nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lu Xia walked out of the bedroom with a very bad face, staring at Wu Yan with her eyes, but Wu Yan was still very calm, not looking at her, but looking at Xinan. Xinan looked at Lu Xia and said, I want to go back to sleep, how about you? Lu Xia coldly glanced at Xinan, then turned her gaze back to Wu Yan and said, I have already said with the old gangster that he will lock the room at night and won't open the door for you. You'd better go to other places too. Find a place to sleep in your bedroom. Xinan was taken aback for a moment, and Wu Yan was also a little surprised. I thought you would take him away? Lu Xia snorted coldly, and then said, although I like to call him an old hooligan, I admire his ability to see people. He said that although you have done a little too much, you are not a bad person. If we leave like this, maybe it will make you feel very disappointed. So the old gangster chose to continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here, but he also promised that I won't happen to you just now. Also, since you are an upgraded, I hope you can also consciously leave my grandfather stay away. If you hurt him, I will never let you go. After speaking, she turned and left. Xinan hurriedly followed. In the process of returning to his room, Xinan asked in a puzzled manner, if you are worried, how good is it to bring the old man back? The two had entered the room where they were staying. Lu Xia sighed and said, Grandpa said that he was actually very happy to talk to Wu Yan, and he has repeatedly assured that the woman has no bad thoughts and is really a good person. Believe his judgment, since he doesn't want to come back, I won't force him. Xinan smiled in his heart, it seems that this old man still can't give up the tender grass. However, the cow seems a bit too old, and the grass is not very tender anymore. When the two returned to the bed, Lu Xia directly took off the pajamas worn on her legs in front of Qin and was dizzy, and quickly ran into the bed and grabbed a position by the window. Lu Xia frowned and said, "Why did you sleep inside?" Qin said, "I watched the zombies at night. In case something happens to them, I can immediately find out that it is not." Lu Xia was in a bad mood because of Lu Yuanchao's affairs, so she was unwilling to talk to people. She lay directly on the outside of the bed, and then did not speak, but opened her eyes, looking at the ceiling in the dark room. The small piece of candle that was originally burning on the windowsill has already been extinguished at some point. The two lay quietly like this, neither of them was sleepy, but neither of them spoke. Qin thought about the things Wu Yan had told him before, and slowly pondered in his heart, and then remembered that Wu Yan said Lu Meng might have lied. He subconsciously focused his own attention and locked Lu Meng's residence. That room. Listening carefully, Qin was taken aback for a while. There seemed to be 5 people in Lu Meng's room. At this time, the breath of the two people is very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. They should be sleeping in the same room. Their breathing is not steady, they should not have fallen asleep, but they have not spoken. After listening for a while, no abnormality was found. Qin shifted his attention again, and then heard the voices of 3 people again. It was a man and 2 women. The man should be Lu Meng. He was breathing heavily, while the other 2 women were breathing equally heavy, with strange groans in their mouths, as well as rapid muscle cracking. Kept coming. Qin frowned, already understanding what they were doing. 1 man and 2 women? This is a very fragrant thing. Unexpectedly, Lu Meng, who seems to be honest, still has such a blessing. Listening to them like this, Qin felt that owner's body was very hot, and they would say some love words from time to time. Both women would call Lu Meng their husband, and Lu Meng's address to them was very violent and passionate. Stinky women, little bitches. Such vocabulary is already normal. After listening for 10 minutes, no abnormality was found. Qin finally gave up. He was too irritated. He was a normal man. At this time, he missed Qin Shayan extremely, wondering if Qin Shayan also thought of him. Far water does not quench the thirst of the near, and the moon near the water is not something he can contaminate. Qin suppressed himself a little depressed in this way, and fell asleep without knowing it. Today, after all, he has experienced a battle of life and death, and the tiredness hidden in his body, once it breaks out, it will make him irresistible. The moon was floating in the night sky, the bright moonlight shone on the ground, the crowded corpses became quiet, and they seemed to be enjoying the touch of the moonlight. At 2 midnight, Wu Yan got up and went to the bathroom. A few minutes later, she walked out of the bathroom and passed the living room, trying to return to her bedroom. But at this moment, a soft knock on the door suddenly sounded, causing Wu Yan to be taken aback. She walked carefully to the door, then slowly opened the door and looked out. With the faint moonlight, Wu Yan could see that there was no one in the corridor. Suspiciously, she searched carefully with her eyes, but no one was there. At this moment, she found that the door next door was open. It should be Wang Hui and her 3 students living in it? Why is the door open at so late? Curiosity made Wu Yan walk out of the room slowly, and then walked into that room. Once you enter the room, it is the living room, and there are several doors around the living room, which should be connected to the bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, etc. All the doors are closed, and only one is wide open. Wu Yan walked over slowly, making On's footsteps very light. When she approached the open door, a strong bloody breath came out of her, making her body unstable. It is the smell of human flesh and blood. Even if it has not been eaten, Wu Yan can recognize it. It smells really good. I want to eat. Wu Yan frowned. She knew her own idea was bad at this time, but she couldn't stop herself from moving forward. When he walked to the door of the room, he looked inside, and there was nothing dark inside. At this moment, another door suddenly opened, and Wang Hui walked out of it. Wu Yan was taken aback when she saw her, and Wang Hui also spotted Wu Yan, but the dim light in the room prevented Wang Hui from immediately recognizing who Wu Yan was. She had a loud voice and said, "What are you doing? Who are you?" Wu Yan hurriedly said nervously, "This is Wu Yan." Wang Hui. Are you still asleep? Wang Hui was taken aback for a moment, lowered her voice, her words were full of questions and horror, and said, "What are you doing in front of Chao Liang's door?" I know you are abnormal. I can't feel the human being in you. Breath. While talking, she walked up, pushed Wu Yan away, and then walked into the room, anxiously saying, "Chao Liang, how are you?" "I am Teacher Wang." "Get up." "Ah." Wang Hui let out an exclamation, because she got to the bed and the sight she saw had made her legs weak with fright. Wu Yan hurriedly walked into the room, reached Wang Hui's side, looked at the bed by the moonlight, and turned pale. At this time, Lin Jia and Han Shui were both awakened by Wang Hui's cry. They walked out of the room, wanting to see what happened to Wang Hui. At this moment, Wang Hui suddenly rushed out of Chao Liang's room, and then said to Lin Jia and Han Shui, "Don't come over, hurry up and wake everyone up." After she finished speaking, she stood in front of the door, blocking Wu Yan in the room with no blood on her face, and shouted at Wu Yan inside, "You perverted woman! I won't let you hurt my student again." Han Shui and Lin Jia outside were a little scared by Wang Hui. Lin Jia asked softly, "Teacher Wang, what's the matter?" Han Shui quickly ran out of the room and knocked on the door from door to door. She is a clever girl, and she is more convinced of Wang Hui, so she immediately followed Wang Hui's order. Wu Yan, who was blocked in the room, calmed down at this time. She looked at Wang Hui, who was blocking the door, sneered, and then said, "Why, do you want to blame me?" "Humph! You think too much." After speaking, she didn't move, and stood by the bed, waiting for everyone to arrive. After a while, Xinan, who was awakened by Han Shui's knock on the door, was the first to rush into Wang Hui's room. When he pushed away Wang Hui and walked in front of Wu Yan and looked towards the bed, his face there was no trace of pale blood. On the bed, Chao Liang was lying there naked, but he looked miserable at this time. The lip has been bitten down, the chest has been cut open, and the internal organs have all disappeared, and the male characteristics between the lower body and legs are gone. Judging from the wound, it should be torn off by the teeth. His eyes are still round, his mouth without lips is wide open, but in his mouth, his tongue is missing, and his mouth is full of blood. He died. Looking at this situation, it seems that it was eaten by someone. After a while, everyone came here, but when they saw Chao Liang's tragic situation, they all screamed in shock, and Wang Yunji fainted directly on the ground. Lu Dongfeng's legs trembled, and he walked over and took Qinan's arm and said, "Brother Qin, your work is good. I see, this matter is left to you. I'm so scared. What is this? Have zombies come in?" Qinan's eyes were fixed at Wu Yan next to him, while Wu Yan coldly looked at Wang Hui, who was trembling by the door. Vajra was the last one to arrive in the room. When he saw Lin Jia, who was dead on the bed, his eyes immediately opened up, then he leaped to Wu Yan's side, grabbed her chest with one hand and pushed her against the wall, shouting, "Upgraded. Did you eat him?" Wu Yan said calmly, "I am not the only upgraded person here. Why don't you say that you ate him? And that Wang Hui, she is also an upgraded person, don't believe you have heard about it in the past." After hearing this, Vajra was stunned for a moment, let go of Wu Yan and walked to Wang Hui's side, lifted her nose and sniffed her body, and sure enough, there was no fleshy smell of ordinary humans. Vajra looked at Qinan with a bit of astonishment, and Qinan's expression was very bad. He didn't know who killed Chao Liang. Lu Dongfeng suddenly said, "What is an upgraded?" Qinan glanced at him and felt it was necessary to let everyone know the truth. So, he took everyone away from Wang Hui's room. After all, people died there, leaving a shadow on everyone's heart. After returning to the house where he lived, everyone sat in a circle, and Qinan began to tell everyone about the generation and characteristics of the upgraded person. Finally, he said, "Vajra, Wu Yan, and Wang Hui are all upgraded people here." Everyone was surprised and inexplicable. After a long time, Wang Yunji, who had awakened from a coma and was hiding by Lu Dongfeng's side, suddenly trembled and pointed to Wu Yan. "It must be her. It must be her." Wu Yan glared at Wang Yunji, then said, "I want to eat people, you must eat first." Wang Yunji burst into tears and hid in Lu Dongfeng's arms. But Lu Dongfeng didn't dare to treat Wu Yan, but just comforted Wang Yunji. Wu Yan looked at Wang Hui again, and then said, "I think this bitch wants to frame me." After speaking, she recounted the own experience. After listening, everyone turned their eyes on Wang Hui, and Wang Hui had tears in her eyes at this time, and shouted at Wu Yan, "It's you!" The thief shouted to catch the thief. "When I came out of the bathroom, I saw it." "You just walked out of Chao Liang's room, isn't it you or who?" Wu Yan said angrily, "When I came in, Chao Liang's door was not closed at all. As I said, I only came in after seeing the door of your room open to see if something happened to you. You must have eaten Chao Liang, then knock on my door. You know that I am also a supernatural person and want to frame me." The two began to quarrel, not letting anyone else. Everyone else was far away from them, and no one dared to step forward to interrupt. At this moment, Qinan suddenly said, "Has anyone ever called Lu Meng's family?" Hearing his question, Wu Yan and Wang Hui fell silent. Han Shui whispered, "I didn't go because they don't belong to our team yet." Qinan stood up suddenly and said, "If such a big thing has happened, they must also come out to be with us. I'll go call." After speaking, he got up and left, secretly surprised, because he listened carefully and found that at this moment, Lu Meng's room contained only the breath of 4 people. That is to say, 1 less person. When Qinan reached Lu Meng's door as quickly as possible, he was just about to knock on the door, but he was stunned. He found that at the moment he was about to knock on the door, the breath of 5 people appeared in the room. How can this be? Did you just hear it wrong? Qinan hesitated, then raised his hand and knocked on Lu Meng's door. After a long time, Lu Meng's cautious voice finally came from the door. "Who? It's so late? Is there anyone?" Qinan said, "Brother Lu Meng, this is Qinan, you come out, something happened." When Lu Meng heard that it was Qinan, he slowly opened the door, and the room was dark, but Qinan could see that Lu Meng's sleepiness did not seem to be pretended. "Qin Dage, what's the matter? It's only 2 o'clock in the morning." Qinan said straightforwardly, "I'm sorry Lu Meng, I interrupted your rest, but a young man in our team was eaten. It doesn't seem to be the zombies, because we didn't find any traces of zombies." Lu Meng was taken aback for a moment, and then his face was pale and said, "What? Was eaten by someone? How could this be?" Qinan nodded and said, "So, in order to ensure that this kind of thing will never happen again in the future, I wonder if everyone in your room, including you, can come out and see us together. I think the murderer should be among us." Lu Meng was a little dissatisfied, and said, "Are you suspicious of me?" Qinan shook his head and said, "There are already 2 suspects at the crime scene. They are the most suspicious. But I think since we are all in this building now, for our common safety, we should face this together. The second incident, and you are the owner of this building, we can only be regarded as guests of the building at the moment. This kind of thing happened just the first night of our stay. You should help us no matter what you say, and give us some reasonable suggestions." Suggestion. Tell me if something similar happened before. Moreover, before it is proved who did this thing, everyone is suspected, including you and me, and the 4 women in your room. Qinan's tone became a little cold, and he decided to give Lu Meng some deterrent, otherwise he might not cooperate. Sure enough, Lu Meng widened his eyes and looked at Qinan coldly for a long time before saying, "How do you know there are 4 women in my room? I didn't seem to have said it." Qinan didn't explain, and turned around and said, "All right, Lu Meng, bring the 4 of them to come here in 10 minutes, or you will know what I am doing. If you let me rush into it, it won't be good. Quan, I hope you can forgive me for any offense." Lu Meng was very angry, but Qinan ignored him and went straight back to the room he lived in. In the room, everyone's atmosphere is very tense. On a sofa, Vidra was sitting in the middle, while Wang Hui and Wu Yan were sitting on phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme side of him. The two seemed to have just quarreled fiercely. At this time, they both flushed and stared at each other. Others, sitting far away from them, did not speak. After Qinan came back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Qinan had become their backbone. Because the so-called Captain Lu Donghua hid in fright early, just holding Wang Yunji, without saying a word, he knew that his own wife was an upgraded, he was full of fear in his heart. He was afraid that Wu Yan would eat him and Wang Yunji in revenge. After entering the room, Qinan directly sat on a free sofa without speaking, thinking about what Wu Yan and Wang Hui had just said in his heart. They have been together for some time. When they were outside before, there hadn't been any cannibalism like this. Now that they are trapped in this building, someone can't help it the first night? Is it Wu Yan? Or is it Wang Hui? Wang Hui said that before they went to bed, she locked the door properly. But Wu Yan said that the door was open. Since this is the case, Xinan felt that the door should be open, otherwise Wu Yan would not be able to enter the room silently. So Wang Hui lied? Or Wu Yan has the same ability to unlock locks as herself? Thinking of this, Xinan's mind was confused again. Forget it, first check if there are any upgraded ones among Lu Meng's people. After all, they are also suspicious. In the room, the atmosphere was still tense. Lu Yuanchao and Lu Xia sat together. Lu Xia was really scared at this time. Although Xinan said that upgraded people can eat people, she didn't see it with her own eyes and couldn't imagine that kind of terrible thing. But now, seeing Chao Liang's death with her own eyes made her body tremble slightly. She was really crazy to let Grandpa phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with Wu Yan. But Lu Yuanchao looked at Wu Yan with his eyes, thought about it in his heart, hesitated for a long time, and suddenly said, "I can prove that it wasn't Wu Yan." Everyone listened to him and looked at him together. Lu Yuanchao blushed and said with an old face, "I have insomnia tonight. I have not fallen asleep. When Wu Yan got up to go to the bathroom at night, I heard her voice. After a while, I heard the sound of the bathroom door. She came out from inside. After that, I did hear a slight knock on the door. After Wu Yan went out, I quietly took a look in the living room and found that she was gone. But a few minutes later, the little girl Han Shui ran over and said to me that something big happened and Wang Hui asked everyone to pass by. I saw that Chao Liang was dead. Because of this, I can prove that Wu Yan did not do it, because from the time she left the room to the time the case happened, it took only a few minutes, just a few minutes. Can she eat all the internal organs of the boy? After hearing what he said, everyone thought about it slightly, and then locked their eyes on Wang Hui at the same time. Wang Hui hurriedly waved her hand and said with tears in her eyes, "It's not me, how could I eat my students?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jie blushed and said, "I can prove that it was not made by Teacher Wang. Because we lived together yesterday." As soon as he finished speaking, those in the room who didn't know his relationship with Wang Hui were stunned. Lin Jie seemed to have made a lot of determination, and said, "Yesterday, Teacher Wang and I slept on the same bed, and we didn't fall asleep until a little later." In other words, Teacher Wang did not fall asleep until a little later. After she fell asleep, I was thinking about things in bed, until she got up and went to the bathroom. I couldn't stand it anymore, and then went to sleep, but it was already 2 o'clock and it was only a few minutes before the incident happened, so I can promise. Teacher Wang did not do it. After he finished speaking, Zhang Yunlong suddenly asked, "Why do you sleep with your teacher?" Lin Jie lowered his head, but did not speak. Zhang Yunlong said again, "You are trying to protect Wang Hui, are you making up?" Lin Jie's face flushed red, and raised his head to stare at Zhang Yunlong and roared, "I don't. Our teacher likes me. She has always protected us after the end of the world, and I also like the teacher, so we will be together." "Wu Yan obviously really doesn't like Wang Hui," she said, "I can testify to this. Someone has a special hobby. She phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often /phoneme pesters own students, and asks them to pretend to be ashamed of her. A woman with a compulsive addiction, even if she doesn't cannibalism, is not a good thing." Wang Hui stopped crying at this time. She was no longer in that weak manner, but instead laughed. Her performance is very puzzling. Suddenly, Wang Hui took out the sunshine group on the table, lit one, and took a breath before saying, "Ha! I admit. I have severe schizophrenia. Sometimes I am a young who is full of protective desires. Woman, sometimes I become a soft girl who likes to be abused. But what's wrong? I didn't affect anyone." Her sudden change made everyone totally unacceptable. Xinan was even more depressed. Unexpectedly, Wang Hui, who had always been like Lin little sister, turned into Mulan without warning. This split personality is too thorough, right? So since they all have witnesses to prove that they have no time to commit the crime, who will be the murderer? Isn't it an upgrader? Is it an ordinary person? After all, such things as split personality can happen to Own, so it is not impossible for a perverted murderer to appear. At this moment, Li Kai suddenly stretched out his hand tremblingly and pointed at Vidra. Since it's not these two women, could it be that Vidra did it? Vidra was sitting there with nothing to do, as if a dead person was nothing to him, and everyone's arguments had nothing to do with him. He just waited for the outcome of the case, whether it was Li Yan or Wang Hui. After Lin Jie, he would kill the upgraded cannibals according to his father's wishes. Unexpectedly, someone would doubt him. This made him too angry. He immediately glared at his huge black eyes and stared at Li Kai. What are you talking about? He was already fierce, and his temper was even more disgusting. Coupled with his status as an upgraded person, Li Kai almost didn't start crying by him at once, and he didn't expect that much. Entering Zhang Yunlong's arms, he yelled cowardly, "Yunlong, I am afraid." Zhang Yunlong immediately comforted him and said, "Don't be afraid of my baby, there is me." When everyone heard the conversation between the two of them, whether they knew their relationship before or not, their bodies shivered with a chill. Everyone is not discriminating against them, but after all, this kind of thing goes against most people's perceptions and concepts. However, because of their exposure to this kind of relationship, everyone's nervous heart was relaxed a little for a while. Xinan coughed lightly, and then said, "Okay, let's not suspicion each other. After all, this building is already there, but there are others in it. Perhaps among them, there may also be upgraded ones." When everyone heard what he said, they were all stunned. Only then did they think of Lu Meng's family. He concentrated and wanted to hear what Lu Meng was doing. But there was a sound of footsteps, passing directly through the corridor. Xinan was taken aback for a moment. Why only one person came? What about the other 4 people? Is Lu Meng the one here? The footsteps were getting closer, and finally stopped outside Xinan's room. The door was unlocked and was pushed open directly from the outside, and a woman appeared in front of the door. This woman should be less than 30 years old. She looks too ordinary. She is the kind of face that no one can remember after seeing her in the crowd the next day. The woman's figure is a bit bloated. She is not tall but has a big belly. At first glance, she has not been properly maintained. After opening the door, the woman walked in slowly, looked around all the people in the room for a week, and then smiled slightly, but did not speak. Xinan looked at her, feeling a little uneasy for some reason. He turned his head and said to Vidra, "Vidra, you go and see if she is of your kind." Vidra obediently stepped forward, reached the woman's side, sniffed it with her nose, then grew her eyes, and nodded vigorously at Xinan. Xinan immediately stood up from the sofa and said to the woman with cold eyes, "You can eat people?" The woman laughed and said, "I wanted to play more with you. I didn't expect you to suspect us. Hey, it's not fun." Her voice was completely inconsistent with her appearance, and the gentle and graceful tone made people sound very comfortable. Xinan said to everyone, "You should enter that big bedroom first." After hearing what the woman said, everyone could almost understand the whole story. They couldn't sit still a long time ago. After hearing Xinan's words, they immediately ran into the big bedroom. Only Vidra, Wu Yan, Wang Hui, and Lu Xia did not move. The woman was very calm. She moved her steps at will, then walked to a free sofa, sat down, and said, "Is this house still used to living? My name is Li Qingqing, Lu Meng's wife." Xinan didn't expect that this woman would actually chat with him about the short scenes of the parents at this time after almost admitting that she had eaten Chaoliang. What makes this woman so confident? Xinan regained his own position and then said, "You don't seem to be afraid of us?" Li Qingqing smiled slightly and said, "Why should I be afraid? If I am afraid, will I kill people under your nose?" Vidra stood in front of the door and said to Li Qingqing, "It's not a murder, it's a cannibalism. Do you admit that the kid was eaten by you?" Li Qingqing nodded, and then said, "When Lu Meng rescued you, I knew that there were 3 upgraded players in your team. This really surprised me. When did the upgraded team appear? However, this had also made me very excited. It's too boring to stay in this building every day. So I secretly ran to eat that kid, and then attracted one of you upgraded to try to blame her. Then let you guys let me mess up first. I look at the excitement, but I don't know why you suspect us?" After she finished speaking, she looked at Cheenen and said, "In this case, shouldn't you generally interrogate the two women first? But instead of interrogating them, you ran to my house and asked us to come out and meet you. Besides, you also know that there are 4 women in my family. I really want to know, how did you know?" Of course Cheenen would not tell her that she has super hearing, but only said, "We are now 5-1. I want to know why you are so calm." Li Qingqing glanced at Lu Xia, and said with a little surprise, "Does this hot chick also have any special abilities?" After speaking, she turned her gaze to Cheenen and said, "I know you are not an upgraded, but your strength is as strong as an upgraded. I saw you killing the giant zombie. I think you should have abilities." Bar? Cheenen became a little impatient, and said, "You are a cannibalistic pervert. If you don't answer my question directly, then I will do it." Li Qingqing smiled and said, "It's up to you. You can't kill me anyway. And if you dare to do it, I will kill the ordinary people in the room, although I can't kill you people with special abilities quickly, but I can come slowly. Let the ordinary people go to the King Yama temple for you to explore the way. Come on, let's do it, I can't wait." Seeing Li Qingqing's calm look, Cheenen really didn't dare to take any shots at Will for a while. He decided to explore the reality of the woman first, so he asked, "Lu Meng's real purpose in saving us back, is it to make food for you?" Li Qingqing nodded without hesitation, and then said, "Yes. I haven't eaten human flesh for 2 months. It's really gluttonous. I said to him, if I can't eat human flesh, I will eat it." One of her women. That's why he risked saving you back. Everyone in Cheenen couldn't understand Li Qingqing's frankness. Li Qingqing said, "Now that you are trapped here, you can't get out anyway, so since my framed plan didn't work out, then it's okay for me to come out and meet you. In fact, it's quite fun. I'll take one. I will eat you all, and then I will tell you the order in which I want to eat people. How fun, huh?" Cheenen said, "Then you are not afraid that we will kill your husband?" Li Qingqing frowned, and then said, "That's really not the result I wanted, but I don't really care about their life and death." After she finished speaking, a bit of hatred appeared on her face, and then she said, "Lu Meng is a good man. I seduced him first, and then he married me in order to be responsible for me. That's why I didn't eat him. But he cheated. This makes me extremely painful, so although I don't eat him, there is no way to forgive him. The woman who seduced him to cheat was named Su Li. Now she is my pet. I abuse her every day and I am really happy. The other 2 people in the room were my former neighbors. They always laughed at me. After the end of the world, I became an upgraded one, so I ate their husbands and children and let Lu Meng fuck them fiercely every day. This feeling is so wonderful, you won't understand it. There were a lot of people in the building, they were trapped in the building by zombies, and then they were eaten one by me. So, I really like the end times. Ha 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 ha." Li Qingqing smiled a little exaggeratedly, but Cheenen and others trembled. This woman is absolutely crazy. She is no longer a normal person. Vajra was originally a hot temper, and he hated the cannibal upgraders so much that he could no longer listen to it. When Li Qingqing raised his head and laughed, he suddenly jumped in front of Li Qingqing, raised his hand and punched Li Qingqing on the head. When Li Qingqing faced Vajra's sudden attack, Hao was not nervous, she also clenched her fists and faced Vajra's attack directly. Pang! The fists collided, and the sofa Li Qingqing was sitting on collapsed by the powerful force. Cheenen was shocked, why is this woman so strong? But since Vajra had already started, Cheenen didn't have the slightest hesitation, but also punched it. The power was much stronger than Vajra. Li Qingqing didn't avoid Cheenen's attack with a smile on her face. She just opened her mouth and said, "Today, I will take away those 2 same-sex boys. Let's eat them in these 2 days." As soon as she finished speaking, Cheenen's punch had already hit her in the face. However, that punch with a huge force did not stop because it hit Li Qingqing's face, but went straight through the ordinary face. Finally hit the wall behind her. As the rock and soil splashed, Cheenen smashed several bricks on the wall. Phantom? Cheenen was shocked. At this moment, a scream of shock came from the bedroom where everyone was hiding. Xinan didn't care about the pain caused by his own fist hitting the wall, and hurried to the bedroom to open the door to see. Inside, everyone hid in a corner in horror, but Li Kai and Zhao Yunlong lost their tracks. Xinan took a deep breath. What just happened? Li Qingqing disappeared out of thin air? Xinan looked at Lu Yuanchao and asked loudly, Uncle Lu, what's the matter? Lu Yuanchao is the most calm of these people, but his face is pale and his voice trembling. I can't figure it out. The woman suddenly appeared in the room out of thin air, then grabbed Li Kai and Li Yunlong and opened the window directly. Just jump down. Oh shit. Could Li Qingqing teleport? Or through the wall? This is too science fiction, right? But how can an upgraded person have such a powerful ability? In other words, besides being an upgraded, is she also a supernatural person like herself, Qin Xiaoyan and Lu Xia? Is she an upgraded ability person with the dual status of an upgraded person and an ability person? Without time to think about it too much, Xinan turned around and shouted at Vajra, where is the Xiantian heavy sword? Vajra quickly ran back to his room. After he left, Xinan gathered Wu Yan, Wang Hui, Lu Xia and others in the bedroom, and said to them, stay in the bedroom, and you must protect everyone. Now the zombies are surrounding the building, no matter how she runs away it's also in the building, I'll go after her to try to save people back. Wu Yan and Wang Hui were very honest at this time and nodded. After all, they don't want to do something useless because of the enemy. Lu Xia said, how can you chase after such a multi-story building? You don't know where she went. And you seem to be unable to beat her. Xinan was very depressed and didn't pay attention to Lu Xia. Lan Yu walked over from the corner and said, Uncle, you must be careful. At this time, Vajra returned, holding 2 épées in his hands. Xinan nodded to Lan Yu, then took the Xiantian épée and said to Vajra, you are in this room. Even if the woman comes back, don't chase you. Just protect everyone here, understand? Vajra nodded vigorously. Lu Xia looked at Xinan with some weird eyes. She didn't expect that in the face of danger, the temperament of this man would change so much. At this time, his eyes were clear and calm, and when giving orders, he was not sloppy, and he was very aura. Recalling that when facing a group of corpses in the afternoon, he did the same. Xinan arranged everything, and without hesitation, he went to the window and listened attentively. His ultra-wall hearing allows him to hear all sounds within a few hundred meters, and among these sounds, he can also choose a sound to recognize and amplify, which is the power of his ultra-hearing. After concentrating his energy, Xinan felt 3 auras more than 20 meters below own. He didn't hesitate anymore, closed his eyes and looked down, and said secretly, you can't die. Jump. Thinking of this, he jumped directly from the open window. As his body fell quickly, Xinan didn't dare to be distracted. He concentrated all his energy and listened, locking Li Qingqing's breath. Xinan felt very strange when he fell. He seemed to be light and fluttering like a feather. Although he was still falling fast, he felt that the gravity of the earth he was receiving seemed to be slowly diminishing. Is this an ability from Qin Xiaoyan at work? When he fell to 25 meters, Xinan waved his arm vigorously, and then slashed the heavy sword into a window in front of him. The glass on the window collided with the heavy sword, and it was directly shattered into powder, and Xinan also hooked the window frame with his own arm. His body hung outside the window, while his arm and Xiantian épée were thrown in the room. The broken glass left shallow bloodstains on his body, because his muscles were so dense and tough that they didn't give him. Caused too much damage. Moreover, Xinan didn't feel as if he fell from a height of more than 20 meters at the moment it was connected to the window frame, and received much impact, because at that moment, the gravity of the earth seemed to have disappeared. Xinan turned over and went straight into the room. After a closer look, Li Qingqing was standing inside looking at him in surprise, while Li Kai and Zhang Yunlong were stripped naked by her and trapped on the bed. Li Qingqing's expression was a little shocked at the beginning, and after a while, he calmly said, since you are not an upgraded, you are a person with special abilities? Are you also able to acquire abilities because of a sword? Xinan secretly said, as expected, this woman is not only an upgraded, but also a supernatural being possessed by a sword, no wonder she is so powerful. He didn't have any thoughts to discuss swords and abilities with Li Qingqing at this time. Such a crazy woman must be killed immediately. So Qinan didn't speak, waved his sword and jumped up to cut Li Qingqing. But Li Qingqing disappeared out of thin air, and when he appeared again, he was already standing behind Qinan. She said, I killed an upgraded person before, so I knew the term upgraded, but this is the first time someone with special abilities like you has encountered it. What abilities do you have? Qinan cut through the air with a sword and turned back immediately. He discovered that when Li Qingqing disappears, all her aura will disappear together, and when she reappears, the aura will immediately appear again. That is to say, by using the superpower of Own, you can still fight this person and woman. Qinan also understood why at the door of Lu Meng's house, he would only hear 4 human breaths, but when he knocked on the door, he heard 5 at once. It is precisely because of Zhao Qingqing's ability to appear and disappear suddenly that she hides her breath. Li Qingqing continued, my first ability is Phantom, the second ability is Teleport, and the third ability is Space Travel. Together, these 3 abilities give me a super ghostly movement. Technique, I told you my abilities, so you can tell me what? Why do you know that I have entered this floor? How do you know that there are 4 women in my family? To be honest, I am very curious. Qinan looked at Li Qingqing, who was very lonely, and smiled coldly, my ability is physical strengthening. You didn't discuss violent and sleeping. After speaking, he jumped again and slashed at Li Qingqing, secretly saying in his heart, I don't believe you can keep dodge. Cut off with a sword, Li Qingqing's body disappeared again, and then appeared behind Qinan again, and between them, there was always a bed between them. On the bed were 2 undressed men who were unconscious and unconscious. Li Kai and Zhang Yunlong. This bed and the 2 people on the bed caused great inconvenience to Qinan. Li Qingqing smiled and said, I have the super physique of the upgraded person, and the ability to repair myself. Do you think you can beat me? Let's chat. A capable person, it's just that I don't think your powers are cool at all. What are you sleeping without discussing it? Qinan is really depressed. He also wondered at this time, why are people's supernatural abilities so sci-fi, but Own is so traditional, is it related to character? Lu Xia can control the fire, and can also turn her own hand into red-hot charcoal. How did Qin Shayan say that there is also a red leaf flying daggers is quite sci-fi? Momiji flying daggers. Qinan almost forgot, he immediately specified a new combat strategy. Focusing on Li Qingqing's breath, Qinan jumped over the bed blocking the 2 with the épée for the 3rd time, reached Li Qingqing's side, and slashed it down. Qinan didn't look back, but his spirit didn't let up. He locked all the breath in the room with his hearing. Suddenly appeared in the corner behind you. Qinan knows that Hongya flying daggers must be shot into her head to kill her, otherwise no matter where she hits, her self-repairing ability will be abandoned. Turning his back to his back and waving his hand, for red light shot out and hit Li Qingqing's face. Then he didn't hesitate to turn around and jumped to Li Qingqing, raising his knife and slashing again. Hongya flying dagger's speed was too fast, almost as soon as Li Qingqing appeared, he had already shot over. This time, Li Qingqing can be scared to death. She has the super physique of an upgraded person, so even if she doesn't use superpowers, she can move quickly. She used her feet to jump directly from the ground, and 4 red leaf flying daggers shot directly into her chest, and 4 blood beams flew from her chest, and they hit her. At this time, Qinan's épée had already been slashed over, and Li Qingqing couldn't avoid it, so she could only raise her hand to block it, and let her body out. The power of the épée is so great, after touching the fragile arm, it cut off the arm directly, and blood gushed out. Li Qingqing cried out in pain and disappeared without a trace, teleporting behind Qinan. Qinan turned and looked at Li Qingqing coldly and smiled, no wonder you talk to me non-stop. It turns out that these abilities of yours are used with time intervals. If I keep attacking, you can't avoid it at all. Li Qingqing's forehead was full of sweat at this time, and the blood from her broken arm was still flowing out, and as the blood poured out, new flesh and bones were also reborn. Li Qingqing's expression finally cooled down, and she looked at Qinan and said, I didn't expect you to still play darts. It's a pity, since you know my weakness, why do you still talk to me? After she finished speaking, she jumped up, and when the person hit the ceiling, she disappeared and didn't reappear. Qinan can't wait to give himself a big mouth. Just go directly, what B should be installed? He hurriedly concentrated and found that Li Qingqing should be one floor above own. Looking at the roof, Qinan was depressed. The shed here is not like a suspended ceiling in a supermarket. In the supermarket, the mezzanine on the first floor and the second floor had been damaged and deformed by giant zombies, so he could break through and rush to the top of the building. Qinan gritted his teeth and jumped up with his greatest strength, and then slammed his back against the roof. After a bang, he fell directly from above and fell back to the ground. The moment he touched the ground, the gravity of the earth disappeared again, so that he did not suffer from the pain of the ground's kick. Qinan quickly looked up at the roof of the shed, and there was nothing damaged except for some wall coverings dropped off. Without time to think about it too much, Qinan stood up and got the two men tied up on the bed down and carried them to the door. But as soon as he arrived in the living room, Qinan's body trembled and wanted to turn his head back, but after 2 gunshots, blood dripped down Li Kai's hanging arm on his back to the ground. Qinan hurriedly placed the 2 men on his shoulders on the ground and found that they had been blown to head by guns. At this time, Li Qingqing's voice sounded from the corner, "I told you that if I want to kill, no one can stop me." Qinan raised his head angrily and looked at Li Qingqing in the corner. The woman's broken arm had grown back. The speed of self-recovery is too fast, right? I don't know if I cut it off again, can it recover so quickly? Qinan looked at the pistol in Li Qingqing's hand again, and couldn't help but ask, "Does your upgraded ability still allow you to move with items?" Li Qingqing said, "Small items are okay. I won't tell you more, I'll go up first, come and chase me, they will all die if they are late, huh?" After she finished speaking, she jumped up and disappeared again when she touched the ceiling wall. Qinan hurriedly bent over and put his fingers under the noses of Li Kai and Zhang Yunlong. He had no breath. "Yeah, I got a headshot, how can I still be alive?" Unexpectedly, in this dark room, Li Qingqing's marksmanship is still so accurate? It seems that the eyesight of the upgraded person is also very good, even if it is not as good as himself, it is estimated that it is better than ordinary people. Without time to think about it, Qinan didn't pay attention to the dead Li Kai and Zhang Yunlong, but walked to the door and kicked the door open from the inside, and then ran upstairs quickly. There are 3 upgraders upstairs, Vajra, Wu Yan, and Wang Hui. Should they be able to resist for a while? Shinan's heart was pulled together, he didn't want anyone to die again. After walking about 10 floors, Qinan finally returned to the 35th floor of the top floor, and when he entered the own room, it was messy and the walls collapsed. It seemed that the fighting here was fierce during the time he went upstairs. He rushed directly into the bedroom next to him, and the horror of the few people inside shocked him. Zhao Jia, Lu Yuanchao, Lu Dongfeng, and Wang Yunji were huddling in a corner of the wall. In front of them, Wang Hui was holding a knife while the other arm had been cut off. Wu Yan was even more miserable, her feet short, she was lying on the ground wearing rough clothes. Vajra is standing next to Wu Yan with the profound sword in one hand, a long knife that pierces his body is inserted in his chest, and he is trying to pull it out with his other hand, his forehead is full of sweat. Not far from them, Han Shui, Wang Hui's female student, had died in a pool of blood. Her body was split in 2 from her waist, and her death was very miserable. Qinan was shocked, is this Li Qingqing so strong? It took a while to kill 3 upgraders? But in the room, there were no figures of Lu Xia, Lan Yu, and Wu Tian. Qinan hurriedly shouted, "Vajra." Vajra turned her head and saw Qinan come back, overjoyed, and said, "Dage, the woman has caught someone and escaped from the balcony to the top of the building. Go chase her." Lu Yuanchao was also crying in the corner, "Shao Qin. I must rescue my great-granddaughter, I will make her a kid for you." Qinan is speechless. But he did not hesitate at all. He rushed from the bedroom to the balcony and looked up. The top of the building was only more than 2 meters high from here. With one force on his feet, he jumped directly upstairs. Upstairs, under the moonlight, Qinan, standing on the top of the building, was stunned. Isn't the scene in front of him a bit big? Chapter 91. The top area of the building is large. In front of Qinan's eyes, there were unexpectedly how many long knives were being inserted on the ground. The distance between those long knives was about 4 meters, covering the entire roof. In the center of the roof, Li Qingqing is trapping Lu Xia, Wu Tian, and Lan Yu with iron chains on 3 erect iron pipes. Shinan's expression was very solemn, he walked forward slowly and stopped 10 meters away from Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing also tied up the three of Lu Xia. She patted Lu Xia's cheek lightly, and then smiled. This little girl's abilities are really funny. One palm will catch fire, and the other will be so hot. The early stage shocked me. It's a pity that it's not easy to use. Whenever you make a shot, you will catch her. Lu Xia's face had a few bloodstains that were not too deep. At this time, her expression was calm, without a trace of fear. She looked at Qinan with her eyes without any emotion in her eyes. Lan Yu was next to her, her face was horrified, and her body was trembling slightly. Wu Tian's emotions were even more agitated. He struggled desperately, but was stuffed with a pair of underwear that he didn't know who it was, and he couldn't yell out. Qinan sighed slightly and said, Li Qingqing, what are you doing? Kill if you want to kill them. What kind of tricks are you going to play when you catch them to the top of the building? Li Qingqing smiled slightly, then her face suddenly turned cold, and said, Boy. Do you think I am really afraid of you? You succeeded in a sneak attack downstairs and cut off one of my arms. I just underestimated the enemy. After she finished speaking, she took out a pistol from her body, and then drew a knife from the ground with her other hand, and then said, There are 472 knives on the ground. They were collected by a neighbor of mine. Yes. After I ate him, I inserted all the knives upstairs. When I was okay, I would come up to practice. Today, I will kill the four of you here to show you what is real strength. After she finished speaking, she suddenly raised her hand, pointed her gun at Qinan, and squeezed the trigger. Qinan hurriedly rolled on the spot, avoiding the bullet. After 6 gunshots, Li Qingqing threw the gun in his hand at Qinan, and then the person flickered and appeared beside Qinan. Qinan ignored the flying gun, because the long knife in Li Qingqing's hand had already been slashed directly from the top of his head. Letting the gun hit the head, Qinan pushed the Xiantian heavy sword and sent it upward, colliding with Li Qingqing's knife. After the collision of two disproportionately large weapons, Qinan didn't even take advantage of it. He knelt to the ground on one knee with Microsoft's legs. After Li Qingqing's blow, he immediately withdrew 10 meters and returned to the 3 people who were tied up. He smiled and said, Your strength is not much stronger than the 3 upgraded people downstairs. My sword is called the Phantom. It has completely changed my physique. And my status as an upgraded person changed my physique again. After the double transformation, my strength value is not as simple as you think. When I was just possessed by the Phantom, I can only do Phantom. The flashing distance is also very short, less than half a meter, and the space movement can only move me out of 10 centimeters, which is not as far as the flashing distance. But after my upgraded ability is awakened, everything as it has changed, my strength has improved by many times. Qinan held the Xiantian heavy sword in his hand and asked, How do you know the sword that is attached to you is called Phantom, your name? Li Qingqing shook her head and said, When you were possessed, was there a strange symbol on your hand? Qinan nodded. Li Qingqing said, It was mine at the beginning, but when the ability of my upgraded person was awakened, the symbol changed and became 2 Chinese characters. After speaking, she raised her hand and turned her palm to Qinan. Qinan looked at her palm, and saw that there were indeed 2 Chinese characters written on it, Phantom. Li Qingqing retracted his palm, and then said, I found that through the cultivation of physical strength, the own ability can be strengthened, and it is because my upgraded person has super physical strength after awakening, so my ability will become like this. Powerful. These 2 words are proof. Now, I am a power owner 1 level higher than you. Do you think you can defeat me? Qinan smiled coldly, and then said, I found out that you, a woman, reads martial arts novels too much? Why are you so long-winded? Li Qingqing snorted coldly, I found that you are the most annoying person here. When I catch you and want to eat you, don't beg me like a woman. After speaking, Li Qingqing took out a knife from the ground again, and then held the knife in both hands, disappearing to the spot, and when he reappeared, he had already reached Qinan's side. She struck Qinan with one knife, but the other one flew out and shot Lu Xia directly. Qinan was shocked, and hurriedly held the sword cut by Li Qingqing with one hand, then raised his other hand, shooting out 4 red lights, and flew towards the knife that was about to pierce Lu Xia's heart. Lu Xia looked at the flying knife, her body trembled uncontrollably. Is she going to die? She will be 18 in 10 days. There is no time for her to think more, because the knife is about to pierce her. At this moment, the 4 red lights came first and knocked the long sword into the air. Cold sweat oozes from Lu Xiao's forehead, and she looks at Qinan. Did the hidden weapons that he shoots saved herself? Li Qingqing's eyes lit up. She picked up another knife and shot it at Lu Xia, then the knife in the other hand slashed towards Qinan again, saying, "Your hidden weapon seems to be evil, why can't I see what it is?" Because of distraction, Qinan couldn't concentrate all his strength, so she knelt on the ground with a slash. However, the 4 flying daggers he shot from his hands, but once again saved Lu Xia. Lu Xia saw clearly this time, it really was Qinan who rescued him. When this man met for the first time today, is he still willing to save her when he is facing danger? Li Qingqing's movements did not stop. Her attack methods were the same. She slashed at Qinan, then drew another knife from the ground and shot it at Lu Xia. I don't know why Lu Xia received her special attention. Qinan could only stop Li Qingqing's attack with a single hand knife, and then shot the red leaf flying daggers with the other hand to stop the long knife that would pierce Lu Xia's body. After 10 times, Qinan already felt that his speed at launching red leaf flying daggers began to slow down. At this moment, Li Qingqing's body suddenly disappeared, and the person reappeared, 10 meters away. Qinan also took advantage of this gap and quickly flew to Lu Xia's side. Li Qingqing sneered, "I actually have a 4th ability. I call it the Phantom of Haste. It allows me to flash continuously, so let you see it now. And I want to see how many hidden weapons you have." After speaking, she flashed quickly, drew the long knife from the ground, and then quickly threw it out. Her movement technique was really like a phantom. Between the front and back flashes, there were already 12 long knives, and they shot at Lu Xia from different angles, one after the other. As she flashed back and forth, her voice came over, saying, "Huh? The Phantom of Haste can make me flash for many times without rest. See who you save first." Qinan's eyes became serious. His supervision allowed him to see the 12 long knives shot from different angles. However, he did not have the super abnormal movement technique like Li Qingqing. In a very short time, he brewed several plans in his mind, and concluded that he could not block all the knives. But at this time, he has too much time to think about it. Because he was 5 meters away from reaching Lu Xia's trio. Li Qingqing's phantom movement technique is obviously much faster than him. With a single hand wave, 4 red leaf flying daggers flew out to block the 2 long swords that came from that direction and pointed towards Lan Yu's heart. There are 10 more. Qinan pulled out the long knife that was closest to him on the ground with the fastest speed, then directly let go, shot behind Wu Tian, to block a long knife that was flying over there. 9. There was a blast of metal, and 4 Hongye flying daggers and a long knife issued by Qinan did not humiliate the mission and knocked down the 3 knives flying in the sky. But at this time, the average distance between the remaining 9 knives and Lu Xia's trio was only about 3 meters, and Qinan could even see a long knife flying on the side of On's body. Qinan's body has been pierced by sweat. He doesn't know why he has the belief that he must save the 3 in his heart at this time. He obviously didn't want to be a hero, he didn't want to die, but there was a voice in his heart that kept saying to him, "Qinan, you can't just watch them die in front of you." A powerful will to save people made Qinan once again enter a state of near and violent. He felt that his body had completely broken away from the restraint of the Earth's gravity, and the speed suddenly accelerated, just like Li Qingqing, surpassing space, and instantly arrived in front of Lu Xia. Without thinking about it, he quickly swung his right hand, and Xuantian's heavy sword knocked the 2 long knives flying towards Lan Yu's chest, and the one that was knocked into the air hit the other 2 shot from Wu Tian's side at the same time. Knife. There are 5 more. Qinan's left hand directly encircled Lu Xia, and at this time the limited time for Hongye flying daggers to launch had passed, and the ability was restored again. The fingers of the left hand around Lu Xia's back moved slightly, and 4 red lights shot out, knocking down the long knife that was already less than half a meter away from Wu Tianho's back. There are 4 long knives. 1 flew from behind and shot at Lu Xia's heart, while 3 flew from the front and shot at Lu Xia's chest. At this time, Qinan and Lu Xia were standing face to face. Lu Xia's face was pale and her eyes widened. When she looked at the face of the man phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand, a tear suddenly shed in her eyes. But Qinan lowered his head, his face flushed, and there was a slight smile on his face. In the sound of the breaking phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme, the long knife that shot behind Lu Xia had arrived, and Qianan's left hand still went around Lu Xia's arm, and the palm of her hand was pressing against her back at this time. That big hand directly grabbed the tip of the long knife. The blood slid down Qianan's fingers, but the long knife was firmly grasped by Qianan, unable to move forward. The 3 knives that shot into Lu Xiao's chest also arrived, but they were all blocked by Qianan's broad back, and finally the 3 knives were inserted into Qianan's shoulders. The 3 long knives did not pierce Qianan's body or hurt his internal organs, but they penetrated very deeply. Li Qingqing's strength was indeed too great. With 3 volleys, Qianan's internal organs were tumbling, and his body was heavily pressed on Lu Xia. Blood qi surged, and a mouthful of blood was spit out from the mouth and sprayed onto Lu Xia's pale little face. Lu Xia's body was trembling, she was already stupid. With tears in his eyes, drop by drop. What is this old man doing? It's only the first day they met today. Think of her ignorance of him when she first met. Think of her threats to him in the supermarket. Think of her arrogance to him in the room. She obviously treated him very badly. Then why is he so desperate? Is he a lunatic or a fool? Will there be such a person in the last days? During the more than a year that Lu Xia and Grandpa walked in these last days, they were accustomed to seeing in different human nature, and even more tragic stories that happened in order to survive. This allowed her to fully understand the end times and how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in the end times. It's the most important thing to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme, isn't it? So what is this old man doing now? Qianan felt pain all over his body at this time. He let go of his left hand, and the knife clinging to Lu Xia's back fell to the ground. He took his left hand to On's back and pulled out all the 3 knives inserted in his back. The blood surged, Qianan felt dizzy and fell softly to the ground. He did not faint, and even returned. I could see Lu Xia's weird gaze looking at Owner. I could also hear Lan Yu crying and screaming, and I could see Wu Tian. That boy had already fainted in fright. In fact, he was not injured too badly, his muscles were strong, and the long knife did not stab him to the point. It's just that he was injured, and the blood qi tumbling made him unable to stand up for a while, and unable to speak for a while. He was lying on the ground, looking at Lu Xia, who was closest to him, and Lu Xia's tears fell directly on his face. Qianan secretly asked, "Is this considered as he fell under the pomegranate skirt of this underage girl?" From the perspective of the ground, Lu Xia's legs are really straight and beautiful. She didn't wear pants on her legs. The smooth skin was shining brightly. Qianan felt really drunk. He paid attention to these subtle things at this moment. At this time, Li Qingqing, who was 10 meters away, grew up with a big mouth and a strange smile on her face, saying, "Huh? I didn't expect that you are a good person who sacrifices himself. In these last days, good people are rare. I really want to eat you now. Don't worry, I won't kill you at once. I will eat a little bit a day, eat your fingers today, and your little brother tomorrow, ha." Lu Xia, who was bound by the chain, was shaking more and more severely. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Li Qingqing angrily. The color on her face changed from pale to blood red. She yelled, "You bitch! I'm going to kill you." Then, a big fire suddenly ignited all over her body. The fire seemed to be extremely hot. Qianan, who was lying on the soles of Lu Xia's feet, was burnt with his toasted hair. He hurriedly moved his body and tried his best to keep himself away from Lu Xia. 10 seconds later, the fire on Lu Xia's body went out, and then her body began to turn red, eventually becoming like burnt red charcoal, and the iron chain tied to her body, affected by the temperature of her body, began to slow down. Melted slowly, and finally fell to the ground. 10 seconds later, one of Lu Xia's hand was on fire, but the other was as red as charcoal, but her body had returned to normal, but the clothes she was wearing had disappeared. Qianan was lying on the ground, his eyes straightened, and Lu Xia's body was completely exposed in front of him at this time. It was too frightening. Qianan only felt that his nose was hot and he had a nosebleed. It turns out that this kind of plot is not a legend, but it will actually happen in life. Li Qingqing was a little silly. She looked at the naked Lu Xia and said, "Little girl, is your big trick to burn out your own clothes?" This figure is awesome. Look at this breast, look at the ass. I really want to eat. Lu Xia's eyes were so angry that she could breathe fire, so she walked over Qinan naked. When it was over, he was about to lose blood and die. He didn't even notice that where Lu Xia walked, a ball of flame would rise, leaving flaming footprints on the ground. He drew a knife from the ground, the knife immediately turned red, and then a purple fire ignited on the blade. Lu Xia said coldly, "Go and die." After speaking, she kicked the ground with one foot, her body turned into a light, and she shot Li Qingqing directly. When Lu Xia moved, her body would emit some small flames from time to time, surrounding her body. Although her moving speed was still not as good as Li Qingqing, it was already much faster than Qinan. When Lu Xia arrived in front of Li Qingqing, he cut out with a knife, and Li Qingqing raised his sword to greet her. After the long knife with flame collided with the long knife without flame, the latter was directly cut off, as if a sharp knife had cut a piece of tofu. At this moment, Li Qingqing was taken aback. She hurriedly made a phantom, and then disappeared in place. When she reappeared, she was already 7 or 8 meters away, but at almost the same time, Lu Xia also shifted her direction and quickly reached her side again, swinging the knife. Cut horizontally, cut to her waist. Li Qingqing drew out a knife stuck in the ground and tried his best to stop Lu Xia's attack again. However, after colliding with the burning knife in Lu Xia's hand, the long knife was once again easily divided into 2 sections. The fire-burning knife continued to slash at Li Qingqing's waist, and Li Qingqing could only use the speed of his body to avoid it. In this way, after Li Qingqing was transformed by Yanhua, Lu Xia dodged everywhere, without the strength to fight back. Qinan, who was lying on the ground looking sideways at their fight, with his mouth wide open, was completely shocked. Is this the third ability of that little girl? This seems to be even better than the so-called violent state. Moreover, the attack power and speed have far surpassed her. The most important thing is that the burning knife in Lu Xia's hand, the small flames flying around her, and the places where she walks under her feet, will burn. It's too sci-fi and colorful, right? Qinan felt that he had recovered a little, and the blood in his body slowly stabilized, but his body was still aching. He had just released all his energy just to save Lu Xia and the 3 of them. Thinking of the feeling he had just released from the gravity of the earth and reached Lu Xia from a few meters away in an instant, Qinan even felt that he must have crossed the space at that time and teleported over, otherwise how could it be so fast? Why does the body still hurt so much? Qinan frowned. He felt that not only did his body hurt, but it was getting more and more painful. The pain spread evenly throughout his body, even his hair and even his nails. It's as if his muscles and blood are constantly rushing in his body. What happened to him? Suddenly, a more severe pain came from the palm of one hand. Qinan shuddered in pain. He hurriedly raised that hand forcefully, and found that the strange symbol on the palm of his hand was constantly moving back and forth on the hand, emitting a silver light. What's wrong? Qinan had some doubts. As time passed by, and about 5 minutes later, the piercing pain in the hand slowly eased. The strange symbol in his hand turned into 2 Chinese characters and appeared before Qinan's eyes. Xuan Tian. Qinan was stunned, and at that moment, the pain in his body suddenly stopped. I don't know where countless powers gushed out, and it instantly flooded every corner of his body. This is. Qinan suddenly remembered what Li Qingqing had said before. She also had 2 Chinese characters in her hand, Phantom. Could it be said that this means that Om's strength is also ascending to a level? Yes, he never gave up the cultivation of his body. In his own community, in Xinshang, he cultivated extremely hard, breaking through the limits of his body again and again. So, does this mean that the name of the long sword that enters one's body is Xiantian? Qinan recalled the process of naming the Xiantian Pei. At that time, it was as if there was a voice in his heart saying the word Xiantian to him. Could it be because of the sword that was fused in his body? In other words, in own body, there is not only a big sword, but also a mysterious soul? Thinking of this, Qinan was completely shocked. After a short while, he slowly relieved. In these last days, even if there is a soul living in the body, it is only when you have a strong power to do what you want, not that is the most important thing. NS? Qinan tried to stand up from the ground. Sure enough, own body was very relaxed, as if he had never been injured. He could feel that the wound on his back stabbed by the long knife was slowly healing. Although it is slow, it is much faster than ordinary people should be, right? At least I can feel that they are healing. I was overjoyed, and suddenly, an exclamation came into Qin An's ears. Lu Xia? Qin An hurriedly looked up and saw that Lu Xia was kicked by Li Qingqing for more than 10 meters and dropped to the ground. The flames in charcoal red in Lu Xia's hands were already extremely weak. Li Qingqing stood there in front of her face, with a smile on her face. It turns out that there is a time limit for the transformation of your big move? The longer the time, the weaker the ability, isn't it? This is only 6 or 7 minutes. You are already weak to this point. In a few minutes, should you change back to your original appearance? Humph, after playing for a long time, I am also hungry, so let's eat you first. After she finished speaking, she started to walk towards Lu Xia step by step. Chapter 93. Lu Xia was extremely helpless at this time. When a woman is not wearing clothes, it is always the weakest moment, and at this time, there is a terrible and terrifying enemy on the opposite side. Her third ability is the Burning of Flames, which can be regarded as an instant madness ability, which can make her power and speed reach a very terrifying level in an instant, and can also have a more stable fire control ability. But this state of transformation is very short. In the early stage when Lu Xia had just obtained the ability, she once encountered a D2 jumping zombie. She used this transformation ability to kill the zombie. That time, she went looking for food alone. After using this ability, all the clothes all over her body were burned out. It made her walk for a long time in fear before she found clothes to wear in a small village. With that experience, Lu Xia no longer dared to use the ability of Own. When she was besieged in the supermarket today, she had originally wanted to use supernatural powers, but there were too many people at the time, and her thinking was maturing, and she was also a girl who was only 10 days away before reaching the age of 18. Therefore, she failed to overcome the burden of Own heart, so she did not use the last ability. Just caught by Li Qingqing, it was also extremely dangerous, but there was still Wu Tian on the top of the building, and Lu Xia still couldn't use his own ability beside the man. Therefore, she once again lost to the burden of Own heart. Until Qin An used his body to block the 4 deadly swords in order to save him, Lu Xia was moved. A man who has just met for a day and is not familiar with it, can rather sacrifice herself for the sake of herself, so what reason does she not cherish her own life? So she was no longer worried, and used her own ability, planning to make the last effort to keep herself alive, and to avenge the man who saved Own. However, Li Qingqing used her weird movement technique to evade the attack from her strongest state. With the passage of time, her strength began to decline rapidly, and it was no longer possible to fight against Li Qingqing. Is he going to die in the end? Seeing Li Qingqing getting closer and closer, Lu Xia's heart hurts as if being cut by a knife. She died, too, but didn't the man who gave his life to save her sacrificed his life in vain? Why is this happening? At this moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder, and then a shirt was draped over her. Lu Xia was taken aback for a moment, turned her head to look, her eyes froze for a while, and after a long time, she trembled and said, "Are you not dead?" After Qin An took off the shirt from Wu Tian who was in a coma and put it on Lu Xia, he still felt a little embarrassed, because at this time Lu Xia's chest was still exposed in front of his eyes. Seeing the underage girl staring at Own in shock, Qin An exhaled deeply, then stretched out his hand and fastened the buttons on the shirt one by one to Lu Xia. As he tied it, he said, "I'll tie the deductions for you first, and you can sort it out by yourself later. You can't be such a show that makes people annoyed." Lu Xia suddenly reacted, her face flushed. But looking at the man who was buttoning himself one by one, his blush seemed to be more exaggerated than himself. Lu Xia was a little surprised. Why? Obviously he is the one being looked at. Why is he blushing? Qin An tied the last button and said, "My skin is very thick. How can it be so easy to die? Go and tidy up your clothes, and then find a way to save Lan Yu and Wu Tian. Give me here." N.S. After he finished speaking, he stood up, not looking at Lu Xia, and slowly stepped forward, facing Li Qingqing, who was standing opposite in a daze. Since Li Qingqing saw Qin An walking intact, he had already stood there motionless. She frowned slightly, and said, do you still have the ability to repair yourself? I think your wound is not bleeding anymore? Xinan smiled slightly and said, it may be the self-repair of muscles. Unlike your upgraded ones who rely on TC virus to repair, I think I am a muscle with stronger ability, so I can barely perform a simple self-repair after injury. After Qinan finished speaking, regardless of whether Li Qingqing knew about the TC virus, he suddenly got up with his sword and ran directly to Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing was shocked. She didn't expect Qinan to be talking to herself, so she suddenly rushed over, and the speed was so fast, it was more than twice as fast as before. Qinan was also surprised, but he didn't expect how fast the speed could be. If he used to be as fast as a running cheetah, his speed can now be more than double that of a cheetah. This kind of speed will never be reached by normal humans. When he reached Li Qingqing's side, he swung his sword and cut it directly without hesitation. Li Qingqing repeated the old tricks and disappeared. Qinan immediately used his own hearing to lock the surrounding space. 13 meters behind. Qinan feels that own hearing is also more sensitive. With a wave of his hand, 9 red lights shot out. 9 ways. Qinan was shocked, but he didn't expect other abilities to follow Ascension. There is no time to sigh. Qinan's only purpose now is to kill Li Qingqing, and she must not give her a chance to breathe. So after Hongye flying daggers took the shot, he also turned around, followed the 9 red lights, and rushed towards Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing has no power to dodge in the face of the 9 red lights that fly over, because she has consumed a lot of energy now, and can't continue to use other abilities after using a space movement. She must take a short rest interval. But the red light in front of him had already arrived, and Li Qingqing had no choice but to jump up slightly, letting own head avoid the attack of the red hidden weapons. But how could Qinan give her such a chance? He felt that he still had the ability to shoot red leaf flying daggers continuously. So when he was halfway, he raised his hand again and shot out 2 sets of red leaves flying daggers. 18 red glows were like flying bullets, and they shot at Li Qingqing's head again at the fastest speed. Almost all of the 9 red leaves in the first group were shot into Li Qingqing's chest, and before her body fell, the 9 red leaves in the second group had arrived. 4 of them did not hit, and they struck Li Qingqing's cheeks. And the other 5 pieces were all hit on Li Qingqing's face, and then shot directly into her head. Li Qingqing let out a howl of pain. Puff puff after a dull sound. The 9 red lights disappeared, and all shot into her head once again. Li Qingqing plunged into the broken kite and fell backwards. Her hands and feet were tumbling, and the abnormal roar in her mouth was extremely creepy. Qinan's figure has floated in front of Li Qingqing, holding the hilt of the Shen Tian épée with both arms. Qinan's eyes are filled with unwavering cold light, and he shouted angrily, "Death!" With a sword swung down, the huge and sharp blade cut obliquely from Li Qingqing's double peaks, and then directly cut her body into 2 parts. Blood spattered, and 2 broken bodies fell to the ground, arousing more blood to fly across. Qinan's body also fell to the ground, taking a step forward, holding the sword in both hands again and then thrusting it vertically, cutting off Li Qingqing's head from his neck. Lu Xia, who just stood up from the ground, looked at the man who looked like God of War, and almost instantly killed the powerful Li Qingqing. She was completely stunned. Why did his strength seem to have improved a lot? Turning his head to look at Wu Tian, who was frightened by Li Qingqing's flying daggers attack just now, Lan Yu's tears surged more fiercely, falling into the pouring rain, like a waterfall of flying streams. Qinan didn't feel too surprised. He knew that he was not strong enough to be exaggerated. The reason why he was able to kill this woman at once was only because he had just entered a new power level, but Li Qingqing was already weak in the old battle. Her movement technique was not as sharp as it was at the beginning. No matter what, this terrible enemy was finally killed. At this time, Lu Xia slowly walked from behind him. Qinan looked back at her, and then said, "Can you still use fire? I think you can attach fire to a long knife just now. The power is not small." Lu Xiao's face was flushed. She nodded slightly, and then was alert that what she was wearing at this time, a thin shirt, could not cover the contours and curves of her body at all, and the cool air beneath her burrowed into her legs. It also made her feel very embarrassed because she didn't feel any sense of security. Qinan didn't care about this at this time. He opened his mouth and said to Lu Xia, "Then burn her corpse, otherwise the body will repair itself later. I don't know what it will become." After speaking, he lifted his sword to the blue moon over there. Lu Xia looked at Qinan's back for a moment. She didn't expect this man to see her sexy. Yes. The whole body has been completely seen, and now wearing a shirt, what else is there to look good? Thinking of this, her heart couldn't help but a trace of anger rose, but there was nowhere to vent. Looking at the 3 pieces of debris in front of her, Lu Xia finally found her target. Using her last bit of abilities after Yenua's transformation, she lifted her palm and ejected 3 flames from her palm, causing the debris to slowly burn. Xinan had already walked to Lan Yu's body at this time, first cut off the iron chain that bound Lan Yu with an épée, and rescued Lan Yu. After that, Wu Tian was taken out of the chain again, and when he was saving Wu Tian, Xinan said to himself that he was really not intentional, he just said whatever he thought of. Your kid usually looks at the cows, why are you so afraid of death? Ashamed. On the one hand, Lan Yu, who was already crying very sad, cried even more sadly. Xinan was greatly surprised. How could he cry after being rescued? Excitedly. Xinan had no choice but to coax her, but he didn't expect that the softer he coaxed, the more aggrieved Lan Yu would be. In the end, Xinan could only hold the sobbing Lan Yu and Wu Tian, who had fainted, and returned to Lu Xia. Xinan said in a puzzled way, "What's the matter?" Lu Xia turned her head and glanced at Xinan, then pointed to the ground in front of him and said, "Look." Xinan followed her fingers and looked over there, but was also stunned. At this moment, Li Qingqing's body was burned to ashes, and there was black smoke in the air. In the smoke, a black long sword was inserted upright on the ground, and its sword was rolling in strange darkness. The color electric light, and when the electric light rolled up and down, the black sword body also disappeared from time to time, appeared from time to time, and from time to time there were several ghost images intertwined with the main sword, which looked very strange. Is this the phantom sword possessed in Li Qingqing's body? Lu Xia explained. The burning strange black light appeared on Li Qingqing's remains, and finally merged into this strange sword, which was inserted into the ground. Xinan was awakened by Lu Xia's words, and rushed forward with joy, grabbing the sword in his hand. How could he not like it? Li Qingqing's movement technique has been taught before. If he has such a movement technique, it is combined with his own power ability, Qin Shaoyan's speed ability, then he will become a very invincible existence. Even in the face of jumping zombies than D2, it is estimated that killing them will be less troublesome than killing ordinary zombies. However, when the phantom sword was taken by him, there was no response for nearly a minute. Xinan was extremely disappointed. Could it be because he already had the Shen Tian sword in his body and couldn't let other swords stick into his body? Thinking of this possibility, Xinan turned and walked towards the sobbing Lan Yu, stretched out his hand and handed the sword over and said, "Try it." Lan Yu's eyes were already swollen. Seeing the black sword in front of her, she whispered and said, "What are you doing?" "What to try?" While talking, Lan Yu raised her hand, took the hilt of the phantom sword, and held it in her hand. Xinan stared at it, and Lu Xia didn't know what Xinan wanted to do. 10 seconds later, the phantom sword suddenly emitted a strong black light. Then the sword body began to change, wriggling like alive, breaking down to form a giant python full of flesh and blood but no skin. The giant python had red flesh and tumbling red blood. It was the first time that Xinan was caught. It was almost exactly the same when possessed. Lan Yu was so frightened that she screamed and fainted to the ground. She leaned towards Xinan with some fear, and her body pressed tightly against Xinan's arm. Xinan watched the whole process without blinking. Slowly, the flesh and blood python's body began to shrink and finally penetrated into Lan Yu's body. Possession succeeded? Xinan's eyes were a little red, and he was shocked and distressed. Did that powerful ability miss you? This is actually not he is stingy, but he wants to get powerful abilities too much, because in the last days, with powerful abilities, it can be said that he can have everything. Although Xinan doesn't want to own everything, at least he also hopes to firmly grasp what he wants to control in his own hands. Just like Li Ying, if Xinan was also a strong and rich man before the end of the world, would Li Ying leave and betray herself? The power is equivalent to the strength before the end of the world, and Xinan is eager to obtain it. He does not want to betray an uncontrollable things around own. Looking at Lan Yu, who fell to the ground in a coma, a hot light appeared in Xinan's eyes. I still have a chance. As long as I do with this girl, I can get her strength. Thinking of this, Qinan was stunned for a moment, and then slowly smiled bitterly. Are you dazzled? Do you have to force yourself to have a relationship with a woman who doesn't like own in order to gain strength? Hey, forget it, let the flow go. However, he will not give up, at least he can fight for the love of Blue Moon. Let Blue Moon take the initiative to throw in her arms. Although he can't say how much he loves Lan Yu now, he has had an intersection with this woman after all, and he has also been a virtual couple on the internet. Yes, he must make Lan Yu fall in love with him, and then become his own woman. Qinan swears fiercely in his heart. Lu Xia was by Qinan's side, looking at Qinan, who was very excited at this time in amazement. What happened to him? Why are the eyes looking at Lan Yu so hot? It was as if he was going to step forward immediately and devour the woman alive. Does he like Blue Moon? Why didn't you see it before? Does he want to take Lan Yu into his room as a junior? Thinking of this, Lu Xia's heart felt annoyed for a while. My God. She actually smelled a little jealousy on her body. At this moment, Vajra jumped onto the top of the building and ran to Qinan's side with the profound earth épée, gasping and said, Dage, how are you? I can't wait any longer below. You let me protect them. But I think you haven't been down for so long, and I'm afraid that you are in danger, so I decided on my own. Qinan heard Vajra calling him, and his turbulent heart slowly calmed down. He turned to look at the black monk and smiled. Don't worry, Li Qingqing has been killed by me. Vajra was taken aback for a moment, and then said, Killed? A woman with such a strong ability was killed by Dage? She suddenly appeared in the bedroom before. Wu Yan and Wang Hui were not her opponents at all, just a few rounds. Was injured and maimed by her. Dage could actually kill her? Qinan cast an angry look at the black monk, and said, Then you still want her to kill us? Vajra touched her bald head a little embarrassedly, and said with a smirk, No. I just admired Dage's strength. Dage really is Dage. Qinan was speechless and couldn't compliment Vajra for his flattering skills. He handed the Xiantian épée into Vajra's hands, then stepped forward and hugged the unconscious Lan Yu tightly in his arms, and then lifted the unconscious Wu Tian with his other hand holding the waistband. This treatment is obviously different. Now Wu Tian has been identified by Qinan as a rival in love, and his attitude will naturally not be any better. When Lu Xia saw Qinan's actions, her lips almost didn't fly out of her face. She suddenly felt that the man who saved her life still looked so hateful. He just saw himself completely, but now he holds other women so tightly in his arms. Look at that Lan Yu's big breasts, squeezed tightly on his chest, all squashed. This man must be very cool, right? Qinan naturally didn't know Lu Xia's thoughts, and turned to her and Vajra and said, This night, I'm really exhausted. Let's go, there is still a lot to do when I go back. After speaking, he took a step forward first, then walked to the edge of the building, jumped off the balcony, and returned to the bedroom where he lived. Vajra Lu Xia also followed him closely. Indoors, Lu Dongfeng and the others are still hiding in the corner with red eyes, while Wu Yan and Wang Hui's bodies have repaired themselves intact, standing in front of them with swords in their hands, acting as guardians. Qinan was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect that these two women were still very responsible. They know that their own strength is higher than ordinary people, and they are willing to stand up to protect everyone in times of crisis, indicating that their character is really good. Put Wu Tian directly on the ground, and then gently put Lan Yu on the bed. This action caused Lu Xia to curse again. Lu Yuanchao saw his own great-granddaughter return, tears of excitement, rushed to hug Lu Xia and wept bitterly. Lu Xia was also feeling a little bit, tears in her eyes also flowed down, and she didn't have time to pay attention to Qinan anymore. She was really sad looking at the relatives who accompanied her in the last days in front of her. It's almost always Deva, and almost let the white-haired person send the black-haired person. While comforting Lu Yuanchao, while comforting herself, Lu Xia's tears couldn't stop. Qinan glanced at Lu Dongfeng in the corner, and said to him, Captain Lu, the danger has been removed, and Li Qingqing was killed by me. If it's not light today, let everyone sleep. If you are afraid, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme tonight. In this house. In this way, I will arrange it. Vajra, Captain Lu, Lingjia, Uncle Lu, and Wu Tian, who was in a coma, let the 5 of you guys phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in another bigger bedroom and let Vidra protect you. Wu Yan, Wang Hui, Wang Yunji, Lu Xia, Lan Yu, you 5 women phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in this bedroom. Wu Yan will clean up the blood on the floor in a moment. Captain Lu, do you think this works? As soon as Qinan's voice fell, Wang Yunji yelled, no. I don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme with Wu Yan, Lao Lu. I want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme with you. Lu Dongfeng hurriedly stood up and said to Qinan with a smile, okay, just like that. You don't call me the captain, we are all saved by you, and we will listen to you in the future. After finishing speaking, he turned his head and glared at Wang Yunji, and Wang Yunji was so stunned that he couldn't speak. Qinan smiled slightly and said, no, you should be the captain. When we are in danger, those of us who know how to do martial arts, we will naturally work hard to ensure the safety of all of us. Lu Dongfeng's forehead was sweating coldly, secretly asking, do you know how to martial arts? It can penetrate walls, teleport, and grow out even if its arms and feet are cut off. This is even more sci-fi than a sci-fi blockbuster. Qinan ignored Lu Dongfeng and walked to the side to hold the dead Han Shui's body in his hands. Wang Hui saw it, tears in her eyes. She was actually a good teacher. Qinan glanced at her and said, hurry up and tidy up and sleep. I will dispose of her and Xiao Liang's corpse in the room over there. You don't need to worry about it. People can't come back to life after death. Doomsday, look ahead. Wang Huichi nodded ai, and returned to the look of a young woman. Lu Xia stopped crying at this time. She was just held in her arms by Lu Yuanchao and looked at Qinan with blank eyes. Qinan brought Han Shui's body out of the room, and then walked to the room where Wang Hui lived before. The door of this room was open, and it was dark inside. Qinan entered the room and walked into the bedroom where Chao Liang lived before. He was taken aback for a moment, and then his eyes widened. Chao Liang's broken body, whose internal organs had been eaten, was gone. After being surprised, Qinan hurriedly concentrated and listened to the entire building. Are there other upgraders in the building? After listening for a while, Qinan finally targeted Lu Meng's room. The woman's low crying and chewing sound chilled Qinan. He took Han Shui's body and walked out of the room, and then slowly walked towards the room where Lu Meng lived. With the door open, Qinan walked in. The sight in the living room made him tremble uncontrollably. 1 year and 4 months in the last days, such a scene that has always existed in the imagination finally appeared in front of him. 3 women and a man were surrounding Chao Liang's broken body, chewing and tearing the pieces of meat from him. The women were crying in a low voice while eating human flesh. The man was Lu Meng. Hearing the footsteps, he turned his head and saw that it was Qinan. He was taken aback for a while, and then burst into laughter. Qinan looked at the man with his mouth full of blood, his eyes gloomy. He put Han Shui's body aside, and then said to Lu Meng, are you also upgraded? Lu Meng stood up, wiped the blood on his mouth with his hand and said, upgraded? We are not, we are human. Qinan sneered, then what are you doing now? There was also a smile on Lu Meng's face. That kind of smile was so strange that it could not be described in any words. He took a step forward, and then said, have you ever eaten human flesh? The first time I ate human flesh, I was scared to death. My wife grabbed a neighbor back to the room and bit his tongue in front of me. Then she put that tongue in my mouth and let me eat it. Eat me if you don't eat it. I was really forced. I really can't help it. The smile on his face disappeared, turned into horror, and said, later, I ate more and more people, and gradually got used to it. There were a lot of people in our building, but they were all eaten by my wife and me. She is actually very nice to me. I found 2 beautiful women to accompany me, and then asked them to eat human flesh too. She also arrested my lover Suli and kept her as a pet. Suli and I really love each other. Real. But what use is this? We must all eat human flesh with her, otherwise she will kill me. She is the devil. My wife is the devil. When talking about this, Lu Meng began to roar. His nerves seemed to be abnormal. Do you know how it feels? Ride the woman under the body, tear her lips, and eat it into your mouth. When I experienced something like that for the first time, I knew that I had no way to look back. I had become a slave to the devil. Qinan roared, "Okay. Stop talking." Lu Meng was trembling with Qinan's shouts. He suddenly knelt on the ground with tears in his eyes and shouted, "Please. Kill me. I'm afraid of death, but I want to die more. You kill. Fuck me." A stale air was suppressed in Qinan's heart. He was not talking, walked into the kitchen and took out a kitchen knife, and then went to Lu Meng's side without hesitation. Lu Meng has closed his eyes. Qinan put away the knife and cut off Lu Meng's head directly. The three women on the other side didn't seem to care what happened. They were already stupid, maybe they were crazy too. The three people still knelt on the ground, biting Chao Liang's body. Qinan walked over quickly, not thinking about anything in his mind. After 3 stabs, 3 bloody heads rolled from the 3 of them to the ground. And then, the kitchen knife was also dropped on the ground, making a noise. Kill. Qinan once again remembered the night in the supermarket where Wang Chang and others were killed. He closed his eyes and calmed himself slowly. It's right to send them away. Do not think too much, he said to himself in his heart. Opening his eyes again and looking at the ground, Chao Liang's body was already broken. Qinan turned around and brought up Han Shui's body again, then walked out of the room and closed the door heavily. I hope that this door will never be opened because it is a story that is cruel enough to make people crazy. Qinan carried Han Shui's body to another vacant room, then let her lie on the bed peacefully, then turned and left, locking the door. You go too, little girl. I hope you will be a partner with the dead Han Liang when you are on the road. After Qinan finished all this, he returned to his own room feebly, locked the door, and listened to the movement in the 2 bedrooms. None of them seemed to be asleep, and their breathing was very unstable. Yes, who can sleep after all this? Qinan didn't bother them, turned and walked to the small bedroom where he lived before. After opening the door, she found Lu Xia lying on the bed in the small bedroom. In the dark, she lit a small candle again. The light of the candle is warm and gentle, and it seems to calm people's fears and sorrows. Slightly stunned at the door, Lu Xia spoke softly, "Aren't you going to take a bath? I have already boiled the water for you." Qinan smiled slightly, and Lu Xia also smiled. The smile was beautiful and beautiful. Closing the door, Qinan walked into the bathroom, soaked his body in the bathtub, and then rubbed his whole body with his big hands. He wanted to wash away his killing breath and the dust on his heart. 10 minutes later, Qinan put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. On the chair in front of the bathroom, a 4-legged shorts and a black vest were already placed. Did Lu Xia prepare this for him? Yes, it's refreshing to sleep in such clothes. This underage girl is really thoughtful. Qinan took the clothes and pants, went back to the bathroom and changed them, then returned to the small bedroom and lay down on the bed. He closed his eyes and calmed his own heart. He said, "Why don't you sleep in that room?" "Because I saved your life. Do you want to agree with your body?" "I've said that, even if you take off your clothes and kneel on me in front of you, beg me to pamper you, I won't even look at you." Lu Xia lay on his side, looking at the man lying on the opposite side with his eyes closed, with a bitter smile in her heart, and secretly said, "You have said so, I just want to agree with my body, can I speak again?" After Qinan had spoken for a long time, and found that no one was paying attention to him, he opened his eyes and looked at Lu Xia strangely. In the dimness, Lu Xia was looking at him unblinkingly with those big beautiful eyes. Qinan was a little embarrassed, and said, "What are you doing? Don't you sleep?" Lu Xia finally blinked and said, "Why do you feel like you are unhappy?" "This keen chick." Qinan sighed, and then said, "I killed Lu Meng and the 3 women in his room." After speaking, Qinan felt relieved, but he didn't plan to tell Lu Xia why he killed them. Lu Xia didn't even ask, but just said, "In the last days, some people die and are happier than they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Anyway, thank you for saving me, go to sleep, it's almost dawn." Her voice was very gentle, and all the depression in Qinan's heart was instantly wiped away. Qinan closed his eyes, but was full of emotion in his heart. He had never met a woman like Lu Xia. She was so smart, as if she could see through everything, but she was so young. After a few minutes, there was no sound in the room, and Lu Xia's breathing became steady, as if she had fallen asleep. On the windowsill, the candlelight flickered, and when it slowly burned out and was about to die, a ray of dawn also quietly rose from the east. Xinin's brain has been thinking about it, thinking about Qin Shiyan for a while, thinking about Tang Yu, the queen who disappeared, and thinking about how to get Lan Yu's abilities over again, and finally think of Lu Xia's abilities. Should I accept it too? When I thought of this, Xinin's old face was slightly red, and what people say is also an underage girl. Too inappropriate. Xinan immediately rejected this idea. Time passed slowly. When the sun really rose, Xinan's sleepiness finally hit, and then slowly fell asleep. In his dream, he seemed to have entered a glorious world. The world is magnificent and beautiful. The reason why it is magnificent is that there are huge mountains floating in the sky, and there are clouds and mist floating on the edges of the mountains, like a fairyland. The reason why it is beautiful is that its ground is full of strange flowers everywhere, vying for beauty and contending for each other. At this moment, a huge sword suddenly fell from the sky and arrived in front of Xinan. After that, the giant sword turned into a human form and became a man who couldn't see his appearance. Xinan felt that the feeling at this time was very real, and it didn't seem to be a dream at all. The man didn't come over, but he said, "Hello Xinan, I am Xiantian who is parasitic in your body. We finally met." Xiantian? Xinan was shocked. Xinan hurriedly nodded and said, "Can I first ask what you are? Why did you come into my body? Are you an alien? Or a god?" "I'm an atheist." Xiantian seemed to shook his head, and then said, "I said that I can't ask too many questions." "Okay, I'll say it soon. To your world, I should be considered an alien. But in my world, I am known as the sword god Xiantian. It is one of the 49 great sword gods. Using your time calculation method, I have lived for tens of thousands of years, and I am the true immortal god. In the 200 years BC of your planet around, I have been outside the Earth's atmosphere, and let my sword spirit clone appear in the form of a sword to enter the Earth for a tour. After that, the Earth talent has a record of the sword based on my shape, and I want to imitate it. Manufacturing, but my sword is too big, and the materials and craftsmanship they use can't imitate my shape at all, so there are all kinds of weird swords appearing. So, I am actually a cold weapon on your planet. The ancestor of the ancestors. The swords, knives, daggers and other weapons that appeared afterwards, the original form was me." His tone was a bit arrogant, but Xinan didn't care, because he was completely frightened by what Xiantian said. This kid must be bragging? Xiantian ignored Xinan, who had been frightened, and continued, "Well, these are not important. Just listen carefully to me and continue to say it. I come from the world of Sword God, and our planet is called the Star of Sword Spirit. The ordinary biological forms on the planet are very similar to your humans, but the planet's atmospheric composition is completely different from that of the Earth. The people of our planet are all born to forge swords. Those who succeed in forging swords can become the highest life form on the planet, the God of Sword Spirit, or the God of Swords. You may not understand what I said, just take myself and Hongye as an example. Earth-time records, tens of thousands of years ago, Hongye and I were ordinary people. Later, I got a meteorite from an alien star, Xiantian Jingtai. Since then, I started to make swords, and the process of making the Xiantian sword was very difficult. I killed tens of thousands of people, collected countless blood essences, and practiced Xuantian's first skill, the body of Xiantian. After that, I killed more people, aroused the anger of heaven and earth, practiced the second skill of Xiantian, and became bloodthirsty and frenzied. At this time, I already had a lot of followers, and they were all willing to dedicate their souls to help me practice swords, and finally made me practice the third skill of Xiantian, infinite contemplation. Afterwards, I had nowhere to practice swordsmanship, so I introduced the infinite killings of my life in meditation in the mountains, with slight regrets, but together with regrets, I immediately comprehended Xuantian's fourth skill, selfless symbiosis. With this skill, I resurrected all the people who were killed by me, and the heavens and the earth were moved, and finally let me practice Xuantian's fifth skill, God of War. I succeeded in transforming the sword spirit with the 5 skills of Xiantian, gained unlimited life and god tier skills, and became the God of Sword Spirit. This is the process of practicing the sword to become a god. Don't ask why. You can become a sword god by practicing the 5 skills. This is the same as if you have 5 fingers. On our planet, we have evolved like this. When my parasite enters your body, and my sword body, that is, my body, are combined with each other, and you also have the 5 major skills of my profound sky sword, which is what you call the abilities. It's just that your body as a human being is too weak to withstand all the power of the profound sky sword, or that you will never have the same strength as mine. And with your current physique, you can only unlock the lowest level of the 4 skills. The body of Shen Tian gives you strong muscles that will keep you young, which means that you will basically not grow old. After many years, you may still be the same as you are now. And with the ascension of your strength, your skills will also become stronger, and you will become younger if you don't. Bloodthirsty madness allows you to use inexhaustible strength in the battle, and allows you to break through the physical limit again and again in the battle, so that your sword god realm can improve in the battle. Infinite desire allows you to absorb the power of others. Of course, this power comes from my kind, that is, the power of the other 48 sword gods who came to your earth with me. It's just that the way of ingestion may be related to your physiological structure. I don't quite understand this. Because on our planet, although there are males and females, we will not reproduce as you do. After all, this should be a great thing for you, right? As long as you sleep with other sword god's hosts, you can get her power. How perfect. Of course, if the sword god's host is a male, then I don't know how you should do it, because you humans are of the same sex. It seems impossible to reproduce. The advanced skills of infinite contemplation allow you to integrate these powers and eventually form a more powerful upgraded ability. Ecstasy is automatically activated when you reach the realm's 2nd level sword god body, that is, when you and my body are combined to 10%. Also, because of your special body and soul form, the form of abilities it presents is somewhat upgraded. But it's another great thing for you. What you call love is family, friendship, and love. In fact, these are all the same soul form. People who truly love you, both men and women, will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme with you, and those who have reproduced with you will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme with you regardless of whether they love you or not. The so-called symbiosis does not mean that you will have a common life. You will die if you die. What it really means is that they will eventually become the same life state as you through growth. To put it bluntly, no matter how old they are, as long as they meet one of the 2 conditions of symbiosis with you, they will start to show you today's age grows. You are 31 years old this year, and your future biological form will continue in your current state or even younger, until you die. If an 18-year-old person satisfies the conditions for living with you, she will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme with you when she is 31 and 13 years, just like you. If it is not an accident, death will never grow old and die. If an 80-year-old person satisfies the conditions of living with you, then he will start to grow backwards, and begin to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme with you at the age of 39 years later. It is also not an accident that he will never die again. Get old. Does this ability sound incredible? In fact, it is just a form. The source of power is in the sword, and the way to achieve it is the energy produced by your soul form and the entanglement of biological forms. You won't understand such a complicated theory. Advanced symbiosis may allow the people who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme with you to have the same abilities as you. Of course, these are just my guesses. Perhaps only symbiotics who have had reproductive behaviors with you can gain your abilities when you reach the highest level of skills. Summoning God of War is the ultimate skill of all sword gods. Only when you truly reach the ultimate sword god body, that is, when you and my body are 100% combined, can you summon me in the form of soul from your body, and then I will condense the matter on your earth to build my body, and then fight for you? Of course, my appearance is time limited and cannot last forever. Talking about Hongye. The red leaf sword was parasitic on your female friend Qin Shaoyan, who had reproductive behavior. Many years ago, Hongye killed the 9 god-tier beasts in the Red Vein Peak, the highest peak of the Sword Spirit Star, and finally climbed to the top of the mountain. He was seriously injured under the ancient Hongye god tree, and obtained the heart of the Hongye god tree to refine it into red leaf sword. She spent several years thinking hard under the red leaves sacred tree, and understood the mystery of the falling leaves of the sacred tree without touching the ground. From then on, she got rid of the planet's gravity, so she could fly into the sky and practice the first red leaf technique, the falling leaves movement technique. With the falling leaves movement technique, the red leaves soar in the sky and overlook the sentient beings. You can see the secrets of sentient beings from thousands of miles away, comprehend the second red leaf technique, and peek into the sky spiritual sense. After that, she returned to Hongmei Peak, accompanied by the thousands of fallen leaves floating under the sacred tree of Hongye all the year round, and finally conquered it and included it in the Hongye sword, and achieved the third skill of Hongye, Reign of Hongye. After practicing the 3 skills of the sword, she began to travel around the world. When encountering thousands of wild beasts in the north, the red leaves slaughtered the rain of red leaves, killing thousands of creatures, and making the beasts and resentful spirits enter the thousands of red leaves. Together, she was incorporated into the sword. Become the 4th skill of Hongye, the heart of the wild beast. From then on, Hongye had 2 hearts, one for herself and the other for the heart of 10,000 beasts resenting spirits. The 2 hearts fought in her body every day, making her miserable. In the end, she committed suicide by seeing through life and death. After death, the 2 hearts merge into a big realm. Hongye has the 5th skill, Hongye God of War. Successfully transform the spirit and become one of the sword gods. When the red leaves were parasitic in Qin Shayan's body, the falling leaves movement technique gave her a very fast movement speed, occasionally being able to break away from the Earth's gravity in an instant. Advanced skills can allow her to float in the void for a period of time, but she should not fly back. The human body is too weak. Peeping the sky spiritual sense makes her hearing and vision far beyond ordinary. Advanced skills can see and hear things a few kilometers away. Rain of red leaves allows her to shoot red leaves as what you call flying daggers. Advanced skills allow her to shoot hundreds of flying daggers at the same time. As for the 4th skill, her current 1st level sword body can't be activated yet, and the heart of the beast should be similar to an instantaneous violent skill. I'm not sure about this, because I don't know if our skills will be transformed into your humans. What it looks like. The 5th skill, of course, is to summon Hongye. After I have said so much, there are 2 points that need to be explained to you. The first is that the so-called advanced skills are just the highest strength of the 5 skills that you humans can display, and the true 5 god tier skills of our sword god. Still incomparable. That is to say, even if your body is 100% combined with my sword body, you are not invincible. 100 people with machine guns like yours on the earth will kill you if you don't escape. If you give you some poison, you can drink it. Not necessarily able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. The second is the concept of sword god body. I don't think you can understand it. I will explain to you about the sword god body later, so now that I have explained so much, you should understand the origin of your abilities, right? Of course Qinin understood it, but he couldn't believe it at all. The ability he possesses turned out to be such a pervert? Being able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme forever has made him unacceptable. As for the symbiosis of selflessness, it is even more exaggerated. Doesn't that mean that everyone who is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals close / phoneme to you will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme forever and stay young forever? Suddenly, Qinin thought of the old gangsters Lu Yuanshao and Wu Yan. If they have followed themselves and gradually formed a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals close / phoneme relationship like family, will they eventually become 31 years old? If that's the case, they should be a good match together, right? No. Why is it time to consider these things now? The crux of the problem should be that he can't believe these things Xiantian said. It seems that this is really just a dream. At this time, Xiantian said again, the reason I tell you this is because the universe aircraft we were riding in passed the Earth a year ago and was affected by an unknown mysterious ray and destroyed our aircraft. The power of this mysterious ray is very powerful. I miss you. This human catastrophe should also be caused by it. And what it is, I don't know. But what I can be sure of is that for you humans, it is just like me, it is an alien creature. After the aircraft is destroyed, there is no way we can only seal our own spiritual sense and change it into a sword form. I'm dead now. If you want to be resurrected, you must rely on you, my host. In fact, I can no longer be resurrected in the form of a living creature. We are affected by the strange gas on the earth and have lost the ability to survive independently. Today, we are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals are either slash phoneme parasitic in the host or can only survive in the form of an unconscious sword. Hey, it's really hard for me to imagine, why can any creatures survive in such a strange gaseous structure of the earth? I guess that the thing that creates mysterious rays is also because of the composition of your Earth's atmosphere, and cannot appear in its original life form, and finally entered the Earth with another parasitic form. Its parasitic medium should be you, said T-Virus. Cheenen was speechless. He called the gaseous structure of the Earth weird. What surprised Cheenen was that what he said about the T-Virus was very similar to Liu Yuanchao's conjecture. Shen Tian didn't know Cheenen's thoughts, and continued, I want to resurrect and survive in your body in the form of a soul. I must fully integrate the origin of my sword form with your body. Then the body formed by combining my sword form with you is the sword god body. I want 100%. It must go through 10 processes, and I will use percentages to estimate them, and at the same time divide them into 10 levels to judge. After my sword form just parasitized into your body, I had no active consciousness, and I could only rely on the abilities you provided to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme temporarily, allowing you to enter the first level realm of the sword god body. At this time, your physique was already due to my sword. The form is the initial change of my body combined with your body, and it also allows you to have the first 3 skills of the 5 major skills of the sword god. You expand the cultivation of your body limit to make the combination of sword shape and body more perfect. When you first killed the D2 jumping zombie because of your companion Song Wenjie's death for the first time, the first level sword god body entered the intermediate realm. When you kill the D2 jumping zombie king in the Pentagon, you enter the first level sword god realm. Finally, fierce battle with Li Qingqing on the rooftop, allowing you to break through the first level sword god body, enter the second level sword god body basic realm, and activate the second level sword god skills at the same time. At this time, the combination of your body and my sword form has been completed by 11%. This allows you to turn on my 4th skill, Ecstasy. What I didn't expect was that the conversion of such a great skill to you turned out to be a passive skill. Back then, I could use this skill to bring people back to life, but you seem to only be able to bring people into the same state of life as you. Your abilities at this time are much higher than D2 level zombies, but you should not be able to beat the mature D2 zombie king. The reason for giving you this example is to make you understand your own strength. Although you have killed the D2 level corpse king in its infancy, according to my analysis of the growth rays emitted from its body, its maturity strength will be much higher than that of its infancy. Then continue the cultivation, your strength will enter the 3rd level sword god body, then your combination with the sword form will complete 20%, which means that your strength or your abilities will be more powerful. Although I have not had an active consciousness for a long time and just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme by relying on you, but because my sword-shaped body is one with your body, this allows me to have your memory and know about you. That little girl named Lucia, the sword god in her body is called Yanhua sword god. Her ability is also the sword god ability. As far as I know, it is the left hand of Yanhua's first skill, the second is the right hand of Yanhua, the third is Yanhua burning body, and the fourth is Yanhua. I don't know exactly what, our relationship with sword god Yanhua is not good. But the sword god who originally belonged to Li Qingqing, and now parasites into Lan Yu's body is called Phantom Sword God. Her skills are Phantom's first skill, Phantom, second skill, Flash, third, Teleport, and fourth, Rapid Phantom. The 2 sword gods, Yanhua and Phantom, their strength is as powerful as mine on my planet. It's just that their hosts, Lucia and Lanyue, are too weak. They are now only the first level realm of the sword god body. They can't use the power of the sword god's skills at all. If you want to become stronger, you must be like you. To go to cultivation. Li Qingqing is naturally a second level sword god body, and the combination of the Phantom Sword God in her body has reached 10%. However, although her upgraded attributes helped her achieve the second level sword god body, it also restricted her. Because except for the body of the sword god and her own flesh and blood, her body was mixed with impurities such as the TC virus. Among them, the C virus is beneficial to the host and the sword god, but the T virus is harmful, and its goal is to capture the soul of the host controls it, so it hurts me more than it hurts you. So the TC virus, as a derivative virus of the T virus, has a much smaller impact on the sword god in can phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live slash phoneme in peace, but it is difficult to integrate together and can only work independently. In other words, because of the impurities of the TC virus, the so-called combination of the phantom sword god and Li Qingqing's body reaches 10%, which is actually a virtual state, only when the TC virus also interacts with the body of the sword god and the body of humans. When the combination degree reaches 10%, then the real dual-talented second-level sword body will appear. I named this state the second-level ultimate body. At that time, if you cross with your strength at this time, it is estimated that you will lose miserably. Fortunately, the TC virus is difficult to integrate with the body of the sword god and the human body. In other words, if Li Qingqing cannot break through the second-level ultimate body state, it will be difficult for her to enter the next realm. Of course it is not impossible, but it's hard. But even so, her dual-talented body is already very strong, if it were her heyday. You alone as the second-level sword god body can't beat her. TC virus is very different from the parasitic method of our sword god. The parasitic virus is more important to the combination of physical strength, and the way our sword god parasitises is the combination of spirit and flesh. So they are based on the development of physical strength, while we are based on skills. My sword god skills are quite special, so you can have the same physique as the upgraded ones, but Lu Xia and Lan Yu are different. Even if they cultivate to the 10th level of the sword god body, they are estimated to be better than Vajra in physical strength. They are currently several times stronger, but they are possessed by our sword god, and what is really powerful is your so-called abilities. Once the ability reaches the advanced level, although you can't let you turn your hands into clouds and hands into rain, it should be no problem to be surrounded by 10,000 zombies at the same time and escape without death. I'm stressing that you shouldn't be too optimistic, because you humans are too small, so even if Realm has reached the 10th level of ultimate body, you still belong to humans. Okay, that's all I have to say. The time left is not too much. Do you have any questions for me? Qinan immediately asked the first question. At the beginning, you told me that you had been to the earth and that you were the originator of cold weapons such as swords and swords. The atmospheric system is killed? Don't you think this is a contradiction? Shen Tian laughed, and then said, I have said that when I came to the earth before, I let one of my sword spirit clones replace me. It belongs to a kind of soul life form. I control but will not be affected by the atmosphere of the earth. Just like the space robots on your earth. However, this time, after the universe aircraft we were riding in was disturbed by mysterious rays, we were also restrained, and we could not exert our abilities. We can only see as our hull was damaged, it eventually fell into the Earth's atmosphere and was hit by the deadly gas in your atmosphere. Qinan thought for a while and then said, I was secretly drugged before, so why did I lose the power at that time? Shen heavily Dao, that's because of the so-called medicated ingredients that can suppress me, and make me go from a state of no self-consciousness to a deep dormant state of complete unconsciousness. When I am completely unconscious, my 5 sword gods the skills will also lose any self-awareness and fall into dormancy and can no longer be used by you. The things on your planet are weird, so you should be careful when you eat in the future. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Qinan to continue to ask questions, he took the initiative to speak. Okay, my energy will be used up soon, which means that I am about to disappear. Finally, I will tell you that all of our 49 sword gods have come this time to the earth. That means there will be 49 people with sword gods like you. If you meet them, you have to be careful. I hope they are enemies and not friends. I am gone. This dream seems to be very short, actually. It's been a long time. The sun is basking. Get up. The little girl next to you named Lu Xia is doing something very interesting. You will see it when you wake up. Bye. I look forward to seeing you next time. You are still my host at the time. After saying this, the human form that Shen Tian transformed into disappeared out of thin air in front of Qinan. But Qinan opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. Outside the window, the sun shines in and it is very warm. It turns out that the sun has really been basking. He was a little stupid, because he couldn't believe everything in his dream just now, but everything was so real. So if this is not a dream, What interesting thing is Lu Xia doing? Gently tilted his head, Lu Xia was gone on one side of the bed. Looking in the room again, she found that in the corner of the wall, Lu Xia was standing with her back to Qinan, with a pair of black panties in her hand. Qinan was stunned. What is this doing? Suddenly, Lu Xia quickly took off the white panties she was wearing at this time, and then quickly put the black panties on her legs in a hurry. When she was doing all this, Qinan's sexy buttock but was naturally seen enough by Qinan. Qinan's mouth widened and was stunned for a while. After Lu Xia had done all this, she lost a long sigh, then turned around and prepared to put away the white underwear she had replaced. But when she saw Qinan, who was on the bed with a mouth long and staring at her, she took a step back in fright, pressed her body against the corner and squatted down, her face flushed instantly. Seeing her appearance, Qinan hurriedly lay down again, then closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, still muttering, "Sleepwalking, I have a dream, I haven't seen anything." Blushing blood, Lu Xia suddenly burst into laughter after seeing Qinan's appearance. Her laughing body trembled, and she finally sat on the ground, covering her belly with her hand, and couldn't stop. After a long time, Lu Xia reluctantly stopped her smile, and tears were already in her eyes. She got up and put the white underwear away, then walked to the bed and said to Qinan, "I found that one last night. I don't wear it well. I think about changing it when I wake up today, but there are too many people outside. The bathroom, the 2 bedrooms in the living room are full of people, so I saw that you were sleeping very heavily, so I tried to fight. How did you wake up? But you snored just now. Have you been pretending to be asleep?" Qinan didn't laugh anymore, thinking that Shantian, a kid who was also a funny alien godman, woke himself up at such a moment. It seemed that everything last night was really not a dream. Looking at Lu Xia standing next to the bed, she was wearing white tight short sleeves on her upper body and just a pair of black panties on her lower body. It was natural to stand there. Although there was flushing on her face, it should have been there just after laughing. Lu Xia's figure dressed like this is actually very revealing and very attractive. But her temperament can only make people feel sunny, healthy, young and energetic at this time. At least Qinan felt this way at this time. With a smile on his face, he said to Lu Xia, "I had a dream. Someone called me in the dream and said, 'Wake up soon. If you can see interesting things, I will wake up.'" "Ha, it is really interesting." Lu Xia smiled slightly. That smile was really beautiful and youthful. Qinan said, "Why are you so honest today? Don't you want to kill me?" Lu Xia said indifferently, "I've been taken care of by you anyway. I think it's nothing. My thinking is not so old-fashioned. I did it unintentionally. What can I do if I watch it?" Qinan applauded secretly, and he admired the underage girl's free and easy temperament. Lu Xia continued, "It's almost 11 o'clock at noon. Everyone has recovered from what happened last night. I looked at each of them and looked okay. Lunch was almost done. Now you are everyone's backbone. I'm waiting for you, get up and eat." Qinan nodded, while Lu Xia walked out first. Thinking about the dream just now, Qinan couldn't figure it out. Forget it, it should be a good thing, right? After all, I know the origin of the ability, right? And also got some useful information. Or after experiencing too much in the last days, Qinan didn't let himself spend too much brainpower on the incredible dream last night. Get up from the bed, then walk to the window and look down. There is still a dense cluster of zombies. You can't see the side at a glance. Now this is the biggest problem facing everyone. How can I escape? I wonder if the parking lot connected to this building has other access channels. Obviously, Lu Meng and others are controlled by Li Qingqing, which means that they are not unable to get out. There may be passages in the underground parking lot. For example, will the underground drainage system of the city be connected to the underground garage? Thinking of this, Qinan decided to check it out this afternoon. After getting out of bed and walking out of the room, everyone was already waiting for him to eat. Everyone looked at him with weird eyes, but Lu Xia was flushed and did not look at him, and Lan Yu was pale and did not look at him. Qinan understood at the first thought, everyone must have thought that something happened to him and Lu Xia last night. He walked to the space reserved for him and smiled awkwardly. "I got up a bit late. I'm embarrassed to make everyone wait for me." Everyone hurriedly said politely that everyone just got up too. Xinan paused for a while before saying, Lu Xia said that she didn't want to hit the floor, so she came over and kicked me out of bed last night. She slept comfortably on her own, which made me sleep on the floor all night. Xinan felt that he had to help Lu Xia cover up, lest she be embarrassed. Everyone looked at someone who believed who was a fool. But Lu Xia raised her head at this time, and while taking the chopsticks to eat, she said, Okay, let's eat. We are just lying on the same bed and we have nothing to do. Put away your curiosity. Xinan's face was full of black lines, and he secretly blamed Lu Xia. He had already said that he was on the ground floor. Why did Lu Xia tell the truth? Looking at the faces of the people, Xinan was taken aback. He didn't expect that everyone seemed to believe what Lu Xia said. At least in their opinion, what Lu Xia said should be closer to the truth. Xinan smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems that false lies can never deceive the eyes of the masses. There is nothing more to say, let's eat. Lan Yu on one side seemed to be in a bad mood, and Wu Tian, who was sitting next to her, did not dare to approach Lan Yu, because the two had quarreled. Lan Yu woke up today and remembered the scene of Xinan's brave rescue of 3 people on the roof of the rooftop yesterday. Not only did she feel a lot of emotion in her heart, why did she forget it? That uncle can give her a sense of security. But Wu Tian was shocked. Today Wu Tian also explained to her that he was shocked when he saw Li Qingqing throwing flying daggers to hurt Lan Yu, not because of himself. This makes Lan Yu feel even more angry, isn't it still scared? Her relationship with Wu Tian is very embarrassing. After a period of contact, she feels that she does not like Wu Tian as she thought at the beginning. On the contrary, she feels that she hates this man more and more now. Wu Tian is a person of different appearances. He looks sunny and handsome, and he behaves like this. But he is timid inside, likes to avoid, loves to compare with others, and has no sense of responsibility. These are all getting along, and the slow exposure undoubtedly made Lan Yu not want to continue with him. What about Xinan? This man who once lay in his arms and fell asleep in the Pentagonal building was already sleeping with other girls at this time. Doesn't he know he has a wife? Does he really want that girl to be a kid for him? In short, Lan Yu is very unhappy now, extremely unhappy. After what happened last night, everyone's relationship became harmonious, and they talked and laughed while eating, and told each other their own stories. In the last days, people seem to have become accustomed to life and death, and no one mentions the dead Li Kai, Zhang Yulong, Xiao Liang, and Han Shui. Regardless of whether it is true or not, everyone will try their best to smile sincerely. At this moment, there is no sorrow for the end times, only sunshine and lunch. Yes, it has been 1 year and 4 months, everyone is slowly adapting. After lunch, Xinan opened all the doors of the rooms on the 34th and 33 floors, and then asked everyone to collect food and useful things. After yesterday's events, he has actually become the captain of this small team. But he does not claim to be a captain, and naturally everyone will not force him. Lu Dongfeng is a person who has experienced strong winds and waves. He saw that the reason why Xinan didn't want to be the captain was entirely because of trouble, so he would still act like a captain, but his attitude was a lot more humble. When Xinan didn't speak, everyone followed Lu Dongfeng's assignment and entered the room to collect supplies. Xinan went downstairs alone. Vajra was originally going to follow, but was stopped by Xinan because he was going to find the way, and he never thought about killing zombies. After quietly going downstairs, Xinan found that the parking lot was already full of zombies. They didn't know if they had opened the entrance at the other end of the parking lot. In short, there were all zombies in the dark. Xinan could hear the abnormally crowded body crash in the parking lot outside through the door. It seems that this road will not work. Xinan could only return. I don't know if his whereabouts were learned by the giant zombies outside. In short, when he just walked to the second floor, the giant zombies outside suddenly slammed into the wall. The noise was very loud and lucky. The quality of this building is really good. Only some dust fell on the wall, but it was not damaged. Xinan didn't dare to stay and hurried upstairs. However, when he reached the 25th floor, there was a cold war in his body. Because he heard a noise coming from a room on this floor. How could this be possible? Yesterday he had clearly searched the entire building with his hearing several times. As long as he concentrated on his hearing, he could hear even a mouse running over the ground 100 meters away from him. But the sound coming out of the room at this time was obviously not a mouse. It was a kind of tearing and swallowing of muscles, as well as a strong and suppressed human gasp. Humanity? How did he come? This building is surrounded by zombies. It's normal if there are zombies, but how come there are humans here? Is he eating people? Is it another upgrader? But even the upgraded ones can't appear in this building that has been surrounded by zombies? Sheenan can be sure that after hearing detection last night, there is absolutely no outsider in the building. Holding the Xiantian giant sword in his hand, Sheenan cautiously walked to the room where the sound was emitted. He was very nervous, because there were so many weird things about this matter that he couldn't understand. Slowly approaching the target, Sheenan had an impression of the open door. When pursuing Li Qingqing yesterday, he jumped into this room from the outside window. Li Kai and Zhang Yunlong were also killed by Li Qingqing in this room. Their bodies should still be inside. In other words, it should be their corpse that is being swallowed by something unknown. Sheenan became more nervous. He tried his best to put his own steps lightly, not daring to make a sound. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the door. Sheenan suddenly stood in front of the door, looking inward. The scene inside made Sheenan stunned in astonishment. Chapter 99. In the room, the bodies of Li Kai and Zhang Yunlong on the floor of the living room were parked there. At this time, a 2-meter-long strange bird was tearing and devouring their muscles. The height of 2 meters is too huge for a bird. The shape of the bird is a bit like a swallow, but the feathers are red. The red feather makes the bird look very beautiful, not like an upgraded monster. However, since it feeds on human corpses, it is dangerous. Sheenan listened carefully and found that the suppressed gasp came from the bedroom at this time. With this big red bird, Sheenan finally revealed his own doubts. It must be this bird that brought people in from outside. Maybe it wanted to treat the person hiding in the living room as food. When it flew over the building, it just smelled the corpses of Li Kai and Li Kai, so it flew in from the window and ate directly. Those caught by it took this opportunity to run into the bedroom. Thinking of this, Sheenan no longer hesitated. He waved his épée, stepped to the side of the big red bird, and slashed away with a sword. Sheenan's sudden appearance was obviously frightening Big Bird. It uttered a long cry, and then all the red feathers stood up. The originally soft and beautiful feathers, as if absorbing blood from the body, began to become blood red, and then, these blood red feathers quickly became hard, like steel needles on its body. After the transformation, the big bird lost its beautiful appearance, and it looked more like a death bird from the underworld. After Sheenan's épée changed, the blade slammed its hard feathers. After a few metal chirps, the bird's hard feathers were broken, but the épée failed to break through its defenses, hurting it the slightest. Sheenan was too shocked. My current strength is estimated to be able to break through the defense of the D1 giant zombies, but it can't hurt the big bird in front of me? What the hell is this? Is it better than D1 giant zombies? In the last year of the last days, Sheenan has never seen upgraded beasts or animal-shaped zombies. He has seen many birds, but they are also ordinary birds just like before the end of the world. He really didn't know how to attack, in order to effectively kill this creature. Is it also the head? At this moment, because of Sheenan's attack, the big bird retreated several times and flew away from the window. Sheenan was there in a daze, thinking that there would be a battle of life and death. After a while, he woke up, but there was still a human breath in the bedroom next door. Don't know who he or she is? How was it brought here by Big Bird? Sheenan didn't dare to relax his vigilance. After all, in the last days, anything that was alive and active was in danger. Using the Xiantian heavy sword to gently push open the bedroom door, Sheenan slowly looked inward. Inside, a woman stood on the corner of the wall. She is very short, about 1.5 meters, and about 27 years old. She is pretty and beautiful. She is short but well proportioned. She is a pocket-sized hot girl with an S-shaped figure. Her clothes were torn, barely covering her key parts, and the woman's face was also covered with scars, one by one. I don't know if it was scratched by a bird or where it was scratched. The woman held a pistol in her hand. She was holding the pistol tightly with both hands and aimed it at Cheenen outside the door. There is not much fear in her eyes, only more curiosity. Cheenen looked at her with curiosity, and took the initiative to insert the Shen Tian heavy sword into the ground in front of him, and then raised his hands. The woman got nervous. She stared at the big sword that was 4 to 5 centimeters long inserted into the floor tiles, and said tremblingly, "Are you an upgraded?" Cheenen was taken aback, and shook his head subconsciously. The woman said in disbelief, "You must be an upgraded. If it is a normal person, how could it be possible to use such a heavy sword, and insert the sword into the ground so easily? The underground of this tile is cement." Cheenen understood the woman's doubts, and smiled slightly. "Don't worry. I am not an upgraded, but I am a superpower." The woman coldly snorted, "What kind of supernatural power?" "Superpower is an upgraded one. Are you particularly strong? Strong muscles make you particularly fast, and can self-repair your body? You may. I don't know the own situation yet. You must have been bitten by a zombie, but you haven't become a zombie. Have you ever eaten human flesh? I know you won't say if you ask. You leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll jump right away. Even if the zombies are eaten, they are not willing to be eaten by an upgraded person with a soul and thought." She moved to the bedroom window as she spoke, and then opened the window with one hand. Cheenen was taken aback. It seemed that this woman didn't even know what a supernatural person was. Yes, Shen Tian has said that only 49 sword gods have come to the earth, that is to say, only 49 people with supernatural powers will appear. Then, besides superpowers, who else knows those with superpowers? What about the real identity? Slowly moving towards retreated, Cheenen said very sincerely, "Since you know about upgraded people, you should know that not all upgraded people like to eat people, right? I don't need to go there, I can leave immediately. The team lives upstairs and there are several people. I can ask a woman to come down and take you up in a while. Do you think it's okay?" The woman thought for a while and asked, "Who killed the 2 people on the floor in the living room outside?" Cheenen said, "It was killed by an upgraded. The matter is very complicated. We were trapped in the supermarket near this building, and then we were rescued from the underground garage of the supermarket by other survivors, but the survivor was actually an upgraded. She killed the 4 of us and ate one of them. The battle last night was fierce, and we killed her in the end. That's how it happened." Cheenen explained like a woman. The woman frowned, and then said, "So, you are indeed an upgraded, otherwise it will be difficult for you to kill another upgraded." Cheenen nodded helplessly and said, "Forget it. There are 3 upgraded players in our team, but they don't eat people. And the people are very good. The other members of our team are all ordinary people. If you believe me, you can take a look with me, but when you get there, you have to tell us in detail about your origin and identity, because we will not let strangers join casually. The end of the world. You know." Cheenen felt that On's remarks were very accentuated. He really looks more and more like an apocalyptic man. The woman thought for a while, slowly put down the gun, and then said, "My name is Wu Jin. I was caught here by Red Feather Bird. I choose to believe you. I hope you are a good person." Cheenen remembered Lan Yu's evaluation of him. Didn't he just say that he was a good person? Shaking his head, Cheenen said, "Then go." "My name is Cheenen. Our team is on the 35th floor of the top floor. I walk in the front. You can keep a certain distance from me. The distance is up to you, because this building has more than 20 floors and is currently very safe." After speaking, he turned and left. Soon after, a woman named Wu Jin followed her out of the room and walked upstairs from the stairs. After reaching the 35th floor, Cheenen entered the room he lived in. The people in it were all concentrated in the living room, sorting out the food on the floor. It seems that the harvest this time is not small. Cheenen actually saw some bacon and jars of pickled vegetables on the ground. Now this is a good thing. Although the pickles are already sour, the sour and refreshing taste of the soup is full, like the pickled fish before the end of the world. Lu Dongfeng smiled when he saw Cheenen and walked over. "Xiao Qin, we have made a lot of food. I think we will eat together in the future, so that we can increase the relationship. We have also sorted out the 2 rooms next to this room, so we can't huddle together at night. With you and 3 upgraded people to protect us, our strength is also very strong. The specific accommodation arrangement is like this: Wang Yinji, Vidra, and Wang Hui and Linjie, 5 people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme on your left. That house also has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, and we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and 1 room alone. Wu Yan, Old Man Lu, Lan Yu, and Wu Tian, they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme on your right side, and they also have 3 bedrooms. They have arranged their own arrangements for how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. We all come over when we eat. You can also hold meetings for us and arrange tasks. If you find it troublesome to wait for you to arrange tasks, I can do the work for you. I am not a captain. So, I will definitely help you. Share your worries. Do you think I am satisfied with this arrangement? Xinan took a peek at Lu Xia, who was sorting food on the ground, and you got used to it only after sleeping for a night. Who are you lie to? After looking at Lu Dongfeng, who was very respectful to him, Xinan smiled and said, "You are welcome, Captain Lu, you have arranged it well, but I'm afraid I have to add one more person." After hearing Xinan's words, everyone put aside their work and looked at him, revealing doubts and inquiries in their eyes. Xinan turned his head and exclaimed, "Little beauty, when are you going to overhear the door?" As soon as his voice fell, everyone focused on the entrance of the room. After dozens of seconds, a small figure appeared there. Her gaze swept across the crowd one by one, and then a complicated expression appeared in her eyes. In the room, the voices of 2 men screamed at the same time after she appeared. The voices contained incredible tone. Wu Tian called, "Big sis." Xinan was also stunned when he heard the shouts of the 2. Unexpectedly, she is Wu Tian's big sis, and why does Vidra know her? What is their relationship? Chapter 100. On the rooftop, seeing her acquaintances, Wu Jin naturally relaxed her vigilance and went into the room to embrace Wu Tian and cry. The 2 of them talked about their own experiences over the past year or so. Wu Tian was surprised and cried again when he heard that his parents were still alive. Seeing the situation of the 2 of them, everyone felt sad. Thinking of my own relatives, is there still a chance to reunite in this life? Vidra was hiding in the corner at this time, a little shy. Xinan was very curious when he saw it. He didn't know that there was a woman who scared Vidra, the silly boy. After the parting feeling continued, Wu Jin began to tell everyone about her experience in detail at Xinan's request. I am a member of the national government. Nation? Government? These 2 almost forgotten words came out of Wu Jin's mouth inadvertently, and everyone was shocked. Wu Jin sighed slightly, then said, "After the outbreak of the T-virus, in order to preserve the country's political institutions, the chairman decided to move the capital to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau in western Tibet. The vast area there is sparsely populated, and it also helps us build defenses. Today, the situation is difficult to control, there are zombies everywhere, and the survivors have established their own gathering places. Our plane can't transport everyone to western Tibet, and there can't be too many people there. Although there are not many zombies in West Tibet, the upgraded beasts are equally terrifying." Xinan asked, "How many people are there?" Wu Jin said, "More than 40 million. It should be the most densely populated place in the country at present. There are some things from before the end of the world are preserved, and it is also the only government agency that belongs to the country." Everyone was silent. Wu Jin continued, "In order to prevent the country from ruining, the leaders studied and decided to establish a special government organization in a special period. Our country will continue to exist in the form of a coalition government. In other words, all the gathering places on the inherent territory of our country will become the coalition government of our central government. The state does not control it. The gathering place has its own control and can have its own policies different from other localities and the central government. There is no need to pay taxes to the state, and the state does not have the ability and obligation to provide assistance to various gathering places. The only purpose of this is to prove that we are still an indivisible sovereign country, even in the last days where zombies are everywhere." After hearing this, everyone had different thoughts, some were proud of the country, and some were dismissive. Xinan's attitude didn't matter, he just had to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. I used to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in West Tibet as an assistant to the propaganda department. After the proposal of the coalition government was passed, we dispatched planes to drop flyers into the air in the gathering place, hoping to let the leaders of all gathering places understand that they still exist in a country with a political system, even if this is the end of the world. Even if we were defeated by zombies. I hope they can treat their own compatriots kindly after they understand that they are still a national, so that the weak can get help and shelter. As a member of the leaflet distribution team, I flew to this neighborhood by plane. However, we encountered the impact of the red feather bird. The plane crashed and I was caught and brought here when I jumped to escape. The red feather bird has been included in the Book of Biological Records of the Last Days. It is a first-level upgraded species of swallows. It is timid, cannibalistic, and carrion. When frightened, its feathers will turn into hard barbs. It belongs to the first level in the 10th level of danger and is considered to be the first level. It is the least dangerous upgraded creature, but it is already very powerful. Fortunately, she loves carrion more than living people, so I can survive. Of course, because of your sudden appearance, I can finally be saved. So thank you anyway. Wu Jin finally said to Qin and exchanged a few words with her very politely. Now, since I'm here, I can't get out naturally. After learning about the situation, Wu Jin chose to join the team, willing to obey the team's management and command. She never said a word to Vedra from start to finish, and Vedra kept avoiding her. After chatting for a while, Lu Donghua arranged a place for Wu Jin to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with her little brother Wu Tian. Wu Tianqing rushed to take Wu Jin to the next door. Obviously, the two brothers and sisters had a lot to talk about. Qinan walked up to Vedra's side very inconspicuously and asked, "Vedra, what is the relationship between that little girl and you?" Vedra said embarrassingly, "It has nothing to do with it. It's just that she used to stay at the T-Virus Seedling Research and Development Experimental Center organized by the state. Aren't my father and I also there at that time? You see, she is small and fierce. Ruthless. I was always bullied by her then." Qinan smiled slightly and secretly said, "It seems that there will be a lot of fun in the future. There is no joy or sorrow for having one more member." After organizing the food piled on the ground in the cabinet, they went back to their rooms to sleep or do other things. Only Qinan, Lan Yu and Lu Xia were left in the room for a while. Lan Yu's expression was a bit embarrassing. She didn't know whether she should go back to the room or talk to Qinan. At the same time, there was another calm underage girl sitting on the sofa, which made Lan Yu feel even worse. Qinan glanced at the two people who were silent, smiled slightly, and then stepped forward and took them by the hand. Under their surprised eyes, they led them to the balcony, and then jumped directly to the top of the 35th floor. The roof was a little chaotic. After the night's fight, the long knife array no longer existed, and the ground was full of various long knives in a mess. Qinan glanced at Lan Yu and said, "Come and let me see your powers." Lan Yu was taken aback for a moment, and said, "What kind of power?" Qinan told the second daughter what Xian Tian had said to him last night. However, he didn't mention the two skills of own infinite contemplation and ecstasy. He felt that these two skills were too abnormal. If he said that he was harmful and unprofitable, he should keep it in On's heart as a secret forever. The two women were shocked when they heard that, and Lu Xia finally understood the origin of her abilities. After Qinan finished speaking, she asked with interest, "The Xian Tian who appeared in your dream, did you tell you the name of the sword in my body?"